Kinyan was posing for pictures with Yuan. They were both having fun. Deoxiang was taking pictures of them. Behind them, 4 men were waiting. The 2 men in front, Liang Jinming and Gao Zongyuan, started talking. Look, I told you inviting Zhong Deoxiang was the right choice. She's not just a beauty queen. She's also a much better tour guide than us, Jinming said. Don't be so straightforward. You just invited her because you're uncomfortable being around women, Zongyuan replied. What are you talking about? Can't it be because of my charm? Jinming said proudly. We talked about everything last night, from poetry and music to philosophy and life. It was so much fun, don't lie. I bet she's after Lin Yi, not you, Chen Hon interjected. It doesn't matter. I heard from her that there's a big casino nearby, specially prepared for tourists. We can go there after we're done with the hot springs. It's boring without women, Zongyuan said. With Lin Yi here, do you think our team will be short of women? Look at those 2 girls standing next to the pool. Lin Yi invited them, Chen Hon said, putting his arm around Zongyuan's shoulder and pointing at Ning Xiachi and Yuluo. They're hot. Lin Yi, I bow down to you. You're the best at picking up girls, Zongyuan said, his eyes lighting up. That night, Lin Yi was soaking in the hot spring when Zhong Deoxiang approached him. Mr. Ling, everyone is in the lounge. Aren't you going to join them? She asked. It's so nice to finally have some time to relax. I'd rather be quiet, he replied. Do you want something to eat? I'll go prepare it for you, Deoxiang said. No need, you've been out all day. Get some rest, Lin Yi replied. I'm not tired. I'll go get you a drink, Deoxiang said with a smile. As soon as she left, Yulu arrived. Are you interested in that girl? She asked. Why are you asking that? Lin Yi asked, surprised. She doesn't seem simple. I can't help but feel like something's off, Yulu replied, sitting down next to him. She's just flirting with you. Don't take it seriously, Lin Yi said with a laugh. She's a famous beauty queen. It's probably just part of her job, he continued. You've never been with a beauty queen before? Yuluo asked, blushing. Lin Yi was stunned for 5 seconds. Your choice of words is interesting. You think highly of me, he replied. Beauty queens are highly sought after. They're cold and aloof, like female celebrities. It's rare to see someone like her being so proactive and friendly. I'm guessing she knows you're rich and wants to get a lot of money from you, Yuluo said. Lin Yi stood up, grabbed a towel, and dried himself. Don't worry, I'm not interested in her. I thought so too. Someone of your status wouldn't be interested in a woman like her, Yuluo replied, relieved. Lin Yi returned to his room and opened the door. I'm back, he said to Kinyan. Help me dry my hair, Kinyan said, looking up from her hairdryer. Lin Yi walked over and started drying her hair. Chin Hon and the others are going to the casino later. Are you going? He asked. I'm tired from being out all day. You guys go ahead, Kinyan replied with a smile. Then I'll stay here with you. I'm not going either, Lin Yi said. No need, you should go. Otherwise, your friends will think you're stingy, Kinyan replied. I'll be fine. Come back early. The door opened and Lin Yi's group walked in. Leading the group was a beautiful woman named Zhong Deoxiang. What are they whispering about? Liang Jinming asked, noticing the people in the room whispering to each other. They probably recognized me from my performance, Zhong Deoxiang replied. Wow, you're a celebrity now, Liang Jinming said. 2 men were sitting at a table. That woman looks familiar. I think I've seen her somewhere before, the bald man said to the man next to him. That's Zhong Deoxiang, one of the 3 most famous beauty queens. I even promoted her before. She's really good, the young man replied, recognizing her. Mr. Zhao, we're going to discuss some business later. We can invite her over to join us. I'm quite interested in her, the bald man said. Of course. I'll have someone inform her, the young man replied with a smile. When Lin Yi's group sat down at a table, the young man walked over to them. Hello, Ms. Zhong, I'm Zhao Tuzhen, the manager here. My friend would like to invite you for a cup of tea, he said. Sorry, I don't know you, Zhong Deoxiang replied, turning to look at him. Ms. Zhong, you must have misunderstood, Zhao Tuzhen said with a smile. My friend saw your performance and recognized you immediately. That's why he asked me to invite you to his room to talk. Of course, we'll pay you, he added generously. But Jong Daoxiang wasn't swayed by the money. Sorry, I'm here with my friends today. If you want to see my performance, you can come to the bar next time, she replied calmly. Zhao Tuzhen was angry that she had refused his invitation. Ms. Zheng, since you don't want to go, we won't force you. But we might not come to the bar to support you anymore, he said, pointing at her face and turning to leave. The bald man saw his friend return alone without the beautiful woman. Why are you back alone? Where's Ms. Zhong? He asked, confused. She said she came with her friends and wasn't interested in coming over, Zhao Tuzhen replied coldly. How can that be? The bald man said, slamming his hand on the table. Arrange for someone to teach her friends a lesson. Let them know whose territory this is. Okay, I'll arrange it now, Zhao Tuzhen replied, nodding. You've already won over 700,000 yuan. Qi Yuluo said to Lin Yi, surprised by his gambling skills. Those to have already won over 1,000,000 yuan, everyone's luck is exploding today. It feels a bit strange, Lin Yi replied, glancing at the two women sitting next to him. Mr. Lin, our luck seems to be too good, Zhong Daoxiang said. It's true that something unusual is happening. It's not a good thing to keep winning money. We should stop, Lin Yi said with a faint smile, standing up and stretching. Let's go, we should stop and find a place to eat and have a drink. They all stood up and followed him towards the exit. Wait a minute, two guards said, blocking their way. What's going on? We can't leave after winning money, Yang Jinming asked angrily, pointing at them. Of course you can leave after winning money. But you cheated, so we can't let you go, a voice said. It was Zhao Tuzhen, followed by several tall and muscular men. I knew it, it was too strange that we kept winning money. You must have arranged it, Lin Yi said, facing Zhao Tuzhen. No, don't say that. Even though Ms. Zheng refused our invitation, this is a different matter. I brought these people here to deal with your cheating, Zhao Tuzhen replied. I can testify that Mr. Lin didn't cheat. You're lying, Zhong Daoxiang said. Ms. Zheng, this is not something you can just say. I bet you believed his lies and are speaking up for him. You've been deceived by him, Zhao Tuzhen said angrily. Lin Yi pulled Zhong Daoxiang behind him. Step back, let me talk to them. Let me reason with them, Zhong Daoxiang said. It's useless. We might as well find a place to sit down and rest, Ning Xiaoqi said, pulling her back. That's right, let's find a place to sit. Let Lin Yi handle this himself, Qi Yuluo agreed. Lin Yi walked up to Zhao Tuzhen. Are you sure you won't let us go? He asked. Of course, you have to pay for your actions, Zhao Tuzhen replied. Lin Yi frowned and kicked him in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. What are you doing? Attack. Zhao Tuzhen's followers shouted, pulling out iron rods and charging towards Lin Yi. You even brought weapons. You're well prepared, Lin Yi said calmly. If you had just taken out your wallet, this would have been over. But now, no one can stop me, Zhao Tuzhen said angrily. Lin Yi pulled out a knife from his pocket and stabbed one of the men, sending blood splattering everywhere. The man collapsed to the ground. I haven't even warmed up yet, Lin Yi said, looking at the other men, who were now sweating profusely. He grabbed Zhao Tuzhen by the collar. Are you still saying I cheated? He asked. No more, we were unlucky this time, just take the money and leave, Zhao Tuzhen said, trembling with fear. You say you were unlucky, and you want me to take the money and leave. Wouldn't that make me look bad? Lin Yi said. Zhao Tuzhen knelt down and begged for mercy. What do you want me to do? I'll kneel down and apologize to you. Okay, how boring. You're too lucky, Lin Yi said, turning away. Let's go, let's find a place to eat. I'm hungry. You beat someone up and you want to leave, a voice shouted from behind. They turned around in surprise. The bald man was walking towards them, followed by several men. Are you here to stand up for them? Lin Yi asked. You beat up my people. Of course I have to stand up for them, the bald man replied. Lin Yi clenched his fists confidently. So okay, call the two bodyguards behind you to come over here. The bald head laughed and sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'm going to fight with you? He waved his hand and motioned to the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard pulled out a gun and pointed it at Lin Yi, making him stand up. The bald man said, "Wasn't he arrogant just now? Why don't you say anything now? My sword is very contemptuous of you," the China side. At that moment, a man walked over. "Here, what's going on?" A man replied to him, "Mr. Gao, I didn't expect you to come here. You should call me an hour in advance." Mr. Goshen said, "Let's come here to solve some private matters. It's too late. Prepare to come back tomorrow and think about coming here to play. But this place of yours seems to have something unexpected." Wang Mian pointed at Lin Yi. "These people are cheating on me. Was caught by me and beat people. I was going to teach them." Goshen frowned. "But there was this. So you really have to teach a little. This is not a place for them to brag." Zhong Daoxian called, "Mr. Goshen." Goshen replied, "Miss Zhong, you are also here." Wang Mian asked, "Mr. Gao, can't you get used to it?" Mr. Gao replied, "Of course, I like Ms. Zheng's performance very much, and I will often come to cheer for her." He turned to ask, "Miss Zhong, what is this? Why are you here?" Zhong Daoxiang replied, "They are my friends. They came here to play today. But they slandered us for cheating. But it's really not like that. It's that they slander us. Goshen Sr., I hope you can help me." Mr. Gao turned to ask Wang Mian again, "Is the situation as she said?" Wang Mian nodded silently. The bald head didn't take it. This guy was very overbearing. So I was going to help Director Zhao teach him a little. Mr. Gao happily reconciled. "Ms. Zheng is my friend. Plus, this is your fault, or stop." The bald man said, "Mr. Goshen has already said it. Then I will respect your face no longer compared to him." Mr. Gao said, "Ms. Zheng, the matter has been settled. Can you feel like doing so?" Zhong Daoxiang bowed his head happily, thanking Goshen for his birth. She pulled Lin Yi's hand. "Mr. Lin, the matter here has been settled. Let's go." Lin Yi replied, "Why do you have to go? I'm free to go back." He turned to provoke the bald head. "You don't need to respect anyone. Do whatever you want." The bald head is angry. "I respect the face of Goshen, who is not compared to you. You don't have to be excessive." Lin Yi is confident. "Don't I have to tell you? No need to respect anyone." The bald man turned around and said to Mr. Gao, "I did as you said, but he was too overbearing. I felt I had to teach him a little." Mr. Gao pondered. Lin Yi didn't accept help. Maybe he doubted his identity. Zhong Daoxiang also had a calculation in his mind. How could it be? If Lin Yi really had something unexpected, it would have deviated from the trajectory of the original plan. One person raised a gun. The bodyguard pointed his gun directly at Lin Yi, and the bald man said, "You originally had the opportunity to leave here, but you didn't appreciate it. I hope you won't regret your decision." Lin Yi pointed to the middle of his forehead, said to his subordinates, and shot it here. Ning Xiachi found it interesting. This guy was really crazy and had no limits, but this lady liked it. The bald man was nervous. "You really don't think I don't dare?" Reached out with one of his legs. One of the bodyguards raised his gun and pointed it at Lin Yi. "You really think I wouldn't dare to shoot?" "Go to hell," the bald man said, kicking Lin Yi in the leg. The bodyguard fired. Lin Yi lifted his leg and dodged the bullet. Everyone was stunned. He dodged the bullet. Zhong Daoxiang said in disbelief. The bodyguard raised his gun again. Lin Yi threw a small knife at the bodyguard's hand. "Don't you have another bodyguard? Tell him to try too," Lin Yi said, pointing behind the bald man. "No, no more. You guys can leave," the bald man said, waving his hands. "If you apologize sincerely, I might forgive you," Lin Yi said, playing with his knife arm from Washington family. "If you dare to touch me, our legal department will hold you accountable," the bald man said, trying to intimidate him. Lin Yi grabbed him by the collar, still being stubborn. He asked, holding his knife to the bald man's throat. "Don't, I'm sorry," the bald man said, trembling with fear. "An apology should be sincere. This isn't sincere," Lin Yi said, pushing him down and forcing him to kneel. I'm sorry, I was wrong," the bald man shouted, bowing his head. "That was so cool," Ning Xiachi said, looking at Lin Yi with admiration. Lin Yi turned and walked away. "Since you're so sincere, I won't pursue this matter any further. But if there's a next time, it won't be so easy," let's go. Let's eat, I'm hungry, he said. Mr. Gao, Lin Yi is more capable than we thought. He's more difficult to deal with than we imagined, Gaoshan's assistant said. I've noticed that too, Gaoshan replied. We have to inform her as soon as possible. Don't delay any longer. Lin Yi's group was having dinner at a riverside restaurant. Let's not talk about anything else, let's eat first, Chin Hon said. I thought beer had low alcohol content. Why am I already tipsy after only a few drinks? Liang Jinming said, his face flushed. Even if the alcohol content is low, if you keep drinking like that, you'll definitely get drunk, Ning Xiachi replied. His alcohol tolerance has always been low. It has nothing to do with the beer. Next time, you should sit with the girls, Zhong Yuan said with a laugh. Okay, Liang Jinming said, picking up his beer bottle. I won't let you off the hook today, Mr. Lin. How are you? You seem to have drunk quite a bit. Are you okay? Zhong Daoxiang asked Lin Yi. I'm fine, Lin Yi replied. If you're not feeling well, you can go outside and get some fresh air, Daoxiang said. Okay, Lin Yi said, standing up. I'll go with you, Daoxiang said, standing up as well. They walked along the river bank. The scenery was romantic. Let's sit over there, Daoxiang said, pointing to a bench. They sat down. Mr. Lin, are you here for vacation? Daoxiang asked, leaning her head on his shoulder. Yes, Lin Yi replied, we're leaving tomorrow. This is a company trip, we can't stay here for too long. If I have the chance to go to China in the future, can I look for you? Don't misunderstand. I don't have any intention of breaking up your relationship with your wife, Daoxiang said. Don't worry, I wouldn't think that way. If you really come, it's definitely not a problem, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Actually, I know you probably won't be here for long. So there are some things I want to tell you, Daoxiang said softly. Mr. Lin, I like you, she said, gathering her courage. We've only known each other for 3 days. You're saying you like me, isn't that too cheap? Lin Yi replied, rejecting her bluntly. Mr. Lin, I'm not lying to you. I'm telling the truth. I really like you. But I know you won't like me. I'm not worthy of you, Daoxiang said, standing up and expressing her feelings. Her eyes were filled with tears. Mr. Lin, I know I'm not clean. But I'm afraid that if you leave, I won't have the chance to say this anymore. Mr. Lin, I have a gift for you. I hope you'll accept it. A gift? Lin Yi asked, confused. Daoxiang took out a watch. I met a woman before. She said she liked my performance and gave me this watch. I want to give it to you as a souvenir, she said, dangling the watch in front of him. Mr. Lin, isn't this watch beautiful? It's beautiful, Lin Yi replied, but his eyes were no longer clear. Take a closer look. Do you like it? Daoxiang asked. All Lin Yi could see was the watch swaying back and forth. Take an even closer look. Tell me how much you like it, she said. I really like it, Lin Yi replied unconsciously. Daoxiang snapped her fingers. 3 men emerged from behind the bushes. It was Gaoshan. Is it done? He asked Daoxiang. He's too cautious. I couldn't get close to him without using this method, Daoxiang replied. Then it's done. Ask him where he hid the batasite, or I'll send someone to find it, Gaoshan said. Mr. Lin, I want to know if you have a black briefcase. What's in the black briefcase? Daoxiang asked, sitting down next to Lin Yi. There's batasite or in the briefcase, Lin Yi replied in a daze. Ask him where the black briefcase is, Gaoshan said excitedly. Mr. Lin, where's the briefcase you took? Daoxiang asked. It's, Lin Yi replied, then fell silent. What's going on? Gaoshan asked, surprised. Mr. Gao, don't be impatient. His mind is stronger than we thought. He won't succumb so easily when faced with sensitive issues, Daoxiang replied. Lin Yi just sat there, his eyes glazed over. Daoxiang dangled the watch in front of him again. Mr. Lin, tell me where the black briefcase is, she said. Room 2309. I'm on hotel, Lin Yi replied. I'll go now. You deal with the rest, Gaoshan said, leaving. Okay, take your time, Daoxiang replied. After hypnotizing Lin Yi, she helped him back to the hotel and laid him on the bed. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Liang Jinming. Hello? Daoxiang answered the phone. Lin, where are you? Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? We're still waiting for you to drink, Jinming said. Mr. Lin is a little drunk. I'll take him back to rest first, Zhou Yuhao stammered. Okay, take good care of Lin, Jinming said. Zhou Yuhao looked at Lin Yi, who was lying on the bed. She looked at his face and sighed sadly. If only we had met under different circumstances, she thought to herself. An hour later, someone knocked on the door. Mr. Gao. Daoxiang said, opening the door, is there anything else? We didn't find the black briefcase at the Omon Hotel. Your hypnosis didn't work, Gaoshan said angrily. That's impossible. Once he's hypnotized, everything he says is true. It can't be fake, Daoxiang said, not believing him. Then what's going on? I searched every corner of that room. I didn't find the black briefcase. There must be something wrong. I need you to hypnotize him again. This time, there can't be any mistakes, Gaoshan said. I can't do it anymore to hypnotize him again. I have to wake him up. He's the most strong-willed person I've ever met. He won't be swayed by beauty. I have no way to hypnotize him a second time, Daoxiang replied. You go out first. I'll handle this, Gaoshan said, pushing her aside. Mr. Gao, please don't hurt him. Give me another chance. Maybe I can do it in a day, Daoxiang pleaded, trembling. Don't forget your identity. Get out, Gaoshan said, pushing her out of the room. Yes, Mr. Gao, Daoxiang replied, bowing her head. She was worried about Lin Yi. Gaoshan walked into the room and closed the door. Call someone over here. He's good at fighting. The three of us might not be enough, he said. No need to call anyone. It's useless. No matter how many people you bring, it won't work, Lin Yi said suddenly, sitting up on the bed. Everyone was stunned. How is that possible? You were hypnotized. How can you be awake? Gaoshan said in disbelief. How can you be sure I was hypnotized? Lin Yi asked. Don't tell me you were pretending the whole time. You weren't hypnotized at all, Gaoshan said, his eyes widening in surprise. As expected of Washington Zhongji's right-hand man. You're not completely stupid, Lin Yi said with a sly smile. You know my identity. Gaoshan's face turned serious. I've known since we were at the casino, Lin Yi said, confirming his suspicions. Gaoshan's expression turned grim. Mr. Lin, we don't want to hurt you, we just want the Batasite, or... I hope you can hand it over to me, he said, trying to persuade Lin Yi to cooperate. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. First of all, I don't have it. Even if I did, it wouldn't be very nice of you to come here and demand it directly, Lin Yi replied, pretending to be confused. I know I can't beat you, but this is the island. It's not your territory, Gaoshan said. Do you think you can hurt me with just these few people? Lin Yi asked, pointing at Gaoshan's worried-looking men. I know you have a good relationship with Wardana. You must have done this to help her. If you continue to resist, it won't do you any good, Gaoshan said, not giving up. Knowing that he couldn't fight Lin Yi, he extended his hand. If you agree to cooperate, we'll be allies from now on. I hope Mr. Lin will consider it. Allies? Lin Yi asked with a sneer. I looked down on the Washington family. How can I possibly value your organization? You overestimate yourself. Gaoshan realized he had provoked the wrong person. He bowed his head respectfully. Then I'll excuse myself, he said. He and his men quickly left the room. He met Qi Yulua and Ning Xieqi. How did you manage to call someone else here when our people were following you the whole time? Gaoshan asked, looking at Lin Yi in disbelief. When Zhong Daoxiang was helping me, I secretly sent a message, Lin Yi replied, poking his ear. Gaoshan realized that these people weren't simple. What are you trying to do? I hope you won't get involved in this. It has nothing to do with you. When it comes to scheming, you guys are really amateurs, he said, warning Qi Yulua and Ning Xieqi. Ning Xieqi found his words ridiculous. It has nothing to do with us, so we can't do anything. Are you guys too naive? She asked, her voice filled with anger. She charged at Gaoshan and punched him in the back of the head. Qi Yulua also joined the fight, helping Ning Xieqi take down the other two men. After dealing with the three agents, they calmly listened to Lin Yi's next plan. Where's Chin Hon? Lin Yi asked. He's probably still drinking. We're tired and want to go back to rest, so we left first. What should we do with these people? Ning Xiaoqi asked. They're not like the people from Black Gold Corporation. We can't kill them unless absolutely necessary, Qi Yuluro said, pointing at the unconscious men. I don't want to have a large-scale conflict with them, Lin Yu replied, his eyes turning cold. We're going back to China tomorrow. This matter ends here. It has nothing to do with me anymore. I'll trouble you two to watch over these people for the next few days. Don't let them cause any trouble, he said. That's not a problem. But Washington Zhongji is a cunning old fox. He'll easily notice, Qi Yuluro said, her face filled with worrying. And there's also Zhong Daoxiang. She's a ticking time bomb. Do we need to deal with her? Don't worry about her. I'll handle it, Lin Yu replied, turning to leave. I'm going back first. I'll leave this to you, he said, reminding them of his plan. As he was leaving, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Wardana. I'm in room 2808. I'm on hotel. Let's meet before you leave, Lin Yu smiled. He arrived at room 2808 and opened the door. Wardana was standing there, holding a glass of red wine. You're quite bold. Our room is right below yours, and you booked a room above us, Lin Yu said, walking in. Don't you think it's more exciting this way? Wardana replied, turning around with a smile. Lin Yu sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. It is more exciting. It would be even more exciting if we got caught, he said. Wardana put down her wine glass and sat on his lap. I heard you're leaving for Shanghai tomorrow, so I wanted to see you one last time. I'm not sure if we'll have another chance like this, she said. You make it sound like I'm going to disappear from this earth, Lin Yu replied, gently stroking her chin. I know we'll meet again, but our identities will be different when we meet again, Wardana said, hugging him. I'll be the eldest daughter of the Washington family, and you'll be the chairman of Linian Group. We'll be on different sides. So many things will be different. The day I enjoyed the most was the day we visited your company together. If it weren't for Washington Zhongji's men, we would have been like a real couple. I'll remember that day forever. That's why I came here tonight, she continued, looking at him with affection. Then let's treat those memories as beautiful memories, Lin Yu said, hugging her back. Wardana took off her robe. You don't have to do anything. Just sit there, she said, blushing. Lin Yu was flustered. Wardana kissed him. They kissed passionately. Lin Yu stood up. Wardana hugged him and pulled him down onto the bed. They made love. Meanwhile, three men were drinking and chatting outside a bar. Where's Lin Yu? A woman asked, walking over to them. It was Ji Qingyan, followed by Qian and Yuan Yuan. The blonde man was Qin Hon. His face turned pale when he saw them. Where's Lin Yu? He was just here. Where did he go? He stammered. Liang Jinming picked up his phone. Wait, what are you doing with your phone? Are you going to tell on him? Yuan Yuan asked, grabbing his arm. What are you talking about? I'm just checking the time. How can I tell on him? Liang Jinming replied, flustered. Are you sure? Yuan Yuan asked, suspicious. I bet Lin Yu went to the bathroom. He'll be back soon. Wait here, Qin Hon said. Yuan Yuan pulled Ji Qingyan down onto a chair. We're safe, Qin Hon thought to himself, looking at the two women. His phone vibrated. It was a video call from Lin Yu. Oh no, why is Lin Yu video calling me? We'll be exposed if they see us, Gaozong Yuan thought to himself, his face filled with panic. It's Lin Yu, answer it. What are you waiting for? Yuan Yuan said, appearing behind him. Hello. Gaozong Yuan answered the phone, his voice trembling. Lin Yu, where are you? He asked. Yuan Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. I'm in my room, Lin Yu replied with a smile. He stood up, revealing his bare chest. I was tired from playing downstairs, so I came up here to sleep. I'm warming up the bed for my wife, so she won't be cold later, he said. Lin Yu's three friends were stunned. What the hell is he doing? How can he do that? They thought to themselves, why did you call me? Don't tell me Yuan Yuan and the others came back to accuse me of cheating, Lin Yu said, holding up his phone. No, we're not telling on you. Keep warming up the bed. We'll continue playing, Gaozong Yuan replied, following Yuan Yuan's instructions. Okay, Lin Yi said. Yuan walked over to Ji Qingyan and patted her head. Not bad, he didn't do anything bad, of course not. Even though I've been hanging out with Mr. Liang for so long, I haven't been corrupted by him, Ji Qingyan replied with a smug smile. Che Yan and Qin Hon sat there, listening to the whole conversation. With Mr. Lin's personality, how could he be warming up the bed? He must be up to something, Che Yan whispered to Qin Hon. Actually, we're also confused. He was clearly out playing, and then he suddenly appeared in his room. It's too magical, Qin Hon replied with a chuckle. Mr. Lin is truly magical, Che Yan said, picking up her wine glass. The door opened. Lin Yi was playing games in bed when he heard the noise. He looked up and saw Ji Qingyan. You're back so soon? He asked, pretending to be surprised. We've been playing for a long time, Ji Qingyan replied. You did well today. You even knew to come back early and warm up the bed. Everyone downstairs is praising you as a model husband, she said with a smile. She sat down on the bed. Lin Yi walked over to her. I came back early because you said you were cold last night, he said. Mr. Lin, you've improved, Ji Qingyan replied, putting her hand on his. She looked at him with affection. This is your reward. Keep up the good work. They kissed. Ji Qingyan gasped for air. They made love. The next morning, at Lin Yi's apartment, Ji Qingyan was still sleeping soundly in bed. Lin Yi was awake and talking on the phone. How's the situation on your end? Has Washington Zhongji called yet? He asked. No calls at all, he said, his voice filled with disappointment. Okay, I got it, he said, hanging up the phone. We'll meet at around 11 a.m. and then take a car to the airport. You guys arrange some time to pack up and go home, he said to another person on the phone. It was Ning Xie. Okay, I understand, she replied. Ji Qingyan woke up and walked into the bathroom. Why didn't you wake me up? She asked, seeing Lin Yi. If we wake up late, we'll make people wait, she said, rubbing her head. She bumped into Lin Yi with her hip move, she said. Lin Yi jumped back in fright, his toothbrush still in his hand. He put his arm around her waist and said, We're on vacation. We should relax. What's the rush? We're all family. On a beautiful day, Ji Qingyan and Lin Yi arrived at the meeting point, hand in hand, carrying their suitcases. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Ms. Ji. The staff greeted them politely. Can you guys be on time next time? Che Yan and I have been waiting here for over 20 minutes, Qin Hon said, annoyed when he saw them. This trip is like a honeymoon, we have to enjoy it. It's normal to wake up late, Che Yan said. That's not right, Mr. Liang isn't here yet. You can't just blame us, Lin Yi said, looking around. I already called him, but no one answered, Qin Hon said, scratching his head. I'll go check on Mr. Liang, Lin Yi said, his voice filled with worrying. Why are you checking on him? He'll be down soon, Qin Hon said. The elevator doors opened, and Lin Yi rushed out. He ran to Liang Jinming's room and banged on the door. Liang Jinming, but there was no response. Lin Yi kicked open the door and walked in. His face was filled with worrying as he looked at the scene in front of him. The bed isn't even made, he thought to himself. His phone rang. It was Liang Jinming. Where are you? Lin Yi asked urgently. Mr. Lin, Mr. Liang is with me. I hope you'll bring something to exchange for his life, a strange voice said. Lin Yi recognized the voice. It was Zhong Daoxiang. Liang Jinming is my brother. If you dare to touch him, I'll kill your entire family. You might be able to get the Batasight but you won't have the life to enjoy it, he said angrily. The call ended. Lin Yi looked at his phone, his face filled with anger. I was careless. Everything is ruined. It's all in Zhong Daoxiang's hands, he thought to himself. Ji Qingyan and Qin Hon walked over. Lin Yi, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Ji Qingyan asked, her face filled with worrying. Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Lin Yi replied, taking a deep breath. Something happened to Liang Jinming. Don't ask about the details. Pack your things and go back to China now. Leave the rest to me. Leave now. Qin Hon asked in surprise. Yes. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Everyone go back to your own business. Don't worry about Mr. Liang, Lin Yi said, his face filled with anger. I'll definitely bring him back, Chin Hon patted his shoulder reassuringly. We believe you, go ahead, don't waste time. Ji Kinyan looked at him worriedly. He had never looked so tense before. What happened, can you tell me? She asked. Mr. Leong was kidnapped, Lin Yi said. Kidnapped? Ji Kinyan said in shock. What do they want? She asked. Don't ask about that yet. Pack your things and go back to China first. Leave the rest to me. I'll separate from you guys later. I have to go to Yanjing to deal with something, Lin Yi replied. Okay, be careful, Ji Kinyan said, worried. At the organization's base, Lin Yi walked into a room. Lin Yi, you're back, a voice said. It was Liu Hong. The mission is complete. Why are you frowning? Did you have a fight with your girlfriend? He asked with a smile. I need 2 kilograms of that batasite, or... Can I borrow it? Lin Yi said. What do you want it for? Liu Hong asked, his face turning serious. Washington Zhongji arranged for a beauty queen to kidnap my friend. He wants me to exchange the all for his life, Lin Yi replied. That bastard, how dare he? Liu Hong shouted, standing up in anger. Don't worry, I'll contact the relevant department and deal with this immediately. I don't want them to deal with it, just give me the 2 kilograms of ore, Lin Yi said, his face grim. Are you crazy? How can you deal with this yourself? Liu Hong said, pointing at him angrily. I don't have that much time, I have to deal with this myself, Lin Yi said. I know this violates the rules, but I hope you can give it to me. This is very important to me, he added sincerely. I can't, I already handed over the ore to my superiors. Even if I wanted to help you, I can't, Liu Hong replied, shaking his head. But don't worry, the organization won't blame you for this. We'll definitely take responsibility, he added reassuringly. Lin Yi clenched his fists and turned to leave. Then I don't need it anymore, he said. Liu Hong watched him leave, his face grim. At 8 p.m., Lin Yi was staring at his phone. He was chatting with Leong Ruoxu. Do you have 6th Elder's phone number? He asked. Why do you need his number? She asked. Personal matters. Just give it to me if you have it, he replied. I can ask my grandfather for his number, but don't call him unless it's absolutely urgent. You understand, right? She said. She quickly sent him the number. Lin Yi immediately called 6th Elder. Hello, this is Lin Yi. I'm looking for 6th Elder, he said. What do you need? 6th Elder asked. I want to borrow 2 kilograms of that batasite ore, Lin Yi said without hesitation. The batasite ore is very important for scientific research. I won't agree to that, 6th Elder replied, interrupting him. I'm at the organization's training base, Lin Yi said, his face darkening. Liu Hong, Qi Yulua, and Ning Xieqi are all in my hands. Are their lives more important, or are 2 kilograms of batasite ore more important? I was able to take the ore from Black Gold Corporation single-handedly. I'll find a way to get it back, he added firmly. 6th Elder was convinced. Wait at the organization. I'll send someone over, he said. At 6th Elder's house, he was pouring himself a cup of tea when his wife said, Drink less tea. Take your medicine, there's still half a pot left. I'll take my medicine after I finish it, he replied with a smile, raising his teacup. This is Da Hong Bao from the mother tree, it doesn't produce much in a year. We can't waste it, he added, turning to look at his wife. Was the person who called just now Lin Yi? She asked, changing the subject. Her face lit up. It's been over 25 years. What's the child like now? I haven't met him yet. We'll meet him when we have the chance, 6th Elder replied with a smile. I didn't expect them to have a descendant, and such an outstanding one at that. He even joined the organization. I heard he's quite stubborn. And his temper is exactly like Lin Jingzhen's, like father, like son, he added. 6th Elder's wife paused, her voice filled with sadness. I learned how to embroider from his mother. It's been so many years, I really miss her. I heard she's doing well. Don't think about it anymore, everything is fine. It's good to be young, 6th Elder said, comforting her. He looked at the beautiful moon and recited a poem. Meanwhile, at the organization, Liu Hong was watching Lin Yi from his office window. He felt guilty for not being able to help him. I wonder if that kid will hold a grudge against me, he thought to himself. He saw a black car stop in front of Lin Yi. A man in a suit got out of the back seat and handed him something. It was a small black briefcase. What's going on? What's that kid doing? Liu Hong wondered, surprised. He couldn't believe that Lin Yi had actually called 6 elders people to bring him something. He picked up his phone and called someone in the organization. Get ready to go to the island. But don't let Lin Yi know, he said. Not long after, the plane landed at the island. Lin Yi took the briefcase and called Washington Zhongji's people. I have the batter site, or where are you? He asked. We're at the Snail Island Hotel. We'll send someone to pick you up after you arrive, a voice replied. Okay, Lin Yi said, frowning. A black car arrived at the hotel's main entrance. Lin Yi got out of the car. Excuse me, sir. We have to conduct a search, 2 guards said. Lin Yi allowed them to search him. Mr. Lin, please follow me, one of the guards said after the search. They walked into the hotel. Mr. Lin, Washington Zhongji said, greeting him. Lin Yi wasn't surprised by the greeting. You're quite cautious. You even arranged for so many people to greet me, Washington Zhongji said. There's no other way. I know how capable you are, so I had to do this. Please forgive me, Mr. Lin, Washington Zhongji replied with a smile. But your courage and intelligence really impress me. You came here alone. I admire you. Would it be any different if I brought people with me? Lin Yi replied modestly. Your men are no match for me, even if they all attack me together. If you had the guts, you would have already made your move, so I don't want to waste my breath. Lin Yi opened the briefcase, revealing the sparkling gemstones inside. Where's my brother? He asked, his face darkening. If he's missing a single hair, I'll kill your entire family. I mean it, Mr. Lin. Don't be so violent. This is a fair trade. I wouldn't do such a thing, Washington Zhongji said. Intimidated by Lin Yi's aura, they brought Liang Jinming over. Jinming, Lin Yi said, worried, did they do anything to you? No, Liang Jinming replied, shaking his head. They exchanged the oar for Liang Jinming. Lin Yi untied Liang Jinming's hands. Let's go, he said. Mr. Washington, you have the oar. Shouldn't you give me the gene serum now? Alyssa said, of course, this is our deal, Washington Zhongji replied. A servant brought over a briefcase. If there's no problem with the goods, we can cooperate again next time, Alyssa said. That would be great. I'm also looking forward to a long-term strategic partnership with Black Gold Corporation, the servant replied. Alyssa took the briefcase and left. Are we just going to let Lin Yi go? The servant asked. Lin Yi has a close relationship with the Washington family. It's useless to keep him. Send someone to follow Alyssa. If the opportunity arises, help her, Washington Zhongji replied. Help her? The servant asked in surprise. You mean Alyssa wants to kill him? Yes, Washington Zhongji replied. I'll send someone to follow her, the servant said, bowing his head. Outside, Lin Yi was walking with Liang Jinming. Lin, I'm sorry. I was deceived by that bitch Zhong Daoxiang, Liang Jinming said, clenching his fists. If I have the chance, I'll kill her. It's not your fault. They were after me. You were just caught in the crossfire. I'm the one who should apologize, Lin Yi said, comforting him. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Those people were really scary. I've never seen anything like that before. I almost peed my pants. I was tied up all night. I feel like my bones are about to rust, Liang Jinming said, putting his arm around Lin Yi's shoulder. Let's go. We'll go back first. I'll find a place to treat you to a drink when we get to Shanghai, Lin Yi said with a laugh. They walked towards their car. On the highway, their car was speeding along. Suddenly, a white BMW appeared behind them. It was following them closely. There's someone following us, Lin Yi said, noticing the car in the rearview mirror. Really? Are you serious? It's like we're in a movie, Liang Jinming said, turning around to look. Real life is more absurd than movies, Lin Yi replied calmly. They're catching up. I think they want to silence us, Liang Jinming said, his voice filled with worrying. What should we do? We're not going to die here, are we? Don't panic, I'm here. You won't die, Lin Yi said, stepping on the gas pedal. The white car sped up as well, trying to catch up. The 2 cars were racing each other down the empty highway. Through the car window, They could see who was driving the white car. It was Alyssa. She's here for revenge. Lin Yi said, wait a minute, I'd get out of the car. But you stay here, don't get out, drive to the airport after I get out. Wait for me on the plane, go, he said. What are you talking about? I'm not leaving. I can't leave you here, Liang Jinming protested. Are you not afraid of death? Lin Yi shouted. I'm afraid of death, but you're my brother, Liang Jinming replied, trembling. The white car suddenly swerved in front of them, forcing Lin Yi to slam on the brakes. Don't waste any more time, do as I say. After I get out of the car, drive to the airport and wait for me on the plane. Go, Lin Yi said, getting out of the car. Alyssa also got out of her car, ready to fight Lin Yi. Your persistence is admirable, Lin Yi said, walking towards her. The transaction is over. Why are you still chasing after me? Alyssa flicked open her zipper lighter. You're the first person to make me suffer a loss in so many years. Jimmy's actions before were also failures. You stole everything from me, didn't you? She said, her voice filled with anger. Those 2 kilograms of bauxite originally belonged to China. Your people killed 2 members of our organization. We're just taking back what's rightfully ours, Lin Yi replied, his eyes narrowed. Organization? Alyssa asked, her eyes widening in surprise. You're from the organization, that's right. Let me introduce myself. Lin Yi, leader of Team 1, Lin Yi replied proudly, puffing out his chest. Alyssa's eyes narrowed. Your identity is quite surprising. Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? No, Lin Yi replied confidently, because you're definitely going to die here today. Alyssa pulled out a gun and pointed it at his head. I know I'm no match for you. But if I wasn't prepared, how could I have chased you all the way here? She said go. Lin Yi shouted to Liang Jinming, I'm not leaving. I can't leave you here, Liang Jinming shouted back. Are you not afraid of death? Lin Yi shouted again. I'm afraid of death, but you're my brother. Liang Jinming replied. A gunshot rang out. But it wasn't aimed at Lin Yi or Liang Jinming, it was aimed at Alyssa. The bullet pierced her head, and she died instantly. Another car had stopped nearby. Lin Yi, aren't they the people we went to the hot springs with? Liang Jinming said, recognizing the people in the car. It was Qi Yuluo and Ning Xiachi, that's right. We shouldn't know them, should we? Lin Yi replied, his face serious. Those 2 beautiful and slender girls actually used guns to kill people. Liang Jinming thought to himself, his face filled with fear. A black car pulled up. Ning Xiachi got out of the car and looked at Lin Yi. We made it just in time, she said. How did you guys get here? Lin Yi asked, looking at her in disbelief. After you left, the boss ordered us to help you with all our might, so the 2 of us were sent here. We accessed your airport surveillance footage, found the car rental company you used, and then tracked your location using the car's GPS, Ning Xiachi replied, looking at him seriously. Amazing, Lin Yi said, giving her 2 thumbs up. Don't underestimate the organization. We have a lot of advanced technology that you wouldn't even imagine, Qi Yuluo said from inside the car. But let's not talk about that now. What are we going to do next? Take my brother to the airport first, then we'll deal with the rest, Lin Yi said, pointing at Liang Jinming. Okay, let's go. From now on, all our actions will be dangerous. So we have to be prepared for the worst, Ning Xiachi said, opening the trunk. Prepared? Lin Yi asked, confused. Ning Xiachi handed him a bulletproof vest. Put this on. It'll help if someone shoots at you. Where did you guys get this stuff? Lin Yi asked, looking at the vest and the small knife she had given him. You think 6th Elder is just for show? Who would dare to disobey his orders? Ning Xiachi replied with a smile, lifting her shirt slightly. Liang Jinming watched as Lin Yi put on the bulletproof vest and Ning Xiachi cleaned her sword. What the hell are these people doing? He thought to himself, trembling with fear. Let's go. Get in their car. They can take us to the airport safely, Lin Yi said, looking at Liang Jinming seriously. Liang Jinming got into Qi Yuluo's car, his face filled with fear. What's wrong? You seem very nervous. You're the young master of the Liang family. Don't embarrass yourself, Ning Xiachi said, turning around to look at him. You guys are carrying swords and guns. Who has ever seen such a formation? Alyssa was shot dead on the spot, and you guys headshotted her. I'm just a rich second generation who only knows how to eat and wait for death. I've never seen anything like this before, Liang Jinming said, his voice trembling. We're professionals, don't be surprised, Ning Xiachi replied calmly. Aren't you guys all billionaire daughters, and you're women? Why are you doing this kind of fighting and killing? Liang Jinming asked, his voice filled with fear. Ask Lin Yi, Ning Xiachi replied, pointing at Lin Yi. He's even better than us. Don't talk nonsense, Lin Yi said, glaring at her. It's true. I'm just better at pretending because I'm famous, he thought to himself. Stop bragging, buckle up, we're leaving, Qi Yuluo said, starting the car. For cars, one blue, one red, one grey, and one black, suddenly surrounded them. Lin Yi, Liang Jinming, Ning Xiachi and Qi Yuluo were stunned. Many people got out of the 4 cars. Goshen led the group. His face was serious. He looked at Alyssa's body. We're too late. Alyssa has been killed, he thought to himself. Lin Yi watched from inside the car. The 3 of us will go check it out. You stay in the car, he said. Don't worry, Lin Yi, I'm hiding, Yang Jinming said, hugging his head. There are a lot of them, Qi Yuluo said, turning to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi opened the car door and got out. No matter how many there are, they're just cannon fodder, he said, looking at Qi Yuluo. Goshen looked at the 3 of them. You 3 are together, he asked. Lin Yi raised his knife. If I'm not wrong, you're the dog Washington Zhongji sent to kill me, right? He asked, looking at Goshen. That's right. But I didn't expect you to be so fast. I didn't expect you to kill her so quickly. But you won't be so lucky next time, Goshen replied, pointing at them. Attack. The men in black suits charged towards them, their swords and knives glinting in the moonlight. Their skills are quite good. Could it be the gene serum? Lin Yi thought to himself, his face serious. He jumped up and stabbed 2 of the men in the chest. They screamed in pain. Ning Xiachi grabbed one of the men's arms and slashed his throat, killing him instantly. Qi Yuluo kicked another man in the chest. Goshen pointed his gun at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, watch out. The 2 girls shouted. Bang, Goshen fired. Lin Yi was hit, but he was wearing a bulletproof vest. He fell backwards, but he quickly got up. I'm going to kill you all today, he shouted, his face filled with anger. Goshen was worried. He's so scary. Even bullets can't kill him, he thought to himself. He turned and ran towards his red car. Lin Yi was surprised. He turned to look at Qi Yuluo and Ning Xiachi. You to deal with these people. I'll go catch that bastard, he said. Goshen opened his car door and looked at the men in black suits. Stop him, he shouted. You're not worthy of blocking my way, Ning Xiachi said with a smile, slashing one of the men with her sword. Qi Yuluo kicked another man away. The men in black suits screamed in pain. Lin Yi jumped onto the roof of the red car. Goshen swerved the car, trying to throw him off. Lin Yi was thrown to the ground. Goshen looked in the rearview mirror and saw Lin Yi lying on the ground. Lin Yi stood up and looked at the red car. I really like you idiots. You actually came to me yourselves. I won't let you off the hook, he said. Qi Yuluo and Ning Xiachi had dealt with the men in black suits. Your driving skills are amazing, Lin Yi said to Qi Yuluo, walking over to her. Drive my brother to the airport first. I only have one request. Ensure his safety. Can you do it? Yes, Qi Yuluo replied, looking at him seriously. You come with me, Lin Yi said to Ning Xiachi. Okay, she replied with a smile. What are we doing? She asked as they walked towards a black car. We're going to catch Washington Zhongji, Lin Yi replied. Lend me your phone. They got into the car. Don't look at my photo album. It's full of my private photos, Ning Xiachi said, blushing as she handed him her phone. I threw my phone into Washington Zhongji's driver's car when I was chasing after him. I can track their location using the phone's Find My Phone feature. I used this method to find Alyssa and get the Bata site, Lin Yi explained. You're a genius, Ning Xiachi said, giving him a thumbs up. They got out of the car. At a large and modern building, Washington Zhongji was reading a document in his office. Knock, knock, someone knocked on the door. It was the man in the red tie. Boss, he said, bowing his head respectfully. How did it go? Did you leave any traces? Washington Zhongji asked. I'm sorry. The mission failed, the man in the red tie replied, his voice filled with fear. Failed, Washington Zhongji said, his face darkening. When we arrived, Alyssa was already dead. And there were 2 people with him. They were both very strong. We were no match for them, the subordinate explained. I was the only one who managed to escape. How did you escape? With Lin Yi's personality, he wouldn't let you go so easily, Washington Zhongji said, suspicious. I realized the situation wasn't good, so I got into the car and drove away. He chased after me and jumped onto the roof of my car, but I managed to shake him off, the subordinate replied. That doesn't sound right, Washington Zhongji said, still suspicious. You're saying he caught up to you, and then you drove away and left him behind? Yes, the man in the red tie replied, nodding. It's a trap, Washington Zhongji exclaimed, realizing the problem. He closed the box containing the gene serum and took out a gun from his pocket. You've done a lot for me over the years, so I've always treated you as a confidant. I didn't expect you to make such a careless mistake and ruin my plans, so I can't keep you around, he said, pointing the gun at his subordinate. Bang! He shot his subordinate without hesitation. The subordinate was caught off guard and died instantly. There were other people in the room. They were all terrified when they saw their colleague lying dead on the floor. But none of them dared to say anything. Washington Zhongji took out a walkie-talkie and said, Everyone, assemble. But as soon as the door opened, Lin Yi appeared in front of him. Washington Zhongji was startled. You didn't disappoint me. You came, he said, trying to remain calm despite being caught off guard. It seems like you already guessed that I would come, Lin Yi replied. Washington Zhongji looked at his dead subordinate. He said you wouldn't let anyone go. He couldn't have escaped from you, he said. No wonder you're the top scientist of the Washington family. You're truly unique, Lin Yi said, shaking his head. Give me the thing in your hand, and I'll give you a quick death. I've been hiding in the Washington family for over 10 years, and then I spent 14 years secretly developing and researching. Do you think I'll give up so easily? Washington Zhongji replied with a laugh. Lin Yi wasn't surprised by his answer. Of course not. Even a dying beast will struggle, he said, shrugging. Suddenly, one of Washington Zhongji's men charged at him from behind. But it wasn't just one person. Many people were charging at him, their guns raised. If you had come a minute later, I would have already left. But you came at the wrong time. Even if you're a D rank, you're no match for guns. If you agree to cooperate with me now, I guarantee you won't die, Washington Zhongji said, his face filled with confidence. Get lost, Lin Yi replied bluntly, saying that Lin Yi was so defiant, Washington Zhongji didn't hold back anymore. Fire, he shouted. Gunshots rang out, but after a few shots, something that looked like a bottle started smoking and emitting flames. One of Washington Zhongji's men turned around to look. It was a device that could spray flames. The flames quickly spread to the other men. They were caught off guard and were engulfed in flames. Screams replaced gunshots. As the men were burning, a woman walked towards them. It was Ning Xie. She was holding something that looked like a bottle. It must have been the device that caused the fire. She stood there, watching the scene with a smug smile. Lin Yi took advantage of the chaos and ran towards Washington Zhongji, ready to take the box containing the batasite, or... I didn't expect Lin Yi to have such a trick up his sleeve, Washington Zhongji thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Lin Yi pulled out a knife and stabbed him in the stomach. Washington Zhongji cried out, spitting out blood. He dropped the box. I lost to you in the end, he said, collapsing to the ground. In his final moments, he warned Lin Yi, be careful of the Washington family. Be careful of, he died before he could finish his sentence. Lin Yi didn't care about his words. He picked up the box and turned to the other men. If you don't want to die, bring me all the hard drives from your computers. Otherwise, you'll end up like those 2, he said. Unlike Washington Zhongji, these people were just ordinary people. They didn't have the guts to defy him. Yes. We'll go now, one of the men said, trembling. They quickly brought down a pile of hard drives and put them in a bag for Lin Yi after getting what he needed. Lin Yi took a fire extinguisher and said, "Not bad now, everyone, run for your lives." He used the fire extinguisher to put out the fire that Ning Xie had started. "Is it done?" Ning Xie asked, walking over to him. "Why are you injured?" Lin Yi asked, noticing the bullet wound on her leg. "There were too many bullets. One of them hit me where I wasn't protected. But it's okay, it's just a graze. It'll be fine after I apply some medicine," she replied. "What a pity." "Such beautiful legs," Lin Yi said, his voice filled with regret. "You can't even touch them. What's the point of having beautiful legs?" Ning Xie said, sitting down and clutching her leg. Lin Yi suddenly picked her up. "Now I'm touching them, right?" he said with a smile. "Not bad." Ning Xie kicked him. They got into the car. Lin Yi put the black box and the bag of hard drives in the back seat. He then took off his mask. "Why did Washington Zhongzhi warn me to be careful of the Washington family?" he wondered. "How's your leg? Does it hurt?" he asked Ning Xie, who was sitting next to him. "It's okay. I can bear it," she replied, trying to hide her pain. "We'll go to the airport first and have them treat your wound properly," Lin Yi said. "It's my honor to be served by Mr. Lin. Maybe one day, when I want to have children, I'll ask you to be the father," Ning Xie said with a smile. "What's so special about that?" Lin Yi replied, flustered. "The old people at home say that whoever a child sees first when they're born, they'll look like that person when they grow up." "We can't be careless about this," Ning Xie laughed. Lin Yi stopped at a pharmacy and bought some first aid supplies for her. He returned to the car and took out some cotton balls, disinfectant and bandages. "I'm going to treat your wound now. You have to take off your stockings," he said. Ning Xie quickly took off her stockings. "How's this style? It's the latest design." "Is it exciting?" she asked, blushing. "You're shameless," Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. He started cleaning her wound with a cotton ball. "Ouch, be gentle, it hurts," Ning Xie said, wincing. "It's too big, I can't take it." "I'm using a cotton ball. What does that have to do with size?" Lin Yi asked, confused. "Of course it does. The cotton ball is too big. It hurts when you put it on the wound, but I can bear it." "You can use more force," Ning Xie explained. Lin Yi was speechless. He looked at the cotton ball and sighed. After cleaning her wound, he said, "We'll go to the airport first and have them treat it properly for you." He drove them to the airport. At noon, they arrived at the airport. In a room, Liang Jinming and Qi Yuluo were waiting. "You're back," Qi Yuluo said when she saw Lin Yi and Ning Xie walk in. Lin Yi handed her the black box. "Check it," he said. Qi Yuluo opened the box and checked the contents. "It's the gene serum," she said. "The mission is complete. We didn't encounter any danger. Chief Liu will be very happy when he finds out we brought back the Batasite, or he'll definitely be happy. After all, we didn't suffer any losses." Lin Yi replied with a smile. "But don't hold a grudge against Chief Liu. He's just a director. He doesn't have much say in this matter." "He really couldn't help you," Qi Yuluo said. "I know." "I'm not thinking about that," Lin Yi replied. He pointed at Liang Jinming. "You to take the things back to Yanjing. I'm not going. Liang Jinming and I are going straight back to Zhonghai. Don't be like that. You were the one who contributed the most. You have to go," Ning Xie said, grabbing his arm. "The fruits in my greenhouse are about to ripen. I have to go back and sell them. Otherwise, they'll all rot," Lin Yi replied, giving her a strange excuse. "Can selling fruits be more important than the mission?" Qi Yuluo asked in surprise. "Of course. For someone who loves life like me, nothing is more important than selling fruits," Lin Yi replied with a smile, turning around to face them. "Take those hard drives back too. The data inside is very useful for researching the gene serum. As for how to deal with it, leave it to Chief Liu to decide." He waved goodbye and walked out of the room, Liang Jinming following closely behind. "Lin Yi, did you join some secret military unit?" "You look so cool," Liang Jinming said excitedly. "Something like that, but I can't tell you about it. A lot of things happened last night. You have to keep it a secret. If it gets out, it won't be good for the Liang family. Remember that," Lin Yi said, putting his hands in his pockets. "Okay," Liang Jinming replied. Since you have such a special identity, can I be arrogant when I go back to Shanghai? He asked excitedly. Lin Yi smacked him on the head. You almost died, and you still can't be humble, he said, frowning. Liang Jinming pouted. The next day, at Ji Qingyan and Lin Yi's yellow villa, Lin Yi emerged from the bedroom with a smile on his face. He looked at Ji Qingyan, who was sleeping soundly in bed, hugging a Pikachu plushie. Her face was flushed and adorable. He gently stroked her waist, his hand moving upwards. Ji Qingyan mumbled in her sleep, itchy. She suddenly kicked him in the face. Ouch, Lin Yi cried out. Ji Qingyan sat up, her eyes still half closed. She looked at Lin Yi, who was holding his face and glaring at her. I thought a pervert had broken in, she said, throwing herself into his arms. You scared me to death. How could that be? The door is locked. It's fingerprint recognition. No one else can get in except the two of us, Lin Yi replied, hugging her back. Why didn't you say anything? You scared me. Ji Qingyan said, putting her hand on his chest. Let's go. I bought breakfast for you, Lin Yi said, leading her out of the room. Is everything settled over there? How's Mr. Liang? Is he okay? Ji Qingyan asked, concerned. Of course he's okay. I already took him back to Liang family, Lin Yi replied, turning to look at her. In the kitchen, Lin Yi had bought orange juice and fried dough sticks for breakfast. Do you have any plans for today? Ji Qingyan asked, taking a bite of a fried dough stick. I have to go back to Huanxi village. The fruits are ripe. I have to sell them before they rot, so I probably won't be back today, Lin Yi replied, pouring her a glass of orange juice. My company has some things to deal with, so I can't go with you, but you have to save some for me. I want to eat them, Ji Qingyan said, pointing at him. Okay, no problem, Lin Yi replied, patting her head. Despite being lovers, Ji Qingyan still blushed at his affectionate gesture. At Huanxi village, the filming crew was busy setting up the equipment. Yan Su and her team were discussing the filming schedule. Lin Yi arrived in his blue car. Filming a show is quite interesting, he said, looking at the fruits that were displayed in wooden crates. He picked up an apple and took a bite. After I sell this batch, my mission will be complete, he said. His phone rang. It was Liu Hong. I admire you. You achieved such a great feat, but instead of coming to claim your reward, you're selling fruits, Liu Hong said, his voice filled with disapproval. I call this spiritual freedom. Only when one's spiritual realm is elevated can one truly understand the world. We can't just pursue immediate benefits. We won't go far that way, Lin Yi replied, tossing the apple in his hand. You make a lot of sense. It seems like I should quit the organization and become a farmer, Liu Hong said, his voice filled with sarcasm. Come back to Yanjing. There are rich people here too. They'll buy your fruits. Come back now. Do you hear me? He hung up the phone before Lin Yi could reply. He just hung up on me. What kind of person is he? Lin Yi muttered to himself, holding his phone to his ear. Okay, I'll just have to take them to Yanjing to sell, he said, taking a bite of the apple. He walked over to the fruit crates and picked up a cardboard box. You're back, Yan Su said, walking over to him. Lin Yi tossed her a red apple. I just got back this morning. I came here to take a look. The fruits are all ripe. I have to sell them, he said, putting down the cardboard box. I've been eating a lot of your fruits lately. You're not going to charge me, are you? Yan Su said with a smile. Talking about money is so vulgar. The set seems to be busy. Are you okay without me here? Lin Yi asked, looking at the filming crew. It's lunchtime now. We'll continue filming in 2 hours. It's a variety show. We can't film all the time. We can just edit it later, Yan Su replied, winking at him. How's the filming going? Is it going smoothly? Lin Yi asked, leaning against a crate of oranges. The young people aren't very adaptable to this kind of life. But the 2 veteran actors are doing well. They're still very fresh. The young idols adapted quickly, but they also created a lot of jokes, Yan Su replied, holding an apple behind her back. 2 people, a man and a woman, walked over to them. They were 2 popular celebrities, Zhao Shiki and Wu Wenjin. Director Yan, Zhao Shiki said, waving at Yan Su. Yan Su turned around and saw them. Her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Yi. Director Yan. Who is this? Zhao Shiki asked. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Yi. This greenhouse and fish pond belong to him. The peach I gave you before was grown in this greenhouse, Yan Su said, gesturing towards Lin Yi. This is Zhao Shiki, and this is Wu Wenjun. They're guests on our show. Hello, Zhao Shiki said, waving her hand. Wu Wenjun, on the other hand, wasn't very friendly. He crossed his arms and didn't say anything. Hello, Lin Yi said, extending his hand. Director Yan, there's no need to introduce us, right? We're top celebrities in the entertainment industry. You must know us, Wu Wenjun said, waving his hand dismissively. He's usually very busy. He doesn't use his phone much. He doesn't know much about the entertainment industry, Yan Su explained awkwardly. That's right. He's busy farming and raising pigs every day. He probably rarely goes online. It's normal that he doesn't know us, Wu Wenjun said, looking at Lin Yi with disdain. Lin Yi frowned. Who is this kid? Why is he being so arrogant? He thought to himself. What can I do for you, Zhao Shiki? Yan Su asked, spreading her hands. I saw you coming here, so I followed you, Zhao Shiki replied, blushing slightly. She pointed at the green fruits in the crate. I guessed that he's the owner of this greenhouse, so I wanted to buy some fruits. You want to buy fruits? Lin Yi asked, pointing at the red apples. Director Yan gave me a peach from your greenhouse yesterday. She said it has beauty benefits. I didn't believe her at first, but after I ate it, I realized it really works. So I want to buy some. Give me a discount, Zhao Shiki replied, her face flushed. No problem. I usually sell them for 3,000 yuan per kilogram in the city. I'll sell them to you for 2,500 yuan per kilogram, Lin Yi said, picking up a ripe peach. Zhao Shiki and Wu Wenjun were stunned. 2,500 yuan per kilogram, Wu Wenjun shouted. The most expensive imported fruits only cost 100 to 200 yuan per kilogram. You're selling them for 2,500 yuan. You think we're celebrities, so you can just charge us whatever you want. You can ask her. I always sell them at this price. If you think it's too expensive, don't buy them, Lin Yi replied, pointing at Yan Su. Shiki, don't buy them. This guy is a scammer. I'll have my assistant buy some for you later. It'll be much better than buying from him, Wu Wenjun said, grabbing her arm. His fruits really are sold at this price. He's not scamming you. You know the effects. It's up to you whether you want to buy them or not, but this is the last batch. He said he won't be selling fruits anymore, Yan Su explained to them. You think your fruits are limited edition luxury goods? You're not a luxury brand, and you're just a farmer. Don't play these dirty tricks, Wu Wenjun said with a sneer. Lin Yi couldn't take it anymore. He picked up a cardboard box and slammed it on Wu Wenjun's head. Didn't I tell you, if you can't afford it, don't buy it? What's the point of talking so much? Don't you find it annoying? He said, pointing at Wu Wenjun's face. Yan Su was scared. Lin Yi is angry, she thought to herself. In front of Lin Yi's greenhouse, Lin Yi, Yan Su, Wu Wenjun, and Zhao Shiki were standing there. It seemed like Lin Yi and Wu Wenjun were arguing. All right, stop it. Don't you have to go load the goods? Go ahead, Yan Su said. Lin Yi looked at her in surprise. Okay, he said, sighing. Mr. Lin, wait, Zhao Shiki said. Lin Yi turned around, confused. I want to buy 2 kilograms of fruits. Can I go into the greenhouse and choose some? She asked with a smile. Of course, the customer is always right, Lin Yi replied, turning around and gesturing for her to enter. Choose whatever you like. Zhao Shiki and Wu Wenjun walked into the greenhouse. Wu Wenjun glared at Lin Yi. Lin Yi ignored him and continued to invite them inside. After they entered the greenhouse, Yan Su touched his face. Lin Yi turned to look at her, his face filled with helplessness and pity. Calm down. Don't argue with ignorant people. That's how the entertainment industry is, she said with a smile, touching his chest. They're two-faced. Their bad character has nothing to do with me. I'm only after their popularity. He's not worthy of my attention, Lin Yi replied, closing his eyes and putting on an arrogant expression. Zhao Shiki and Wu Wenjun walked out of the greenhouse, Zhao Shiki carrying a bag of fruits. Mr. Lin, I'm done choosing, but it seems like I chose a bit too much. It's probably more than 2 kilograms. How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you, she said with a smile. Wu Wenjun was standing behind her, still glaring at Lin Yi. Just consider it to kilograms. Transfer me 5,000 yuan, Lin Yi said, looking at the bag of fruits in her hand. Shiki, wait, Wu Wenjun said, stopping her. Zhao Shiki looked at him, her expression unreadable. You're being too generous. What if these fruits just look like a lot, but they don't actually weigh 2 kilograms? Wu Wenjun said to Lin Yi, frowning. What kind of idiotic logic is that? Lin Yi thought to himself, frowning. He put his hands in his pockets and straightened his back, looking at Wu Wenjun with disdain. A woman is buying something, and you're not willing to pay. You're like a woman. Don't you find it embarrassing to keep talking about it? He said. Who are you calling a woman? Wu Wenjun shouted angrily, rolling up his sleeves. Do you want to fight? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yi kicked him in the stomach. Wu Wenjun doubled over in pain, his face turning pale. Lin Yi retracted his leg, his hands still in his pockets. Wu Wenjun fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. Zhao Shiki and Yan Su were stunned. You bastard, you dare to hit me. Wu Wenjun said, gritting his teeth. All right, what's your identity? This is the countryside, but we still have to be careful. What if someone takes a picture of this? Your career will be ruined, Yan Su said, looking at Wu Wenjun, who was kneeling on the ground. Wu Wenjun's face darkened. Director Yan is right. I worked hard to get to where I am today. It's not worth ruining my career over this, he thought to himself. He stood up and pointed at Lin Yi. I'm not going to argue with you, you better watch out, he said. All right, stop it, Yan Su said, putting her hand on his shoulder. You to go back first, she pushed Wu Wenjun away. We'll continue filming soon, she said. Wu Wenjun turned around and glared at Lin Yi. Lin Yi and Zhao Shiki were still standing there. I'm so sorry, here's 5,000 yuan, Zhao Shiki said, handing Lin Yi the money. She and Wu Wenjun left. Lin Yi watched them leave. That guy is crazy. If you weren't here, I would have kicked him to death, Wu Wenjun said, clutching his stomach. He's always sucking up to Zhao Shiki. That's why he didn't like you. Calm down. I'll make it up to you tonight, Yan Su said, walking over to Lin Yi and putting her arm around him. That's a good attitude, Lin Yi replied, leaning closer to her. Yan Su blushed and smiled. I'll go back now, she said, turning around and winking at him. See you later. Wu Wenjun was walking down the road, clutching his stomach. That farmer is crazy, he thought to himself. He bumped into a woman. What happened? Did Zhao Shiki say something? The woman asked, concerned. It was his manager, Sister Li. Don't remind me, I met a stupid farmer. Zhao Shiki wanted to buy some fruits, and he actually asked for 2,500 yuan per kilogram. He said it was a discount. We argued, and then he kicked me, Wu Wenjun said, his face contorted in pain. There's such a thing. That guy is too bold. You should have brought your bodyguards with you. Did you hit him back? Sister Li asked, her eyes wide with surprise. No, Director Yan stopped me, Wu Wenjun replied, gritting his teeth. You did the right thing. You're a rising star. If you get into a fight and someone takes a picture of it, it'll definitely have a negative impact on your career, Sister Li said, handing him a glass of water. I know. That's why I didn't hit him back. But I'm not going to let him off the hook. I'll find someone to teach him a lesson after we're done filming today, Wu Wenjun said, clenching his fists. I'll arrange it for you. He's just a fruit farmer. Beating him up will only hurt his flesh. I'll help you deal with him. I'll make him a poor farmer for the rest of his life, Sister Li said confidently. Thank you, Sister Li, Wu Wenjun said, giving her a thumbs up. Sister Li immediately made a phone call. Mr. John, I need your help. Help me contact a reporter and some keyboard warriors. I have some news to spread, she said, her face serious. The next day, in a luxurious room, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan were sleeping soundly in bed. The phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Hello, who is this? Lin Yi asked sleepily. You stupid farmer. Did a pig eat your brain? A voice shouted from the other end of the line. Who is it? Ji Qingyan asked, rubbing her eyes and sitting up in bed. What the hell? Lin Yi said, looking at the unfamiliar number on his phone. A fruit-selling bug dared to offend a female celebrity, the voice continued. Lin Yu sat up abruptly, his six-pack abs and toned muscles on full display. His face was filled with anger. "What's going on?" he asked. "I'm being cyberbullied." "This is ridiculous," the voice replied. At a tall office building, a staff member placed a stack of newspapers on the desk. "This is the news and the reporters regarding your cyberbullying incident. The Public Relations Department has arranged everything. They're very professional. All the gossip accounts on short video platforms are exposing your story about scamming a female celebrity. They even hired a large number of keyboard warriors to add fuel to the fire," she reported. Lin Yu sat at his desk, picking up the newspapers and reading them carefully. "It can't be that female celebrity. Go investigate Wu Wenjun and his manager," Lin Yu said to the staff member. "I already investigated it," He Yuanyuan said, holding up her phone. "You think Lingyan Group's public relations department is just for show?" This is a record of the conversation between his manager and the reporter. "It was them. Yuanyuan, you're amazing," Lin Yu said, surprised by her efficiency. In her office, Sister Li's eyes widened in shock. "What's going on?" "All of Lin Yi's news has been taken down," she said, leaning back in her chair and frowning. She made a phone call. "What's going on?" "I need you to find more keyboard warriors to push the news to the top of the trending searches," she said. "You idiot. You made me offend the chairman of Lingyan Group. He's worth billions," the voice on the other end of the line shouted, interrupting her. "You think he's short of money? He doesn't need to scam a female celebrity. Which female celebrity wouldn't fall for him?" Sister Li was stunned. "Billions? He's the chairman, worth billions," she said, her voice filled with fear. The door suddenly burst open. Sister Li jumped in fright. "What's going on?" a man asked, walking in. It was Wu Wenjun. His face was pale with fear. "All my announcements have been suspended. They said I'm being blacklisted. That stupid farmer I met at Wanshi village is not an ordinary person. He's the CEO of Lingyan Group. What? How is that possible?" Wu Wenjun said, his eyes wide with panic and his voice trembling. Wu Wenjun fell to his knees, grabbing her hand. "Sister Li, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance," he pleaded. "Celebrities are just toys to rich people. You're nothing in their eyes. We might not be able to work in this industry anymore," Sister Li said, her face grim. "Let's go to Wanshi village and apologize to Mr. Lin." Despite being annoyed, she still tried to help Wu Wenjun. At Wanshi village, Wu Wenjun and Sister Li arrived at Lin Yi's house with bags of gifts. Lin Yi was surprised to see them. "Why are you here?" he asked. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, we were blind." "Please forgive us," Wu Wenjun said, bowing his head. "That's right, Mr. Lin, we became friends after fighting. I hope you'll take care of us in the future," Sister Li said, handing him the gifts. Lin Yi looked at the bags of gifts in his hands. They're quite sincere, he thought to himself. He didn't expect them to come all the way to his house to apologize. And they even brought so many gifts, but he threw the gifts to the ground. Wu Wenjun and Sister Li were stunned. "We're all adults. We have to learn to take responsibility for our actions. I can't help you with this. Find your own way," Lin Yi said, his face serious. He slammed the door shut, leaving Wu Wenjun and Sister Li outside. Lin Yi walked into the house. "Who was that?" a voice asked. Yan Su was wrapped in a towel, her hair wet. "Is it okay for me to be here?" she asked. Lin Yi smiled when he saw her. "Are you about to take a shower, or did you just finish showering?" he asked. "If I said it wasn't okay, wouldn't that be too exciting?" Yan Su replied, covering her chest with her hand. "It's not just exciting, it's almost deadly," she added. "I'll go out through the back door," she said, turning to leave. "Don't go, I was just kidding. It's not anyone important," Lin Yi said, grabbing her towel. "If you dare to do that again, I'll bite you," Yan Su said, pouting. Lin Yi hugged her, his eyes filled with affection. "Don't you always bite me?" "And your biting skills are getting better and better," he said teasingly. "Why are you only showering now? Were you busy?" he asked, noticing that she hadn't showered yet. "Today was the last day of the first phase of filming. We finished filming, and then I had to deal with a lot of trivial matters. That's why it took so long," Yan Su replied, walking towards the bathroom. Lin Yi couldn't help but open the bathroom door and peek inside. It's boring to shower alone, why don't we shower together? He said with a mischievous smile. No way, I'm not showering with you, Yansu replied. Do you think you get to decide? Lin Yi said, ignoring her and closing the door behind him. Yansu's towel fell to the ground. The next morning, on the plane, Lin Yi walked past the food cart and saw a basket of fresh fruits. I'll take some of these to Aunt Shen and her daughter later, he thought to himself. He arrived at Shen Shuyi's company. Hello, sir, who are you looking for? The receptionist asked, seeing him carrying a basket of fruits. I'm looking for General Manager Shen, Lin Yi replied, standing at the reception desk. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked. Lin Yi showed her a picture on his phone. It was a picture of him and Liang Ruoxu, arm in arm. I'm General Shen's son-in-law. I don't think I need an appointment, do you? He said with a smile. General Manager Shen's son-in-law, the receptionist said, her eyes widening in realization. Hello, Mr. Lin. General Shen's office is on the top floor. Turn right after you get out of the elevator. I'll arrange for someone to take you up, she said respectfully. No need to trouble yourself. I can go by myself, Lin Yi replied, waving his hand. He walked towards the elevator. A middle-aged woman was waiting for the elevator. She turned around and saw Lin Yi. What a handsome young man, she thought to herself. Lin Yi didn't seem to notice her. He just walked towards the elevator. The elevator arrived. What floor are you going to? The woman asked Lin Yi. The top floor, he replied with a smile. Thank you. The woman glanced at the basket of fruits in his hand. Such exquisite fruits. He must be a deliveryman, she thought to herself. What's your name? She asked, taking out a business card and handing it to him. Lin Yi was surprised. Lin Yi, he replied, are you free? I'd like to invite you to dinner, the woman said, tucking her hair behind her ear. You look like you want to be my sugar mama, Lin Yi said, raising an eyebrow. The woman blushed. That's not what I meant. I just want to get to know you. If you agree, I can find you a different job. I can at least raise your status by a few levels, she said. She's so cultured. She even makes being a sugar mama sound so elegant, Lin Yi thought to himself with a chuckle. I'll think about it, he replied with a smile. The woman got out of the elevator and turned around to wink at him. Okay, I'll wait for your call, she said. The elevator doors closed. Boring, Lin Yi muttered to himself. In an office, Mrs. Liang was holding a cup of tea. I still have a document to review. My secretary will bring it over later, then we can go eat. It's already 3:30 p.m. We haven't had lunch together in a long time, she said. I remember when you and Mr. Liang were about to get married. You dragged me along to go shopping with you for days. I didn't even dare to say that the clothes and blankets you chose weren't pretty, Qin Yingyu replied, sitting across from Mrs. Liang and yawning. If your taste was good back then, you would have chosen Lin Yi for me. Maybe he would be your son now, the woman replied, taking a sip of tea. What have you been up to these past few months? Traveling. I went to a few small cities in China. It was quite relaxing, Qin Yingyu replied with a smile. You're so carefree. I haven't been anywhere else for a long time except for business trips, replied Mrs. Liang, putting down her teacup. You have such a big business waiting for you. You can't compare to someone as idle as me. Besides, my Liang family is developing rapidly now. Except for the 6 families, no one in the country dares to point fingers at us. But I have to say, we really have to thank Lin Yi for this. If it weren't for him, the Liang family wouldn't even have the qualifications to participate, Qin Yingyu replied. How's the Wang family doing? Have they made any moves? She asked. Not yet. They've been very quiet, but the Qin family doesn't seem to be at peace, the woman replied. A few days ago, Lin Yi beat up Qin Yanling, but his injuries weren't serious, just a broken wrist, she continued. They fought. How did they even know each other? Qin Yingyu asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Didn't Lin Yi join the organization? He became friends with Qin Yanling's girlfriend. Your nephew suspected that they were having an affair, so they fought, Mrs. Liang replied. This is quite ironic. Back then, Lin Jingshan beat up your 2 older brothers. Now, your son is beating up your brother's son. Those 2 father and son are too much, There's nothing we can do about them. They're both troublemakers, Qin Yinyu said with a sigh, closing her eyes. Knock, knock. That must be my secretary. Take a look at the contract, and then we'll go eat, Mrs. Shen said, standing up and walking towards the door. The door suddenly burst open. They both looked towards the door in surprise. Qin Yinyu's eyes whitened in surprise. Tears streamed down her face as she turned away to hide her emotions. Meanwhile, Shen Shuyi was talking to Lin Yi. Why are you here? No one told me you were coming, she said. My superiors gave me some work to do, so I thought I'd drop by and bring you some fruits, Lin Yi replied with a smile, holding up the basket of fruits. I told them not to tell you so I could surprise you, but it seems like you have a guest. I'll leave these here, I'll be going now. Wait, Shen Shuyi said, stopping him. It's almost lunchtime, have lunch with us before you go. It's not good to impose. I don't even know her, Lin Yi said, trying to decline politely, and you have a guest. How can I stay for lunch? She's my best friend. She's not an outsider, Shen Shuyi said, pointing at Yinyu. We're just going to have a simple meal at the company cafeteria. Lin Yi was caught in a difficult position. He chuckled awkwardly. This isn't good, I don't even know her, he said. I'm afraid she feel uncomfortable. Shen Shuyi glanced at her friend, who was sitting with her back to them. We're in our 50s, we're old enough to be your mother. What's there to be uncomfortable about? She said, trying to persuade him. Lin Yi thought the comparison was a bit strange. Okay, if you say so, he finally agreed. Shen Shuyi was pleased. She stood up and turned to Yinyu. Let's go. It's time for lunch, she said, taking her friend's hand and leading her away. They walked to the cafeteria. Let's go, I'm hungry, Shen Shuyi said, still holding her friend's hand. Lin Yi followed behind them, his hands in his pockets. On the way, a staff member approached Shen Shuyi. Mrs. Shen, the contract for the Olicon iron ore is ready, she said, handing her a folder. Leave it in my office, I'll deal with it tomorrow, Shen Shuyi said. Yes, the staff member replied, nodding politely. Lin Yi glanced at the staff member as she walked past him. She can even make the cold and aloof Shen Shuyi treat her like this. They must be very close, he thought to himself, looking at Yinyu. But why did she look at me so strangely just now? They arrived at the cafeteria. Shen Shuyi opened the golden box she had been carrying. It contained cherries. Try these cherries. They're homegrown, I had some before, they're delicious, she said to Yingyue, gesturing towards Lin Yi. But Yinyu wasn't paying attention. She was staring at Lin Yi with a fearful expression. I'm not eating, you eat, she said with a forced smile. Why not? You can only get these fruits from me. Try them. They're delicious, Shen Shuyi said. Yinyu reluctantly took a cherry and took a bite. They're really delicious. I've never had such delicious fruits before, she said. Did you beat up Qin Yanling from the Qin family a few days ago? Shen Shuyi suddenly asked Lin Yi, turning to look at him. Lin Yi choked on his food. You know about that? He asked, his face filled with surprise. It's all over Yanjing. I even heard that they went to 6th Elder to complain, but he didn't care. Zhonghai is your territory, but this is Yanjing. You can't do whatever you want here, Shen Shuyi said, her face turning serious. Yinyu just looked at them silently, sipping her water. Okay, I understand, Lin Yu replied with a smile, taking another bite of his food. Shen Shuyi glanced at Yinyu, who had started eating. It's been so many years, and this is the first time she and her son at the same table to eat. There must be so many things she wants to say. I'll just ask these questions, she thought to herself. What are your plans for the future? What are your goals? She asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi was caught off guard. He took a sip of water. I don't really have any plans. I'm just taking it one step at a time. I'm learning more skills and focusing on making money. That's all, he replied. Only when you're strong can you take care of yourself and the people around you. You're still far from being strong enough, Shen Shuyi said, her voice filled with concern. I'm not afraid of anything. With Aunt Shen behind me, who would dare to touch me? Lin Yu said with a chuckle, flexing his muscles. Shen Shuyi sighed and shook her head. You rascal, she said. Yin Yu smiled and clapped her hands. Two women walked into the cafeteria. It was Amei shopping. the director of the investment department of Warren Group, and Zhao Lei, the CEO of C Group. Ms. May, I just reported to you. What do you think? Zhao Lei asked. I think it's quite good. You guys are in the chip packaging industry. Our country is still developing. As long as you work hard, you'll definitely have a place in the domestic semiconductor industry in the future, May Sharping replied. But 3.8 billion is a bit high. I can't guarantee that we'll be able to invest that much. But we can probably offer you 2.5 billion. We are also optimistic about this market, but we have to stick to the price of 3.8 billion. Please help us, Ms. May, Zhao Lei said, her voice filled with pleading. You were introduced by Mr. Sun. I don't consider you an outsider. Actually, your proposal is very good. Why don't you try Lingyan Capital? They're the leading company in the domestic semiconductor and internet industries. 3.8 billion is just a drop in the bucket for them, May Sharping said. Their CEO is a mysterious figure. Ordinary people can't meet him. The company's business is basically handled by the senior vice president, Chexian Zhao. We sent them our proposal before, but they haven't responded yet, Zhao Lei replied, blushing slightly. Don't be discouraged. This project is better than having no investors, May Sharping said, patting her shoulder. Let's have lunch here. The food is cooked by 5-star chefs. It's very good. Okay. I won't stand on ceremony with you, Ms. May, Zhao Lei replied with a smile. May Sharping suddenly stopped and exclaimed, Oh my God, Mrs. Shen is eating here. Shen Shuyi, who was wiping her mouth with a napkin, looked up. Is that Mrs. Shen? Zhao Lei asked, confused. We might as well greet her since we're here, May Sharping said, nodding. Zhao Lei's eyes widened in shock when she saw Lin Yi sitting with Shen Shuyi and Yin. I must be seeing things. How could a clothes seller be eating with Mrs. Shen? She thought to herself, chuckling awkwardly. Mrs. Shen, you're here too, May Sharping said, bowing slightly. We just finished discussing some business, Shen Shuyi replied, nodding politely. This is Ms. Zhao Lei, the CEO of C Group. We just finished discussing an investment, so we came here for lunch, May Sharping said, gesturing towards Zhao Lei. Hello, Zhao Lei said, bowing politely. Is that you? Lin Yi said, looking up from his food. He was surprised to see the woman from the elevator. Zhao Lei's face turned pale. Indeed, it's a bit surprising to run into each other again here, Zhao Lei said shyly. Do you know each other? Who is he? May Sharping asked in surprise. Let me introduce him to you. This is Lin Yi, the president of Lingyan Group, she continued. Zhao Lei widened her eyes in surprise. She smiled faintly and reached out to shake Lin Yi's hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. Mrs. Shen, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll be going now, Zhao Lei said, her voice filled with anxiety. Okay, go ahead, Shen Shuyi replied with a smile. The tuna carpaccio today is not bad. You two should try it. Thank you, Mrs. Shen, Zhao Lei said, bowing her head. She and May Sharping left. What's going on? Do you know Mr. Lin? May Sharping asked as they were walking away. Zhao Lei's face turned red. Don't remind me. I want to find a hole to hide in. This is so embarrassing, she said, covering her face with her hands. May Sharping chuckled. Tell me, what happened? She asked. Zhao Lei whispered the story to her. May Sharping burst out laughing. You're amazing. You actually made such a request to Mr. Lin, she said, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Lei sighed and covered her face with her hands. I heard that Lin Yi is Mrs. Shen's son-in-law, May Sharping said, patting her shoulder. Zhao Lei was surprised. So that's why, they're a good match. They're both very outstanding, she said. May Sharping suddenly patted her shoulder and said, go down to the parking lot and wait for him. When you see Mr. Lin, talk to him about the investment. Maybe it'll work out. Then Lingyan Group will be our lead investor, and we'll be the follow-on investors. Wouldn't that be more reliable? Zhao Lei's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll do as you say, she said, gripping her hand. Shen Shuyi, Yinyu, and Lin Yi had finished their meal. Is that company still investing? Shen Shuyi asked Lin Yi. No, he replied, shaking his head. I met them in the elevator earlier. They seemed interested in me. They even gave me their business card, he said with a chuckle, taking a sip of water. Shen Shuyi laughed. You're so popular, she said, looking at Yingyu, who was still wiping her mouth. Why are they looking at each other like that? Linyi wondered. The food is here, you've finished eating. Go do your work, Shen Shuyi said, urging him to leave. Linyi stood up and put his hands in his pockets. I'll be going now, he said. Yingyu watched him leave. Her eyes filled with tears. They're gone, wipe your tears. It's not like we're saying goodbye forever. You can still see him often, Shen Shuyi said, handing her a handkerchief. Yingyu took the handkerchief and wiped her tears. That's true, but will we have another chance like this? I'm not sure, she said, her voice filled with sadness. All right, don't be sad. Let's go, Shen Shuyi said, standing up and gesturing for her to leave. Linyi was walking towards his car in the parking lot when Zhao Lei approached him. Mr. Lin, hello, she said, waving at him. Are you still interested in being my sugar mama? I'm short of money. How much are you willing to give me per month? Linyi said teasingly. Zhao Lei blushed and rubbed her neck. Mr. Lin, please don't make fun of me. It was a misunderstanding, she said. If I had known you were the CEO of Lingyan Group, I wouldn't have dared to say that, even if you gave me 10 livers. Then why are you looking for me? Linyi asked. Mr. Lin, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Zhao Lei, the CEO of C Group. Our company is in the chip packaging industry, the final stage of the semiconductor industry, she said, handing him a folder. This is our fundraising plan. I hope you can take a look. Linyi flipped through the first few pages without looking at her. How much money do you need? He asked. Our fundraising target is 3.8 billion, but how much you want to invest depends on how optimistic you are about us, Zhao Lei replied with a smile. 3.8 billion for a 44% stake. Not bad, Linyi said, handing her back the folder. Go to the company and find Cheshon Zhao. Tell him I told you to invest in your company. Zhao Lei was stunned. Really? You're really going to invest in us? Don't you want to take a closer look or hold a meeting to discuss it? She asked, her voice filled with disbelief. It's not that much money. Just go find Cheshon Zhao and ask for the investment. Linyi replied calmly, turning to leave. Goodbye. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin, Zhao Lei said excitedly, bowing her head. She watched him walk away, her heart filled with joy. Big companies are different. 3.8 billion is just a drizzle to them, she thought to herself. Mr. Lin, she shouted. Linyi turned around. Are you taking a taxi? My car is right next door. If you don't mind, I can give you a ride, Zhao Lei said, walking towards him. Okay, thank you, Linyi replied. They arrived at the organization's building. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Lin. I'll be there whenever you need me, Zhao Lei said as Linyi got out of the car. Okay, goodbye, Linyi replied with a smile, waving his hand. He walked into the building. A moment later, he opened the door to Liu Hong's office. You're here, have a seat, Liu Hong said, greeting him with a smile. Linyi sat down and crossed his legs. When will the trial training officially begin? It's been delayed for a long time, he asked. Liu Hong poured him a cup of hot water. It starts tomorrow. You're the leader of Team 1 now. After the training, you'll get to choose your team members first, he said, pushing the cup of water towards Linyi. Perform well. Focus on your work. In 3 to 5 years, you'll be able to become a director. You have a bright future ahead of you. 3 to 5 years. Can we shorten the time? Linyi asked, taking a sip of water. There's only one way. Something unexpected happens to me, and the organization has no one else to use, so they have to promote you to replace me, Liu Hong replied without hesitation. Linyi chuckled. That's a good idea, he said. Liu Hong frowned and changed the subject. All right, stop talking nonsense. What are you busy with in Shanghai? If I didn't invite you, you wouldn't have come, right? He asked, crossing his arms. My truckload of fruits is still at the airport. If I don't sell them soon, they'll rot, Linyi replied, gesturing towards the box of hard drives. Have you guys checked the contents of these hard drives? Are they useful? Of course they're useful. But we don't need them for researching the gene serum. Our superiors don't intend to conduct in-depth research in this area. They plan to use them in other areas, Liu Hong replied, his face serious. That's true. Something that goes against our principles. It's not suitable for us, Linyi said, nodding in agreement. Sixth elder called this morning and said he wants to see you. Go see him if you're free, Liu Hong said suddenly, his voice turning serious. Why does he want to see me? Lin Yi asked, confused. I don't know, but it's getting late. You've achieved a second place finish in a row. Even if he's looking for you to scold you, it's still a good thing. I'll send you his address. Go now, Liu Hong said. Lin Yi stood up. Okay, I'll go now, he said. Under the warm sun, Lin Yi arrived at an old-fashioned house. An old man with white hair was sitting in the courtyard, fanning himself with a fan and sipping tea. He looked up when he heard footsteps. I've been waiting for you for half a day, he said with a smile. Lin Yi sat down in his chair and asked Elder Sixth, is there anything wrong with looking for you? Lu Baikan poured tea and smiled and said, try it, the great red treasure on the sample of the Wuyi mountain. Lin Yi held the freshly brewed teacup and asked Elder Sixth with a hot smile, you are especially looking for me to come here, isn't it just to drink tea? Lu Baikan smiled and waved his fan and asked how the situation was on the island. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the cup of tea and said that Washington Zhongji was dead. If no one had stood up, it would have been all over. Lu Baikan said that now the only person who can research and develop the original gene translation is the family. What do you think of the level of these two parties? Lin Yi said that Washington Zhongji was not a little inferior, several ranks inferior to the family. He smiled and looked at him waving a fan, saying that Washington family is not easy to say, strength and inner feelings. I only saw a corner of the iceberg. What the specific situation is, it is impossible to guess. Lu Baikan asked him now that he was the leader of the first group, how to arrange it. Lin Yi laughed and said that no matter how your superiors arrange, you do it. You don't have any advantages as a person. You just obey. Just where to fight, where you need it. You just go there. Lu Baikan looked at him with a smile and said that he was a kid in his family. He only talked nonsense to me every day. He stood up and smiled and said, come with me. I'll introduce you to someone. Lin Yi calmly asked who. Is it cool? Then at a house with a red gate. Lin Yi led Lu Baikan away. He said cool or not, he went to see if he knew. In a place where there were a lot of people standing there was a voice in front of a group of people surrounding. What are they doing? There were two people who turned around and saw Lin Yi and Lu Baikan gradually approaching. After that, they began to spread out to the sides, giving way to the two people who were moving forward. Lu Baikan smiled and looked at everyone at this level. Sui Qiang was lifting weights, and there was a voice saying that this person's name was Sui Kong, and he was the grandson of my comrade. I heard about him before. I feel that his level is not bad. He has reached the level of, his talent is very good, and his level is also very high. Lin Yi looked at it and said strongly, but the training place and everyone's equipment compared to the organization, it was indeed a little less interesting, too unprofessional, and it didn't look comprehensive. Lu Baikan smiled and nodded happily and said the training conditions, of course it can't be compared to the organization. I'm just letting you evaluate a little, if possible. Keep your first nest. Lin Yi looked at him and said that tomorrow is the official trial training day, and at that time, call him to come to the organization, so it will be even more comfortable. Lu Baikan smiled and looked at Lin Yi and said, boy of your family. He also smiled at him and asked me if I didn't know how to deal with things. Lu Baikan touched Lin Yi's shoulder and said, I don't even respect my face. For many years, you are the second person. Lu Baikan looked forward and thought that his father was the first. Grandpa Sui Kong walked out with a person. He smiled and said, Old Lu, can I be my nephew? Lu Baikan bowed his head and smiled and said that I feel fine, but their patriarch is not very satisfied and is about to ask him to go to the trial training tomorrow to see the overall results. He looked at Lin Yi and asked Chief Garlic, do you think this person is too young? Grandpa Sui Kong said, Patriarch Lin, I want to ask, what are you dissatisfied with in the end? Can you tell me? Lin Yi smiled and said, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying he's not good. I just feel that the training conditions here are a little lonely. Wait until tomorrow for the trial training to officially start and then do a comprehensive test, so it is more appropriate. Sui Kong, go, Sui Qiang's grandfather said, go to Suai Kong. What's wrong? Suai Kong asked, frowning. That leader said your skills aren't good enough, so he's not going to accept you yet. You still have to participate in the official trial training tomorrow, Suai Qing's grandfather replied. No way, he even rejected me. Suai Kong said, his face filled with disbelief. He pointed at Lin Yi. Even though you're the leader, I don't think you're necessarily better than me. Sixth elder walked over and patted Lin Yi's head. You can choose not to choose him, you can also choose to compete with him. It's meaningless to just talk about it, he said. That's right. We'll know his true skills after we compete, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Grandpa, if I beat him, can I be the leader? Suai Kong asked. That's not wrong, but every place has its own rules. He worked hard to get to this position. He can't just give it up, Suai King's grandfather replied. Don't stop using reverse psychology on me. If you beat me, I'll give you the leader position. This is a serious place. Of course, the most capable person should be the leader, Lin Yi said. Okay, what are we competing in? I'll listen to you, Suai Kong said, rolling up his sleeves. There are 4 events in the official trial training. Due to limited conditions, we'll only conduct the first 2 events. As long as you beat me in one event, I'll give you the leader position, Lin Yi said. The first event is agility, he continued. Do you guys have guns? The guns are in the armory. We didn't bring them out because we don't have live ammunition training today, a man with brown hair replied. Can I borrow two? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Wait a minute, I'll go get them, sixth elder said, nodding. A man handed Lin Yi 2 black pistols. No need to give them to me. I need someone with good shooting skills. Aim at my head later, Lin Yi said, pointing his finger at his temple. Everyone was stunned. What are you doing? Sixth elder asked, his face turning pale, dodging bullets. It's more effective to test it this way, Lin Yi replied with an innocent expression. Don't be ridiculous, who tests it like that? You're playing with your life, sixth elder said, his voice filled with disapproval. Go get to paintball guns, he said to the man with brown hair. Yes, sir, the man replied. They all took their positions. Okay, we can start now, the man with brown hair said, holding a paintball gun. Are you two ready? Ready, Lin Yi and Suai Kong replied in unison. They both raised their guns and aimed. Lin Yi dodged the paintball that whizzed past his shoulder. I know I'm dead, Suai Kong thought to himself, his face turning pale. He was covered in colorful paint. How did he do that? Suai Qing's grandfather said in disbelief. That was a bullet. How did you do it? You can't be faster than a bullet. You just have to react before he pulls the trigger. Observe his expression and finger movements. React half a second or a second earlier. That way, you can dodge the bullet, Lin Yi explained with a smug smile. I lost this round, I'm convinced, Suai Kong said, his face covered in paint. But the next event is strength. It's not certain who will win, you're that confident? Lin Yi asked, turning to look at him. I think my agility is pretty good. But compared to my strength, it's just not my forte. You said our skills are about the same. I won't lose to you this time. Tell me how we're competing, Suai Kong replied. Lin Yi looked around and saw a tank. That, he said, pointing at it. He knelt down on one knee and placed his hand under the tank. He lifted the tank off the ground. Oh my God, Suai Kong said in disbelief. What did this kid eat to grow up? How can he be so strong? Sixth elder said, his face filled with shock. Suai Kong and his grandfather were speechless. Lin Yi put the tank down. Grandpa, do we still need to compete? Suai Kong asked, his voice trembling. No more. I admit defeat, his grandfather replied, shaking his head. Where did you find this kid? He's too monstrous. This place is not for ordinary people, sixth elder said. If he didn't have this ability, how could I have appointed him as the leader of Team 1? But your grandson is not bad, he is a good material. As long as he works hard, he will definitely do well, sixth elder added with a smile. Since you admit defeat, this matter is easy to handle. The official trial training starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow. If you want to go, be there on time. If you don't want to go, you can withdraw. It's up to you, Lin Yi said with a smile. I'll be there on time, Suai Kong said. raising his hand. Then we'll see you tomorrow, Seo Kai's grandfather said. At the house with the red gate, Sixth Elder and Lin Yi were drinking tea. What do you think of him? Sixth Elder asked. He's brave and responsible. His personality is not bad either. He'll have food and shelter if he joins the organization. But I feel like he's not very smart, Lin Yi replied, pouring himself a cup of tea. That's because you're too smart, so everyone else seems stupid to you. You'll probably discover that many people are even worse than him during the official trial training, Sixth Elder said with a smile. You have a point, Lin Yi said, taking a sip of tea. When I first heard from Liu Hong that you didn't want to come here, I thought you didn't want to accept the organization's job, Sixth Elder said. No, it's mainly because the fruits in my greenhouse are ripe. I was in a hurry to sell them. But I'm already in Yanjing. If I can't sell them, you have to buy them all for me, Lin Yi replied, holding his cup of tea. You rascal, this is the first time I've seen a billionaire selling fruits. All right, let's call it a day. I'm going to bed, Sixth Elder said, standing up. I'll take you back, Lin Yi said, putting his arm around Sixth Elder's shoulder. They walked to the red gate. A woman in a green dress opened the door. This is Lin Yi. We were just talking, Sixth Elder said. You're Lin Yi, the woman said with a smile, looking at him. She pulled him inside. Come in and have a seat. I'll go buy some dinner. I'm not eating. I have something else to do. I'll be going now, Lin Yi said, his face filled with awkwardness. If you have something to do, I won't keep you. Come over when you're free, the woman said with a smile. Okay, Lin Yi replied. He walked out of the house. Why is she being so polite to me? We're not even close, he thought to himself. His phone rang. Hello, is this Leader Lin? My name is John Baoshan. Sixth Elder said you have some fruits to sell and asked me to come over and help. Do you need anything? A voice said. I want to go to Wangfu Street, but it seems like they don't allow street vendors there. Can you arrange a spot for me? Lin Yi asked. No problem. Add me on WeChat. I'll go arrange it for you now. Just drive to Wangfu Street and wait. I'll send you the location after I'm done, the voice replied. Okay, thank you, Lin Yi said. At Wangfu Street, a bus stopped at a busy intersection. Are you John Baoshan? Lin Yi asked, holding a watermelon and a bag of lychees. Yes, I am, John Baoshan replied, getting off the bus. This is the best spot on Wangfu Street. There's a lot of foot traffic here. You should be able to sell your fruits well, he said with a smile. Thank you, Lin Yi said, handing him the watermelon. These are fruits, they're not drugged. Take them home and eat them, Leader Lin. I can't take this, John Baoshan said, taking the watermelon. It's okay. Eat it. No one will care. I'll take responsibility if anything happens, Lin Yi said with a smile, handing him the bag of lychees. Then I'll be going now. Call me if you need anything, John Baoshan said, bowing his head. Okay, Lin Yi replied. Lin Yi carried a basket of lychees and placed it on his stall. That fruit seller is so handsome, a girl with purple hair said, walking past Lin Yi's stall. What's the use of being handsome? He's just a fruit seller. The money he earns in a month isn't even enough to buy you a pair of shoes, the boy in the green shirt next to her replied, rolling his eyes. You're right, but his fruits look very fresh. I want to buy some, the girl said with a smile. Let's go buy some. I haven't had lychees in a long time. They walked over to Lin Yi's stall. How much are these lychees? The boy asked, picking up a lychee and popping it into his mouth. 3,000 yuan per kilogram, Lin Yi replied with a smile. 15,000 yuan for 5 kilograms. You can scan the QR code to pay. What? 3,000 yuan per kilogram, the boy said in disbelief. You're telling me it's 3,000 yuan per kilogram? You heard right. It's 3,000 yuan per kilogram. You've already tasted it. Everyone who has tried it says the quality is worth the price, Lin Yi replied. You're raising the price just because I ate one. You're here to scam people, aren't you? The boy said angrily, pointing at Lin Yi. If you can't afford it, just say so. I'm not forcing you to buy it, Lin Yi replied, covering his ears. But you already ate one lychee. According to the price, it's about 100 yuan for 5 kilograms. If you can't afford it, Just pay for the one you ate. What if I don't want to pay? The boy said with a smirk. The girl with purple hair grabbed his arm. Let's just pay him. Consider it charity, she said. Don't worry, I'll pay him, but I don't have any cash on me. I have to call my friend and ask him to bring some over, the boy said, taking out his phone. They just opened a new store nearby. I'll give them a call. They'll be here in a few minutes. He pointed at Lin Yi's face. Wait here, don't go anywhere. I'll have them bring the money over. I'm running a stall here. Where would I go? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Pointing at his fruit stall, the boy walked away and made a phone call. Brother Chen, I was scammed by someone on Wangfu Street. Can you bring some money over? And call some people too, he said. Just forget about it. It's only 100 yuan. Chen is a taekwondo instructor. If he beats him up and injures him, we'll have to pay even more in compensation, the girl with purple hair said, touching his arm. This isn't about money. I'd rather pay him 100,000 yuan than give him 100 yuan, the boy said, glaring at her. A few minutes later, a group of people arrived at Wangfu Street. Chen, you're here, the boy said with a smile. Is he the one who scammed you? Chen asked, pointing at Lin Yi. Yes, I tried one of his lychees, and then he asked me for 100 yuan. Don't you think that's scamming? The boy replied. Chen's face turned red with anger. He walked over to Lin Yi. You're quite interesting. You can even do this kind of thing. Do you know where this is? He asked. Aren't you here to pay? Lin Yi asked with a smile, holding up his QR code. Cash or scan? Chen was stunned. You're selling these lychees for 3,000 yuan per kilogram? He asked. He kicked the basket of lychees, sending the fruits flying through the air. He then stepped on the lychees that had fallen to the ground. Are you satisfied now? Are you still going to ask us for money? He asked Lin Yi with a sneer. You're going a bit too far, Lin Yi said, shaking his head and smiling. Too far? What are you going to do about it? Chen asked, slapping him in the face. You look like you're not convinced. That's fine, you can hit me. He threw the lychees at Lin Yi and turned to leave. He's just a useless nobody, ignore him. Let's go back and continue training, he said to his followers. Okay, they replied. They laughed and walked away. Your suggestion is not bad, Lin Yi said. He punched Chen in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Beat him up, Chen shouted, clutching his injured face. Lin Yi pulled out a sharp knife. If you guys aren't sure you can win, you can use knives, he said with a smile. Don't make it look like I'm bullying you. Chen's face turned pale with fear when he saw the knife in Lin Yi's hand. We were unlucky, let's call it even. I'll take my people and leave now, he said. You can leave, but you have to pay for the damages. You destroyed about 60 kilograms of fruits. That's a total of 180,000 yuan, card or scan, Lin Yi said. Chen and the boy in the green shirt looked at each other. Scan, Chen said. Payment successful, a voice said from Lin Yi's phone. Not bad. A big order, Lin Yi said with a laugh, watching them leave. A woman stopped her car in front of Lin Yi's stall. Aunt Shen, Lin Yi said, surprised to see her. You are actually selling fruits here. I thought you were only selling them in Zhonghai. Why are you selling them here? She asked. I'm just trying to be self-reliant, Lin Yi replied with a smile, scratching his head. The Linian Group is such a big company. Why do you need to be self-reliant? You're lying to me, Shen Shuyi said with a laugh. It's almost 7 p.m. Pack up your stall. Come have dinner with us, okay? Lin Yi replied with a smile. There's a delicious Cantonese restaurant nearby. Let's go try it, Shen Shuyi said. I heard that your cooking skills are not bad. I'm good friends with the owner of that restaurant. Go to the kitchen and show us your skills. Okay, then listen to Aunt Shen, Lin Yi said. Yin Yu looked at her in surprise. Why did you invite him to dinner again? He's busy, she said. I just want to try his cooking. I heard it's delicious, Shen Shuyi replied with a smile. Lin Yu was busy loading the fruit crates onto his big red bus. Where are we eating? He asked, dusting off his hands. Wangfu Mansion in Zhonghai. It's not far from here. Just follow me, Shen Shuyi replied, holding up a finger. Yes, Lin Yu replied with a smile. An hour later, The sky was turning orange and yellow. The roads were crowded with cars. The infrastructure here is pretty good, Lin Yi thought to himself, looking at the luxurious cars around him. His bus was following Qin Yanling's car. It seems like it's rush hour. The cars are so close to each other, he thought to himself. In a black car, Qin Yanfu was smoking a cigarette. Is that Lin Yi? He asked Qin Yanling, who was driving. The organization is recruiting nationwide. He must be here for that. But I didn't expect him to be selling fruits here, Qin Yanling replied, frowning. Ignore him. Our goal today is to bring her back, Qin Yanfu said, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Lin Yi is not a problem. It's Shen Shuyi who's difficult to deal with. Stay close to her. Her movements are unpredictable. If we lose track of her this time, it'll be difficult to find her again. I know, Qin Yanling replied. The car sped up. Outside a luxurious restaurant, there was a long line of people waiting to get in. Lin Yi, Yinyu, and Shen Shuyi arrived at the back of the line. It seems like we're late. There are so many people. I don't know how long we'll have to wait, Lin Yi said, scratching his head. I'll take you guys in. How can you come here and not get in? Shen Shuyi said, opening her handbag. Her aura is different, Lin Yi thought to himself, looking at her. She took out a black VIP card and showed it to the hostess. I'm a member here. I should have a private room, right? She asked. Hello, ma'am. Please follow me, the hostess said with a smile, taking the card and bowing respectfully. They followed the hostess into the restaurant. Didn't you say there were no more seats? A man in the line suddenly shouted. Why are they letting them in? He asked, pointing at them. The hostess quickly walked over to him. Hello, sir, they're members of our restaurant. They can use the private rooms that are already prepared, she explained. The man didn't believe her. He thought she was just making excuses. Who are you trying to fool? I've been here so many times, and this restaurant has never mentioned anything about members. Why do they get special treatment? He shouted angrily, pointing at the hostess. So, our membership is not open to the public. Only people of a certain status are eligible to receive our membership card, the hostess explained patiently, but the man wouldn't let her go. Don't look down on me. I earn over 1 million yuan a year. You're talking about status with me. Are you blind? He shouted. Shen Shuyi saw that the situation wasn't good and stepped forward. Let me talk to him, she said. She took out her business card and showed it to the man. I'm Shen Shuyi, the chairman of Warren Group. Nice to meet you, she said. The man looked at the business card and was stunned. The chairman of Warren Group, he stammered. He suddenly became very polite. Hello, Mrs. Shen, he said, bowing his head respectfully. Shen Shuyi took back her business card before he could touch it. Can I go in now? She asked with a smile. The man was dazed. Of course, Mrs. Shen, please go ahead, he replied. Shen Shuyi turned and walked away. That was cool, Lin Yi thought to himself, watching the scene. Let's go, Shen Shuyi said to Yinyu and Lin Yi. The hostess led them to their private room. Hello, Mrs. Shen, I'm the manager here. Welcome to our restaurant, a man said, bowing respectfully when he saw them enter. I have a chef here who wants to cook a few dishes. Can we borrow your kitchen? Shen Shuyi said with a smile. The manager was overjoyed. Of course, Mrs. Shen, he said, beaming with joy. He gestured to the hostess. Take him to the kitchen, he said to Lin Yi. Okay, Lin Yi replied. He turned to Shen Shuyi. I'll go to the kitchen now. The hostess led Lin Yi to the kitchen. Chef Wang, we have a guest who wants to borrow our kitchen to cook a few dishes. I'm here to inform you, she said to the head chef, who was standing there with his arms crossed. The head chef, Wang Jingkai, looked at Lin Yi with disdain. This is a kitchen, not a place for practice, he said. The hostess was surprised by his reaction. He's not here to practice. The guest said this young man's cooking skills are excellent, so she wanted him to show off his skills. That's why I brought him here, she explained. But Wang Jingkai insisted on cooking himself. Even if his skills are good, they're just everyday skills. Let me cook. I'll definitely make sure they're satisfied, he said, pointing at himself. The hostess was caught in a difficult position. I can't refuse. The manager already agreed, she said, rubbing her neck. Fine, let him cook here, Wang Jingkai said, giving in. Then I'll leave him to you, the hostess said, relieved. In the kitchen, Lin Yi had become the temporary head chef. He was holding a red lobster. What do you want to make? I'll have someone prepare the ingredients for you, Wang Jingkai asked, his hands on his hips. Kung Pao chicken, boiled chicken, steamed lobster with sauce, Lin Yi replied, weighing the lobster in his hand. Go prepare the ingredients, Wang Jingkai said to his assistant chef. Yes, sir, the assistant chef replied. The ingredients were quickly prepared. A large chicken, a large lobster, some meat, and other necessary ingredients were all laid out on a plate. They were all very fresh. Lin Yi started preparing the ingredients. He picked up a knife and started chopping. He placed a wok on the stove and turned on the heat. He started stir-frying the ingredients for the Kung Pao chicken. Wait a minute. What are you doing? You have to blanch the chicken in oil first. Don't you know how to make Kung Pao chicken? No one has ever found a problem with my Kung Pao chicken, Wang Jingkai said, unable to stand watching Lin Yi cook. Lin Yi ignored him and continued stir-frying the ingredients. Wang Jingkai was stunned. He's not a novice. His techniques are quite skilled, he thought to himself, watching Lin Yi cook. Lin Yi quickly plated the dish. The golden Kung Pao chicken was stir-fried with carrots and peas, making it even more appetizing. The aroma filled the kitchen. Wang Jingkai and his assistant chefs were stunned. Don't just stare. You can try it, Lin Yi said with a chuckle, wiping his hands. Wang Jingkai picked up a pair of chopsticks. Then I won't stand on ceremony, he said, taking a bite of the chicken. His eyes widened in surprise. The chicken was sweet, sour, spicy, and salty. The flavors were distinct. The chicken was tender and cooked to perfection. How is it, compared to yours? Lin Yi asked. It's better than mine. This is the authentic taste of Yanjing, Wang Jingkai said with a sigh. Where did you learn your skills? I've been cooking for over 20 years, and my skills are still not as good as yours. I'm self-taught. I wouldn't dare to say my skills are that good. I just have some talent. Lin Yi replied modestly. Come on, cook the other 2 dishes for us. Let me learn from you, Wang Jingkai said excitedly. Qin Yinyu and Shen Shuyi have already sat at the dining table. Suddenly, Qin Yinyu felt a little embarrassed and said, You really just asked it to make 1 dish. Why do you still order 3 dishes? Upon hearing this, Shen Shuyi immediately replied, Isn't all of this what you love to eat? It just gave him talent, but Qin Yinyu felt a little heartbroken, saying that it was mainly because he had been selling fruits all afternoon and was tired. Shen Shuyi poured tea and said, Fortunately, you haven't been by his side these years, otherwise he would have been ruined by me. She poured Qin Yinyu a cup of tea and made 3 dishes for her. What's the point of being tired? Besides, he was your son cooking for his mother, which is not a natural thing. Qin Yinyu took the teacup, but she was still a little embarrassed. I also wanted to eat the dishes he made, but I haven't raised him for this meal. Upon hearing this, Shen Shuyi immediately let out a soothing sound. You are the one who gave him life, and that's the greatest act of kindness, and no one is more qualified than you to eat what he cooks. Qin Yinyu tenderly wiped her handkerchief on her face and said, There are some things you don't understand. Shen Shuyi said very calmly, Okay, wipe away your tears quickly. Lin will be here soon. What if he sees you crying here? Your son is very famous. Do you think you can deceive him? Oh, my goodness. At this moment, a female waiter opened the door and walked in. She had a beautifully decorated dish in her hand, which was quickly placed on Mrs. Shen's table. As soon as she saw the shape outside, she couldn't help but sigh and see that what Master Lin was making was not something that ordinary people could eat. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a bite and tried Qin Yinyu's food. Soon, as they were tasting delicious food on the table, Lin Yi walked in, holding 2 other dishes in her hands, and quickly placed them on the table. After letting everyone taste the food together, they all walked back to the car. Qin Yanling pointed at them and said, Big brother, they are coming. At this moment, the people outside didn't know they were being targeted. Shen Shuyi calmly asked, My Liang families is on a business trip, so you can stay at my place tonight. However, Qin Yinyu refused. I booked a hotel, but Shen Shuyi stubbornly held Qin Yinyu's hand and dragged her away. She said cancel very decisively, otherwise your decision to be bored at home alone would be cancelled. Qin Yinyu saw that Shen Shuyi was a bit stubborn, so she reluctantly agreed. Anyway, there was no one at your home, so I'll come to your house. Lin Yu watched the shadows of the two of them from behind and wondered what their relationship was. Qin Yanling said that things were not going well. The woman would come to Shen Shuyi's house tonight. What are we waiting for? Qin Yanling's brother quickly said, chase after her, there's no need to wait any longer, and we can't underestimate her too much. As he kept talking, when did he secretly hide? A big red and green car was parked there, ready to start. Lin Yu was the person in charge, and when he unexpectedly saw the two figures in front of him inside, he muttered to himself in a daze, Qin Yanling is actually here to seek revenge, isn't he? Although Lin Yu didn't know what their purpose was, he still got off the car. As soon as Lin Yu got off the car, he said in a teasing tone, fortunately, my wound has healed, and I forgot how long it has been since my brain ache came to seek revenge on me. Upon hearing this, Qin Yanling said irritably, you'd better go aside, I didn't come back today just to find you. After listening to Qin Yanling's answer, Lin Yu immediately thought to himself, I'm not here to find myself, is it here to find them? Qin Yanling grinned mischievously for a moment. As if Lin Yu had understood something, he silently analyzed in Qin Yanling's mind that it was the second miss of the Qin family, and he seemed to have guessed this. He looked up and asked, isn't that my biological mother? Lin Yu wanted to confirm, but he slowly asked her again, Yana Qin Yinyu. Yinyu heard it and hesitated for a moment, unable to speak. Shen Shuyi came up to explain that she was Qin Yinyu. She quickly looked at everyone and said, standing next to Qin Yanling is Qin Wai, a nephew, the third-generation eldest son of the Qin family. He came to find her today, but she doesn't want to see you solve this matter, does she? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately agreed and said something. Mrs. Shen and Yinyu got in the car first. Yanling was still very angry and caused a grudge between Lin Yu and him. Today, he created something he didn't want to argue about, but it was a matter for the Qin family. I hope you can clarify your position and not get involved. Lin Yu heard this and angrily said on his sleeve, judging from your situation, you definitely won't go, so let's take action, someone will lie down anyway. Qin Yanling rushed towards Lin Yu soon. Qin Yanfu also immediately counterattacked. You dared to take action against my brother. You're too bad. You're just unlucky. Lin Yu jumped up without saying a word and kicked him in the face. Qin Yanfu felt a bit embarrassed. I'm not at all at the level you should be, I said hesitantly upon hearing this. Lin Yu looked somewhat disdainful and said, just the two of you, don't go out and embarrass yourself. He rushed into the stomach of Qin Yanfu and said, get away. Qin Yanfu fell to the ground, calling Lin Yu slowly towards him in pain. He coldly warned, don't come looking for her again. She has nothing to do with the Qin family anymore. Lin Yu suddenly grabbed Qin Yanfu's hair and stuck it on his face, giving him a final warning, if you commit another crime, I will burn all the people in the Qin family. Qin Yanfu still fearlessly asked, do you think it's good to bring our Qin family to this point for someone you don't know? Is that so? Lin Yu stood up indifferently and said, as a defeated person, this is not what you should say. You'd better leave now, don't make me unhappy. Qin Yanling quickly walked over, helped up Qin Yanfu and took him to the car. Shen Shuyi said, actually, there's nothing more to say, you should have guessed her identity. Qin Yinyu tearfully told a story, your biological parents had countless enemies when they were young, and also cut off ties with the Qin family at that time. In order to protect your safety, I had no choice but to send you to an orphanage. All of this was forced by the situation. I hope you can understand. Lin Yu didn't blame her, but instead held Qin Yinyu in her arms and said gratefully, I don't hate you too. Thank you for giving me life. Qin Yinyu finally couldn't help but sob and comfort her in Lin Yu's arms. Let's go together. This is not the place to talk, Mrs. Shen said. Qin Yinyu immediately replied, okay. Lin Yu also said, you get in the car first, I'll take you back. Yinyu wiped away her tears. In the house inside, it was Mrs. Shen who told Qin Yinyu that you were back. What are your plans? She replied sadly, I'll leave tomorrow. He's in Yobai. I went to find him, but I can't stay in Yanjing anymore. Lin Yu replied, it's not so bad, why are you hiding from them? If the Qin family causes trouble again, well, deal with them once and for all. Seeing his reaction, Yin Yu thought to herself about his fearless nature, which was exactly the same as his father. Mrs. Shen said, the distribution of power in Yanjing is not as simple as you think. Although the status of the Qin family is rising now, we are not qualified to move the Qin family, otherwise, old Lu would not blame them. Hearing this, Lin Yi asked with some doubt, what happened in those years, and they still regret it after so many years? Yin Yu smiled and replied, I did the same thing as you did as a dad today, because I hit your two uncles and left them with many illnesses that haven't healed yet. Mrs. Shen smiled and said, 20 years have passed, and you've hit their two sons again. Lin Yi smiled shyly, indeed, I did cause them from trouble. Mrs. Shen smiled and said, don't worry about this. If your mother has this idea, it's easy to solve this problem, but she didn't. Lin Yu turned to Yin Yu and said, all right, then your plane will stop at the airport and take a flight. Yin Yu quickly waved her hand, saying that she didn't need me to buy a plane ticket and didn't have to go through so much trouble. I also had a lot of gas money on my own and didn't need it. Mrs. Shen quickly said to Yin Yu, what doesn't need? My son can spend as much money as he can now. It's common sense that I can't use it all as a mother. Lin Yu stood up and said to the two of them, you can call and decide this matter. After saying that, he left for a while. After he came back, Mrs. Shen then suggested to Lin Yi, it's too late, don't go back. This is a UOXU's room for a business trip, you can stay here. The phone suddenly rang over there, catching Ruoxu's attention. Lin Yi called her and asked a UOXU, who was still busy, with a smile, there are a few projects I need to review on my side. She asked apologetically, and you, it's so late, and the video you made for me, where are you right now? It doesn't look like your house. Lin Yu smiled and asked her to guess where he was. Ruoxu was surprised to find out, why are you still living in my room at my house? Lin Yi explained softly that he was originally selling fruits on the street today, and then a UOXU asked him anxiously how he was feeling now and how he planned to solve this relationship. Contrary to Miss Liang's worries, Lin Yi remained calm and answered with a smile, without any special feelings. She has her own life, and my life trajectory is not in the same place, so it doesn't have much impact. Upon hearing this, she said with peace of mind, after all these years, this can be considered a result. By the way, why did you come to Yanjing again? The organization has a task. If I go there, you can recommend a place with a lot of rich people. I want to sell fruits. Lin Yi smiled and said, I think this is a fairly large community. UOXU continued, tomorrow I'll call you to find a location. It's getting late, go to bed quickly, I still have files to look at. He said, then you should rest early and not too late. The next day, after a good night's sleep, Lin Yi stretched lazily. Yin Yu smiled and said to him, go wash up and have breakfast. There is a lot of breakfast on the table, eat the food you like, Mrs. Shen said. Lin Yu was a little puzzled. He secretly wondered, how did Yin Yu know that I like to eat these things in the morning? After breakfast, Yin Yu looked at the time and hurriedly said, it's almost time, I have to leave. Mrs. Shen said with some concern, why rush to catch a flight when we're going somewhere for a while? Yin Yu said seriously, we'll have to leave sooner or later without missing this moment. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Shen didn't hesitate to ask, when will you be back? Yin Yu avoided saying, I've been traveling to different places these years. Perhaps I'll come back at some point in the future. Besides, what kind of contact do we have between us? Mrs. Shen unexpectedly held Yin Yu's hand and sincerely said, I'm going to retire in 3 to 5 years. Don't wander around outside, go back quickly. Upon hearing these words, she blushed deeply and held on to Mrs. Shen, saying, I promise, after you retire, I will definitely settle down in Yanjing. Upon hearing these words, Mrs. Shen happily replied, that's okay. She turned to Lin Yi and said, let's go to the airport. Lin Yi and Mrs. Shen escorted Yin Yu to the airport. Mrs. Shen turned around to say, let's go, don't stand here. Under the parking lot, Lin Yi had something to say, but hesitated for a moment before Mrs. Shen said, don't hide it anymore. Say whatever you want to say. He was a little puzzled. She seemed to be very familiar with me. Mrs. Shen smiled and said, because she hasn't left you in these years, she knows many things about the things that you love to eat. So the dishes she cook in the morning are all your favorites? Lin Yi asked with some confusion. She has been by my side all along. Mrs. Shen continued to tell him that your father at that time didn't have such a strong protective ability. After thinking it through, he sent you to the orphanage, and then he stood outside, but their residents couldn't provide better education for you, so they didn't take you over. Lin Yu said with confusion, it seems like she didn't come to the orphanage to find me either. Mrs. Shen said sadly, she dare not, so most of the time she lives near the orphanage. Over the years, you have never been out of her sight. She loved the life of a child, and I see it in her eyes. She remembered what you like, your habit, and your way of life. Lin Yi continued, it's really difficult for her to meet in person. I'm not someone who doesn't understand this principle. Mrs. Shen said, you are her child, and you two are different. She has seen the gentlest thing in this world. Even if you are biological son, she can't expect you to recognize her. Lin Yu stretched lazily, smiled, and said, then let's go naturally. Mrs. Shen smiled and chatted with him. If you understand these truths, I won't say much. Life still needs to move forward. I've been shuttling back and forth between you guys for so long. It's time to conquer cities and territories. Lin Yu politely thanked her, then smiled and said, what's the point of being polite, silly child? Suddenly, his phone rang, and he asked him, Brother Lin's trial has started. Where are you? The people who came this time are all very good. Go and choose the right person. Lin Yu smiled and said, don't worry, I'll go over now. Mrs. Shen asked curiously, did the organization call you? He calmly replied, today is the first day of the trial, and they want me to take a look. He looked at the car and recognized it's Qin Yanling's car. Suddenly, the door of the car was opened. Then, several people walked down. The man was the second-generation eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Yinglong. Qin Yinglong crossed his arms in front of Shen Shuyi, and Shen Shuyi thought to himself, Lin Yi's own uncle. Qin Yinglong asked, has Qin Yinyu left yet? Shen Shuyi hugged her arm and said, yes, she left. This sentence made him angry, and he shouted, Shen Shuyi, what do you mean? You also know that the Liang family's actions are too extreme in the matter between her and us. Mrs. Shen raised her hands, indicating that everything was normal. Mr. Qin, you're accusing me by saying this. Our relationship has always been good. She came to Yanjing to receive me. Isn't that too extreme? Qin Yinglong also responded like this, of course not too extreme, but why did you come forward to stop them? Mrs. Shen from shaking her head and laughing, saying, a woman like me has no ability to stop her. She pointed at Lin Yi and said, it's Lin Yi who's stopping them. You have repeatedly opposed our Qin family. Do you think that with Mr. Lu protecting you, we can't do anything to you? What are you, daring to interfere in our family's affairs? Lin Yi was not afraid, but enthusiastically replied, if your Qin family is really cool, why bother with me and Aunt Shen? Just take action, right? Lin Yu raised his fist-shaped fist and said, even if we rely on the power of speech at all times, speaking alone is not enough. Qin Yanling was angry at Lin Yi's provocative look and reached out to stop him from standing. Maybe he didn't want to fight, he just wanted to say peace. You are here and dare to say such things. Do you think Shen Shuyi is here? Lin Yu moved his own muscles and bones, and prepared to start a fight. I didn't want to rely on anyone else. Shen Shuyi stood next to him and said, Brother Qin, if you touch someone's hand, there will be no honor. This sentence is like waking up to chickens to fight. This is a matter for the Qin family. It's not right for you to find Lin Yi, and finding Yinyu alone is not to find Lin Jingshan. Lin Yi's thinking. Qin Yinglong angrily pointed at Mrs. Shen and warned, this is a matter for the Qin family. How can I solve it? It's our business. I hope you don't blindly intervene. Shen Shuyi also didn't easily succumb. How can this be called blind intervention? Lin Yi has a good relationship with my daughter. Of course, I can't watch him be bullied and talk to you, right? Qin Yinglong smiled dangerously. Since you said it, I'll give face. He reached out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Lin Yi. They shook hands and reconciled. Although it was a reconciliation, Qin Yinglong seemed to have some intentions, and Lin Yi felt a little confused. Lin Yi silently took his hand and transmitted Qin Yinglong's flashlight like pain to his arm. This also surprised him greatly. How is this impossible? Lin Yi proudly said that such a big person is too bored playing these card games. Mrs. Shen put her hand on Lin Yi's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Brother Qin, we're leaving now." "You've been holding hands for a while." Qin Yinglong quickly withdrew his hand. Mrs. Shen waved goodbye, saying, "Let's go first. We'll talk when we have time." The two walked to the parking lot and got in the car. Lin Yi frowned in pain and said, "This guy has really great strength." Mrs. Shen smiled and said, "He's also a senior member of the sub-organization. Of course, his level is not to be underestimated." Qin Yanling asked, "Dad, what happened just now?" Qin Yinglong rubbed his wrist, not to support, but his strength was not light, he said. It far exceeded the D level. Because there was still pain, he kept rubbing your hand. It's not unfair for you to lose to him. I know you're not convinced, but no one can act recklessly against the Han family and Wang family, which is the best proof. Both of his sons agreed and said, "Yes." At the organization's trial training base, Lin Yi got out of his car. "This is too extravagant. It's like a car exhibition," he thought to himself, looking at the luxury cars around him. "Have you heard? This time, they're recruiting for teams 1, 2, and 3. A man with purple hair, Chongqia said to a woman with green hair, "You sighing. If we pass the trial training, we'll be assigned to those 3 teams." He continued, "I don't know, but I heard that our superiors want to focus on rebuilding Team 1. They'll choose the best performers from the trial training to join Team 1. The rest will join Teams 2 and 3. The woman with blue hair replied. Yu Sighing said, "I wonder what the leader of Team 1 looks like. I heard he's a legendary figure. He joined the organization less than a few months ago and already achieved a second-place finish. Then he was directly promoted to leader. He's quite amazing," Chong Chao said, chuckling and rubbing his head. "We're just newbies. Even if we pass the trial training, we'll only be assigned to Teams 2 and 3. You're already a senior staff member here. You'll definitely be able to join Team 1, he said. But I heard there's someone named Sui Kong. He's also D rank and quite strong. He only got first place in the agility test this morning. He got second place. But you won't have an advantage in the strength test. Sui Kong is a tall and handsome guy. He's your type, he added with a smile. He'll definitely be able to join Team 1, Chong Chao said to Sighing. Don't think too much about it. It's already good enough that we have the opportunity to join the organization. Team 1 is not a place we should be in, Sighing replied with a smile. That guy is so handsome. A girl suddenly shouted, "What's going on? Why is everyone shouting? Did they see a celebrity?" Chong Chao asked, turning around. It was Lin Yi. He's just a pretty boy. What's so great about him? Chong Chao thought to himself, looking at Lin Yi, he looks like a useless vase. He's probably all looks and no substance. Hey, pretty boy, are you here to show off your looks? If you have the skills, let's compete, he shouted. Who are you to challenge me? Do you have a special relationship with me? How dare you act cool at the organization's entrance? Lin Yu replied, his voice filled with boredom. Chao Chun was angered. Leader Lin. Sui Kong suddenly shouted, waving at Lin Yu from afar. You're here too. How did you do? Lin Yu asked, putting his hands in his pockets. I'm currently ranked second. There's another test this afternoon. I don't know my exact ranking yet, but I should be able to maintain it, Sui Kong replied, pushing the Chao Chong aside. Second place is not bad. Perform well, Lin Yu said, putting his hand on Sui Qiang's shoulder. The girl with purple hair gasped in surprise. Okay, Leader Lin, Sui Kong replied, nodding seriously. Who is this? The girl with purple hair asked. He's the leader of Team 1, Sui Kong replied. Chong Chao and Yu Sighing were stunned. What? He's the leader of Team 1? Chong Chao said, his face filled with regret. What have I done? I actually said that to the leader of Team 1. Why didn't he do anything just now? Why did he just leave? He asked the others. He probably doesn't take you seriously, Sui Kong replied. Do you know him? Yu Sang asked. Have you met before? I met him yesterday. We even fought. I lost, Sui Kong replied with a sigh. You lost? No way. You're the second-ranked fighter among us. And you're definitely the strongest in terms of strength. How could you lose? Yu Sang said in disbelief. How did you fight? We had a bullet-dodging competition. We originally wanted to use real bullets, but the leaders in the base didn't agree. So we switched to paper bullets, Sui Kong replied, scratching the back of his head. He dodged them all, and I got hit directly. He dodged them all. Yu Sang said, her eyes widening in surprise. Is he a monster? All right, stop crowding around here. Let's go eat, Sui Kong said, seeing that they were all surrounding him. We still have training later, he added. Inside the tall building, Liu Hong, Ning Xieqi and Qi Yuluo were about to have lunch when Lin Yu walked in. You're here now, the afternoon training session is over. Have you eaten yet? I asked the cafeteria to prepare an extra portion just in case you came, Liu Hong said. Okay, Lin Yu replied with a smile, putting his hands in his pockets. I'm hungry. He opened his lunchbox and picked up his chopsticks. How's it going? Any good candidates? He asked. There are two who are quite good. One is named Sui Kong and the other is named Yu Sang. They've both reached D rank. What do you think? Liu Hong said, handing him a stack of papers. Sui Kong was arranged by 6th elder. I couldn't refuse. As for Yu Sang, leave her to you too, Lin Yu replied, looking at the papers while eating. Don't worry about us. Keep whoever you want. We won't complain, Qi Yuluo said. Lin Yu tossed the papers aside. I don't think it's necessary. I think we should test their IQ more in future training sessions, recruit more intelligent people. Otherwise, no matter how many people we have, they'll just be cannon fodder, he said. Do you want to test their cup size too? Are you not accepting anyone below a D cup? Ning Xieqi said, nudging him playfully. Add beauty to the criteria too, Lin Yu replied, raising his hand. Are you planning to only recruit women for your team? We need to be compatible when we're on missions, Liu Hong said, frowning and taking a sip of water. No need, I'll handle the missions. They just need to cheer me on from behind, Lin Yu replied casually. All right, stop chatting. Let's stick to the original recruitment plan, Liu Hong said, waving his hand. You three will be in charge of the training for the next few days. Choose your team members however you want. I won't interfere, Liu Hong said. I'm just here to take a look. I still have to go sell fruits this afternoon. I'll be back after I'm done, Lin Yu said with a smile, picking up his lunchbox and continuing to eat. Is selling fruits that important? Liu Hong asked, his voice filled with exasperation. I have to be self-reliant, Lin Yu replied firmly, putting down his chopsticks. Liu Hong sighed and leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. I can't do anything with you, he said. Where are you selling fruits this afternoon? Ning Xieqi asked excitedly. Kaicheng City. I heard there are a lot of rich people there, Lin Yu replied. If I don't sell them soon, they'll all go bad. I'll find you after the training session today. I found a delicious Northeast restaurant. Let's go have a drink, Ning Xieqi said with a smile. The lamb kidneys there are delicious. I'll take you there to replenish your energy, she added, wrapping her arm around his. Liu Hong glared at them. Don't say I didn't warn you. You can drink and eat whatever you want, but don't cause any trouble, he said. Don't worry, Ning Xieqi replied, saluting him playfully. At the trial training base, Yu Sang walked over to Qi Yuluo and Ning Xieqi, who were working on some paperwork. Captain Qiu, Captain Ning, is Leader Lin here? She asked. Do you know Lin Yu? Qi Yuluo asked, frowning slightly. We met at lunchtime. I misunderstood him, so I wanted to apologize to him, Yu Sang replied, blushing slightly. She wants to find Lin Yu as soon as she meets him. Isn't that a bit too fast? Qi Yuluo thought to herself, feeling a bit helpless. He looks down on women below a D cup. It's useless even if you find him. Leader Lin has his own preferences. Don't waste your time looking for him. Focus on your work, Ning Xieqi said. I'm a D cup. I'm a D2, a lot of girls said. I'm an E cup, another girl said. Qi Yuluo backed away in fear. Are they all on hormones? Their cup sizes are so big, she thought to herself. Don't I even have a chance? Yu Sang thought to herself, her face filled with worrying. Captain Ning, you misunderstood. I have something else to ask Leader Lin. Can you let me see him for a bit? She said. Lin Yi isn't here. He went to Kaicheng City to sell fruits. Go there after the test. You should be able to find him, Ning Xiachi replied. Thank you, Captain Ning. I'll go take the test now, Yu Sang said with a smile, waving her hand. In Kaicheng City, a bus screeched to a halt. Lin Yi got off the bus. Excuse me, are you Lin Yi, Mr. Lin? A man asked, approaching him. Yes, I am, Lin Yi replied, looking at the man. Chairman Shen called me and said you wanted a stall to sell things here. You can set up your stall anywhere in Kaicheng City. No one will dare to bother you, the man said. I think the entrance here is quite good. There's a lot of foot traffic. Can I sell here? Lin Yi asked, pointing at a large entrance. Of course, I've already had someone clean it up. You can arrange it however you want. I'll have some people help you unload your goods, the man replied, waving his hand. The man's staff helped Lin Yi unload the fruit crates from his bus. Lin Yi set up his stall and put up a sign that read, discount. Only 3,000 yuan per kilogram. Are you sure you didn't write the wrong price? 3,000 yuan per kilogram, an old lady asked, walking past his stall. Yes, 3,000 yuan per kilogram. My fruits have beauty and health benefits. People in the know will come here to buy them, Lin Yi replied confidently. What nonsense. He's clearly scamming people, the old lady said, turning around and walking away. Leader Lin, a voice shouted. It was Yu Sang and her two friends. We don't have any training this afternoon, so we came here to find you, she said. I misunderstood you this morning. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm the leader, but I won't make things difficult for you guys. As long as your overall performance is good, you can join my team. There's no need to apologize, Lin Yi replied with a smile, crossing his arms. I'm sorry too, Leader Lin. I was wrong this afternoon. Please don't take it to heart, Chong Chao said, rubbing the back of his head. Okay, I'm not going to worry about you guys. If there's nothing else, go ahead. Don't disturb my business, Lin Yi said. Don't sell any more. I'll buy everything. Is 200,000 yuan enough? Yu Sang said, pointing at his fruits. Do I need your money? I'm just selling fruits to experience life. Don't cause any more trouble. Everyone, go away, Lin Yi replied, waving his hand. Young man, why aren't you selling your fruits? She even offered to buy everything for 200,000 yuan. You're about to get rich, a middle-aged woman said, walking over to him. I'm not short of her 200,000 yuan, Lin Yi replied, rolling his eyes. Okay, if there's nothing else, go away. I don't even care. Do you think I'm that petty? He said to Cher Chung and Yu Sang. Then we'll go ahead and not bother you here. Cher Chung and Yu Sang said and they left. This is my daughter. She's a graduate student from 211 University, the middle-aged woman said, showing him a picture of a cute girl with short hair. I'm already married. Please don't try to set me up, Lin Yi said, realizing what she was doing. You're married. You wasted my time, the middle-aged woman said, turning around and walking away angrily. Lin Yi, aren't you in Shanghai? Why are you selling fruits in Yanjing? Zhao Shiki asked, surprised to see him. I came to Yanjing for some business, so I brought some fruits along, Lin Yi replied. What a coincidence, I live here too, Zhao Shiki said with a smile, pointing at his fruit stall. I want to buy another 10 kilograms of your fruits. They're amazing. My skin has improved a lot after I ate them. A lot of people have been asking me for your address. It's great that you're in Yanjing. Is that Zhao Shiki? A girl asked, walking past them. Yes, it's me, Zhao Shiqi, I replied. Oh my god, it's really you. I love the drama you were in. Can I get your autograph and take a picture with you? The girl asked excitedly. Look, it's Zhao Shiki. No way, it's really her, other people shouted. A crowd of fans gathered around them. Zhao Shiki hid behind Lin Yi, her face filled with fear. Everyone, step back. Don't affect my business, Lin Yi shouted. What are you shouting about? Who told you to stand here? You stupid fruit seller, get out of the way. Don't disturb us from taking pictures with Jiaoshiki. The fans shouted angrily. That's right, get out of the way. Or I'll smash your stall. Jiaoshiki clung to Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi, help me, she said, her voice trembling. This is her private time. You guys are affecting her personal life, Lin Yi said. What does that have to do with you? Do you want me to smash your stall? A man in the crowd shouted, pointing at Lin Yi. Try it, Lin Yi said, challenging him. I'll smash your stall today, the man shouted angrily, grabbing Lin Yi's stall. Lin Yi frowned and kicked the man in the face, sending him flying backwards into the crowd. Ouch, the man cried out, his nose bleeding. Let's beat him up. Jiaoshiki, get out of the way. We're going to teach this fruit seller a lesson today. The other fans shouted, rolling up their sleeves and charging towards Lin Yi. Stop. A voice shouted. A group of security guards arrived. Get out of the neighborhood. This is not a place for you to be unruly. The leader of the security guards shouted, pointing at the fans. After the fans left, Lin Yi handed Jiaoshiki a bag of fruits. Here are your fruits. You go first. I'll give the money to Director Yan and she will transfer the money to you later, he said. Goodbye, Jiaoshiki said, waving her hand and following the security guards. That celebrity, Jiaoshiki, she bought fruits here, right? A girl said, pointing at Lin Yi's stall as she walked past with her friend. How's the quality? It must be pretty good, right? Want to buy some and try? Yue Wenjing asked excitedly. I don't mind spending some money, but I don't want to be a spendthrift, Zhu Shanshan replied, not very interested. You're selling these fruits for 3,000 yuan per kilogram. Are they different from ordinary fruits? Yue Wenjing asked, walking over to Lin Yi's stall. The nutritional content of my fruits is very high. They have beauty and health benefits. If you don't believe me, you can buy some and try, Lin Yi replied with a smile. You're lying. Ordinary fruits also have beauty and health benefits. I eat fruits every day, and my skin hasn't gotten any better, Zhu Shanshan said, picking up a peach. That's why they're cheap, and I'm selling them at a high price. The nutrient content of my fruits is 20 to 50 times higher than ordinary fruits. Of course, the effects will be better, Lin Yi explained. 20 to 50 times, that's even more of a lie. Even those health supplement companies don't dare to say that, Zhu Shanshan said, crossing her arms. Be honest with us, we're both students from Tsinghua and Peking University. We can just test it in a lab, Zhu Shanshan said. Go ahead and test it. If the data is wrong, come and smash my stall. I'm always selling here, Lin Yi replied, not afraid at all. Zhu Shanshan was angered by his challenge. Why do I feel like you're mocking me? We're really graduate students from Tsinghua and Peking University. We're not joking with you, she said. Do I look like I'm mocking you? If you want to buy them, I'll weigh them for you now. If you don't want to buy them, don't block my business, Lin Yi replied. Fine, you said it yourself, Zhu Shanshan said, taking out her phone and pointing the camera at Lin Yi. If you're exaggerating even a little bit, you'll not only have to refund our money, but we can also smash your stall. Do you dare to guarantee that? I guarantee that the nutrient content of my fruits is 20 to 50 times higher than ordinary fruits. Is that okay? Lin Yi said, pointing at his fruits. Zhu Shanshan put away her phone. Okay, I want 1 kilogram. Weigh it for me now, she said. There's no need to be like this. It's just a few thousand yuan, we can afford it. There's no need to make a fuss about it, Yue Wenjing said, embarrassed. We're going to Tsinghua to work on our thesis with Professor Liu later. We can just go to the lab for a bit, it won't waste any time, Zhu Shanshan replied. At Tsinghua University School of Medicine, a woman's voice said, Why did you buy fruits? Are you trying to bribe me? Professor, these fruits are different from the ones we've eaten before, Yue Wenjing said with a smile, holding up a peach. What's different about them? They look pretty good, but how do they taste? Liu Zhiting, a professor at the School of Medicine, asked, sitting in her chair with a face mask on. 3,000 yuan per kilogram. How can it be good when it costs 3,000 yuan per kilogram? Zhu Shanshan said, pointing at the bag of peaches. Liu Zhiting was stunned. What? 3,000 yuan per kilogram? Are you guys crazy? How can you buy such expensive fruits? You can't spend money like that, even if you have it, she said, taking off her face mask. Zhu Shanshan walked over to her desk and picked up a peach. The fruit seller said the nutrient content of these fruits is 20 to 50 times higher than ordinary fruits. We bought 1 kilogram to test it in the lab, she said. Liu Zhiting sighed, you guys are wasting your time. You should spend more time revising your thesis. You've said you're going to revise it so many times, she said, putting down her peach. Yue Wenjing panicked. Professor, please calm down. I'll go wash the fruits for you, she said, picking up the bag of peaches. She washed the peaches and arranged them on a plate. Liu Zhiting picked up a peach and took a bite while writing something. Oh my god, she said in surprise, this peach is so sweet. It's really much sweeter than the peaches we've eaten before, Yue Wenjing said. This peach isn't right, it's abnormally sweet. They must have added sweeteners. Otherwise, how could it be so sweet? And it's so big. They must have injected it with growth hormones. It's probably not safe to eat, Liu Zhiting said, putting down the peach. Despite hearing that it might contain growth hormones, Zhu Shanshan took a bite of the peach. That bastard. He actually added so many chemicals. This is outrageous. But it's so delicious. Whatever, let's not be so picky. It's just a few thousand yuan, she said. It's okay to add a little bit of something to agricultural products. But the peaches he's selling clearly have excessive amounts of chemicals. Otherwise, how could they be so delicious? Liu Zhiting said, her voice filled with anger. Zhu Shanshan stopped eating and picked up a peach. Professor, are you saying that the fruits he's selling have been injected with excessive amounts of chemicals? She asked, walking over to Liu Zhiting's desk. Of course. Otherwise, how could they be so sweet and so big? Liu Zhiting replied confidently. Zhu Shanshan threw the peach in the trash can. That profiteer, he's such a liar, he told us they were natural. I didn't expect him to inject them with chemicals. I'm going to report him. I wasted 3,000 yuan on this garbage. She shouted angrily, it's useless to report him without evidence. We need to take this sample to the biology lab and have the lab technician run some tests to see what's inside it. It's past 4 p.m. now. We have to get the results before 6 p.m. That way, our report will be more convincing, Liu Zhiting said calmly, putting the half-eaten peach in a small bag. I'll take it there now, Yue Wenjing said, taking the bag. They left the office. 3 hours later, the door to Liu Zhiting's office burst open. Professor Liu, the results are out, Yue Wenjing said, rushing in. How much did it exceed the standard by? Liu Zhiting asked. All its chemical indicators are within the standard. Not only are there no illegal additives, but the nutrient content. Yue Wenjing said, her voice filled with excitement. That's not the point. They're all several times higher than the standard. He didn't lie to us. Zhu Shanshan interrupted, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at the test results. Liu Zhiting was stunned. This fruit is too magical. Could it really be naturally grown? She stammered. Professor Liu, Yue Wenjing said, pointing at her eyes, your dark circles are gone. Liu Zhiting quickly picked up a mirror and looked at herself. No way, I just put on a face mask. How could they be gone? She said in disbelief. It seems to be true, they're very faint now. You can't even see them if you don't look closely, Zhu Shanshan said. How is that possible? Can a face mask even reduce dark circles? Liu Zhiting asked, confused. Didn't that handsome guy say that his fruits have beauty benefits? Maybe it's really working, Yue Wenjing said, remembering what Lin Yi had said. Professor Liu, can I borrow your mirror? Zhu Shanshan handed her the mirror. Oh my god, the acne on my face has faded, she exclaimed, looking at herself in the mirror. She touched her face in disbelief. Wenjing, look, do you see any changes? She said, handing the mirror to Yue Wenjing. There are no changes on my face, but other parts of my body seem to have changed, Yue Wenjing said, looking at herself in the mirror. Her breasts had gotten bigger. Wow, this is amazing. This isn't an illusion, is it? Take off your clothes and let me see, Zhu Shanshan said excitedly, walking behind Yue Wenjing and wrapping her arms around her waist. Yue Wenjing blushed and pushed her away. Stop it. Don't you think I know if they're bigger or not? But seriously, could it be because of the fruits we ate? She said, even if it's a coincidence, we should still buy some. The nutritional content is so high, and they're all natural. We'll be missing out if we don't buy them. Let's go. If we're late, he'll pack up his stall, Zhu Shanshan said, eager to buy more. Professor, we're going to take a break and bring you some, she said. Let's go together. I'll buy some too. Hurry up, let's go. I'll drive you guys there, Liu Zhiting said, also interested in buying some. Professor, that fruit seller is very handsome. I swear he's more handsome than those young idols, Zhu Shanshan said. I think you guys are just infatuated with him. If you put this much effort into your thesis, you would have graduated by now. You guys haven't seen any real handsome guys, so any guy with decent looks seems handsome to you, Liu Zhiting replied. Professor, I don't think that's right. Who's the most handsome guy you've ever met? Yue Wenjing asked. The director of the cardiology department at Huashan Hospital. But he's retired now. We met at a medical conference in Yanjing a long time ago. Now that was a handsome guy, Liu Zhiting replied without hesitation. Our tastes are different. The people you like are all middle-aged men. They can't compare, Zhu Shanshan said. What do you mean middle-aged men? He's only in his 20s. He's the same age as you guys, Liu Zhiting replied, turning around to look at them. Zhu Shanshan and Yue Wenjing stopped walking and looked at each other in shock. The director of the cardiology department at Huashan Hospital is the same age as us, they said in unison. After they got into the car, Yue Wenjing was still in disbelief. The director of the cardiology department at Huashan Hospital is only in his 20s. She said, there are many geniuses in this world. You guys have seen too little of the world. I heard he left the hospital to start his own business. He's already worth hundreds of billions, Liu Zhiting said, driving. Yue Wenjing, we're almost at your neighborhood, right? She asked. Yes, turn right here, Yue Wenjing replied. Are there any special gifts with these fruits? They're 3,000 yuan per kilogram, a woman asked, walking over to Lin Wei's stall. No gifts, that's the price. The nutritional content is 20 to 50 times higher than ordinary fruits, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. Do you have any test reports? You think I'm an ordinary person? I'm not that easy to fool, the woman said. Brother Lin, a voice shouted. Lin Yu and the woman looked up. Professor Liu and her students were walking towards them. Professor, look, isn't he handsome? He's definitely more handsome than the guy you were talking about, Yue Wenjing said. Professor Liu was surprised to see Lin Yi, Director Lin. She said, you know me, Lin Yi asked, confused. Hello, Director Lin, I'm the thesis advisor for these students. We met at a research conference before, Professor Liu said, shaking his hand. Hello, Lin Yi replied. Professor, you know him, Yue Wenjing asked. Didn't I tell you guys about a genius doctor on the way here? Professor Liu said, gesturing towards Lin Yi. This is Director Lin. The students were stunned. But isn't he running his own business now? Why is he selling fruits? Yue Wenjing asked. I'm just experiencing life, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Brother, I'll take 10 kilograms. Just give me whatever you have, Yue Wenjing said, pointing at the fruits. Okay, Lin Yi replied. Give me 5 kilograms, Professor Liu said, holding up 5 fingers. Just give me whatever you have, Director Lin. Me too, Zhu Shanshan said. Lin Yi handed them bags of fruits. Since you guys are supporting me, I'll give you a discount. 2,500 yuan per kilogram, he said. Thank you, Director Lin, Professor Liu replied. I'm telling you guys, don't be fooled by him just because you know him. How can fruits be so expensive? He's lying, the woman from before said. Zhu Shanshan took out a document. This lady, if you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense. We have a test report. Do you think it's fake? She said, showing the document to the woman. There's actually a test report, the woman said, looking at the document. I think 3,000 yuan per kilogram is cheap. If you can't afford it, step aside. Don't delay us from buying things, Zhu Shanshan said, crossing her arms. The woman glared at them and walked away angrily. Here are your fruits, Lin Yi said, handing the bags of fruits to the students. Thank you, Director Lin. We'll come back and buy more next time, Professor Liu said as she and her students left. Lin Yi looked at the remaining fruits. There's only a little left. I don't need to sell any more. I'll pack these up and take them back to Qi Yuluo and Ning Xie, he thought to himself. He picked up his phone and called Ning Xie. The fruits are all sold out. Come pick me up, let's go eat, he said. Ning Xie arrived at Lin Yi's stall. Lin Yi, why are there only 4 watermelons left? Are you saving them for us? She asked. Open the trunk, 1 for each of you. Take the rest back to the organization, they're delicious. You can't get them outside, Lin Yi replied. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Ning Xie said, opening the trunk. They got into the car. We're taking you to a super famous restaurant today. It's definitely delicious, Ning Xie said. Okay, let's go, Lin Yi replied. Drive about 100 meters ahead, and then you can find a place to park, Qi Yuluo said. There's no parking fee here, but all the spots are taken by private cars. It seems like it's hard to find a spot, Zhongqing said. Leave it to Lin Yi, Ning Xie replied. Even Lin Yi can't do anything about this. It's not something that can be solved just by thinking of a way, Zhongqing said. You cannot trust me, but you have to trust Lin Yi, right, Lin Yi? Ning Xie said. Looking at him, Lin Yi looked outside. It's a bit difficult, but it's not a big problem, he thought to himself. He cleared his throat. Your wife is back, he shouted. What are you doing? Qi Yuluo asked, worried. Don't worry. You'll see, Lin Yi replied calmly. A group of men rushed out of their cars, their faces filled with panic. They quickly got into their cars and drove away. I told you Lin Yi is full of tricks, Ning Xie said, laughing. What was that about? Zhongqing asked, confused. At a restaurant, Ning Xie walked over to the counter. Are there any seats left? She asked. There are 2 tables next to each other. You can clear them yourselves, get whatever you want to eat. I've already prepared everything, the owner replied. Ning Xie carried a tray of food and 2 bottles of alcohol to their table. Try it, their food is not bad, she said. It looks delicious, Qi Yuluo said, her eyes lighting up. Street food is always better than fancy restaurants, she added. This place relies on its taste to attract customers. If it wasn't delicious, no one would come, Ning Xie said, continuing to eat. By the way, Sister Ning, a lot of people asked me about Team for during training today. I didn't know how to answer them, Zhongqing said. I don't know much about Team for either. I haven't interacted with them much. I only know that you have to be at least D rank to join Team 4. Lin Yi's skills are a bit better, but Qi Yuluo and I just barely meet the standard, Ning Xie replied. There's such a cool team, Lin Yi asked, surprised. Team 4 has a very high status in the organization. They've participated in 4 major battles, Ning Xie replied. But now, Chief Liu and our superiors are intentionally rebuilding Team 1. They probably don't want to put all their eggs in one basket, because Team 4's achievements are a threat to their authority. Lin Yi asked. You guessed it, Ning Xie replied, chewing on her food. And the leader of Team 4, Chen Guangji, is the son-in-law of the Wang family. If Wang Mian hadn't left, both teams would be under the control of the Wang family. That's something 6th Elder doesn't want to see. If a team is built according to 6th Elder's vision, I'll become a thorn in Team 4's side, Lin Yi said with a sigh. I think someone is secretly taking pictures of us, Ning Xie said suddenly, pointing at a phone. Secretly taking pictures? What the hell? Zhongqing said, turning around to look. Don't panic. You guys eat first. I'll go check it out, Ning Xie said, standing up. I'll go with you, Lin Yi said. They walked over to a car parked nearby. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Lin Yi asked. My ability to detect surveillance is very strong. I'm not wrong. It's that white car over there. But I'm a bit confused. Who would dare to take pictures of us? Ning Xie replied, her eyes fixed on the car. Lin Yi walked over and knocked on the car window. The window rolled down, revealing a bald man. What do you want? He asked. You've been taking pictures for so long, you must have enough material, right? Lin Yi replied, what are you talking about? I didn't take any pictures of you. Get lost. We're waiting for someone here. Don't delay us, the bald man said, rolling up the window. We're here, do you think there's any point in continuing to pretend? Ning Xiachi said. The car door opened, and the bald man got out. Get lost. If you don't leave, I use force, he said, pointing at Lin Yi. Lin Yi punched him in the stomach. The bald man cried out, falling to the ground in pain. Lin Yi stood in front of the man, calmly saying, Dude, we've caught you red-handed. Shouldn't you hand over your stuff? You caught in the act, still tried to deny it. He stammered, I didn't take any pictures of you. As he spoke, he slowly tried to hide his phone behind his back. Seeing his sneaky action, Lin Yi swiftly snatched the phone. He held the phone up with one hand to check it, while the other hand pressed down on the man's head to prevent him from escaping. Lin Yi frowned. If you don't talk, I won't waste my breath. After checking the phone, Lin Yi handed it to Ning Xiachi. Ning Xiachi looked through the stolen photos. Instead of getting angry, she joked, These are all pictures of us. I look pretty good, especially from this angle. Lin Yi pressed the man's head harder against the ground. Tell me, what's going on? He interrogated seriously. Don't wait for me to get rough. The man, unable to move under Lin Yi's control, confessed everything. My colleague took pictures of you and Zhao Shiki. He thought it was big news, so he asked me to follow you, hoping to get something useful. Zhao Shiki, Ning Xiachi asked, confused. The actress, the man replied quickly, Yes, it's her. Ning Xiachi found it amusing. She covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled. Impressive, I didn't do anything, Lin Yi said defensively. After hearing the man's confession, Ning Xiachi snapped the phone in half and threw a wad of cash at him. Here's 10,000 yuan, go buy a new phone. The man, his face bruised, took the money in a daze. But if there's a next time, you might get sued, Ning Xiachi warned, crossing her arms. Thank you, the man said, bowing his head and rubbing his head. He quickly got into his car and drove away. After settling the matter, they returned to the restaurant. Lin Yi, what happened? Qi Yuluo asked when she saw them. He's dating an actress, so he attracted the paparazzi, Ning Xiachi said teasingly, pointing at Lin Yi. Don't listen to her nonsense. That woman, Zhao Shiki, came to buy my fruits. Then she was surrounded by fans. I helped her out, and the paparazzi took pictures of us, Lin Yi explained, taking a sip of his juice. But those guys are really good at seizing every opportunity. They actually followed us here. I was careless. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue drinking, Ning Xiachi said, raising her glass. The four of them continued to eat and drink happily. The next morning at the organization's base, Lin Yi was looking at the trial training results. Suai Kong was in first place with 96 points, followed by Yu Saing with 94 points. Suai Kong is in first place this time, Yu Saing is in second place. And they're far ahead of the others, Qi Yuluo said. You don't have to pay special attention to them anymore. Their skills are good enough, they definitely qualify to join the organization. Focus on the others, Lin Yi said. Are you sure you don't want Yu Saing? She's quite good, Qi Yuluo said, pointing at her. I'll take Suai Kong, I don't need her, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Then I won't stand on ceremony, I want her, Ning Xiachi said excitedly. She winked at Lin Yi and reminded Qi Yuluo, you better be prepared. I saw her performance during the past 2 days of training. She clearly wants to join Lin Yi's team. As they were discussing, Liu Hong was talking on the phone. Is that true? There's such a thing. Send it to me. Let me see what it is, he said, his voice filled with disbelief. After looking at the information, he held up his phone and pointed the screen at Lin Yi. What's going on? He asked, his voice filled with anger. Lin Yi and Ning Xiachi turned around to look at him. Why are you involved in a scandal with an actress? Liu Hong shouted, pointing at the phone screen. How is that possible? I'm not desperate for women. Why would I flirt with an actress? Lin Yi replied with a laugh. We took the paparazzi's memory card last night and warned them. They're not afraid of death, Ning Xiachi said, annoyed. You two are partly to blame. Otherwise, our superiors wouldn't have called me, Liu Hong said, throwing the phone at Ning Xiachi. Ning Xiachi caught the phone and looked at the news with Lin Yi and Qi Yuluo. An actress, Zhao, was spotted having a private meeting with a fruit seller. Zhao Shiqi's boyfriend had a night out with 3 girls. Famous actress's boyfriend revealed to be a playboy. What the hell is this? It was just a meal. Why is there so much drama? Ning Xiaoqi said angrily. The person who secretly took pictures of us doesn't seem to be the same person from yesterday, Lin Yi said, analyzing the photos. It's a media company called Haiyu. They have an address here, Ning Xiaoqi said. They dared to secretly take pictures of me. I'm going to teach them a lesson today, Ning Xiaoqi said, her face turning red with anger. I'm going to. There are pictures of me in there. It won't be good if my family finds out, Qi Yuluo said. At Haiyu Media, Miao Cheng, the CEO of Chengdu Media, and Ma Liban, Zhao Shiqi's manager, were at the reception desk. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked. I'm Miao Cheng, the CEO of Chengdu Media. I'm looking for your CEO, Miao Cheng replied. Mr. Miao, Mr. Z is in his office on the 4th floor. You can find him there, the receptionist said with a smile. They went up to the 4th floor and met Xa Dongloi, the CEO of Haiyu Media. Mr. Miao, I've been waiting for you, he said. They went into his office. Let's get straight to the point. Name your price. How much will it take to remove the articles? Miao Cheng said. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Miao, Zidonglou replied, holding up a finger. 10 million yuan, right? Here's our company's bank account number. I'll transfer the money now, Miao Cheng said. Mr. Miao, are you kidding me? Zhao Shiqi is our company's cash cow. She's one of the top celebrities in showbiz. This incident has caused a lot of damage to her reputation. How can 10 million yuan settle this? You're not looking down on me, you're looking down on Zhao Shiqi, Zidonglou said. What do you mean? Miao Cheng asked, frowning. 100 million yuan. As long as you transfer the money, I'll have someone remove the articles immediately. I'm a man of my word, Zidonglou said. Are you kidding me? Do you think our company's money grows on trees? Miao Cheng said, slamming his hand on the table and standing up. Think about it. If we continue to write articles about Zhao Shiqi fighting over a man with 3 women, this drama will be very hot, Zidonglou said. You have no evidence. You're slandering her, Miao Cheng said angrily. Don't be hasty, think carefully. I have time, Zidonglou said. Miao Cheng walked out of the office and into the hallway. Libin, 100 million yuan is a huge amount. I have to report this to the boss, he said, taking out his phone and making a call. Boss, they're asking for 100 million yuan. There's no room for negotiation. He sat down on a chair in the lobby. The internet is full of articles about Shiqi. We have to find a way to deal with this. Otherwise, she's finished, he said. Mr. Miao, look, that man looks like Lin Yi, Liban said. Really? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Miao Cheng asked. I'm sure it's him, and the 2 women next to him look like the ones in the photos, Liban replied. Lin Yi walked in with Ning Xiaoqi and Qi Yuluo. Liban, what do we do now? They must be here to deal with this matter too, Miao Cheng said. Let's wait and see. We're just bystanders anyway, Liban replied. The door burst open, and Lin Yi walked in with Ning Xiaoqi and Qi Yuluo. Mr. Miao, what's the meaning of this? You couldn't reach an agreement, so you brought people here to cause trouble, Zidonglou said, startled. You misunderstood. We didn't come together. You can see that they're the 3 people in the photos, Miao Cheng replied, shaking his head. Zidonglou looked at the photos and realized that it was indeed them. It's really them, he said, his voice filled with fear. I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't want to bring trouble upon yourself, remove all those articles. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences, Lin Yi said. Zidonglou laughed, lighting a cigarette. I've seen all kinds of storms. We're in the 22nd century. We don't solve problems with fists anymore. We solve them with money, understand? Let me introduce ourselves. I'm Qi Yuluo, the CEO of Zhejiang Group, Qi Yuluo said. This is Ning Xiaoqi, the CEO of Huolong Group, and Lin Yi, the chairman of Lingyan Group. If you have any common sense, you should know the weight of these 3 companies. Based on the damage you've caused to our reputation, the legal departments of our 3 companies will be contacting you soon. Prepare to pay compensation, she continued. We're not just CEOs, we own these companies, Ning Xieqi added. Miao Cheng and Ma Liban were stunned. Zhejiang Group, Hualong Group, Lingyan Group. Zidong Loi said, his voice trembling as he fell off his chair. Everyone, calm down, he said, getting up from the floor. I know you guys are powerful, but you can't bully people just because you have money. We rely on this to make a living. This isn't inhumane. You guys can't be so unreasonable. We already told you, do you still want to struggle? I hope you can resolve this matter quickly. If we still see those articles online tomorrow, you'll know the consequences, Qi Yuluo said. Yes, I'll do as you say, Zidong Loi said, bowing his head. Lin Yi and his companions left. Our Captain Q is amazing. She scared him so much that he peed his pants, Ning Xieqi said. This kind of person needs to be taught a lesson. They're always doing sneaky things. It's annoying, Qi Yuluo said. Okay, calm down. The matter has been resolved. Let's go back to the base, Ning Xieqi said, patting her shoulder. Mr. Lin, a voice called out from behind them. It was Miao Cheng. What do you want? Lin Yi asked, turning around. Mr. Lin, we're the CEO and manager of Zhao Shiki's company. We didn't handle this matter well. I'd like to invite you guys to dinner as an apology. I hope you can accept, Miao Cheng said. We have something to do. We'll pass on the dinner. You guys should handle your own entertainment industry matters, Lin Yi replied, turning around and walking away. Bosses are different, Miao Cheng said, watching them leave. Lin Yi, Qi Yuluo, and Ning Xieqi returned to the organization's base. Have you resolved the negative news? Liu Hong asked. Captain Qi, you took care of it. She scared him so much that he peed his pants, Lin Yi replied with a smile. That's good, Liu Hong said, relieved. Here are the trial training results. I'll have someone send you an electronic copy later. I think the logical thinking assessment is quite interesting. We can explore this aspect further, Lin Yi said, looking at the results. We should add a simulation test to assess their on-the-spot performance, Lin Yi said to Liu Hong. Okay, I'll arrange it, Liu Hong replied. That's your guy's job. I won't interfere. If there's nothing else, I'll be going back to Shanghai, Lin Yi said, standing up. Going back to Shanghai, there's still a lot to do after the trial training. You're the leader of Team 1, there's still a lot of work waiting for you. Stay for a few more days, Liu Hong said. Lin Yi's phone rang. Hello, he said. Hello, Mr. Lin, this is Zhao Shiki. I got your number from Director Yan. I'm sorry for the trouble the paparazzi incident caused you. I'd like to invite you to dinner as an apology, a voice said. Sure, but don't let anything like yesterday happen again. Send me the address, Lin Yi replied. That evening, at a restaurant, Lin Yi walked in. Mr. Lin, you're here, Zhao Shiki said, standing up to greet him. I'm not late, am I? Lin Yi asked. No, I came early. I've already ordered the food. I hope it suits your taste, Zhao Shiki replied. It looks good, Lin Yi said, looking at the menu. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you for your help with the paparazzi incident. We wouldn't have known what to do without you, Zhao Shiki said, raising her glass. You're welcome, Lin Yi replied, clinking glasses with her. I'm curious. You're the chairman of Lingyan Group. Why are you living in Huanxi village? Zhao Shiki asked. I'm cultivating my mind, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Besides high media, our photos were also used by other people with ulterior motives. Our company is trying to deal with it, Zhao Shiki said. Do you know who they are? Lin Yi asked. Not yet, but we have a suspect. Director Li Wenyuan's new movie is starting filming next month, and the female lead hasn't been decided yet. I'm one of the main contenders, Zhao Shiki replied. I got it, Lin Yi said, taking out his phone. At Novel Entertainment, Meng Wei was looking at the news. What's going on with those paparazzi? They actually removed all the articles, he said. It must be Zhao Shiqi's doing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to remove the trending searches, Lin Zi said. But that's not important. Director Li just called. He chose me for the female lead. Suddenly Director Li called her. Zi, Director Li called. Hello, Director Li called me, probably about the movie, she said. Zi, I'm not going to use you for my new movie anymore, I'm sorry. I haven't sent you the contract yet, Director Li said. What? You're not going to work with me anymore, Lin Zi said angrily. Director Li, there's no one more suitable for this role than me. If you use someone else, it will definitely affect the quality of the movie, she said, lowering her voice. Didn't you have a scandal with Zhao Shiki? You said you weren't going to use her, why are you using her now, she asked. Director Li hung up the phone. Hello. Lin Zi said, trying to call him back. Meng Wei, what's going on? Why is he using Zhao Shiki? She asked, turning to Meng Wei. There's something fishy going on. Meng Wei's phone rang. It was Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, you're looking for me. I just happened to have something to tell you, he said. Mr. Zhang called at this time. It must be about this matter. Come with me to meet him, he said to Lin Zi. Outside Chairman Zhang Xing's office, two people entered. It was Meng Wei and Lin Zi. The girl asked, President Zhang, why did you ask for me? As soon as she finished, Meng Wei was immediately hit on the head with a stack of papers by the man, who yelled, You still dare to ask? This made the accompanying Zi extremely frightened. That man was the chairman of Novel Entertainment, Zheng Shinji. He pointed straight at the Meng Wei's face, scolding, Look at the good work you've done. The scandal about Zhao Shiki that was exposed today, did you find someone to take the opportunity to frame her, right? Meng Wei immediately defended himself. We and them are rival companies. Now that the opponent is courting death, causing such chaos, it's normal for me to take the opportunity to harm them. Chairman Zhang asked again, Do you know what that man's identity is? Zhang Xing's face was serious. He's the CEO of the Linian Group, a billionaire. You went and provoked him. Are you looking for death? Hearing this, Meng Wei's face changed, extremely scared. He exclaimed, What? He's a billionaire tycoon. It seems Meng Wei has poked the hornet's nest. He quickly tried to make excuses. President Zhang, I really didn't know that man had such an identity. I was foolish. But even if his status isn't small, it doesn't affect us. Hearing such unreasonable words, President Zhang couldn't hold back, yelling, Bullshit. You think he only has money? Just now, the investors contacted me, saying they want to withdraw their investment. This is all the good work you've caused. Hearing this, Meng Wei could only feel helpless and scared. This time, he really messed with the wrong person. Outside on the training ground, the boys were diligently training their bodies. The two team leaders were very pleased with the determined atmosphere. Suddenly, Yu Sang approached, interrupting the two team leaders. I want to ask, with my current abilities, getting into Team 1 shouldn't be a problem, right? Qi Yuluo replied kindly. Based on the level you've shown, getting into Team 1 isn't a problem. But it's not certain you'll get into Team 1, the answer stunned Yu Sang. Team leader Qiu, can you tell me why? My level isn't bad, right? Team leader Qiu explained. Indeed, it's not bad. But team leader Lin doesn't want to accept you. If things go as expected, you'll be assigned to our team. Then, Chongqia came over from somewhere asking, Sis, what's wrong? So they won't accept you. He wondered if team leader Lin was holding a grudge. Yu Sang was very stubborn. I've already reached this level. If I can't get into Team 1, it'll become a joke to others when word gets out. I must join the best team. I won't join the other teams. Seeing his sister so determined, Chongqia worried. But team leader Lin already said they won't accept you. The girl seemed to have thought of a plan, reassuring her little brother. It's okay, I have a way. After saying that, she immediately went to meet someone. Liu Hong invited Yu Sang into the room and asked, What's the matter? Yu Sang reported, I want to withdraw from the training. Liu Hong asked gently, Why? Can't keep up physically. That's not right. Your test rankings have always been very good. You seem capable of reaching D-level proficiency. It seems Yu Sang is very skilled and physically fit. She replied, No. Then she pointed directly at the young man sitting there playing a game and said, It's because of Lin Yi. This greatly surprised Lin Yi. Hearing this, Liu Hong asked curiously, What did he do to you that makes you want to withdraw? Yu Sang answered very frailly, He holds a grudge. He won't let me join Team 1. So that's how it is. Liu Hong explained to Yu Sang, you are qualified to enter Team 1, but team leader Lin considered the team's balance and relationships with his teammates to balance the combat power of each team, so he assigned you to Team 3, understand? It would be a pity for someone with your good results to withdraw. Yu Sang shook her head, denying, but I heard the organization wants to reform Team 1 into a vanguard team. If members are distributed evenly, it won't achieve that kind of effect. Lin Yi, after listening silently for a while, finally spoke up. So you think executing missions relies solely on one's own level? Yu Sang immediately replied, yes, strength can solve everything. If it can't be solved, it means the strength isn't enough. Having no other choice, Lin Yi came up with a way to give Yu Sang a chance. All right then, I'll give you a chance. In tomorrow's test, if you can still place in the top 2, Team 1 will accept you. Hearing this, Yu Sang immediately looked happy. After getting the chance, Yu Sang turned to leave with a message. You said it, keep your word. Liu Hong then reminded Lin Yi, I don't think you should fuss over other things. She's so young and already reached D level, you should keep her. Letting someone like that go would be a loss for the organization. Lin Yi also replied very cautiously, let's see how things go and decide then. A car stopped at a 7-star hotel. Everyone got out of the car, looking at the hotel. Son-nephew Yu spoke up, this hotel isn't bad, considered the highest standard in Yanjing, right? Shen Chonju replied, pretty much, the hotel recommended by the group is definitely not bad. Let's go, back to the rooms first, then find a place to eat. Hearing this, Sun Fuyu replied, all right. The 3 entered the hotel. Suddenly someone called out, Dr. Shen Chonju? Hearing the call, looking at the person in front, Shen Chonju asked, who are you? That person replied, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. Washington FENG's assistant, also here to attend this International Semiconductor Exchange Conference. I am under Mr. Washington FENG's orders to invite you over for tea to reminisce about old times. Hearing this, Chonju said, reminisce about old times. Mr. Washington Fun and I don't know each other at all. What old times are there to reminisce about? An arm blocked Chonju, saying, wait, Mr. Washington Fun said he must invite you over this time. There are matters to discuss in detail. The assistant kept blocking Chonju, not letting him go. Chonju pushed his hand aside and replied, I'm not going. I hope you won't come looking for me again in the future. I will not accept any invitation from you. Wait. After speaking, an arm grabbed Chonju's hand. The assistant held Chonju's hand, saying, we are also acting under orders. I hope Dr. Shen can understand and cooperate. Suddenly a voice came, young man, cooperate with what? Seeing Lin Yi approaching, Chonju called out, President Lin. Lin Yi walked over, saying, old Shen has already refused you, so stop sticking to him like dogskin plaster. Hearing this, the assistant said, this is between us. It has nothing to do with you. Hope you can leave quickly. Hearing him, Lin Yi replied, are you threatening me? A hand grabbed the assistant's hair. Lin Yi grabbed the assistant's hair, lifted him up, and said, you can go call Washington Fun and ask who I am. Get lost. After speaking, he threw the assistant to the ground and pointed to the door. The assistant scrambled away. At this time, Chonju spoke up. President Lin, you've actually come to Yanjing too. Are you here for the conference? Lin Yi looked at everyone and said, everyone go get your room keys. Let's go up to my room. This isn't the place to talk. Hearing this, Chonju replied, okay, let's talk upstairs. In a room, everyone was seated. Lin Yi spoke up. I heard Yanjing has a world-class semiconductor conference. Are you here to attend the conference? Son-nephew Yu heard this and replied, Dr. Shen brought us here to join the fun. Also, our optical core has completed research and development, but the procedural issues require filing here. Hearing Sun Fuyu, Lin Yi asked again, it's finished so quickly. Chonju, holding a teacup, spoke up, we can now achieve mass production of 5 nanometers, just the yield rate is slightly lower. But now, 5 nanometer technology worldwide shows signs of backtracking. Performance isn't great. Hearing this, Lin Yi replied, that's okay. We can solve it slowly. At least it lets us catch up with the world. Was that person sent by Wardana earlier? Hearing Lin Yi's question, Cheonju shook his head and answered, not her, but someone named Washington Feng. Hearing Tianzhuo's answer, Lin Yu said, old son, find a way to investigate this Washington Feng person. I want his contact information, Sun Fuyu replied. Understood, President Lin, I'll investigate. Cheonju took his phone out of his pocket to answer. A voice came from the phone. Hello Dr. Shen, I am Washington Feng from the Washington family. The phone was placed on the table. The voice continued, you must know who I am. Cheonju looked at the phone and said, I know who you are, but there's nothing for us to talk about. My boss happens to be next to me, you can talk to him. Lin Yu spoke up, you guys learned to poke a stick in the spokes and ended up poking me, Lin Yu. Truly worthy of a world-class financial group, quite capable. The voice on the phone said, Mr. Lin, if you don't want us to bother Shen Cheonju anymore, that's fine. How about you cooperate with our Washington family? If not Dr. Shen, Mr. Lin can take his time to consider. Hearing this, Lin Yu scoffed and said, don't you find yourself very funny? You want to pull a fast one empty-handed, and you still use this method to threaten me. The voice replied, I will send an email to Dr. Shen's phone shortly. After reading the email's content, Mr. Lin can decide whether to cooperate with us or not. Lin Yu replied with one word, okay. Hearing those words, Sun Fuyu angrily slammed the table. What the hell is this guy doing? Damn it, I really want to slap him. Ningyu saw Sun Fuyu's anger, patted his shoulder, and said, Director, calm down a bit. You have one unread email. Cheonju immediately picked up his phone, opened it, and looked. His face showed panic. He trembled, reading the words sent to him. Lin Yi saw this and asked, what's wrong? Cheonju replied, our research results have been plagiarized by them. Hearing this, Lin Yi stood up and said, how is that possible? The experimental data for the optical core is all confidential. With NDAs signed, it can't leak out. After speaking, she started crying. It happened once before. Now we are making the same mistake. President Lin, I really can't forgive myself. Lin Yi spoke up. Everyone here is involved in scientific research, unfamiliar with business conspiracies. This issue isn't everyone's fault. I also bear responsibility. Cheonju replied, but I'm different. I previously held a position at a large factory and was responsible for lab safety. No matter what, I must bear the main responsibility. President Lin, I didn't handle the project well. I failed your trust. I'm truly sorry. A hand rested on old Shen's shoulder. Lin Yi placed his hand on Cheonjuo's shoulder, comforting him. This isn't your fault. This was clearly premeditated for a long time. Besides, now is not the time to talk about this. There's still a chance to salvage it. A call came in and was answered. The voice inside was transmitted. Mr. Lin, you must have seen the email, right? If you agree to cooperate with us, we will hide this report. It will still be the achievement of Lingyan Group. But if you don't cooperate, we can only apologize. Lin Yu replied, if I let you threaten me, my name isn't Lin Yu. W.A. Feng's brother on the other side replied, you truly command respect. If that's the case, then there's no need for further discussion. Good luck. Cheonju looked at Lin Yu and asked, President Lin, what now? Lin Yu called Ruoksu, saying, Ruoksu, immediately arrange for people to lock down the optical core lab. Don't let anyone out. Are you X? You asked. What happened? Lin Yu replied, don't ask for now, just do as I say. After speaking, Lin Yu turned to Ningyu and said, call the lab now and see who is missing. As fast as possible, Ningyu heard this and replied, okay. She went elsewhere to make the call. After a while, she said, okay, I understand. After the call, Ningyu looked at Lin Yi and said, President Lin, 5 people are not at the lab. Birkin took leave to return home. Lis and Liu Wenru took sick leave. Nova is on a business trip to country E. Huayu Sucheng took bereavement leave for a week starting 2 days ago. Only these 5 are not in the lab. Hearing this, Lin Yi said, contact these 5 people. Get the situation clear, confirm if it's true. 10 minutes later, Ningyu called Lin Yi. She reported, President Lin, only Qiyu Sucheng cannot be contacted. Sun Fuyu, looking elderly, cursed loudly, damn it, It must be him. Lin Yu waved his hand, quickly telling him, "Don't curse yet, there's no concrete evidence." Then he turned to instruct the assistant, "Ningyu, prepare the personnel list of the research institute along with detailed information about these 5 people. I will arrange for someone to check again." She replied, yes. It seemed the news didn't affect Lin Yu much. He stood up, leisurely stretched, acting as if nothing happened. "Let's go. It's past 5 o'clock. Time for dinner," he joked a bit with Sun Fuyu. "This must be your first time here. The buffet here isn't bad, I'll take you." He sullenly took another drag from his cigarette, replying, "You guys go ahead, I'm not going." But the cigarette butts at Lin Yu's feet littered the ground. Looking at them, he suddenly thought of something. Immediately, he pointed his thumb at himself, telling Sun Fuyu, who was holding a cigarette, "You won't need to worry too much. I'll handle this well, everyone's efforts won't be in vain. Let's go." As said, they ate together. On the table now were a few delicious dishes and 2 slightly emptied glasses of water. Sun Fuyu thought endlessly without touching the food on his plate. He rested his chin on his hand, looking very worried. Lin Yu was the complete opposite, still eating and drinking comfortably as usual. Assistant Ningyu then spoke up to report the situation to her boss. "Boss, the Washington family has announced the news about the lithography machine. This news has already spread within the industry. It probably won't be long before, through the coverage of major domestic media outlets, this news spreads worldwide." Lin Yu wiped his mouth clean. He said, "I expected this. With the rift in our relationship, to maximize their own benefits, they would definitely announce this news." Suddenly, someone's phone rang loudly in the space, interrupting Lin Yu's words. It rang a few times. On the other end was Shen Shi. She asked worriedly, "What on earth happened?" "The lithography machine results announced by the Washington family are exactly the same as yours." Was there an information leak? Lin Yu reassured her. There was indeed an unexpected incident. "But rest assured, Auntie, I will handle it well." On the other side, Shen Shi replied, "Of course, I trust you. If you need the Liang family's help, just give me a call." She continued, her voice firm and assuring. Her words seemed to give Lin Yu motivation. "Auntie will be behind you, protecting you. Nothing will happen to the Lingyan group." Lin Yu thanked her. "Thank you, Aunt Shen." Just as he hung up, his phone received a new message that startled him slightly. The message was from Wardana, with only 2 words, "Sorry, it seems something undesirable had happened." It made Lin Yu angry, slamming his phone hard on the table without saying a word. Outside now is the Washington family manor. Their entire estate isn't just called a mansion, it's more like high society. It's located right by the sea. The lights are bright, sparkling. Wardana shouted, her tone angry and blaming her father, who was leisurely reading a book, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. "Father, why did you do that?" Mr. Washington Fun, Wardana's father, finally looked up, his eyes still glued to the book. "What are you shouting about? Have some manners, because you kept dragging things out with no results. I had to do it myself. If we kept dragging it out like that, there would definitely be no chance of winning." Wardana still tried to argue. "Clearly, you don't understand, Lin Yu. His abilities and methods are more formidable than you imagine." Mr. Washington Fun treated the warning like wind passing by his ear. "Of course, I know. I've never seen such a courageous young man, but he's still too young, after all. This time, I will teach him a lesson he'll never forget." Wardana, the daughter he treasured, insisted, "I still advise you to drop this matter as soon as possible. With my understanding of Lin Yu, he won't let it go. Suffering such a big loss, he will return it twofold." Washington Fun ignored his daughter's distress. He had lost patience and hadn't looked at Wardana once. "Then we'll wait and see." Seeing her father still refusing to heed her warning, Wardana turned and left. "I've said what needed to be said. If the final result is bad, bear it yourself." As Lin Yu said, Yanjing has always been known for its many modern skyscrapers. And one of those towering buildings is the Yanjing International Convention Center. Inside right now are many faces holding supreme power. They are chatting animatedly together. Lin Yu walked over, remarking, "It's really lively." Shen Shuyi appeared out of nowhere, waving and calling out to Shen Chonju, Dr. Shen. Shen Chonju, being called, quickly came over to her. He returned the greeting, President Shen, long time no see. Shen Shuyi shook his hand socially, smiling. If I remember correctly, it's been 3 years, right? You still look as distinguished as ever, Lin Yi said to Dr. Shen. Old Master Shen, you guys go in first, I'll join you later. He didn't make things difficult for him. All right, go talk with President Shen, Shen Shuyi pointed, signaling to Lin Yi. Let's go, find another place to talk. 2 cups of hot coffee were served. President Shen spoke first. I noticed Dr. Shen doesn't seem very enthusiastic. As for Lin Yi, these words just gave him a headache, sighing, let's not mention it. Yesterday's events were a huge blow to him. It's weighing heavily on his mind. I was worried all night, couldn't sleep, afraid he might suddenly have a heart attack. The president seemed troubled by this issue as well, quickly sipping her hot coffee, and continued, Dr. Shen thinks too much. You trusted him unconditionally, and it ended up like this. Of course, he can't feel good about it. Lin Yi also took the chance to enjoy his coffee. Sadness is one thing, headache another, but good coffee must be drunk. He continued, now that things have come to this, even knowing who the spy is would be useless. However, I stayed up all night contacting some people. Basically, we can mitigate this situation. Hearing he had managed things somewhat relieved her, but she still advised him to be cautious. You must handle this matter well. Many people are watching. Although the Liang family can protect you, you still have to walk your own path in the long run. You have to build connections for yourself. Then she stood up, reminding him it was time to leave. Come on, Lin Yi, let's go. It's almost time. At the same time, Washington Feng's brother and his assistant were discussing work while walking. The assistant began reporting the information he had just investigated. Mr. Washington, I've inquired. Anglo Corporation sent General Manager Alice to attend the conference. Feng's brother seemed quite interested in this information. Good, after the conference, I will go find her to discuss cooperation. Suddenly, the assistant recognized someone familiar. Mr. Washington, look, over there, that man is Lin Yi. Washington Feng's brother looked in the direction the assistant pointed, seeing a middle-aged woman and a bright-looking young man. At the same time, President Shen also recognized the man before her. She leaned in and whispered, that's Washington Feng's brother, Vice President of the Washington Family Financial Group. It was under his leadership that the Washington family's heavy industry returned to the world stage. Feng's brother politely extended his hand for a shake, initiating the greeting. President Shen, President Lin, it's truly an honor to meet you both here. She shook his hand in return, offering praise to the man before her. Your Washington family is truly renowned to actually be able to research and manufacture a 5-nanometer lithography machine. This time, international capitalists really have to reorganize. He wasn't modest about these flattering compliments, proudly adding, with our financial potential, dealing with these international capitalists is not a problem. I believe that the optical core, researched and developed through the efforts of hundreds of scientists from our Washington family, will definitely capture a huge market share. Then he turned his gaze towards the young man. Wouldn't you agree, CEO Lin? Lin Yi didn't object, also agreeing, indeed, that's true. But there's still a very long way to go from research and development to actual mass production. Saying this, he placed his hand on the man's shoulder, patting it suggestively. You've just started, so you should go slow, otherwise, it's easy to stumble. Isn't this provoking? What's with that dangerous look? He just chuckled at the young man's attitude, not backing down, making a sarcastic remark. CEO Lin, you're still young, getting discouraged by a small setback. But in the business world, no one sympathizes with the weak. Then he left with his assistant. Before leaving completely, he turned back with a deep provocation. Let's play slowly. Hope we can cooperate in the future. Lin Yi must have been furious hearing words that hit so close to home. His hand clenched into a fist. If not for his image, he probably would have punched that rude old man in the face. CEO Shen came closer, patted the young man's shoulder, soothing his anger. All right, no need to get angry with this kind of person. Let's go, and he will take you to meet other CEOs. Lin Yi swallowed his anger, said yes, and followed her. When Washington Feng's brother attended the conference, everyone surrounded him like an idol. It seemed everyone admired the Washington Group's amazing technological achievements. For instance, some Western businessman showered him with praise. "Mr. Washington, your side actually developed the advanced 5-nanometer optical core. Truly astonishing." Then another businesswoman also flattered him. "I think the optical core developed with the strength of the Washington Financial Group might dominate the optical core market." Another young man, seemingly wanting to propose cooperation, proactively invited, "If possible, after this conference concludes, I'd like to invite you for a meal. I hope Mr. Washington can honor me with his presence." Hearing these praises, Washington Feng's brother was genuinely happy and proud. "Thank you for everyone's support and trust." He also took the opportunity to flex. "Actually, we haven't just developed the 5-nanometer optical core. Our lab's 3-nanometer technology will also meet everyone within the next 2 years. His assistant noticed something interesting, leaned in, and pointed to the right. "Mr. Washington, Dr. Shen, they are ahead. Should we go say hello?" He saw the opportunity to tease his rival had arrived. "All right. Anyway, there are still 20 minutes before it starts. Let's go over and see." So the two walked over to where Dr. Shen and his staff were sitting and talking. As he called out, "Dr. Shen," all three were startled. He waved as a greeting. "We meet again." In contrast to Washington Feng's brother's cheerful and relaxed mood, Dr. Shen appeared tense and unwelcoming. "What are you doing here?" Seeing his rival cornered like this, he was quite pleased. "Dr. Shen, you don't need to be angry. I just came over to greet you. I wonder if you've changed your mind yet. I will offer you the best treatment in the world." But Dr. Shen remained firm in his original decision, refusing before even hearing the whole offer. "Dream on." He pressed further, targeting the doctor's vulnerability. "Don't refuse so quickly." He started listing tempting benefits. "After all, the technology we hold is the result of your research. This is a super opportunity for you to become famous worldwide. Don't you find it a pity? You've made such a great contribution to our company. I haven't even had the chance to pay you." Hearing this, everyone seemed surprised. Sun Fuyu officially lost his temper. Despite his age and weakness, he still had the strength to slam the table to drive this rude person away. "Get out. Believe I'll hit you." Perhaps he didn't need those petty benefits from the Washington Financial Group anyway. Feng's brother turned to leave, but his tone held a hint of contempt. "If you insist on being stubborn, then I'll take my leave first. We'll have chances later. Goodbye." He asked his assistant, "Where is Alice?" The assistant replied, "Up ahead. I'll take you there." Alice was sitting, chatting happily with a girl named Claire. She is in charge of the CYM company. Washington Feng's brother brazenly approached Alice and Claire to strike up a conversation. "Miss Alice, Miss Claire, may I sit here?" Alice seemed uncomfortable but reluctantly agreed. "Please, feel free." Washington Feng's brother pulled up a chair. Before he could even get comfortable, Washington Feng got straight to the point. "Miss Alice, Miss Claire, there are some things I want to discuss with you both. We have now researched and developed the 5-nanometer optical core. Regarding the light source and lenses, I hope we can expand our cooperation." Alice was a bit skeptical and asked again, "You researched and developed the 5-nanometer optical core?" Feng's brother immediately admitted arrogantly, "Of course. And hundreds of exclusive technical items. If you have time, I can take you on a tour." Basically, Claire hadn't paid any attention to this until now, retorting disdainfully, "I've seen the news you announced. But without our light source and lenses, how could you create the 5-nanometer optical core?" Washington Feng's brother tried to coax them sweetly. "Don't the two of you want to cooperate with us? If we cooperate, it will be a win-win situation." Alice immediately strongly refuted Washington Feng's brother's flimsy reasoning. "Besides you, do you think we don't have other partners?" Claire added, "I heard that China's side has already researched and developed their optical core, therefore, your argument doesn't hold water." Washington Feng's brother was struck speechless by these words. "What did you say?" Seeing Lin Yi approaching, Claire quickly said, "Mr. Lin is here." Alice immediately pulled Claire's hand. Sisterly, let's go to Lin Yi. Let's go over there. Washington Feng's brother was left sitting alone, utterly embarrassed. Claire rushed over and hugged Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't avoid it at all, acting very naturally. Washington Feng's brother asked his assistant, confused, "What's going on?" The assistant worriedly asked back, "Mr. Washington, what do we do now?" Washington Feng's brother calmly stood up, reminding his assistant, "What's there to panic about? Let's go over and see." Lin Yi seemed expectant, asking Claire and Alice, "Are you ready?" Alice excitedly boasted, "Everything is ready. No problems can possibly occur. Even some partner factories will issue a joint clarification." Alice added, "But if we could wait a few more days, we could contact the person with the best impact." Lin Yi calmly put his hands in his pockets. "It's okay. Except for you guys, those capitalists won't act easily unless they see prey. If they don't see the real benefit, they won't participate." Lin Yi carefully instructed, "After the conference starts, you to call people to spread this matter." Claire and Alice confidently replied, "We got it." Washington Feng's brother coldly stepped forward and interrupted their conversation. "Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to tell them not to sell the light sources and lenses to us." However, he remained arrogant, mocking Lin Yi. "But it's okay. I will use the identity of the Washington Financial Group to seek cooperation with other enterprises. Your plan might be about to fall apart." Lin Yi was slightly skeptical, asking back, "Did you just say you would use the Washington family's identity to discuss with the high levels of these two enterprises?" "Did I hear correctly?" Washington Feng's brother arrogantly pointed, lecturing. "Of course, we have such strength and reputation. We have the right to do so. But you don't. Your Lingyan group is far inferior to us." Lin Yi snapped his fingers. "Well, since you put it that way, there's no better day than today. Let's discuss it." Washington Feng's brother was stunned. "What are you talking about? What is there for us to discuss?" Lin Yi went and replied, "Right, there's one thing I forgot to tell you." Lin Yi leaned close to Washington Feng's brother, his voice just loud enough. "I hold 12% of AIR and 12% of Ying equity. So, do you think you can still buy the light sources and lenses from them?" Feng's brother was completely stunned upon hearing this. He gasped, "You actually?" Lin Yi remained nonchalant. "Don't be so surprised." "It's not a big deal." Lin Yi looked smug. "It's just some shares, not worth much money." Watching the three of them leave, Washington Feng's brother finally realized the severity of the problem. "I'm doomed." He fumbled with his phone. "I have to call and inform Big Brother." The pale-faced assistant ran over, calling out loudly, "Mr. Washington, it's bad." The assistant rattled off urgent information. Just now, several top companies of Yingle simultaneously announced they will not engage in any cooperation with the Washington family. "This is clearly targeting us." Washington Feng's brother quickly took the tablet displaying the news. "Where's the news?" "Let me see." A series of news articles appeared. He cursed, both scared and angry. "Damn them." However, he cursed a bit too loudly, causing everyone in the room to turn their eyes towards him. The assistant quickly tried to calm Washington Feng's brother down. "Mr. Washington, please calm down. We need to find a way to resolve this now. If this escalates, it will have a huge impact on us." Washington Feng's brother, still rational, snapped, "Do you even need to tell me that?" Reporters, receiving the information quickly like gossiping market vendors, swarmed in. The reporters rushed forward, vying to ask questions and pointing microphones at Washington Feng's brother. "Mr. Washington, 3 companies have issued statements saying they never authorized any products to you. So where did your quantum core come from? Are actions like these meant to hide risks behind the Washington Financial Group?" Feng's brother's face changed color. The assistant quickly shielded him. All right. Mr. Washington is not available for any interviews right now. Please don't crowd around here." The assistant escorted Washington Feng's brother away. Many reporters refused to give up and continued chasing and shouting, "Mr. Washington." At a luxurious mansion, everyone was in a meeting. Wadana's father was presiding, stating, "Next, I will take the semiconductor division of the group. Suddenly, a sound interrupted the meeting. WADANA's father instructed an employee. Go see what's happening. The employee nodded. Understood. Seeing his daughter sitting pensively, WADANA's father asked, Wardana, the meeting has been going on for over an hour. You haven't said a word. What are you thinking about? Wardana smiled and replied, I'm thinking, Lin Yi's counterattack might be coming soon. Father, you should be mentally prepared. WADANA's father scoffed, counterattack. With his ability, even your uncle couldn't beat him. You still expect him to counterattack. Suddenly, the employee from before rushed in frantically. Chairman, it's bad news. Several Yingle companies simultaneously issued statements saying they never authorized any products to us and declared they will have no cooperation with us. WADANA's father slammed the table and stood up, shocked by the news. What did you say? Wardana was also slightly startled. Wardana thought to herself, Lin Yi is too formidable, clearly striking the Washington Financial Group's fatal spot. The employee assured loudly, the news is true. Furthermore, several other companies also declared no cooperation with us and said our quantum core used stolen technology from the Lingyan Group. The company's stock has started to plummet. WADANA's father's phone rang. It was his brother. WADANA's father angrily answered, immediately yelling, What exactly is going on? How could something like this happen? WAFENG's brother stammered an explanation. Big brother, it's like this. He holds shares of AI and Yingle. In short, we made the wrong move. Wardana frowned, her tone slightly reproachful. I told you last night, father. He's that kind of person, someone you can't see through. Every time you push him into a corner, thinking you've secured victory, he can always pull out unexpected cards for you to see. Washington Fun sat down, despite the situation. WADANA's father only muttered darkly, Lin Yi, I underestimated you. On Lin Yi's side, a sumptuous meal was laid out, steam rising. Son Fu enthusiastically raised his wine glass, congratulating Lin Yi. Today's events were truly satisfying. His face beamed brightly. We must let these people know our strength. We absolutely cannot let them off easily. Lin Yi also raised his glass. All right, don't just celebrate. You to go back to headquarters first, handle some follow-up matters. In short, don't worry about this anymore. Shen Qianju suddenly turned to ask Lin Yi. Lin Yi, in the post-meeting interview, you spoke vaguely about the quantum core. Are you not planning to publicize this news? Lin Yi calmly replied, Now is not the time. Lin Yi looked calculating, smirked slightly, and took a sip of wine. I'm waiting for Washington Fung to call me. We have the initiative now, let's see how Washington Fung he can hold out. Ning Yu said to everyone, I never expected our quantum core would be announced to the public in this way. It's truly unexpected. Shen Qianju looked slightly down. Security work in the institute must be upgraded later. Suffering such a big loss, we must remember it well. Lin Yi patted his shoulder comfortingly. I don't manage the institute's affairs. Old Shen, you just take charge. Same old saying, if you lack money, tell me. Old Shen said happily, Thank you for your trust. Lin Yi replied, You're welcome. The two clinked glasses. Lin Yi said to everyone, Everyone is going back tomorrow. Be safe on the way. Old Shen replied, Okay, thanks for the private jet arranged by President Lin. The next day, at the training base. Everyone was discussing work when Lin Yi walked in. Qi Yuluo asked Lin Yi, I heard something happened to your Lingyan group. How was it handled? Lin Yi replied, It's all settled, no need to worry. Lin Yi sat down and asked, How are the training results? Yuluo handed him the results sheet. These are the final results. Today's situation is different. The first place is XAO Bing, E-level proficiency. Checking the test 3 days ago, his performance was average. Unexpectedly, he took first place today. Ning Xiachi said, It's indeed a bit surprising, but that girl named Yu Xing is not bad either, taking second place. Xiao Qiang, whom you rated quite highly, got 8th place. Lin Yi looked at the results sheet. Not bad. The final item, combat simulation. When is it scheduled to start? Mr. Liu Hong said, tentatively the day after tomorrow. There are still some detailed matters that haven't been arranged, needing more preparation. Suddenly, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Washington Fun calling. Lin Yi stood up to answer the phone. "Hello," the other side asked. "Is this Mr. Lin?" Lin Yi asked back, "Are you Washington Fun?" Washington Fun replied, "It's me. Regarding the Litecore matter, we were in the wrong. I hope Mr. Lin won't hold it against us. We will provide corresponding compensation, hoping you can stop the public opinion from escalating further." Lin Yi negotiated. "All right then, I have 3 demands. If you can fulfill them, I will quiet this matter down. First, I want to know the spy you planted on my side. Second, I need the core materials of your energy industry. Third, you must publicly apologize on TV." Washington Fung replied, "Impossible. Mr. Lin, I came with sincerity. I hope you won't be too unreasonable. Besides, you know my daughter, you are very close friends. Do you really have to do this?" Lin Yi said, "You really have double standards. Knowing I know your daughter didn't stop you from harming me, did it?" Lin Yi decisively said, "That's all for today. Call me when you've thought it through, otherwise, don't contact me again." On Washington Feng's side, he was furious, threw the phone to the ground, scowling and cursing. This guy is too much. How dare he make such outrageous demands? His daughter, Wardana, picked up the phone and said, "As I see it, this is at least a good thing, because he's still offering a path for negotiation. If he really wanted to push us to the brink, he wouldn't have stated those 3 conditions. As for how to handle it, you to figure it out yourselves." Then Wardana turned and left. Washington Feng's younger brother said, "Eldest brother, what do you think about this? The last 2 conditions are absolutely unacceptable." Mr. Washington Fung held his head helplessly. "This concerns the lifeblood and honor of our Washington family. I will absolutely not agree to his terms. But right now, our financial group's stock is plummeting. The options we have are too few. I've also been thinking, we are too passive in this matter. It feels like no method has any real effect." Washington Feng's brother said, "Eldest brother, I have a good idea. Let's just kill Lin Yi." Washington Fung was stunned. "What did you say?" Mr. Washington Fung shook his head. "Kill Lin Yi? That won't work. The situation is very sensitive right now. If something happens to Lin Yi, we will definitely be suspected." Washington Feng's brother said, "I know that. Do you remember Alyssa from the Black Gold Company? We can frame Lin Yi for her death. That way, Jeffrey will act for us. Then we can threaten Lin Yi." Mr. Washington Feng agreed. "This method isn't bad. We can avoid all suspicion. Of course, we can use the Lingyan spy as bait to lure Lin Yi to Haidao Island." "Right. Don't let Wardana know about this. Her relationship with Lin Yi is very good." Feng's brother added, "I think it's better to be thorough with this. Since only Lin Yi contacts her, Wardana will quickly notice something is wrong." Washington Feng's brother whispered to Washington Fung, "Why don't we restrain Wardana first?" Then, Mr. Washington Fung frowned, then agreed, "All right, do as you say." Feng's brother obeyed. "Yes." Then he left. He called Lin Yi. "Mr. Lin, I agree to all 3 of your demands. But our insider has already been taken to Haidao Island. It's difficult to bring him to China. If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, perhaps you could make a trip to Haidao Island, and I can also deliver the core materials of the Washington family's heavy industry." At Lin Yi's training base, Qi Yuluo asked Lin Yi, "Did the Washington family people call you?" Lin Yi sat down. "Yes. They agreed to the 3 demands I made this morning. They asked me to go to Haidao Island to pick up the person, and then discuss the Washington family's heavy industry matter." Yuluo was surprised. He agreed so readily, "It makes me feel something is off." "Are you really going?" Lin Yi replied, "I definitely have to go. He tricked me from the shadows. I have to have a frank talk with him somehow." Yuluo thought, with Lin Yi's style, these people are very likely going to get played to death. Mr. Liu Hong walked in. "Is everyone here?" Lin Yi asked, "What's so urgent that you called us?" "We were waiting to get some late-night snacks," Mr. Liu said. "Group for sent news. Paul stationed on Tilly Island left overnight with his men. This is not a good sign." Lin Yi looked at the document and asked, Paul is one of Jeffrey's 3 core subordinates, also the strongest one. Why did he leave? Mr. Liu replied, unclear. Ning Xiachi said, Jimmy and Alyssa previously returned because of deals. Could it be the same this time? Yuluo added, but the previous 2 deals turned to dust. Would they still dare to trade with the Washington family? She continued, besides, after successively losing to core members, I don't think Jeffrey would be so insistent on trading the original gene. Lin Yu said, following your line of thought, can I assume this? Jeffrey recalled Paul to investigate the matter of Jimmy and Alyssa. Or perhaps Jeffrey found a clue and called Paul back to carry out a revenge mission. Yuluo wondered. A clue? Suddenly she exclaimed, I thought of something. The Washington Financial Group asking Lin Yu to go to Heidao Island to pick up Qi Yuzukeng and Paul leaving Tilly Island. Could these 2 things be related? Lin Yu was interested. This is quite interesting. Mr. Liu was more serious. This is no small matter. You must handle it seriously. Paul's level is much stronger than Alyssa's. I won't let you take this risk. Come here tomorrow morning. I will make specific arrangements. Lin Yu replied, since you've said so, I can't go even if I wanted to. I'll listen to you. The next day, at the training base, a team was training. The team leader shouted, all attention, roll call. Lin Yu walked past. Feeling everyone was spirited, he opened the door and entered a room. Inside, Lin Yu saw 2 strangers. Mr. Liu Hong introduced. Lin Yu, let me introduce you. This is Zhu Junqi from Group 4 and Wei Xue. Lin Yu wondered. People from Group 4. Is the mission on Tilly Island finished? Mr. Liu said, no, they were specifically called back mainly because of your matter. When Washington Feng informs you to go to Heidao Island, I'll have them accompany you, which will ensure a bit more safety. Zhu Junqi stubbered out his cigarette and said, when the time comes, you guys listen to our command. If any trouble occurs otherwise, you bear the consequences yourself. Lin Yu retorted, good or bad, I am still a group leader. A mere group member like you wants to command me. You seem a bit unclear about your position. Junqi got angry. So what if I'm a group member? We're from Group 4. Any random person pulled from our group can defeat leaders from other groups. Do you think being a group leader allows you to boss us around? Lin Yu pointed towards Mr. Liu's chair. Then what are you still doing in Group 4? Come sit in this office. Ning Xiachi chuckled. Zhu Junqi got even angrier. Who do you think you're talking to? Do you have any respect for rules? Lin Yu cleaned his ear. Quickly find a crossroad and send this fool away. Seeing him gives me a headache. Junqi helplessly. You. Mr. Liu Hong interrupted. All right. You're on the same combat roster of the organization. Why argue as soon as you meet? Don't forget your identities. Okay, everyone's here. Let's go downstairs, Mr. Liu said to Zhu Junqi and Wei Zhu. There's still no movement from the island side yet. You to contemporarily join the trial training. It'll help with evaluation. Junqi was displeased. Mr. Liu turned to Lin Yu. You two tone it down. Your comrades, after all, pay attention to team harmony. Lin Yu said, don't even mention comrades. Even an intimate partner wouldn't talk to me like that. Yuluo and Mr. Liu both looked at Ning Xiachi, startling her. Why are you two looking at me like that? Yuluo smiled and said, be careful. Ning Xiachi and Lin Yu remained silent. Down at the training ground, Mr. Liu Hong said, let me introduce everyone. These two are Zhu Junqi and Wei Xue, members of Team 4 who specially came to observe everyone's trial training. Junqi said in one breath, so many people came. This national recruitment drive wasn't bad. Yuluo added, moreover, the average skill level is much higher than before. It's quite successful indeed. Among them, there are even 2 D-rank individuals. Their individual combat abilities aren't bad, just lacking a bit of experience. With more training, they'll quickly be ready for missions. So, when these two initially signed up, it was a bit unexpected for me. Junqi said, so there really are D-rank people. Where are those 2 new ones? Let me see, Yuluo ordered. Siwai Kong? Yu sighing, step forward. Those 2 stepped out. Zhu Junqi said, looking at you two, you seem to be around 30 years old. Your talent is undeniable, interested in joining our team for? Lin Yi, standing behind, thought to himself, he's actually competing so openly. Looks like this Jujunchi's IQ isn't that high. Besides, it seems the relationship between Boss Liu and Team 4 isn't great either. But both Suo Kong and Yu Sang said in unison, we want to join Team 1. Junchi glanced at Lin Yi. Team leader Lin is truly impressive. The trial training isn't even over, yet you've made your subordinates so determined. Truly admirable, Lin Yi teased. Actually, I didn't do anything. Maybe it's because you're too ugly, so they're not interested in you. Simple as that. Jujunchi's eyes bulged with anger. You. Meanwhile, Yu Sang covered her mouth and laughed, because Junchi continued, although you to have reached D rank, it doesn't mean you'll definitely get into the organization. I happen to have some time now, so I'll help team leader Lin test your skills. If you can't pass my test, you won't get into the organization. Yu Luo thought that Zhu Junchi had reached peak D rank, while Suo Kong and Yu Sang were just newly promoted D rank. Even if these two attack together, they're no match for him. Suo Kong cracked his knuckles, warming up. Are you trying to spar with us? Zhu Junchi said, your performance is good, so today I will guide you. But I'm a senior in Team 4's Central Brigade. Sparring directly might lead to talk of bullying the weak, so I'll give you a one-hand handicap. Suo Kong was surprised. A one-hand handicap? No need, please use your full strength to compete. Junchi said again, if I use my full strength, I might accidentally injure you too, which wouldn't be good. From behind, Lin Yi called out, surname Zhu? He said, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Zhu Junchi angrily retorted, you better watch your tone. Do you think these two can't even handle one of my hands, so you want to step in and stop this? Lin Yi shook his head, no, I know their skill level very well. Although they can't beat me, they're enough to teach you a lesson. But right now, over 300 people here want to join Team 1. Besides, since you happen to be here, help me train all of them. Zhu Junchi yelled, train all of them. Do you think I have nothing better to do? With so many people, we wouldn't finish training even by nightfall. Lin Yi said, I know your time is precious. Of course I can't let you train them one by one. Lin Yi shouted to all the trainees, on the battlefield, if someone harms your comrades, what will you do? Everyone shouted in unison, blood for blood. Lin Yi pointed at Junchi and said, not bad. Now this guy surnamed Zhu wants to train your comrades. Don't waste any more time, attack together. I will select the best performer from this and grant them special admission to Team 1. Go. Ning Xieqi was surprised, Yu Luo thought. Such endless tricks. All the trainees menacingly advanced on Junchi. Junchi was a bit scared. Lin Yi. What are you trying to do? Lin Yi replied. I want to thank you for helping train this group. After you're done training them, I'll arrange another match. He shouted to everyone, what are you all standing around for? Aren't you going to see such a good opportunity? Don't you want to join Team 1, the whole group? Yes, sir. All the trainees charged forward together. Zhu Junchi ran for his life. Lin Yi, you bastard. Lin Yi clutched his stomach laughing, someone from Team 4 is different. Runs really fast. Zhu Junchi shouted while running. Lin Yi. What kind of skill is this? Tell them to stop. Lin Yi laughed merrily. Stop what? You're from Team 4 anyway. Teach them properly. Let them see your true strength. Junchi cursed angrily. Damn it, what's the point of calling so many people at once? If you're not convinced, let's duel one-on-one. If you lose, damn it, kneel and apologize to me. Lin Yi teased. You're really interesting. You can't even handle the trial trainees and you want to fight me. I advise you not to do anything foolish, or you won't live past 3 seconds. Wei Zhu stepped forward defensively. Team leader Lin, what you're doing is really boring. If you have the guts, step up yourself. The organization is a place where strength speaks. Lin Yi glared. You have an opinion. If you can't stand watching, maybe you can fight in his place. Wei Zhu said, don't underestimate me just because I'm a woman. My strength is definitely not inferior to Zhu Junchi. She continued angrily, being able to enter Team 4 is proof of ability. And my combat experience is much richer than yours. You better take back what you just said. Lin Yi sneered. Damn, I'm truly speechless. They say ugly people often do ugly things. I finally know what kind of goods you people intend for her. She frowned. Your skill level is nothing special, but your ability to put on airs is top-notch. Wei Zhu charged at Lin Yi, courting death. Ning Xiachi worriedly called out, Lin Yi, be careful. Wei Zhu from Team For couldn't hold back anymore, directly launching a kick at him. But surprisingly, Lin Yi not only dodged the flying kick, but also calmly read her moves. Lin Yi, after spectacularly dodging Wei Xue's fierce kick, didn't hesitate and directly retaliated with his own vicious strike. He launched a powerful kick aimed at Wei Xue's chin, sending her falling backward hard, spitting blood in pain, completely unguarded and with no chance to dodge Lin Yi's attack. Wei Zhu was kicked hard against the green pillar in the training ground with a loud crash by Lin Yi's merciless counterattack, letting out a cry. Yu Xing, witnessing the fight along with other agents in the yard, couldn't help but widen her eyes in amazement. Looking at Lin Yi, team leader Lin actually kicked away someone from Team For. He's too strong. Seeing his companion knocked down, Zhu Junqi quickly ran over to support Wei Xue, anxiously calling her name. Wei Zhu? Wei Zhu, with blood still on her mouth, angrily tried to stand up, glaring hatefully at Lin Yi, furiously cursing under her breath. Damn it. Seeing things were getting out of hand, Zhu Junqi stopped Wei Zhu with his hand, trying to prevent things from escalating and calming her down. All right. Lin Yi looked at them both with an arrogant gaze, unflinching and ready to declare war, like a warning shot about not being easy to mess with, and said, Wait a bit, after the training session, if you're still not convinced, we can fight again at noon. Both of you can come at me together. Suo Kong and Yu Xing, watching from the sidelines, found the situation interesting and couldn't help but admire Lin Yi's impressive ability, whispering to each other. No wonder they want to turn Team 1 into a sharp blade. Turns out the team leader is this strong. Yu Xing stood with her arms crossed, not hesitating to praise the potential Lin Yi displayed, freely expressing her thoughts. To kick away someone from Team For with one blow, what level must he be at? Perhaps he's already reached the sea-level threshold. After witnessing the entire event, suddenly a figure stepped forward, surprising the three people glaring at each other with fiery eyes. All right, stop fighting. It turned out to be Liu Hong's voice. He calmly turned his head and spoke to Qi Yuluo about the team's training. It's about time. Let's start the training. Qi Yuluo answered clearly. Yes, holding the training plan clipboard, Qi Yuluo directly announced to everyone present what they were about to undertake. In a strong, decisive tone, assemble. The final training mission is a combat drill. As Lin Yi stood listening, his phone suddenly rang, surprising him, seeing the call was from Washington family. Lin Yi turned towards Liu Hong and Ning Xiachi and whispered, It's Washington family calling. This surprised the other two. On the other end of the line, Washington Feng's brother's voice sounded urgent, informing Lin Yi about an important meeting regarding what they had gathered in the recent mission. Mr. Lin, we have recaptured the spy from your research institute just now. When you arrive, please come to room 1209 of the West City Hotel. You will find the person inside. Lin Yi, with a serious expression, quickly replied, I understand. Liu Hong, eager for news from Lin Yi's call, anxiously asked about the recent developments. What's the situation? What did they say? Lin Yi hung up and calmly replied, He gave me the specific location. He raised his hand into a determined fist. Liu Hong looked at Lin Yi with trusting eyes and said confidently, Then let's act now. Lin Yi also found it quite interesting. He turned back with the important information, without hesitation outlining the next steps for Ning Xiachi and Yuluo, who were waiting expectantly. Let's go. I have a plan to discuss with you. Call Dao Cheng and Zhong Qing to the office as well. Qi Yuluo accepted the task, replying, Okay. In the office, Lin Yi directly outlined the path forward for the team. He quickly wrote down the crucial information on the board with chalk. Lin Yi, pointing at the board like a strategist, began detailing the plan to the focused group. Now, you to go first. This can distract the opponent. Ning Xiachi stood beside him, while Yuluo attentively asked Lin Yi about the specific actions in the plan. Where is the spy? Will we go to the designated location and wait for you? Lin Yu's eyes were serious and sharp, circling the core part of the plan and emphasizing in response to her question. You can wait, but don't let your guard down. This could be a trap. He turned to assign specific tasks to individuals and teams, clearly instructing Dao Cheng and Zhong Qing's team. Later, you to take a private plane to Singapore, then change planes to get there. Dao Cheng questioned his plan. Brother Lin, what's the purpose of this arrangement? Lin Yi calmly explained the move in detail, emphasizing the core issue with the chalk. You two will pretend to be a couple of lovers from Singapore on vacation. Once there, rent a car. Further actions will await my instructions. Yuluo pointed at the outlined plan, directly voicing her concern to Lin Yi. Wait, what is their role then? Lin Yi seriously elaborated on the next step, holding up a pen, focusing on this strategy. If this is a deception, have them cause a traffic accident on the way. He continued expanding. This will buy more time for you two to reach the new mission location. Wei Xue stood aside listening to Lin Yu's meticulous plan. Although she frowned outwardly, inwardly she appreciated Lin Yu's plan, truly flawless. It seems it's not by chance that he's the leader of Team 1. Liu Hong looked towards Zhu Junqi and Wei Xue's team, asking Lin Yi about their task. What about these two? Lin Yi, focused, pointed with the pen at the next move. Assign these two to the next position. Just follow Qi Yuluo and act together. Liu Hong continued to raise questions about other aspects of their target this time. Do we need to bring Suo Kong and Yu Sang along? Let them get some early experience. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. No need. This matter cannot be taken lightly. They still lack experience. Problems could easily arise mid-process. Satisfied with Lin Yu's excellent display of strategic talent, Liu Hong placed his hands on his hips, placing full trust in the young man before him and reminding him, okay, you are the overall commander for this operation. During the mission, you may not need to request instructions from me. But if you need support, remember to tell me. Lin Yu replied confidently, okay. To inspire his teammates' determination to win, Lin Yu waved his hand forcefully once more, raising his voice to finalize the command. Now everyone, start the operation. Wait until everyone is on their way, then I will act. Everyone shouted in unison. Yes, the plane carrying Lin Yi began to take off on its mission route according to the plan, heading towards the rendezvous point previously reported by Washington family, flying over the sparkling waves of the endless blue ocean, revealing the rapidly passing magnificent island scenery. Landing at the airport, Lin Yi calmly walked out from the exit, his face showing the expression of a winner, carrying his suitcase straight towards the West City Hotel. In front of him was the image of a massive and glamorous hotel located in the city center, as mentioned in Washington Feng's brother message. Image of a glass of red wine held by Washington Feng's brother accompanied by the dialogue, Big brother, we have locked onto Lin Yu's movements. These were the words of Washington Feng's brother, who had arranged to meet Lin Yi, reporting information to his apparent superior Washington Feng, casually sipping wine as he continued. Since he left the airport, our men have been following him. He continued leisurely, he actually went alone, and we didn't detect any suspicious individuals, so Big Brother can rest assured. On the other end of the line, Washington Feng, satisfied with his brother's report, calmly reminded, hand over the work. We suffered a loss once before, we cannot be careless this time. Continue monitoring for the next step, don't make any mistakes. Feng's brother looked out at the cityscape, his attendant beside him, gently replying, yes. Suddenly, a bodyguard entered with shocking news for Washington Feng's brother that made him freeze. Mr. Washington, something happened with Lin Yi. Washington Feng's brother was puzzled, turning around to press for more information. What happened? His attendant recounted the recent event. While on the way to the hotel, Lin Yi was in an accident. The car owner was a couple from Singapore. In the end, Lin Yi compensated them, and the matter was resolved. Washington Feng's brother rested his chin on his hand, feeling skeptical and disbelieving of this sudden news, frowning in thought. A traffic accident. Thinking, reassessing everything, he concluded it was just a coincidence and quickly regained his composure, turning to emphasize the mission to his attendant. I understand now. It's not a big deal, just a coincidence. You all pay close attention. Don't let something like this happen again. As long as he reaches the hotel smoothly, our plan will succeed. The attendant immediately nodded in obedience. Yes, sir. Then, 40 minutes later, Lin Yi's car arrived in front of the West City Hotel. After the troublesome incident, Lin Yi got out of the car to be greeted by Washington Feng's brother, just as arranged in their previous call. W.A. Feng's group bowed politely and respectfully at Lin Yi's arrival. Mr. Lin, we've been waiting for you. Lin Yi smiled amicably at the grand welcome, not forgetting to drop his signature sarcastic remark. It really was a bit difficult for you. If you hadn't tried to act cool before, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. W.A. Feng's brother pointed towards the hotel, signaling Lin Yi to go with him to the meeting point to exchange information. Everything before was a misunderstanding. I just want to tell you, this time I won't probe you anymore. The other person is waiting for you in room 2404. You can go meet him there. After grasping the information, Lin Yi pulled his suitcase towards the meeting point, watched from behind by the scheming old fox. As Lin Yi's back disappeared from view, Washington Feng's brother ordered his men according to his plan. Right now, start sealing off all hotel exits. No entry allowed, the group shouted in unison. Yes, W.A. Feng's brother revealed a treacherous expression, secretly executing his plan to trap Lin Yi and gain leverage over him, full of confidence. Now, even if he is backup, they can't get in. This time, let's see how you can run. Lin Yi arrived in front of the room, decisively opening the door without hesitation. In front of Lin Yi were guards positioned to watch the mole Lin Yi wanted to meet. He held the doorknob, pausing to observe his surroundings. Seeing this, one guard signaled to reassure Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, rest assured. We sincerely want to make a deal. There's no ambush set up in the room. Lin Yi pretended to lower his guard, putting on a relaxed expression as he replied, That's good then. He approached the mole, removed the blindfold and pulled the tape off his mouth. The man's face showed bruises from brutal torture as he gasped for breath. Lin Yi directly interrogating the mole before him. I didn't expect we'd meet here. When were you bribed by the Washington family? The mole didn't resist and was very cooperative, immediately raising his head to answer Lin Yi's question. Previously, the Washington family, wanting to recruit you, had me infiltrate your research institute. Unexpectedly, I managed to get into the photolithography machine research room, 177. He continued fearlessly. As for what happened afterwards, you probably already know. Lin Yi found these guys ridiculously funny. Getting straight to the point of this meeting, he concluded the matter. At this point, talking more is useless. Actually, I don't care if you live or die. You surely know what crimes you've committed. Come back with me. You won't have to worry about food for the rest of your life. Prison food will suffice. The mole still showed no restraint, instead challenging Lin Yi. It doesn't matter if I go back with you, as long as you can take me away. Lin Yi didn't understand what this guy was rambling about, raising his voice to correct his behavior. What now? Are you planning to resist? The mole calmly replied to Lin Yi's words without showing any resistance or fear. He spoke with relish. I'm an ordinary person. I don't have the ability to resist, unlike others who do. The room door burst open violently, revealing a group of guards wearing glasses. They spread out, surrounding the office, focusing on Lin Yi, aiming to restrict his movements. Suddenly, a man with blonde hair appeared from behind the mole, his body covered in tattoos, looking at Lin Yi smugly. Lin Yi, you definitely didn't expect the Washington family to station someone else here. Lin Yi recognized the person in front of him, thinking to himself, not answering immediately but calculating. Paul from Black Gold Company. Lin Yi laughed and said, No wonder you could talk to me so calmly. Turns out there's someone to rely on. Then he shrugged. It must have been hard for you guys, coming all the way back here just to kill me. Hearing this, Paul asked, Did you kill Jimmy and Alyssa? Lin Yi put his hands in his pockets and casually replied, I set Jimmy up. I killed Alyssa. I also took the things she had. Paul gave a despicable smile. Your honesty really surprises me. So, today I can't let you go. Lin Yi smiled, his face calm without a trace of fear, and replied, honestly, even if you have many people, I don't care. But my superiors insisted I bring a few people over. I couldn't stop them. So, don't be too quick to make a move. Paul was surprised to hear that. Suddenly the door was kicked open. It was Qi Yuluo with Ning Xieqi and Xiachu Junqi. Weizu? Paul panicked, pointing angrily, you actually brought people. Lin Yi calmly replied, isn't it very surprising? Lin Yi continued, actually, we figured out the Washington family's little tricks long ago. We also knew you'd come to help. All of this is within our control. Paul was furious, not believing what he heard. Impossible. How could you know our movements? Lin Yi smiled smugly. Haven't you realized yet that I'm from the organization? We figured it out ever since you left Tilly Island. Paul's jaw dropped, annoyed. You're actually from the organization. Lin Yi replied, of course, why else would I confront you? Lin Yi continued, we have 5 people, you have 6. I don't know what level you guys are, but everyone on our side is D level. Do you think you can still struggle? Paul spoke up. Your identity is indeed beyond my expectations. But the one who dies will still be you. As he spoke, his accomplices raised their guns simultaneously. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly, speaking contemptuously. If you say that, you're too inexperienced. Lin Yi said smugly, sorry, whatever you have, we have to. Lin Yi's side also raised their guns. Lin Yi walked over, placed a hand on the mole's shoulder, and patted it. He smiled and said, Old Man Shen might not scheme like you guys, but that doesn't mean I don't. Kyusu Chen panicked, sweating profusely. Lin Yi, with sharp, frightening eyes, said, one day I might also be killed by someone. But I absolutely will not die at the hands of despicable scum like you. The mole was so scared he almost fainted. In room 2405, Washington Feng's brother was enjoying a massage. The person on the other end, Washington Feng, spoke. How's the situation on your end? Feng's brother replied happily. It's going very smoothly. Lin Yi went into the room next door. He must have met Paul already. Soon Paul will come find me, then I'll take him back. Don't worry, the call ended. Washington Feng's brother looked at his phone screen, thinking, it's been so long, why is there no noise next door? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Washington Feng's brother glanced over. He called out, who is it? Lin Yi, holding a gun, disguised his voice and replied, it's me, Paul. Hearing this, Washington Feng's brother ordered his staff, go open the door. As the door cracked open, Lin Yi kicked it hard, sending the staff member's glasses flying, leaving him stunned and unsteady. Washington Feng's brother looked towards the door in panic, seeing Lin Yi, Ning Xieqi, and Qi Yuluo entering with guns. Washington Feng's brother sat up abruptly, stammering, how? 190, how come nothing happened to you? Lin Yi approached. Qi Yuluo pointed her gun at Washington Feng's brother. Lin Yi spoke, the matter over there is settled. Naturally, I had to come find you. Is there anything wrong with that? Washington Feng's brother raised his hands, replying fearfully, right? He said nervously, if the matter is settled, then I'll take you to see my eldest brother. Regarding Washington Heavy Industries, he wants to discuss it with you a bit. Lin Yi looked at him with threatening eyes. Of course, I'll meet your eldest brother, but don't we need to talk first? Feng's brother looked at Lin Yi in utter terror, replying weakly, I'm just an errand boy. There's nothing for us to talk about. Lin Yi said annoyedly, you secretly set me up, and now you're playing dumb. Do you take me for a fool? Washington Feng's brother asked nervously, scared, How on earth did you deal with Paul? Also, I locked down the hotel. Your accomplices couldn't get in. Hearing this, Lin Yi replied, correct, after I entered, indeed no one could come to help. He smiled and continued, did you ever consider that I brought my people in beforehand? Do you remember the traffic incident on the road? Washington Feng's brother retorted, but how could the people you brought be a match for Paul's ruthless gang? Lin Yi laughed, I guess you still don't know who killed Alyssa, right? Lin Yi continued, if I can kill Alyssa, I have the ability to subdue Paul. You don't even understand this logic. You deserve to end up like this today. Washington Feng's brother was astonished, utterly terrified. Alyssa, 1-9 for you killed her. Lin Yi asked, where is Washington Feng? This drama needs to end. At the Washington family manor, Wardana pushed the door open and entered. Seeing her, Washington Feng asked, what's wrong? Why the long face? Wardana looked annoyed and asked, what do you two mean by this? She continued irritably, confining me, afraid I'll ruin your good plan. And taking my phone, afraid I'd send a warning. Washington Feng stood up, placed one hand on the table, and said, your father had no choice. You know very well what kind of person Lin Yi is. I did this as a precaution. Now that the problem is solved, I've let you out. Hearing this, Wardana shouted angrily, nonsense. It's precisely because I know what kind of person Lin Yi is that I didn't agree with you doing this. Washington Feng walked towards her, saying, I know you want to say Lin Yi has countless trump cards, making him unpredictable. But you must understand, if schemes could solve everything, then force wouldn't be necessary. W.A. Feng continued, I admit Lin Yi rose quickly. His abilities are undeniable. I also admit I lost to him regarding the light core, but the gap in strength between me and him cannot be bridged. Wardana gave a wry smile. You said the same thing a few days ago, but the result wasn't what you expected. But I have to tell you, Lin Yi's strength isn't just in his schemes. His fighting skills are beyond comparison to anyone in the Washington family. Hearing this, Washington Feng said, rest assured, we didn't get our hands dirty ourselves. We hired people from the Black Gold Company. You've had dealings with them before. You probably know the one named Paul, right? Wardana was surprised. Paul, he actually came. Washington Feng spread his hands authoritatively, saying, from the moment he got off the plane, his every move has been under our control. Besides, Paul has already successfully set up his ambush. Now tell me, what chance does he have? Wardana pondered, then said, I don't know. But I want to tell you. Then she spoke irritably. Last time, we all thought he was in a situation of certain death, no doubt about it. But he managed to turn the tables and kill his way out. Lin Yi is miraculous. He's never lost. I believe the outcome will be the same this time. You'd better prepare yourself. Washington Feng replied calmly, I also hope he can surprise me. If you have nothing else to say, you can leave. I have other things to do. Wardana was annoyed. Fine. Then she turned and left. The butler entered, calling, Master. The butler, with a tense face, said, Lin Yi is here. Hearing this, Wardana turned around, smiled, and said, he's here. Washington Feng also smiled in response. Silly child. He continued with a laugh, it was Dad who asked your uncle to deal with him and then bring him here. Do you really think he has the ability to deal with the people from the Black Gold Company? Washington Feng clasped his hands behind his back and continued, didn't you trust him? Now come with Dad to see what kind of appearance the man you always thought highly of has now. The butler waved his hand, nervously saying, Master. It's not what you think. Washington Feng looked at the butler puzzled. The butler touched the back of his neck and continued, Lin Yi subdued second master. And without any losses, he's now sitting on the sofa downstairs waiting for you. Hearing this, Washington Feng was startled. How is that possible? My brother was subdued by him. The butler nervously continued, second master was tied up in the car, then they drove into the villa. After beating all the manor's guards, he arrogantly walked in, saying he wanted to see you. Washington Feng, annoyed, stomped his foot hard on the floor, saying, What? I'll go take a look. Lin Yi picked up an apple and happily took a bite. While chewing, he said, It's still you tycoons who know how to enjoy life. This apple is really delicious, almost catching up to the fruits I grow. Washington Feng pointed at him, angrily saying, Impossible. How could you be Paul's opponent? Lin Yi looked at him, smiled, and said, This question is very simple. Just like you are not just a tycoon family, I am naturally not just a small company boss either. You really overestimate yourself. If you had listened to your daughter's suggestion, you wouldn't be in this situation now. Washington Feng gritted his teeth bitterly, thinking, I planned everything so meticulously, yet I still lost to him. Lin Yi, still chewing the apple, continued. What else do you want to know? I can answer them one by one for you. Luckily, I'm free. What I have is time. Wardana panicked, hastily saying, Linyi, please calm down. My father was indeed wrong about this. We are willing to give up. Linyi didn't even glance, replying, This has nothing to do with you. W.A. Feng sighed and spoke. The 3 things I agreed to with you before, I will fulfill my promise. Linyi stood up, dangling the apple core, and said, If it weren't for today's dirty schemes, our deal would have been done. But with things like this happening, do you think it's still possible? If we still follow those 3 conditions, it's too good a deal for you. Washington Feng asked nervously, So what do you want? Linyi smiled smugly. Don't rush, let's talk slowly. Hearing this, Washington Feng was scared. An hour later, Washington Feng slumped onto the chair, his face darkened, looking terrible. He was helpless. Linyi left. Wardana hurriedly ran after him, calling, Mr. Lin. Linyi turned his head to look at Wardana. Wardana apologized. I tried my best, but I didn't have the power to stop it. Linyi replied, I know this has nothing to do with you. Wardana said regretfully, Goodbye then, can I hug you one last time? Linyi smiled at her. He and she embraced tightly. At Yanjing Airport, Ning Xiachi spoke up. Linyi, look at this. Linyi looked at the article on the screen, thinking to himself, I have to say Washington Feng is a smart man. He returned the device to Ning Xiachi and said, This is also normal, no need to be surprised. Announcing the news about Washington Feng so quickly was decisive. Giving up such a vast empire just like that, he's a ruthless person. Qi Yuluo looked at the 2 and said, I just want to know what Yuta said that provoked him quite a bit. Linyi waved his hand and replied, I told him that in this world, righteous knights don't exist. Then his spirit collapsed. Hearing this, Qi Yuluo and Ning Xiachi burst out laughing. Why? A new day began. Linyi walked over to Liu Hong and spoke. We're back. Seeing the 3 of them, Liu Hong immediately said, Not a bad performance this time. I will give the 3 of you a 3rd-class collective award. Qi Yuluo spoke up. You should thank Linyi separately for this. We just lent a hand, didn't do much. Liu Hong smiled and said, Although he was in charge, without the help of you 2, the mission wouldn't have been completed so smoothly. Therefore, everyone gets a share. Saying that, Liu Hong placed the file folder on the table. These are the trial training results for everyone. I won't specify exactly how many or who to recruit. The 3 of you choose for yourselves. Hearing Boss Liu say this, Linyi just slowly sat down in the chair. Meanwhile, the 2 captains beside him were looking intently at the stack of papers he had just handed over. Seeing him calmly reply, Siwai Kong and Yu Sing belong to my group, the rest, you 2 can choose all of them. Ning Xiachi seriously refused. That won't do, business is business. She persuaded. Your group 1 handles special tasks, so naturally, you must choose the potential ones first. Now is not the time to be modest. Hurry up and choose. Hearing this, he just smiled and encouraged her. You 2 don't need to worry about such a small matter. Hurry up and choose. Seeing that Linyi wasn't very interested in this, Boss Liu quickly said, Since Linyi has let you 2 choose first, then go ahead and choose. I can't treat you 2 unfairly either. At this point, Ning Xiachi finally broke into a radiant smile, happily saying, Since you've said so, I won't be polite anymore. As she spoke, she flipped through the pages. Suddenly she pointed at the paper, asking curiously, I remember there were over 300 people participating in the training. Why are there only over 120 left now? After hearing this, Boss Liu looked pleased, laughed and replied, I told them about the history of the organization and also told them about the dangers of some missions. Over 200 people got scared on the spot and withdrew from this training. Linyi also added, But that's not bad either. At least nearly a third of the people are still here. On the other hand, Qi Yuluo remained silent. She looked at the stack of papers again and continued studying. Boss Liu kept rambling. I remember the last training session only had 1/5 left. He thinks the mentality of these people is indeed a bit stronger than those Yanjing family descendants. This nationwide recruitment drive has made me very satisfied. Seeing that there wasn't much time left, Lin Yi turned to the two and urged, "Then start choosing, don't waste time. I still have to meet an elder." Hearing this, they both hurriedly looked at the papers and quickly chose people. Later, at a large company of the Liang family, Lin Yi stood in front of a door and knocked. A voice came from inside. "Come in," Shen Shuyi asked in surprise. "Why is it you? Is the organization's matter settled?" He replied, "It's almost done, just got back last night." She asked again, "Dealing with the Washington family matter?" Lin Yi smiled, looking at the USB drive in his hand, and said excitedly, "I brought something back for you, Auntie. Aunt Shen, take a look and decide how to handle it." Without hesitation, she quickly plugged the USB drive into the computer port, wondering, "What did you bring back? Why so mysterious?" On the screen appeared bold text, "Detailed documents on the progress of Washington Group projects for internal circulation within the board of directors only." Aunt Shen was astonished, unable to hold back, exclaiming, This is an internal document of the Washington Group." Hearing this, Lin Yi calmly continued, "Not only these, but there are also some secret technologies. I felt they were useful, so I took them all." Receiving this information, Aunt Shen fell into deep thought and seriously reminded, "The value of the documents you brought back cannot be measured by money. Now you have two choices. One is for me to help you hand this over to old Lu, so you will have more say in the organization." Lin Yi put his hand behind his neck and asked dejectedly, "So what's the second way?" Aunt Shen replied, "You introduce a trusted person of yours to take the first path, then you just need to direct from behind. This way, you'll have a bit more freedom." Before Lin Yi could react, Aunt Shen continued, "But my advice is the first way. How you choose is up to you at this point." Lin Yi replied, "I think the second way is better. If I give this to old Lu, it's equivalent to having one more person credited." At the same time, he also explained to her, "I'm not narrow-minded. It's just that if it goes like this, the Liang family won't have a chance to surpass the Lu family in the next few decades." Hearing this, she said unexpectedly, "You, 224, you actually thought of us." She asked again, "If you choose the second way, do you have a suitable person to recommend?" Lin Yi quickly replied, "Yes." He continued, "I think Ruoxu is very suitable. Gentle, simple, intelligent, beautiful and talented. She's the perfect candidate to nurture." As he spoke, he thought of Liang Yuoxu's beautiful figure with a radiant smile. Hearing her daughter being nominated, Aunt Shen wasn't too surprised, slowly pulled out the USB drive and replied, "Stinky brat. Now is the time for serious talk, stop messing around." Lin Yi crossed his arms, looking serious and affirming, "I'm only in my early 20s. Besides her, there's no one more suitable." Seeing this, Aunt Shen smiled and replied, "Let's leave this here for now. This matter cannot be taken lightly. It involves many things. Let me go back and think about it." Lin Yi was also relieved, turned around, waved, and left. Before going out, he said, "Then I'll go first. Today I have an appointment with the group members for a gathering. I won't bother Aunt Shen anymore." Outside, at a luxurious hot spring resort, Lin Yi entered the bath where people were waiting, with a strong, sturdy, toned body and healthy tan skin. That beautiful sight captivated the two nearby girls, Zibing and Luo Che, making their eyes light up and faces blush. Only John Chao, being a man, remained composed and reminded the two boy-crazy girls, "Can you to be a bit more discreet? After all, he's our team leader, at least show some respect." Luo Qi couldn't help but speak up, "Team leader Lin's ABS are so nice, who wouldn't crave them?" Chong Chao sneered, "With your strength, I guess it's not even enough for half a night with Team Leader Lin, so stop entertaining those unrealistic fantasies. Don't know if this guy has tried it himself to know so well." The lustful Luo Qi heard this and was extremely confident, stood up showing off her sexy body behind her swimsuit and boasted, saying that is looking down on others a bit. "Our strength is also very good," making everyone around blush shyly. Finally, Lin Yi stepped down into the bath and asked his teammates, "What are you all talking about? I arranged this place for relaxation, is it okay?" Everyone seemed very satisfied with Lin Yi's treat and expressed their thanks. The girl Zibing couldn't contain her curiosity and asked Lin Yi, "Team leader, is your family from Shanghai?" Lin Yi replied, "Yes, why?" This girl was just as shameless as the previous one, even wishing, "Mr. Lin, my home is next to Shanghai, not far from your place. I heard you have a private jet, can you give me a ride back?" Luo Qi immediately teased, "What do you mean by that? Are you planning to take the opportunity to have an affair with team leader Lin on the plane?" The girl also gently warned her friend, "Let me tell you, we both joined the team at the same time. You can't do shady things behind my back." Zibing heard this, blushed, and clarified, "Not at all. My home is really there, not far from Shanghai." Lin Yi also politely agreed. "Then let's go together tomorrow morning. It's on the way anyway, right? Who could refuse such a lovely girl?" Zibing was overjoyed and replied, "Thank you, team leader Lin." Outside the Chaoyang Group building in Shanghai, which was very imposing and tall, the beautiful purple-haired girl Ji Qingyan seemed surprised, apparently because Lin Yi had finally returned to the group. Qingyan was happy to see Lin Yi leaning against the desk reading documents. "Why did you suddenly come back?" Saying that, Qingyan couldn't contain her happiness and rushed to hug Lin Yi tightly. Qingyan gently asked, "Lin Yi, how is the matter with the photon core engine? The news was buzzing yesterday, but today it seems to have calmed down." Lin Yi was still holding the petite girl in his arms. "I went to Heidao the other day, negotiated with the Washington Financial Group, and resolved the matter. Their legs got tired from standing, so the couple moved to sit on chairs, but they insisted on sitting in each other's laps." Qingyan asked Lin Yi, "The chairman of the Washington Family Financial Group admitting fault and resigning must be related to this, right?" Hearing his lover's sharp deduction, Lin Yi smiled, praising the intelligent girl. Qingyan got even more excited and asked, "This time, you must have gained quite a few benefits from the Washington Family Financial Group, right?" Lin Yi replied, "Indeed, but we can't use them. They've been handed over to the higher-ups." Saying that, he playfully tapped his girlfriend, "Go get busy with work. Try to finish quickly, then we'll go out for a feast tonight. Tomorrow I have to go back to Huangxi Village." The next day, in Huangxi Village, Lin Yi's luxurious black high-end BMW arrived. The young man got out of the car and observed. Ahead, a crowd was gathered, filming and looking around. It seemed to please Lin Yi. "Looks like the progress isn't bad." He lifted the curtain and stepped inside. It was a greenhouse, a long row of plants, but no one was there. Lin Yi pondered. As expected, it became deserted after not being cared for a while. He sat down to observe the mushrooms on the ground. These, however, are multiplying quite well. Suddenly, the system screen appeared. Lin Yi was slightly surprised. A new system mission appeared. It's to help a poor county escape poverty. The reward is 200,000 proficiency points. Lin Yi calmly walked out to his car, talking on the phone as he walked. Hearing about the poverty alleviation mission, he was confused. Just as he hung up, his eyes caught an envelope hidden under the car, as if intentionally placed for him to see. He opened the envelope and took out the mission sheet. Indeed, the mission this time was poverty alleviation, just as the system reported over the phone earlier. The paper stated the mission location was Dong County and the requirement was to rely on his own abilities to help Dong County escape poverty. After reading the mission, Lin Yi was dumbfounded. What kind of damn mission is this? I thought investing some money there could help them escape poverty. His fleeting thought was immediately countered by the system. Giving them money is not as good as teaching them how to earn money. True poverty alleviation is required to complete the mission. Otherwise, it won't count towards the system's mission. He quickly opened his phone to check the situation in Dong County. Just looking at a few pictures and reading a few articles left Lin Yi utterly shocked and speechless about Dong County's economy. This is just too poor. Right, isn't my roommate? From there, this situation is really serious. Being an economic expert is clearly not easy, especially for such an extremely poor region. Lin Yi quickly pulled himself together, put the letter back in the envelope, thinking, looks like I'll visit Huangxi Village less often. After returning to Shanghai, I need to find a nice box for this. He opened the car door and put the envelope inside. Meanwhile, things seemed problematic over there. A staff member pleaded with the purple-haired actress, "Miss Bai, the entire crew is waiting for you. Why did you suddenly say you won't film anymore?" While the crew stood sweating under the sun for her, she relaxed under an umbrella with a fan and cold water, as if on vacation. Plus, her arrogant attitude, "I never said I wouldn't film. But it's too hot, look, I'm already getting tanned. Let's film when the weather cools down." Lin Yu witnessed this unpleasant scene and thought, Zhao Shiki is the famous one on this show. Is this person even bigger than her? The staff couldn't accept Miss Bai's lame excuses and tried persuading her. This month, it only cools down at night. The daytime scenes aren't finished, this won't do. But her star attitude prevented any professionalism. She retorted, "Why work so hard? I think it's fine, just tell the editor to cut more. It's too hot, I really can't stand it." Then, acting like a princess, she showed her fair skin, threatening, "If this continues and my skin gets dark, what if I can't film my next drama?" Unable to persuade the actress, the staff turned to her manager. "Alan, you're her manager. Please talk some sense into her. She can't lack even the most basic professional ethics, right?" Both the arrogant actress and her manager looked down on the crew. He indulged her, shrugging in defense. "I don't see a problem. We're not refusing to film, it's just too sunny. How can you force her?" Having waited so long, people grew impatient and gathered around. The staff criticized her. "Everyone else is filming. She can't be an exception. Mr. Li and Mr. Zhong are in their 50s, yet they persist in this heat. Why can't you?" Hearing this, Miss Bai revealed her true colors, becoming argumentative. Taking off her sunglasses, she sneered, "Are we the same?" She abruptly stood up, pointing disrespectfully at the older artists. "This is the era of popularity. They're outdated. To make a living, of course they have to film desperately. How can I be like them?" The staff was furious and about to retort, "You?" When the manager interrupted, spotting a familiar face. "Brother Lin, you're here." Lin Yu walked over, sarcastically asking the staff, "Isn't this show seeking assistance? Why are you acting like servants?" Then he pointed bluntly at Miss Bai. "Who is this?" Letting her film, acting like royalty, hitting a nerve, she snapped, "Who are you talking about?" The staff tried to calm him, pulling him aside. "Wait over there. I'll handle this and find you later," Lin Yu questioned. "I just arrived and heard the commotion. It's been this long and you haven't resolved it yet." The staff sighed helplessly. "There's indeed a problem. I'm handling it." She explained, "Her name is Bai Shuang, this season's guest. She says it's too hot and wants to wait until evening to film." Lin Yu deliberately mocked loudly, "If it's too hot, why come here?" putting on airs like she has no morals. Hitting a nerve, Bai Shuang and her manager whipped around to glare. The manager pointed rudely, shouting, "Who are you talking about?" Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, crossed his arms menacingly, and threatened, "Point at me again, and I'll break your finger." The manager paled, shocked by Lin Yu's ruthlessness. Lin Yu pointed at Bai Shuang, demanding, "Tell them to scram. Isn't it troublesome enough here?" Yan Su looked dejected, explaining, "I didn't want her initially. But the investors called, asking me to cast her. I had no choice." Hearing this, Bai Shuang looked smugly. "Honestly, I didn't even want to come to your show." Covering her mouth in disgust, Bai Shuang added, "Look at all this dust. This is no place for humans. I was in the yard for a moment, and now I stink of pigs. If my uncle hadn't told me to come, I wouldn't have joined this damn show." Alan, watching from behind, fanned himself with a smug smile. Suddenly, Lin Yu grinned. He picked up his phone and asked Yan Su, "Rich people play differently now. Sugar daddy is old news, now it's uncle, who arranged for this imbecile." Yan Su replied, "CEO Wong of the Coal Group." Lin Yu's face turned serious. He asked, "The bald guy in his 40s?" Lin Yu then picked up his phone to call CEO Wong. He asked angrily, "Old Wong, this woman, Bai Shuang, did you put her on the crew? She's arrogant and refuses to cooperate with the filming. What do you suggest we do?" Bai Shuang stood aside, arms crossed, frowning at Lin Yu on the phone, oblivious to what was coming. Lin Yi held the phone in front of her. Listen carefully. A torrent of curses erupted from the phone. Are you insane? I worked hard to get you this spot with Director Yan. You don't appreciate it, and you act arrogant. If I didn't support you, you'd still be embarrassing yourself at the mall. Hearing this, Bai Shuang's face turned ashen. She gaped in horror. She quickly bowed repeatedly. Uncle, I'm sorry. I'll definitely cooperate with the filming now. From the phone, CEO Wang roared furiously. Get back here now. Don't make President Lin angry. As Lin Yi raised the phone to his ear, President Wang lowered his voice to apologize. He said, President Lin, this is my fault. When you have time, I'll arrange a meal to apologize to you. Lin Yi calmly replied, let's leave it at that for now. We'll eat later when there's time. After hanging up, Lin Yi turned to gently advise Yan Su, from now on, if anyone calls you wanting to arrange someone, call me. Let me see who dares to put on airs, Yan Su happily replied. I also didn't want to bother you further. Saying this, she clasped her hands and walked in front of Bai Shuang and Alan. She announced loudly, our contract is cancelled. You don't need to participate in the second half of the show. You can pack up and leave now. It'll save you from the sun too. Bai Shuang knelt on the ground. She quickly clasped her hands, sobbed, and begged, Director Yan, please listen to me. I was indeed wrong before. I will actively cooperate in the rest of the program. I hope you can give me another chance, but Yan Su firmly replied, my word doesn't count in this matter. You should still leave. I hope you'll be more mature in the future. The entertainment industry is a sensitive place. Being so arrogant, you definitely won't survive. Yan Su glanced at Lin Yi, smiled, and said, anyway, you're not him. You don't have that much capital to be arrogant. Lin Yi and Yan Su walked together near the film set, chatting lively. Yan Su asked, when did you arrive? Lin Yi replied, I arrived a while ago, just finished the greenhouse work. There's something in Shanghai. I have to go there today. Yan Su's expression suddenly darkened. She sadly replied, Sai, I thought you didn't have to go today, that you'd stay with me on the film set. Lin Yi pinched Yan Su's cheek with 2 fingers. He gently comforted her. Something came up today. I'll visit you when I have time. If you run into trouble while filming the show later, call me. Despite having her cheek pinched, Yan Su beamed with a radiant, happy smile. Saying this, she pushed Lin Yi straight ahead, urging him as she pushed, go, I know. After leaving the film set, Lin Yi went to Shanghai. This was a place that sold a wide variety of medicines. 2 pharmacists were diligently working here. One with white hair was writing in a ledger, while the other, with a long beard, was taking a patient's pulse. As soon as he entered the pharmacy, Lin Yi asked, Boss, do you sell empty boxes for medicinal ingredients? The pharmacist asked back, puzzled, what kind of box? Lin Yi pointed to a nearby black box and explained, it's a box for ginseng and lingi, needs to be exquisitely beautiful, prepared for gifting. Saying this, the white-haired pharmacist took out a large black box. He replied, we don't have empty boxes, only this pre-packaged one. Take a look. Everything in my shop is top-grade Shanghai Mountain wild ginseng and medicinal wine-soaked lingi. To prove his words to Lin Yi, he took a ginseng root out of the box. Lin Yi lifted his own bag of ginseng. He pointed to it and said, I have both of these, I just lacked 2 boxes, so I came to ask you. Saying this, the white-haired pharmacist confidently asserted, where did you buy your ginseng and lingi? I bet you've definitely been cheated. I guarantee that no Chinese medicine sold in all of Shanghai is better than mine. Gently placing the bag of ginseng on the table, he reminded, don't speak so confidently, it's easy to be embarrassed. Then Lin Yi rested his chin on his hand, looking at the black box before him. After thinking for a moment, he decided, I can't be bothered with hassle. I see the 2 wooden boxes are quite nice. How much for both the boxes and the medicine combined? I'll buy them all. The white-haired pharmacist happily replied, buy them all. Seeing you're an easygoing person, I won't pretend anymore. Just give me 3,800 for these 2. Lin Yi immediately agreed, okay. After transferring the money via his phone, a notification sounded, QR code payment successful. Lin Yu took a large ginseng root out of his plastic bag. The moment the pharmacist saw the ginseng, he couldn't believe his eyes. He pointed at the ginseng in surprise and asked, "This ginseng of yours?" The pharmacist stared intently at the large ginseng in Lin Yu's hand. The white-haired pharmacist suddenly revealed a cunning smile. He thought to himself, "Judging by the quality, it's clearly top-grade wild." He placed his hand on his chin, looked up, and asked Lin Yu, "Hey, little brother, aren't you being penny-wise and pound-foolish?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" The white-haired pharmacist quickly shook his head. He pretended to explain, "You've clearly been cheated, and yet you still had to specially buy boxes for them." Lin Yu pointed to the ginseng in his hand and asked, "Are you saying my ginseng and Ling Yu are both fake?" The white-haired pharmacist replied, "Not exactly fake, but looking at the quality, it's clearly been sulfur-fumigated, and the root structure looks artificially cultivated at first glance. I guarantee these two combined are worth 1,000 yuan at most, not even as good as what I sell." Lin Yu said, "Mine are wild." The white-haired pharmacist chuckled softly. He acted knowledgeable, telling Lin Yu, "See, I knew you'd say that." He loudly asserted with certainty, "Nowadays, scam shops all pass off artificially cultivated ginseng as wild mountain ginseng, then sell it at a high price." You suffered a huge loss. Although he understood the man's intentions, Lin Yu feigned naivety. He scratched his head and replied, "According to what you're saying, then I've lost out." The white-haired pharmacist put on a sympathetic look. He used sweet words to entice him. "Such a poor young man. Seeing how you're dressed, you don't look rich. I can't bear to see you cheated." Then he smiled and suggested, "How about this? However much money you spent buying them, I'll buy them back from you at the original price. That way you'll avoid suffering a loss." Lin Yu asked smugly, "Are you sure?" The man replied firmly, "Yes, consider it a good deed." As he spoke, he twisted open the water bottle in his hand. He explained, "Because my family are all Buddhists." Then he drank from the bottle. Lin Yu pretended to agree to sell. "All right then. These two combined cost 10 million yuan. Write me a check." Hearing the price, the white-haired pharmacist spat out the water in his mouth. He exclaimed in panic, "What did you say? These cost 10 million. Lin Yu chuckled softly and asked, "Now do you still think my stuff is fake?" He closed the wooden box on the table with his hand, picked it up, and left. Lin Yu didn't forget to turn back and remind him, "This scam trick of yours is really terrible. You should go home and practice more." The white-haired pharmacist could only stand there stunned, watching him leave. After finishing his business, Lin Yu drove to Liang Yuo Xu's house. As soon as she saw him, she slung her bag over her shoulder, came out happily, and said, You just needed to tell me. Why did you have to come here yourself?" Lin Yu pointed to himself, smiled, and replied, "I grew some Chinese medicine, wanted to give it to my future father-in-law. Can you help me take it back to your dad?" Hearing this, Liang Ruoxu burst out laughing. She praised, "You really have a sweet mouth." She asked, "Is there anything you want to eat?" "I'll take you out to eat. I'll arrange this meal." Liang Ruoxu recounted, "Yesterday my mom called me, saying you gave me all the credit for obtaining the important documents of the Washington family. So I have to arrange a meal somehow. I can't let your effort go to waste." Lin Yu thought smugly, "And Shen has agreed." Thinking this, he replied, "It's not a big deal. It's what I should do." Then the two of them went to a restaurant on the street together. As soon as they sat down, Lin Yu focused on the menu. Liang Ruoxu asked, "Right, I heard your company is preparing to help the poor." Lin Yu replied surprised, "How did you get the news so quickly?" She explained, "Because the person in charge there was originally my grandfather's student." Lin Yu smiled and replied, "So that's how it is." Suddenly, Liang Ruoxu fell silent. Her face turned gloomy. She asked, "Do you really want to lift them out of poverty?" Lin Yu looked up and answered, "Why else? I heard your company is preparing to help the poor." Lin Yu replied surprised, "How did you get the news so quickly?" She explained, "Because the person in charge there was originally my grandfather's student." Lin Yu smiled and replied, "So that's how it is." Suddenly, Liang Ruoxu fell silent. Her face turned gloomy. She asked, "Do you really want to lift them out of poverty?" Lin Yu looked up and answered, "Why else? If I didn't have that thought, why would I come here to suffer?" He turned to the waiter. "One serving of each of these dishes." The waiter agreed. "Okay." Leong Ruoxu picked up her water glass, took a sip, and then tried to persuade him. "I feel this matter is extremely difficult. I admit you are very smart, very capable, but this is truly very difficult." Lin Yu remained firm in his decision. He said softly, "Giving others money to overcome difficulties is not as good as showing them how to overcome difficulties. No matter how hard it is, I'll do it. Somehow I have to take off their hat of poverty." Leong Ruoxu suddenly kicked Lin Yu's leg, making him exclaim. She showed jealousy, questioning, "If you work with such great determination, why didn't you stay in Zhonghai instead of running elsewhere? Is it because there's someone there, a girl you like?" Lin Yu put his hands on the table. He calmly explained, "Quickly retract that unhealthy thought in your head. It's simply because that place is very poor, so I decided to go there. If I can really rely on my abilities to help them escape poverty, it's also something worth boasting about." Hearing this, Leong Ruoxu no longer doubted. She placed her hands on her cheeks, her eyes full of pride looking at Lin Yi. She asked, "Is it because normal things are no longer challenging for you, so you decided to help the poor?" The dishes had also been brought out by the waiter and placed on the table. Lin Yi picked up a piece of meat and replied, "You could understand it that way." Leong Ruoxu said cheerfully, "Then I won't join you anymore, you go torture yourself." Leong Ruoxu reminded Lin Yi, "Just don't cause trouble for me. Otherwise, I'll have to carry the burden for you." Lin Yi put his hand on his forehead, shouting clearly, "Yes, ma'am," making Leong Ruoxu burst out laughing. After enjoying the meal with Leong Ruoxu, Lin Yi returned to the Chaeyon group. He gently pushed the door open and entered the room. As soon as she saw him, Ji Qingyan stood up and asked happily, "Weren't you going to Huangxi village? Are you finished with your work so quickly?" Lin Yi replied, "The greenhouse work is done. When I finish my business, I always come back to find you." Ji Qingyan ran over to hug Lin Yi, kissing his cheek passionately. She smiled and said, "Thank you." Mr. Lin Yi also glanced at her gently. Ji Qingyan linked arms with Lin Yi, affectionately walking towards the sofa. She turned and asked, "Now that there's nothing left to do in Huangxi village, what are your next plans?" Lin Yi sat down on the sofa, put his arm around her shoulder, and replied, "I came here to tell you, I'm preparing to go to Dong County to help the poor." Ji Qingyan asked again in surprise, "You want to go help the poor?" Lin Yi chuckled softly. He said, "Is it necessary to be so surprised?" "It's not a big deal either," Ji Qingyan explained worriedly. "It's just that the nature of this matter is very special. Plus, it requires great determination and compassion, and the work isn't easy either. I'm really afraid you won't be able to handle it." Lin Yu raised his arm high, showing his strength. He encouraged her, "Don't worry, don't you know what my physique is like? I'm the person who can carry you and still do 200 push-ups. How could I be afraid of this? Do you support me going?" Although a little worried, Ji Qingyan still replied, "Of course, I support you. Husband leads, wife follows, as long as it's not illegal. I support you anyway. I've saved money. No matter what happens in the latter half of our lives, we won't starve to death." Lin Yi immediately said, "I like hearing that." Ji Qingyan encouraged, asking, "So when do you plan to go?" Lin Yi replied, "Tomorrow. I'll take you for a walk in the afternoon, then I'll go." Ji Qingyan stood up. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him, "Consider it that you still have some conscience. Well, I'm going to work. During this time, you've been out every day. You can finally spend some time with me." Lin Yi replied happily, "Okay, I also just happened to be contacting my college roommate for a bit." As soon as Ji Qingyan left, Lin Yi took his phone out of his pocket. Inside the phone, the friend messaged, "Mr. Wu, how are you doing down south?" Lin Yi replied, "Mr. Wu is doing great now. Heard he started a business with someone, gotta call him CEO son from now on. I'm a technical investor, a friend of mine's family is quite rich, his dad gave some startup money so I followed him. Can't compare with the boss," the friend advised. "That makes sense. The boss is thriving right now, you should flatter him a bit, maybe he'll invest some money in you. Lin Yi quickly dismissed his friend's thought. Don't. We lived together for years, let's not involve money. Otherwise, the relationship won't be stable. But in the end, after graduation, I wandered around, only recently settling down here. When we have time, let's get together, he invited. I'll arrive around noon, let's have lunch together. The friend immediately agreed. Okay, you come to Yuhong, I'll arrange it for you. At this time, at Yulin Technology Company Limited, Yuhong City. This red-haired man is named Li Qingyuan, the company's major shareholder. He smiled teasingly. Mr. Sun, I've seen you restless all morning. Did you get dumped and are in a bad mood? This man smoking is Sun Jian, Lin Yi's roommate. He replied seriously. I don't even have a girlfriend. What heartbreak. It's our roommate boss coming to our place today. Haven't seen him for several years after graduation, getting ready to meet for a meal. This man wearing glasses is Liu Guangming, Deputy Technical Director, wondering, are you really that worked up? Seeing you so excited, I thought your girlfriend was coming. Putting on airs all morning, turns out it's just a roommate. Li Qingyuan laughed heartily. He crossed his arms and said, who says it isn't? Let's be clear, if your girlfriend comes, I'll give you 3 days off, but if your roommate comes, there's no such treatment. Sun Jian replied angrily, you to stop putting on airs here. Wait until my boss arrives, he'll definitely scare you too. Let me tell you, my boss is very rich, lives in a villa worth over 10 billion NDT. Even has a private pier, he's not someone you two can compare with. As he spoke, he flicked the ash from the cigarette in his hand. His 2 friends were extremely surprised upon hearing this. Li Qingyuan exclaimed, my God, is that real or fake, that rich? Liu Guangming asked doubtfully, are you bragging? Never heard you mention it before. Sun Jian affirmed with certainty, don't you to disbelieve. Another roommate of mine went to Shanghai before. He saw it with his own eyes, it can't be fake. Li Qingyuan asked curiously, what is your roommate boss coming to Yuhong City for? To discuss projects, Sun Jian rested his chin on his hand and replied, I don't know about that. But surely we can't participate. With his status, the smallest project is worth billions. Suddenly, Li Qingyuan put his arm around Sun Jian's shoulder. He proposed an idea. Sun Jian, your brother is my brother. How about I arrange today's meal? What do you think? Our company's development prospects are not bad right now, but to expand, we need to raise capital. Maybe we can take this opportunity to connect with your boss, get some investment or something. Sun Jian pushed his hand away and refused. Stop, don't even think about it. Li Qingyuan tried to persuade him with sweet words. Don't say that. Business is business. I'll prepare a plan. If he thinks it's good, he invests. If not, forget it. You just need to be the bridge. The rest will be handled professionally. Finally, Sun Jian agreed. He sighed and replied, being a bridge is fine, but don't expect me to put in a good word. Li Qingyuan said happily, hey, don't worry. We'll rely on our strength, no shady business. Suddenly, Sun Jian's phone rang, startling everyone in the room. Answering the phone, he asked happily, boss, have you arrived? Lin Yi replied, I'm downstairs at your company. Come down quickly. Sun Jian immediately put out his cigarette. He told Lin Yi he would be right down. Then Sun Jian turned to Qingyuan and Guangming. I won't be back this evening. Seeing that Sun Jian seemed to be going to meet Lin Yi, Qingyuan quickly stopped him, saying, wait for us too. Let's go down together and see the boss's style. Sun Jian looked helplessly at them. You two are really hounds. Then the 3 of them went to the company gate. As soon as he saw Lin Yi, Sun Jian rushed over and hugged him tightly. Boss. Qingyuan was surprised to see that Lin Yi, clearly a wealthy person, was only driving a car worth a few $100,000. Guangming also found it a bit strange. He said, logically speaking, at his level, he doesn't even have a driver. And his aura seems even less impressive than your father. No matter how you look at him, he doesn't seem like someone who lives in a multi-billion villa. Qingyuan gloomily told him not to discuss this yet. They first needed to go see Lin Yi, then the 2 of them went to greet Lin Yi. Sun Jian introduced them to him. "Boss, let me introduce you. This is the boss of our company, Li Qingyuan. This is Liu Guangming, another partner." Lin Yi also greeted them warmly. Suddenly, Sun Jian put his arm around Lin Yi's shoulder. Sun Jian happily told Lin Yi to stay for a few days so he could show him around, as it was rare for Lin Yi to visit. Lin Yi then said that he was actually relocating here this time, and probably wouldn't be going back for a while. Then he announced clearly, "I've come for poverty alleviation." All three of them were stunned upon hearing this, but after a moment, Sun Jian chuckled and praised Lin Yi's prowess, finished with business, and now moving on to poverty alleviation. "I haven't admired anyone in my life, only you." Lin Yi said he just had nothing better to do, so he was making trouble for himself. Then, seeing that Sun Jian had been his company's partner for a long time, he offered to invest a little. Hearing this, Sun Jian was very happy but remained calm and said, "That's too kind. It feels like I'm asking you for money, but our company's future development prospects are indeed quite good. I'll write up a plan then, you can take a look. If you think it's reasonable, then invest." Just as Sun Jian finished speaking, Qingyuan ran over to stop him. "Bro, wait." Then, Qingyuan and Guangming pulled Sun Jian aside to talk. Qingyuan advised him to stop mentioning the investment matter. He said Lin Yi has a luxury car but didn't drive it this time, suggesting maybe his company ran into problems and he sold the car to pay debts. If they still pushed for investment like this, it wouldn't be good. Sun Jian was quite surprised to hear this. Guangming added, "Besides, look at him now helping the poor. It shows he's looking for some agricultural projects. He probably wants stability, doesn't want to take risks anymore. What if the company doesn't grow later? Wouldn't his money be wasted? No matter how good your relationship is, I'd find it hard to accept an investment like that." Hearing Guangming say this, Sun Jian became even more confused. He thought for a moment and felt they had a point. Then, he ran over to tell Lin Yi not to invest anymore and invited Lin Yi to eat at the newly opened barbecue place. Lin Yi was very surprised when Sun Jian refused the investment. He knew Sun Jian's company really needed investment now, but Sun Jian just smiled awkwardly and insisted on refusing. Then, Sun Jian said worriedly, "Isn't your business having problems? It's very difficult now. It's better for projects to be stable." Lin Yi was very surprised to hear him say his business had problems. Then, he annoyedly hit Sun Jian lightly, who said my business ran into problems. Then, Lin Yi said energetically, "I'm helping the poor because I'm free and have nothing to do. It has nothing to do with my business. Can't you say something nice about me?" Then, Sun Jian explained, "It's mainly because you're already so rich. Why are you being so frugal? You even have a sports car. Why didn't you drive it out?" Lin Yi hastily said he wanted to go to the county town, and maybe even down to the countryside later. If he drove that kind of car there, the chassis would get completely messed up by him. The three of them heard him say this and thought it made sense. Sun Jian said awkwardly, "This situation made us think you went bankrupt earlier." Then, Qingyuan asked what Lin Yi's company was called. He said clearly, "Linyan Group." The three of them were very surprised to hear this, each gaping in shock. That was the most famous large company globally. Qingyuan had even heard others say if it went public, it would be worth at least 20 trillion. Lin Yi just smiled, then told Sun Jian to hurry up and go eat. He was starving. Qingyuan and Guangming said goodbye to Lin Yi and Sun Jian. After the two had driven off, Qingyuan covered his face in embarrassment and said, "I feel like what we did just now was so stupid. I want to bang my head against a wall." Guangming also sighed and said, "Was it just stupid? It was clearly peak stupid behavior. Someone with a net worth in the hundreds of billions proactively offered to invest in us, and we didn't take it. It's truly the shame of a lifetime." After thinking for a moment, Qingyuan gathered his courage and decided to contact Sun Jian, asking him to think of a way to help them. At the barbecue restaurant, Sun Jian toasted Lin Yi a glass, then the two happily reminisced. "It must have been over 3 years since we last met. I missed you like crazy." Lin Yi drank a cup of alcohol, then told Sun Jian to live near Zhonghai in the future and come over to his place if he had nothing to do. Then, Lin Yu suggested that once Sun Jian finished learning his skills, he should come over to his side to start a business. He had plenty of resources that could be used. Sun Jian was very happy that Lin Yu proactively invited him like this, and he toasted Lin Yu another glass. While they were eating and drinking happily, the owner suddenly called out, "Excuse me, whose grey car is outside?" Lin Yu felt like the owner was talking about his car, so he stood up to see what was wrong. Seeing this, Sun Jian also offered to go with him. Lin Yu went to the owner and said it was his car, then asked what the matter was. The owner immediately said, "Sir, could you move your car? It's blocking someone else's way." Hearing the owners say their car was blocking someone else, Sun Jian angrily said, "We parked right in the parking spot just now. How could it be blocking someone?" The owner quickly explained that opposite their car, another car was also parked there, narrowing the road, and a car couldn't get through. Lin Yi agreed to go out and see what was going on. The two left the restaurant. Suddenly, both stopped and looked towards the parking lot confusedly. Sun Jian saw clearly that the road still had a large empty space, let alone a taxi. Even a female driver could pass. Lin Yi didn't complain. To avoid conflict, he decided to back the car up a bit. Suddenly, a girl walked over and said loudly, Hey, what kind of way is that to talk?" It was Li Shijin, accompanied by Wang Ting. She said annoyedly, "So what about female drivers? Don't look down on people." Sun Jian saw that Li Shijin was clearly in the wrong yet dared to speak so rudely, and became very angry. He went over to argue with her. "Who's looking down on you? Isn't this the truth?" Li Shijin also refused to back down. "What do you mean truth? It's clearly looking down on people." Only Wang Ting looked bewildered, watching them argue back and forth. Wang Ting suddenly smiled contemptuously, taunting Sun Jian, "Driving a small car makes you feel so great. Only stupid people with too much money drive this kind of car, country bumpkins who know nothing." Lin Yi saw they were being insulted, got angry, walked over and said, "Are you crazy? We kindly made way for you, and you curse at us?" Wang Ting still stubbornly refused to yield. She rushed over to argue with Lin Yi. "My skills are good. If I drive past, you guys won't even see my taillights." Lin Yi found her arrogance somewhat unconvincing. Then, he challenged her to race him for one lap. If she lost, she had to kiss Sun Jian. Sun Jian was shocked speechless to find himself being used as a stake in their bet. Wang Ting accepted Lin Yi's bet. Then, she said if he lost, he had to apologize to her. Lin Yi smiled and agreed, saying if he lost, she could have his car. Then, Wang Ting said they should race around the block to see who was faster. Lin Yi and Sun Jian to quickly get in the car. The two cars started their engines and immediately sped off. Wang Ting's car took the lead. Sun Jian asked worriedly, "Racing like this early in the morning, isn't it illegal?" Lin Yi just smiled and told him not to worry. On Wang Ting's side, Li Shijin also worriedly told her to slow down, especially since this was an urban area. But Wang Ting didn't listen, saying she'd driven this road many times. The roadside cameras weren't very effective, so it would be hard to catch them. Then, Wang Ting laughed loudly and said, "Looking at his appearance, you can tell he's not a car enthusiast. I'll make sure he doesn't even see my taillights." Suddenly, Lin Yi's car came up beside them. He looked out the window and said, "Hello. Beautiful." Then, Lin Yi immediately sped ahead. Seeing this, Li Shijin screamed in panic, "Wang Ting, what now? We've been overtaken." Lin Yi's car drove further and further away. Seeing this, Li Shijin felt like dying. "If you lose, you have to go kiss that guy." Wang Ting looked serious. "I just didn't drive well earlier." Her red car sped behind Lin Yi's black car. Lin Yi smirked contentedly, lightly tapping the brake. Lin Yi's black car slowly decelerated. Sun Jian in the car looked at Lin Yi anxiously and confusedly. "Boss, why did you slow down?" Lin Yi calmly said, "I have my own clever plan, just watch." Li Shijin, in the passenger seat, watched Lin Yi's car worriedly. "Okay, why did he slow down?" Wang Ting said aggressively. He had no choice but to slow down. With such a small gap, he had no way to overtake, so he had to slow down. Wang Ting drove past Lin Yi's car triumphantly. Now my advantage shows. As long as I get ahead, I can block his car. It's impossible for him to overtake me. A police car behind Wang Ting's car announced through a loudspeaker, "The red car ahead, pull over." In the car, Li Shijin held her head, speechless. Wang Ting held the steering wheel, anxious and scared. The police officer got out and wrote a ticket for Wang Ting and Li Shijin, racing in broad daylight. "You rich kids are really something." Wang Ting and Li Shijin bowed their heads apologetically. The police officer said sternly, "But there's another car behind that was also speeding." Lin Yi's car arrived, driving slowly past Wang Ting and the police officer. Lin Yi's car drove on. The police officer looked sternly at Wang Ting and said loudly, "He's driving so slowly. Tell me where he was speeding." Lin Yi sat in his car, smiling smugly. At the Dong County Investment Promotion and Poverty Alleviation Bureau, Li Shijin walked in holding a file. Li Shijin pointed at Lin Yi, flustered. "It's you. What are you doing here?" Lin Yi looked seriously at Li Shijin, reporting for duty. "Don't tell me you're also here for poverty alleviation." Li Shijin looked worriedly at Lin Yi, thinking, "If Wang Ting finds out about this, I wonder how angry she be." Li Qingkai, director of the Dong County Investment Promotion and Poverty Alleviation Bureau, came to the door and looked cheerfully at Lin Yi and Li Shijin. "You must be Lin Yi and Li Shijin, right?" Li Qingkai cheerfully opened the door, inviting Lin Yi and Li Shijin in. "Come in and talk." Li Qingkai cheerfully gestured towards two desks in front of Lin Yi and Li Shijin. "These are your desks. Choose whichever you like." Lin Yi decided to choose the one at the very back, near the window. "Then I'll sit here." Li Shijin sat at the desk in front of Lin Yi. Li Qingkai looked at them cheerfully. "Let me introduce myself. I am Li Qingkai. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Li. From now on, we must work hard together for Dong County, striving to complete our tasks as soon as possible." Li Shijin looked cheerfully at Li Qingkai. "We are still very young and don't understand many things. We'll need a lot of guidance from you." Li Qingkai handed each of them a file, cheerfully saying, "Guidance is too strong a word. Let's combine the new and the old, communicate often, and do our jobs well. I have some documents about our county here. Take a look first to understand the situation." Li Qingkai looked cheerfully at Li Shijin. "Right, Shijin, I saw in your file that your home is in Anchor Town down there, right? That's great. You can be considered a local." Lin Yu's from Shanghai, so he's not familiar with the situation here. "I hope you two can communicate more and quickly get up to speed with the work." Lin Yu cheerfully looked at Li Shijin from behind. Lin Yu propped his hand on his chin, seriously flipping through the documents, thinking seriously. "This place is deep inland, without rivers, so we can't rely on water transport. The task the system assigned this time is really difficult." Li Qingkai looked at the two. "How's it going? Do you have any impressions?" Li Shijin looked seriously at Li Qingkai. "I feel we need to find Dong County's industrial advantages, open up opportunities from there. Only then is there hope." Li Qingkai sighed, looking at Li Shijin. "You're a local. You definitely know Dong County's situation well enough. What advantages can we possibly find here?" Li Shijin looked at Li Qingkai, unsure what to say. Li Qingkai looked cheerfully at Lin Yi. "What about you, Lin Yi? Any thoughts?" Lin Yi sat up and stretched. "Not really. I feel that under these circumstances, it's already very good that Dong County can maintain its current level of development. Instead, let's just dream a dream, where we have everything." Li Qingkai looked sternly at Lin Yi. "Don't talk nonsense. It wouldn't be good if others heard that. But you have a point. The county is indeed facing great difficulties. If you two are free this afternoon, go take a look at the actual situation. It's better than just reading documents." Lin Yi stood up and looked seriously at Li Qingkai. "I think so too. Let's conduct a field survey." Li Shijin stood up and looked cheerfully at Li Qingkai. "Then please excuse us to get lunch first." Lin Yi walked cheerfully beside Li Shijin. "There's a restaurant across the street that looks pretty good. Let's try it." Li Shijin turned away unhappily. "I'm not going." Lin Yi looked worriedly at Li Shijin. "Did I provoke you somehow? Why do you keep frowning at me like that?" Elisha Jin turned back angrily and yelled at Lin Yi, "You deliberately set us up, causing us to get fined?" Lin Yi scratched his head, confused. "You're already grown up, yet you make a mistake and don't take responsibility. Go or not, it's up to you." Lin Yi walked towards the eatery. Ji Qingyan cheerfully called Lin Yi. "How was the first day of work today?" Lin Yi ate noodles, looking cheerfully at Ji Qingyan through the phone. "Don't mention it. I feel like this county's annual GDP isn't even equal to half a year's income for Lingyan Group. There are no industrial advantages here. That's the problem." Ji Qingyan said cheerfully on the phone, "I had some free time this morning and looked at the map. I found that Dong County is located at the junction of 3 cities. Theoretically, the road system should be very developed. Why is it like this?" Lin Yi looked cheerfully at the phone. "Right, you're absolutely right. There's a saying, to get rich, first build roads. Your idea is excellent." Lin Yi looked seriously at the phone screen. "Our President Ji is truly very intelligent. I'm hanging up now. I need to find my colleague to discuss this." Ji Qingyan hung up. Elisha Jin was happily eating noodles when she answered her phone. "What is it?" "Okay, then wait for me outside." Lin Yi walked up to Elisha Jin, seriously. "So you are eating here? I have an idea I want to go back and discuss. Are you finished eating?" Elisha Jin quickly stood up and looked at Lin Yi. "I'm finished. Let's go now," Elisha Jin shouted. Wang Ting. Wang Ting, standing by the car, was startled to see Elisha Jin. Elisha Jin walked beside Lin Yi, looking at Wang Ting in surprise. "Why did you come here?" Wang Ting looked at Elisha Jin walking with him. "You didn't tell me this morning, so this guy works with you." Wang Ting put her hands on her hips, looking seriously at Elisha Jin. "The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, so I came." Elisha Jin looked seriously at Wang Ting. "I was just about to tell you, I didn't mean anything else." Wang Ting looked seriously at Lin Yi. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road, ending up working with Shi Jin. Elisha Jin raised her hand, trying to calm Wang Ting. "All right, Wang Ting, don't make a scene. I have work this afternoon. I can't go with you. He and I are going down to the town. The conditions there are much worse than here. You'll suffer if you go, so don't follow us." Wang Ting stood seriously with hands on hips, looking at Elisha Jin. "My family used to be poor too. Don't act like I've been spoiled since childhood." Wang Ting angrily pointed at Lin Yi. "Besides, I feel this guy isn't decent. What if he tries something with you on the way? I can protect you." Elisha Jin remained indifferent and said nothing. Lin Yi turned away and chuckled softly. Wang Ting angrily raised her fist, looking at Lin Yi. "What do you mean by that laugh? Looking down on me? Come on, let's spar a bit." Elisha Jin looked worriedly at Lin Yi. "All right, don't provoke her anymore. She really studied Taekwondo. She was the captain of the university's Taekwondo team in college. None of the male students could beat her. Don't try to argue with her." Wang Ting grabbed Lin Yi's hand and shouted. Wang Ting bent down, preparing to throw Lin Yi to the ground. Wang Ting was shocked. She couldn't throw Lin Yi down. "What?" Lin Yi looked seriously at Wang Ting. "With this level, don't say you've practiced Taekwondo. It's better to go home and raise pigs." Wang Ting angrily turned back to look at Lin Yi. "You're the one who should go home and raise pigs." Lin Yi placed his hand on Wang Ting's shoulder. Lin Yi gently tripped Wang Ting's leg, throwing her hard onto the ground. Wang Ting fell to the ground, saying painfully, "Damn it, my butt." Seeing this, Elisha Jin came forward to help her friend sit up. "Wang Ting, are you okay?" Lin Yi also walked over. Shi Jin said, "Let's forget about yesterday. Don't hold grudges against each other." Xi Jin looked at the angry Wang Ting, trying to persuade her. "Wang Ting, I have things to do with him this afternoon. You should go back first." Wang Ting squinted one eye and said, "I'll be bored at home anyway. Since your work is flexible, I'll go with you to check it out. Besides, I bought gifts for uncle and aunt. I'll bring them over later." Xi Jin sincerely wanted to persuade Wang Ting to go home. "We have to go down to the village town below. Your car isn't suitable for following. Do you want to ride in the pickup truck my director provided?" Wang Ting looked somewhat displeased at the pickup truck and replied irritably, "That crappy pickup truck. That's just too bad." Then Wang Ting pointed at Lin Yi and said, "Why isn't he driving his own car?" He replied, "Are you worthy of sitting in my car?" Before her indignation subsided, this statement enraged Wang Ting. She shouted, "I'm not worthy. Fine, I'm going to smash your car window right now." Seeing her friend furious, afraid she would attack Lin Yi, Shi Jin held her back and mediated. "Stop it. Stop arguing, both of you." When Wang Ting had calmed down a bit, Li Shijin began discussing with Lin Yi. "Let's go quickly. It's already past 1. We need to get important work done. Let's go to Qingshan. It's closest to the county." He replied. "Okay." The car started moving towards Qingshan. Wang Ting asked, slightly surprised, "Are you sure this is a town?" Then Shijin added, "It's very poor, isn't it? The 4 towns under Dong County are basically like this. The situation in other areas is even worse. What can be grown is barely enough for the year. There's basically no surplus." Wang Ting turned to look at her friend in the car and asked further, "There are no clinics here, so what do people do if they get sick?" Xijin replied, "Once sick, they can only ask someone to buy medicine for them." Then she recalled the saddest memory of her life. "That year, my grandfather spent 1 day in the ICU, and it wiped out all the family's savings." Wang Ting placed a hand on her friend's shoulder to comfort her. Wang Ting said, "So after graduating from university, you gave up the opportunity to work in a foreign enterprise to become a village cadre to help your hometown escape poverty, right?" Elisha Jen wiped a tear rolling down her cheek. "That's right. People say online, we study hard not to escape our poor hometown, but to help our hometown escape poverty. I think so too." They finally arrived at the village. There was a scene of an old man holding his granddaughter's hand, with an old woman washing clothes nearby. Lin Yi observed and began to speak. "Most people on the street are elderly and children. It seems the young people have all left." Both girls also stood behind Lin Yi observing. Suddenly Lin Yi picked up a clod of earth. He brought it to his nose to smell it. "The soil here is too alkaline. No wonder the crops don't grow well." Then Lin Yi dusted off his hands, turning his head back to look at Shijin. "Is the soil in Dong County also like this?" Xijin replied to his words, "It's quite similar." She looked quite worried. Not only is the soil poor, but the flood prevention work is also weak. Every year there are floods. The crops always fail. Lin Yi asked, "Is there a river nearby?" Shijin pointed to the right. "It's about a 10 to 15-minute walk, but it's not the rainy season yet. The river water isn't high. There's nothing much to see if we go." Wang Ting stood beside them, arms crossed and frowning. Lin Yi walked forward a bit and said, "Let's go. Let's check it out." Xijin pointed towards the bridge and said, "The bridge ahead is called Sanyuan Bridge. Below it is the Sanyuan River." Then the 3 of them walked towards the bridge. 11 Jin was like a tour guide, talking as she walked. Before the rainy season arrives, the river water is often so low that the riverbed is exposed. Lin Yi thought pensively, "There's no scenery here. Developing tourism won't work either." Suddenly Wang Ting pointed forward and shouted unexpectedly, "It looks like someone is digging sand over there." Her sudden shout made Lin Yi and Shijin turn their heads to look. Indeed, there were many people digging sand, some shoveling sand into bags, others putting sandbags onto pickup trucks. Lin Yi turned to look at Shijin and asked, "Are these sand diggers' villages?" She replied, "I haven't heard of the village having a sandpit." Wang Ting strode forward confidently. She turned her head back to look at the 2 and said, "Why think so much? Let's just go over and see." Suddenly Wang Ting's arm was grabbed by Shijin. Shijin seemed quite worried and stopped Wang Ting from going towards the sandpit. "This doesn't concern us. Should we go over there? Or should I just call and report it quickly?" While the 2 girls were struggling, Lin Yi suddenly spoke up, "Let's go take a look. They're about to dig into the riverbed. This is really reckless." The 3 guys digging sand indeed looked very shifty and aggressive. "Do you people have an excavation permit?" Wang Ting pointed at them and shouted loudly. "What are you looking at? I'm asking you." The man smoking looked annoyed. "You're young but quite feisty." He pointed towards the 3 of them and began to warn, "Get lost, all of you. Don't stand here obstructing, or Master Wu will kill you." Then he turned back and ordered the others to continue working. "What are you looking at? Get back to work." Lin Yu said coolly, "Judging by your tone, it seems you don't have an excavation permit, huh?" Lin Yi continued nonchalantly. Do you know how many potential safety hazards your unlimited excavation like this will cause? The man didn't care about what Lin Yi said. He pointed at him. Are you sick or something? Sticking your nose into other people's business like this? The man pointed and said, This is Master Wu's business. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. Lin Yi looked at Shi Jin. Call the police. I don't want to waste words with them either. 11 Jin immediately obeyed. Okay, the man got really angry. He smoked while pointing threateningly. If you dare call the police, I'll kill you today. Then his hand was grabbed tightly by Lin Yi. He gently bent the man's arm, causing him to look up in pain and yell. Another one tried to hit Lin Yi's head with a shovel, shouting, Go die, but Lin Yi saw what he intended to do. He grabbed the shovel, then snatched it from the attacker's hand. Too fast, too dangerous, Lin Yi jumped up and hit the man back with the shovel. Then, looking cool, he pointed towards the sandbags loaded onto the pickup truck and said, Put these piles of sand back where you got them from. Otherwise, I'll make you lie down here too. The 3 men from earlier were scared out of their wits, silently listening to Lin Yi. Now they were truly afraid, pleading, Brother, don't hurt us. We're just hired hands. We'll go dump the sand back right away. The toughest one, the blonde guy, was beaten to the ground, but still defiant. You dare ruin Master Wu's business. Master Wu will definitely not let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi's foot slammed onto his head, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Lin Yi stepped on the man's head and said, Then go tell him to come find me. Let's see who lies down first. Suddenly, a man unexpectedly pulled out a weapon. As Lin Yi turned to leave, he intended to use the weapon to finish Lin Yi off. 11 Jin saw this and was terrified, quickly shouting, Lin Yi, be careful. Hearing Shi Jin's voice, Lin Yi turned back. He turned and elbowed the blonde guy in the face, making him drop the weapon he was holding. Not only that, Lin Yi snatched the weapon from his hand. Then, he lightly touched the blonde guy's skin with the weapon. Lin Yi dealt with all the sand diggers swiftly. He coldly said, Hurry up and call the police. 11 Jin, seeing the scene before her, didn't know what to do but obeyed Lin Yi. Okay. Wang Ting placed her hand on Shi Jin's shoulder to soothe her friend's frightened heart. Don't be scared. His actions were justifiable self-defense. He'll definitely be fine. Xi Jin was about to report to the police. Hearing this probably reassured her. She replied, Okay. 11 Jin asked, Do they need to go to the hospital? Lin Yi replied, Don't worry. They won't die anytime soon. The man Lin Yi just dealt with was still lying there in pain. Lin Yi said, Wait for the villagers to come and let them handle it. 11 Jin also replied, Yes. Suddenly, a police car arrived. 2 police officers got out. One officer asked, What happened here? Why is it so serious? Lin Yi pointed towards the sand diggers unconscious on the ground and said, We came to advise them to stop illegal sand mining. But not only did they refuse to listen, they also attacked us with weapons. We had to act in justifiable self-defense. The police officer immediately believed Lin Yi 100%. We will take them back to the village for the village authorities to handle. Lin Yi happily replied, Okay. Then, Lin Yi turned around and said, Let's go. We're heading to the next village. A white car was driving through the forest. 11 Jin worriedly asked Lin Yi, Are you hurt? Lin Yi smiled back. Do I look hurt to you? Wang Ting also spoke up. Judging by his skills, you can tell he's very good at fighting. Perhaps even in Zhonghai, he's not someone insignificant. She continued, You probably don't lack money. Why come to a place like this? Lin Yi snorted coldly. I was bored with nothing to do. Can't I come here? Suddenly Wang Ting asked with some confusion, Don't tell me you're a criminal hiding out here. How did you know? Lin Yi replied, pretending to be surprised. Wang Ting casually asked back, Did I really guess right? Since you were bored with nothing to do, what crime did you commit that made you run to Dong County, a place where birds don't even shit, to lay low? Lin Yi coughed a few times and began to explain. It's like this. One day I took 2 girls to the countryside for a survey, and then I had relations with one of them by the river. Hearing this, both their faces showed confusion. Lin Yi continued, then someone reported it to the police, so I could only run here to lay low. After hearing this, Shi Jin actually believed it, making Wang Ting slap her head repeatedly, shouting angrily, "My little darling, damn, what's wrong with you? It's obvious we're being fooled, and you actually believed it, even humming along." Shi Jin, holding her slapped head, still asked fearfully, "How do you know we're being fooled?" Wang Ting replied exasperatedly, "You." She paused, then observed Lin Yi and continued, "Say what you will, although he's a bit of a jerk, his looks and physique are impeccable. You and I have benefited from this trip." Lin Yi, who had been listening silently, finally spoke up, "You're overthinking it. I wouldn't touch you. Stop daydreaming. Wake up." After hearing him say that, her face turned furious. She shouted, "Get out of here, praising you was giving you face." 11 Jin, seeing Wang Ting angry, quickly intervened. "Wang Ting, stop choking him. He's driving. Our lives are in his hands." After hearing that, Wang Ting sat back down in her seat and said, "I'll spare your life today." Shi Jin breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the two continued their conversation. "I've checked the situation here. Later, when we pass through Quan village, I'll drop off the things in the car for your parents, and then I'll leave." 11 Jin gave a faint smile. "My parents have moved to town already. We'll pass through Quan village later and then go back to town." As Shi Jin spoke, Wang Ting nodded. "Okay, it won't take much time." At Quan village, an old man saw Shi Jin and said, "Shi Jin is back." She also waved hello to everyone. She replied, "I'm working in the county now. The job requires me to come back and check the situation." The old man smiled and replied, "This girl has a promising future, already working in the county." A man passing by heard this and chimed in, "See, didn't I tell you? Xi Jin has been polite and studied well since she was young. Now she's working in the county." The old man continued, "That's right, our village only gets one university student every 3 years." Xi Jin spoke up, "I came back today to understand the specific situation and research a concrete plan for poverty alleviation. We can't stay poor like this forever." The old man smiled and praised, "This is a good thing. So, will you handle the well digging issue?" The old man suddenly recounted softly, "Every year at this time, they dig wells, and each time the well doesn't yield much water, the next year it has to be closed. Isn't this deceiving people?" "Do they still have to dig wells every year now?" Shi Jin asked curiously. The old man spoke up, annoyed, "Don't mention it. Every year they come to collect money for digging wells, but there's hardly any water, so the crops dry up and die. So I don't plan on paying this year." Shi Jin then proposed a new plan. "Uncle Wang, if you have time, could you cooperate with me for an investigation?" The old man replied, "If you ask, there's surely no problem. Just tell me what to do." She held a few sample forms. "I have some sample forms here, just fill them out truthfully, all right, but I can't read." "Can I tell you what to write?" the old man asked. She happily agreed, "That works too." Just then, a car drove up. A man in a white suit got out and said, "Is everyone here?" "Who are you?" the old man asked curiously. The man approached and introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Liu Shilu from the county water plant. I'm in charge of drilling the well this year." After speaking, the man opened his notebook and continued, "This year we switched to new equipment, all imported. The fields in the village are roughly the same size, so I won't charge by area." He looked up at everyone and stated a figure, 480 yuan per household. "Everyone, come and pay up quickly." Shi Jin remained silent, perhaps thinking about something. Suddenly, while they weren't paying attention, she took out her phone to record. At this moment, the old man angrily stepped forward to argue with the man. The old man said, "You said the same thing last year when drilling the well, but in the end, not much water was drawn." 11 Lu calmly replied, "I heard about last year's incident." He continued, "Those people were terrible, took the money, but didn't do the work, so they've been replaced this year. Rest assured, everyone, I will definitely handle this well this year, ensuring enough water for the fields." A villager then spoke up in refutation, "Cut it out. Last year, that person spoke even better than you. Don't try to fool us again. If you have no other business, then leave. We won't let you drill the well this year. 11 Lu slammed his notebook shut, his expression turning fierce as he threatened, "Let me tell you, the water plant is contracted by Mr. Wu. You must pay this money." Lin Yi, standing in the crowd observing, quietly thought, "Mr. Wu again." The sand thieves from before also claimed to be Mr. Wu's men. A villager approached Shi Lu and said, "I don't care about your Mr. Wu or Mr. Yu anyway. We don't intend to use you to drill the well this year. Go back where you came from." Suddenly, Shi Lu slapped the man hard across the face. The old man was furious now, standing up and pointing at them. "What do you want to do? Didn't you come to drill a well? Why are you hitting people? Is there no law?" Ignoring the old man, Shi Lu blew on his hand nonchalantly. After blowing, he pointed at everyone and said, "Let me tell you, in this Dong County, Mr. Wu is the Lord. Charging for 180 yuan this year is already cheap for you. Even if the water drilled is urine, you'll have to grit your teeth and bear it." The villagers were now extremely angry, grabbing weapons and rushing forward. Someone in the crowd said, "You've gone too far. Bullying our Quan village, thinking we have no one. Everyone charge, absolutely do not let these people bully us." Liu Xiaoyu's face remained ice cold as he said, "These rotten farmers actually dare to fight back. Think I'm easy," he then shouted, "Get the weapons." A clanging sound was heard now. Each of the 3 young men with him held an iron baseball bat. He continued to threaten, "Let me tell you, this morning, those people in Hajia village refused to pay, but after we beat them up, they all obediently handed over the money." At this moment, Shi Jin shouted, "Don't go too far." She still held her phone, with Wang Ting standing next to her. He then asked, "Are you people from Quan village? If so, pay up. If not, get aside." Xi Jin naturally refused. "I am not from Quan village, but your actions just now violated the law. I just recorded it. Prepare to face the consequences." A young man following him then threatened, "Still dare to film? Hand over the phone, or believe me, I'll beat you to death." Wang Ting had silently approached the young man. After getting close, she slapped him and said, "Who the hell do you think you are to talk like that?" The young man was angry, muttering, "Damn it, looking for death." He swung the bat towards Wang Ting. Lin Yi couldn't stand it anymore and came over, slapping him. After hitting him, he slowly asked, "Why hit a woman?" It seemed the slap was very hard, causing the young man to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Shi Lu asked, "Judging by your appearance, you must have practiced martial arts." Lin Yi smiled and replied, "That's right." He pointed at Lin Yi and yelled, "Let me tell you, you better not interfere in Mr. Wu's business. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle it." Lin Yi stepped forward and kicked him, scoffing, "Mr. Wu fart." He then said mockingly, "The sand diggers from earlier said the same thing as you, and I dealt with them in the end. Don't mention Mr. Wu or whatever in front of me, it's useless." The man stood up in pain, saying, "You," then, unwillingly, he left. Before leaving completely, he turned back and glared at him. "Let's go." The farmers behind them came forward, clasping their hands in thanks to Lin Yi. "Young man, thank you. If you hadn't stood up for us old folks would have been in big trouble today." Hearing this, Lin Yi turned back, smiled, and replied, "It's all right. If I encounter it, I will definitely help." Then, holding the forms, he said to them, "However, we still want everyone to cooperate in filling out these forms. We will compile statistics when we get back." Hearing it wasn't a big deal, the farmers readily agreed, "Okay, we will definitely cooperate." At the Dong County Poverty Alleviation Office, just as Lin Yi got out of the car and closed the door, Shi Jin spoke, "Thank you. Luckily, we had you today. The villagers cooperated very well. We were able to return before dark." He replied politely, "Just teaching a few thugs a lesson, it was nothing." After speaking, he looked towards the building in front, saying, "But initially I thought this county was poor enough, but after visiting the villages, I feel Dong County is actually quite prosperous." Hearing him say that, she replied, "Wait until you return to Shanghai. You'll feel that place is truly paradise." Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared along with a voice. "I already feel that way now." It turned out to be Wang Ting approaching. She winked shyly and said, Originally, I had free time with nothing to do, thought I'd come here to kill time, but unexpectedly, this trip was truly eye-opening. I also need to think about doing something useful. Saying this, she walked to her red car, preparing to open the door. Before getting in the car, she turned and waved, "I'll go first, contact me on WeChat if anything comes up." 11 Jen also waved and reminded her, "Okay, drive carefully." A moment later, on the way to the office, Lin Yu walked while staring intently at Shi Jen. She was engrossed and didn't notice his gaze. Relying on local agencies to escape poverty is impossible, otherwise it wouldn't have come to this. Now we need strong external support. Hearing her say that, Lin Yu thought to himself, using the influence of the Linyan Group can certainly mobilize some businesses to provide support. But the Linyan Group also needs to make a profit. The board of directors will definitely not approve unprofitable projects. At this moment, he looked at the phone screen and said to her, "Go to the office to process the survey documents." "I need to make a phone call." The phone rang twice before someone answered. Lin Yu stood by the window talking to the other person. "Am I not in Dong County? I feel there might be some business opportunities here. I plan to build an industrial park here, attracting more talent." Ji Kinyan listened silently on her end as he continued, "When there are more people, there will be a demand for housing, so isn't that an opportunity for your side?" Seeing her full of energy like this, Lin Yu pouted his lips and replied to her, "Got it." After finishing the phone call with her, he looked into the distance, thinking, "This time, I have to do something big." Just then, Li Qingkai hurried over and called out, "Lin Yi, I was looking for you." Lin Yi, with one hand in his pocket, looked at him and replied, "What's wrong, Brother Li?" Li Qingkai seemed very worried and asked, "Let me ask you something. Did you have a conflict with someone during the survey today?" Hearing this, he was quite surprised, crossed his arms and asked, "How did you know?" Brother Li recounted to him, "Someone called me, wanting to check your information, and also asked me where you are now." Then, he tightly gripped Lin Yi's arm. He looked extremely anxious and told him, "Quickly go pack your things and return to Zhonghai to lie low. Come back here in a few months." Lin Yi looked at him with surprised eyes. Then, he replied, "It was just beating up a few people. Why do I need to lie low?" The man immediately waved his hands. "You just got here, so you don't understand the situation in this county. The people you beat up today are all henchmen of Wu Cheng. He runs things in Dong County. He's not someone you can afford to provoke." Hearing this, he calmly put his hands in his pockets and walked away. "I thought it was something serious. Where is this person named Wu Cheng? I'll go meet him for a bit." Hearing him say that, Brother Li hurriedly ran over to stop him. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He firmly told him to leave quickly. "I'll take care of things with the unit for you. Leave immediately." Seeing the man being so enthusiastic towards him, he thought to himself, "I just arrived and already met such an honest big brother. I'm quite lucky." Thinking this, he patted his shoulder. "I can't hide from something like this. When I come back, they'll still come looking for me." He continued speaking, "Besides, this is a malignant tumor. If it's not dealt with cleanly, it will cause big trouble sooner or later." "Brother Li, where is Wu Cheng?" Brother Li anxiously replied, "Kid, don't act recklessly. I definitely won't tell you about this." Seeing him like this, Lin Yi shrugged. "This person is so famous in the county, many people probably know his address. If you don't tell me, I'll go ask around myself." Seeing his determination, he offered a safe solution. "How about this? You take the initiative to apologize, say some nice things during a meal. Maybe this matter can be settled. After all, you're from our poverty alleviation office. He can't possibly not show some deference." Seeing that the man was thinking for his sake, Lin Yu pretended to agree. "Okay, do you know where he is? I'll go find him there." Brother Li sent the location to him while saying, "There's a nightclub in the county. He owns that place. You might find him if you go there." Having gotten the address, he walked away, waving to Brother Eli. "Okay, I'll go right now." Seeing this, Li Qingkai wanted to stop him, but didn't know what to say. Later, inside a nightclub, Wu Cheng, holding a cigarette and with his feet on the table, asked, "Still haven't found that guy named Lin Yu?" Eliushi Lu quickly replied, "We know where the guy works, but we haven't found out where he lives yet." But we should have information soon. Hearing this, he stubbered out his cigarette and cursed, "Damn it. These blockheads are really troublesome." He angrily slammed his hand on the table, a new official trying to make his mark, yet he dares to target me. Right, you can tell this guy has never been taught a lesson. Hearing this, Liu added, "I think so too. That guy is really arrogant." When he made his move during the day, he was very cocky. Mentioning your name didn't work on him. Wu Cheng heard this and said, "That's normal. Young people, they suffer less, so they dare to do anything." Saying this, he lit another cigarette, smiling sinisterly. "Wait until I find him, then I'll have a proper talk with him. Let me see if he still dares to be so arrogant in front of me." The group of henchmen laughed loudly upon hearing this. Liu Shilu flattered, "If Master Wu talks to that guy himself, just this aura alone is enough to scare him to death." Then, it's unclear what Wu Cheng instructed. Liu Shilu bowed and replied, "Got it, Master Wu." Then the phone rang. He held the cigarette in his mouth while reaching into his shirt for the phone. He replied to the person on the other end, "Brother Tung." "All right, since Brother Tung has spoken, I'll listen. Then I won't bother with that kid anymore. That's it for now, let's talk later." "What about the phone call?" Liu Shilu asked him. "Master Wu, what happened?" He smirked smugly. "That kid got scared. He proactively came looking for me to treat me to a meal, offer a toast, and apologize." Hearing this, Liu Shilu laughed and replied, "See, didn't I tell you? That kid knew how formidable Master Wu is, got scared stiff immediately, and proactively came to apologize." At this moment, a knock was heard at the door. Wu Cheng spoke, "Come in." Just then, a henchman opened the door and reported, "Master Wu, the person named Lin Yi is here." He told Liu Shilu, "Bring him in." Lin Yi calmly walked in, lamenting as he walked, "This place isn't bad. You guys really know how to enjoy yourselves." Seeing him enter empty-handed, Wu Cheng mocked, "Coming to apologize without bringing anything. You're quite interesting." Hearing this, Lin Yi sneered, "Apologize? Who said I came here to apologize?" Hearing him say that, he asked, "Then what did you come here for?" He replied lightly, "Of course, I came to deal with you. Do you even need to ask?" Hearing this, several henchmen picked up their weapons. He blew out a puff of smoke, looking down on him. "Deal with me. Do you think you have the ability?" Hearing this, Lin Yi pointed directly at him. "Stop talking nonsense. I didn't come here to listen to your crap. I just want to tell you, times have changed. You're not as imposing as before. People should live decently, otherwise, you'll die without knowing why." Hearing this, his face darkened completely. He replied angrily, "Again? I've lived this long. No one has ever dared to talk to me like that." Saying this, he ordered his henchmen, "Beat him up for me." Several henchmen rushed forward. Liu Shilu rushed forward shouting, "Go die." Seeing this, he just smiled, then punched the guy, making him drop his stick. He quickly grabbed the stick. He swung the stick once, drawing blood from 3 guys. The whole group fell to the ground. He remained calm, holding the stick in one hand, the other hand in his pocket. Wu Cheng, seeing he had quickly taken down several of his men, broke into a sweat, pointed at him, and stubbornly said, "No wonder you're so arrogant. You really know how to fight. Tomorrow at noon at the Dong River mouth, do you dare to come?" After hearing Wu Cang's challenge, Lin Yi replied with a contemptuous laugh, "So many rules in the countryside. Judging by your posture, it seems you want a decisive battle with me, huh?" He pointed at the ground. "If you don't dare, then kneel down and apologize right now." Hearing him say that, Lin Yi swung the stick down next to his leg, startling him. Then he laughed and said, "All right then, see you tomorrow at noon at the Dong River mouth." Finishing his words, he turned and walked away, leaving him bewildered. At this moment, the subordinate with glasses looked up and called, "Master Wu," only to be kicked by him, spitting blood. He shouted angrily, "Useless trash, go gather more men." Wu Cheng then exhaled a puff of smoke. "Tomorrow I'll let him know who's the nephew and who's the grandpa in this Dong County." At noon the next day, at the Dong River mouth, Wu Cheng was waiting with a large group of brothers. At this time, Liu Shilu looked at his watch and reported, Master Wu, it's time, but that guy still hasn't arrived. Could it be that he's too scared to come? He replied with a cigarette in his mouth. Whether he comes or not, the result is the same. He took the cigarette out, holding it in his hand, smugly. If he dares to come, with so many people, just a mouthful of spit from each of us would be enough to drown him. And if he doesn't dare to come, that means he's scared, making it even more convenient to deal with him later. Hearing this, Liu Shilu laughed and added, "Boss is absolutely right. I think he won't dare to come. He came from Shanghai. He definitely couldn't find many people. He must have heard we brought so many people and chickened out." Hearing this, he contentedly put the cigarette to his mouth, lowered his eyes, and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as he's still in this Dong County, I can still deal with him." Just as he finished speaking, a convoy of vehicles appeared, kicking up clouds of dust. The convoy consisted of the cars and 3 buses, which stopped. Seeing this, Wu Cheng asked his subordinate, "What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many vehicles?" Liu Shilu replied, "It probably has nothing to do with us. So many people coming like this, it's probably some rich person holding a wedding." Suddenly, something startled both of them. A foot wearing a shiny leather shoe appeared. Liang Jinming spoke up, asking, "Are you Wu Cheng?" Hearing his name, he replied, "That's me, who are you?" Jinming didn't waste words, immediately throwing a punch to his face, making him drop the cigarette he was holding in his mouth. He shouted loudly, "Damn it! You've got some real nerve, daring to admit it." Seeing their boss being hit, Liu Shilu spoke up, pointing at him, "You dare hit Master Wu? Are you looking to die?" Hearing this, several subordinates stepped forward. He replied fearlessly, "If you dare to move, I'll kill you instantly." Seeing the extremely large crowd before him, Wu Cheng stepped forward to block his subordinates, saying, "Stop. What do you people mean by this?" He replied, "Didn't you arrange to meet Brother Lin? We've brought the people here." Hearing this, he panicked. "The Brother Lin you mentioned, could it be Lin Yi? How is that possible? How could that guy possibly know people like you?" Hearing this, his expression darkened. He laughed and replied, "Damn it, are you really stupid or just pretending? Don't you know who you've offended?" He, with his swollen cheek, said, "What is Lin Yu doing? Why didn't he come here?" He replied while pulling out a sword, "Does he even know what you amount to? Dealing with someone like you requires Brother Lin to get involved personally." Saying this, he placed the sword against his neck. "You're thinking too highly of yourself." He put on a terrifying expression, causing the guy to break out in a cold sweat as he looked at the sword at his neck. He asked him, "My brother Lin has killed people before. Do you still want him to show up?" Inside an office, Lin Yi answered a phone call reporting from his friend, "Brother Lin, it's handled." Jinming smugly boasted to Lin Yi about the favor. "I brought over 500 men. They were scared enough to piss their pants." Lin Yi was slightly surprised but maintained a neutral expression and said to the person, "Bringing over 500 people like that is too ostentatious. Wait until I return to Shanghai. I'll treat you to a meal." Meanwhile, someone else in the room finished listening to the phone call. It turned out to be Li Qingkai. He cheerfully praised Lin Yi. "You're really lucky, stumbling upon such a bargain." But Lin Yi pretended not to know what he was talking about and asked back, "What matter? What bargain?" Director Li was slightly surprised but cheerfully recounted the events to the 2 people in the room. "Haven't you heard what happened in the county yet? Someone came and arrested Wu Cagng's whole gang. The dance hall was also shut down." "Now you don't have to hide anymore," Lin Yi continued to pretend. "So it was that matter. This is a good thing, but the real beneficiaries are the people." Hearing this, Director Li also relaxed, leaned back in his chair, and said, "That's good too. Dong County will probably be more peaceful from now on." But suddenly, Li Qingkai became worried. He asked, "Right, you 2 have been out and about these past 2 days. Have you made any progress?" Elishi Jin also replied anxiously, "We haven't found any way forward at all." Putting away his cheerful expression, Director Li was now very serious and decisive. "Even if you can't find a way, you must find one." Then, he asked for Lin Yi's and Li Shijin's opinions. "Have you 2 thought of any plans yet?" Elishi Jin, holding a report, stated her view. I'm thinking we could imitate the model of concentrated production from abroad. I've checked the materials. This aspect is done very well in the Northeast, with a high degree of mechanization. It's a model worth learning from. However, Director Lee sighed melancholically and said, that won't work. After concentrating production, there will be a large amount of surplus labor. The impact would be immeasurable. He gestured, emphasizing the issues. Moreover, the Northeast and the North China Plain are suitable for concentrated production, but it's very difficult for our place to imitate. He then turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, do you have any ideas? Lin Yi didn't exactly have a brilliant idea, but merely sighed and offered a temporary solution. Dong County is a bit unlucky. The soil has high alkalinity. Farming yields aren't much. Why not try developing animal husbandry, raising chickens, raising pigs? Maybe that will yield results. Both of them moved closer to Director Li's desk, and upon hearing this, his facial muscles relaxed slightly. He said, but that's just a small-scale solution. It can't solve everything. Lin Yi then proposed a new direction. Therefore, we need external support. Director Li seriously discussed this. External support means funding from the budget. Lin Yi replied, no, I think selling land to attract investment would be more feasible. Li Qingkai waved his hand in disagreement. The district has considered this measure before, but large enterprises aren't fools. He continued explaining the current disadvantages. Our small district has nothing. All the young people have left. Who would come here to build anything? We still try to attract investment every year. The district is only short of giving away land for free, but still no results. Contrary to Director Li's worries, Lin Yi was confident in his idea, but I still want to give it a try. Seeing the confidence in Lin Yi's eyes, he reconsidered. The car Lin Yi drives to work isn't bad. Maybe he has connections in this field. If he tries to help, perhaps it might be effective. He immediately stood up and made a decision. How about this? I'll introduce you to the person in charge of investment attraction. You two can discuss this matter yourselves. Try to achieve some results. Someone opened the door and entered the room. It turned out Director Li brought Lin Yi to meet the person in charge as promised. Inside the room, someone greeted him upon seeing him arrive. Director Li is here. Li Qingkai also spoke cheerfully. Director Wang, let me introduce someone to you. This is Lin Yi, the newcomer in my office. Director Wang shook hands with Lin Yi, simultaneously introducing, Lin Yi, this is Wang Lijian from the Investment Promotion Department, and that is Guo Lu. Director Wang asked, bringing someone to my place, you must have some business, right? Director Li explained, we just had a meeting about attracting investment, wanting to do something in this area. I assigned this task to Lin Yi, he continued, but regarding investment attraction, he's not an expert. I was thinking if Guolu could assist, if we achieve results, both our offices will benefit. Guolu looked at Lin Yi, thinking, he looks handsome, but why can't he see the situation clearly here? Clearly, Dong District isn't a place with potential, why bother trying? Director Wang smiled and replied, this is a good thing. It just so happens they are both young. Let Guolu follow up on previous projects, hone her skills. But Guolu said, Director Wang, you know the district's situation. Every year we fail to attract investment. Mr. Wang's face turned serious. You've been here for over half a year. Sitting in the office all day doesn't solve anything. He pointed directly at Guolu and said, going out more often is good for you. She could only comply. Got it, Director. She followed Lin Yi, leading him to the previous projects. But suddenly she seemed very surprised about something. Seeing Lin Yi about to get into the car, she pointed at his work car and asked loudly, you drive this car? Lin Yi, tired, replied to her, otherwise. On the way to the previous project site, she acted like a senior, nagging Lin Yi endlessly. I know you just arrived, wanting to show off. But you need to understand the situation in Dong District. She condescendingly continued, we invite investors every year, but it's useless. Why do you still want to try? Lin Yi, annoyed, retorted to the lazy woman's reasoning. If not, then what? Sit in the office watching movies, drinking tea, eating snacks. Hearing this, she shamelessly turned and shouted defensively, what else is there to do? There's nothing else to do. Hearing Guolu say this, Lin Yi just looked at her sideways with a contemptuous attitude. She added, "Next time there's something like this, go by yourself, don't drag me along." Lin Yi couldn't tolerate this woman anymore. He said angrily, "If you don't want to, you can get out of the car. I didn't ask you to follow." Guo Lu, who started the trouble, blamed Lin Yi, acting as if she did nothing wrong. "Why do you talk so rudely?" "The director told me to go out. How can I possibly go back?" Lin Yi replied annoyedly to the unreasonable person. "Then talk less." The two arrived more than half an hour later. Lin Yi looked ahead and asked Guo Lu, "Is this the place?" Lin Yi pointed to the unfinished construction site ahead and asked, "What happened with this project? The frame is finished. Why did it stop?" Guo Lu said, "This is the result of attracting investment. At that time, we negotiated with a food factory to build here. The land was given for free, plus a subsidy of 2 million. As a result, the factory was half built. When they declared bankruptcy and mortgaged this building, the project was abandoned." Lin Yi listened and evaluated the location of this project. "I feel this place isn't bad, worth a try." Contrary to Lin Yi's interest, Guo Lu finished speaking, turned around, and hurriedly said, let's go back." Lin Yi asked her, puzzled, "We just arrived, why go back?" Guo Lu, indifferent, turned back, acting very knowledgeable about this place. "Do you understand what kind of place this is? Don't think this is too simple. If it were really possible to attract people, others would have done it long ago. It wouldn't be your turn." Lin Yi frowned and said bluntly, "Am I interrupting your movie watching?" Hearing this, she retorted to Lin Yi, "I'm just telling the truth. To explain clearly, your behavior, in my eyes, is truly extremely foolish." Guo Lu didn't care. She abandoned Lin Yi, speaking petulantly, "You handle the remaining projects yourself. I have to go back." Lin Yi couldn't stand her anymore. He said scornfully, "Then you just stay here as a proper facade. Have your family arrange a job, continue working 9 to 5, then go home and wait to die." These words pierced through this person's facade like needles, causing her to freeze for a moment. Lin Yi pressed on, "Living like this, don't you feel utterly useless?" She turned from embarrassment to anger, pointing fingers at Lin Yi. "That's the fortune my family accumulated. My starting point is higher than yours." Hearing this, he just laughed. The half-built building looked pitiful under the sun. If completed, perhaps it would be as magnificent as buildings in other cities. Lin Yi looked at the unfinished project while talking on the phone. "How is the group doing? Are things busy?" On the other end of the line, the subordinate answered, "Photolithography has been put on a special list. Currently many people are looking for investment capital." He continued, "Dr. Shen's 3nm lithography machine has been approved, so it's indeed a bit busy." Lin Yi felt reassured hearing this. He said, "Okay, I have something I want to tell you." Lin Yi ordered his subordinate, "Put aside your work for a bit. Tomorrow come to Dong District with old Shen and Yuan." The other end of the line didn't hesitate to reply, "Got it, President Lin." The next day, in a luxurious building, seemingly only for the wealthy. Lin Yi was still sound asleep in bed when someone knocked on the door, waking him up. He quickly put on a shirt, his face still sleepy, raised his hand to rub his eyes, shouting loudly, Yuan. "Can't you knock lighter?" Yuan stood outside the door, surprised. "How did you know it was me?" Beside her were Li Xiaoyang and Mr. Shen. Lin Yi retorted, "Even through the door, I can smell the strong perfume on you." This made Yuan fume, yelling, get lost, my senior sister bought it for me." Yuan then calmed down and said, "I heard from my senior sister that you came here to help the poor. Are you trying to attract investment for this place?" Lin Yi didn't hold back his praise. Smart, he gave her a thumbs up. Lin Yi didn't keep everyone waiting long. "I'll take you all to see a place. See if it's suitable." Mr. Shen spoke up. "Let's go then." Following Lin Yi's directions, the grey sedan finally brought the four of them to a construction site. Lin Yi leisurely led the way. "This is the place." The other three quickly followed behind him. Lin Yi, excited like a child, pointed to the high-rise building whose solid frame was completed for everyone to see. "This place also has certain locational advantages, and transportation is convenient." Yuan crossed her arms, carefully examining the ongoing construction site, and asked Lin Yi, "Are you planning to build an industrial park here?" Lin Yi enthusiastically told her, "That's the idea." The other two were still intently looking around the construction site. Lin Yi then explained further, "The optical core project is completed. Processing can be done here. The production line can also be moved here. After all, labor costs in Shanghai are much higher than here." "What do you all think?" Lin Yi looked expectantly at everyone. Li Xiang, standing next to Yuan, hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to speak to him. "I don't think this is viable." Lin Yi saw the other person looked worried and cheerfully said, "It's okay, just say whatever's on your mind." The tense atmosphere was unnecessary. Since Lin Yi had invited his opinion, he didn't hesitate to state it. Everyone knows the optical core production line is a key industry for Lingyan Group. Suddenly moving it elsewhere will have negative impacts. Seeing someone agreed with him, Shen Qianzhu also spoke frankly to Lin Yi. "I also disagree regarding the optical core matter. Testing and assembly of the optical core is not something ordinary people can do. At the very least, it requires a PhD from a 985 university to handle it." Hearing the two dissenting opinions, Lin Yi felt uneasy about his plan. Lin Yi could only smile awkwardly. "You two throwing cold water on me at the same time like this, it's making me embarrassed." Lin Yi turned away dejectedly. However, the young man gave him a glimmer of hope. "Director Lin, don't be discouraged. This issue can still be turned around. If there are supportive policies, building the factory here won't be a loss, just less profitable. It's still feasible." Hearing this, Lin Yi's spirits lifted. Old Shen also nodded in agreement. Related low-end supporting industries can be located here. His idea was indeed not bad. Yuan patted Lin Yi's shoulder encouragingly. She cheerfully told him, "Since old Shen and brother Li have said so, I won't discourage you either. The supporting industry for the optical core is already predetermined. Relocation is impossible." Yuan enthusiastically suggested to Lin Yi, "But there's still room in the chip manufacturing sector. It needs strengthening for development. There's hope to capture the market." Li Xiang also agreed with Yuan. "Director Lin, I also think this plan is viable." Lin Yi understood after hearing everyone's opinions. Lin Yi would proceed based on the feedback. "Okay." Then everyone quickly finalized the proposal and gathered urgently to discuss the opinions of the other directors. All three replied in unison, "Understood." Then they all dispersed. Yuan suddenly remembered something important and turned back to tell him, "Right, there's something I wanted to tell you. The fund is preparing to conduct the second round of support for Dong County, expected to be between 800,000 and 1 million yuan." Lin Yi replied cheerfully and casually, "No problem. Just let them do their work. Don't do anything special just because I'm here." Yuan winked at Lin Yi, indicating she understood. "Okay, I'll tell them when I get back." Lin Yi waved goodbye, and the two parted ways there. At the office, Lin Yi returned from the construction site, walking leisurely back into the company. "I'm back." From afar, the figure of a mysterious person was waiting for him. When Director Li saw him return, he happily introduced him to a grey-haired young man with glasses in a red vest standing next to him. "Lin Yi, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Yufeng from the development office." Lin Yi glanced briefly at this young man, remaining silent. Director Li looked at him worriedly. "Lin Yi, I saw Guo Lu didn't seem too happy when she came back yesterday. Did you two argue yesterday?" At his inquiry, Lin Yi sighed irritably. "She's just an idle freeloader, so there's no need to pay attention to her." Director Li looked at him with a wry smile, patting his shoulder a few times to calm his anger. "All right, calm down. She's a woman, after all. Perhaps the hardest thing to understand in this world is a woman's thoughts." Seeing him coming and going so much, he asked curiously, "You were out all day yesterday, and half a day today. Any progress?" Lin Yi looked at him excitedly. "There must be. Attracting investment still has to be done, otherwise, don't hope to escape poverty." This was the first step in Lin Yi's plan. Director Li's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, asking again, "Are you sure there's hope? You're really capable. Given Dong County's situation, you still found a way. Truly not bad." Lin Yi performed well, just as he had hoped. 11 Gen, Lin Yi said there's progress on this matter. You two must work hard together from now on, achieve results soon. Xi Jin was also looking forward to working more with him in the future. Suddenly, Zhou Feng, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Director Li, you're celebrating a bit too early. You know Dong County's situation. How can it possibly attract investors?" These words made Lin Yi pause for a few seconds. Zhou Feng then smugly said, "But just now I received a call from Lingyan Group in Shanghai. They're preparing a second round of support, up to 1 million yuan. 11 Jin gasped in astonishment upon hearing 1 million yuan. Zhou Feng glanced at the beautiful Shi Jin with ill intentions. "I want Shi Jin to accompany me for the reception, responsible for this round of poverty alleviation work." Xi Jin was flustered by this sudden, unsolicited proposal. Director Li wondered. "There's a second round of poverty alleviation support," he explained. "Originally there wasn't a second round, but I contacted them several times recently, and they finally agreed to provide support again." Zhou Feng boasted, "You wouldn't know. I spent so much effort. My hair is about to turn white." Seeing Zhoufeng's apparent dedication, Director Li offered the esteemed guest a cup of freshly brewed warm tea. He offered the cup of tea to Zhoufeng. "Be careful, Director Zhou. Please, have some tea first. This work was originally ours, yet it troubled you. You've worked hard." Zhou Feng took the cup from him. "It's all for the benefit of the county." He could casually boast in front of Director Li, taking all the credit. Lin Yi frowned, watching the man nonchalantly enjoying the tea. Only he knew he had clearly arranged the fund matter, yet that guy took this chance to act impressive. This smug Zhoufeng greatly displeased Lin Yi. Everything finally settled. For now, Director Li began assigning tasks. "Shi Jin, you'll be in charge of reception this time. If you don't understand anything, ask Director Zhou to coordinate well to handle this task properly. The investment attraction work has just begun. There's still much to do. Mr. Lin can't handle it all alone." 11 JJN felt worried hearing she was assigned the reception. Seeing her concern, Director Li confidently reassured her, "Don't you still have me? Just relax and go." Though worried, with him there, Shi JJN nodded understandingly, feeling somewhat relieved. An inappropriate hand slowly touched Shi JJN from behind. XIJJN was startled when Zhou Feng suddenly hugged her from behind. Zhou Feng grinned broadly. "Director Li, I'll temporarily transfer her to my department." 11 JJN refused, forcefully pushing his dirty hand off her. She reluctantly said goodbye to Lin Yi and Director Li. Mr. Lin, the Lingyan Fund people are coming tomorrow. This will wrap up in a few days. I'll be back very soon." Seeing her stress, Lin Yi didn't want to pressure her further. "It's okay, no rush, go ahead." She JJN bowed to both then left. Zhoufeng hurried after her. Only Lin Yi and Director Li remained. He patted Lin Yi's shoulder reassuringly. "It'll be tough for you these next few days. Handle this yourself, okay?" Lin Yi was confident. "It can be done anyway. It's not a big problem." Time waits for no one. Swiftly, the day to welcome the special guests arrived. A group from the Lingyan Fund, led by Zhao Ling, arrived early in Dong County. Seeing everyone had arrived, Zhoufeng bowed deeply. "CEO Zhao, we are greatly honored by your return to Dong County." Zhou Feng smiled brightly, adopting a diligent reception manner. "I've already booked lunch. Please let us fulfill our duties as hosts." Hearing of matters aside from business, Zhao Ling quickly declined. "Let's skip the meal. We still need to inspect the villages below, otherwise we won't be at ease." Zhou Feng quickly invited her again. "But we should eat first at this time. I've prepared everything, CEO Zhao, no need for formalities." Unable to refuse, she reluctantly agreed. "All right then. Sorry to trouble Director Zhou. After all, a meal wouldn't hurt." Seeing her accept, Zhou Feng's joy was evident. "This is what we should do. We haven't even thanked everyone yet. How could it be troublesome?" Zhou Feng truly was a smooth talker. Seeing Zhoufeng's competence, Director Li praised him. "Director Zhou's ability in our county is truly hard to match." Director Wang beside him agreed. He looked at Zhoufeng hopefully. Truly impressive. To think he secured such a large poverty alleviation fund. Moreover, he's so young, truly a boundless future. Zhou Feng certainly knew how to make a good impression. Lin Yi arrived then. Mr. Li, Director Wang. Director Li was pleased to see him. Lin Yi, you're here. He greeted everyone and apologized for being late. Lin Yi politely explained, I had some business this morning, just got here. Zhao Ling seemed to find his voice familiar and glanced back. Seeing Lin Yi, she was delighted and about to greet him humbly, but Lin Yi subtly signaled her, apparently not wanting his identity revealed. The situation felt slightly awkward. She could only calmly call him Lin. Zhou Feng, surprised and sensing something amiss, asked, CEO Zhao, you know him? Hearing this, she put on a professional smile, gestured towards Lin Yi, and clarified, of course, we know each other. It was Lin Yi who informed me of the situation, prompting our decision for the second round of support for Dong County, otherwise, we wouldn't have come. Director Li and Director Wang were quite surprised about Lin Yi and asked again, Director Lin contacted you? Meanwhile, Zhou Feng clenched his teeth, his face darkening. As the surprising introductions ended, Zhao Ling spoke, we were just about to go for lunch, would you like to join us? Hearing this, Lin Yi turned to leave, but waved and replied, I still have some work, I can't join everyone. Zhou Feng could only stand there, clenching his teeth helplessly, watching Lin Yi walk away. Lin Yi went straight to his office. He was now sitting comfortably in his chair, listening to Director Li's praise. Lin Yi, you're quiet, but when you act, everyone is astonished. You quietly brought in over 1 million for the fund. I truly underestimated you. Lin Yi, holding documents, replied calmly, it's not a big deal, don't mind it. Lin Yi raised his index finger, seemingly wanting to state his opinion. I want to use that money to dig some wells in the rural areas. This will ensure water supply during droughts. What do you think, Mr. Li? Director Li listened, looked very approving, and replied, that's naturally excellent. I believe after implementation, we'll see results quickly. It seemed that wasn't his final point, as he handed a draft to Director Li and continued. Also, the soil here is generally poor, highly alkaline, improving it quickly is very difficult. He thought of lush fields and added enthusiastically, I want to contact the Agricultural Science Institute to improve seed varieties, increasing alkali tolerance, which could also boost productivity. Director Li excitedly flipped through the draft. Excellent, but we lack the funds for such research. Lin Yi confidently raised a hand reassuringly. It's okay, I'll find a way. Director Li was very surprised and delighted with Lin Yi, so much so that he exclaimed, young man, you are truly amazing. As Lin Yi handed over the documents, he suddenly remembered. Right, Mr. Li, one more thing. We could organize an investment promotion event soon, starting now, to avoid letting delays cause complications. Mr. Li held the documents, puzzled. Hasn't the investment promotion just begun? Why so soon? Lin Yi explained. Release the news early to generate buzz, then stimulate the market. Hearing this, Mr. Li nodded in agreement. I need to mention this to Director Wang. We need to study the specifics. Lin Yi felt it wasn't a problem and replied, okay. After finishing the discussion, he stood up and said, I've been here for a few days. I'll head back early this afternoon to meet some friends. Mr. Li didn't try to keep him. All right, go ahead. When Lin Yi's car arrived in front of his friend's company, he stopped outside the gate. Inside the car, Lin Yi took out his phone, looked towards the company, and called his friend. I've arrived at your company, come down. The person on the other end was Sun Jian. He scratched his head, replying awkwardly, Boss, it's only just past 4. I'm dealing with a tough case here. It'll take another hour to finish. He suggested, come up and wait for me for a bit. There's food and drink up here, better than waiting in the car. Lin Yi replied, okay. When he reached Sun Jian's workspace, he saw a crowd standing ahead, the conversation quite noisy. A man sat in the middle, while a standing person pointed at the computer as the man with glasses waved his hand dismissively. Lin Yi just glanced past them and went to his friend's spot. Seeing Sun Jian hadn't noticed his arrival, he tapped his shoulder and asked, What are you concentrating on? Startling him slightly and making him pause. He continued, I arrived and you didn't even see me. Sun Jian scratched his head, pointed at the computer screen, and replied, "We designed some office software. The payment interface has a bug. We haven't been able to fix it all day. We even invited an expert from another company. They're still working on it." He rubbed his head tiredly. "I'm waiting for them to finish processing it so I can do the final step." Lin Yu suddenly remembered the crowd at the entrance. Seeing that situation, it looks like it won't be resolved quickly. At this moment, two other people walked over, Li Qingyuan and Liu Guangning. Li Qingyuan raised his hand to greet him. "Hello, CEO Lin." Lin Yu turned his head towards them. "Am I disturbing you?" Li Qingyuan quickly replied, "How could you be disturbing us? We couldn't be happier." Li Qingyuan asked curiously, "Why didn't you say earlier so I could come down to greet you?" Lin Yu gave a faint smile, waving his hand. "No need to be so formal." He replied, "Last time you came, Sun Jian arranged it. This time it's my turn. Anyway, you have to let me fulfill my duties as a host. You can't refuse. I see it's almost time. Let's go now." Lin Yu pointed towards the noisy area from earlier, saying, "The company has work to do. If the boss like you leaves, what if something happens? Work is more important. Don't let it affect important matters." Li Qingyuan shook his head and sighed. "I don't think it'll be finished anytime soon. I invited an engineer from outside, formerly a tech engineer from a big company, and he still hasn't found anything. It's really frustrating." Lin Yu suggested, "Don't rush. Let me go over and see what the matter is. Anyway, I'm free." Li Qingyuan was surprised. "A boss like you knows this stuff too." He replied modestly, "Just a little." The two then walked together towards the troubled spot. Li Qingyuan's voice rang out, causing the arguing people to turn their heads towards the back. "Move aside a bit. Let CEO Lin see what the cause is." The man sitting in the middle pointed at Lin Yi and asked blankly, "CEO Li, this person is..." He gestured towards Lin Yi and introduced him to everyone. "Everyone can just call him CEO Lin. He's also a tech guy, going to look at the program's bug." The man with glasses immediately waved his hand, refusing. "CEO Li, we're about to find it. No need to let others look anymore." Seeing this, CEO Li didn't insist. "Is that so? All right then, you do it." He scratched his head and slowly replied, "Okay." His hands started typing code on the computer keyboard. Lin Yu also looked at it. After looking, he was startled. Lin Yu pointed at the code on the screen. "This piece of code is incorrect. Although it might fix the payment function error, it will affect the network connection speed, causing users to be unable to log in." The man with glasses who was typing code suddenly stopped. He abruptly shouted loudly, "What are you talking about?" He pointed at himself, speaking with arrogant confidence. "I worked at a big company for 8 years, handled countless major and minor problems in programs. Do you think you have more right to speak than me?" Seeing him so angry, Lin Yu waved his hand lightly and replied, "Let's just say I saw wrong." "You continue." The man turned his head back, pushed up his glasses, and snorted coldly, but he still glanced towards Lin Yu with eyes full of disdain. This is clearly an outsider directing an insider. Working in tech, the worst thing is encountering this type of person. I don't know what the boss is thinking. Mr. Zhong tapped the keyboard with one hand, while pushing up his glasses with the other, his tone somewhat smug. He turned towards Sun Jian and said, "CEO Sun, everyone try running the program again." Hearing that, Sun Jian turned around and left. He replied, "I'll go try it out." His hands typed continuously on the keyboard, the clicking sound echoing in the tense silence. After a moment, Sun Jian spoke up, "Okay, no problems at all." Hearing this information, everyone around exclaimed excitedly. Li Qingyuan approached Lin Yi, grabbed his hand, and said with a bright smile, "It's done. CEO Lin, let's go eat." Hearing this, he waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Not so fast. Everyone, take out your phones and try logging into this app yourselves to see if the operation is successful." Hearing these words, Mr. John immediately got angry, shouted loudly, and pointed straight at him. He said, "What do you mean by this? Are you perhaps doubting our repair work?" Qingyuan held the phone in his hand, suddenly looking surprised. The phone screen displayed, "Login failed." He then held the phone towards old Mr. Zhong and yelled in his face, "Mr. Zhong, what is this?" Seeing what was in front of him, The old man showed fear, stammering in reply, "Impossible. I checked it many times. There weren't any bugs occurring. This situation can't happen." Lin Yi stepped forward and said, "I told you earlier that piece of code would affect the software's network connection. Now you believe it, right?" Li Qingyuan also chimed in. "Boss, you're really amazing. To actually be able to see this problem, can you help solve it?" Hearing this, he replied, "This problem isn't difficult. Let me try." Then he sat down in the nearby chair, his hands typing incessantly on the keyboard, the clicking sound echoing continuously. Everyone in the room directed their gaze towards Lin Yi, each showing clear surprise and disbelief. As for Qingyuan, he also didn't expect this, thinking to himself, "Impossible. How can a big boss worth hundreds of billions actually have skills like this?" 10 minutes later, Lin Yi's hand pressed a final key on the keyboard. Next, he turned around and spoke. "Done. Tell Sun Jian to run the program one more time." Hearing that, Li Qingyuan's face showed delight, and he replied, "Okay." The system screen now displayed the information, "Login successful." Sun Jian joyfully clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "It's solved. Oh my god, boss, you're incredible. I feel like bowing down to you right now." Lin Yi then stood up, he stretched a little and replied, "It wasn't that difficult. Don't be so surprised. Let's get ready to eat. I'm starving." Then the group left. As they walked, Li Qingyuan kept praising, saying, "Director Lin, you helped me solve such a big problem. I must treat you really well today." At a large seafood restaurant, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Yi reached into his pocket and took it out. On the other end was Xiao Bing. She said, "Team leader, I heard you came to my hometown. Tonight, I'll take you to the best bar here, even more fun than Shanghai." Her face showed happiness. Hearing this, Lin Yi replied, "Okay, you arrange it. I'm free tonight anyway." Sitting opposite, Sun Jian blushed, pointed at him, and teased him incessantly. "Boss, who called you?" "Sounds like a young lady," Lin Yi answered. "It's a girl. She's taking me out later. If you have nothing to do, come along, you're free anyway." Li Qingyuan, sitting beside them, joined in the fun. "Director Lin, any girl who catches your eye must be of high quality, right?" "Indeed, not too bad," Lin Yi replied. The sky outside had begun to turn dusky. A car was rolling down the wide highway. Inside the car, a man was holding the steering wheel. He was Guo Zi, a local second-generation rich kid. He turned to ask Zi Bing, "Is an important friend coming?" Hearing this, Zi Bing became serious, saying, "A very important friend, and very powerful, even more powerful than Qin Hon." Seeing her say this, Guo Zi replied, "Such a person is indeed worth befriending. People like that usually have extensive connections. Maybe we'll need their help someday. Does he have any preferences? Do we need to prepare anything in advance?" Zi Bing then looked smug. She leaned forward and said confidently, "Preferences, he likes my type." Then she continued, "Right, I remember you have a younger sister. Her figure is quite good. Want to call her to join the fun?" Seeing this, Guo Zhi replied, "All right. She's off today. Maybe she can come back. I'll call her later." Half an hour later, at a bar called Jupiler, Guo Lu sat inside a car. She was talking on the phone, her tone somewhat perplexed. "Really? That formidable? Got it. Don't say anything for now. I see a parking spot. I'll park and then find you." While talking on the phone, her car was slowly approaching an empty parking spot. Suddenly from outside, a black car rushed in and parked right there. Seeing this, Guo Lu angrily opened the car door and stormed out. She yelled, "Have you no manners? That was the parking spot I chose." Lin Yi got out of the car. Seeing him, she exclaimed in surprise, "You're actually here." Guo Lu then angrily pointed straight at him and yelled, "This spot doesn't have your name on it. How did it become your parking spot? Are you crazy?" Hearing this, he retorted, "This spot doesn't have your name on it either. How did it become your parking spot? Are you crazy? This is Dong County. Don't act tough with me." Guo Lu put her hands on her hips and glared angrily at his group. Seeing the situation, Sun Jian felt awkward, leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, "Boss, if you two know each other, let's just drop this. It's just a parking spot. We can find another one. Why find another spot? I've already parked, Lin Yi turned and said firmly. Hearing this, Guo Lu was a bit surprised. Holding her phone, she continued, Lin Yi, let me tell you, my brother is in this bar right now. If you don't move your car, I'm calling my brother, he snorted contemptuously. Guo Lu spoke into the phone with annoyance. Brother, I'm at the bar entrance. Some people took my parking spot, and they won't give it up. Come out and see. Sun Jian spoke anxiously. Boss, I feel like the situation doesn't look good. It seems like a fight is about to happen. Maybe we should move the car somewhere else. Lin Yi replied, Don't pay attention to her. Let's go have fun inside. After speaking, he turned around and started walking. Suddenly, a large figure stood blocking their way. Guo Lu immediately went over, grabbed the man's arm, and pointed towards him. She said, Brother Chow, it's these people. The man with green hair turned and asked, Guo Lu, what's wrong? Guo Lu replied, Brother Chow, they took my parking spot and won't give it back. He was also aggressive towards me. Hearing this, Brother Chow angrily glared straight at Lin Yi. He said, Buddy, I need to talk to you. Hearing this, Lin Yi turned to Li Qingyuan and Sun Jian and instructed, You guys stand back a bit, wait for me. Brother Chow then spoke loudly, Buddy, this isn't a big deal. You give up the parking spot and apologize to this beauty, and we'll call it even. We're all out to have fun, no need to make things unpleasant. Hearing this, he retorted angrily, What kind of logic is that? We parked first, just because she saw it first, we have to give it to her. Guo Lu, leave the car keys with me. I'll help you park. Guo Lu, go inside first, lest blood splatters all over you. The man shouted angrily, his eyes filled with fury looking straight at him. Guo Lu happily walked away, saying, I'm counting on you, Brother Chow. He then used a lighter to light a cigarette and took a drag, smoke billowing around. Next, Brother Chow pointed in a direction and said, Buddy, let's go to that alley over there and talk for a bit. Hearing this, Lin Yi replied, Do people here have to pick a spot to fight? Brother Chow immediately retorted, What did you say? If you don't dare, then drive your car somewhere else. Don't stand here talking nonsense. It's annoying. Slap. Suddenly Lin Yi delivered a slap, hitting the opponent squarely in the face. The man, caught off guard, took the full force of the attack. The surrounding people witnessing the scene were extremely shocked. Brother Chow knelt on the ground. He pleaded, Buddy, calm down. This is my fault. I'll find another parking spot, Lin Yi replied. Wouldn't it have been settled if you'd done that earlier? Then, the group proceeded inside the bar. The scene inside the bar was lively, everyone dancing together under the lights, the music playing vibrantly. Guo Lu approached Guo Zi and Zi Bing's table. Seeing her, Guo Zhi pointed to the person beside him and introduced, Guo Lu, let me introduce you. This is Zi Bing. Hearing this, Guo Lu bowed her head and said, Hi, Sister Bing. Zi Bing smiled, looked at Guo Lu and said, Guo Zi, your sister isn't bad at all. I'm a bit envious of this figure, Guo Zi said. She exercises regularly, so her figure isn't bad. Guo Lu's face showed a bit of surprise, her eyes widening. Zi Bing chuckled, placed her hand on her chin looking at Guo Lu and said, Then you must perform well later. My brother Lin is no ordinary person. If he takes you away, your Guo family will prosper for this lifetime. Guo Lu smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Bing. Guo Lu asked, Brother, is the person she mentioned really that formidable? Guo Zi said, Do you know Qin Hon from Zhonghai? Compared to the person Sister Bing mentioned, he's even more formidable than Qin Hon. He smiled leisurely, drinking water, and said, I heard he's the local emperor in Zhonghai. No one dares to mess with him, and we certainly can't compare. Guo Zi laughed and said, The people here are either internet celebrities or models. Their background and temperament don't compare to yours. By then, invite them for a few drinks, find a way to get closer, liven up the atmosphere. Guo Lu smiled and said, I know. Zi Bing stood up smiling, waved happily, and called, Brother Lin. Lin Yi smiled and walked in, surprising the surrounding girls. He smiled happily and called, Zi Bing. Guo Lu's face turned pale with surprise, sweating as she looked at him, unable to say anything more. Lin Yu looked at the embarrassed, downcast Guo Lu, looked aside, and asked, "Why are you here?" Zibing pointed at Guo Lu and asked, "Brother Lin, for you to know each other?" Lin Yu smiled and said, "Yes, we just argued outside." Guo Lu pointed slightly forward and said, "Sister Bing, he works in poverty alleviation in Dong County. How could he be?" Zibing looked at her and asked, "Poverty alleviation?" Zibing walked to Lin Yu's side and asked, "Brother Lin, why are you doing that kind of work?" Lin Yu looked at Guo Lu, who was so panicked her face turned purple, and said, "I was bored with nothing to do, went there to kill time, and happened to meet her." Zibing said angrily, "Guo Zi, I don't know what happened between your sister and Brother Lin, but it definitely wasn't good. You to leave, don't let me see you again." Guo Zhi stood up, forcing a smile, and said, "Zibing, I didn't know what happened either. Don't get angry first, I'll have my sister apologize to young Master Lin." Guo Zi said, "What are you standing there dumbfounded for? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Lin." Guo Lu lowered her head and said, "Brother Lin, I know I was wrong, please don't hold it against me." Zibing, with a displeased face, stood with her arms crossed and said, "Go quickly. My brother Lin doesn't like this type, don't provoke him, or you'll suffer." Hearing her words, the siblings froze, speechless. Guo Zi smiled and said, "Then you guys stay and have fun, we'll leave first." Li Qingyuan smiled, raised his glass towards Sun Jian, smiled, and asked, "Your boss is really formidable?" "Zibing is a top feudoi here, yet she's so polite to your boss," someone watching exclaimed. A man smiled, walked in holding a beer mug, and said, "What's going on? Why is our Missy so angry?" "It's not like your style," Zibing said. "None of your business." Lin Yu looked at the red-haired guy and asked, "Who is this person? Looks like he's trying to act cool." The red-haired guy said, "He's Wei Jiahong, the second son of the Wei family. They and the Zi family are both top families in Yuhong, but I heard they've never gotten along." Wei Jiahong smiled, looking at Guo Zi and Guo Lu, and asked, "Were you two kicked out?" He took the beer mug, sat down, smiled, and said, "Your sister doesn't look bad, how about you to follow me from now on?" The siblings lowered their heads, smiled, and said, "Thank you, young Master Wei." Zibing said with a displeased face, "Guo Zi, good thing I never thought highly of you, with that character of yours, truly despicable." Guo Zi smiled and said, "Xiao Bing, I had no other choice either. You kicked me out, now I'm siding with young Master Wei. What's wrong with that?" Zibing said unhappily, "Trash." Wei Jiahong asked, "Sister Bing, haven't seen you around lately. Where did you go to make money?" Zibing smiled and said, "Went to Shanghai. The project negotiations are almost done, I've been busy lately." Wei Jiahong smiled, bowed slightly, and said, "This is good news. I must treat you to a few bottles of wine to show my sincerity." Zibing smiled and said, "The wine here isn't that expensive. I can afford it myself, no need to trouble you to pay. Your monthly allowance isn't much, no need to waste it on me. I don't lack those few bottles of wine from you." Wei Jiahong smoked a cigarette and said, "Maybe you don't know, I recently took over the Wei family's business." He smiled, exhaling smoke, and said, "I bought this bar a few days ago. Since you came to support me as the owner, I naturally have to show hospitality." Zibing said, slightly surprised, "Your bar?" Wei Jiahong asked. "That's right. Need me to get the business license for you to see. But looking at you, it seems you don't want to stay and hang out at my place anymore, right?" Wei Jiahong smiled, looking at Zibing, and said, "If Sister Bing doesn't want to stay here, you can go to another bar. I know all the owners nearby. I can get you a discount." Zibing said angrily. "You?" Wei Jiahong laughed. He said, "Sister Bing might not even know where the door is. You escort the guests out." Guo Zi smiled, looked at Wei Jiahong, and said, "Okay, young Master Wei." Guo Zi smiled and said, "Zibing, let's go. I'll take you guys out." Zibing smiled, stood up, and said, "Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know this would happen. How about we go somewhere else?" But Lin Yi held her hand. He smiled and asked, "Do we need to change places just for such a small matter?" Wei Jiahong said, "Hello. Brother, looking at your attitude, seems like you want to stand up for her. Heard your skills are very good. What, want to make a move?" Lin Yu said, "No need for such trouble." His phone rang. The caller was Leong Ruoxu. Lin Yu answered the phone and said, "I'll send you the location of this bar. Have someone come seal it." Wei Jiahong laughed, exhaled sharply, and asked, "Brother, are you reporting me? You're in the wrong first. Can't win a fight, so you report it. Who plays like that?" Lin Yu calmly poured beer and said, "This is a harmonious society now. Fighting will hurt feelings. It's better to be a bit more civilized." Wei Jiahong smiled, smoking, and said, "What you say is right. But what's the use? Do you think anyone here dares to come seal my place?" Lin Yu smiled, drinking beer, and said, "I believe justice exists and it will arrive soon." Wei Jiahong pointed at Zibing, smiled, and asked, "Is this friend of yours mentally challenged? He's telling me to believe in justice." Zibing smiled and said, "Then let's wait, I'm free anyway." Then a group of people walked in. The leader shouted loudly, "Don't move." Wei Jiahong smiled and asked, "Are you the leader of these people?" The man looked at him and asked, "Are you the owner here?" Wei Jiahong smiled, waved his hand, and said, "Yes, I am the second son of the Wei family. Wei Guangxian is my father. It's time for you to leave. We still need to do business." He held out a piece of paper and said, "I don't care who your father is. Someone reported you for dealing in prohibited goods here. Now I will seal your bar. Those responsible, come with me." Wei Jiahong pointed at himself and asked, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? You want to seal my bar?" Two people placed their hands on his shoulders. He said, "You heard correctly. You are the owner here. You must bear the main responsibility." Then Wei Jiahong was taken away. Guo Lu watched and said, "No way. Young Master Wei actually got arrested." Guo Lu looked at Lin Wei's group and asked, "Could it really be related to him?" Lin Yu looked at Wei Jiahong and said, "I told you, you have to believe in justice." He smiled, looking at him, and said, "Why didn't you listen?" Wei Jiahong cursed angrily, "Don't think you can show off just because you gained the upper hand here. Wait until my family finds out. They'll definitely kill you." Lin Yu smiled, waved goodbye, and left, saying, "Okay, I'll wait. See you again if we have the chance." Zibing smiled and asked, "Brother Lin, how do you have such great influence in our area?" Lin Yu smiled and said, "All right, stop praising me." He smiled, waved his hand, and said, "It's getting late. Let's not go for round two. Go home early and rest." Zibing said, "Brother Lin, actually I had something to tell you today, but I was interrupted by this prodigal son. Please come over here, let's talk." Sun Jian Shirt said, "Mr. Lin, we'll wait for you by the car." At a very large villa, Zibing asked, "Mr. Lin, you are knowledgeable. There's something I need your help with." "Can you help me?" Lin Yi, standing before her, asked. "What is it?" She asked, "There's a high-speed rail project recently. Our family wants to participate. Can you help?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "Let me take a look. I'll help you look into it." Suddenly, Zibing kissed Lin Yi's cheek and said, "Then thank you, Mr. Lin. Tomorrow morning, I'll come to the hotel and bring you breakfast." Lin Yi smiled happily watching her leave, muttering, "This girl." Lin Yi was sleeping in bed when he heard his phone ring. Then, the door to Lin Yi's room opened slightly. Zibing smiled cheerfully, holding a bag, and said, "Mr. Lin, it's past 8 o'clock. Wake up. I brought you breakfast. All local specialties. Hurry and try them." Lin Yu looked at her confusedly and said, "It's just past 8. You're quite early." Zibing smiled and said, "You came to my territory, and I'm a team member. Of course I have to serve the leader well. I hope you'll promote me more in the future." Then the hot food was opened. Lin Yi, while eating, looked at her and said, "In a place like the organization, you don't need many promotions. Just try to live long enough, and your rank will naturally increase." Zibing asked, slightly surprised, "Really, isn't that an exaggeration?" Lin Yi held his fork and said, "Since I joined the organization just a few months ago, the number of deaths has already exceeded 20. How many people do we have in total? You can calculate the ratio yourself." Zibing held a glass of water and smiled. It's okay. Having come this far, I can't give up. Lin Yi asked, the Z family only has you as a child, right? Zibing took a sip of water and asked, how did you know? Did you look up my information? Lin Yi looked down while eating and said, if the Z family had another man, they probably wouldn't let Zibing walk such a dangerous path. Suddenly, the landline phone rang. Zibing said, it must be the front desk. Let me get it for you. Then she slowly picked up the phone. Zibing answered the phone. The receptionist said, excuse me, is this Mr. Lin? There's a guest in the lobby who wants to see you. Zibing glanced up and asked, did the person say who they are? The receptionist said, they said their surname is Wei. Zibing said, surname Wei. Okay, I understand. Then she looked at Lin Yi and said, there's someone with the surname Wei looking for you at the reception desk. I guess it's Wei Jiahong's brother, Wei Jialong. They probably already know your identity as the chairman of the Lingyan group. Lin Yi, chewing a bun, said, so what if they know? I wasn't intentionally hiding it anyway. He said, let him come up. Don't let others think we're scared. Zibing smiled in agreement and said, all right, she said, tell that person to come straight to our room. Zibing opened the door and said, please come in. Wei Jialong brought another person with him. He asked, sorry to intrude. Wei Jialong looked at Lin Yi and asked, are you Lin Yi? Wei Jialong said, let me introduce myself. I am Wei Jialong, Wei Jiahong's older brother. Lin Yi stood up, smiled, and asked, what do you want? Wei Jialong said, what happened last night was just a misunderstanding. I hope you can withdraw the complaint and release my brother. Lin Yi smiled and said, a misunderstanding. But I don't think it was a misunderstanding. Wei Jialong frowned and said, Chairman Lin, I know your Lingyan group is very prominent right now, but we are all business people, let's be frank, there's no need to do this. Lin Yi picked up a bun and asked, why didn't you people think about these things when you were bullying others? He popped a bun into his mouth and said, usually relying on power to bully people, then preaching reason when you can't win, how ridiculous. Wei Jialong asked angrily, does Chairman Lin not want to give me any face at all? Lin Yi smiled, holding a bun, and said, that's right, you can leave now. Xiaoji angrily raised his fist and said, don't think that just because you have the upper hand, our Wei family is afraid of you. Lin Yi angrily slammed his face onto the table, knocking the bun away. He said, it's not your place to speak here. Lin Yi kicked him in the stomach, causing him to spit blood. He said, the dog your family raised doesn't seem to know how to speak properly. Let me help you teach him a lesson. Wei Jialong looked at him fallen beside him and called out, Xiaoji. Xiaozi spoke up, I'm fine. Wei Jialong said angrily, if Chairman Lin doesn't want to talk anymore, then I'll leave. But let me offer you a piece of advice. Don't be too arrogant. Zibing, standing nearby, looked at Lin Yi and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, you're still amazing. Daring to confront Wei Jialong, she said, but there's something you might not know. That Wei Jialong is actually level D, much higher level than me. Lin Yi asked, he also knows how to exert force from his danshan. Could he have been in the organization before? Zibing said, doesn't seem like it, but his father is Wei Guangxian, rumored to have been in the organization before, and his level wasn't low either. Lin Yi said, based on what you said, the Wei family's rise to prominence today must be related to this Wei Guangxian. Lin Yi smiled and said, it's fine, with my level, even if 10 more people came, I wouldn't be afraid. Zibing made a heart gesture at him, smiled, and said, Mr. Lin is so amazing, love you. Later, Jialong's car was driving somewhere. Zzhe, his face injured, asked, Brother Long, what now? Wei Jialong said, let's go back first, talk to father about this. Wei Jialong said, right now, the Shanghai High-Speed Rail project is at a critical point. If negative news breaks out, it won't benefit our family. We need to handle this more carefully, Xiaoji said angrily. Consider him lucky. If it weren't for this critical time, I would definitely get people to beat him up. Wei Jialong said, it's not as simple as you think. The car continued moving forward. Someone's voice was heard in the car. He said, when he struck just now, I could see that ordinary people are no match for him. Let's head back to the company first. At the Wei family's Jinwei group building, Wei Guangxiong, Wei Zhelong's father, saw the two enter and asked, "Back so soon?" "How did things go?" Wei Zhelong said. "That kid didn't accept the offer and has no intention of backing down." Wei Guangxiong said, "He won't even give this little bit of face. Although our company isn't equal to the Lingyan Group, it's still a well-known large enterprise, so there's no need to stubbornly fight to the end." Wei Zhelong looked at Xiaozhe and said, "He's someone who won't listen to reason at all." Zhe got beaten up by him a bit. He gave no face whatsoever. Zhe said, "Uncle, you didn't see the situation then?" He was extremely arrogant, completely disregarding us. He said, purple with anger, "If it weren't for this sensitive time, I would have already found people to beat him up." Wei Guangxiong asked, "How do you plan to handle this?" Wei Zhelong rubbed his eyes and said, "Wait until this project negotiation is over, then I'll go find him to talk again. If soft methods don't work, we'll have to use hard ones. But we'll have to let Jiahong stay in there for a few more days." Wei Guangxiong said, "That won't do, this matter has already spread. If we don't get him out soon, the Wei family will lose face." He said, "This matter is indeed a bit tricky. Let me call a friend in Yanjing." "Zhe, wait outside for me," Xiaozhe replied. Yes, Liu Hong was calling him. Wei Guangxiong answered the phone and said, "Director Liu, long time no see, I need to ask you for a favor." He laughed and asked, "My youngest son has a conflict with someone named Lin Yi. Can you help get him out?" Liu Hong asked angrily, "What did you say? Your son has a conflict with Lin Yi. Do you know that Lin Yi is not only the chairman of Lingyan Group, but also the leader of Group 1? Liu Hong said, "How do you expect me to help with this? How can I possibly help?" Wei Guangxiong asked, surprised, "What did you say? He's the leader of Group 1. Wei Guangxiong, Wei Zhelong's father, asked on the phone, "If he's part of the organization, then this is easy. I can use the organization's methods to resolve the issue. There shouldn't be a problem, right?" Wei Guangxiong said. Liu Hong frowned, listening on the phone. "Are you planning to handle this privately? We're all on the same side, there's no need for this. I know Lin Yi's skill level very well, it won't be good if anyone gets hurt." Wei Guangxiong laughed on the phone. "It's fine, I'll accept whatever the outcome is. Let's leave it at that. Next time you come to Yanjing, I'll treat you to a meal." Wei Guangxiong pointed at the phone and said, "You must have heard everything Dad just said, right? Lin Yi is part of the organization, and he's the leader of Group 1. Wei Zhelong smirked. He really gave me a big, pleasant surprise. He adjusted his tie with a smile. So young, not only owning a large company, but also the leader of the organization. Setting aside our hostility, I actually admire him." Wei Guangxiong pointed at Wei Zhelong. "Take your men and find him. Use the organization's methods to resolve the issue. As a group leader, he won't refuse." Wei Zhelong lowered his head slightly. "I know what to do." Then he walked out and closed his father's door. Xiaozhe asked, "Brother Long, what did your uncle say? What do we do now?" Wei Zhelong said, "If the soft approach doesn't work, naturally, we use force." Zhe grinned smugly. "Someone like him needs force. I've disliked him for a long time. I need to find someone to take care of that guy." Wei Zhelong looked at him. "No need. I have other matters involving him. I have to go there again anyway." Wei Zhelong said, "All right, you go about your business. I'll call you when it's time to go." Zhe watched Wei Zhelong leave and said, "If I'd known it would turn out like this, I would have called more people to deal with him." Zhe grinned smugly. "Or maybe I should find someone to take him down now and then present him to Brother Long. Everything will be fine then, and Uncle will be happy too." His phone rang. It was Brother Xiong. Zhe answered the phone laughing. "Brother Xiong, are you in Yuhong? I need your help with something. I want to teach someone a lesson. Can you send a few men over?" Zhe laughed on the phone. "I want to use your new guys, the strong ones." Lin Yi was in the sauna. Suddenly, someone entered, startling him, and he turned around. Zibing walked in smiling with fruit, asking, "Mr. Lin, have you been here long? I'll take you somewhere else to have fun." Lin Yi smiled at her. I can't stay long, probably heading back to Dong County the day after tomorrow. Then she picked up a grape. Zi Bing fed Lin Yi, smiling. I remember now, you're there for poverty alleviation. Do you need us to invest a bit? Lin Yi smiled. No need. He ate the fruit. Don't let me influence your decisions. If you think you can make money, invest. If not, don't. Then someone knocked on the door. She said, Miss XIO, someone outside is looking for Mr. Lin. Lin Yi stood up, asking, someone's looking for me? A person sitting on a chair said, Young Master WEI, there are only about a dozen people in total here. That shouldn't be a problem, right? ZZAG said, of course, it's no problem. He grinned. I asked Brother XIONG, his men are all linked to murders, they've been trained before. Heard their methods are very ruthless. He's definitely dead. A guy with pink hair pointed towards Lin Yi and Zi Bing. They're coming out. ZG stood up. Let's go, time for business. He said, Mr. Lin, you should still remember who I am, right? Lin Yi smiled, of course. Was that kick not satisfying enough, so you came back for another try? ZG said, that's because I wasn't ready. He said, if you have the guts, follow me outside now, let's settle this. Zi Bing laughed. How scary. ZG said, this is a public place, let's find somewhere private to talk. Lin Yi said, all right. In a small alley, Lin Yi followed. Behind him was Zi Bing. Lin Yi looked in a certain direction. A man in a black hoodie pointed. Is he the one we need to deal with? Doesn't look like much. ZG said, Brother Jun, in your eyes, he's indeed nothing, but compared to us ordinary people, he's strong. He kicked me this morning, and my stomach still feels a bit uncomfortable. ZZHE smiled watching him walk over, waving his hand. No need to be too rough, no need to break arms or legs, just subdue him. The hooded man looked aside. It's just him alone. You handle this, let's not look like we're bullying him. Obao grinned, cracking his knuckles loudly, agreeing, all right. Zi Bing smiled gleefully looking ahead, her knees pressed together, so scary. Lin Yi glanced at her, expressionless, speechless. Then Obao stepped forward. Lin Yi smiled cheerfully, grabbing his hand, his face contorted in pain. Obao switched to a fist, but Lin Yi blocked it with his hand. Obao then screamed in pain. Then Lin Yi kicked him, sending him flying far away. The other guy took off his hood, looking at his subordinate. So you have skills like that. I underestimated you. Now it was his turn, rushing towards Lin Yi. Before his fist could land, his face froze and turned purple. Lin Yi also got into position and raised his fist. Then the two of them clashed. He fell, clutching his hand and shouting, my hand, someone was approaching. Ziji said, Brother Long, you're finally here. Lin Yi turned his head to look at Wei Zholong, saying, shut up, who told you guys to come here? Wei Zholong pointed forward, if I'm not mistaken, you're probably D-level. Even within the same level, there's a hierarchy. I'm about to reach C-level, while you've been at D-level for a long time. There's a gap between us, you don't need to be stubborn. Lin Yi smiled, so what if I don't accept that? Wei Zholong prepared to fight. I didn't make a move this morning because I didn't want to create negative publicity. But if you're part of the organization, then settling this according to the organization's ways shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Yi smirked. You even found out my identity. Enough talk, let's fight. Then Wei Zholong moved forward. He threw a punch, but Lin Yi leaned back, dodging it. Wei Zholong asked angrily, is relying on this kind of survival skill how you became the leader of Group 1? Why only defend and not attack? Lin Yi smiled. I just wanted to see what your level was, but now that's enough. Then he punched Wei Zholong in the stomach, making his face grimace. Then he collapsed, coughing up blood, making sounds. Wei Zholong, with blood trickling from his mouth, asked, how can your strength be greater than mine? Groups 1, 2, and 3 on the list only have average combat power. You were just promoted as an exception. You can't be this strong. Lin Yi laughed and asked, just because I'm young and became a group leader, you say it was an exceptional promotion. Isn't it because I'm too outstanding? My brother, your vision is truly narrow. Zi Bing laughed, put his arm around Lin Yi's shoulder, and said, you're not just outstanding, you're extremely outstanding. Lin Yi said, let's go. Don't waste my time on this trivial matter. Let's end this matter here. If your Wei family still doesn't know what's good for you, then just wait to disappear completely. XIOZHE is supporting Wei Zholong. Jin Wei Group is a large, reputable corporation, owning many massive high-rise office buildings built on prime land worth billions. CEO Wei is being dressed by a beautiful woman, putting on an expensive, luxurious suit. His face is scowling, slightly angry, eyes looking down at the designer watch on his wrist, grumbling. It's already this late. Why isn't Zholong back yet? He adjusted his tie, glanced at the secretary beside him, and ordered, "Call and ask if anything's happened." The secretary nodded slightly, replying, "Understood, CEO Wei." Just as she turned to leave, she encountered two men entering the room. Her face showed slight surprise. ZZHE and Wei Zholong, one supporting the other, walked in slowly, step by step, looking very tired. "Father, we miscalculated. That Lin Yi is stronger than we thought. I'm no match for him." CEO Wei didn't believe it, he said, puzzled. "How can that be? He only got promoted through connections. How could his level be higher than yours?" The son explained. "We guessed wrong. Lin Yi didn't rely on connections. He relied on his own strength to become the leader of Tainwan." CEO Wei rested his chin on his hand, perplexed, frowning in thought, then hesitated. He said he quickly changed direction. Placing one hand behind his back, he raised his index finger on the other hand, saying, "All right, let's put this aside for now. Expert Ling is arriving soon. If you're not seriously injured, come with me. Her guidance has a decisive influence on our project." Wei Zholong looked determined. "Okay, I'll rest for a bit then go change immediately." CEO Wei was still worried. He carefully reminded his son, "When you meet Expert Leon later, be polite and cautious. You and Expert Leon are around the same age. If you make a good impression, perhaps there might be some opportunity." The son hesitated and asked, "She and I are the same age." He turned slightly, hands behind his back, smiled and said, "Just a few years younger than you. The head of Huarun Group is her mother. Just think about it. How powerful is the Leong family? If relationship can be developed, whether it's with you or our Wei family, it would bring great benefits." The son shrugged slightly, embarrassed. This kind of thing can't be forced. If the other person is really unpleasant, I couldn't possibly do it. Hearing this, CEO Wei's face darkened. He suddenly turned back and slapped his son hard across the face. He yelled, "Shut up!" His face now looked furious, very frightening. He pointed straight at his son's face. "This is my demand. You must do it." Wei Zholong cowered, holding the side of his face that was slapped red and starting to swell. "Yes, I understand." In another glass-covered high-rise building, Zibing was helping Lin Yi take off his outer jacket, revealing his expensive designer suit underneath. "Brother Lin, are you busy this afternoon?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "A friend is coming to Yuhon. I have to pick her up this afternoon." Zibing looked sad, saying goodbye somewhat reluctantly. "Then I'll leave first. I'll find you after you finish your work." Lin Yi was slightly indifferent. "All right. Go do your own work. Don't waste time on me." He picked up his phone, dialed a number, called, and asked cheerfully, "Uoxu, where have you reached? I'll come find you." Leong Uoxu's gentle voice came through. "I've reached the city center, but I have an appointment to eat with someone here. Come wait for me at the entrance of Jeonnun-kun Hotel, okay?" Jeonnun-kun Hotel, a hotel exclusively for the rich and powerful elite, exquisitely and ornately designed, located in the bustling heart of the big city. CEO Wei and his son were welcoming Expert Leon. "Thank you very much for today's reception, CEO Wei." CEO Wei smiled back. "Expert Leon, you're too kind." Wei Zholong was thinking to himself, staring at Expert Leon, his eyes assessing. Her appearance and figure must be said to be that of a peerless beauty. Even entertainment stars can't compare to her. CEO Wei shook hands with Expert Leon. The dinner must have been very pleasant. "Expert Leon, let's leave the project matter as it is for now. In a few days, we will arrange the plan and make a trip to Shanghai. We'll discuss this matter in more detail then." Expert Leon replied friendly. "Okay." After speaking, CEO Wei pointed to introduce his son. "Expert Leon, You've worked hard coming all this way. Let my son take you around, enjoy the scenery here. She smiled politely, declining. There's no need, young Master Wai. I have plans with my boyfriend this afternoon. Just as she finished speaking, someone walked over. Wei Jialong was startled, pointed behind her, and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Expert Ling turned her head to look. It turned out to be Lin Yi, who had come to pick her up. Lin Yi smiled and said, "It's true that enemies often cross paths." Expert Liang looked confusedly at the son, who was gritting his teeth in anger. "Look, what happened?" He replied, "Expert Liang, we had some trouble before. He put my younger brother in detention." Liang Ruoxu was surprised. She recalled the past. "Your younger brother, is his name Wei Jiahong?" The son smiled and replied, "Yes. Wei Jiahong is my younger brother. I didn't expect Expert Liang to know him." Hearing this, Liang Ruoxu let out a sigh. She said, "Because I was the one who had him arrested, so I have some impression." Hearing this, CEO Wei and his son gasped in shock. CEO Wai's eyes were wide with disbelief. "Expert Liang, could it be you?" She explained, "That's right. Lin Yi asked me for help. After all, he is my closest friend." She pointed towards Lin Yi standing beside her. Ruoxu continued, "The person named Wei Jiahong committed a crime. Naturally, he must be dealt with strictly. You holding a grudge means you are in the wrong." Lin Yi had a mocking look on his face. "Seeing this matter become such a fuss, and embarrassing you again, I feel quite embarrassed myself." Wei Jialong was furious, but could do nothing, gritting his teeth. "You." Lin Yi and Ruoxu turned to leave, leaving the stunned father and son duo behind. He said, "Stop beating around the bush here. Find a hole to crawl into already. I feel embarrassed for you." CEO Wei stared, jaw dropped, watching the two leave through the main gate. He was very surprised by the unexpected situation just now. He angrily walked over to his son, his face pale, advancing menacingly and delivering another loud slap, shouting as he hit, "You two brothers are truly more than capable of messing things up. Done for. Now the Wei family is really doomed." Wei Jialong was slapped so hard he felt dizzy and even coughed up blood. Lin Yi and Ruoxu were cruising together in a $1 billion limited edition supercar. Ruoxu initiated, "You've only been here a few days. How did you get involved with the Wei family already?" Lin Yi smiled, recounting, "That day I went to a bar, accidentally ran into his younger brother deliberately showing off, so I taught him a little lesson. It was his turn to ask about her. And you, why are you discussing business with the Wei family?" She smiled, explaining, "It's a project from my mother's side. The Wei family's strength isn't bad. They want to participate as a third party, so I came to discuss it with them." Lin Yi said while driving, "But there's also a fun young group here. Seems like they have potential too. Have you considered them?" Ruoxu, sitting beside him, wondered. "Fun young group. I feel this fun young group isn't bad." She suddenly smiled mysteriously, probing Lin Yi. "Or maybe, feel that CEO Z of fun young group is not bad." As if hitting a nerve, Lin Yi laughed awkwardly. "What do you mean?" Ruoxu crossed her arms, her face serious as she questioned him. "A few days ago, the CEO of Fun Young, Zi Bing, came to see me about this project. She made everything clear, and you're still here pretending with me." She gave him a hard pinch. She said, "With your indifferent personality, uninterested in other people's affairs, if there was nothing between you two, I wouldn't believe for a second you'd speak well of them." Lin Yi laughed, seeming slightly hurt by her pinch. He replied, "Is this jealousy? If you're jealous, just say so." Ruoxu warned him, "Keep talking tough." The car he was driving swerved on the road, weaving left and right. Lin Yi quickly stopped her. "Don't, I'm driving. Pay attention. No distractions." The city night was beautiful, especially in a luxurious hotel with the person you love. Ruoxu had just finished showering, her hands drying her hair. She wore only a thin towel. She walked out of the bathroom, her gentle and captivating fragrance spreading through every corner of the room. She said, "About the Dong County matter, how have you arranged things?" Lin Yi replied while fiddling with his phone, "Now, the core chip technology can be put into production. I plan to build a chip manufacturing industrial zone, so I want to take this opportunity to build the chip factory in Dong County. Ruoksu sat down beside him, listening intently. She looked up at her boyfriend and suggested, if you really intend to build a factory, Dong County isn't the best choice, inland would be much better. Her hand also prepared to take out lotion. Lin Yi quickly snatched the lotion from her hand, explaining, the company discussed this in a meeting. It's true that building the factory in Dong County will earn much less money, but as long as there's no loss, it's fine. Then, he gently squeezed lotion from the tube into his palm. His hand spread it evenly on Liang Yuoxu's long, beautiful legs, making her blush completely. Lin Yi continued discussing business intently. First, adjust the industrial structure in this locality, solve the poverty issue. Then, research ways to make more money. Hearing this, Ruoksu responded enthusiastically, anyway, you don't lack money now. Looking from different perspectives, building the factory in Dong County is also a correct choice. He looked at his girlfriend with dark intentions, gently saying, that's one side of the issue. Moreover, I've arranged for my future mother-in-law to participate, so there won't be any problems in the short term. His other hand continued to grope around. Hearing this, Liang Ruoksu pretended to be sulky, reproaching, what mother-in-law? That's my mom, don't just call her that. Her other leg also escaped his hand. Lin Yi didn't stop but bluntly pulled off her towel, asking with a mischievous smile, does this still need your permission? The beauty cried out softly in surprise. The young woman's spring scenery was thus exposed. Yuoxu's cheeks turned bright red, her eyes shyly looking at him. You devil! Don't misbehave, but he just lunged forward, pinning the beauty onto the bed. She wrapped her arms around her boyfriend's neck. The two intimately shared warmth, their eyes full of affection looking at each other. Lin Yi asked softly, long time no see, did you miss me? The beauty honestly confessed, lips close to lips, extremely affectionate. He didn't hesitate to directly express his query, did you miss me, or did you miss my body? Liang Ruoksu, immersed in love, didn't hesitate to admit, I missed everything. The next morning, sunlight shone through the glass window. Lin Yi yawned tiredly, then looked at his girlfriend sleeping soundly beside him. His hand became restless again, wanting to take advantage of her. Yuoxu woke up from the touch, warning in a low voice, don't touch inappropriately. Then, she sat up and rubbed her eyes, looking at him angrily and complaining, so annoying. If it weren't for you, I could have slept a little longer. However, this young man showed no remorse, even putting on a face full of playboy vibes, teasing incessantly. It should be called absence, makes the heart grow fonder. An old-style Chinese restaurant, bustling with people. Yuoxu and Lin Yi approached the reserved spot. Shu cheerfully looked at the old man with white hair and beard and spoke, Uncle Lu. Asking you out when you're so busy, I'm really sorry. Old Lu showed no blame and smiled kindly. This girl is becoming more and more promising. Even knowing how to be polite with her uncle, the three quickly sat down at the table. The two young people listened as the old man reminisced. I remember when you were little, I'd come to your grandfather's house, and before my seat was warm, you'd drag me to the martial arts training ground. Finishing his words, he didn't forget to praise. Now you've become elegant and beautiful. Liang Ruoksu, as if remembering her active childhood, pretended to complain, Uncle Lu, you really. I only have a few good points, and you've pointed them all out. Hearing his young niece say that, he also waved his hand as if unintentionally. Okay, I won't say any more, let's talk business. Uncle Lu turned to talk to Lin Yi, who had been listening quietly until now. CEO Lin, regarding Dong County, what are your thoughts? He held the small teacup and looked thoughtfully at the other person. Hearing the question, he relaxed, crossed his legs, put his hand in his pocket, and calmly presented his idea. Ultimately, it's about attracting investment, creating jobs, bringing in more young people, and the county's economy will become vibrant again. Repeating this cycle, not only will poverty be eliminated, but further development can also be achieved. The old man clasped his hands, his scrutinizing eyes quickly inquiring, are there any specific investment plans? Lin Yi also showed no hesitation, slowly presenting the plan he had already drawn up. Our idea is to build a chip manufacturing industrial zone with Lingyan Group as the core. Then, attract other enterprises to invest. Furthermore, Dong County is located at the junction of 3 cities. It can completely connect the 3 cities together, a chip manufacturing industrial hub. Old Lu was very surprised. He rubbed his chin as if calculating something, asking curiously, "Is this a national project?" Lin Yi and Miss Liang looked at each other affectionately, tacitly understanding each other's meaning. Lin Yi shared frankly, "Yes, it is. Please disregard the relationship between me and Liang Uoxu. Consider me just an ordinary businessman." Seeing him express himself so frankly, the old man took a sip of water, seeming very satisfied with this demeanor. Emotionally, "Given your relationship with Ruoxu, I will try my best to help with this matter. Rationally, you are doing good work for our locality. We should help even more, so I will definitely support you wholeheartedly." Lunch passed peacefully. Liang Ruoxu and Lin Yi saw Mr. Lu to his car and waved goodbye. As soon as the car was out of sight, he quickly put his arm around his girlfriend's waist, slyly inviting, "It's rare to come here. Let's stay and play for a few more days before going back." The beauty looked at her lover regretfully. "I've already called the driver to pick me up." Those sparkling eyes looked up like a rabbit's, speaking softly, continuing, "I want to go back to implement these projects as soon as possible." Immediately, Lin Yi resorted to acting cute. He hugged her tightly, nuzzling against the beauty, crying out, "I can't bear to leave you." Uoxu tried to push his head away. Separating him from her, she exposed him. "Stop it. I think you wish I'd leave sooner so you can go back to your flings." After some effort, the beauty finally managed to leave. Liang Ruoxu looked back once more, waved goodbye, not forgetting to remind him, "Take good care of yourself. Once you're done, come back to Zhonghai soon." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. "Goodbye, girlfriend. Got it. Travel safely then." The next morning, bright golden sunlight bathed the building. As soon as Lin Yi arrived, he pushed open the office door, greeting the person inside. "Good morning." Busy with something, Shi Jin, engrossed in her work, was startled by him. Lin Yi walked over to the desk. Shi Jin glanced around but saw no one, then asked him, "Where's Director Li? He went to a meeting." Stressed by work, she ruffled her hair and complained, "Lingyan Group gave us 1 million yuan. I'm thinking about the allocation plan. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Should we focus it on one place or distribute it evenly?" Hearing her, he also spoke up, "If we distribute it evenly, I'm afraid it won't solve any problems." The beauty threw her hands up in resignation. "I'm torn too. Focusing on one place might solve some issues, but distributing it evenly won't work." Suddenly, an idea popped into Lin Yi's head and he excitedly presented it. "Then let's focus it on one place. If there are any complaints from below, just let Director Li handle it." Shi Jin couldn't help but chuckle, her shoulders shaking. "Mr. Lin, you're really mischievous." At that moment, the office phone rang shrilly. As soon as Director Lin picked up, the other side rattled off, "You and Shi Jin come to the meeting room for a bit. Haven't you been handling investment attraction recently? Come over and report on your situation." He immediately agreed. "Okay." After hanging up, Lin Yi told the hard-working beauty, "Put that aside for now. Director Li told us to go to the meeting." She looked bewildered. "Meeting?" 11 Jin pondered thoughtfully. "There's an investment attraction meeting today, and we need to attend." Hearing this made Lin Yi pause, asking back, "Investment attraction meeting? This wasn't even finalized. Why has it started already?" The beauty calmly explained, "This morning, people from Chaoyang Group came from Zhonghai. They're a well-known real estate company." She added, "They acquired 3 plots of land here. They must be discussing this." He scratched his head, muttering. Then he turned to leave, pulling her along. "Let's go. Let's check it out." 11 Jin hurriedly followed. "Okay." The tightly closed meeting room door swung open. Lin Yi and Shi Jin stared inside, stunned. At the meeting table in the middle of the room, several people were already seated properly. Lin Yi glanced over and saw a familiar face, exclaiming inwardly. Wang Ying came too. As the two looked for seats, a young man with glasses named Zhou Feng spoke up. "Lin Yi, you've been temporarily transferred to the development department. Just sit next to me." "Lin Yi, you sit behind Director Li." Seeing this person's arrogant tone, Zheng Junhui, sitting opposite, silently judged. He dares not let Director Lin sit there. Quite bold, but Shi Jin bluntly refused. Director Zhou, I need to report later, so I'll just sit here. Just like that, she moved closer to Lin Yi, making him furious. You CHAOXI in charge of Dong County, then announced, all right, let's continue the meeting. Yu Chao looked at the documents and slowly reported the situation to everyone. Director GNG, based on what was just said, the land can be priced at 500,000 yuan per mu. This is the lowest price we can offer. He started pointing to Zhou Yufan, enthusiastically introducing him. By the way, let me introduce him to you. This is the director of the development department. Future work will be fully handled by him and your people. Zhou Feng shot up, very respectfully, offering flattery. Director Zheng, investing in our 3 eastern counties is definitely the right choice. Zheng Junhui, vice president of Chaoyong Group, seemed displeased. Crossing his arms and frowning at the young man opposite him, he stated, but given the situation in Dong County, we cannot accept this price. Hearing this, Zhou Yufan broke out in a cold sweat, nervously rubbing his neck, his voice faltering. This, Lin Yi, sitting behind, watched with a smirk. But the next second, Zhou Yufan confidently assured the director, Director Zheng, rest assured. We are actively attracting investment. The business environment will get better and better. Investing here definitely won't be a loss. But Zheng Junhui, lacking confidence, posed a difficult question. So, is there any information yet about the county's investment attraction plan? That Director Zhou kept rambling. He continued to paint a rosy picture of the future. This issue is already on the agenda, and a lot of policy support work has been done. We believe this round of commercial investment attraction will receive a very good response. Director GNG's expression hardened noticeably, his eyes and voice conveying an intent to crush the person before him. So that means the investment attraction work has just begun. Our investment this time is just one of the gambles, isn't it? Cornered and speechless, Zhou Feng got angry, turning to criticize Lin Yi, who was watching. Lin Yi, how are you doing your job? He lazily looked up at Zhou Yufan, annoyed. What do you mean? At this point, the guy lost all composure, shouting directly at Lin Yi, you are in charge of investment attraction work. It's been so long and still no results. That's your irresponsibility. Seeing the escalating tension, Li Qingkai, sitting nearby, glanced towards him, feeling pity, saying that is too harsh. Although Lin Yi had been running around tirelessly for the investment work, it hadn't even been a week. However, Lin Yi remained extremely calm, replying, who said I haven't achieved any results? The young man took a breath, then retorted sharply without holding back. If you don't know, don't spout nonsense, okay? There are outsiders here, isn't this embarrassing? But Zhou Feng didn't back down, challenging him. What have you achieved? Reported to Director Zheng. Walking the talk, Lin Yi held up a stack of important papers before everyone, solemnly declaring, Linyan Group's chip project. His eyes held a mix of disdain and pity for Zhou Feng as he calmly continued, they want to build a chip industry center here. The location is at the junction of 3 cities. The initial investment plan is 20 billion. Is this project sufficient? Director Zhou, shocked into disbelief by this counter, he asked again, what did you say? You brought in a 20 billion investment. Witnessing this clash, Zheng Junhui was very pleased but didn't hesitate to chide Zhou Feng. Director Lin's project plan is much more substantial than yours. Because of this remark, Mr. Zhou was too embarrassed to speak. This Li Qingkai cheerfully engaged the esteemed director. Director Zheng, how do you feel now? Zheng Junhui's expression relaxed considerably compared to before, and his tone became cheerful as he said, very satisfied. But we still need to go back and report the situation to the leadership. If there are no surprises, let's decide on this. Hearing that, Director Li beamed, shaking hands enthusiastically, smiling broadly. All right then. Let's adjourn for today. Thank you all for coming to this survey. Everyone stopped, dispersed. Wang Ying didn't hesitate to wink flirtatiously at Lin Yi, making him nervous. Soon, only 2 people remained in the office. Zhou Feng, having lost face, was resentful. Leaning against the desk, he complained bitterly. Damn it. Such a large investment. Where did he get it from? And that Li Shijin. I was planning to promote her, yet she doesn't appreciate it. The young man standing next to him offered consolation. Brother Zhou, I think you shouldn't waste your time on Li Shijin, she's not worth it. But competitiveness was deeply ingrained in him. Zhou Feng gritted his teeth in anger, forcing out each word. That won't do. It's been a while since there was such a beautiful girl in the county. I won't give up on her. If it weren't for that bastard Lin Yi, Li Shijin wouldn't treat me like this. Seeing his friend about to lose his head over the girl, the young man quickly suggested another option. You can't really blame her. That kid Lin Yi is quite handsome. Besides, they share an office. Haven't you ever thought about Guo Lu? Hearing this name made Zhou Feng pause slightly, curious. Guo Lu, the girl from the investment attraction department. Seeing he was struck by the name, the young man leaned closer and whispered, Did you know? Her family seems very wealthy, with assets of at least hundreds of millions. Learning that the girl was a rich beauty, Director Zhou's jaw dropped in astonishment. Hundreds of millions in assets. Then he bluntly slapped the young man on the head, scolding, Why are you only finding this out now? If I had known earlier, I would definitely have snagged her. The young man, hit unfairly, rubbed his head in pain, mainly because we haven't had a chance to work together, otherwise I would have known sooner. Seeing an opportunity to get rich wasn't far off, Zhou Feng immediately scrolled through his phone to find Guo Lu's number, so happy that his greedy smile couldn't be hidden. It's lunchtime right now, I'll invite her to lunch. Seeing his friend happy again, the young man repeatedly made congratulatory gestures, wishing brother swift success. Zhou Feng, being arrogant, said very confidently, Someone like Li Shijin is hard to get, but dealing with Guo Lu, I'm still very confident. He remembered the beautiful, charming girl, evaluating excitedly. Look at the way she dresses and walks every day. You can tell she's a woman who's cold on the outside but passionate on the inside. Based on my methods, I'll definitely catch her. Zhou Feng carefully instructed the other person. Borrowing your good luck wishes, I'll go over to her office and take a look then. Overly confident, he left. At that moment, in the investment promotion office, Guo Lu was sitting at her desk, engrossed in playing a video game. Beside her were several carefully packed lunches. Zhou Feng walked in casually, knocked on the door, and said to Guo Lu, Hello Director Guo, that's quite a sumptuous lunch. Guo Lu nodded, then stacked the lunch boxes together, saying, It's okay, but it's not for me to eat alone, it's prepared for someone else. Seeing this, Zhou Feng slightly adjusted his glasses, smiling with satisfaction. He silently commented, Buying so much delicious food, clearly it's a gift for the leadership. Even though she's a rich girl, she really understands interpersonal skills. Director Zhou moved closer and offered to help. It just so happens I'm free, that's a lot of stuff. I'll carry it for you. Hearing this, Guo Lu gave a gentle smile. She gently tucked her hair back, revealing charming eyes, combined with her deep-cut light yellow top and white bow tie, adding several degrees of sexiness, breathtakingly beautiful. So the two shared the bags of food and walked out of the room together, when suddenly someone approached. Guo Lu looked ahead and saw Director Li, Lin Yi, and Li Shijin coming out of the office. Guo Lu asked warmly, Director Li, where are you all going? Li Qingkai also replied cheerfully, Isn't it known already? Going for lunch, have you eaten? If not, want to join us? Guo Lu smiled brightly, lifted the lunchbox in her hand, and replied, No need to go anywhere, I've already ordered for everyone. There's fruit too, everyone shouldn't bother eating out. Zhou Feng, beside her, frowned slightly, asking Guo Lu, Director Guo, did you buy these things for them? She nodded, replying nonchalantly, That's right. Director Lin runs around east and west every day for investment matters, he must be very tired. Ignoring Zhou Feng who was grinding his teeth, Guo Lu continued enthusiastically, I bought him lunch so he doesn't have to go out to eat, saving lunchtime to rest more. Director Li saw this, felt puzzled, and asked doubtfully, Director Guo, didn't you and Lin Yi argue before? Why? Li Shijin beside them was also surprised, thinking to herself, bringing lunch for Lin Yi. What exactly happened between them that could make her try to curry favor like this? Guolu immediately bowed slightly, apologizing. Before, I didn't understand things, but now I understand I was wrong. Hearing this, Lin Yi touched the back of his neck, giving a faint smile. He looked at her, puzzled, thinking to himself, Guolu's actions are a bit hard to understand. Seeing this, Li Qingkai turned to Li Shijin, winked playfully, signaling her, if you came to bring lunch for Lin Yi, then we won't disturb your meal. After saying that, Director Li and Li Shijin quickly walked away. Guolu glanced towards them, smiling gratefully. She turned to Zhou Fan, who had been standing silently all this time, his hand holding the food bag tightening. She instructed, you just need to put the food on Director Lin's desk. Hearing this, Zhou Fan became furious, throwing the lunchbox violently onto the ground. He angrily turned and left under Guolu's confused gaze, shouting loudly, I still have things to do, I don't have time. She picked up the lunchbox, approached Lin Yi, and bowed her head to apologize again. Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry about that day. I hope you won't hold it against us. Lin Yi crossed his arms, a sly smile on his face, and replied casually, if I really wanted to hold a grudge, you wouldn't still be here right now. If you don't believe me, you can go find out about Wei family's situation. Hearing this, Guolu said in a pitiful tone, thank you, Mr. Lin. I apologize for my previous behavior. Lin Yi leaned against the cabinet, speaking calmly, no need to apologize. I'm not a petty person either, but if there's a next time, you guys handle it properly yourselves. Guolu immediately nodded repeatedly, held out the lunchbox in her hand, and said in a flattering tone, yes, there absolutely won't be a next time. Mr. Lin, I've already bought lunch, please do me the favor of eating a little, just a little. Lin Yi didn't want to make things difficult for her anymore and gladly accepted. All right then. Anyway, it saves me the trouble of going out. Each lunchbox was gradually opened, neatly arranged in front of Lin Yi. White rice, green vegetables, braised pork still steaming hot. Lin Yi picked up a box and took a bite, then told Guolu, okay, just leave the stuff here, you can go back. Hearing this, Guolu looked back, waved at him, her cheeks slightly flushed, and replied softly, then take your time eating. Lin Yi watched Guolu happily walk out the door. He chewed his food while thinking, although her personality isn't great, her taste in food is very good. Suddenly, Lin Yi's phone rang with an incoming call notification. As soon as he answered, a woman's voice came through, have you eaten yet? Not yet, Lin Yi replied casually, eating now. How about you? Wang Ying, on the other end of the line, was sitting on the edge of the bathtub, crossing her legs relaxedly. She wore a seductive black dress, closed her eyes, and said with a smile, I'm full. I've booked a room at the hotel, preparing to exercise to digest the food. For C's hotel, room for 109, Lin Yi seemed to understand her meaning upon hearing this, replying with a mischievous smile, understood. A moment later, at the Foresee's hotel, Lin Yi stood before the slightly ajar door of room for 109, smiling faintly. He entered the room and casually closed the door behind him. Lin Yi approached the bathroom door and pulled it open forcefully. At that moment, inside the bathroom, Wang Ying was sitting in the bathtub, naked except for a towel wrapped around her. Hearing the noise, she turned to look, revealing her gradually flushing cheeks. Lin Yi entered, looked at her, and said with a smile, taking a bath during the day without closing the door, you really are brave. Wang Ying had now turned completely, revealing her ample bosom, partially obscured by the steam. She gave a captivating smile and replied, if I didn't have that courage, I wouldn't dare come looking for you to exercise. Lin Yi seemed unable to bear it any longer, approached, and lifted Wang Ying out of the bathtub, startling her. He smiled mischievously, saying, well then, your courage is certainly not small. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ying lightly kissed Lin Yi's neck, gently whispering, did you miss me? Unable to resist the attraction any longer, he carried Wang Ying to the bed and dropped her onto it firmly, making her figure seem even hotter. Her face winced slightly in pain. Wang Ying leaned against the pillow behind her, lightly biting her lip as she looked towards Lin Yi, who was taking off his jacket, and said in a flirtatious tone, you naughty boy, why are you still so adorable? Some time later, Wang Ying was lying face down on the bed. She was panting heavily, her hot breaths evidence of a vigorous workout. Lin Yi sat beside her, shirtless, revealing his firm muscles. He glanced at Wang Ying and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to quickly get up and meet Zhen Junhui and the others?" At this point, Wang Ying sat up and calmly replied, "After lunch, I asked Director Zheng for leave, saying I had something to attend to and had to return to Shanghai first. Otherwise, if I disappeared for the whole afternoon, Director Zheng would definitely look for me. It wouldn't be good if we were discovered." Lin Yi moved closer, gently placed a kiss on Wang Ying's forehead, and advised, very thoughtful, "Be careful on your way back." Wang Ying gave a gentle smile and whispered to him, "Take good care of yourself here too." A while later, at the Dong County Investment Promotion and Poverty Alleviation Office. In the office, Li Qingkai walked over to Li Shijin and instructed, "Shijin, edit the photos we took and post them online to promote our Dong County well. I think after these factories are built, the county's economy will become more vibrant." Director Li picked up his thermos, took a sip, and continued cheerfully, "Once these factories are operational, the county's population will increase and life will surely get better and better. It's really something to look forward to." Suddenly, Li Shijin turned around, observed Lin Yi's expression, and asked doubtfully, "Brother Lin, why do you look so down?" Startled by the question, Lin Yi asked back, "Am I looking down?" Li Shijin smiled and replied, "It's written all over your face. We are getting closer and closer to the goal of escaping poverty, which is something to be happy about." Lin Yi scratched his ear, closed his eyes in thought, and said gloomily, "It is indeed something to be happy about, but if things continue like this, development will become increasingly unbalanced." He clasped his hands together and said in a serious tone, "I'm thinking about how to solve this problem." Li Qingkai looked at him and asked curiously, "Unbalanced development? Go on, tell me what it's about." Lin Yi stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and continued calmly, "Building factories and getting them operational can indeed bring a certain population to the county." He walked over to the map and pointed at the county's location, speaking clearly, "But the increased population will consume within the county. The beneficiaries are all residents of the county town. If this continues, the wealth gap between the county town and the rural villages will only widen. I don't think that's good." Li Shijin thought for a moment and replied, "I've been closely monitoring the issue of production development in the villages. Irrigation and flood control measures have been implemented, so incidents like those in previous years probably won't happen again." Director Li beside them nodded in agreement, "But the people in the villages don't have any other skills. Farming is their only means of livelihood. We can only do our best." Li Qingkai looked up at the ceiling and sighed, "How much can be achieved depends on fate." Lin Yi crossed his arms and continued presenting his point, "I think we need solutions related to land, not just improving the soil environment to increase productivity, but also planting new crops, enhancing both yield and quality. Only then can profits increase. That's the effective way for rural residents to increase their income and improve living conditions." Director Li agreed. After hearing this, he frowned slightly. "You're right, but we'd have to go to Bingcheng in the northeast. That's where China's largest agricultural research institute is." Lin Yi casually replied, "I was thinking the same thing." Suddenly, the desk phone rang. Director Li went to answer it. A man's voice came through the receiver. "You and Lin Yi come to my office," he replied. "Understood, Secretary Wang." As soon as he hung up, Director Li turned to Lin Yi, who was standing behind him. "Let's go. Secretary Wang is calling us over. Must be something important." At the secretary's office, the room was now full, with Secretary Wang seated at the head position. He spoke, "Everyone is here. I'll get straight to the point." He gestured towards where Lin Yi and Director Li were sitting and announced cheerfully, "The investment attraction work has temporarily concluded. All current achievements are due to the efforts and dedication of Lin Yi and Old Li. On behalf of the county, I thank you both." Li Qingkai, sitting next to Lin Yi, reached out and pointed at him, saying, "Actually, I didn't do much, just helped out randomly." Lin Yi did everything. Hearing this, Dhou Fan, sitting opposite, showed a clearly apprehensive expression. Secretary Wong opened his thermos lid. It was still hot, steam rising from it. As he began to speak, the main reason I called everyone here today relates to poverty alleviation. I believe that in the future, our economy will see significant improvements. However, he then proposed, but healthcare and education are also very important. Therefore, the focus of our upcoming work will revolve around these two issues. As soon as he finished speaking, Joe FENG quickly interjected, healthcare and education. My family has very strong resources in these areas. We can definitely help with many things. He pushed up his glasses and suggested, Secretary Wong, just assign these two matters to me. My father used to be the vice director of the 3rd hospital, and my mother was a lecturer at the Normal University. I'll go back and ask them a bit. Perhaps I can resolve the issues in this aspect. After hearing ZHOU FENG's presentation, Secretary Wong tactfully said, Your family still has connections like that. He added further, although they are retired now, they still hold influence in their circles. Meanwhile, Li Qingkai sat nearby, smiling, attentively observing the conversation between the two. Secretary Wang smiled and nodded, looking satisfied. All right then. We must proceed step by step, and it's better if each step is steady. Let's start with these two aspects. Then he pointed his index finger at Lin Yi, who had been sitting quietly, and encouraged, Lin Yi, I know you are very capable. You two will be jointly responsible for this matter. Try to complete this task well. Zhou Feng suddenly shot up from his seat, awkwardly trying to refuse. Secretary Wong, there's no need for that. With the resources and connections I have, I can definitely handle this well on my own, without Director Lin's help. Secretary Wong remained seated, calmly explaining further, having one of you is a bit better. Or the two of you can divide the work. Whoever succeeds, I'll be happy for. He looked certain, placing his hand on his chest to guarantee, Thank you, Uncle Wang, for your trust. Actually, I've been planning this for a long time, so I'll definitely do it well. Seeing Zhou Feng say this, Mr. Wong asked curiously, Planned it early. Then tell me what the next step is. He then shared his plan. In a few days, it's Hepatitis B Awareness Day. I plan to invite some doctors to do a volunteer session in the countryside. By the way, this allows the doctors in our village to improve the local healthcare. Secretary Wong seemed satisfied, praising, This method is very good. The focus isn't just bringing treatment methods, but importantly, enhancing the doctor's capabilities. Then he turned to Lin Yi and asked, Lin Yi, do you have any ideas? He gave a faint smile and replied, I haven't thought of any way regarding this aspect yet. How to implement it still requires more thought. After hearing this, Secretary Wong stood up, put both hands in his pockets, and announced the end of the meeting. There's no rush on this matter. You to go back and make good plans. All right, meeting adjourned. People started to leave. Looking at Lin Yi's retreating back, Zhou Feng smirked sinisterly behind him, thinking smugly, with the resources in my hands, this is incredibly easy. All the credit will definitely be mine. No one can compete with me. Suddenly, he called out loudly, Director Lin, startling Lin Yi who was walking. He approached, still adjusting his glasses in that manner, issuing a challenge. This is quite a difficult task. You better hurry up. Don't let me leave you behind. Lin Yi silently put both hands in his pockets, listening to him. Lin Yi seemed unfazed and took the opportunity to mock him back. You better worrying about yourself. Why hasn't your memory improved at all? Being mocked like that, he seemed to hit a nerve and became furious, pointing straight at Lin Yi's face and shouting loudly, You just got lucky attracting investments from a few companies. Do you really think you can do anything? Lin Yi puffed out his chest, crossed his arms, his arrogant look further provoking him. I really do think so. I am indeed an all-around talent. Do you have anything else to say? His attitude infuriated Zhou Feng, who clenched his teeth and his face darkened. A while later, at Li Qingkai's office in the room were Lin Yi, him, and Li Shijin. Qingkai expressed his concerns. Does our family have any connections in the medical industry? Zhou Feng's father is from the 3rd hospital, ranked among the top 5 best hospitals in the city. We can't find anyone that influential to help us. Lin Yi confidently affirmed, Brother Li, just let me figure this out. It's not a big problem. I'll return to Shanghai this afternoon. He leaned his hands on the table, agreeing immediately. Okay, you figure it out yourself. At a very luxurious-looking villa, Zhou Feng's home, Yu Min, his mother, was bringing a plate of vegetables she just cooked to the table. As she walked, she smiled and asked her son, Didn't you say you were busy with county matters after the phone call today? Why did you suddenly come back so early? Zhou Feng replied, Something came up in the county. I came back to discuss it with Dad. Hearing this, his father, Zhe Yu Ming, who was reading the newspaper, paid attention. He inquired, What happened? Tell Dad. He recounted, Our county is currently starting a poverty alleviation plan. The first step is to improve the healthcare in our county. I want to organize bringing a medical team here to volunteer, so the doctors in the county can receive further guidance and improve their medical knowledge. Yu Min sat opposite, assuring her son, You really came to the right person. Although your father is retired, he was just drinking with the director of his old hospital yesterday. Making a call to greet them will surely work. Zhou Feng also added, Mom, education in our county is also an issue. Later on, I'll need your help, she immediately affirmed confidently. Small matter. Many of my students are already teachers. Whatever help the county needs from me, just tell me. He politely replied, Thanks, Mom. After saying that, Zhe Yu Feng habitually pushed up his glasses, strongly affirming, In these two matters, I must do better than him. At Huashan Hospital, a large hospital bustling with people coming and going. Among the crowd was Lin Yi. He was entering the main door. Seeing him approach, the nearby nurses happily said, Director Lin is here. He stopped, hands still in his pockets, and asked the nurse, Where is Director Li? The girl replied, The hospital is holding an academic conference today. Director Li went to the meeting. Hearing this, he repeated questioningly, Academic conference. The brown-haired girl explained, It seems to be a national-level conference. Quite a few experts from home and abroad are here. It's right in our hospital's staff auditorium. Having received the necessary information, Lin Yu turned to leave. Excuse me, okay, I know now. Suddenly the girl spoke up, stopping him. Please, Director Lin, don't leave yet. She whispered mysteriously. We have some secret information here. Do you want to hear it? Seeing this, he asked back, What secret information? The nurse revealed, last month, the neurosurgery department got a new vice director, perhaps related to Director Li somehow, always consulting her. That news made Lin Yu play along, pretending to be angry. He joked, snapping, trying to steal things while I'm not here. The girl giggled, nudged his arm, joking along, Isn't that right? Although his skills are outstanding, he's not as handsome as you. Therefore, we're still on your side. Her encouragement made Lin Yu smile faintly. Then, he also left, not forgetting to wave goodbye with a promise, I won't chat with you girls anymore. I'm going to the auditorium for a bit. I'll buy you afternoon tea and bring it over later. The two nurses happily waved back, smiling broadly and saying loudly, Thank you, Director Lin. Just for your afternoon tea, tools like us will definitely help you complete the mission at the hospital auditorium. This place was just as enormous as the main entrance, perhaps even more complex and sophisticated in structure. Lin Yi entered the auditorium while someone was giving a presentation. Seeing him enter, a colleague greeted him, Brother Lin, you're here. The silver-haired girl sitting next to the pink-haired girl was slightly startled. That person was Li Chuhon. She smiled brightly and asked him, Why did you come here? He sat down in an empty seat, replying at the same time, I was idle, had nothing to do, so I came over to see how you all are doing. Hearing this, Chuhon suddenly stood up, smoothed her dress, and said, Then let's go, let's not listen anymore. Lin Yi saw this and stopped her. Why stop listening? Don't miss important matters because of me. The person presenting on the stage saw the commotion below and looked slightly annoyed, but he tried to continue speaking. This intelligent cranial defect repair technique, through multiple clinical trials, has been confirmed as feasible. Currently, our team is preparing to promote it to grade 3 hospitals. Chuhon seemed uninterested, turning to ask Lin Yi, You came here for something this time, right? He explained the situation to her. Recently, I've been in Dong County for poverty alleviation. The medical conditions there are very poor. This time I came back wanting to discuss with the director whether we can organize a rural medical mission to help the doctors there improve their technical skills. He expressed. Hearing this, Chuhon volunteered. I can go. The girl next to her also chimed in. I can go too. Hearing this, he was pleased and agreed. Okay. I'll go find the hospital director later to discuss this. At the same time, a voice from the stage announced, my speech ends here. This was followed by crisp applause. Xin stretched and sighed. Finally, it's over. My back aches and my legs are numb from sitting. Suddenly, she saw a blond man approaching and frantically urged her colleague, quick. Director Li, let's go. Director Qi is coming. Lin Yi wondered about his identity, asking, who is that? Xin whispered softly. The new deputy director of the neurosurgery department. Qi Wengwang, she continued wearily. He's always trying to curry favor with Director Li. I feel he has ulterior motives. Let's get out of here. Before they could act, he approached them, asking, Director Li, what did you think of my presentation just now? Chuhon praised. Very good. Suddenly, he pointed at Lin Yi, asking Qi Din with a smirk, is that gentleman your boyfriend? Hearing this, she immediately corrected him and introduced, I'm not that fortunate to have Mr. Ling. This is the boyfriend. He's Director Li's boyfriend. This information clearly annoyed Wengwang. He muttered, Director Li's boyfriend. Maintaining his composure, he probed, I didn't expect Director Li already had a boyfriend. Is he also in the same treatment department? Lin Yi suddenly put his arm around Xuan's shoulder, hugging her tightly, and replied, he used to be, but he resigned last year. His action surprised both her and the other man. Qi Wengwang provoked, resigned. It seems there was a major medical ethics rectification last year, and a large number of doctors were dismissed then. Mr. Lin didn't happen to resign at that time, did he? He replied shrewdly. It was around that time. The other man acted morally superior, adjusting his collar while commenting, being a doctor is a noble profession. If one has selfish thoughts, problems will arise sooner or later. Resigning isn't a bad choice. Lin Yi immediately retorted, think whatever you want, as long as you're happy anyway. Director Li is my girlfriend. In today's society, being too poor means you can't get a girlfriend. Being single over 30 is quite sad. This made Wengwang yell angrily. You. Xin, standing beside them, chuckled, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Mr. Lin, are you trying to kill Director Che with words? Angrily, he pointed straight at Lin Yi's face. Don't try to argue. Even though I'm currently the deputy director, my income is still higher than yours. Lin Yi didn't say much, he just raised his expensive, limited edition car key, dangling it in the air. His voice was full of mockery. So, can you afford this? Director Che froze, his face turning pale, his eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the key before him. You, how dare you embezzle so much? Lin Yi put his arm around Li Chuan's shoulder, turned away, and said coldly, none of your business. Hearing this, Li Chuhon looked at him with tenderness and affection. In her eyes, this man was always number one and the only one. Director Qi's face turned ashen with anger. He gritted his teeth watching everyone turn away, deeply humiliated but unable to say a word. Lin Yi walked with everyone for a while until they reached the hospital director's office. Director Lin, it's been a while, the hospital director greeted him cheerfully and warmly. I've been very busy lately, but I came by today because I have some business. Lin Yi crossed his legs, sitting formally on the chair. Li Chuhon sat shyly beside him, listening to the conversation. The hospital director remained enthusiastic, asking with some excitement, what's the matter? If I can help, just tell me directly. Lin Yi didn't hesitate, stating directly, I'm participating in poverty alleviation in Dong County, but the medical conditions there are very poor. I want to organize a medical outreach program in Dong County to improve the technical skills. Can Director Mio help with this? The hospital director sat opposite, looking very supportive. He agreed immediately. This is a good cause. I'll definitely help. Rest assured, I will definitely help you arrange everything properly. Then thank you, Director Mio, but while helping, we shouldn't let it affect our work here. Lin Yu said politely. After chatting for a while, Li Chuhon and Lin Yu went out for a walk. She asked, "How bad are the basic conditions in Dong County?" "Bad beyond your imagination," Lin Yu replied gravely. He continued, "A few days ago, a colleague had appendicitis, and I took him to the county hospital. I felt that hospital basically wasn't diagnosing illnesses, but telling fortunes. Diagnoses were based entirely on feeling." Hearing this, Li Chuhon was very surprised, her mouth agape. She couldn't believe a hospital would operate so unethically. Puzzled, she asked, "Feeling, is it even worse than the rural area you visited last time?" Lin Yu walked alongside the beautiful woman and continued, "It's a nationally known poor county, so being a bit underdeveloped is understandable. The root cause is poverty. The economy will gradually improve, so healthcare and education are tasks we need to tackle later." Hearing this, Chuhon was filled with determination. "Don't worry, I will definitely do my best." His eyes looked at her with indulgence and affection. His hand reached out to pinch her soft, rosy cheek, saying, "I have some things to do tonight, so I can't stay with you." Chuhon didn't say much. She gently placed a sweet kiss of love on his lips, conveying 1,000 tender words. Bye-bye. Both their cheeks flushed red as they enjoyed the kiss. The air filled with pink love bubbles. It was already dark by now. At a luxurious, multi-storied, and splendid villa. It was uniquely designed, blending modern and classic styles harmoniously. Ji Qingyan was sitting on Lin Yu's lap, her smooth white hands draped around his neck, pouting coquettishly. "This time you're going. When will you be back?" Probably soon." His eyes looked at her indulgently as he replied. Lin Yi explained further, "The industrial park is under construction. Old Cha is handling things afterwards. They don't need me." His gaze remained fixed on her. Ji Qingyan didn't believe him, slightly annoyed, partly because she had heard similar words from him too oft. She complained, "By the time you return, it'll probably be close to New Year's Day. Ningyu called me saying the wedding date will be around New Year's Day, but the exact day isn't fixed yet. Make sure you arrange your schedule early for that time." Lin Yu teased, gently biting her hand. "So she already called you? Shouldn't she have told me about this first?" Qingyan blushed, her face turning red. She squeezed her eyes shut, seemingly in slight pain, her tone still a bit reproachful. "What's the use of calling you? Can you help her choose a wedding dress?" "I can handle this. You're lucky to have a wife like me." His mischievous hand gently slipped into her soft body-hugging shirt, embracing her alluring figure. His words were extremely sly. "So I'm basically a married man now, then I should enjoy some of my privileges." Qingyan blushed. "This hand is so naughty, always trying to take advantage of me." The next morning, at the village cadre office building, sunlight sparkled on the glass windows. Lin Yi opened the door and entered the office. 11 Jin saw him and asked, "Mr. Lin, are you going back to Zhonghai for these few days?" He gently placed his backpack on the table, seeming to arrange something, and replied with a smile, "There isn't much to do here, so I'm going home for a few days." Shi Jin was excited. She immediately chatted non-stop. "Regarding the medical situation, have you thought of a plan yet? I see Zhou Yufeng has been busy these days. Heard he wants to invite doctors from big hospitals for training consultations. It shows he takes this county very seriously. Do you need a better plan? Will he steal the credit again this time?" Lin Yu was very confident and held up a stack of papers, replying enthusiastically, "I've already made arrangements." Hearing this, Shi Jin was relieved and happy. "That's great. The day after tomorrow is Hepatitis B Day. We absolutely cannot let him monopolize the credit." Lin Yu remained unfazed, calmly advising Shi Jin, "Don't pay too much attention to him. We just need to do our jobs." A bus passed the checkpoint on the Dong County Highway. Lin Yi leaned against his car with his arms crossed, waiting silently. Time passed until a bus stopped in front of Lin Yu's car. The door slowly opened, and a team of professional doctors stepped out. The leader, Mio Feng, walked over and greeted Lin Yi. "Director Lin, making you come all the way here personally. We've really troubled you." Lin Yi just said politely, "You all came here to help me. It's the least I could do." The person standing next to Amio Goifeng extended a hand to shake Lin Yi's. "Director Lin, hello. I am Wang Chen, the Vice President of GEO. We've met before at an academic conference." The others also quickly stepped up to introduce themselves to him. "Director Lin, hello. I am the Vice President of Waxi, Li Wanfeng. Hello, Director Lin. I am the Vice President of Chongya, Wang Jin." Faced with these veterans in the life-saving field, Lin Yi could only smile awkwardly. "Hello everyone, hello everyone." Then he thought to himself, "What is this? Are all the big shots from China hospitals here?" He tentatively asked Miao Goifeng, "President Miao, this is..." Miao Goifeng laughed heartily. "Didn't you say the treatment conditions here needed improvement? So I called them up. The doctors here are all key physicians from major hospitals, surely enough to handle the work at the county hospital." Hearing about the expertise of the doctors here, Lin Yi could only joke, "Not just enough. Even just one of these physicians would be enough to change the situation at the county hospital. I think you all didn't come to help, but to scare people." Faced with the joke, the doctors here just burst out laughing. Another doctor chimed in, "Compared to Director Lin, what do we count for? If you have time later, Director Lin, please come to our place to give some guidance." Lin Yi placed his hand on his chest, showing respect. "I'd be honored." "You're too kind. If there's anything I can help with in the future, just give me a call." Then, realizing the location wasn't very suitable for conversation, he suggested, "Let's not keep standing here. I've already arranged food and lodging. Let's go eat first." Miao Goifeng nodded in agreement. "Then we'll follow Director Lin's arrangements." Lin Yi grabbed the handle of the loose car door and opened it. Inside were two nurses, Qio Xin and Li Chuhon, excitedly praising him. "Brother Lin, we really admire you. You can drive a supercar, yet you can also drive this shabby car." Qio Din continued. "Even the car window can't be rolled down, yet you can drive it so cheerfully." The continuous praise didn't make Lin Yi arrogant. He humbly replied, "No choice. The leadership said my car was too flashy. If I didn't drive this car, I could only use small cars to pick you girls up." The teasing in his words made Qio Xin cover her mouth and laugh. If people in the county knew you were a billionaire, they'd probably lose their minds from shock. Lin Yi played along with her, putting a finger to his lips and winking. "Don't go revealing it like that. Otherwise, I won't be able to do this job anymore." Qiao Xin calmly patted her chest, vowing, "Small matter. My lips are sealed." At the luxurious Minglang Garden residential area, Zhou Feng continuously praised his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, your arrangements for this are amazing. To be able to find 3 renowned physicians, plus you and the other doctors. 12 people coming at once, an ordinary person could hardly manage that." The brother-in-law Zhou Feng was Zhou Ming, a doctor from Hospital No. Faced with the flattering praise, Zhou Ming raised his glass, even more excited. "This is nothing. I also have 2 former colleagues who just went traveling abroad, otherwise I would have brought those to here as well." Thinking of the success, Mr. Yu Chao also said excitedly, "But this is enough. Based on the hospital's level, when would we get the chance to interact with a mid-level 3rd-tier hospital? This credit definitely belongs to Zhou Feng." Happy, Zhou Feng raised his beer mug and drained it. This matter seemed perfectly accomplished. The day to welcome the guests arrived. Everyone gathered seriously in the hospital courtyard. They had even printed a banner with the words, "Warmly welcome honored guests to the hospital." Liu Zhibao, the president of the county hospital, reminded the man beside him, "Old Wang, for this rural medical tour, you must commend Director Zhou. If he hadn't acted as the bridge, they would never have come here." At Liu Zhibao's reminder, Old Wang turned his head back and praised the person standing behind him. "Zhou Feng, you did a very good job on this. I will give you credit for this." Zhou Feng bowed his head in thanks. "This is all just what I should do." Shi Jin looked worriedly at the uncle beside her, asking, "Uncle Li, do you know where Brother Lin is? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Li Qingkai was just as worried, raising his hand to check his watch. "I'm also confused. He's not answering his phone. It's really making people anxious. 11 Jin looked left and right, completely bewildered. Where could he possibly have gone? Zhou Feng saw Shi Jin's anxious look and smirked slightly. Director Lin still hasn't arrived. Everyone's here, only he is missing, Shi Jin angrily retorted. He's coming soon. Zhou Feng showed clear disdain, taking off his glasses to wipe them. Actually, it doesn't matter whether he comes or not, as the work here doesn't need him anyway. I've already found the people. Then, putting his glasses back on, he continued, even if he comes, his skill level isn't even 3rd tier. Why don't you just call and tell him not to come, save him the embarrassment? 11 Jin couldn't stand his attitude and still insisted. Don't be so sure. Let's wait until Brother Lin arrives to see the final result. Zhou Feng arrogantly continued, including my father, I've found a total of 4 chief physicians for this. With a team like this, how can Lin Yi compare to me? While Shi Jin and Zhou Feng were still busy arguing about whether Lin Yi would come, Zhou Yuming's group arrived. They're here, stop talking, the people have arrived. Yu Chao ordered Shi Jin and Zhou Yufeng to be quiet, not to let personal matters affect the overall situation. Leading the way was Zhou Yuming, followed by a group of highly skilled doctors. They walked confidently, looking extremely professional. Secretary Wang hurried out to welcome them. Director Zhou, you've all worked so hard. Zhou Ming shook hands with Secretary Wang in greeting. Secretary Wang, no need for formalities. Being able to contribute our efforts for the people of Dong County is our honor. Only after the two sides finished greeting each other did the car carrying the last group finally arrive. The car stopped behind Zhou Ming's group. Everyone, including Secretary Wang and Zhou Yuming, turned towards the car. The car door opened, and Lin Yi stepped out, hands still in his pockets, exuding the aura of a high-level leader. So sorry, I'm late. Lin Yi's expression showed no sign of apology. Isn't today National Hepatitis B Day? I brought some people over to help. Lin Yi walked towards Zhou Ming's group, followed by his own team of doctors. Zhou Feng looked disdainfully at the group Lin Yi brought. You found people to help too. Zhou Feng, with a scornful look, gave instructions. Lin Yi, have them all stand over there. Then after the experts from the 3rd tier hospital finish speaking, just send a representative from your side over to say a few words. We're all working for the county, so we have to give him a chance to show his face anyway. Zhou Feng adjusted his glasses, pretending to be generous towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi crossed his arms, the sunlight shining down on him. If I hadn't brought these physicians, letting the people from the 3rd tier hospital support the scene would have been fine. But now, your 3rd tier hospital experts no longer have this qualification. Lin Yi's demeanor was extremely confident as he asserted this. Zhou Feng didn't back down either, standing opposite with hands on hips, retorting, Lin Yi, what do you mean? Looking down on 3rd tier hospitals, you're not a local, you don't understand our situation. A 3rd tier hospital is a major hospital, 3rd tier. And yet you think their level isn't good enough. Lin Yi was really helpless with this guy, scratching his head. Why does a normal 3rd-rate hospital make you guys so proud? I really don't understand their perspective. To broaden Zhoufeng's horizons, Lin Yi raised his hand to introduce the members of his medical team. Beside me are several gentlemen, all directors of top 5 hospitals in China. Not as flashy as yours, the last sentence was intended to hit Zhoufeng's pride. Panic was evident on Zhoufeng's face. What? Top 5 in China? Secretary Wang beside him also couldn't believe his eyes. Director Lin, what's going on? At this moment, a director from Lin Yi's side spoke up. This director extended his hand, wanting to greet Secretary Wang's group. Secretary Wang, hello. I am the director of Zhonghai Washan Hospital. Am I Miao Guofeng? After hearing Miao Guofeng's name, Secretary Wang changed his attitude and hurriedly shook his hand. Director Miao. Miao Guofeng didn't forget to mention his colleagues. The people standing behind us are all key physicians and directors from the top 5 hospitals in China. Accepting Director Lin's invitation, we came here to assist with treatment. Secretary Wang's group hadn't expected Lin Yi to be able to invite such high-caliber figures. Secretary Wong immediately changed his expression towards Lin Yi, turning to speak politely. Director Lin, you really are something. Bringing so many people here without telling me first, I could have prepared in advance. Lin Yi ignored Secretary Wang's words, directly crossing his arms and declining. They are all our own people. I can arrange things myself. It's all for the people, no need to be overly dramatic. Just doing what benefits them is enough. The implication of this sentence was aimed at Zhoufeng's ostentation. Everyone present praised Lin Yi. Director Lin speaks very well. Zhoufeng's face turned purple with anger. Not prolonging the awkward conversation, Secretary Wong led Lin Yi's doctors. Directors, we didn't know you were coming earlier, so we didn't welcome you from afar. Come this way, please. Miao Gofeng's group walked past Zhou Feng, completely ignoring someone like him. Zhou Feng could only step aside. Zhoufeng clenched his hands into fists. Zhou Feng gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. I planned this project since last month. I didn't expect it to be snatched away by someone else in the end. 3 hours later, Lin Yi went to find Qioxan just walked out and asked, Director Lin, are you looking for me? Lin Yi asked directly. How is it inside? Xiao Din looked clearly tired, not yet wiping the sweat from her forehead. Busy as hell. But they are all chronic illnesses. Some just need to take medication according to the prescription. Some illnesses are very serious. Director Li suggested surgery, but judging by the patient's attitudes, they probably won't choose surgery. Qioxin was troubled. Lin Yi saw it too, certainly. If it's hard to afford medicine, how can they afford surgery? Lin Yi instructed, all right, you pay attention to the hospital matters these few days. Regarding the extra subsidy, 5,000 yuan per person per day. If you encounter any problems, coordinate first. If you can't handle it, come find me. Qioxin gave Lin Yi a salute gesture. Director Lin, rest assured. I guarantee the mission will be completed. At the same time, Lin Yi got a phone call, so he replied briefly, okay, I'll get busy first then. The caller was Ruoxu. Why is a UOXU looking for me? The other end said, reporters from the financial channel might come for an interview. You should prepare well, okay. I will reluctantly cooperate. At Dong County First High School, a pickup truck stopped at the gate. As Lin Yi got out of the car, the security guard approached and asked, who are you? This is a school, you can't enter. After hearing him, he politely replied, I'm from the Poverty Alleviation Office. I want to come inside to take a look, investigate a bit. Hearing this, the security guard happily opened the gate to welcome the guest. Please come in. Thank you, uncle, he replied. Just as he entered the school, the break time started. As soon as the bell rang, students quickly ran out of their classrooms. Lin Yi looked around for a moment and thought, elementary, middle, and high school combined. Elishi Jin also said this place doesn't have enough teachers. He walked while running his hand through his hair, thinking, it seems that if the economy doesn't improve, all the busy work here is in vain. Only after the economy develops, raising salaries and benefits for doctors and teachers, then all problems will be solved. Suddenly his phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw it was an unknown number, but he still answered it. As soon as he answered, the other end replied, hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Lin from the Poverty Alleviation Office? He immediately replied, yes, is there something? The other end quickly replied without wasting time, I am Ho Jingtao, a journalist from the Central Daily News. I would like to schedule an interview with you at your office tomorrow at 10 a.m. Is that okay? After hearing this, he agreed. Okay, you can come here tomorrow. After hanging up, he frowned, recalling something. Speaking of Central Daily News, Yuan previously said a reporter from the Financial Channel would come for an interview tomorrow. Must be them, right, interesting. Why send two people to contact me separately? Elsewhere, a car was speeding down the road, kicking up dust due to its speed. Inside were a young man and a young woman. Sister son, how are your preparations coming along? The young man turned to ask. He was Ho Jingtao, a cameraman for the Daily News. Sunny Ying, a reporter for the Daily News, sitting in the passenger seat, turned and replied, I'm still a bit nervous. The subject is a seasoned veteran with an illustrious background, not only started from scratch but is also very young. If even a small mistake happens, it's easy to displease people. After hearing this, Jingtao asked something else. So, how are the preparations for the poverty alleviation part? She closed the lid of the powder compact in her hand and replied, I haven't prepared anything for that side. Anyway, having worked for over 3 years, I can handle everything flexibly on the spot. His expression fell upon hearing her say that. It's better to be serious. After all, he is the director. Moreover, whether Dong County's investment promotion heats up depends on him, as well as being the key subject of this interview. Sunny Ying raised her voice sharply in response. You know, there are aspects you don't understand yet. Just listen to me, there won't be any problems. Finally, they both arrived in Dong County. The place looked very poor, with few people visible. She got out of the car, stood with her arms crossed looking around and said, Are you sure this is Dong County District 3? Didn't we go to the wrong place? This is way too poor. She looked at the dilapidated roads on both sides, feeling like this wasn't a place for humans to live. Jingtao was busy taking luggage from the back. Hearing her speak, he quickly replied, There's no other way. He slung the camera tripod over his shoulder, forced a smile, and turned back to say, Dong County is famously impoverished. It's bound to be lacking. Both walked towards the large building in front. He walked behind, making a phone call to someone. Hello, Director Lin. I'm Ho Jingtao, reporting from yesterday's call. I've arrived downstairs at your building, all right. He hung up the phone, smiled and said, The director is in 309. Wants us to go over there. Sunny Ying heard this and immediately became annoyed, speaking loudly. Couldn't he come down to greet us? We came to interview him this time, yet he didn't even bother to come down. How outrageous, achieved a little success and already wants to show off. He felt awkward, trying to smooth things over. There's nothing we can do about this. He really has achievements, the qualifications to show off. After hearing that, she also got annoyed, put her hands on her hips and replied, I think he's just a country bumpkin. He doesn't even know what kind of media we are, and he's still pretending over there. Sunny Ying looked up at the upper floor and continued, Their leaders are really, they didn't even tell him who we are. No wonder this place can't develop, there's always a reason. Jingtao smiled, helplessly calming her down. All right, sister Sun, calm down. Ho Jingtao quickly reminded her about the time, urging her, It's getting late, let's hurry up there for the interview. If we miss the time, the interview with Mr. Lin will have to be postponed. Sister Sun also hurried, Let's go quickly. The interview with Mr. Lin is very important. We absolutely cannot be careless. The two of them were standing in front of Mr. Lin's office. They knocked on the door. Inside, a voice called out, Come in. The voice came from a man whose feet were crossed on the desk. As soon as Jingtao heard it, he opened the door and walked in. As soon as they entered, they witnessed the scene. Their faces fell, mouths agape in astonishment. Lin Yu sat with his legs propped up, holding his phone horizontally, casually telling the two, Find a place to sit down. This game will be over in 5 minutes at most. Sunny Ying was annoyed that Lin Yu ignored her. She had just let out and what? Before Ho Jingtao stopped her before she lost control of her words. Ho Jingtao hastily tried to smooth things over. Sister Sun, let's start setting up the equipment. Sunny Ying didn't bother arguing anymore. Ho Jingtao took out the equipment and started assembling it. Soon after, he finished the work and turned to inform Lin Yu, Director Lin, we can start the interview now. Lin Yu had finished his game. He sat with his legs crossed and replied, Okay. Sunny Ying sat across the table, pointing the microphone towards him, starting the interview. Lin Yu, I have a few questions for you. No need to be nervous. Just answer normally. Sunny Ying began asking, May I ask what you did before? Why did you come to Dong County? Lin Yu clasped his hands and answered her, I used to work in a real estate company. Sunny Ying continued asking, So why did you come here? Lin Yu smiled brightly and replied, To serve the people. Sunny Ying and Ho Jingtao looked bewildered by this answer. Sunny Ying immediately reminded him, You don't need to give textbook answers, just say what you think. Lin Yu replied, But that's just how I am. Lin Yi intertwined his fingers, put on a serious expression, and continued, "If it weren't for serving the people, why would I come here? Just for a salary." Sunny Ying frowned, feeling speechless at the answer. Ho Jingtao, being perceptive, quickly suggested, "Sister Sun, let's move on to the next question." Sunny Ying quickly relaxed his facial muscles and continued the interview. "We can understand this. Dong County is notoriously poor. Investment attraction efforts showed no progress in previous years, but when you came, this problem was solved. Could you share a bit about how you managed to attract investment? How much dedication and effort did you put into the process?" Faced with Sunny Ying's lengthy question, Lin Yi just casually scratched his head and replied, "It wasn't much effort. Just made a few phone calls, did some field checks with the comrades, and then the investment was attracted." Sunny Ying heard the seemingly joking answer and got angry, feeling disrespected. She shot up from her seat, raising her voice, "I know you contributed to attracting investment to Dong County, but I hope you can be a bit more serious during this interview and show some respect for our status, answer our questions properly and cooperate with our work." Lin Yi remained calm, asking confusedly, "Where did I not cooperate, you asked?" I answered, "The process of attracting investment was just like that. It really wasn't too difficult." Sunny Ying, furious, threw the microphone towards Ho Jingtao. "No more interviewing." Then the two quickly packed up their equipment to leave. Seeing this, Lin Yi asked, "Finished the interview so quickly?" Sunny Ying replied while packing, "This is enough." Sunny Ying glared at Lin Yi and said, "I feel there's no need to continue." Lin Yi didn't bother trying to keep them, picked up his phone to play games, and said as they left, "All right then, I won't see you out." Remember to close the door. Sunny Ying fumed inwardly, thinking, "Still playing games? What kind of person did I run into?" At the same time, Shi Jin and Li Qingkai had just arrived. Seeing someone familiar, Li Qingkai asked, "Are you two reporters from the Central Daily News?" Ho Jingtao replied, "Yes, we are." Li Qingkai cheerfully inquired, "Did the interview finish so quickly?" Then he tentatively asked, "Could you perhaps cover an activity in the county regarding targeted rural support with the county hospital?" Sunny Ying, still angry, replied curtly, "No." Li Qingkai and Shi Jin thought they had said something wrong to anger her, awkwardly saying, "Well, if it's inconvenient, we won't insist." Seeing the two leave, Li Qingkai approached Lin Yi and asked, "Lin Yi, what happened?" Those two reporters didn't look too happy. Did something happen? Lin Yi put on a puzzled look. That woman was a bit strange. "I was just having a normal interview," and she suddenly got angry. Hearing this, he stroked his chin and sighed, "What's going on? I originally intended to use this interview to make you famous, so you could get better benefits in a future transfer. I didn't expect you to couldn't get along. What a pity." Lin Yi put his hands behind his head, leaned back, and reassured him, "It's okay. I definitely don't want a transfer. It's fine here." Li Qingkai placed a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, advising, "Don't say things like that. Water flows downwards, people strive upwards. You and Shi Jin are still young, unlike me. If there's an opportunity, you should move forward." Lin Yi smiled. "Thank you, Brother Li." Hearing the polite words, Li Qingkai joked, "What's there to thank? Work hard. I'll be keeping an eye on you too." Ho Jingtao looked at the angry Sunny Ying and tried to appease her. "Sister Sun, calm down, calm down. He's just a petty deputy director, not worth getting angry over." After saying that, she snorted. Then, Sunny Ying said frowningly, "Mr. Lin is the head of Linian Group, while he's just a backdrop. He doesn't even know his own place, and he still pretends with me." The two got into the car and he continued speaking. "This matter is considered over. There's no point in being angry." Sunny Ying asked, "Over?" The car door slammed shut. She gave a sinister smile. "I don't want to let this go so easily. After I get back, I will expose this matter so the whole country knows his true face. Let him know how formidable I am." Ho Jingtao turned to look at her and asked, "Right, Sister Sun, should we contact Mr. Lin now to go over for the interview?" Sunny Ying looked down at her watch and replied, "No hurry, it's only 11 o'clock. Let's wait another hour," and in her thoughts, "Shouldn't arrive too early. Must wait for a chance to have a meal with Mr. Lin. Hopefully, during the interview, The relationship between the two can be brought closer, she thought and chuckled with delight. Qioxin held a chicken leg and started gnawing on it. She said happily, "Brother Lin, it's meat and fish every day. I've gained 3 kilograms these past few days. You have to take responsibility." Li Chuhon rested her chin on her hand, looked at her and said, "It's because you exercise too little. Of course you'll gain weight." Hearing that, Qioxin's face paled. Then, she replied to her words, "Sister Li, you're not being fair. I just said one thing to Brother Lin, and you're already speaking up for him." "You and I should be on the same side," Chuhon replied. "I eat every day too, but I don't gain weight." Finishing her words, Qioxin teased, "Mainly because I'm still single. At night there's no one to exercise with me, not even a chance to sweat." Li Chuhon exclaimed in embarrassment, "What are you talking about?" Lin Yi looked a bit speechless at that moment. Chuhon awkwardly picked up her chopsticks to get food and said, "Hurry up and eat. You still have heart surgery this afternoon." Chuhon poked Qioxin cheek with chopsticks. "Tell me, feeling guilty, did I hit the nail on the head?" Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Sunny Ying calling. Lin Yi answered, and she spoke. "CEO Lin, hello? I'm Sunny Ying, a reporter from the Central Daily Station. I called you yesterday, hoping to ask you a few questions for an interview. Do you have time now?" He replied, "I'm eating right now. Let's talk after I finish my meal," the other side said. "Well, then," Sunny Ying started making excuses. "Our director said they want to release the news about you as soon as possible. If we delay until the afternoon, we won't be able to submit the manuscript today." So, he put some food on Chuan's plate, saying, "All right then. I'm at 30 to Longteng restaurant. Come over here." Seeing this, Li Chuhon asked curiously, "Is someone looking for you? Should we leave first so we don't interrupt your business?" Lin Yi hung up the phone and replied, "It's nothing, just a small interview, eat up, don't worry about it." Din cheered happily. "An interview, CEO Lin is amazing. Our hospital is finally getting interviewed. CEO Lin is so capable." Lin Yi chuckled and replied, "Whether the interview is successful is another matter." On the other side, Sunny Ying, hearing Lin Yi agree to the interview, shouted with joy. CEO Lin agreed to the interview. "I'll touch up my powder. Buy me a bottle of mineral water. I'm a bit thirsty," Sunny Ying said to Ho Jingtao. He went out to buy water. She took something out of her bag, stuffed it inside her top, adjusted it, and thought, "Good, the smallest C cup." Sunny Ying, the newspaper reporter, and Ho Jingtao, the newspaper photographer, stood anxiously outside the room door. They both held professional equipment. Sunny Ying asked her colleague to make sure everything was okay. "Do I look all right dressed like this?" Ho Jingtao, carrying a large camera on his shoulder, looked utterly speechless, unsure how many more times he had to tell her. "Sister Sun, you've been asking me this the whole way here. I remember when you interviewed others. You never seemed this nervous." She carefully reminded him. "How can the previous interviewees compare to CEO Lin? This is a big figure. We can't afford any mistakes." Inside the room, Lin Yi was dining with Qioxin, holding a cup of water about to drink. He heard a knock on the door. He called out, "Come in," given permission. The people outside quickly pushed the door open and entered. Sunny Ying and Ho Jingtao were both surprised when they saw them. She asked foolishly. The question made Qioxin look over, mentally raising several question marks. "I want to interview the CEO of Lingyan Group. What are you doing here?" Lin Yi, still holding the cup, asked her, "Do you know who the CEO of Lingyan Group is?" Sunny Ying, brimming with misplaced confidence, stood tall with her arms crossed and replied, "Of course, I know. It's Lin Yi, CEO Lin." Lin Yi hinted to her, "And you still don't know who I am?" Sunny Ying was so stunned she forgot to control her expression. Terrified, her face turned pale. She pointed at him and stammered, "How can this be? You are the CEO of Lingyan Group. Aren't you working at the Poverty Alleviation Office?" Lin Yi then leisurely drank water from his cup. "Can't I help the poor when I have free time? If I weren't part of Lingyan Group, how could I attract investment? If I didn't give the order, why would they come here? Doesn't the company need to eat?" Then he abruptly announced the cancellation of the interview. his tone implying dismissal. I feel today's interview is unnecessary. Later, I will call your director and ask for someone more experienced to come here. You two can go back first. Sunny Ying was frightened by him again, her fear increasing several-fold. She bowed obsequiously, awkwardly begging, speaking incoherently, CEO Lin, could you possibly give me another chance? Lin Yi's face darkened, and he spoke without any kindness. What do you think? Sunny Ying gasped in horror. She knew when to quit, quickly stepping towards the door with Ho Jingtao, her eyes filled with both reluctance and fear. Then we'll leave first. Qioxin felt this was rather pitiful for them. She hesitantly said to him, CEO Lin, they are reporters after all, isn't this a bit harsh? Lin Yi stated bluntly, half joking. That woman is clearly a troublemaker. If I let her interview me, I'm afraid it would shorten my life. Lin Yi urged, hurry up and eat, the food is getting cold. Xiao Din seemed to remember something. She said to Lin Yi, right, CEO Lin, you promised to take us out tomorrow. Is that promise still valid? Lin Yi suddenly felt quite excited. He promised, of course, it's valid. I heard there's a small fishing village next to the reservoir. They use fish from the reservoir, and the taste is extremely delicious. Tomorrow I'll show off my cooking skills to you too. Qiao Din exclaimed delightedly. That's great. I haven't tasted your cooking yet. Li Chuhon, sitting beside her, suddenly spoke up, wanting to politely decline due to work. I feel it's best if we go out after we've completed our tasks. The county hospital is very busy these days. I don't feel right leaving the work to others. Unbeknownst to Li Chuhon, Lin Yi had come up behind her. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder. The rural medical consultations have been going on for a few days. The number of patients will probably decrease gradually. But Li Chuhon seemed focused only on work, her conscientious doctor's heart not at ease. Mainly, people from neighboring counties have also come. Besides, I heard that many people around here also frequently contact some of the directors. Knowing he couldn't sway Li Chuhon easily, Lin Yi compromised, all right, don't worry about these things. Being responsible is good, but being overly responsible isn't great either. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just go with the flow, relax a little tomorrow. Qioxin winked, offering her opinion. Should we invite the 4 directors? In the China medical circle, these relationships are very important. Lin Yi then said to Li Chuhon, so let's go out first, then call them when it's time to eat. That way, we won't waste time. She tilted her head slightly to look at him, feeling happier. Okay. The next day, as planned, they went to the reservoir with the fishing village nearby. The water in the reservoir was crystal clear, the scenery peaceful, poetic, and charming. Qioxin, dressed comfortably, shaded her eyes with her hand. Donghai County should have scenery like this. It shouldn't be so poor, it should be thriving, right? Lin Yi stood beside her and replied, although it's not far from Donghai County, this place belongs to the neighboring county. It has nothing to do with Donghai County. Only then did Qioxin realize. No wonder. If this place were given to Donghai County for proper development, it would generate quite a lot of income. Lin Yi suddenly sighed. Donghai County is really unlucky, without any advantages. It's as if even heaven doesn't want this land to become prosperous. Then he gently put his arm around Li Chuan's left shoulder from behind, turned his head, and said to Qiao Din, let's go. Find some food in the fishing village first. Hearing that, Qiao Din giggled. CEO Lin, does building a factory here count as going against fate? Lin Yi smiled and thought, there's some truth to that. The fishing village looked busy with people coming and going. Several men in suits like Lin Yi also brought fishing rods and buckets to go fishing. By the roadside, there was a fish stall with large fish displayed for sale. Li Chuhon linked arms with Lin Yi, walking while shyly looking around. Due to her beauty, Chuhon quickly caught the eyes of some street thugs. Jia, who signaled the man beside him smoking a cigarette, Boss Wong, look at that woman in the dress. Beautiful, and a great figure too. The other man was Wang Guanlong, owner of a food factory. Taking the cigarette out of his mouth, he glanced over and remarked, indeed very beautiful. But she's with a good-for-nothing guy, what a pity. Ji, who asked him bluntly, Boss Wang, got any ideas? Wang Guanlong smiled and replied, such a beautiful girl, how could I not have any ideas? Watching the three of them walk away, he sighed, it's a bit regrettable, the flower already has an owner. But Jia, who was a gangster, he wouldn't let prey slip away so easily. So he hinted to Mr. Wang, you can't say that. Look at that woman, quietly following along. You can tell at a glance she's naive and inexperienced, simple-minded. Just need a little coaxing, and she definitely bite. His eyes turned craftier. Dealing with these inexperienced types, I'm very skilled. Just offer them some benefits, and they'll take the bait. Wait, let me think of a way to help you get her, Boss Wang Guanlong asked again. Are you sure? Guanlong gave him a promise. If you can get her, the investment in building the factory will be yours. Ji, who was overjoyed, rest assured, Boss Wang, I'll definitely handle this matter to your satisfaction. Chiao Xin noticed the two men had been staring at them and told Lin Yi, Brother Lin, let's hurry. There are some vulgar men over there staring at us, so chubby, it's disgusting. Lin Yi glanced irritably towards Jia Hu and the other man, his gaze sharp. Walking a bit further, Xin and the others saw some apple trees laden with fruit. She suggested to Li Chuhon, Sister Li, there's an apple tree over there. Let's go pick some apples. They might be tastier than the ones sold in supermarkets. Li Chuhon agreed immediately. Let's go check. The two women took to baskets and reached up high to pick plenty of plump, red apples. Sunlight filtering through the leaves gently embraced them, the tree canopy casting natural patterns on their clothes, looking very beautiful. Wang Guanlong's eyes were fixed ahead, his lecherous expression now very clear on his round face. Jia Hu, have you thought of a way yet? Jia Hu, hands on his hips, replied, I thought of a way long ago, just wait and see, Boss Wang. An hour later, Li Chuhon and Xin returned with two heavy baskets. Xiao Din felt apologetic. Brother Lin, we made you spend money today. Lin Yi joked gently, replying to her, you make it sound like you usually pay when we go out together. They took their fruit baskets to a man to weigh. The old man smiled as he stated the price and showed a QR code. Total is 2,589 NDT, cash or scan the code. Xiao Din was shocked. Did you calculate wrong? The things we picked are at most 500 NDT, how could it be 2,500 yuan? The old man said again, because everything you picked is of the highest quality. Moreover, this fruit is a specialty of our county, not available elsewhere, so of course the price is higher. Besides, everything is fresh, green, and pesticide-free, selling it a bit expensively is normal. Xin angrily pointed at him, saying, if it's that expensive, then we won't buy it. You can keep it and eat it yourself. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, attracting both her and the seller's attention. All right, beautiful lady. It's just a small matter, no need to argue with this man. It was Wang Guanlong, smiling as he took money from his wallet to pay for her. It's just over 2,000 NDT, I'll pay for you. He dropped several bills onto the table, telling the old farmer, keep the change. The old man was delighted. Thank you, boss. He continued with flirtatious words. Beautiful girls like you coming here to play brightens up this area. Arguing over such a small amount of money is a bit much. Wang Guanlong told the two women, everything's settled, just take the fruit and go. Xiao Xin happily hugged the big bag of fruit. Thanks, handsome. As the two women turned away, he stood there watching them for a long time. From behind, Jia Hu appeared. With these inexperienced girls, just show them the power of money, and they'll definitely be moved. Mr. Wang lit a cigarette, praising him. You're quite savvy. In this aspect, I'm no match for you. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he said, just over 2,000 NDT made them happy. There's no better deal than this. At this time, Xiao Din had returned with Li Chuhon. She said to Chuhon, Sister Li, that crazy-looking fat guy definitely paid because he's interested in you. Chuhon replied, I have to hand it to you, calling him handsome like that really rolled off your tongue. Xin covered her mouth, smiling brightly, and said something very practical. Well, Someone treats money like dirt and volunteers to pay for us. We should thank them anyway. We didn't lose anything. She chatted on. That was just meeting this guy. If I met someone handsome like Brother Lin, I'd directly call him Daddy, both intimate and sweet. Suddenly Qiao Din asked Li Chuan, have you ever called him that when it was just the two of you? Chuan's face turned bright red, and she awkwardly waved her hands in denial. No? There's a generation gap between us, Qiao Din enlightened her. How can you call that a generation gap? It's a new way to play. Try calling him that tonight. Maybe Brother Lin will like it. Chuan was thoroughly embarrassed by her and suggested changing the subject. Let's go. Don't talk about this anymore. Lin Yi, along with Li Chuan and Qiao Xin, went to a small lake with crystal clear water. The blue sky made the scenery even more poetic. Qiao Xin looked on with delight, remarking that this place looked like a small lakeside dock. Lin Yi explained to her, all reservoirs are like this, but the scale here is quite small. If you go to other large reservoirs, they aren't much different from this dock. Li Chuan stepped back and took off her high heels. Then, Lin Yi and Li Chuan soaked their feet in the reservoir water. She even leaned on his shoulder. They looked very affectionate. Qiao Ding cheerfully asked Lin Yi, where are we going to catch fish later? Hearing her question, Lin Yi replied, catching fish takes a lot of energy. Let me take you angling instead. After speaking, Lin Yi stood up, turned to face the two women, and reminded them, wait here for me. I'll go buy some fishing gear and come back for you shortly. A little over 10 minutes later, Lin Yi returned with a fishing rod and a bucket, saying, let's go. I've bought the fishing rod, let's go fishing. Lin Yi's group went to the fishing area. This area was quite crowded, with a long line of people sitting and fishing. Seeing this, Li Chuan looked hesitant and sighed, so many people. Lin Yi pointed to a less crowded corner on the other side and told everyone to go there to fish. The next second, just as they settled into position, ready to catch some plump fish, someone else appeared. It turned out to be Wang Guanlong and Jia Hu, carrying fishing gear. Qiao Xin recognized them and immediately called out, handsome Dai, you came too. Wang Guanlong waved hello and replied to her, I came here to fish, then planned to stew them. Didn't expect to run into you guys here. Wang Guanlong extended an invitation. How about we have a meal together later? The more, the merrier. Li Chuan heard this and replied to him, forget about eating together. We're not close anyway. Eat your own food. Wang Guanlong turned his head and glanced at Jia, who as if ordering him something. Jia, who understood Wang Guanlong's intention, so as he opened the fishing rod bag, Jia, who immediately showed a surprised and admiring look. Brother Wang. This fishing rod looks pretty good. Where did you buy it? I've never seen this brand before. Wang Guanlong looked proud, seizing such a good opportunity to show off. I asked a friend to buy this from the US. It cost me over 80,000. Finally got a chance to use it today. Hearing him say the rod cost over 80,000, everyone around looked at it with eyes full of admiration and desire. A rod over 80,000. So professional. Given the chance, Wang Guanlong immediately boasted to Lin Yi, brother, I see the quality of your fishing rod is just average. I happen to have a few spares. How about I give you one? Each costs several thousand yuan. The quality is definitely better than yours. Lin Yi didn't appreciate that and replied, this kind of fishing depends on technique. It has nothing to do with the rod. You should keep it for yourself. Hearing Lin Yi's reply, Wang Guanlong quickly shook his head but maintained a confident attitude, saying, just hearing you, I know you're an amateur. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Without a good fishing rod, it's very difficult to catch big fish. Just as Wang Guanlong finished speaking, Lin Yi's fishing rod underwater showed movement. Immediately after, a large fish was pulled up by him, leaving Wang Guanlong gawking in amazement, speechless. Having achieved success, Lin Yi became more confident and asked him, what do you think of this fish? Wang Guanlong's face looked extremely unpleasant. He gritted his teeth and replied, your luck is quite good, isn't it? Lin Yi then cheerfully released the fish back into the water, surprising him greatly. Wang Guanlong frowned, pointed at Lin Yi and said, what are you doing? It wasn't easy to catch such a big fish, why did you release it? Hearing Wang Guanlong's question, he just smiled and replied, such a big fish, you can tell it's old just by looking at it. It wouldn't taste good even if steamed. You need to use a smaller one. Wang Guanlong became extremely annoyed hearing this answer, thinking to himself, easy for you to say, but the real reason is probably that you can't afford to pay that much. Because of this rather misguided thought, Wang Guanlong managed a smile and said, brother, it's a pity you released that fish just now. Although the price is a bit expensive, you could have sold it to me. I can still afford it. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi retorted sarcastically, making him flush with anger. Don't you have a fishing rod worth over 80,000 and bait worth over 500 yuan? With such formidable equipment, are you still afraid you can't catch fish? Jiehu, who had been silent behind him, finally spoke up, soothingly, Brother Wang, you don't need to get angry with him. Even if his technique is great, it's useless. This is a realistic society. You just need to fully display your financial power, and you'll definitely maintain your composure in front of women. After all, women all like gallant men. Hearing this, Wang Guanlong smiled brightly and said, you're right. The ruder he is, the less I should get angry. That's how I show my character. Afterwards, Wang Guanlong also sat down to fish right next to Lin Yi. They looked quite focused, but before he could catch any fish, Lin Yi continuously pulled up large fish, making his face turn pale with shock, exclaiming, damn, after just half an hour, Lin Yi had filled a basin with delicious-looking fish. Li Chuhon smiled brightly, carried the bucket of fish, and said, 4 is enough, let's release the rest. Lin Yi carried the fishing rod beside him and replied very sweetly, yes, whatever you say. Very quickly, after catching enough fish to eat, Lin Yi left his spot with the girls. Seeing this, Wang Guanlong immediately stood up and asked, brother, leaving already? Lin Yi turned back with a bright smile, teasing, of course, should I stay and fish with you? Besides, you've been fishing for so long and haven't caught a single fish. That 80,000 plus rod of yours is really something special. Qioxin also turned back playfully, waving goodbye. Handsome brother, take your time fishing. We're leaving first, see you around. Seeing this, Jia, who got ahead of himself, turned to Wang Guanlong and said, I have a feeling, if we just put in a little more effort, we might even get both of those girls. Hearing this, Wang Guanlong clenched his fists, becoming even more determined. I've endured for so long, if I don't get them, it's a huge loss. Jia, who beside him, said, let's go. They've already left. Let's stop fishing and get back to discussing business. Currently, Lin Yi's group is at the fresh fish store. He walked in carrying a bucket of fish, saying, Madam Boss, we want to process these fish. The woman immediately replied, no problem. Our chef can handle any kind of fish. Lin Yi asked, I want to prepare these fish myself. I'll pay according to your requirements. Is that okay? Hearing this, the owner was a bit hesitant. Brother, our kitchen doesn't allow outsiders. Your request makes things a bit difficult for us. 500 NDT for you. How about that? Lin Yi said confidently. Hearing such a large sum, the owner immediately beamed, welcoming him. Come, brother, our kitchen today is like your own kitchen. I could tell just by looking at you that you're a professional. Show off your talent and broaden my horizons. As she walked, the owner kept praising the handsome, talented young man, Lin Yi, who followed behind. Jia, who saw Lin Yi go inside, then pointed towards Xiaoxin and Li Chuhon sitting there, saying, Brother Wang, that kid went into the kitchen? This is our chance. He turned to devise a plan with Wang Guanlong, go over there and strike up a conversation. Our main mission is to get their contact information. Otherwise, after we leave, even if she has some thoughts, she won't be able to contact us. Then everything we invested today will be for nothing. Wang Guanlong immediately agreed. You're right, I'll go over there now. It seemed Qioxin had noticed the strange actions of Wang's group. She frowned in annoyance. Sister Li, that pervert keeps staring over here. He really hasn't learned his lesson. This made Li Chuhon a bit worried. She turned to the young Qiodin and said reproachfully, even if he hasn't learned his lesson, it's also your fault. If you hadn't called him brother again and again, he probably would have given up by now. But Qio Din seemed rather amused. She smiled dangerously. Anyway, we're free. Let's tease him a bit for fun. Maybe later he'll even pay for our entire table. We won't lose out anyway. Hearing this, Li Chuhon could only feel helpless. I really don't know what to do with you. Qio Din glanced over and sensed Wang Guanlong approaching. Sister Li, look, that fat guy is coming. As soon as he reached the girls' table, he beamed, pulled out a card, and said, "Hello, ladies. We've met several times today. I feel it's fate. How about we get acquainted? This is my business card, okay?" Qioxin happily took the business card. She smiled shyly. "You're even a big boss. It's truly unexpected." This made Wang Guanlong's nose swell, confidently saying, "It's quite normal. Actually, it's not much, just assets of several tens of millions, not very outstanding." Xiaoxin turned on her acting skills, feigning admiration. "Oh my god. I didn't expect your family to have tens of millions. I've never even dreamed of seeing so much money." This left Li Chuhon speechless. What deep acting. Suddenly, Xuan's phone rang. She answered brightly. "Hello. Director Mia, have you all arrived yet?" Then she stood up, smiling happily, and said, "Director Mia, they've arrived. Let's go meet them together. I didn't expect there to be such green waters nearby. That's not all. Earlier, Mr. Lin caught several fish at the reservoir, and now he's preparing them himself inside." Qio Din and Director Mia walked and chatted happily. When everyone was seated at the dining table, Xiao Din said, "Director Miao, please wait a moment. Mr. Lin's dish is almost ready." Director Mio picked up his glass, laughing heartily. "Then we won't be polite." Wang's group had returned to their table. Guanlong looked towards the two girls' table, envious. Who are those old men? Their relationship seems quite close. Maybe they are family elders having a meal together. Brother Wang, this is a good opportunity. Later, find a chance to show off your talents in front of her elders. That way, after they go home, they will surely praise you. Then, getting her will be even easier, Jia said. Hearing this, Wang Guanlong was pleased. "You're truly a genius. Even thought of something so difficult." About half an hour later, the dining table was full of dishes. The delicious fish dishes were served. Director Miao turned to Lin Yi, admiringly. "Director Lin personally cooked. We are truly fortunate today." Lin Yi poured wine and said, "You all helped me with such a big matter. I haven't had a chance to express my gratitude. Consider this meal as thanks to everyone. Later, let's have a few drinks together." Happily, Lin Yi raised his wine glass. Seeing this, Director Miao also raised his glass to clink with him, laughing loudly. "Director Lin personally cooked, a rare opportunity. We must drink more." Suddenly, Wang Guanlong appeared from nowhere, approached Lin Yi's table, and asked, "My brother, I see these fish you made are not bad. Did you make them all yourself? What's wrong? Is there something you need?" Lin Yi said, clearly annoyed. Wang Guanlong casually pointed and said, "I feel these fish are very delicious. How about this? I'll pay for your cooking skills. You help me cook." Miao Guofeng looked at him, wondering, who is this idiot? Lin Yi beside him picked up his beer glass, his eyes filled with disgust. "Do I look like someone who is idle?" Guanlong took out his wallet, his face mocking. "I know your time is precious. But I also said I'd pay for your cooking skills. I'll pay for the ingredients. You just cook, 1,000 NDT per dish, make for fish for me." Lin Yi's expression changed, looking at him with displeasure. "With this petty cash of yours, you should go back and try harder. Don't interrupt my meal. Get as far away from here as possible." Hearing this, Guanlong was surprised. Then he threw the stack of money in his hand forcefully onto the table. 10,000 NDT, is that enough? The room door opened. Zhao Hang entered with the manager. Guanlong turned around, surprised. "What's going on? Why is the boss of the Chamber of Commerce here?" The subordinate beside him also asked foolishly, "Brother Wang, what did you say?" "Chairman Zhao is here." He walked over gently, asking, "Chairman Zhao, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." Zhao Han was puzzled. "You are." Guanlong warmly introduced himself. "Chairman Zhao, I am Wang Guanlong, the manager of Changlong Food Factory. I met you last time during a meeting in the county. Zhao Hang put his hand on his chin, recalling, I remember you. Seeing this, he continued, Chairman Zhao, meeting here is fate. Give me a chance, I just found a good chef to cook. Zhao Hang didn't bother listening further. He immediately turned to leave, leaving him with only one sentence. That won't work, I still have other matters. Let's skip the meal, leaving Guanlong surprised. Finished, Zhao Hang walked towards Lin Wei's place with a smiling face. Director Miao, Director Ma, I finally found you. I am the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce from the neighboring county. Your people said you came here, so I came over. Seeing him, the two looked up. Guo Feng clasped his hands together, his brows furrowed. If time permits, we wouldn't mind taking a look. But the current situation in Dong County is really difficult. After things here are concluded, we will return directly to Zhonghai. We really don't have time to go to your county. Hearing him say this, Zhao Han quickly replied, I also know the situation in Dong County. Therefore, my request isn't high, just 2 days' time. Any necessary expenses, I definitely won't shortchange you. The treatment will certainly be much better than in Dong County. Seeing him say this, Guo Feng quickly waved his hand. The problem isn't money, but mainly. Lin Yi had been listening and placed his hand on his shoulder. All right, say no more. He turned to Zhao Hang. We really don't have time to go to your county. Let's talk again if there's a chance later. Please leave. Behind them, Guanlong became angry, pointed his finger and shouted, How dare you speak to Chairman Zhao like that? Zhao Hang realized something, raised his hand to stop him. This gentleman is... Seeing this, Guo Feng gestured towards Lin Yi. He is the chairman of Lingyan Group. The chip manufacturing industrial park in Dong County is led by Lingyan Group. The two men were stunned upon hearing this. Guanlong spoke up, chairman of Lingyan Group. Guo Feng continued, additionally, he is also the Secretary General of the China Medical Association. Now do you know who he is? Guanlong now felt both shocked and terrified. Meanwhile, Zhao Hang's hand grabbed Lin Wei's hand. He fawned, smiling and saying, So it's Chairman Lin, welcome to our county. Please forgive my discourtesy for not welcoming you from afar. Lin Yi shook his hand off. No need for such politeness. I called them here. There's no time to go to your county. Don't be persistent. Zhao Hang froze awkwardly. Yes, whatever Chairman Lin says. Then, he turned to look at Guanlong, his stern voice making the man's face pale with fear. Well then, let's do this. You guys go back first. Let's continue our earlier conversation. Didn't you want me to cook for you? How much money do you think is appropriate? He quickly knelt down, his face still etched with fear, clasping his hands and begging, Chairman Lin. This is all a misunderstanding. Please, absolutely don't hold it against me. I'm just a small figure, not worthy of your attention. Lin Yi flared up in anger. He slammed his beer glass hard on the table, shouting, Initially, I didn't want to bother with you. But from the beginning, you kept showing off in front of me. Couldn't you tell I've been tolerating you for a long time? He pointed his index finger straight at his face. And you even had ideas about stealing my girl. Your guts are really not small. Guanlong was extremely scared, speechless, his face beaded with sweat. Unable to say anything, he turned and slapped his subordinate hard across the face, cursing him. It's all your fault. Zhao clutched his bruised cheek. Brother Wong, I didn't think things would turn out like this either. Furious, he kicked him in the stomach. Fuck off. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi quickly commented to Zhao Hang, Chairman Zhao, this is a matter for your county. Can you handle it? Please handle it outside. Zhao Hang awkwardly put his hand on the back of his neck. Chairman Lin, you must be joking. I will definitely handle this matter properly. After speaking, he walked over to the two of them, shouting loudly, Haven't you caused enough embarrassment yet? And finally, he and his subordinate, one stunned, the other with a miserably dejected face, trudged outside. 2 months later, at a large company headquarters. In a room, Mr. Li is sitting, typing on a computer keyboard, working. Beside him, Xu Jin is organizing papers. Suddenly, a click sound comes from outside. She lifts her head to look, and it's Lin Yi entering. He greets them and asks, Mr. Lee, what are you two doing? The man replies, the poverty alleviation work in the county has achieved unprecedented success. I need to write a report, just summarizing the recent work. Hearing this, Linyi asks, do you need any help? Mr. Lee waves his hand, saying, no need. Just attend to your own business. This kind of meticulous work, you'd probably just tap the keyboard a bit. It's better for the two of us to do it. Linyi smiles brightly. Mr. Lee understands me best. Just as Linyi steps out of the room, the phone rings. It's Wang Yunjian calling. He answers the phone while walking down the corridor. The voice on the other end says, Linyi, come to my office for a moment. Linyi replies, yes, Secretary Wang, I'll be right there. In the secretary's office, four people are in the room, arguing about something. One of them is Zhou Feng. He speaks up, saying, the matter of returning home for treatment is over. I think the issue of education should also be included in the training program now. The leader sitting at the desk, resting his hands firmly, replies seriously, I've thought about this matter too, but there isn't a suitable plan yet. Another woman, Ms. Yumin, Zhou Feng's mother, speaks, I used to be an advisor at a university, and my students have found employment. I can help a bit with this. After learning about the current situation in Dong County, I have also tried to contribute. Mr. Wang smiles at her, then replies, thank you. So, do you folks have any ideas? Ms. Yumin proposes. Our university has over 1,000 graduating students each year. We could select some of them to come here for internships, thereby achieving the goal of improving the quality of training. Mr. Wang strokes his chin, seeming to agree. That's a good method. Suddenly, the other man interrupts, saying, the situation is excellent now. We must firmly grasp this education sector. Zhou Feng turns around, looks back, and says, then I'll go draw up a plan now, striving to implement it soon. Mr. Wang replies, no rush. The leader smiles and says, Linyi is on his way, let's see what ideas he has. Mentioning Lin Yi's name startles the other three, their faces filled with worrying and alarm. The man who interrupted earlier waves his hand, saying, Linyi is very busy lately, no need to call him over. He already has a heavy workload. Let him rest. Zhou Feng's expression is very uneasy. The leader's expression turns serious again. He says clearly, I know, I just want to hear his perspective. Listening to more opinions might lead to even better ideas. Suddenly, the door opens. Linyi enters and asks, Leader, you were looking for me? The leader speaks seriously to him. It's still about poverty alleviation. The economic and treatment issues are nearly resolved now. Only the education issue still troubles me. Therefore, I wanted to hear your thoughts. The other man crosses his arms, glancing disdainfully at Linyi. What we mean is, let us handle this education matter. It's better if you just focus on one thing, otherwise your energy will be divided. Linyi waves his hand calmly. I have no opinion on who does this work. Just don't mess it up. That man seems enraged. What's that supposed to mean? Do you think our abilities are inferior to yours? Ms. Yumin crosses her arms, glances at Linyi and says, Isn't that what he means? She lifts her chin. Allow me to introduce myself. I was formerly an advisor at the Normal University. I'm preparing to help with your concern about messing things up. I think you're overthinking it. Linyi doesn't reply, just looks at her as she speaks. After a moment, he points his little finger towards his ear and says, A retired advisor dares to make such guarantees. Ms. Yumin snaps. Although I'm retired, I still have very deep connections with the university. Moreover, the Normal University is a top institution in the country. If I can't guarantee it, can you? Linyi crosses his arms, confidently saying, Why couldn't I? I am the vice president of Shanghai Normal University. Whatever you say, it's still much stronger than a retired advisor. The leader suddenly jumps up, pointing at Linyi. Linyi, what did you just say? You said you are the vice president of Shanghai Normal University. Everyone's jaw drops in surprise. Linyi adds another part-time identity. If you don't believe it, you can check the Shanghai Normal University website. My photo is on there. Ms. Yumin is utterly shocked. She takes out her phone and searches. She is even more surprised when she finds Lin Yi's information with the line below, Vice President of Shanghai University. She looks up. Lin Yi glances at her, saying, I don't know where you get the confidence to think a retired advisor can do this job well. It's really baffling. Could you possibly be better than me? Suddenly, a hand gently taps Lin Yi's shoulder. It's the leader. He walks over to Lin Yi's side, looks him straight in the face, and says, Lin Yi, you make me see you in a different light, to think you have this identity too. Then he turns towards the others and says, Old you, Joe Fun, if there's nothing else, you can head back first. I have some other matters to discuss with little Lin. They can only leave helplessly. Then we'll leave first. Wang Yunjiang rests his chin on his hand, gives a slight smile, and says to him, Lin Yi, I don't know what best to say. To think you were hiding such an identity. Lin Yi is also pleased. He calmly extends a hand and replies casually, It's just a part-time thing over there. I don't really do much, but my words still carry weight. Therefore, regarding the education aspect, you don't need to worry. I will promptly help you arrange this matter properly. Wang Yunjiang places a hand lightly on Lin Yi's shoulder, pats it gently, and says, From now on around here, I'm number one, you're number two. Anyone daring to cause trouble for you is confronting me. Wang Yunjiang hearing this, he happily replies, Thank you, leader. Lin Yi continues the conversation. What needs to be resolved now are the issues of land and harvest in the rural areas. I plan to take a trip to the northeast soon to learn from their experience. As for the teaching issue, I'd like to postpone it slightly. Wang Yunjiang puts a cigarette in his mouth, lights it with a lighter, smiles slightly, and asks Lin Yi, Tell me your specific direction. He holds up one finger, replying very seriously, The county's economy has improved. But soon, wealth disparity will appear. I think the priority is to improve the land efficiency of Dong County. Therefore, I want to go to the northeast with a few people to observe and learn from their experience. Wang Yunjiang takes the cigarette down, taps the ash, and says, This method is very good. While tapping the ash, he turns back to Lin Yi. Coincidentally, I have a classmate in Bingsheng working at the Agricultural Research Institute. I'll make a call to contact them, try to facilitate this matter. Lin Yi also agrees with Wang Yunjiang's idea. He turns to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye and say to Wang Yunjiang, Let's decide on that then. I'll go make arrangements now. Lin Yi opens the door and steps in. Seeing him, Li Qingkai, who is typing, asks, What did Secretary Wang want with you? Lin Yi smiled and replied, It's still that poverty alleviation story. Also, the matter of going to the northeast to study has been settled. Hearing this, Li Qingkai immediately shared his opinion with him. This is my plan. If possible, take Shi Jin with you. This girl is both serious and energetic. It would be a pity if she stayed here. Lin Yi slowly sat down on the chair. He put both hands in his trouser pockets, crossed his legs, and said, I understand what you mean. So you're not coming with me. Take the chance to go out and have some fun. Li Qingkai dialed using the landline while replying with a wry smile, Forget it. What use is an old man like me tagging along when you young people go out to study? I still have to spread this information to every village. The next day, Li Qingkai, who was working the previous day, said to Lin Yi, Right, Lin Yi, I need your help with something. After you're done, aren't you going back to Shanghai? My son is at the Shanghai University construction site. It's getting cold soon. Could you help me bring some winter clothes there? Feeling it wasn't a difficult request, he readily agreed. A small matter. Bring the prepared things when the time comes. I'll help you take them back there. Lin Yi stood up. He cheerfully suggested, Let's go down to the town and see. We've worked all day. We should also go see how the work in the village is going. Hearing this, he also agreed and said, Let's go then. At the construction site in Bailing village, Baiyi town, Li Qingkai walked over and asked a worker at the site, Is this spot okay? You guys must do it carefully. If you can't get the water delivered, don't even think about getting paid. The young worker just smiled upon hearing this. He gave a thumbs up and replied, Leader, rest assured. This is all our own land. How could we not do it carefully? Lin Yi's face turned cold after hearing this, asking, "Your land?" Beside him, he also spoke up, asking, "Aren't you the well drilling team? How did it become your land?" The young worker slowly took off his hat. He said softly, "We are originally people from the village. Unexpectedly, this year we coincidentally took on the job for our own village." He continued, smiling brightly, "Now I'm digging this well. Later the water will irrigate our own land. Let alone you paying. Even if you didn't pay, we would still have to do it carefully, leader. Don't you think so?" Hearing this, Li Qingkai also felt relieved and replied, "Saying it like that, I'm reassured. This can also be considered working for one's own home. This way, you guys won't be lazy either." Lin Yi pointed towards the other direction and said to the two of them, "Ahead should be Bailing village, right?" The young worker immediately replied, "Yes. Our home is over there." Lin Yi pointed in that direction and smiled. He said to the young worker, "Put down your tools for a moment. Come with me over there for a trip. Let's stroll through your village and conveniently understand the situation." Hearing this, he also enthusiastically agreed, "Okay." The three of them walked towards Bailing village. Lin Yi said, "Can we go see your house?" He didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. "What's wrong with that, as long as you don't mind?" Arriving at the young worker's house, it turned out his name was Chongxi. A man who seemed to be his father was smoking and asked, "Chongxi, why are you back?" "It's not even noon yet." Chongxi immediately replied, "These are two leaders from the county wanting to come to our place to understand the situation. So I brought them back here." The people there were very enthusiastic. They quickly arranged chairs and said to Lin Yi and Li Qingkai, "Please sit here." Li Qingkai and Lin Yi sat down. He said, "No need to worry. We just came over to inquire a bit. Just answer things as they are." He continued, "The county has issued a policy to develop the animal husbandry industry in the villages. Several of our villages are in the pilot project. Some young people and youths from the village will be sent to study. Do you all know about this?" As soon as he finished asking, the atmosphere inexplicably turned silent. Changxi's two family members looked a bit confused by what he said and fell silent. Changxi's father scratched his head slightly and asked, What study?" Lin Yi and the other man were a bit surprised upon hearing this, as the family hadn't heard anything about it. A little surprised, Li Qingkai asked again in a low voice, "This information was sent down several days ago. Haven't you heard anything?" Changxi's family member immediately replied, "Really don't know. No one told us about this either." After hearing this, Li Qingkai took a breath, then gradually stood up and said, "All right, I understand." Saying goodbye to the family, the two decided to leave. He said to Lin Yi, Let's go. Let's go find the village chief." He seemed to agree and followed along at the village chief's house. As soon as he entered, he asked somewhat loudly, "Are you Hon Jinwu?" Jinwu's face was pale and haggard, holding a cigarette in his hand. He replied, "That's me." "And you are?" Li Qingkai spoke up to introduce. "I am Li Qingkai from the Poverty Alleviation Office. This is Lin Yi. Today we came to your place to understand the situation." Hearing this, Hon Jinwu immediately became welcoming, changed his expression, and invited them to sit. "So it's the leaders visiting. Please sit, please sit." As soon as he sat down, Li Qingkai spoke up, asking about sending people to the northeast to study. "You must have received the notice, right? How far along have you gotten?" Hearing this, Hon Jinwu's face became flustered, and he stammered, "Everything has been arranged properly. We have selected two people, both chosen by village vote. The list has already been submitted to the county." Li Qingkai asked suspiciously, "Are you sure they were chosen by the villagers?" Hon Jinwu's expression held a mix of truth and falsehood. He then adopted an attitude that wasn't entirely sincere and replied, "Of course. How would we dare to fake something like this?" Li Qingkai was very short-tempered. He slammed one hand hard on the table, saying angrily, "I just went into the village to ask around. People said they knew nothing about this. How do you explain this?" Seeing he was exposed, Hon Jinwu became frightened. Lin Yi had been sitting there calmly observing all along. Hon Jinwu regained his composure and began to speak. "Behind this matter, you and I both know clearly. There's no need to be so serious, right? Besides, the two people on the list are for Yuxi's brother-in-law and his wife. We didn't have any other choice either. Li Qingkai, and he stood up. He said wearily, "All right, I understand, let's head back first." Li Qingkai turned and whispered to Lin Yi, "Now is not the time to handle this." Seeing the two preparing to step out the door, Han Jinwu politely invited them to stay. "Since you're here, stay for a meal before leaving." Lin Yi immediately spoke up disdainfully. "What delicacies could there possibly be in this desolate place of yours?" Suddenly thinking of something, Han Jinwu clenched both hands, his face brightening up as he said, "We have something here that I guarantee you've never eaten in the city. I also have 2 bottles of Maotai wine here. Let's drink together later." Lin Yi showed no courtesy, contemptuously pointing straight at him, saying, "Based on your salary, you probably can't afford this kind of wine." Han Jinwu frowned upon hearing this, feeling slighted by him. Lin Yi continued loudly, "What are you? Have you forgotten your own status?" Afterwards, the two of them got into the car and drove away. Li Qingkai sat beside him as he drove. He felt a bit soft-hearted and said to him, "Lin Yi, let the list of 2 people from Bailing County be for now. More or less, we should still give them some face." Lin Yi frowned slightly. He looked straight ahead and replied, "Wait until I've rested a bit, then we'll talk." The next day, in the office, Xi Jin cheerfully handed the list to him and said, "Brother Lin, the list for the Northeast study trip is ready. Take a look." Lin Yi took it. With a pen in hand placed on his chin, his eyes thoughtfully gazed at the list. The content on the list includes the following villages: Gu Village, Wang Sihi, Li Feng, Bailing Village, Jiaoshui Li, Jiaomeijiao, Baipo Commune, Zhongdo, Zhongguiki, and some other villages below. Lin Yi took the pen and struck off the names of the representatives from Bailing Village. He said indifferently, "These 2 above are no longer needed. Go verify if they are actually from the village." "This can't be faked." Shi Jin and Li Qingkai stood there. When he said that, Li Qingkai was a bit, "What?" He said, "Lin Yi, doing this is like confronting Yu Chao." He remained calm, not caring about anyone, and replied, "Who the hell does he think he is? I've never given him a second thought." 3 hours later, Yu Chao looked flustered. He burst open the door and shouted at Lin Yi, "Lin Yi, come to my office for a moment." Leaning back in his chair playing a game with his legs crossed, he remained strangely calm, replying as if nothing happened, "I'm busy. If you have something to say, say it here." Yu Chao slammed the table angrily and said, "What about the 2 names from Bailing Village? Why did you cross them out? They are also people from Bailing Village. Don't they have the right to go?" Lin Yi slowly sat up straight and replied, "Because he is your wife's younger brother. Is that reason enough?" Lin Yi angrily pointed at his face and shouted, "Is there something wrong with your brain? I'm already giving you face by not pursuing this matter." Hearing this, Yu Chao stiffened with anger. He was speechless, growling, "You went too far." Annoyed, Yu Chao turned sharply and left, but not without leaving a parting shot. "Just you wait." Li Qingkai watched the scene, sighed, and said to him, "Lin Yi, confronting him like this won't do you any good." Lin Yi waved his hand confidently and said, "It's fine. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I really don't care about him." Li Qingkai changed the subject and said to Xi Jin and him, "Anyway, you to go prepare first, gather tomorrow to set off." Li Qingkai turned to gently instruct Shi Jin, "Shi Jin, your brother Lin isn't suited for meticulous tasks. I'll leave this to you. With so many people going, the accommodation and living arrangements need to be carefully planned." 11 Jin smiled brightly and replied, "I know, Brother Li." It was time. Shi Jin stood up and said to the 2 of them, "It's almost time to get off work. Let's hurry and eat." Li Qingkai also relaxed, stretched, and said, "All right. You 2 arrange the afternoon's work. I need to take a nap. I'm dead tired." Suddenly, someone shouted his name loudly, making both Xi Jin and him glance over. "Lin Yi, come out here." At this time, outside the work area, the people of Dong County were gathering. They were chanting loudly in protest, "Lin Yi, get out of Dong County. Lin Yi, the vicious devil." Some people were holding signs with lines like, "Get out." Lin Yi, the vicious devil, get out of Dong County. Many people had come here just to find Lin Yi. They even said, Dong County doesn't welcome you. Lin Yi abuses his power for personal gain. A man also joined the crowd, shouting, Lin Yi, get out of Dong County. The scene was extremely chaotic and noisy. At that moment, Lin Yi also stepped outside to see what was happening. Seeing this, Li Qingkai looked at him and asked, You've been in the county for so long. Not only did you not take a single cent, you even spent quite a bit of your own money helping people. And yet you get accused like this. What on earth is going on? Lin Yi didn't know the situation either. He turned his head and replied, I'd also really like to know. Seeing the situation, Secretary Wang Yunjiang stepped forward and asked the protesting crowd, What exactly do you need to report? Hearing this, a man among them pointed at Lin Yi and answered, We want to accuse Lin Yi. He accepted personal benefits from others and agreed to send them to the northeast for study. On the other side, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled after hearing this accusation. Then that man put on a sorrowful look and said, Conversely, the people we truly recommended didn't get the chance. We need an explanation. Secretary Wang didn't know what to say. But he didn't know that from behind, Yu Chao and Zhou Feng were standing behind him, secretly smiling. Suddenly, another person stepped out, stood before them, and said to the crowd outside, Quiet, everyone, stop being noisy. It was Zhou Yu Feng. He pretended to be kind and said, I represent the Poverty Alleviation Office, and I assure everyone here, this matter will definitely be handled seriously, and we will give everyone an explanation. Following that, Yu Chao also pointed at Lin Yi, loudly reprimanding him. Secretary Wang trusted you so much, giving you full authority to handle this matter. I never expected you to do this kind of thing behind his back. Don't you feel ashamed of betraying Secretary Wang's trust? However, after hearing those scolding words, Lin Yi not only didn't get angry, but calmly retorted, I'm actually very curious. What right do you have to criticize me? Everyone standing there was startled by this question. But then Chao from before got angry again, gritting his teeth and saying, You still have the face to ask this question. We are all farmers in the county. We are the ones most qualified to go study. He pointed at Lin Yi, saying, But you used your authority to give the spots to others. Do we have to expose all the bad things you've done for you to be satisfied? Hearing this, Yu Chao intervened. All right, stop arguing. He shrugged and continued, This is a crucial time for our county to escape poverty. For something like this to happen, it must be handled strictly. Even after saying that, Lin Yi still showed no sign of anger. He put his hands in his pockets, calmly handling the situation. He replied, Chao, you don't need to take this chance to frame me. It's useless. He pointed directly at his face and questioned, Since this matter is my responsibility, who I choose to go is ultimately my decision. You people have no right to come here and criticize. Being reprimanded, his expression changed immediately, his mouth agape, unable to retort. But at this moment, the protesting man spoke up to help Yu Chao. You use public office for private gain. You don't work for the common people. What right do you have to decide, everyone? Am I right? Hearing this, everyone around raised their protest signs high, echoing in agreement. Right? Right, the person next to him also said. That's right. This time, Lin Yi pointed to himself, explaining to them, I am the one organizing this study trip. The expenses for the entire process are paid by me. Therefore, who I send is my business. What does it have to do with you? Then he added, If you want to go, that's fine too, you can pay for it yourselves. I really don't understand why you're making such a scene coming to me. Do you even understand the situation? Now those guys were truly speechless, realizing that what he said wasn't wrong at all. At that moment, Yu Chao behind him asked in surprise, What? You paid for it. Hearing this, Lin Yi turned to answer him. So what? You can go check the books. On the other side, the man from before stepped forward again, refusing to believe it and retorting, Impossible. Stop trying to fool us. Who would be stupid enough to spend their own money on this kind of thing? If you really have that kind of money, why would you even come here? Lin Yi also replied very calmly, I was idle with nothing to do, came here to kill time, okay. To prove his words, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi took out his car key and showed it to him. Then he continued, this key alone is worth over 1 million yuan. Therefore, the small amount of money to cover your study trip, I still have plenty. Put away these useless actions of yours, don't let others laugh at you. After proving his financial status, Lin Yi put his car key away. Next, he turned to Yu Chao and mocked him. I really have to hand it to you. You could even come up with such a flawed scheme. But even at this point, Yu Chao still didn't admit fault. He frowned and replied, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Seeing him pretending like that, Lin Yi didn't rush to expose him immediately. He said, it's okay if you don't know, you'll understand soon enough. Right after that, Lin Yi pointed towards the group of protesters and told Wang Yunjiang, Secretary Wang, call someone to arrest these troublemakers. I want to sue them. I'll see this through to the end. Hearing this, Wang Yunjiang didn't question it and took out his phone to do as he was told. He replied, okay, as soon as the other side picked up, he said, Mr. M.A., bring some people over. There are some people causing trouble here, come get them. Realizing the situation wasn't favorable, the protester, who was loudly accusing Lin Yi earlier now looked flustered, trying to justify his actions. We didn't mean to. On what grounds are you arresting us? But Lin Yi wouldn't let them off easily. He replied, on the grounds that you have no brain, being used by others without knowing. Although he said that, he still wanted to leave them a way out and also expose UCHO excise group, so he continued, but if you're willing to tell the truth, reveal the person behind this, then this matter can be clarified. Otherwise, I don't know when you'll be released after being arrested. Seeing Lin Yi's eyes gaze directed towards them, Yu Chao and Zhou Feng both jumped. The group of protesters also got scared hearing this, beads of sweat forming on their worried faces. But faced with this choice, none of them were foolish enough to continue accusing Lin Yi. One of them immediately pointed at Yu Chao and Zhou Feng and said, they told us to come. They gave each of us 200 yuan. We really don't know anything. When the people stood up to accuse Yu Chao and Zhou Feng, Lin Yi didn't show any anger. He walked over, patted Yu Chao on the shoulder, and said to him, actually, I only came to Dong County for fun, not for personal gain like you think. You didn't have to do this. Not only that, he smiled and continued, why go to such lengths? Harming yourself, what a pity for you. Hearing his tone, Yu Chao could only grit his teeth, holding back his anger, and uttered, you. Without listening further, Lin Yi continued walking forward, not forgetting to turn back and remind him, travel broadens the mind. Remember this in the future, there are some people you can't touch, like me. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Yu Chao was so panicked he couldn't stand steady and knelt on the ground. His face changed color, terrified, muttering to himself, I'm finished. Zhou Feng, standing beside him, couldn't help but be surprised seeing him like this. After resolving the matter, as Lin Yi was heading back to his office, Xi Jin approached from behind and started a conversation. Brother Lin, how have you arranged tomorrow's trip? Hearing this, Lin Yi turned and replied, take the coach back to Shanghai first, then fly to the northeast. Seeing this, he stopped and turned to ask, do you have something else? Xi Jin answered, tomorrow Wang Ting is also going back to Donghai for a competition. Can she ride with us? Hearing the name, he found it somewhat familiar and asked, Wang Ting, is that your friend whose family is quite well off? But facing her request for help, he didn't think much and agreed immediately. Sure, there's enough space in the car anyway. But he was very curious. Is her skill level good enough to participate in a competition? Getting his permission, she was extremely grateful and replied, thank you, Brother Lin, I haven't asked about the details. At this point, Xi Jin happily said, but it seems to be a very important competition because she seems very excited about it. Hearing that, Lin Yi didn't ask further. He put his arm around her shoulder and said, you can arrange it yourself, let's go, let's eat first. Seeing him put his arm around her shoulder, she blushed, feeling shy. Scene changed to the second day. At this time, Lin Yi and the group selected for the study trip were preparing to depart from Dong County. Before getting on the bus, a young man turned and said to Lin Yi, "Director Lin, are you sure we don't have to pay for this trip?" Hearing his question, Lin Yi cheerfully replied, "We are covering all the costs. But that doesn't include expenses if you want to travel on your own or buy local specialties. If you want to, you have to pay for it yourself." Saying this, the young man from before, along with two others, laughed politely and said, "Of course. How could we let you pay for that? We understand." Lin Yi conveniently reminded them, although the study trip is free, this learning opportunity is very rare. You must try hard to learn. If you miss it, there won't be another chance. That person joked back, "Don't worry, Director Lin. Before leaving home, my wife warned me that if I don't learn properly, she'd break my legs when I get back." Everyone burst into laughter hearing this. At this moment, a girl walked up behind them. It turned out to be Wang Ting, Shi Jin's best friend. Lin Yi was startled and turned to look at her. Shi Jin was also with her. Just then, Shi Jin reminded her friend, "You really getting a free ride from Brother Lin, and you still glare at him. That's not right." Wang Ting awkwardly rubbed her hair and replied, "I'm used to it. I can't change right away." Lin Yi, on the other hand, was speechless. Then he spoke up, asking Wang Ting, "Right? Didn't you say you wanted to go to Shanghai for some competition? What kind of competition is it exactly?" Being asked this question, she looked extremely proud and answered him, "The JFM Cup touring car race. I'm one of the members of the Yuhong team participating." Xi Jin was very excited to hear her friend would participate in such a big race, saying, "Is it true? Is it the competition mentioned on TV?" At this point, Wang Ting readily replied, "Yes. Since there's nothing else to do now, I'll take you to experience it." Then Shi Jin suddenly turned to Lin Yi, smiling, and asked, "Brother Lin, do you want to go?" But his expression showed little interest in the matter, merely saying, "A competition she can participate in probably isn't much. I'd rather stay at the hotel." Being suddenly criticized like that made Wang Ting furious enough to spit fire. She shouted loudly, "What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me?" Seeing her friend fuming, Shi Jin quickly stepped in to stop her. "Stop arguing. The bus is about to leave." After a long journey, the convoy finally arrived in Shanghai. The place they stopped at was the large Peninsula Hotel. Shi Jin looked at such a large hotel and asked in surprise, "Brother Lin, are we staying here today?" Lin Yi replied without much thought, "Yes." While she was still surprised by the situation, he added, "It's not easy to get a trip out. We should find a comfortable place, shouldn't make ourselves suffer." Despite that, Wang Ting stood with her arms crossed, her expression showing disbelief as she scoffed, "You better think carefully. Your budget is limited. If you spend recklessly on unimportant things like this, let's see how you manage when you get to the northeast." As for Lin Yi, he wasn't angry, just sighed and retorted, "Worrying too much will make you age quickly. Do you want to hit menopause before 30? Contrary to his calm demeanor, Wang Ting was extremely hot-tempered. Hearing that, she angrily scolded, "You're the one hitting menopause." While they were talking, someone suddenly walked out and said, "President Lin, you've arrived." The other two were surprised and turned to look. Following that, a group of hotel employees walked over, bowed before Lin Yi, and respectfully said, "Welcome, President Lin." Hearing this, Wang Ting couldn't help but be surprised, turning and exclaiming, "President Lin." After seeing the staff warmly welcoming Lin Yi like that, Wang Ting was extremely surprised. She pointed across and asked Lin Yi, "Do you often stay here? Why did the hotel's senior management all come out to greet you like that?" Contrary to her expectations, Lin Yi then said, "Because I am the owner of this hotel, so isn't it very normal for them to call me Director Lin?" Everyone was very surprised by his answer, all gaped in astonishment, but Lin Yi didn't pay much attention to their reactions, still happily telling Shi Jin, "I've finished explaining. You take everyone to check in first, I need to step out for a bit." The girl hadn't recovered from her surprise yet but replied, "Okay." The scene changes to Chaoyang Group on a beautiful morning. At this time, Ji Kinyan suddenly walked into Lin Yi's office, saying happily, "You're back." Just then, Lin Yi was sitting in the office reading work documents. Seeing her, he replied, Director G, are you that busy? I've been waiting for you for half a day. The girl quickly walked over and asked, why did you come back without telling me in advance? He put the documents away, telling her, isn't it to give you a surprise? Then, Ji Kinyan came over and sat on Lin Yi's lap. She hugged him, blushing as she asked, did you miss me? While the scene was still romantic like this, Ji Kinyan's phone suddenly rang, interrupting them. Seeing this, she immediately answered the phone. The caller was Lin Yi's younger sister, named Ningyu. Kinyan asked, Ningyu, what's wrong? On the other end, Ningyu replied, sister-in-law, it's like this. At the place where Ningyu was sitting, it wasn't just her, but also her boyfriend Gujwan. The girl said hesitantly, something happened on my end, could you help me out a bit? Hearing her sister-in-law's tone, Ji Kinyan calmly asked, what happened? Tell me slowly. It turned out that the talented couple had just been taken to the station. She said, Xuan and I got arrested. The police told us to call family, so I called you. Hearing they were at the police station, Kinyan worriedly asked again, arrested, why? Ningyu on the other side stammered, replying hesitantly, we were street racing. Please hurry, but absolutely don't tell my brother about this. If my brother finds out, he'll definitely scold me to death. Who would have expected, as soon as these words were out, Ji Kinyan said, too late. Your brother is right next to me, he heard everything. As she spoke, she looked towards Lin Yi, who was annoyed upon hearing the news. Then, she instructed again, don't worry, your brother and I will come over right away. Following that, she immediately grabbed Lin Yi's hand. She pulled him along with her to the police station to bring her sister back, saying, let's go quickly. At this moment, Lin Yi was still angry, saying, these two really. What kind of racing in broad daylight? And they even came to Shanghai to race. Hearing this, Ji Kinyan turned and added, the other day Ningyu called me, saying she wanted to buy some things for the wedding. I didn't expect her to come here today. Ningyu is getting married soon. She's a grown woman now. Before finishing, she also carefully reminded him. Besides, her boyfriend is there too. As an older brother, you can't just say whatever you want. Lin Yu didn't dare argue back, only obediently replying, got it. It wasn't until an hour later that the two arrived at the traffic department, where Ningyu and Gujwan were arrested for street racing. After bringing their two younger siblings back, they were now walking out of the police station. Ningyu followed behind them and said shyly, big brother, sister-in-law, sorry for troubling you. Instead of being angry about this incident, Ji Kinyan gently replied, just be more careful next time. But contrary to his girlfriend's gentle demeanor, Lin Yi was furious, turning to shout, you're almost in your 20s, why do you still act so? Suddenly, before he could finish, his phone rang again. He immediately took out his phone to see who was calling. It turned out to be Chin Hon. As soon as he saw his good brother calling, Lin Yi immediately answered. The other side immediately asked, heard you're back in Shanghai. Come to my restaurant. I've arranged a table. Got to wash the dust off for you anyway. At this moment, Lin Yi's expression was completely opposite to before. He happily replied, okay, wait for me a bit. I'm coming over now. But just after hanging up, the smile on his lips quickly vanished, telling his sister and brother-in-law to be, it's getting late. I'll take you guys to eat first. We'll talk about things when we get home. Then, the four of them got into Lin Yi's purple car parked outside. Inside the car, Lin Yi was currently using the GPS to check the route. Suddenly his sister, Ningyu, spoke up, brother, if I remember correctly, this is Chin Hon's BBQ restaurant, right? Hearing this, Lin Yi turned and replied, you even know about this? Seeing she guessed correctly, Ningyu happily said, I often see it on a certain social media platform. I heard it's packed with customers every day. Many stars and celebrities have tried it. But then, she worriedly asked, you have to book several days in advance just to eat there. If we go now, will there still be seats? Faced with his sister's worrying, Lin Yi casually replied, it was Chin Hon who just called and invited me to eat. He's already reserved a room for us. You don't need to worry. Hearing that Chin Hon himself had invited her brother for a meal, this younger sister couldn't help but marvel, chuckling inwardly and thinking, the famous Chin Hon personally called Big Brother to invite him for a meal. Brother is really amazing, and her boyfriend, hearing this, couldn't believe his ears. His face changed color immediately. At the same time, at Chin Hon's BBQ restaurant, it was indeed as Ninyu said, people had to queue in long lines waiting for their turn to dine here. In a private room, Chin Hon and Leong Jinming were now present, along with many girls sitting there. Chin Hon spoke to them. The things arranged today, the standard is much higher than before. After Director Lin arrives, he will definitely be very satisfied. Leong Jinming also added, I've put in a lot of effort to find so many top quality items like this, surely we can entertain Director Lin very happily. Chin Hon laughed again and replied, Old Gao is really missing out by not coming. Then both looked towards the beautiful girls sitting at the table. At this moment, Chin Hon reminded those girls again, did you all hear clearly? When Director Lin arrives later, remember to perform really well. He also said, as long as he's happy, even a little money dripping from his palm is enough for you girls to spend for a lifetime. As soon as they heard about money, those girls happily replied in unison, we understand, young Master Chin. We will definitely perform well. Each girl looked full of enthusiasm, as if determined to exert all their effort to please Lin Yi. Lin Yi opened the door and walked in. Inside, many girls were bowing to greet him. They said in unison, welcome, young Master Lin. Ji Qingyan walked in angrily. She glanced inside and cursed inwardly. Chin Hon, Aleph, your grandma. Seeing her enter, he turned pale. Chin Hon was angry, resentfully asking Lin Yi, why did you bring Ji Qingyan? Someone's hand slipped onto Lin Yi's arm. It was one of the girls working here. They cheerfully pulled him in. Young Master Lin, what are you doing standing at the door? We're waiting for you to start the party. Seeing this, Qingyan's anger flared. Chin Hon quickly explained, President Ji, this is a new service opened in our restaurant. It's not what you think. Then, he turned to the girls. All right, all of you can leave now. That's enough of a show. They asked with some confusion, young Master Lin, don't you need us anymore? Chin Hon quickly said, your young Master Lin brought his main wife. Do you think it's appropriate for you to be here? Hearing this, they didn't dare say more and quietly left. Qingyan pinched Lin Yi's ear painfully. She shouted angrily, I'll deal with you when we get home. Lin Yi quickly explained, this has nothing to do with me. I really didn't do anything. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Chin Hon spoke up, are these your younger sister and brother-in-law? Lin Yi introduced them, yes, Ningyu and Guzhuan. The man smiled and shook hands with Chin Hon. President Chin, hello. I've heard so much about you. He smiled and said, brother-in-law, don't leave tonight. Hang out with brother Lin. We're also participating in that race. Let's go together. Hearing this, Xuan asked with some confusion, you're also participating in the race tonight? Chin Hon smiled and replied, our club is one of the sponsors. Of course we have to participate. We'll go together then, he said slightly shyly. Actually, my skills are just average. I was just joining for fun before, mainly because this race is held at the Zhonghai International Circuit. I just wanted to experience the venue. It would be embarrassing not to go. Hearing this, Chin Hon smiled, pointed towards Lin Yi and said, what's there to experience about the venue? The Zhonghai International Circuit belongs to your brother-in-law. It's your family's private property. You can race there whenever you want. Hearing this, Xuan couldn't help but be astonished, turning his head to look. What? The Zhonghai International Circuit belongs to Big Brother. Chin Hon smiled and replied, why would I lie to you? But his assets are really quite numerous. There's a beach, a pier, a whole bunch of other messy things. We probably couldn't list them all even if we talked day and night. Jinming excitedly said to Lin Yi, brother Lin, don't you also have a few modified cars? They've been sitting in the garage for a long time. If you don't drive them out a bit, the engines will seize up. Tonight happens to be a good opportunity. Drive one over and have some fun. Lin Yi seemed uninterested, replying, this kind of amateur race isn't high quality, and there aren't many skilled racers. It's not interesting. It's just a waste of my car. The guy shrugged and replied, it's different. Mainly, we're not very confident about this race. Besides, don't say there are no experts. The NCF racing team from Yuhong is said to have many skilled drivers, even better than me and brother Chin. If you don't go, it'll be really hard for us to beat them. Anyway, we're the hosts. If we lose, where would we put our faces? Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled and said, no wonder you insisted on calling me here. This is a Hongman banquet. He smiled and asked, all right, what time does it start tonight? The guy immediately replied, 8 o'clock. Hearing this, Lin Yu asked, slightly surprised, so early. He said, okay, you guys go ahead first. I'll go home and drive my car over. I'll find you guys there. The guy high-fived Lin Yu and replied, then it's settled. At Kyushu Pavilion, Ning Yu asked in disbelief, bro, you and sister-in-law live here? Lin Yu asked, slightly puzzled, didn't I tell you before? She asked in amazement, but there are several houses here. Which one is yours? Lin Yu replied proudly, all 9 are mine. But your sister-in-law and I live in Villa No, the others are just used for storing miscellaneous things. Hearing this, Ning Yu was speechless, replying, bro, you're really ridiculously rich. Ji Kinyan excitedly said, later, have your brother give you one. Hearing that, she replied happily, then thank you sister-in-law in advance. Lin Yu was slightly annoyed, asking, I'm obviously the one giving it to you. Why are you thanking her? Ning Yu smiled and replied, come on, if it weren't for my sister-in-law, you wouldn't be this generous. Lin Yu pulled off the cover, revealing a very luxurious car. Seeing it, they exclaimed excitedly. Zhuan asked excitedly, big brother, how much is your car worth after modifications? Lin Yu calmly replied, altogether, it was probably over 8 million. Hearing this, Ning Yu and Zhuan were astonished. She asked in shock, you spent that much money? Lin Yu smiled and replied, modifying cars is just burning money. Zhuan looked at his shiny car and said, my modified car isn't even worth as much as your car's engine. If driven to the track, it might be the best among all the cars there. A moment later, at the Shanghai International Circuit, Shi Jin marveled at the scale of the race. She said in amazement, Wang Ting, there are so many people here. Wang Ting smiled and replied, what did you expect? This race is jointly organized by 3 major cities, Yuhong, Shanghai, and Yongqing. The influence is definitely much greater than you think. Xi Jin continued, even if it's organized by 3 major cities, it shouldn't attract this many people. Hearing this, Wang Ting smiled and told her, then you don't know. Because today's race is organized by the rich second generation of the 3 major cities. Based on the influence of these people in the 3 cities, they can naturally attract many people here. Also, there's a guy named Chin Hon who's very popular online. Do you know him? Xi Jin immediately replied, yes, there's quite a lot of news about him. Seems like he changes girlfriends frequently. Wang Ting excitedly recounted, yes, that's him. He's the wealthiest second-generation heir in Shanghai. He will also participate in this race. With someone like him coming, fans and those simps definitely won't miss this opportunity. Someone approached and asked, Wang Ting, what are you doing here? It was Li Mo, a member of Wang Ting's racing team. He urged, hurry up and get ready, the race is about to start. She smiled and replied, I was just educating my best friend about Chin Hon. Hearing this, Li Mo said, Chin Hon. I know him, he used to be the richest second-generation heir in Shanghai. But Shanghai just got a new young master Lin, said to be even more formidable than Chin Hon, the head of the Fu Young Masters of Shanghai. Hearing this, Wang Ting became excited and asked, really? There's a rich second-generation heir even more formidable than Chin Hon? If so, I wonder if we'll get a chance to see his face today. Just then, the surrounding crowd continuously cheered, look. Young Master Qin's group has arrived. Young Master Qin, Young Master Lin are both here. Chin Hon confidently stepped out of the car. The girls cheered happily when they saw them. Young Master Lin. Seeing this, Ji Qinyan turned to Lin Yi and remarked, I didn't expect you to be so popular. So many girls are cheering for you, Lin Yi calmly replied. It's not as exaggerated as you think. We're just riding on the coattails of Chin Hon's group. Qinyan angrily pinched his cheek. I told you not to fool around. Just wait until we get home tonight, you'll see. Lin Yi got out of the car, immediately followed by continuous shouts. Oh my god! Young Master Lin is so handsome. No way, no way, I'm about to faint. With this aura, even entertainment stars can't compare. Wang Ting was stunned to see Lin Yi getting out of the car, right? Isn't that Lin Yi, Shi Jin too? Is that really Lin Yi? If he's really that famous, why would he be helping the poor? Wang Ting turned and said, all right, you go find a seat first. I'll go over there and confirm if it's Lin Yi or not. Don't forget to cheer for me, Shi Jin replied. Okay, with that, she went straight to Lin Yi and asked, Lin Yi, are you the young Master Lin from Shanghai? He smiled and replied, if I said I wasn't, would you believe me? Hearing this, Wang Ting angrily shouted, believe you may. Just as she was about to curse, she managed to hold back and just huffed. Lin Yi's teammate came over, mocking her. Little girl, were you sent by the other side to provoke us? Wang Ting replied angrily, no, I just came to remind you, first place definitely isn't for you. She said smugly, you should still compete with Yongqing's team. Try hard to get second place. Hearing that, he turned to Lin Yi, brother Lin, she's totally looking down on you. Lin Yi said nothing and just laughed loudly. Lin Yi's team of 5 seemed amused by Wang Ting in front. This little sister sure talks big. Making her falter suddenly, someone stepped forward and spoke, she's not bluffing. It seemed this person was defending the girl, surprising everyone. It turned out to be Wu Qiming, captain of NCSU Hong, accompanied by Zhou Zhipeng, a former professional racer. Qiming affirmed the ability the girl spoke of was correct. Because I have that ability. Wang Ting girl was overjoyed to see her teammate finally arrive. Brother Wu, you're here. The young man replied, I had some free time, so I came to check on young Master Qin, lest he get depressed when he only gets second place. Suddenly, Qin Hong, from the first team pointed at the older man Zhou Zhipeng in front and said, Zhou Zhipeng standing next to you used to be a professional racer, right? If I were compared to him, I definitely wouldn't measure up. It seems the young man knew his limits, but he wasn't weak-willed enough to concede defeat and immediately introduced Lin Yi's talent. He gestured towards his own team captain and said, but we have young Master Lin. You guys find a cool place to sit and watch. Qiming also cheerfully struck up a conversation with Lin Yi. Meeting for the first time like this, it makes me quite embarrassed. Lin Yi also replied politely, it's all right, no need to be embarrassed. Lin Yi spoke in a normal tone, but his eyes revealed a fighting spirit, seeming to intimidate the opponent. According to our rules here, there shouldn't be any problem, right? The loser has to burn their car. Oh my god. The scene of an expensive race car being destroyed in smoke and fire just for finishing slower than the opponent is both satisfying and regrettable. That rule left everyone who heard it speechless at the sheer gutsiness. Even Lin Yi's teammates were surprised. The way rich people play is truly different from normal people. But Lin Yi's all-in gamble succeeded in intimidating the opponent. Qiming seemed distracted. The way these Shanghai people play is really ruthless. Although he thought this inwardly, he had to maintain his pride outwardly. It's just a car worth a few million. What's there to regret? With that said, Qiming and Uncle Zhipeng turned and walked away, promising to settle the score on the racetrack, leaving Lin Yi's group behind. Wang Ting from before still hadn't left, pointing Lin Yi, challenging. Don't let your pride kill you. Your skills aren't even as good as mine, and you still want to challenge. But Lin Yi was no pushover, immediately retorting, even my chest muscles are fuller than yours. Where am I not as good as you? The teasing hit a sore spot, making Wang Ting furious. What do you mean? Don't hit people in the face, don't mock people's flaws when arguing. Don't you even understand this principle? Having no more arguments, Wang Ting knew to leave. Brother Zhou's driving skills are extremely refined. You better get the gasoline ready to burn your car. In the spectator stands, Ji Qinyan and Ningyu were already seated, waiting to watch the races showdown. Ningyu complained, isn't this just car racing? What's so exciting about it? I really don't understand what these men are thinking. Qinyan, understanding a bit more, explained, this is their passion. Can't you try to see it from their perspective? Finally, the racers appeared amidst the fans' excitement. There were two expensive supercars, one black, one red. The black one belonged to the veteran racer Zhou Zhipeng. The uncle casually puffed on a cigarette while praising his opponent. "Brother, your car mod is pretty slick." On the other side, the person behind the wheel of the striking red race car was Lin Yi. He also showed respect for his opponent. Quite professional too. "You can tell that," the uncle boasted. "After all, I'm someone who's won racing awards." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Racer Zhou changed his tone. "But I feel you're not very professional." Lin Yi was curious. "Why do you say that?" The uncle explained. "The first time I saw your car, I knew you splashed a lot of money on it. The parts are also the best you can buy, but that's useless. Just installing the best parts doesn't guarantee speed. Modifying cars requires research, proper combination, and formal training. You're still too green." Lin Yi wasn't intimidated by the older uncle, who still acted childishly competitive, and immediately boasted a little. "I understand what you mean. But I have more money than I can spend. Of course, I'd buy the best parts to modify the car. Otherwise, what's the point of keeping the money? Take it to the grave." This boast made the uncle lose his cool, spitting out the cigarette he was holding. "You're too arrogant." Zhipeng put on his racing helmet again, preparing to start. "When you lose later, you can take your fancy car to the grave." The beautiful flag girl signaled for the racers to get ready. The wine-chasing cup race will now begin. "Racers, please prepare." The spectator stands were more enthusiastic than ever, everyone chanting in unison, "Race prepare." As soon as the start shout was heard, all the racers slammed the gas pedal as hard as they could. It seemed everyone was eagerly anticipating this moment, the decisive instant. Even a slight delay could mean becoming the loser. Just as it began, Lin Yi's red supercar surged ahead, taking the lead. Uncle Zhipeng followed closely in second place right behind. Such speed right off the bat, he's got some skill. Kimming in the control room contacted Zhipeng via headset, extremely anxious. "Old Zhou, what's wrong? How did he get ahead of you?" Old Zhou calmly replied, "Don't worry, I was just driving with one hand earlier. Now I'm getting serious, don't worry, I'll make sure he won't even see the finish line." Saying that, Zhou Zhipeng immediately pushed the gear stick to the max and slammed the accelerator. The car roared and quickly caught up to Lin Yi's leading car. The guy seemed surprised. His technique is quite good. Lin Yi quickly turned the steering wheel. Perhaps only now was he truly determined. "Looks like I have to get serious." Lin Yi's race car surged forward. Its movements were no longer predictable like before, but became erratic, swerving side to side, weaving continuously right in front of Zhipeng's car. Lin Yi's recklessness combined with that technique made old Zhou both surprised and worried, fearing for his opponent. Impossible. At this speed, his tires will definitely burst on the turn. The red car continued to weave on the track, making Zhipeng afraid to overtake, because it could lead to a very strong collision between them, which would be life-threatening. Old Zhou was extremely surprised by Lin Yi's skills. Damn it, is he a monster? From the straight to the curve, how can he drive so perfectly? With his skills and flying speed, it was no surprise that Lin Yi brilliantly crossed the finish line first amidst everyone's cheers. He crossed it. He got first place. The champion is Lin Yi's Zhonghai team. The fans below were extremely excited, dancing. "Lin Yi is the champion. Lin Yi is so cool." Behind the glory, the runner-up just silently smoked a cigarette. Kimming ran over and asked, "What are you doing? How could you lose to an amateur like that?" After accepting defeat, old Zhou realized he had underestimated his opponent. "We underestimated him. With his level, you could say he's at a professional level. Even if the world's top racers came here, they might not necessarily beat him." Chin Hon came over to tease. "Old Wu, what's the point of getting angry here? People just say what they think. You're too petty." Hearing this, Qiming refused to accept defeat, pointed forward, and said, "Don't you get cocky. We'll race again later, and settle all old and new debts then." After saying that, the two reluctantly turned to leave. But Chin Hon still didn't let them go, standing in front of them, not allowing them to leave. don't leave so quickly. Didn't we make a deal? Turns out he was reminding the two losers about the rules set at the beginning. The loser has to burn their car. Don't tell me you dare to play but don't dare to face the consequences. The reminder startled Kimming, making him scared. This brat started avoiding the issue and not keeping his word. No need to be so serious. Aren't you afraid of causing a fire or explosion? Lin Yi overheard everything and spoke up. This entire racetrack is my property. Don't worry about any fire or explosion, oh my. What a person, sophisticated, kind, and extremely economical. Kimming refused to keep his word and acted defiant. We're all people on the circuit. We're bound to run into each other eventually. Don't push things to such a ruthless point. Not only that, he also dragged uninvolved people into it. Besides, the Yongsheng team lost too. Why are you only targeting us? The other side immediately retorted. They don't like to show off like you. These losers, already unreasonable, now resorted to changing face, gathering together as if about to fight. Chin Hon, what do you mean? You want to fight, right? But Chin Hon wasn't intimidated by their numbers or scared. He just shook his head. You think I'll be scared just because you have more people? Turns out he relied heavily on his senior, Lin Yi. Old Lin, it's time for you to step up. Lin Yi felt helpless facing his teammates' overly trusting nature that brought trouble. He pretended, enough, now you expect me to clean up this mess. Kimming turned to negotiate with Lin Yi. Young Master Lin, you're a reasonable person. Surely you wouldn't be so rigid. Lin Yi replied politely, I'm just a businessman, of course. I have to create favorable conditions for partners. However, he immediately showed his authority to the turncoat before him. However, your level isn't high enough to discuss cooperation with us. Kimming's pride was wounded, extremely angry, cursing and swearing. Damn it. Fortunately, Uncle Zhipeng, who understood the situation, held him back. Brother Wu, don't get agitated. This is Zhonghai, not our territory. Clashing with them here won't benefit us. Then, old Zhou thought of a solution. Let's call Sister Bing first. Kimming reluctantly agreed. Okay. Saying that, Kimming took out his phone to call some Sister Bing of his to resolve the issue. Sister Bing, I'm in Zhonghai. Something came up here. Can you help me resolve it? After speaking, his face became smutter. It seemed the mysterious Sister Bing was powerful. Don't rush. Someone will come to deal with this soon. Lin Yi's group didn't show fear but crossed their arms, waiting for the show, quite curious. Is there really someone in Zhonghai who dares to interfere in our business? Wang Ting also turned to ask her teammate beside her. What's happening? Who did Brother Wu call? The person next to her didn't know either. Brother Wu called Sister Bing. Must be an important figure in Zhonghai. A moment later, Lin Yi's phone rang. The person on the other end was Zi Bing, a very cute blue-haired girl, wanting the protagonist's help. Brother Lin, where are you? I need your help with something, the protagonist quickly realized. So when they said Sister Bing, they meant you? So the mysterious figure Kimming called for help was the girl calling Lin Yi asking for help, while her subordinates were causing trouble for him. Lin Yi replied, You want to help this guy named Wu? Kimming smoothed things over. The girl was surprised. How did you know? Lin Yi was extremely triumphant. I'm at the racetrack. We agreed beforehand that the loser burns their car, but he wants to break his word. Tell me, isn't this infuriating? Chin Hon also couldn't hide his excitement at this scene. This Wu Kimming guy is really interesting. Called someone to sort things out, ended up finding someone to sort out old Lin. Saying that, Lin Yi's group burst out laughing. Wang Ting turned pale. The renowned young Miss Xio actually calls Lin Yi Brother Lin. Just how much influence does this guy have in Zhonghai? Turns out their Sister Bing was young Miss Xio, who was now yelling at her subordinate over the phone. Wu Kimming, what is going on? Making the kid stammer. Sister Bing, Zi Bing was very angry, no longer wanting explanations. All right, no need to waste words. I'm not there, otherwise I'd definitely give you a slap. You've completely embarrassed me. After schooling her junior, Zi Bing turned to talk to Lin Yi. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Lin. Please look into this and handle it. Lin Yi agreed. Okay, we'll talk later. After ending the call, Lin Yi held out his phone towards Kimming and sneered. Go on, who else do you want to call? That Kiming guy was sweating profusely from fear. Wu Kiming, Zhou Zhipeng, and everyone from the blue racing team simultaneously placed all their car keys at Lin Yi's feet. Wu Kiming and Zhou Zhipeng sadly left before Lin Yi's yellow team. Lin Yu picked up all the keys from Wu Kiming's team. Lin Yu cheerfully looked at the crowd. Come on. Let's start the bonfire. The crowd cheered and hollered happily. Instead of using firewood, Lin Yu and the others burned Wu Qiming's and his team's cars. Everyone happily danced and ate beside the burning cars. Lin Yu handed a key to Li Shijin. Wang Ting's key, take it and give it to her. Li Shijin looked at Lin Yu in surprise. You didn't burn her car. Li Shijin stood happily before Lin Yu. Thank you, Mr. Lin. You're really amazing. Your driving skills are so good. Lin Yu looked seriously at Li Shijin. I transferred 100,000 to you. Tomorrow morning, go to the shopping center and buy some things for Mr. Li's son. After buying, contact me. I'll come drive the stuff and some clothes over there with you. Li Shijin looked at Lin Yu in astonishment. Right, 100,000. Do you need that much money just for daily necessities? Lin Yu looked cheerfully and seriously at Li Shijin. It's not that much. Buy the kid a new phone, a new computer, some daily necessities he can use in university. Mr. Li usually treats us well. Don't be too stingy. Li Shijin looked at Lin Yu, smiling. Got it. I'll go tomorrow. Wang Ting hid behind a tree observing Lin Yu. Wang Ting looked at Lin Yu, thinking seriously. This person is really strange. He's arrogant when facing Brother Wu, but polite towards leaders and colleagues. So strange. Could he have schizophrenia? Lin Yu walked over to Ji Qingyan. Ji Qingyan was happy to see Lin Yu. You said you were going to the northeast. When do you plan to go? Lin Yu looked happily at Ji Qingyan. Going tomorrow. Everyone has arrived. Can't let everyone wait for you. Lin Yu sat down beside Ji Qingyan. Ji Qingyan looked curiously at Lin Yu. How fun will you be gone this time? Lin Yu looked seriously at Ji Qingyan. Can't say for sure, maybe half a month. Amidst everyone's cheerfulness, Ji Qingyan looked happily at Lin Yu. Half a month is fine. Lin Yu is getting married, you're her brother, you have to prepare some dowry anyway. Lin Yu also looked back happily at Ji Qingyan. Lin Yu happily embraced Ji Qingyan. My dear wife is absolutely right, so what do you think we should give? Ji Qingyan looked happily and contentedly at Lin Yu. Her husband will take over the family business later, probably staying in Yongqing to develop. Just give a villa, a car, and some extra money. That should be enough. Lin Yu looked happily and contentedly at Ji Qingyan. You know more than I do. Let's do as you say. Lin Yu and Ji Qingyan hugged, sharing passionate kisses. Lin Yu and Ji Qingyan embraced, watching the large fire blazing and the joy of the people there. The next morning, Li Shijin held many bags in her hands, panting. Lin Yu looked at Li Shijin carrying the items. Is that all? Li Shijin looked at Lin Yu. Is that all? Mr. Lin, you gave me so much money. I tried my best to spend it all, but it only came to 60,000. Lin Yu placed the bags in the car. Seriously, if you couldn't spend it all, that's fine. It's the thought that counts. You don't need to worry about how much money was spent. Lin Yu looked at Li Shijin. Call Mr. Li's older brother. Tell the kid to wait for us at the school gate in 30 minutes. Li Shijin fastened her seatbelt, looking happily at Lin Yu. Got it, Mr. Lin? At the gate of Zhonghai University of Technology, Li Ningrui was standing with Zhong Nana. Zhong Nana, Li Ningrui's girlfriend, stood with her arms crossed, annoyed. Are they coming or not? I have things to do later. Li Ningrui, son of Li Qingkai, tried to calm Zhong Nana down. Don't rush. My dad's colleague called me just now, said they'll be here soon. After we get the stuff, we'll go eat. Zhong Nana turned back to look at Li Ningrui, curious. What did your family send you? Li Ningrui looked seriously at Zhong Nana. Isn't it the change of seasons? My mom sent me some seasonal clothes, asked my dad's colleague to bring them to me. Zhong Nana looked annoyed at Li Ningrui. Just seasonal clothes. Didn't they give you some living expenses too? Li Ningrui looked seriously at Zhong Nana. They already gave me living expenses at the beginning of the month. There's still half a month until the next allowance. Zhong Nana propped her hand on her hip, looking annoyed at Li Ningrui. So you only have 300 yuan left for this month's living expenses. Next week is my birthday. Where will you get the money to buy me a gift? Lin Yingru smiled. Don't worry, I prepared an album for you. I took screenshots of our pictures together and some messages, printed them all out, and put them in a photo album, planning to give it to you as a birthday present. Zhong Nana put her hand on her hip, looking angrily at Lin Yingru. Lin Yingru, are you playing dumb with me? Other people's boyfriends give either high-end cosmetics or some branded handbag, but you're just giving me a shabby album. Are you trying to embarrass me? Zhong Nana flipped her hair, turned around to leave, angry. Looks like I need to reconsider our relationship. I don't want to marry someone who doesn't love me. Let's break up. Lin Yingru looked worriedly as Zhong Nana walked away. Lin Yingru grabbed Zhong Nana's hand. Nana, don't be like this. Zhong Nana yelled annoyedly. Get lost. Many people noticed Lin Yi's black sports car. Look everyone, it's a sports car. Zhong Nana was startled and amazed. The car stopped, and Lin Yi and Li Shijin got out. Li Shijin looked happily at Lin Yingru. You must be Lin Yingru, right? Lin Yingru scratched his head looking at Li Shijin, confused. What do you two want with me? Lin Yi stood beside Li Shijin, looking cheerfully at Lin Yingru. I'm your father's colleague, here to deliver something for you. Zhong Nana looked at the two in astonishment, thinking, Lin Yingru's father has such impressive colleagues. Li Shijin put down many shopping bags, looking at the numerous bags before him. Lin Yingru scratched his head. These probably aren't from my father. My father would never buy me these things. Li Shijin stood beside Lin Yi, looking happily at Lin Yingru. Your father usually takes good care of us. Except for this suitcase, the rest was bought by Mr. Lin. They are all daily necessities that you often use. Zhong Nana still stood there without saying anything. Lin Yingru looked worriedly at Lin Yi and Li Shijin. No? These things are too expensive. I can't accept them. Lin Yi cheerfully handed a green bag to Lin Yingru. It's okay. I already talked to your father about it earlier. Just take it. It's fine. Lin Yingru hugged the green bag to his chest, bowing in front of Lin Yi. Thank you very much. Lin Yi smiled cheerfully. I heard from your father. It seems you're about to graduate soon, right? What are you studying? Lin Yingru looked seriously at Lin Yi. I'm in my final year, working on my graduation thesis, majoring in telecommunications engineering. Lin Yi looked cheerfully at Lin Yingru. Have you found a job yet? Lin Yingru looked worriedly at Lin Yi. Not yet. My university isn't great, so I might not find a job related to my major. I might even have to change careers. Lin Yi placed a hand on Lin Yingru's shoulder. Seriously. How about this? After you get your degree, come apply at Lin Yin Group. I'll talk to HR to arrange a position for you. Lin Yingru looked excitedly at Lin Yi. What? What did you say? Work at Lin Yin Group. Zhong Nana behind them was startled, full of astonishment. Zhong Nana stood beside them, putting her hand on Ningrui's shoulder and facing Lin Yi and Li Shijin, cheerfully. Ningrui, are these to your father's colleagues? Lin Yingru uncomfortably pushed Zhong Nana's hand away. What are you doing? Didn't you just say you wanted to break up with me? Zhong Nana forced a smile. I was just kidding with you earlier. How could I mean it? Zhong Nana tried to look cheerfully at Lin Yingru. Besides, I've thought about it. We've been together for so long. Material things really aren't important. You wanted to give me a photo album. I think that's very nice too. Lin Yingru angrily turned back to look at Zhong Nana. You should leave. You were right. We really aren't compatible. Startling Zhong Nana looked angrily at Lin Yingru. Lin Yingru looked cheerfully at Lin Yi and Li Shijin. Brother Lin, sister Li, have you eaten yet? There's a small eatery next to the university. Let me take you there. Lin Yi looked at the pile of bags on the ground. We have things to do later, so we can't eat. But with so many things, are you sure you can carry them all back? Lin Yingru looked at the pile of bags on the ground, scratching his neck. Let me call some classmates to help carry them. Lin Yi spoke seriously, starting to walk with Li Shijin. Don't bother with that. I'll help you carry them. Lin Yingru looked worriedly at Lin Yi. But our university doesn't allow outside vehicles in. Lin Yi looked seriously at Lin Yingru. It's fine. Get in the car. I have a pass. Your university security guards won't dare stop me. Lin Yingru bowed to Lin Yi and Li Shijin. Then I'll have to trouble brother Lin and sister Li. The next day, beside a bus, Lin Yi looked at Li Shijin. Is everyone on the bus? Suddenly Lin Yi's phone rang. Li Qingkai spoke through the phone, annoyed and worried. What are you doing? Why did you buy so many things? Are you trying to anger me to death? Lin Yi cheerfully replied, it wasn't that much money. Don't worry so much. I have things to do, can't talk anymore. Hanging up. Li Shijin smiled cheerfully. Brother Lin, if Brother Li knew you were the chairman of Lingyan Group, wouldn't he be shocked? Lin Yi smiled cheerfully at Li Shijin. Probably. Lin Yi looked seriously at Li Shijin. But don't tell him about this. Wait until the poverty alleviation work is finished. I'll be gone by then. No need to say so much. After I leave, I'll help arrange your transfer to a big city. No problem. Li Shijin looked seriously and shyly at Lin Yi. But I came to Dong County to work to help my hometown escape poverty. I don't want to go elsewhere. Lin Yi cheerfully patted Li Shijin's head. But you have to understand that we are the screws of the era, making Li Shijin's eyes widen shyly. Lin Yi's hand still patting Li Shijin's head. Individual will is to small, like a drop merging into the vast ocean, leaving no trace. Li Shijin looked cheerfully and happily at Lin Yi. Understood, Brother Lin, my perspective really was a bit narrow. Lin Yi boarded the bus. It'll come gradually. The road ahead is long. Let's go. Arriving at the airport, Li Shijin carried her suitcase, following behind Lin Yi. At Shanghai Airport, the man in brown clothes said cheerfully, the airport is so beautiful. Much better than the bus station in the county. The young man in the blue shirt held up his phone, cheerfully. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. This is an airport. Of course it's better than our small, shabby bus station. I need to take some pictures to send to my wife. Li Shijin carried her suitcase, looking seriously at everyone. Everyone, please hurry up. Follow Director Lin's arrangements. Don't delay important matters. Lin Yi looked cheerfully at everyone. It's okay. Go ahead and take pictures. We still have time. A crowd mostly of women, holding signs, shouted. Oh my God, look everyone. Oppa Jinwoo is out. The crowd of women became chaotic. Brother Jinwoo, we love you. I'll only support you forever and ever. Lin Yi looked at the crowd of women, completely puzzled. The crowd of women cheered, raising their signs high. Oppa Jinwoo. Jinwoo, a girl from the crowd bumped into the young man in the blue shirt. The young man cried out. The phone in the young man's hand also fell, its screen shattering. Some girls looked angrily at the young man in the blue shirt sitting on the ground, confused. Get out of the way. You stinking farmers, don't block our Oppa Jinwoo's path, get lost. The young man in the blue shirt looked angrily at the crowd of women. What are you doing? I was taking pictures at the airport. Why did you bump into me and make me drop my phone? A large woman with a sign on her head looked angrily at the man in the blue shirt. Taking pictures at the airport. I think you people are anti-fans, using old phones to photograph Oppa Jinwoo with the intention of taking blurry pictures, then going online to slander him. Isn't that right? The large woman shouted angrily at Lin Yi's group. All of you, get out of the way. A bunch of stinking farmers, get lost. Li Shijin looked angrily at the crowd of women. What are you doing? Don't go too far. This is a public place. Some men from the crowd of girls stepped forward, standing angrily in front of Li Shijin. What are you shouting about? Don't think we'll be scared just because you shout loudly. Li Shijin angrily stepped forward, shouting in front of the men, you bumped into someone, made them drop and break their phone, and you're still being unreasonable. A man in grey stood with his arms crossed, looking seriously at Li Shijin. Look at how you're dressed. It's obvious you're country bumpkins who just arrived. You're polluting the airport air. Don't you understand that yourselves? Lin Yi grabbed the grey-shirted man's head, forcefully pushing it down to the ground. Surprisingly, Shijin, a man pointed at Lin Yi. You dare lay a hand on me? You people are too much. Another man helped the grey-shirted man up. Lin Yi looked seriously at the crowd. That was getting off lightly. Get out of here now. Don't ask for trouble. Jinwoo, the Korean star, walked over looking at Lin Yi, confused. Why did you hit my fan? Walking beside Park Jinwoo's Kong Hainyo, a girl with brownish hair pointed towards Lin Yi's group. Seriously, Oppa Jinwoo, These country bumpkins not only used unofficial phones to take your picture, but they also blocked your way out. They even polluted the air. When we went up to stop them, they immediately assaulted and hit people. Jinwoo was slightly troubled. This, Kong Hainyo spoke quietly beside Jinwoo. You have to step up and help these people. Jinwoo worriedly said, but this is a public place. Kong Hainyo, Park Jinwoo's representative, looked seriously at Jinwoo. Precisely because it's a public place, you need to do this. If you stand up for these fans now, they will admire you even more. After this, they'll be even more eager to buy your stuff. By then, your popularity will reach new heights. Jinwoo seems to understand something. Jinwoo stood before Kong Hainyo, who was smirking, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't be afraid. You are my fans. I will protect you." The female fans looked at Jinwoo excitedly. "Oh my God." Oppa Jinwoo said, "We are family. I'm so happy. This is a truly capable idol. Being Oppa Jinwoo's fan in this lifetime is truly an honor for me." Jinwoo put his hands in his pockets, looking cheerfully at Lin Yi. "Sir, this matter is my fans' fault. It's just a phone. I'll compensate you on their behalf." "But you hit my fan. Isn't that going a bit too far?" Kong Hainyo stood beside Jinwoo, looking serious. Jinwoo held out a wad of cash, looking at Lin Yi. "This amount should be enough, right?" Shi Jin snatched the money from Jinwoo's hand. Shi Jin, holding the money, looked happily at Lin Yi. "Brother Lin, this amount is probably enough." Lin Yi looked seriously at Jinwoo. "You're quite sensible." Lin Yi turned around, looking seriously at everyone. "Clear the way. We still have to board the plane." Jinwoo placed his hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. "Wait." Jinwoo looked seriously at Lin Yi. "I've already compensated you." "But you hit my fan. Shouldn't you take responsibility for this?" "I hope you have an explanation for my fans and apologize to them right now." Lin Yi looked seriously back at Jinwoo. "I've lived for many years, and I've never seen anyone dare to make me bow my head and apologize." Jinwoo looked seriously at Lin Yi. "Then today, I'll be the first. You hit my fan, so you must apologize to them." Jinwoo's female fans looked at Lin Yi and Shi Jin, chanting in unison, "Apologize, apologize." Shi Jin worriedly held on to Lin Yi's arm. "Brother Lin," Joe Lily seriously led a group of men in black over. "Make way." "Make way." Zhou Lily bowed her head to Jinwoo. "Mr. Park, may I ask what's happening?" "I am Zhou Lily, the manager of this airport. Can I be of any assistance?" Kong Hainyo stood with her arms crossed, looking serious and cunning beside Jinwoo, seriously pointing towards Lin Yi standing with Shi Jin. "This man hit my fan. I hope he apologizes to my fans." Zhou Lily seriously turned back to look at Lin Yi. "Sir, the airport is a public place. It's wrong for you to hit someone here. Please apologize to Mr. Park and his fans." Lin Yi looked seriously at Zhou Lily. "You want me to apologize? If you want to keep working here, don't interfere in this matter." Zhou Lily stood before the men in black, looking seriously at Lin Yi. "Are you threatening me? Since you won't listen to advice, I'll let security handle it," Zhou Lily shouted. One man in black rushed towards Lin Yi and Shi Jin. "Take this person to the security room." Lin Yi punched the man in black. The man in black spurted blood. The man in black fell down in front of the astonished Zhou Lily. Lin Yi seriously turned around. "Let's go." Surprisingly, Shi Jin, Jinwoo, Zhou Lily, and the men in black. Lin Yi walked away past Jinwoo and Jinwoo's fans. A female fan comforted Jinwoo. "Oppa Jinwoo, don't worry." In the crowd, a girl, a fan of Jinwoo, spoke up. "Jinwoo Oppa, rest assured, we'll find out his details, put him online so he can't survive in this society." Lily walked over, bowed, and said, "Mr. Park, I'm truly sorry. We didn't expect something like this to happen. I hope it didn't leave a bad impression on you." Looking at the girl, Jinwoo replied, "It's okay." Then he turned to his fans and said, "Thank you for everything you've done for me. I will cherish it. I hope to see you all again." One girl among them replied, "Yes." Oppa, the female fan from before, spoke up. "Oppa, we love you." Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his group walked inside. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Director Lin, we're really sorry for causing you trouble with that celebrity. If we had known earlier, We wouldn't have tried to take photos. Hearing this, Lin Yu replied, "It's fine, it's just those brainless people. Don't pay attention to them." Suddenly, Shi Jin spoke up. "That woman is the manager. Surely it won't affect our flight." Lin Yu pointed towards the plane, then turned his head to look at Shi Jin, replying, "We're taking a private jet, so it won't be affected." 11 Jin repeated in surprise, "A private jet?" Lin Yu pointed a thumb at himself and continued, "Furthermore, this airline is owned by my brothers and me. I'll call him in a bit and ask him to take care of it." 11 Jin, with a surprised expression, thought, "Are Brother Lin's friends all this powerful?" Suddenly, a security guard came over and said, "President Lin, the plane is ready. It can depart anytime." Lin Yu looked towards the security guard, replying, "Okay, get ready. We'll depart shortly." The security guard replied, "Yes, President Lin." The plane took off, flying in the sky. A car stopped at Xinhua Airlines' internal parking area. The person inside got out, stepping onto the ground. A slender girl with her hair tied up high, leaving some bangs, stood near the car, calling out. President Liang Jinming got out of the car and immediately said, "Is there a manager named Zhu Lily at the airport?" Hearing him, the girl replied, "Yes, she's currently in charge of order at the airport." Jinming, with a slight frown, said, "Tell her to come to my office." At the president's office, Zhu Lily entered, bowed before Jinming, and said, "President Liang, you asked for me." Jinming, with a cigarette in his mouth, said, "I heard something happened at the airport this afternoon." Hearing this, Lily replied with a cheerful expression, "President Liang, it was like this. This afternoon, a celebrity was leaving the waiting area and had a small conflict with a group of rural people. One man among them even hit Park Jin-woo's fan. Should we find that man and blacklist him, prohibiting him from using our airline in the future?" Jinming heard this and said, "That man has been found. Do you know who he is? His name is Lin Yi, the president of the Linian Group. He's also my brother. He even saved my life. When I meet him later, I have to call him brother." Saying that, he got up from his seat, walked over to Lily, and said, "How do you think I should best handle this?" Making Lily fearful, stuttering, President Liang Jinming slapped Lily hard across the face and said, "You wanted this, didn't you? Sucking up to a celebrity. You even wanted to blacklist Brother Lin. Don't you want to live anymore? Pack your things and get out." Hearing him say that, Lily clutched her face and scurried away. Ji Qingyan called. Jinming answered, "Sister-in-law, are you at the company yet? I have something I need to discuss with you now." Blue sky dotted with white clouds. At the Chaoyang group, Jinming and Qingyan overheard someone in the company say, "The news about President Lin causing trouble at the airport is gradually trending. Basic information is all public online." Jinming looked at Ji Qingyan and said, "Sister-in-law, don't frown like that. We need to figure out how to handle this." Ji Qingyan closed her eyes and replied, "Don't worry. Let me think of something." Suddenly, a girl laughed out loud, pointed at the computer, and said, "But don't you guys find this quite interesting? Back in kindergarten, he even dared to pee in the food. Only he would dare to do something like that." Jinming walked over to her desk, leaned on it, looked at the computer, and said, "Looks like an anti-fan at first glance." The girl replied, "But they seem serious. They even posted a group graduation photo. Doesn't look fake. Let me give her post a like and see if I can dig up something interesting." Jinming looked at the girl and retorted, "So Mr. Lin's biggest anti-fan is right here." White clouds dotted the blue sky. In a room in a large building, Park Jin-woo looked happily at his phone and said, "Brother Kong, I think your method from this morning was spot on. This issue has gradually gone viral online, making more people know my name. My fan base has grown again." "That's really impressive," Brother Kong, holding a glass of wine, replied. "This is also beyond my expectations. I didn't expect it to have such a big impact. With that fool trying so hard, we'll soon have money to buy a mansion and drive sports cars." After speaking, he raised the wine glass in his hand to drink. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound, causing the wine glass to fall and shatter. He answered the phone with a panicked face, saying, "Mr. Pate, what did you say? The contract is terminated. Compensate you 3 times the contract amount." "Wait, Don't hang up. Explain it clearly to me. Seeing him like this, Jinwoo asked, Brother Kong, what happened? Hearing Jinwoo's question, Brother Kong replied, they said the person your fans exposed is a very powerful figure in China. We've offended someone we shouldn't have. There was another buzzing sound. Brother Kong answered the phone, saying, Boss, we in China are. Before he could finish, a voice came through, You idiots, what stupid thing have you done? Because of you, the entire company is affected. That man is worth billions. Do you even want to live after offending someone like that? Brother Kong looked at Jinwoo and said, Jinwoo, with things like this happening, you must abandon that market and the fans there, completely sever ties with them. At the same time, express your stance to the people from Linyan Group, saying this incident has nothing to do with you, otherwise, we won't have any way out. Jinwoo put his hand on his head and said sadly, but if I abandon the China market, my income will drop significantly. Do you want money or death? You know what the boss is like. If you can't handle this smoothly, just wait to die. Record an apology video for me to send over there. Jinwoo, now in a state of shock, could only remain silent and then went to record a video, saying, Dear friends in China, I am truly sorry for what happened this afternoon. This was all intentionally caused by anti-fans. Their purpose was to create friction between me and Linyan Group, as well as my relationship with Mr. Lin. I urge everyone to immediately stop attacking Linyan Group. Otherwise, I will pursue legal responsibility for this matter. Seeing Jinwoo finish recording the video, Brother Kong immediately said, Release it quickly. Sever all ties. Jinwoo just replied with one word, yes. At Yicheng Airport, Lin Yu looked at his phone and remarked, These people acted quite fast. Hearing him, Shi Jin asked with a confused look, Mr. Lin, are you talking about that celebrity? Lin Yu smiled and replied, People in my company already handled this matter, didn't even need me to step in. Hearing him say that, Shi Jiaying's face brightened up, and she said, It's good that it's handled. Let's hurry out then. The people meeting us are already waiting outside. 2 men were standing next to a car. At this moment, Tan Songming spoke up, What time is it already? And they're still not out. De Yuming replied, Let's wait a bit longer. They should be out soon. I'm actually busy during this period. Why arrange this lousy task for me? Do I have time to worrying about them? Songming looked at Yuming, smiled, and said, But since they've arrived, we still need to make some arrangements. Yuming retorted, We can just do a perfunctory job then. I really don't understand what they were thinking. If they had arranged for a group of students to come, it might be useful, but sending a bunch of farmers. I don't get it, truly. They'd do anything for their own achievements. Songming, now with a cigarette in his mouth, looked ahead, then smiled and pointed forward, saying, Chief, it looks like they're out. The girl walking in front is quite beautiful. Hearing him, Yuming replied, Where? Let me see. After speaking, Yuming also looked in the direction Songming was pointing. Songming continued, It's the one in the white dress pulling the red suitcase. Hearing him, Yuming said, Really very pretty, let's go greet them. Currently, Shi Jin and Lin Yu were pulling their suitcases towards the 2 men named Ming. Shi Jin spoke up, asking, Are you Director Du? Yuming replied, That's me. You must be old Wang's colleagues, right? Let's go. It's very cold outside. We can talk in the car. Hearing this, Shi Jin got into the car, but behind her, Songming stared intently at her. Attack with the chest, defend with the butt. Suddenly, Songming smiled brightly and said, Tonight, you all find a place to stay first. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we'll gather in front of the Agricultural Research Institute. I'll arrange the specific study content tomorrow. Shi Jin glanced at Songming and replied, Then we'll trouble Director Du. Lin Yu was already in the car, yawning sleepily. The blue sky was interspersed with white clouds. At a tall building, about an hour later, a voice said, Driver, stop by the roadside. Director Du, we'll get off here first. See you tomorrow. After speaking, Shi Jin shook hands with Yuming. Then he withdrew his hand, smiled, and said, All right, see you tomorrow then. You already know the address of the institute. Just go straight there tomorrow. After saying that, Yuming turned and left, but not without glancing back, thinking, Isn't this the most prosperous area of Yicheng? The cost here isn't cheap. Why stop at this place? At this moment, Lin Yi spoke up. Let's go. Let's eat first. 11 Jin pushed her suitcase, saying as she walked, Mr. Lin, I noticed something. Director Du's mood wasn't very good. It seems he wasn't voluntarily hosting us. If he keeps having that attitude, our study mission won't be able to proceed. Hearing those words, Lin Yi replied, I'm here. Don't be afraid. The two continued walking and talking. 11 Jin, now looking slightly surprised, covered her mouth and said, Mr. Lin, I feel like you're just like Doraemon. Almost nothing seems to trouble you. You always have a solution. Lin Yi looked at Shi Jin, smiled, and said, Doraemon is too childish. How about calling me Guan Yan? Hearing Lin Yi call himself God of Fertility, Shi Jin was a bit confused, right? But isn't God of Fertility female? Not very good. Yet he was smug. It suits my temperament very well. She was still confused. How is it similar that this guy claims it so naturally? Hesitantly asked, how does it suit? But the words he spoke next made her blush. Unexpectedly, a handsome and talented man like Lin Yi leaned into her ear and dropped a crude pickup line. Come to my room tonight. I'll give you something. You can expect results in 10 months. Her embarrassment turned to anger. Mr. Lin, you're truly awful. Joking like that even with me, it was because she was teased so much. Scene changed to when the party starts. Lin Yi excuses himself to take a phone call outside. The party was lively and elegant, with bustling discussions. Lin Yi went somewhere less noisy to answer his phone. It was a UOXU calling to check on the situation. Have you arrived? Did someone pick you guys up after landing? He looked happy seeing his lover. Liang UOXU? A classmate who is a director at the Agricultural Research Institute picked us up. The beautiful woman chatted intimately with him while stroking her hair. I just asked about the situation in Bingcheng. Director Chen of the Research Institute is on a business trip, returning tomorrow. I'll have him find you tomorrow. If you need anything, just tell him. He will cooperate fully. Lin Yi felt relieved hearing about this support. Thank you. When I return to Shanghai, I'll definitely repay you properly. As he was about to hang up, she suddenly remembered something and asked, Right, there's one more thing I need to ask you. Did you meet anyone special there? The Northeast is mainly the Wang family's territory. You know the relationship between the two sides. I'm afraid if they get wind of it, they'll bring people to cause trouble for us. Lin Yi reassured her, Okay, I understand. You go back to work. I'm going to eat. Then he hung up. At Bingcheng Airport, a group of dangerous-looking men appeared, exuding a sharp, dark mafia-like aura. It was Sun Manlu, the underground boss of Bingcheng, with his subordinates. Every step they took carried a certain weight, making the surrounding people move away to avoid trouble. At the same time, a man was already waiting for them. It was Liu Dianjun, a figure from Yanjing. They shook hands as a basic courtesy, but it seemed neither side was particularly pleased or warm towards the other. As soon as they met, Manlu started mocking, true to his boss persona, Isn't it just a small matter? Did you really have to come here personally to meet me? The outsider doesn't understand the rules. Let me teach him how to behave. Dianjun showed visible annoyance upon hearing the mention of this outsider. He took off his glasses, warning the boss beforehand, This person is not simple. You absolutely must not get involved. And then it was another beautiful morning. Today was the second day at the Bingcheng Agricultural Research Institute. Lin Yi was forced to wait for a long time, his irritable temper about to flare up, wondering, why aren't they here yet? His people were also tired from waiting, feeling sluggish. He turned and ordered Shi Jin, make a call and find out what's going on. Xi Jin was a bit timid, advising him, let's just be calm. Maybe wait a little longer, they're probably busy, let's not bother them. Lin Yi, already annoyed, encountered her persistence and cleared his throat, ordering again, call and ask. Just waiting like this isn't a solution. Seeing his genuine anger looking quite scary, she quickly rushed, Yes, Mr. Lin, and made the call. It wasn't clear what was said on the other end, but she looked quite confused and awkward. From a distance, he only heard a few words like this, then yes, then okay. After ending the call, she turned back to report, They said we should wait a little longer, they're almost here. With a sixth sense honed over 600 story, he easily sensed something was wrong. He felt this person wasn't reliable. Time flew by, and just 20 minutes later, the sound of a car stopping was heard. Director Du and his assistant got out. Although he was late, he didn't seem too apologetic. So sorry, something came up that delayed everyone. 11 Jin, seeing the person they needed, had finally arrived, although it was a bit troublesome, remained polite out of respect. Director Du's business is more important. It's okay for us to wait a bit. He didn't really care much for her honesty and asked, "Is everyone ready?" Everyone stood up, pulled themselves together, and reported, "Ready?" Even though they were weary from waiting for him for so long. Poor Shi Jin, first dealing with the hot-tempered Lin Yi, now facing the overly cautious old Mr. Du, he immediately warned her and everyone, "Now I'll take you to tour the equipment in the institute. But I need to make this clear first, the equipment inside is very expensive. You can just look, don't randomly touch anything. If you break something, you better watch out, because you can't afford to replace it." He rattled off a long speech, leaving her too shocked to close her mouth. She trembled slightly before his imposing manner, responding hesitantly, "We understand." The equipment in the institute was indeed very high-tech and professional, from electron microscopes to glassware that looked very delicate. An expert was already waiting there, introducing each item to them. This laboratory is mainly for conducting pesticide residue tests. Although she was scared pale earlier, with her fidgety, curious, and mischievous nature, unable to keep her hands still, Shi Jin somehow touched something that caused a glass flask to fall to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Everyone was shocked, but she was 10 times more shocked. Looking at the glass shards scattered on the tiled floor, then at Director Du, her face turned pale, trembling with fear of being scolded. Ming looked like he wanted to eat her alive, yelling in her face, "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you when you came in here not to touch things randomly? Did my words just go in one ear and out the other?" Shi Jin was frightened pale. She was utterly flustered, bowing her head in apology for her mistake, constantly saying sorry. "I didn't mean to. I didn't see it when I turned around." She bowed at a 90-degree angle to express her sincerity, but Director Du refused to let it go, still criticizing. "I'm really impressed by you. So clumsy. I don't understand what old Wong was thinking sending you to lead the group here. Do you know how expensive this item is? It's imported, over 30,000 yuan each. Can you afford to replace it?" Seeing the situation becoming increasingly tense, Director Mio spoke up to ease the tension. "Director Du, calm down. We have spares in the institute. Let me go find another one. It won't delay the experiment." But he continued to berate Shi Jin. "The issue isn't whether there's a spare or not. This experimental equipment costs nearly 30,000 yuan. If it's broken, it must be paid for. What a disaster." Then, pointing towards the others, he said loudly, "Don't you touch anything here anymore. Stand outside and watch, to avoid breaking more lab equipment." At this moment, another person entered the room. Lin Yi frowned, extremely annoyed. He questioned the other party. "Isn't it just equipment worth over 30,000 yuan? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss?" Xi Jin, who had been taking the heat all this time, immediately looked at him with tears welling up. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry." Lin Yi approached Director Miao and politely asked, "Director Miao, how much did the broken lab equipment cost?" She was taken aback by this question and stammered, "That was imported from country I heard it cost about 34,000 yuan delivered to us." He held up his phone, displaying this female director's WeChat ID on the screen. Lin Yi smiled faintly, a calculating glint in his eyes, and showed the transaction screen. "Director Mia, I just added you on WeChat. I transferred 40,000 to you, give 34,000 to finance, and please take the remaining 6,000 yuan for coffee. After teaching us for so long, we can't let you go uncompensated." Receiving the notification on her phone, Director Mia felt both apologetic and flustered, trying to refuse. "Director Lin, I can't accept this. I really can't accept this money." But he paid no attention, quickly putting his phone in his pocket and reassuring her, "It's fine. This isn't official payment, just my personal money. Please take it, don't worry." Ming, who had been observing all this time, seemed indignant, gritting his teeth and muttering under his breath, "Personal money. What's wrong with him? Are you here just to give away money?" Lin Yi paid no mind to seniority, throwing to Yuming a disdainful look. "Just talk less, all right. Give my ears some quiet." Seeing himself disdained like this, the old man's eyes whitened in fury. "What the?" Then, his blood boiling, he stepped right in front of Lin Yi and raised his voice. "You better get this straight. This is our Agricultural Research Institute. Our territory. You people must listen to me." Shi Jin couldn't just watch anymore and quickly tried to placate him. "Director Du, please calm down. Mr. Lin didn't mean it that way." But Du Yuming, unafraid, remained incredibly arrogant. "Then what did he mean? Let me tell you. Starting right now, all of you get out. I'm going to report this to old Wang. Pack your bags and leave now." She was rendered speechless. Well, just then, the laboratory door opened. Chen Shai, head of the Agricultural Research Institute, walked in arm with his secretary, and Ning. Du Yuming instantly became deferential, rushing over to greet them. "Director Chen, Secretary An, you're here." Chen Shai sensed the tense atmosphere and asked curiously, "What's going on?" Upon hearing this, Du Yuming immediately launched into a report, disparaging Lin Yi and his companions. "These people came here to study but have no respect for the rules. They broke our imported laboratory equipment. I was planning to cut their training short and send them back." Hearing this, the director slammed his hand on the table, the loud noise reverberating. His expression filled with anger, his face stern, brows furrowed tightly, absolutely reckless. "This is outrageous," old Du rejoiced inwardly. He continued with his accusations. "It's bad enough they don't follow the rules, but they also act so arrogantly. I truly didn't expect them to be this kind of people, otherwise I certainly wouldn't have allowed them to come." But the situation took an abrupt turn when Director Chen pointed at Du Yuming and yelled, "I meant you are the one being reckless." This shocked Du Yuming, making him jolt. The atmosphere grew awkward. Both directors were completely baffled. Old Du, disbelieving he was being reprimanded, protested resentfully. "Director Chen, I was just following the rules." "What did I do wrong?" An intense anger emanated from Chen Shai. He looked at the now fearful man before him and ordered grimly, "Get out first. I will deal with you later." Knowing he couldn't argue further, Du Yuming left the laboratory dejectedly. The moment his shadow disappeared, the atmosphere inside shifted to warm greetings. Director Chen bowed low, his attitude utterly obsequious. "Director Lin, I am so terribly sorry. I was on a business trip in Fengshan these last few days and couldn't get back to welcome you personally. Please don't hold it against me." Lin Yi, unconcerned about the earlier incident, smiled warmly and replied gently, "Not at all. We are already imposing on you quite a bit with this visit. Your behavior is making me feel rather awkward." Director Chen remained bowed, earnestly trying to smooth things over. "This is the least we should do. Regarding Du Yuming's actions just now, I sincerely apologize. I assure you, this matter will be dealt with strictly." However, Lin Yi wasn't ready to let it go, quickly suggesting, "Indeed, he needs to be dealt with. A person like him, who prioritizes personal benefit above all else, is like a bad apple spoiling the bunch if kept here. Dealing with him sooner rather than later is in your best interest." Director Miao, standing behind them, listened with her jaw dropped, seemingly in disbelief. Director Miao observed the institute head's demeanor towards Lin Yi, filled with doubt. What kind of background does this person have to make the director speak to him like that? Meanwhile, Lin Yi calmly discussed matters with Chen Shai. "Director Chen, we came here to learn cultivation techniques. We want to improve the alkaline soil in our county and grow alkali-tolerant crops. We'll need the director's help in arranging this. As for the expenses, please don't worry about them." Chen Shai was overjoyed to hear this, smiling so broadly his eyes nearly closed. "Talking about money is too formal. Who knows, maybe we'll need your help with something in the future." With that, they headed towards the door. Director Chen politely gestured, "Please, after you." He then added, "It's noon already, let's go grab some lunch first. We can start the specific work this afternoon. Opportunities like this are rare, so there's no need to rush. Lin Yu readily agreed, whatever the director arranges. The group gradually left the research lab. As the four approached the gate, De Yuming, who was standing there, spotted them. Just as Chen Shai passed, De Yuming called out anxiously, "Director Chen." He stopped and turned his head. The director's face clearly showed displeasure. His tone turned stern as he ordered, "Go back to your office and clear out your things. Don't bother coming in this afternoon." As if struck by lightning, old Du stood dumbfounded, frozen in disbelief. The director, unwilling to waste more time, quickly departed. De Yuming, horrified, turned to Director Miao nearby. What exactly happened in there earlier? Things were normal. Why would the director suddenly fire me? Director Mio sighed helplessly. I don't know the specifics, but that young Director Lin's background is clearly extraordinary. It was just a word from him that made Director Chen decide to dismiss you. De Yuming's face turned pale with fear. In the distance, Lin Yu was chatting cheerfully with Chen Shai. Realizing the young man he had berated was someone significant, he clutched his head, wailing, "What? How is this possible? Isn't he just from some small county? Why would Director Chen hold him in such high regard?" Director Mio's lips curled slightly. Recalling Lin Yu's ambitious and deeply calculating expression, she softly reminded Du, "Haven't you heard, don't judge a book by its cover?" Deep waters cannot be measured. Not far from the group leaving the lab, a car was parked, silently observing them. Voices murmured inside the car, "Weren't you looking into that guy? I could have brought people here myself. There was no need to trouble you to come personally, wasting your valuable time." The henchman kept smiling and chatting, trying to ingratiate himself with the man smoking beside him. The opponent casually replied, "I was free, so I came over to see." Sun Monja, Sun Manlo's younger brother, fiddled with a cigarette while sizing up the body of the girl he was interested in. "Recently, I've set my sights on a girl working here. That chest, that butt, those thighs, so tempting. I've been thirsty for a long time." The henchman, seeing his boss so interested, encouraged him, "If you like her, just go for it, why hold back?" But Sun Monja's face darkened with anger, saying bitterly, "I've been trying for a long time, but she doesn't pay attention. She even glared at me, quite feisty." Suddenly, the henchman's eyes widened in alarm, extremely tense. "That man looks very similar to the one in the video. Moreover, look, the farmers walking next to him are the ones who didn't respect the boss." He carefully observed the three, Lin Yi, Chen Shai, and Ning, who were discussing something privately. Sun Monja rubbed his chin, watching them intently. It must be him. Is he really here for work? The henchman, sitting beside him, started searching for something on his phone. Just a few seconds later, this young man displayed a photo of Ning, excitedly asking, "Boss, look at the girl next to him, tall figure, long legs. Must be the one you mentioned, right?" Sun Monja immediately straightened up, quickly agreeing, "Yes, that's her." He turned to admire the beauty's fair, long legs, constantly praising, "The dean's secretary looks really attractive." His subordinate, the henchman, chimed in, "You still have the most discerning eye, boss. I walk the streets every day and never see beauties like this." After some conversation, Chen Shai and Lin Yi also bid farewell. "Director Lin, I have a research banquet tonight, so I must excuse myself. In a few days, I'll sort this matter out and then find you for a drink." Lin Yi smiled slightly, agreeing with him, "Okay, everything according to the dean's arrangements." Then, Chen Shai turned to Ning to instruct, "Ning, Director Lin and his group are visiting Bingsheng for the first time. I'm getting old. It's not suitable for me to host them. You are all about the same age. Tonight, go out with Director Lin and his group. You must do a good job hosting them." She nodded, smiled shyly, then obeyed. "I understand." Ning approached Lin Yi again, politely presenting the plan. "Director Lin, tonight I'll take everyone to enjoy the local specialty cuisine." But Director Lin replied bluntly, "It's only just past 4 o'clock. I'm not very hungry yet." He quickly asked, "Where is the largest bath center around here? I want to go there and experience it." As soon as he finished speaking, the two girls beside him showed different expressions. While Miss N was startled, Shi Jin tried to suppress her laughter. The secretary was full of doubt, her voice trembling, wanting to confirm. Director Lin, what did you say? Go to a bath center. Lin Yi continued to describe the famous bathhouse in this region. Just find the one with the highest cost, the most luxurious bath center. Prepare to experience a bit of the Northeast bathing culture. None other than the Century Bathhouse Hot Spring Club. Seemingly misunderstanding something, and Ning's face darkened with many bad thoughts, silently judging him. He looks so handsome. I didn't expect him to be so indecent. Going to a place like this, one look and you know he's not a good person. She quickly made up an excuse to refuse. Sorry, Director Lin, I've never been to that place, so I don't know where it is. Hearing this, Lin Yi, though surprised, shifted to a resigned attitude. All right then, I'll find it myself. The young man turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye and instruct her. Then you head back first. Ning also said, see you tomorrow then, but her face was sullen, watching his receding back. From somewhere, a car drove up, blocking both Lin Yi's and Ning's path. The car window slowly lowered. Sun Monja flashed a standard smile, raising his hand to greet. Hi, beautiful, Miss, and trembled as if seeing a ghost. Then, without wasting any more time, she decisively turned on her heel and walked away, even curling her lip in contempt. Seeing this, Monja opened the door and chased after her. With his speed, he quickly ran ahead to block her. Facing Ning's obvious disdain, this guy still shamelessly said, luckily I came early, otherwise I wouldn't have met you today. Her attitude immediately became harsh, her voice higher than before, bluntly saying, sorry, we don't know each other. That guy put on a lecherous face, pointing at Ning as he recounted, how can you say we don't know each other? We've met several times, moreover, I even know your home address. And yet you say we don't know each other. Despite the obvious situation, Missen still used extremely calm words to request, move aside. You're blocking my way, Sun Monja persisted. Don't leave in such a hurry. Coincidentally, you finished work early today, and I have nothing to do. How about we go eat together? I've already booked a place. Ning crossed her arms, turning her face away so as not to look at him again, replying irritably, not free. Being rejected repeatedly to the point of losing all face, his face darkened, his voice filled with resentment, saying, don't you just go home every day after work? I've been following you for half a month. Let's just be honest, there's no point in lying. Feeling herself gradually falling into danger, she wanted to leave. She ran towards Lin Yi, hastily speaking to him, let's go. I'll take you to the bath center. Lin Yi didn't understand the situation, just said, what? Then, understanding the situation, his face filled with helplessness, silently complaining inwardly. Am I being used as a shield here? He leaned close to the beauty, whispering in her ear, why did you say you didn't know earlier? You're being unreasonable. I don't accept the job of being a wall. Find someone else, and Ning didn't dare look directly into his eyes, guiltily looking elsewhere, replying softly, who else can I find at this time? Hearing that, Lin Yu pointed towards the uncle leaning on his chin in the duty room, suggesting, I think that uncle in the dispatch room looks free, why don't you go ask him? However, just as he finished speaking, secretary and grabbed his arm, she unceremoniously pulled Lin Yu away, not forgetting to order, don't say anything, just follow me. Seeing a man and a woman arm in arm getting into the car, other friends watching also cheered in admiration. Being handsome is really great. Haven't even known each other for a day, and the girl is already taking the initiative with him. 11 Jin heard everything, her lips twitching, conceding defeat. She spoke up to instruct the group. All right. Stop discussing here, let's go back to the hotel first. But the hand of the guy who had just hit on Ning clenched into a fist. The henchman saw his boss was about to explode and said tactfully, Boss, I think those two seem to have something going on. Sun Monja, fuming with humiliation, his mouth twisted as he spat out each word, follow them. On the highway, Ning's red car sped along. The girl had calmed down now and spoke up, about just now, thank you. Lin Yu thoughtfully watched the scenery rushing past the window, replying calmly, I'm used to it, I often end up being a wall. A second later, realizing something unusual, he quickly warned, but those two are still following behind. You should figure out how to lose those two. And was scared and shouted, are they still following? She saw the pursuers in the rearview mirror. The beauty angrily complained, these guys are annoyingly persistent. The beauty quickly dialed her phone. As soon as the other side picked up, Ning blurted out, are you off work? I just ran into some thugs, and I'm about to take a client to Hanshui Pavilion. Could you meet me at the entrance? Upon hearing agreement, she continued, okay, see you in a bit. Hanging up, her beautiful face showed some relief. Just then, he turned and asked, were you calling your boyfriend? However, Ning dodged the question, saying something else. After I drop you off there, we will leave. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Linyi rested his chin on his hand, looking out, puzzled. That guy knows you have a boyfriend and still pursues you like this. That's outrageous. A while later, the red car stopped in front of Hanshui Pavilion Hall. Just as Linyi was about to open the car door for Ning, someone approached, softly calling her name, Ning. Seeing another man emerge, Ni Junyong and his friends became vigilant. He pointed at Linyi, asking curiously, who is this? Ning stood beside Mr. Lin, formally introducing, a guest of our institute, bringing him here to study. I'm responsible for receiving him and brought him here. Just then, Ni Junyong remembered the guys with bad intentions toward his girlfriend, scanned the area, and asked her, Ning, where are those two thugs who were harassing you? Hearing this, she pointed to a nearby parked car and said, they're in that car. Junyong couldn't stand this, aggressively stepped forward, threatening through gritted teeth, dare to bully my girlfriend. Let's see if I don't break your legs. Seeing her boyfriend so hot-tempered, Ning hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Wait a minute. Seeing he couldn't hold back, she tried to explain further. It's better to avoid trouble. Just leave with me later. Besides, you're under evaluation for a promotion. If this blows up, forget about becoming deputy director. Hearing that, he calmed down and agreed with her. I'll let them off for today, but if they harass you again, I definitely won't let them off easy. After saying that, Ning turned to leave, not forgetting to add, I'll go in first, I need to handle something. Then we'll leave together. Just then, someone got out of the car she had just pointed to. Sun Monja, with a cigarette in his mouth, couldn't help saying, these people are interesting, they actually came to our territory. Tell me, how would they react if they knew this bathhouse belongs to me? The henchman immediately added, they probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stepped forward to light Monja's cigarette, asking quietly, Boss, is that man's identity confirmed? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, he's the chairman of Lingyan Group. I have to go in and have a chat with him. A sinister look appeared on Sun Monja's face. He rallied, let's go. Let's handle both matters today. I've waited too long. I must have her today. Inside the bathhouse, the group stood behind Linyi, who was talking to the receptionist. How much is this package? The receptionist replied immediately, we have 98, 158, and 228. He felt this level wasn't suitable for him, so he asked further, that cheap? Are there no other packages? Are there no other packages? The receptionist honestly advised, there is also the Supreme Pavilion 8888 package. Being decisive, Linyi immediately chose, I'll take the 8888 package. Meeting a valued customer, the receptionist beamed and prepared the payment request. Sir, very decisive. Please open your QR code for me to scan. However, Ning unexpectedly held up her payment code, demanding, scan mine. Suddenly, Sun Monja called out to her as if familiar, Missin, what a coincidence, to actually meet here. She was extremely annoyed, directing her criticism at him. You guys are annoyingly persistent. Don't you realize how bothersome you are? Seeing his girlfriend like this, Ni Junyong pointed directly at the two men and shouted, you thugs, don't go too far. Have you no shame? If you bother my girlfriend again, I'll kill you. Hearing this, the henchman was amused and turned to say mockingly, Boss, it seems we've encountered an idiot. He says he wants to kill you. Sun Monja also contemptuously remarked, Junyong, why get so heated? He calmly continued, you came to my territory, am I wrong to offer to pay for the guest? Hearing this, Junyong and his friends were shocked still, asking again, What did you say? This is your territory. However, the man replied without much goodwill. I'm the owner here. If it's not my territory, perhaps it's yours? He stammered. The next second, his hair was grabbed by the arrogant young master. He forced him to look up, then growled word by word. Weren't you acting tough just now? Still want to kill me? Frozen now, he casually pinched the man's nose, wanting to intimidate. So what? Don't think we're scared just because you have numbers. Just then, a group rushed in from the entrance. The henchman quickly ordered them. Where have you all been? Can't you see someone's causing trouble? In just a few seconds, the five were surrounded by a circle of men in black. The henchman pulled out a tall, burly man, looked at Ni Junyoung and teased, Didn't you want to deal with my boss? I'll give you a chance. If you beat him, no one will bother your girlfriend anymore. The sentence barely finished, the big bodyguard landed a kick on Junyoung, making him double over, his glasses flying off. An Ning screamed in fear. Junyoung. Ni Junyoung fell to the floor. She hurried to his side to help him up, not forgetting to lament. What exactly do you want? Don't be outrageous. Is there no law? The henchman asked foolishly. Law. He laughed loudly again, pointing his thumb towards his boss, saying, My boss is the law. The whole group laughed along. Ni Junyoung, dazed from the beating, still tried to retort. Stop thinking you're the best. Sun Manga suddenly laughed loudly. Did you say Sun Manlu? You brats are truly foolish. He formally introduced. Sun Manlu is my older brother. Just a bunch of rich people. Do you really think you're better than Sun Manlu? Lin Yi heard this name with suspicion, thinking to himself, Sun Manlu. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. This name sounds a bit familiar. I am his younger brother, Sun Manga. Both Junyoung and Ning were stunned by this information. Manga looked towards the couple, smiled, and replied, Any more doubts? I can clarify for you. After all, you should understand clearly before you die. Ni Junyoung, being timid, was so scared he broke into a cold sweat, lamenting, So he's actually the king of the Northeast. Sun Manlu's biological younger brother. While he was lost in thought, Manga came over, hit him hard on the head, and cursed, Motherfucker, I'm asking you. Seeing her boyfriend reel from the blow, Ning rushed forward to shield him, asking loudly, What are you people doing? The opponent just smirked slyly, replying, Beautiful Ning, how can I possibly lay a hand on you when you're like this? After being hit, Junyoung immediately became obedient and cowardly. He immediately knelt at Sun Manga's feet, begging in a low voice, Brothers, that was just a misunderstanding. It was our fault. How about this? Let me arrange a table for you as an apology. That Manga fellow was very satisfied. He blew smoke in his face and replied, Now this looks more like an apology. But I don't need you. How about letting your girlfriend keep us company? As for you, just get lost for a bit. Hearing this, Junyoung was completely shocked, stammering, You, what do you mean? At this moment, someone grabbed Ning's shoulder. He pulled her into his arms, ignoring the beauty's displeasure, smiling with satisfaction, and continued, What do I mean? Ning felt she was being taken advantage of and questioned him. What are you doing? Let me go. Sun Manga remained shameless as ever, saying calmly, Let you go? Impossible. Your boyfriend already said you'd dine with us to make amends. If I let you go, wouldn't I be at a loss? She looked pleadingly towards her boyfriend, but both he and his friend were too awkward and scared to say anything. Her voice trembled as she called out, Junyoung, you. While she was still in shock, Manga groped her breasts, grinning from ear to ear. See, your boyfriend isn't saying anything. He's clearly agreed to it, so I probably don't need to say much more, right? Feeling humiliated, Ning gritted her teeth and turned to tell him, In your dreams. Ignoring the beauty's struggles, Manga fellow bluntly pushed her towards the bodyguards, then ordered, All right. Her matter is settled, time to deal with other matters. They immediately shouted clearly, Yes, boss. He then walked towards Lin Yi, politely bowed, and said very courteously, Chairman Lin, let me introduce myself. I am Sun Manga, General Manager of Honyin Group. He asked doubtfully, You know who I am? The other guy bit down on his cigarette, but replied, Chairman of the renowned Lingyan Group. How could I not know? My older brother wants to get acquainted with you over a meal. I wonder if Chairman Lin is interested. However, Lin Yi gave this guy no face at all, stating decisively, not going. Your older brother isn't high enough status to dine with me yet. Then he started walking away, ignoring the stunned man. He continued, I was preparing to make a big deal, but the current situation doesn't look good. I'll have to find another place. Tell your people to get out of the way. Being disdained, Sun Monja bent the cigarette in his hand, his face filled with killing intent. At this moment, a knife appeared from somewhere. The henchman pointed it straight at Lin Yi's face, threatening, watch your mouth. You think just because you have some money and social status, we wouldn't dare touch you. You should know this is our territory. Seeing bloodshed was imminent, and Ning over here also shouted, what on earth do you people want? Let him go. I will hold you legally responsible. But the henchman didn't care at all, even retorting contemptuously, you should worrying about yourself first. Lin Yi stood facing the knife point without any worrying. He spoke up, I can tell just by looking that you're unprofessional. Raise it a bit higher, that's where the artery is. One stab there, and I'll be dead within a minute. Hearing this, the opponent was stunned speechless. Witnessing this, Sun Manja was also displeased and immediately ordered, you think we don't dare, right? The henchman, do it for me. As soon as the words were out, the henchman charged forward with the knife, yelling, go die, you punk. Lin Yi also took out a weapon from his belt. He struck his opponent in the stomach. The guy was hit so hard he coughed up blood, stammering, you, actually. But before he could finish, Lin Yi attacked with his knife. The enemy just fell to the floor. Lin Yi's tone was full of contempt. You thought I didn't dare, right? You held a knife to my neck. Couldn't I act in legitimate self-defense? Then, he glanced at the remaining men, asking in a threatening manner, can you move aside now? Everyone stepped back a few paces, perhaps out of fear. Sun Monja immediately shouted, ordering all the bodyguards, move aside quickly. He smiled and lowered his knife. Lin Yi looked at An Ning and beckoned her over, come here. An Ning, whose shoulders were being held, looked at him in surprise. Then she shook off the hands of the two men holding her shoulders. The two henchmen looked at her with annoyed expressions, but they could do nothing but let her go. As Lin Yi walked, he glanced back at Sun Monja's group. He said, you people are really something, knowing who I am, you still dared to provoke me. You've been living too comfortably, seems like you need to be taught a lesson. At this point, An Ning held onto Lin Yi's arm and left with him. Sun Monja's group could only watch them leave, unable to do anything. A henchman pointed towards Lin Yi and An Ning, asking Sun Monja, who was still watching as the two hadn't gone far. He said, boss, what should we do now, or should we grab him now, while he's not far, and teach him a lesson? Sun Monja's face was livid with anger. He frowned, his eyes fierce, saying, I will definitely settle this debt, but now is not the time. He turned back and ordered his subordinate, quickly take the henchman to the hospital, or it'll be too late. At this moment, one of the subordinates spoke up, yes, boss. That was also the person supporting the blonde man named the henchman. On Lin Yi's side, just after leaving the door, An Ning stood straight, looking ahead, and asked him, Director Lin, what should we do now? After hearing her, Lin Yi put his hands in his pockets, also looking ahead like her. He replied, we'll just change to another place. If this place isn't suitable, the only option is to find somewhere else. Sorry, this has affected you. My car is up ahead. Let me take you somewhere else. An Ning looked at Lin Yi and replied after he finished speaking, pointing towards her car. Lin Yi also looked in the direction she pointed. He answered, all right, let's take your car then. Both of them started walking in the same direction. As the car drove off, Lin Yi said, however, don't take today's incident to heart. I still need your help with many things. Helping with this little matter is nothing. Just as Lin Yi finished speaking, Zheng Yang and his friend came out from inside, standing behind the two of them. He called out loudly, An Ning, with a displeased expression. Lin Yi and An Ning were startled and looked back. Zheng Yang continued speaking with a displeased expression. He raised his hand to explain, the immediate matter is resolved. We should go home now. After hearing him, An Ning crossed her arms, looking haughty, closing her eyes, refusing to look at him. She replied, Lin Yi is a guest of my institute. Director Chen told me to host him. I can't just abandon him. After speaking, she opened her eyes to look at Jing Yang, arms still crossed, her attitude as haughty as before. Ni Jungyong frowned at her and replied, then find another bath center. You take him there, then I'll take you. My car will follow yours. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at them both, waiting calmly. After they agreed, An Ning's car drove ahead, followed by Ni Jungyang's car. In An Ning's car, she held the steering wheel, asking Lin Yi with an annoyed expression, do you know how to shake someone off? After hearing this, Lin Yi rested his chin on his hand, looked at her, and replied, want to ditch your boyfriend? That doesn't seem right. I'm afraid some petty person will curse me in the middle of the night. Mainly because I don't want to see him right now, An Ning replied, helplessness showing on her face. Far right lane, turn right. Lin Yi looked at her, resting his arm on the car door as he gave directions. He continued, hit the gas, get up to 60 kilometers per hour, you can make it through the traffic light in the last seconds. Then turn right at the intersection, that should do it. An Ning, looking confident, turned the steering wheel as Lin Yi instructed, and Ning's car suddenly accelerated. In Ni Jungyong's car, he was caught off guard and had to stop for the red light. Finally escaped, and Ning said, sighing with relief. An Ning's car stopped in front of the Century Tangquan Bathhouse Club. Both got out of the car. Lin Yi walked ahead, turned his head, waved at her, and said with a smile, you don't need to follow me anymore. Go attend to your business if you have any, bye-bye. An Ning stood still, looking somewhat reluctant. Still standing there, she spoke up, I don't want to go home. Lin Yi suddenly stopped. He turned back towards her and replied, if you don't mind, you can come along. This place is similar to where women go for spas and massages. It's just for relaxation. At this, An Ning looked momentarily surprised. Then, she pulled his arm, let's go. I can go with you. I don't have anywhere else to go anyway, An Ning suddenly said confidently. She linked arms with Lin Yi, he looked at her, smiled, and let her hold his arm. They walked inside side by side. Lin Yi was soaking in the bathtub, steam rising thickly. An Ning, wearing a towel with her hair tied up, approached from behind. Your connections are impressive, but your identity is the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office in Dong County. The contradiction is quite significant. As An Ning spoke, she stepped into the bathtub, removed her towel, revealing her slender figure in a seductive swimsuit. Lin Yi, eyes closed, was wiping himself with a towel. He replied, it's no big deal. I used to be a ride-sharing driver before. Being the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office now is much better than my previous job. An Ning looked at him in surprise and asked, used to be a ride-sharing driver? Compared to the wealthy people I've met, you're truly different, truly one of a kind. She suddenly laughed with amusement and continued, that's right. You just dealt with Sun Manlo's men earlier. Surely you know he'll retaliate against you. An Ning suddenly looked seriously at Lin Yi, of course. Lin Yi was still leaning back against the tub, relaxing. He closed his eyes, answered indifferently, showing a disdainful expression. Lin Yi continued, what a bunch of sickos, it was merciful not to break their legs. An Ning looked frightened and replied, this is Dongbei, not Zhonghai. You can't fight them here. After hearing her, Lin Yi remained indifferent, still with his eyes closed, and replied with a smile, it's fine, just a large group of sickos. Why be afraid of them? After replying, Lin Yi closed his eyes again, showing a relaxed, enjoying expression. An Ning, next to him, watched him, looking somewhat intrigued, embarrassed, her face flushed red. After a moment, Lin Yi, still keeping his eyes closed, suddenly spoke, sounding slightly impatient. He said, big sister, you've been staring at me for ages. You have a boyfriend. After all, could you restrain yourself a bit? An Ning jumped, raising her hand as if scared, and replied, weren't your eyes closed? As the floating wine basket in the tub still steamed, Lin Yi suddenly spoke again, with a teasing expression. He said, we've been soaking long enough, let's go. In the changing room, An Ning looked at Lin Yi and asked, do you have anything else to do later? I can drive you. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at her and replied, still drying his hair, nothing really. Just going back to rest. How about a drink? Ian Ning looked at him, seemingly pleading. Lin Yi was still drying his hair. He looked over at her and smiled. Lin Yi leaned his hand on the nearby locker. He glanced back at Ning standing behind him and spoke, still not over what happened earlier. Are these words of yours a hint for me? Can the night be filled with you? Lin Yi stood up straight, tossed the towel over his hand, still turning his head to glance at Ning. He spoke with a teasing look in his eyes. After hearing his words, she covered her mouth, laughed, and replied shyly, just hearing those words, I know you're a player with rich experience. But wanting to fill the night with me isn't that easy. Let's go. Lin Yi nodded, speaking to her with a challenging look in his eyes. In front of a certain bar, two security guards were standing. Lin Yi and Ning walked inside side by side. As they entered, they attracted everyone's attention wherever they went. That girl looks a bit familiar. Seems like I've seen her somewhere before. At the bar counter, a young man with purple hair was smoking. Leaning on the counter and looking towards Lin Yi and Ning, he spoke. Beside him was a man in a vest with silver hair, head down, apparently drunk. After hearing the purple-haired youth, that man replied, You brat, who doesn't look familiar to you? Don't lose control just because you see a woman. You're still on probation. If you make a mistake, the penalty will be even heavier. As he spoke, Du Yuming picked up his beer glass and looked up. I'm not thinking anything else, but that girl really does look very familiar, the purple-haired youth said, looking thoughtful. He was Zhong Shajun, Du Yuming's younger cousin. Do you remember last month when I visited your work unit? That girl seems to be from your unit. Zhong Shajun leaned on the counter, looking at Du Yuming as he spoke. Du Yuming's head was still down. He replied, Our unit? That's impossible. Then, he turned his head to look towards Lin Yi and Ning's table, his face full of doubt. Over here, the waitress stood behind them introducing the menu, while Ning and Lin Yi were still chatting and laughing merrily, unaware that someone was watching them. Du Yuming's expression suddenly changed. He angrily gripped the glass in his hand and said, It's actually them. What's wrong with you? Why do you look like you want to eat someone? Zhong Shajun asked. Du Yuming maintained his angry expression. He slammed his glass and both hands hard on the table, replying, It's because of that man that I was fired from the institute. Otherwise, how could I have lost my iron rice bowl? Upon hearing Du Yuming's words, Zhong Shajun stepped away from the bar, surprising Du Yuming. As he walked, he threw the cigarette from his mouth to the ground, his face showing anger, saying, Damn it, he dared to take away your livelihood. Today, I have to teach him some manners. Du Yuming ran to block Zhong Shajun, anxiously saying, Don't get agitated. That guy is very formidable, not someone we can mess with. You're on probation, absolutely don't cause trouble. Zhong Shajun replied unwillingly, Are we just going to let it go like this? Du Yuming spoke again fearfully, We have to accept it, we really can't mess with him. Let's not talk about this annoying stuff anymore. Running into them is just bad luck. Let's finish this drink and leave, not stay here any longer. Du Yuming put his arm around Zhong Shajun's shoulder, pulling him back towards the bar. At this moment, Zhong Shajun revealed a sinister expression, raising his phone. He said, If we can't touch him, we won't, but venting this anger would feel better. Being locked up for 2 years, I made quite a few friends in there. On a quiet, cool night, call some people over to beat him up. He won't even know what hit him. Hearing this, Du Yuming acted surprised. Du Yuming's expression turned from surprise to dangerous. He rubbed his chin and said with a smile, This method is quite good. On this side, Ning smiled and gestured to introduce Lin Yi. She asked him, What do you want to drink? It's my treat today. The delicious Northeast specialty liquor is a very strong point. I'm afraid you'll throw up. Lin Yi leaned back, resting his hand on the chair arm as he listened to her. Then he looked at her, incredulous, raised his hand and asked, Really? Then don't bluff. I started drinking in college, and I haven't thrown up once. After hearing him, Ning replied confidently, You said it. If you drink and throw up, you bear the consequences. As she finished speaking, Bottles of liquor were placed on the table one by one. Lin Yu picked up a bottle. He looked at the bottle, remarking doubtfully, "This is what you called very strong. This brand of liquor is considered quite famous in our area. Although it's not too expensive, its strength is extremely well known. So think carefully before drinking. Don't blame me for bullying an out-of-towner when you're drunk." Ning explained to Lin Yu while he was still looking at the bottle in his hand. Lin Yu started to get interested. He smiled, twisting the cap off the bottle while asking Ning, who was still looking at him, "It can't be that bad, but can you handle such high-proof liquor?" "I can drink this much," and Ning held up 3 fingers. She rested her chin on her hand, winked, and said to him with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Yu picked up the bottle, closed his eyes, and took a big gulp, much to Ning's surprise and fear. As he drank, he said, "Then your tolerance is quite good." After finishing the bottle, he let out a breath. Then he turned to look at Ning, his face flushed and tipsy. Wiping his mouth with his hand, he said, "Honestly, the alcohol content of this liquor is pretty strong. Being able to drink 3 bottles is impressive. You actually drank the whole bottle," and Ning said, flustered and finally scared. "Didn't you say you could drink 3 bottles alone? It would be embarrassing if I couldn't keep up with you. In my current state, I could probably handle 2 more bottles, but that would be close to my limit." Lin Yu closed his eyes, leaned back against the chair, and loosened his collar. He exhaled and spoke, still holding the empty bottle. Hearing this, Ning looked flustered. There was a hint of admiration in her eyes. She replied, "I didn't mean 3 bottles, I meant 3 glasses." At this, Lin Yu looked at her, exasperated. He said, "Why didn't you say so clearly? You made me drink a whole bottle," and Ning was startled and remained scared. She quickly explained, "I just didn't think you'd drink it straight like that." "All right, don't sweat the small stuff, let's drink it straight. Why bother mixing it in glasses? How boring," Lin Yu said as he reached for another bottle on the table. Ning sat timidly to the side, startled and surprised when she saw him grab another bottle. Then she looked resigned, held up a glass, and said, "I think you want me to drink myself to death. I should probably stick to drinking normally." Then their glasses clinked together with a sound. Both of them drank and chatted happily. Lin Yu raised his glass, closed his eyes, and took a gulp. Behind him, Ning had her eyes closed. It seemed Ning was getting tipsy. She closed her eyes, her lips curved into a smile, and her face was flushed. She still held her half-finished glass of liquor. Lin Yu suddenly put his glass down on the table, making a small noise. He turned to look at Ning, his face flushed from the alcohol, smiled, and said to her, "Drink slowly, you're about to get drunk." "I'm still okay, still sober, I can drink more." Ning crossed her legs, held her glass, rested her chin on her hand, and replied. Then she continued, "Tell me honestly, if it were you, would you rush in regardless of everything?" Lin Yu was still looking at her. He listened attentively. Then, while pouring water into a glass, he answered her, "If I said yes, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to your boyfriend? It would also seem hypocritical." Lin Yu picked up the glass of water. He looked at her, smiled, and continued, "But if it were me, I wouldn't have let something like this happen in the first place. Otherwise, it would be too much of a failure." And Ning smiled brightly. She raised her glass towards him, her face flushed from being drunk. She replied, "Successful people really do have their own way, unlike ordinary folks like us. I toast you." As Ning offered her glass, Lin Yu quickly took it from her, replacing it with the glass of water he was holding earlier. Lin Yu held her glass of liquor. He looked at her and said, "That's enough drinking. Any more is too much." Hearing him, Ning's face showed surprise mixed with a bit of embarrassment. Then she pouted and said, "Take that back. This old lady drinks year-round, and you look down on me." Ning leaned closer towards Lin Yu. He was slightly surprised and flustered. She continued, "Let's keep going." Ning winked. Her face flushed. She said again, "Drink." As soon as she finished speaking, she slumped onto the chair and fell asleep. Lin Yu looked over at her, startled, calling, "Miss Anne." Then, Lin Yu checked his watch. It's about time to go home and sleep. Lin Yu stood up, stretching as he spoke, and Ning was still sleeping soundly on the chair. At that moment, at the bar counter, Jong Sha-jun was standing inside the counter. He waved to someone approaching. He called out, "Brother Ma, we're over here." De Yuming also looked in that direction. A foot stepped into the bar. A fierce-looking young man was approaching. His name was Ma Hong, followed by two henchmen. "What happened? Why call us over in such a hurry?" Jong Sha-jun warmly offered Ma Hong a cigarette. He said, "Someone bullied my brother. I'm currently on probation, so it's inconvenient for me to act. I wanted to ask Brother Ma for help." Ma Hong took the cigarette from Jong Sha-jun, his face calm as he replied, "Just this little thing. I thought something big had happened." Jong Sha-jun smiled broadly, lighting the cigarette for Ma Hong. While lighting up, Ma Hong asked, "Where is the person?" "I'll go handle it for you." Jong Sha-jun pointed towards Lin Yi, who was helping Ning up at that moment. Ma Hong also looked in that direction. He said, "It's that man and woman in the corner. Wait until they're at the door, give that guy a beating, then you guys run off. Tomorrow when you have time, I'll arrange a meal to thank you." Jong Sha-jun said, giving a thumbs up. Ma Hong smiled, still holding the cigarette. He replied, "Why be so polite? You helped me find the job I have now. Consider this me repaying the favor. But that girl looks quite pretty, seems like she drank a lot." Ma Hong glanced towards Lin Yi and Ning, smiling slyly. Jong Sha-jun stood next to Ma Hong, arms crossed, watching Lin Yi and Ning leave, saying, "What do you think, Brother Ma? Got any ideas? I won't get involved in what happens next. As long as I can sleep soundly, consider it an unexpected bonus." Ma Hong left with his men. As he walked, he turned his head and waved to Jong Sha-jun, saying, "I'll go handle things outside, wait for my good news." Jong Sha-jun stood there waving back at Ma Hong, a sinister smile on his face. Inside the car, Ning was sleeping soundly, her chest rising and falling with her breaths. "Designated driver, why aren't you here yet?" After putting Ning in the car, Lin Yi looked at his watch and said. From somewhere, a group of people approached, saying, "Brother, what you're doing isn't right." Hearing this, Lin Yi leaned his hand on the car door and turned his head to look. Ning was still sleeping soundly in the car. Ma Hong's group slowly approached from behind with menacing faces. Lin Yi turned completely around, standing in front of the car door, asking Ma Hong's group, "What isn't right?" Tricking a young lady into a bar to drink, then getting her drunk and taking her to a hotel. Truly shameless, Ma Hong said with a sinister face. Lin Yi's face grew impatient. He replied, "This person weighs as much as 3 people. How is she like a little girl? You guys get out of the way." Hearing this, Ma Hong's group was dumbfounded in fear. Meanwhile, Ning was still sleeping soundly in the car, unaware. Suddenly, a hand picked up a brick from the roadside, still pretending. "I think you're tired of living." Ma Hong's underling raised the brick he had picked up. He pointed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi stood still, facing him directly. The underling swung the brick hard towards Lin Yi. He easily dodged the blow and grabbed the man's hand holding the brick. Lin Yi snatched the brick from the underling's hand, then used it to hit the man hard on the head. He immediately fell to the ground. Witnessing this, Ma Hong and his remaining underling were instantly terrified. Their jaws dropped. At this moment, Lin Yi, still holding the brick, looked towards him. Ma Hong quickly started begging for mercy. He said, "Brother, calm down. Let's talk things over slowly." While speaking, Ma Hong hurriedly stepped back, raising his hands defensively. Lin Yi's face now clearly showed anger. He darkened his face and asked, "What?" "Saw a pretty girl and wanted to interfere." "Wanted to pick her up, right?" Ma Hong's face now showed fear. He tried to explain, "No, we didn't mean that. Someone else told us to come here." Hearing this, Lin Yi frowned. He asked, "Someone else instructed you?" Seeing Lin Yi frown, Ma Hong became scared and pointed towards the bar, shouting, "It was Jong Sha-jun who told us to come here. He said you offended his older brother, wanted the 3 of us to beat you up, otherwise we wouldn't have come here." Lin Yi was surprised. "Who is Jong Sha-jun? I don't even know him." Lin Yi's expression shifted from surprise to curiosity. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully while speaking. He's drinking inside. I can take you there. Mo Hong bowed pleadingly. Lin Yi stood up straight, his expression serious. He placed his hand on Mei Hong's shoulder. He said, let's go. I need to see what this is about. Inside the bar, Du Yuming and Zhong Shajun were clinking glasses and drinking. They were laughing happily. Suddenly, Du Yuming exclaimed cheerfully, that guy Mei Hong is back. Zhong Shajun also looked surprised in the direction Du Yuming indicated, his face equally cheerful. Zhong Shajun stood up. He scratched his head, smiling happily and said, Brother Ma is still the efficient one. It hasn't even been 5 minutes and he already took care of that brat. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Yi standing behind a visibly frightened Mei Hong. Lin Yi wore an impatient expression, frowning at Zhong Shajun. His face instantly turned pale with fear, drained of all color. Du Yuming and Zhong Shajun simultaneously retreated, shouting, What's going on? Meanwhile, Lin Yi stood still, his hands in his pockets, looking at the two of them. At this point, he pointed towards them, his face cold and silent, as if giving an order. Mo Hong stood beside him with an obsequious look, rubbing his hands together as if receiving orders. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and walked straight towards Zhong Shajun. Zhong Shajun backed away while hastily shouting, Brother Ma. What's happening? Didn't I ask you guys to? Before he could finish, Mei Hong kicked him, causing his eyes to roll back and his face to turn pale. Mo Hong had a fierce expression, kicking him while saying, You dare trick me. I'm going to kill you today. At this moment, Lin Yi turned and walked out, leaving the chaotic scene behind him. Zhong Shajun was still calling out, Brother Ma, why are you hitting me? Didn't you need to deal with that guy? Mei Hong replied, You almost got me killed. The next morning, in the hotel room, An Ning was still asleep. She lay on her side on the bed, covered by a blanket, still sleeping off her drunkenness. Then she slowly opened her eyes and woke up. After waking up, An Ning sat up straight. She looked surprised at the bloodstain on the bedsheet next to her. The bright red blood soaked the cream-colored bedsheet. An Ning panicked. She thought to herself, Damn it. At this moment, Lin Yi had probably just stepped out of the bathroom. He had a towel wrapped around his waist, looking at her curled up in the blanket. He asked, What's wrong? Feeling any better? She poked her head out of the blanket, her face showing embarrassment. She said, About last night, I hope you won't tell anyone. Lin Yi raised his hand to his chin, feigning thoughtfulness. Then he replied, That makes sense. After all, you're about to get married. I'll definitely help you keep this secret. A knock sounded at the door. Lin Yi went to open it. The attendant told him, Sir, the clothes have been cleaned. Our hotel's laundry service washes each guest's clothes separately, so you can wear them with peace of mind. He took the clothes, not forgetting to say to the attendant, Okay, thanks. An Ning watched Lin Yi come back inside holding the clothes. She clutched the blanket fearfully, questioning him, You took my clothes to be washed. Lin Yi was still holding the clothes. He looked at her with surprise upon hearing the question. Then his expression changed, answering with a timid attitude, You vomited all over me like that. If I didn't send them to be washed, should I have washed them by hand? Hearing this, An Ning stared at him with panicked eyes, seemingly speechless with anger. You. Then she sat on the bed, hugging her clothes tightly, looking at him with a worried expression, asking, What did you do to me last night? Lin Yi turned away, preparing to put on a shirt. He replied, You drank too much and got drunk. You kept insisting on calling me daddy. No amount of persuasion worked. Hearing this, An Ning's eyes widened in surprise. Her face turned red with embarrassment. Then she pulled the blanket away with her hand. An Ning, with a serious face, lifted the blanket to reveal the bloodstain on the bedsheet. She questioned, Then what is this? Explain it clearly to me. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at her, a look of fear and helplessness on his face as he explained, Boss, that's your relative visiting. What does it have to do with me? An Ning was surprised. She looked at him confusedly, asking again, What relative is visiting? Then she suddenly understood, covered her mouth, her face flushed red. Then she immediately burrowed back into the blanket. At this time, Lin Yi had finished dressing. He turned to look at her curled up like a cocoon in the blanket, adding, Your aunt visited. You can't hold your liquor well, last night you even bled on the bed. Do you understand what happened now? Then he revealed a troubled expression, adjusting his sleeve while telling her, Sister, you're like a little quail. What are you hiding in bed for? She poked her head out of the blanket, showing a remorseful, somewhat embarrassed expression, saying, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Lin Yi turned away. He told her, Hurry up and get dressed. It's already past 10 o'clock. I'm starving to death. She was still sitting on the bed, looking at him awkwardly, curiously. Did you change my clothes last night? At this moment, Ning was getting dressed while looking warily at Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned his back to her, eyes closed. He replied, You're overthinking it. I'm not interested in that. The hotel staff changed them. I just stood by and watched. Suddenly, Ning's phone rang. It was her mother calling. She exclaimed, Mom. After answering the phone, Ning's face showed panic and disbelief, asking, Mom. How could this happen, Mom? Don't worry. I'm coming over right now. Hearing her words, Lin Yi turned his head back, his eyes sharp, asking, What happened? While putting on her shoes, she looked at him, worriedly saying, My father had a heart attack. He's being taken to the hospital. Lin Yi looked clearly surprised upon hearing this. He asked her worriedly, Did she suffer any shock before falling ill? Ning's face showed clear worrying and fear as she recounted, My mom said a group of people came to our house earlier, saying I hired someone to injure their friend, demanding 200,000 from my parents for medical expenses. Or else they'd call the police. Lin Yi rested his chin on his hand, thinking, his expression serious. He said, It must be some man's family's group. Then he suggested, Let me drive. We need to get to the hospital quickly. Half an hour later, outside the emergency room door, a short-haired woman stood waiting. Seeing Lin Yi and Ning arrive, she called out, Daughter, you're finally here. She was Liu Gaigan, Ning's mother. Ning ran over anxiously from a distance. Lin Yi followed her with a serious expression. She asked, Mom, how's Dad? Liu Gaigan immediately answered, her face full of worrying, He's been taken inside. The doctor hasn't said anything about his condition yet. Ning held her hand, comforting her, Mom, don't worry too much. Getting him here promptly like this, there shouldn't be any major issues. Only then did Liu Gaigan notice Lin Yi standing before them. She asked Ning, Daughter, who is this young man? Hearing her mother's question, Ning replied, His name is Lin Yi. He's a client of our institute. I'm responsible for escorting him. Just then, the elevator door suddenly opened. Zhang Yong stepped out. He looked at Ning with surprise, then exclaimed, Ning, you finally made it. I've been trying to contact you constantly. Then his expression changed to annoyance upon seeing Lin Yi standing behind Ning. He pointed at him, shouting his name, Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face showed displeasure. He frowned but stood straight, without saying anything. Ning stepped protectively in front of Lin Yi. She asked Zhang Yong, Why are you here? Then she continued to explain, This morning I went to pick him up to go to the research institute together, but something happened, so we came here together. Zhang Yong waved dismissively at Lin Yi. He said, This has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. This is about my future father-in-law. It doesn't concern you. Hearing him, Lin Yi's face remained calm. He stood still, looking at him without speaking. Lin Yi's face suddenly showed coldness, somberness, and reproach. You really are tactless. If it weren't for me, it's uncertain if you could have left there last night. Hearing him, Zhang Yang's face showed surprise. At this moment, Liu Gaigan spoke worriedly, Zhang Yang, kids, stop arguing. Can you go in and ask about the situation? Zhang Yang looked at her, startled. Lin Yi returned to his silent demeanor. Zhang Yang approached her, smiling warmly, saying, Auntie, don't worry too much. That's exactly why I came. I'll go right now. Hearing this, Liu Gaigan's face showed gratitude. As for Lin Yi, he still stood at a distance, silently watching them. After talking to Liu Gaigan, Zhang Yang left. As he walked away, he turned back smiling, giving Lin Yi a challenging look. Lin Yi looked clearly confused, unsure what he was doing. Outside the ICU room, Liu Gaigan watched Ning and Lin Yi approach together. She hesitated, then asked, Daughter, Did something happen? You didn't come home last night, and this morning you arrived together. Are you two? And Ning felt awkward. She quickly cut her mother off. She said, Mom, what are you thinking? My aunt came over. What could I possibly do? Suddenly, a nurse walked out of the room, drawing everyone's attention. She asked, Who is the family of Ngohua? Gaigan and Ning hurried over. She anxiously asked the nurse, How is my husband? The nurse held the results sheet, informing everyone the patient's condition is not yet stable. The deposited hospital fees are insufficient. An additional 50,000 yuan is needed. Gaigan felt dizzy hearing the nurse's words. She staggered, almost falling, her face pale, holding her head to steady herself. She asked, What do you mean, not yet stable? Ning looked at her worriedly from the side. She said, Mom, don't jump to conclusions. Dad will be fine. I'll go pay the fees first. Lin Yi, standing beside them, saw this and said, Why don't you stay here? I'll go pay for you. Ning looked at her mother, who was breathing heavily. She was worried but felt awkward letting Lin Yi pay alone, so she said, It's okay, you can come with me. My mother has been strong her whole life. She's not this fragile. After speaking, the two entered the elevator to go downstairs. Inside the elevator, Ning leaned against the wall, her limbs weak, unable to stand steady. She let out a sigh. Seeing this, Lin Yi reassured her, Don't worry. At least for now, he's okay. Let's wait for the doctor to come out and see what they say. Hearing this, Ning felt a bit less worried. Her face relaxed slightly. Thank you. A while later, outside the IQ door, Gaigan was talking with second uncle and his wife. Everyone's face was heavy with worrying, seeing them, and Ning ran over. She called out, Second uncle, second aunt. As soon as second uncle saw her, he took out his bank card and held it towards her. He said, Do you have enough money, niece? Use my card. Ning quickly waved her hands, refusing, No need, second uncle, we still have enough. Ignoring her words, he pressed the card into her hand, saying, Just take it. This ICU costs a lot each night. Just keep it with you. While they were still talking, a doctor walked out of the room, and Ning anxiously ran over. She hurriedly asked, Jun Yong, how's the situation inside? Is it very serious? Jun Yong took off his mask, his voice slightly heavy, saying, It's not very optimistic. I'm going to find other department heads. With this situation, I need to consult them. Suddenly, he turned towards Lin Yi, pointing straight at him standing opposite. He said loudly, Ning, why is he still here? Tell him to leave quickly. All the family is here. What's an outsider like him doing here? Ning was confused by his actions. She explained, He's not busy. He's just staying to see if he can help with anything. Jun Yong scowled, clearly showing his dislike for Lin Yi, saying, I hope you know your place. Don't just swagger around here. Lin Yi appeared nonchalant. He touched Jun Yong's shoulder, smiled, and said, If you don't want a repeat of last night, you'd better shut your mouth. My temper isn't very good. Jun Yong was slightly stunned by his words, only managing to say, You. Jun Yong was clearly displeased. He turned away with a huff, and Ning stood behind, watching confusedly. Half an hour later, the young nurse came out the door. She asked, looking very rushed, Is Ngohua's family outside? She announced gravely, Quick, the situation inside, you are Dr. Inai's relatives. Let me convey the situation. The patient is not doing well. He's being kept alive by a ventilator. Many experts, department heads, including our vice president, have already come to see him. Continuing treatment is no different than burning money. Therefore, you all, the nurse hesitated to finish the sentence. Gaigan and Ning were stunned, pale-faced, eyes wide, trying not to believe the harsh reality. Tears began to well up in their eyes. They flowed down, rolling down their cheeks. Gaigan couldn't bear the shock. She slumped down, sobbing loudly, Alden, if you leave, how can I possibly live? Ning looked at her mother worriedly. She called out, Mom? Ning was anxious. Her heart felt like it was on fire. She asked the nurse, Is there really not a shred of hope left? The nurse looked extremely sympathetic, offering condolences. We are very sorry. Continuing treatment would just be a waste of money. If there are other relatives, Ask them to come see him one last time. Hearing this, Ning asked softly, "Can I go in to see him now?" Her mother behind her could no longer stand steadily, crying continuously, needing someone's arm for support. The nurse replied, "Yes, according to regulations, everyone can go in for a final visit." Lin Yi gently placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. His warm voice said, "I'll go in with you. I'll go in and see. Maybe there's still a way." Her eyes glistening, she looked up at him and said, "Thank you." The nurse accompanying Zheng Yang opened the room door. She said, "I understand, Director Ni, so." Next, before she could finish, Zheng Yang, looking annoyed, abruptly pointed straight at Lin Yi and Ning, who were already dressed to visit. He said loudly, "What are you doing going in there? This is the ICU. You can't go in." Ning witnessed his baffling behavior angrily. She said, "Visits are allowed in the ICU." "What's wrong with Lin Yi coming in with me?" Zheng Yang retorted, his voice full of annoyance as if accusing her. "Who do you think I am? Did you consider my feelings when you did this?" And Ning crossed her arms. She really wanted to end this conversation immediately. She said, "Stop talking. I haven't even brought up what happened yesterday. That's enough. We need to go inside now. Please step aside." Zheng Yang pushed up his glasses. Thinking himself very important, he said in a cryptic tone, "All right, let me tell you now, if you insist on being stubborn, I won't care about your family's matters anymore. Figure out what to do next yourself." And Ning wasn't expecting anything from him anyway. She said, "I wasn't dreaming of relying on you anyway." Hearing this, Zheng Yang felt slighted and stubbornly blocked the hospital room door. He shouted loudly, "Fine, then I'll tell you straight. According to regulations, only one person can visit at a time. As long as I'm here, don't even dream of going in with him. Never." Lin Yi stood between them. While trying to stop their argument, he calmly put on gloves, saying, "All right, stop arguing. This is the IQ. Don't disturb the patient inside." Lin Yi turned to Zheng Yang and said, "Your vice director is inside. Right, call him out here. I want to talk." Zheng Yang laughed at his words, asking back with slight sarcasm, "You want to talk to our vice director? Who the hell do you think you are to talk to us?" Cutting off Zheng Yang's words, a man walked over asking, "What's going on here?" He was Zhong Daong, the hospital's vice director. Looking slightly angry, he asked, "I was inside and could hear you arguing non-stop. Do you know where you are?" Zheng Yang quickly pointed at Lin Yi, tattling on him, saying, "Director John, there's a crazy guy here. I was about to call security to kick him out." Zhong Daong looked where Zheng Yang was pointing. He asked hesitantly, "You are Director Lin from Huoshan Hospital?" As if remembering something, he eagerly approached Lin Yi to greet him, shaking his hand. He said, "It's truly an honor to meet Director Lin here. You must definitely provide guidance on my work so I can make improvements." Zheng Yang behind him was extremely surprised and confused seeing this. Before he could regain his composure, Zhong Daong cheerfully introduced Lin Yi. "Let me introduce everyone. The person standing before us is Director Lin, formerly a world-class expert in cardiac surgery at Zhonghai Huoshan Hospital." Zheng Yang's eyes widened, his jaw dropped. He kept repeating in his mind, "Director of Cardiology, Huoshan Hospital." Lin Yi spoke, "Director, you're too kind. Inside is a patient named Ngo Huo, my friend's father. I'm preparing to go in and take a look. I assume that's not a problem." Zhong Daong agreed immediately. He said, "Of course, it's no problem. Please go right in." Lin Yi turned back to call in Ning, who was behind him. He said, "Let's go. Let's see the situation inside." Opening the IQ room door, and Ning was worried seeing her father on a ventilator. He was still unconscious, lying on the bed. She called out loudly, "Dad." Lin Yi gently took her hand, stopping her from causing a scene out of excessive worrying. He advised her, "Don't get too agitated. Stay back for now. There's still hope for treatment, but if you cause a disturbance, there won't be even a small chance." Hearing him say this, and Ning's eyes filled with hope. Full of expectation, she asked, "Is there really still hope?" Lin Yi was confident. He told her, "Don't you know who I am?" After speaking, he began to work. Taking a stethoscope from his pocket, he skillfully placed it on Ning's father. He silently listened to the heartbeat, not forgetting to ask the nurse beside him, "Has angiography been done?" The nurse standing nearby looked at the X-ray images and replied, "It's already done, Director Lin. Please take a look." Looking at the angiography images in his hand, he quickly found a solution and told the nurse, "Move him to the operating room. There's still time for a vascular replacement." Hearing this, John Daeong helped him coordinate personnel. He loudly directed, "Prepare the operating room for the patient's surgery." Two nurses beside the bed quickly mustered their strength to push Ngo-hwa, lying on the bed, towards the operating room. John Daeong worriedly turned to Lin Yi, telling him about Kwok-hoa's condition. He said, "Director Lin, is a consultation meeting necessary? The patient has a history of hypertension. If we perform vascular replacement surgery, the success rate is less than 1%. Lin Yi calmly smiled and replied, "There's no need for a consultation meeting. Just being careful will be fine." He spoke confidently, as if success was already guaranteed. Lin Yi continued, "Please prepare a set of scrubs for me. Director John, if you don't mind, perhaps you could assist me in the surgery. I can't do it fast enough alone." John Daeong was full of enthusiasm. He said, "It's truly an honor." During the surgery, could the hospital's doctors stand aside to observe and learn? Lin Yi smiled and replied, "All right, as long as it doesn't affect the surgery, you can arrange the rest." John Daeong smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Director Lin. I'll go to the operating room now to prepare. The surgery will start in 20 minutes. An Ning, who had been anxiously listening to everyone's conversation, held on to Lin Yi's arm and asked expectantly, "Can the surgery really be done?" Lin Yi's voice was firm. He said, "If I say he can be saved, then it's not a problem. Everyone just wait outside for my news." He turned around, held An Ning's arms, and reassured her once more, "This situation arose because of me. I will take responsibility for this until the end." An Ning felt more relieved and said, "Thank you." 5 long hours later, the operating room doors swung open. The information board displayed the words, "Surgery finished." Lin Yi walked out step by step, and Ning eagerly asked, "How is the situation?" Everyone standing around focused their attention on him, hoping for good news. Just as everyone wished, Lin Yi removed his mask, smiled brightly, and announced, "Rest assured, the surgery was successful." Hearing this, An Ning was overjoyed, full of gratitude. She said, "You've worked hard." Jeng Yang stood in a corner, his face pale, breaking out in a cold sweat, grinding his teeth as he watched Lin Yi smile. Guigan asked worriedly, "Director Lin, will there be any complications after the surgery?" Lin Yi reassured her, "There won't be any complications, everyone can rest assured. However, since it was surgery involving an incision, it does traumatize the body. He'll need to rest well for the next few months." Hearing this, Guigan brightened up. She suggested, "Daughter, it's past 6 o'clock already. Director Lin has been busy for hours and hasn't eaten. You should invite Director Lin for a meal. Your dad is fine here, besides, the 3 of us are here." Second uncle beside them added, "Right? You to go out and eat, don't worry about things here." And Ning listened to her mother. She quickly linked arms with Lin Yi, not forgetting to turn back and say, "Okay, if anything happens, call me Mom." Her face brightened, and she chatted with Lin Yi as they walked. "You really gave me a big surprise. Not only do you work at the Poverty Alleviation Office, but you're also a talented doctor." "I couldn't tell it all." Lin Yi felt shy at her praise. He humbly said, "I just had free time, so experiencing life a bit is also good." And Ning teased him with a smile, "I feel like you're not an ordinary person." She laughed happily. "You're younger than me, yet you possess such superb surgical skills, truly a genius." Jung Yon, standing behind, couldn't stand it. His face scowled as he picked up his phone to call a mysterious person. He said, "I'm looking for Boss Sun Manjit. Just tell them I've found the person who injured his man's hand." Hansui Gathering Center, a vast and magnificent place, boasted luxurious classical architecture. Inside, Sun Manlu and Sun Monja were relaxing, enjoying expensive spa services. A man in a formal suit approached and announced, "Boss Sun, someone surnamed I called regarding Brother Li's matter from yesterday." He says he knows who the culprit is. Hearing this, Manga looked at Sun Manlu, thinking about something. He picked up the phone, hesitating. You speak. Sun Manlu beside him impatiently asked, do we have information on the other party? Sun Manga replied, the other party says Lin Yi is at Medical University's second hospital. I don't think he's lying. He wouldn't have the guts. Sun Manlu frowned, pointed, and instructed him. He might be a trainer. You should bring Jin Bao. Just having him is enough. Jin Bao's current level is probably around E level. Sun Manga smiled and said, then I'll have to tell Jin Bao to hold back. Otherwise, one blow from him could easily cause lasting injuries. Brother, I need you to be my wall. What level are you at now? Sun Manlu looked confident, his eyes determined. See, Manga quickly led his group to meet Zhe and Jiyon. He greeted, Dr. Jun, I didn't expect you to be working. There was a small misunderstanding last night. Please don't hold it against me. Jung Yong was waiting and greeted back. I also didn't expect we'd have a chance to cooperate. Sun Manga walked over to shake Jung Yong's hand, asking, where is the person who injured my brother now? Why did he show up at the hospital? Jung Yong said seriously, they went out to eat. They will definitely be back tonight. You can call your people over. But my girlfriend, I hope you don't intend to harm her. Sun Manga patted Jung Yong's shoulder, saying, simple. Let's consider it no fight, no friendship. Naturally, I won't have other intentions towards your girlfriend. You can rest assured about this. Geigen and the others were still waiting outside the ICU door. Seeing Sun Manga with several tough-looking men behind him, she shouted angrily, What are you people doing here? Haven't you caused enough trouble? Sun Manga spoke in a concerned but insidious tone, his words filled with malice. Auntie, don't get agitated. We came here with no ill intentions, just wanted to inquire about your husband. If something unexpected happens, I can even send a car to take him to the crematorium. Second uncle couldn't stand it and shouted loudly, This guy, what kind of talk is that? Jung Yong pretended to step forward and stop Uncle. Hi, Uncle, calm down a bit, there are many of them. Manga lit a cigarette and threatened, I couldn't care less about you old folks. I didn't come here today looking for you. Call your daughter and her friend back here. Hurry to Internal Medicine Ward 3, room 706 to find me. Otherwise, the old man in there won't live to see tomorrow. Got it? After speaking, he turned away and ordered his lackeys, Go to 706 to visit Olive. The nurse nearby witnessed this and said fearfully, Dr. Jung, maybe we should call the police. These people are too cruel. They actually want to cause trouble in the hospital. Jung Yong remained silent, turning his head, already calculating. Geigen frantically picked up her phone, saying, I already called the police this morning. These hooligans are becoming increasingly lawless. I have to call Ning first. After leaving the hospital, Ning and Lin Yi went to a place with ancient architecture. It was a place steeped in old-fashioned style. Ning introduced. Inside, there's a very delicious food stall, but it's not very fancy. You don't mind, right? Lin Yi replied comfortably. Of course, I don't mind. I really like eateries like this. They have a folk atmosphere. The two arrived at a crowded eatery, bustling with laughter and conversation. Ning smiled and offered Lin Yi a meat skewer to try. She said, Try this, the taste is quite good. Lin Yi's mouth was full of food. He was enjoying it immensely, commenting on each dish. This barbecue is delicious, much better than in Shanghai. But this salad is just average, and Ning laughed at his comment, saying, Stop bragging. The shop might be small and not match your skills, but give the cooks some credit. As she was talking, her phone suddenly rang, cutting off their lively conversation. She answered the call and immediately shouted in panic, They're back again. Lin Yi, sitting opposite, frowned and asked, What's wrong? Ning explained, Sun Manga came back to the hospital to cause trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi immediately stood up and said, Let's go. We're going back to the hospital. 20 minutes later, the two appeared where Ning's mother was. She ran over anxiously and asked, Mom, what exactly happened? Why did those people come looking for trouble at the hospital again? Geigen was equally anxious. She recounted, I don't know either. They came and wanted Director Lin to return, then go find them in internal medicine room 706. Lin Yi asked worriedly, is Uncle okay? He didn't seem bothered that they came aggressively looking for him. Geigen, still worried, said, he's fine, still doing well. She worriedly reminded him, but the other party doesn't seem to have good intentions. It's better if you don't go. He turned away, not only unafraid but also casually saying, Auntie, don't worry. It's a small matter, I'll go handle it quickly. Everyone wait here, and Ning wasn't reassured. She held onto his arm, saying, will you be okay alone? He replied confidently, if I don't go, this matter definitely won't be resolved. Everyone just wait here. In a hospital room, one of Sun Monja's henchmen spoke discontentedly. Boss, it's been half an hour. Why haven't we seen any movement yet? Maybe he got scared and won't dare to come. Monja, leisurely lying on the bed smoking, opined, he even dared to stab me, so you can see he's quite ruthless. Someone like that has an ego bigger than the sky. He probably won't hide like a turtle in its shell. Sun Monja turned to instruct Jin Bao. Jin Bao, when he comes in, go easy on him. Don't beat him to death. A muscular man immediately obeyed. Got it? Manja's face revealed a sinister, fearsome look, frowning with killing intent. He said, today, we must give him an unforgettable night. Let him know this isn't a place where he can show off. Lin Yi, one hand casually in his pocket, pushed the door open forcefully with the other and stepped in. He asked, heard you were looking for me. The four people opposite replied, we've been looking for you for a long time. How can stabbing my brother be let go so easily? Sun Monja frowned, still holding the cigarette in his mouth, looking at Lin Yi with a smirk. Lin Yi's expression showed no worrying. Instead, he confidently retorted, it seems like you guys started this trouble first, right? Going to Ning's parents' house to cause trouble, then coming here to threaten people. After all, you guys have some influence, yet you still do this kind of thing. Just looking at you, I know you're no good. Jin Bao walked towards Lin Yi, asking, brother Sun, it's him, right? Sun Monja looked annoyed, saying, no need to go outside. Let's do it right here, settle the score cleanly all at once. Jin Bao cracked his knuckles, making cracking sounds, gritted his teeth and asked Lin Yi, heard you know martial arts. Let me test your skills. Lin Yi still stood there, showing no fear. Suddenly, he smiled, his clenched fist swinging towards Jin Bao's face, asking, test me, startling Jin Bao with his sudden action. Jin Bao regained his composure, quickly raising his hand to block the punch, saying smugly, so that's all you've got? Looks like I overestimated you. Both were now in ready stances. Lin Yi continued, don't worry, one move doesn't mean anything. Let's continue. This time it was Jin Bao's turn. He rushed forward, saying, it's my turn now. Lin Yi slightly tilted his head, his face still showing confidence. Of course, Jin Bao's attack was nothing to him. Lin Yi easily parried it. With a swift counterattack, Jin Bao couldn't react in time. Then, he was knocked to the ground, blood spurting everywhere. Sun Monja worriedly shot up, asking, Jin Bao, are you all right? Jin Bao covered his nose to stop the bleeding, suppressing the pain, saying, I'm fine. Sun Monja, still worried, asked again, are you really okay? Jin Bao replied painfully, I'm fine, just lost focus for a moment. Suddenly Jin Bao pulled out a knife, warning, brother Sun, you guys step back a bit. I'm serious this time, don't want to hurt you guys. At that moment, Lin Yi smirked slightly, his hands still casually tucked in his pockets, standing tall and confident. Jin Bao raised the knife and threw it straight at him, saying, come on. Let me see what you're really made of. He quickly caught it, his expression now serious. Lin Yi turned the knife around and stabbed it straight into Jin Bao's stomach. He screamed in pain. He collapsed onto the ground. The remaining three were stunned, mouths agape in disbelief. The three didn't know what to say, watching Jin Bao worriedly. Then Sun Monja shouted while running, run? The two behind him smartly followed, but how could Lin Yi let them go so easily? He easily struck down the two behind with his elbows and hands. Then, He reached out towards the panicked Sun Manja who was fleeing. He stood straight, one hand in his pocket, the other grabbing a manhwa's collar, saying, "At a time like this, you still want to run." Meanwhile, the two who were hit had no strength to get up. At that moment, a Ning walked in, asking, "Lin Yi, are you okay?" The girl continued, "I was worried about you so I came over. Are you okay? Your hand is bleeding." Lin Yi replied, "What's there to worrying about with these thugs? Go find the director, tell him my name is Lin Yi, he'll handle this." After saying that, he immediately closed the door, instructing her, "Wait for me outside, don't come in here." Everyone outside was stunned. Zheng Yong, standing at the back, sweating profusely, called someone, saying, "Medical University Second Hospital, Internal Medicine Ward 3, Room 706, someone used a knife to attack here. The attacker's name is Lin Yi, you guys hurry and send people here." His face was angry, saying, "Sun Manja couldn't handle you. I don't believe the police can't handle you either." Inside the room, Lin Yi said, "From now on, you answer what I ask." The guy surnamed Ni clasped his hands, looking scared, replying, "I admit defeat today, just say what you want to know." Lin Yi heard the answer, said, "I have a small question. How did you know I was at the hospital? You guys are quite capable. You came here while I was out eating. Your timing was perfect." The guy surnamed Mi raised a finger, trembling, replied, "It was Ni Zheng Yong who told us. To get revenge for yesterday, I brought people here." Lin Yi looked puzzled, wondering. Ni Zheng Yong, Sun Manja, very subserviently, justified himself. "At a time like this, why would I need to lie to you?" Lin Yi gave a sarcastic smile, casually replied, "Let's stop talking about this, now let's talk about something else." He frowned and continued, "Your brother must be that person named Sun Manlu from the northeast, right?" Sun Manja answered fearfully, startled, You already know my brother's identity." He pointed straight at Ni, his face angry, ordering, "Call your brother." "I have something to say to him," Sun Manja hurriedly called his brother. As soon as the other side picked up, he quickly said, "Hello, brother." The other end quickly asked, "Is the hospital matter settled?" Lin Yi snatched the phone from Sun Manja's hand and continued the conversation with Sun Manlu. "What are you dreaming about? It's not even bedtime." He looked at the big guy lying unconscious on the floor, continuing, "That guy named Jin Bao was stabbed once by me, he's lying on the floor here. As for your disappointing younger brother, he's also in my hands, so consider yourself defeated." Sun Manlu on the other end was furious, his face darkened, he clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, unwillingly praising, "Mr. Lin, you truly surprised me, to be at this level at such a young age. I admire you, let's arrange a place to meet. Let's end today's matter here. I won't trouble the people around you, let's settle this between us." Hearing this, Lin Yi subtly reminded him, "You really don't know what's good for you." Manlu replied immediately, "I admit, if we were in Shanghai or the south, I wouldn't be your match." His face was dark now, frowning, but he maintained a calm demeanor to respond, "But you need to remember, this is the northeast." Then he set the appointment, 3 days later, 8 p.m., meet at Shangri-La Hotel. Lin Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly agreeing. Meanwhile, Sun Manja was sitting slumped there in fear. Outside, the elevator opened. A group of people in neat suits, with serious faces, waited for the doors to fully open. They stepped out, startling Ning and the others standing there. Lin Yi opened the door, saw them, and said unexpectedly, "Are you here to arrest someone?" Then he turned, pointed at the people lying on the ground, and calmly requested, "Since you're here, take the people inside away. They have already confessed their crimes. The dagger also only has his fingerprints." He didn't forget to add, "Also, the accuser is problematic too, seems to have bad intentions, just like the ones inside. You should also check him out a bit." The police officer was also stunned upon hearing this. Then, Lin Yi casually left, turning to Ning, "It's settled. Let's go." But she still asked worriedly, "Are you sure it's okay? What did you do?" Lin Yi turned his face, looking extremely pleased, saying cryptically, "Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. You don't need to ask anymore, let's go." The two walked out of the hospital, Lin Yi yawned widely, saying goodbye. I'm heading off first. An Ning still asked considerately, which hotel did you guys book? He replied, it's the one next to your unit, at the Four Seasons Hotel, and Ning looked at her phone, saying tiredly, it's almost dawn. I'll just crash at a hotel to then. Lin Yi replied, let's go then. Watching the two walk side by side, Ni Junyoung observed from an upper floor, gritting his teeth angrily, growling, these two. Suddenly from behind, the police officer from before approached, questioning, you are Ni Junyoung, also the accuser, right? This guy replied doubtfully, yes, that's me. Suddenly the police officer handcuffed him. Ni Junyoung was both surprised and scared. At the Four Seasons Hotel, the two walked arm in arm, chatting happily. Lin Yi even teased her, you following me like this? It's like a secret love affair. An Ning played along, replying, I'm not scared. What are you scared of? Right, what if they find out later and come looking for you? Brother Yi lowered his eyes and sighed, because your boyfriend reported it to the police. It's that simple. She was startled by this information and asked again. He called the police. Then she made a speechless face, criticizing, Jing Yang, that guy is truly hopeless. We've been together for a year, and I didn't see it. Lin Yu cheerfully reassured her, you'd break up eventually anyway, right? Then he waved goodbye. It's getting late. Go back to your room and rest. On the second day at the Agricultural Research Institute, while Lin Yi was introducing things to everyone, An Ning's phone rang. She quickly answered, anxiously asking, Mom, what's wrong? Did something happen to Dad? Her mother replied on the other end, your dad is still fine, Mrs. and then explained, it's Jing Yang's parents. They came to the hospital to discuss the marriage. Since you weren't here, I didn't know what to say. Can you take leave and come to the hospital? And Ning panicked. She raised her voice, instructing, discuss marriage. Mom, wait for me at the hospital. I'm coming right now. Lin Yu also came over to ask, what's wrong? Did Jing Yang go to the hospital? Her face angry, she gritted her teeth and replied, my father is still in the hospital, and they went over to talk to my mother about marriage. I really don't understand what that family is thinking. It's infuriating. And Ning turned to him, demanding seriously, come to the hospital with me. Lin Yu was stunned, surprised by her request, and asked, what would I do there? Pretend to be your boyfriend. She was serious, holding up a finger as she continued, do you even need to ask? When we get there, just say your family is very rich, and also that we've already slept together. She continued scheming, just exaggerate how rich you are, exaggerate wildly, exaggerate so they know to back off. We have to make it absolutely clear to them. Her expression made Lin Yu break out in a cold sweat. Lin Yu felt guilty, scratched the back of his neck, and hesitated to ask, are you sure we have to say it like that? Won't it make you look like a gold digger? And Ning replied nonchalantly, people have mouths, they can say whatever they want. Lin Yu gave a thumbs up, expressing agreement. Great, I have to learn this attitude from you. A moment later, they arrived at the hospital where An Ning's father was being treated. An Ning worriedly asked Lin Yu, have you remembered everything I told you on the way? He immediately replied cheerfully, I am a very wealthy tycoon, live in a villa, drive a supercar, and have endless money. The hospital room door opened immediately. The room was quite crowded, and Ning and Lin Yi entered together. She greeted them, Mom, Uncle, Auntie, hello everyone, and Ning whispered softly to him. Sitting next to Ni Junyoung were his parents, the other two were his second and third uncles. Ni Junyoung's father looked displeased, but his mother pulled up a chair and welcomed her warmly, and Ning, come sit here quickly. She quickly took An Ning's hand. Ni Junyoung's mother rubbed her hand, which surprised An Ning greatly. She said sweetly, it's been so long since you came over for a meal, Auntie misses you to death. After you to get married, Auntie will cook for you every day, guaranteeing you won't eat the same dish twice in a year. An Ning decisively pulled her hand back, surprising Ni Junyoung and his mother. She spoke coldly, Auntie, there's something you don't know yet? Since everyone is here today, I'll make things clear. She clearly announced to everyone in the room, Ni Junyoung and I no longer possible, we have broken up. I'm sorry for making everyone come here for nothing. Hearing this, Ni Junyoung shouted angrily, and Ning, what are you saying? Everything was normal, why break up? Seeing his anger, his mother held him back, afraid he would do something uncontrollable. Only then did Ni Junyoung lower his voice and continue, I just chose the safest way, otherwise things could easily happen. If something like this happens again, I will definitely be the first to step up. I won't let you suffer injustice. And Ning didn't listen to a single word. She gestured for them to leave and said coldly, this isn't that important. You know what you've done in the past. I don't want to spell these things out to save face for you. Thank you everyone for visiting my father. My father needs to rest. Please leave. Ni Junyoung angrily grabbed An Ning's wrist, making her face pale with fear. He growled, and Ning, you, frightened for a moment, she gradually regained her composure and forcefully pulled her hand away from his. And Ning walked over to Lin Yi, who was well dressed and had been standing there enjoying the show. She took his arm and introduced him. This is my new boyfriend. Once my father recovers, we will get married, so you should give up. Seeing this, Ni Junyoung was heartbroken. He couldn't believe what he just heard. Impossible. Don't lie to me. You've only known each other for a few days. I know you're still angry, so you deliberately brought him here to deceive me. And Ning glanced flirtatiously at Lin Yi beside her and said delicately, this kind of relationship is also a type of love at first sight. Although we've only known each other for a few days, I feel he is the one I've been looking for. Ni Junyoung took his anger out on Lin Yi, angrily pointing at him with contempt. Choosing a partner also requires looking at family conditions. What does he have to compare with me? He's just an employee at the Poverty Alleviation Office. Don't let his sweet words deceive you. Wake up. Lin Yi shrugged and replied with a smile. I'm not quite as bad as you say. He spoke confidently. After all, I graduated from a prestigious university, know 8 foreign languages, come from a prominent family background. Am I really not better than a good-for-nothing like you? Hearing this, An Ning beside him forced a smile, thinking to herself, I asked you to act, not to write extra script. Hearing this, Junyoung slightly adjusted his glasses, revealing a sinister look. He smirked cunningly. You have education, but your salary is just that much. Can't even afford a house. My salary isn't much, but I invest in my 2 uncles' company. The annual commission is over 1 million yuan. Lin Yu suddenly put his arm around An Ning's shoulder, making her blush shyly. He sneered, showing off with just over 1 million yuan, truly inexperienced. Didn't An Ning just say it? My family background is extremely wealthy. Are your ears deaf? Ni Junyoung's uncle retorted at this point, judging by your clothes, what kind of extremely wealthy family background is that? You guys are young and inexperienced, haven't been beaten down by society yet, so you still talk big. Hearing this, Lin Yu rolled up his sleeve, revealing an exquisitely crafted gold watch, sparkling brightly. He smirked and said, this is the Patek Philippe 175th anniversary commemorative model, priced at 17.5 million yuan. Adding up all the money you people have, could you afford this watch? Not stopping there, Lin Yi took his phone out of his pocket, held it up in front of Ni Junyoung and his uncle, challenging, if you still don't believe it, I have my balance changes on my phone, but the money in the card isn't much, just over 1 billion. See how many zeros there are? Junyoung took the phone, which displayed a balance of over 1 billion. Seeing this, Ni Junyoung and his uncle were very surprised, their faces turned pale green. Junyoung seemingly couldn't believe his eyes. He adjusted his glasses to look closer, exclaiming in panic, you, how can you have so much money? Lin Yi smiled contemptuously and replied nonchalantly, why not? Someone like you is fundamentally unworthy of her. Let me take over, you should just go back where you came from. Seeing the situation becoming tense, Ni Junyoung's parents stood up, preparing to leave. Old Anne, I have some matters to attend to, excuse me for leaving first. Seeing this, An Ning's mother also gently advised, let the 2 kids resolve their own issues, it shouldn't affect our relationship. Ni Junyoung also left with his parents, glancing towards the 2 of them, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Only then did An Ning let down her guard, smiling as she said to Lin Yi, you scared me to death. I thought you were wearing a watch worth over 1,000 yuan, but had over 1 billion in savings. But I'm also quite curious, how did you manage to fool the Ni family? Lin Yi confidently pointed at the watch and replied, the part about being a top student at Shinda University was a bit exaggerated, but the watch and the balance are real, not a deception. Hearing this, An Ning was stunned, stammering, it's real. Just then, An Ning's mother turned to look at Lin Yi probing. Daughter, you two aren't really. She immediately waved her hands, explaining, no, it was just to scare them off. Otherwise the Ni family wouldn't give up. How is Dad's situation? Seeing this, An Ning's mother was also reassured. She told her daughter, the hospital director came this morning, said he could be discharged to recover at home in a week at the latest, and the hospital fees were also saved a lot. We have Lin Yi to thank for this. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have received this treatment. She then turned towards An Ning's father and introduced, this young man is named Lin Yi. He performed your surgery. He has a lot of influence at the hospital, otherwise the director wouldn't have visited you early this morning. Hearing this, An Ning's father happily shook hands with Lin Yi, saying emotionally, young man, thank you. Lin Yi also smiled and replied, after discharge, uncle needs to take care of his health. An Ning's mother suddenly pushed her daughter from behind towards Lin Yi, instructing, go on, Lin Yi is from out of town, take him to the Zhongyong traditional street, otherwise his trip here would be wasted. Hearing this, An Ning happily linked arms with Lin Yi, smiling sweetly, yes, then we'll be going. At the airport, Sun Manlu and two assistants got out of the car and ran to greet the person just disembarking from the plane. They bowed deeply, speaking in unison, young master Wang. Wang Mian saw the person approaching and greeted cheerfully, Uncle Sun, haven't seen you in years, you still look as young as ever. Sun Manlu stepped closer, shook hands with Wang Mian, and replied in a low voice, I'm old now, the future belongs to your generation. He continued frankly, we've known each other for many years, let's skip the pleasantries, let's go. Wang Mian seemed to remember something and spoke excitedly, Northeast sorghum wine, we uncles and nephews have been craving it for a long time, we must drink to our heart's content today. Hearing this, Sun Manlu laughed heartily, opened the car door inviting young Master Wang in, and replied, I've prepared everything, just waiting for you. Sun Manlu moved to another car. As soon as he opened the door and got in, Sun Monja asked doubtfully, brother, this young Master Wang doesn't seem ordinary, is he very formidable? Sun Manlu put a cigarette to his lips, smiling faintly, of course, he's very formidable, he lit the cigarette with a gold lighter, closed his eyes, and continued, barely 30 and already at the threshold of level D, about to reach level C. Do you think his title as the Crown Prince of Yanjing came from nowhere? Good background, talented, and very self-disciplined, stays away from women. Hearing this, Sun Monja asked confusedly, stays away from women. When he got off the plane, wasn't there a female secretary next to him? Slim waist, long legs, big chest, looks pretty good too. I don't believe there's nothing between them. Sun Manlu exhaled smoke, recalling the pink-haired girl with a fit physique, and pondered for a moment. I know a little about that woman. Her name is Lena, not older than 25. Like me, she has reached level C. If we fought one-on-one, I might not be her match. Sun Monja was startled. She's that strong. Sun Manlu continued smoking, eyes closed, replying calmly, she was trained by the Wang family since childhood, considered Wang Mian's personal bodyguard. When he goes out, that woman definitely follows. Suddenly remembering something, Sun Manlu turned and asked, right, have you called that person? Sun Monja nodded, notification sent, gather at the Shangri-La Hotel tonight at 8 p.m. Mr. Sun took a long drag and exhaled, his eyes glinting sinisterly through the smoke. He spoke scornfully, let's see if he dares to come. At a hot pot restaurant, the bubbling sound and fragrant steam whetted everyone's appetite. An Ning sat next to Shi Jin, asking cheerfully, busy tonight? Shall I take everyone to a nightclub for a look? Lin Yi, sitting opposite and eating heartily, suddenly heard his phone ring. He picked it up, saw an unknown number, and asked, you are? A man's voice came through. Mr. Lin, 10 minutes have passed. Have you forgotten the time we agreed upon? Lin Yi suddenly remembered something and quickly replied, "My apologies, I actually forgot, I'm heading over right now." After hanging up, he stood up and said to the two women, "Take your time eating, I have some business outside." A and Ning nodded. "All right, I'll call you later." When I take Shi Jin out a while later, Lin Yi arrived. He looked up at the luxurious hotel, murmuring to himself, "Let's see what tricks you have planned today." In the large banquet room, 3 large round tables were arranged, almost fully seated, with only one empty spot left. A man spoke up, "Boss, I think our preparations today were a waste of effort." The speaker was Zhou Tianjing, level D. He took a drag from his cigarette, sneering, forgetting something so important. "I think he doesn't want to come. Maybe he's already fled back to Shanghai." Sun Monja rested his hand on the table, glanced at Zhou Tianjing, and defended, "You always assume the worst of others, maybe he really just forgot." Zhou Tianjing retorted, "Forgetting something this important means he looks down on us." "Boss, if he does come, how do you plan to handle this?" Sun Manlu picked up his wine glass, his voice cold. "If he comes here, offers a toast and apologizes to me, this matter will be settled. How exactly it's resolved depends on his attitude. But he stabbed Jin Bao, he must pay a price." Suddenly, the dining room door opened, Lin Yi appeared. He glanced around the tables and spoke casually, "The party already started before I arrived. Is this how you treat guests?" Sun Manlu stared at him and said, "I thought you wouldn't dare to come." Lin Yi sat down in his spot, crossed his legs, acting calmly as if nothing happened. "I already agreed with you. Why wouldn't I come? Just got caught up with something and forgot about your matter. But this is quite a big party, inviting so many people." Sun Manlu slammed his wine glass down, his face darkening, and growled, "You stabbed my man and beat my younger brother. Did you think about how to resolve this before coming?" Lin Yi sneered contemptuously. "Resolve what? Weren't these things caused by you people first?" Sun Manlu couldn't take it anymore, stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and roared, "You've got some nerve. Where do you think you are?" Lin Yi closed his eyes, replying calmly, "A restaurant." Zhou Tianjing got up from his chair, approached Lin Yi, rolled up his sleeves, and challenged, "Come on, stop wasting words, let's fight hand to hand and see who's better." Lin Yi seemed unfazed, still sitting casually, and replied, "This is somewhat interesting. Weren't we supposed to talk? Why do you want to fight now? True dogs can't stop eating shit, only knowing how to solve problems by fighting." Hearing this, Zhou Tianjing flared up in anger, rushed towards Lin Yi, yelling, "I'll beat you to death." Lin Yi easily dodged Zhou Tianjing's punch without even taking his hands out of his pockets, slightly stunning him. He closed his eyes and said casually, "Level D, quite decent skills." Witnessing this, Sun Manlu and Sun Monja were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Zhou Tianjing obviously wouldn't give up easily. He threw continuous punches at Lin Yi, while Lin Yi moved agilely, effortlessly dodging all of Zhou Tianjing's attacks without a hint of fear. After a round of continuous punches and kicks, he was exhausted, his angry face panting heavily, while Lin Yi on the other side was smiling slyly. He thought to himself, although he's level D, he's still much worse than Ning Xieqi. Zhou Tianjing immediately returned to a defensive stance, taunting Lin Yi, "Weren't you so tough when you hit Jin Bao? Why are you dodging like this now that you're facing me?" Hearing this, Lin Yi stepped closer, replying, "Just wanted to test your level, didn't expect you to misunderstand." At that point, Lin Yi's eyes turned fierce, he swiftly shot his hand forward, grabbing Zhou Tianjing's head, making him turn pale with fear, sweat dripping down. With a thud, Zhou Tianjing's entire body was slammed forcefully onto the ground by Lin Yi in front of everyone. Zhou Tianjing lay paralyzed on the floor, bleeding profusely, while Lin Yi dusted off his hands. Calmly looking at him, Sun Manlu said coldly, "Help him out." While Zhou Tianjing was being helped out for treatment, Sun Manlu stood up and said to Lin Yi, "No wonder you act like that. Turns out your skills are quite impressive." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Manlu's attitude changed, his expression becoming more terrifying than ever. He took off his outer jacket, the buttons on his shirt underneath nearly undone, revealing toned chest muscles. Sun Manlu challenged loudly, Then let's see if you can pass my test. Lin Yu remained still, calmly replying, I know your identity very well. There's no need for us to fight to the death. Just apologize to me. Sun Manlu stepped closer and closer, saying, according to what you just said. Before finishing his sentence, Sun Manlu jumped up, launching a kick at Lin Yi, accompanied by angry words, it means you don't understand me yet. Lin Yi quickly raised his hands to block in time, thinking to himself, he's already at level C, so this is a fight against a man in black. Every move Sun Manlu made was dangerous, pressing closer to Lin Yi step by step. But Lin Yi seemed to anticipate his opponent's moves, always dodging in time, exploiting openings to counterattack fiercely. Sun Manlu fought until he was sweating buckets, feeling a bit scared and worried. Is this guy's talent greater than Wang Mian's? Seeing Sun Manlu tired and distracted, Lin Yu seized the opportunity, grabbing both his elbows. He took control and forcefully pushed Sun Manlu to the ground. He lost his balance and slammed hard onto the floor in front of everyone. Before Sun Manlu could get up, Lin Yi approached and placed his foot on his chest, making him scream in pain, blood pouring from his mouth. Sun Manlu tried to suppress his cries of pain. Seeing this, Lin Yi spoke coldly, although you're level C, you are no match for me. Admit defeat. Suddenly, to Lin Yi's left, a gun was aimed directly at his head. Sun Monja held the gun, threatening, let my eldest brother go. Lin Yi showed no fear, calmly asking, a gun? You want to threaten me? Sun Monja growled, you think I don't dare? Can't wait any longer. He immediately pulled the trigger, the bullet flying straight ahead. Lin Yu reacted very quickly, instantly tilting his head aside, causing the bullet to hit the wall. Everyone in the room was very surprised, eyes wide open seeing Lin Yu dodge the bullet. They exclaimed in amazement, impossible. Before Sun Monja could recover from his shock, he saw Lin Yu approaching, smirking contemptuously. The thing in your hand seems to be fake. In just a moment, Lin Yu knocked the gun out of Sun Monja's hand with one hand, causing him to cry out in pain. Sun Monja had now collapsed to the ground. Lin Yu approached again, stepped on Sun Manlu's chest and asked, can we talk calmly and civilly now? Sun Manlu nodded repeatedly, replying, yes, this was my fault first. I promise you I won't look for trouble with you again. Hearing this, Lin Yu finally lifted his foot and said coldly, no need for apologies, I don't care for them. He turned sharply to leave, leaving only a threat for the frightened Sun Manlu lying there. I trust your words carry weight. This ends here, but if there's a next time, I guarantee you won't see tomorrow's sun. Suddenly, Sun Manlu's phone rang. The caller was Wang Mian. Sun Manlu answered, young Master Wang, I'm sorry, have you arrived at the hotel? Yes, something unexpected happened to me. I'll come pick you up right away. On the other side, Wang Mian was standing at the reception desk, followed by Lena. He spoke into the phone. What happened to you? Based on your level, nothing should have happened, right? Sun Manlu said angrily. I ran into a lunatic and fell into his hands. Lena seemed to notice something and turned to Wang Mian. Young master, look. He made a sound of acknowledgement. They turned to look in the direction Lin Yu was walking. Lena whispered, the one who dealt with Sun Manlu's men, it seems to be him. Wang Mian watched Lin Yu enter the elevator and said, he's going down, let's meet and talk first. Wang Mian hung up, instructing Lena, remember his license plate number and have someone track the car's movements later. I want to know all its exact locations. Lena acknowledged, understood, I'll go arrange it now. The elevator doors opened and Sun Manlu appeared looking very pathetic. Sun Manlu walked over to where Wang Mian was sitting, calling out, young master Wang. Wang Mian looked Sun Manlu up and down and said, how did things end up like this? Who was it that attacked you? Sun Manlu clutched his stomach, trembling as he answered, his name is Lin Yi, chairman of the Linian Group. Wang Mian asked thoughtfully, Lin Yi. Sun Manlu hesitated and asked, young master Wang, have you heard of this person? Wang Mian shook his head, not familiar, but I've heard the name Linian Group mentioned. But for him to dare attack you, he's quite bold. Wang Mian patted the empty space beside him, saying, sit down and talk. Is the opponent's skill really stronger than yours? Sun Manlu nodded, yes. Sun Manlu sat down clutching his stomach, continuing, "Not only are his skills good, at the end, my younger brother used a gun against him, but he dodged it and knocked the gun away, showing he's extraordinary." Hearing this, Wang Mian smiled and said, "That's not related to ability, it's about the psychology of micro-expressions. It's just that when you pulled the trigger, he reacted beforehand. Lena and I can do that too. If you had shot him from behind where he couldn't see, he wouldn't have been able to dodge." Sun Manlu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So that's how it is." Wang Mian frowned slightly, turning to reprimand Sun Manlu. "The Wang family has trained you for so many years, yet someone with a bit of skill has frightened you this much. Did the Wang family place you in the northeast just to be useless like this?" Sun Manlu, scared, waved his hands, trembling as he said, "No, Wang Mian didn't want to make things harder for him." He stood up, closed his eyes, and spoke coldly. "All right, you may leave first. You don't need to accompany me tonight." After speaking, Wang Mian turned and left with Lena, ignoring Sun Manlu calling after him from behind. However, arriving at the car door, Lena turned to ask Wang Mian, "Young master, are we really going to act against Lin Yi? Should I go lend them a hand?" Wang Mian smiled and replied, "Act? When did I say we would act against Lin Yi?" Lena asked doubtfully, "Don't tell me you want to imply this to Sun Manlu." Wang Mian smirked, his eyes revealing a sinister look. "Although I always want to kill that Lin Yi, the Liang family behind him, it's most appropriate to leave this matter to Sun Manlu." Hearing this, Lena wondered, "But based on Sun Manlu's abilities, can he eliminate Lin Yi?" "I highly doubt it. We cannot underestimate Lin Yi." Wang Mian gave a cunning smile, replying, "Eliminate him? Impossible. Lin Yi is a formidable opponent. Just being able to take one of his arms or legs would be enough for me to vent my anger." Wang Mian frowned slightly, thinking, "We still have a hidden card up our sleeve that we haven't used. If this matter isn't resolved in the end, we'll play this card, and the Liang family won't be able to shirk responsibility." The car continued speeding down the road. Lena thought for a moment and asked, "Is there a problem with Lin Yi's private life?" Wang Mian agreed, replying, "It's a woman named Ji Qingyan. She's just a small business owner, but Liang Ruoxu is different." He continued seriously, "Her family's status over there holds considerable influence. When the time comes, the Liang family will be crushed beyond recovery." A while later, at the clinic door, Sun Manlu asked nervously, "Doctor, how is the situation?" The doctor looked at Sun Monja's carefully bandaged arm and replied, "It's a minor issue. The muscles and nerves have all been reconnected. He'll need a lot of movement later to prevent adhesion, otherwise it will be a big problem." Seeing the doctor leave the room, Sun Monja turned to Sun Manlu and asked angrily, "Brother, are we just going to let it go like this?" Sun Manlu turned to his subordinates behind him and ordered, "Except for Zheng Kunpeng, everyone else get out." They replied in unison, "Yes." Sun Manlu took out a cigarette and started lighting it. He took a drag from his cigarette and said to Zheng Kunpeng, "Kunpeng, go arrange some people. Find an opportunity to kill him. Find someone ruthless and cunning, the best you can get." After hearing Sun Manlu, both Sun Monja and Zheng Kunpeng were very surprised. Sun Monja's expression changed, and he asked in a low voice, "Brother, do we really have to do this? Lin Yi is the chairman of the Lingyan group. He has significant social standing. Doing this will easily attract attention." Sun Manlu held his cigarette, his eyes gradually turning sinister. He schemed, "Don't worry, he's just a business manager, nothing formidable. I'm doing this not just for revenge, but also for the chance to prove myself to the Wang family." Zheng Kunpeng, standing nearby, heard this and spoke up, "Boss, if you really want to, I'll go arrange it now. The hired assassins can arrive in Bingcheng by tomorrow morning." Sun Manlu nodded in agreement. "Go, tell them to handle this cleanly." Sometime later, at a ski resort bustling with people, An Ning, along with Li Shijin and Lin Yi, were all wearing black ski suits that covered them completely. An Ning said excitedly, "This must be your first time in the Northeast, right? It would be a real shame not to ski at least once. You'll be leaving soon, so you should cherish these last beautiful moments here." All three were standing at the starting line. 11. Jin felt very excited as it was her first time here. She replied happily, "Yeah, it's so beautiful outside. It makes me not want to leave at all, Mr. Lin. Do you know how to ski?" Lin Yi confidently replied, "I'm like you, it's my first time. I've never even seen snow before. Isn't it just skiing? Although I've never done it, I can learn it quickly right now." Hearing this, An Ning smirked mockingly, "Learn now? It took me to winters just to grasp the basics. Do you think you can learn just by watching once?" From a distance, someone was quietly observing them, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He whispered, "You really know how to enjoy yourself, bringing two beauties here to ski." Another voice spoke up, belonging to a short-haired man wearing a purple puffer jacket. He laughed and said, "He's going to die anyway. Let him have a little fun." The first observer was a man with long hair covering half his face, wearing a green puffer jacket. He said to the person behind him, "Let's go inside and check the terrain, find a suitable spot, and we'll discuss it another day." Suddenly, he looked back, his expression becoming more serious, and said gutturally, "But if we find the right opportunity, we can make our move today." "Over here," An Ning gently said to Shijin. "Shijin, let me teach you how to ski." Shijin shyly replied, "Okay." An Ning turned to Lin Yi, probing, "Lin Yi, are you sure you don't know how to ski? Your expression doesn't show any fear at all." "Look at Shijin, that's how a beginner looks." While Shijin was trembling, fearfully looking at the slope ahead, Lin Yi casually replied, "What kind of sophistry is that? I'm an experienced man. Okay." After speaking, he started off. Lin Yi skied swiftly with a confident expression, leaving the two girls far behind. Suddenly, a little boy who was also just learning stumbled into his path, startling him into shouting, "Damn!" Lin Yi quickly swerved to avoid hitting the boy, causing him to fall hard onto the slope. An Ning, watching from up the slope, couldn't help but laugh until tears streamed down her face. Finally, a chance for revenge. Lin Yi sat up after falling onto the slope, gently rubbing his neck, which was sore from the impact. Just then, An Ning and Shijin slowly skied over to Lin Yi. Shijin gently said, "Mr. Lin, take it slow," didn't Miss An Ning say. "It took her 2 whole years to learn the basic skiing techniques. You can't expect to ski perfectly right after starting." Lin Yi stood up, brushed the snow off his clothes and scoffed. With her IQ, taking 2 years is normal. "I'm not like her." An Ning looked at him, her eyes filled with anger. Furious, she raised her voice and challenged Lin Yi, "I'll give you 1 hour. Later, we'll compete on the advanced slope." Lin Yi, of course, wouldn't back down. He quickly accepted. "All right, game on." Half an hour later, Lin Yi was still diligently practicing on the ski slope. He seemed to have mastered controlling the skis, able to ski without poles. Lin Yi smiled smugly, thinking to himself, "I feel like these skis really suit me." At the appointed time, Lin Yi went to the advanced slope as promised and saw An Ning and Shijin were already there. An Ning glanced at Lin Yi, crossed her arms, and asked, "How far have you learned?" Lin Yi, one hand on his hip, the other holding his skis, replied frankly, "Basically, I don't fall anymore, but my form isn't quite perfect yet." Hearing this, An Ning said smugly, "Learning that much in just over an hour is already very good." Xijin also covered her mouth and giggled, "Mr. Lin, I know you're capable, but definitely don't exaggerate." Lin Yi ignored their mockery and said loudly, "I am a man, after all. A man of his word doesn't go back on it, like spilled water that can't be gathered. Let's go, let's compete now." They didn't know their conversation had been overheard by the men behind the tree. The man in the purple jacket looked at Lin Yi and praised, "This kid is pretty good. Learned 80 to 90% in just a short while." The long-haired man with the covered face spoke coldly, "That's not what we need to be concerned about. This job pays 1 million yuan per person, and after it's done, arrangements will be made to go abroad to avoid investigation. This money definitely won't be easy to get, so we need to be very careful when we make our move later. If there isn't a suitable opportunity, we can't rush it." Hearing this, the man in purple revealed a sinister expression. He whispered, "I know that. It's not the first time I've done this. Moreover, they're even going to the advanced ski slope. It's like they're creating an opportunity for us." The long-haired man pointed over there and ordered, "Let's go, get the tools and prepare for the job." The man in purple immediately made a sign of obedience. "Roger." On the other side, Ning and Lin Yi were preparing to compete. She turned to ask Lin Yi, "Do I need to give you a head start of 10 meters or so?" He gave a confident smile and replied, "No need for a head start, let's be fair, to avoid you making excuses when you lose." And Ning didn't say anything more upon hearing that. She started counting down to start. "Then let's start now. 3, 2, 1, go." As soon as she shouted go, both quickly slid down the slope. Everyone showed determination to win. After a while, Lin Yi's speed had far surpassed Ning's. She looked towards him, thinking in confusion, hasn't he never skied before? How can he have such technique? Suddenly, Lin Yi stopped, waiting for Ning to slowly ski over. Both were now skiing at a slow speed. He looked at her, mocking with a smile. "Your speed is a bit weak, isn't it? You talked such a big game. I thought you were really good, so amateurish." Hearing this, Ning became furious, but couldn't retort. "You." She angrily growled at Lin Yi, "Stop being so smug. There's still a long way to go. I can catch up to you anytime. I'll definitely beat you, just watch." Hearing that, Lin Yi waved goodbye to her. "Well then, good luck." After saying that, he sped off quickly, leaving her stunned and speechless. A moment later, Lin Yi had skied down to the finish line, where Shi Jin was standing. Seeing him arrive, she was very surprised. 11 Jin ran over to him, asking, "Brother Lin, how did you get back first?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Because she's just too weak." Just as he finished speaking, Ning was seen skiing back from afar, raising her pole ready to hit him. She shouted loudly, "So you tricked me, you clearly know how to ski, yet you pretended." Lin Yi laughed gloatingly, saying, "I really didn't know, I just learned by watching others play earlier." Hearing this, Ning felt ashamed, resentfully thinking to herself, "I spent a whole year's learning to ski, and yet I'm not as good as him." Seeing Ning still angry, Shi Jin stood beside her and advised, "Sister Ning, the result is clear, saying these things is useless. Besides, losing to Brother Lin isn't embarrassing. I've known him for a long time, I've never seen him lose." And Ning certainly wouldn't admit defeat so easily. She turned to Lin Yi, challenging him again, "Go, get on the cable car, one more time." Lin Yi calmly replied, "I think you should stop this pointless struggle and just admit defeat." Although he said that, the two got on the cable car once again. Lin Yi turned to tease Ning, "If you lose again, you have to call me Dad. I'll take a small loss and consider teaching you." Ning was furious, her face darkened. She shouted loudly, "Get lost. I'll strangle you." While they were sitting on the cable car, down below, preparations were underway. The long-haired man spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Their cable car has started moving. What's the situation on your end?" The man in purple was hiding in the bushes, aiming his sniper rifle while replying, "No suitable opportunity yet, I'm waiting." On the other side, the long-haired man, covering half his face, cautiously instructed, "If we don't find an opportunity this time, we'll strike another time. It must be a kill shot. If you're not sure, don't fire." The walkie-talkie crackled with his accomplice's voice. "Got it?" Lin Yi stood on his snowboard, excitedly asking Ning, "Ready yet?" Ning was equally excited. She immediately replied, "We can start now." She started counting down, looking at Lin Yi, 3, 2, 1, then she shouted, "Go!" Ning shot off like an arrow ahead of Lin Yi, seeing herself in the lead. Her competitive nature made her think, "This time I have the initial advantage." Suddenly, Lin Yi overtook her at lightning speed. Ning chased after him, looking at him with confusion. "How can you be so fast?" Lin Yi smiled, looking at her. "Just good technique." She pouted, refusing to give up, saying, "Did you really learn to ski in just over an hour?" Lin Yi, seeing Ning's expression, was pleased, of course. From a distance, Lin Yi's entire body was in the crosshairs. The sniper adjusted his aim and immediately pulled the trigger, shouting, "Go dive." The bullet unexpectedly hit Lin Yi's right shoulder, causing him to stumble and fall. Seeing Lin Yi fall, Ning immediately stopped, shouting, "Lin Yi." The wound made him look at Ning painfully. Don't be scared, I won't die. Observing that Lin Yi hadn't been killed, the person behind the tree gritted his teeth, picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered, "Damn it, he's not dead, go quickly." An Ning held Lin Yi's trembling body, shouting loudly, "Help, help." Lin Yi looked at her with pained eyes, quickly telling An Ning, "You call the police first, cordon off this area. Leave the rest for me to handle." She obeyed and picked up her phone. Okay, I'll call the police now." Amidst the beautiful scenery of the snowy mountains, An Ning contacted the police to report the situation. "Hello, officer, we've just been shot." The police received the information. "All right, understood the situation. We're heading there immediately." Afterwards, she helped Lin Yi lean against her, walking and worrying. "Lin Yi, it's my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here to play. Put your arm around my waist. I'll help you down the mountain soon." Although the wound on his shoulder was bleeding, Lin Yi still optimistically comforted An Ning. "Although I haven't touched anywhere else. Your waist is truly extraordinary." This feeling, right now, she was only worried about Lin Yi's life, so she ignored his playful words. Touch whatever you want." The sound of the ambulance siren arrived, alerting the road. In the ambulance, the doctor kept reminding Lin Yi, "Endure it for a moment. I'll do a preliminary check first, then report to the hospital superiors." The pain from the wound made Lin Yi uncomfortable. He frowned and said, "Muscle tissue burned, and my right shoulder has no feeling now. The tendon is probably torn." "Just report it like that. Clean the wound entrance for me first." The doctor and nurse were surprised. "How do you know?" Before Lin Yi could answer, his phone rang. Leong Ruoxu on the other end asked worriedly, "How's the wound?" "What did the doctor say? Is it serious?" Lin Yi was surprised. "How did you know something happened to me?" She angrily slammed her hand on the table. "Director Chen from the Research Institute called me. I'm almost at the airport. People from the organization will also go there. They'll arrive in Bingcheng around tonight." Lin Yi fearfully ordered, "No, don't you guys come. This matter isn't finished yet. I have to handle it personally." Leong Ruoxu was still irritable at Lin Yi's disregard for his own life. She yelled, "Something this big happened. How can I not go?" Lin Yi quickly advised her, "But if you come over now, it will alert the enemy. Listen to me, come over in a few days, or else your plan will be ruined." Realizing the situation was not good, Leong Ruoxu compromised, saying, "I'll give you 3 days. If you haven't handled this by then, I'll come over myself." Lin Yi, hearing Leong Ruoxu's voice soften, also stopped being irritable and comforted her. All right, don't worry too much. I'm in the ambulance, wait until things here are settled, then I'll call you." As soon as the call ended, the doctor reminded him, "Mr. Lin, just hold on a little longer, we're almost at the hospital." Lin Yi looked at everyone in the vehicle, hesitated, and said, "There's something I need to remind you all about." All eyes turned to Lin Yi, waiting for his next words. He seriously instructed, "No matter who asks you about this later, just say I was very seriously injured. Don't say anything else. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your lives." The doctor and nurses, not wanting to jeopardize their jobs, immediately nodded. "Understood, Mr. Lin." Lin Yi added a reminder for the doctor. "Also, tell Zhong Daong to prepare for my emergency treatment." He nodded. "Okay." At the international hospital, doctors quickly rushed him to the operating room. He was surrounded by the top talents in life-saving. "Director Lin, we just did a quick check. Although the wound area is quite large, it's not too serious." Sun Biotao, the chief of surgery and the lead surgeon, said, "Rest assured, there won't be any lasting consequences." Lin Yi was reassured by the skills of the doctors here, but there was one thing he needed to address. Lin Yi reminded them, "I know, but there's something I want to reiterate to you." Ready for instructions, Sun Batao listened. "Director Lin, please go ahead." Lin Yi glanced around and replied, "Although the injury isn't too serious, don't tell anyone outside. Just tell outsiders that the injury is extremely severe, possibly even requiring amputation." Sun Batao and the other doctors were bewildered. Lin Yi's eyebrows furrowed threateningly. "You don't need to ask questions. Just do as I say." Lin Yi's threat made everyone bow their heads obediently. Sun Batao said, All right, understood. In the post-operative recovery room, the usually calm and Ning watched Lin Yi with concern, while Shi Jin couldn't stop crying, her eyes swollen, sobbing as she asked, "Brother Lin, do you want anything to eat?" "I'll go buy it for you now." This mournful crying irritated Lin Yi. He sat up, removed the oxygen tube, and said, "Can you please stop crying? I'm not dead yet. Why are you two crying like you're attending my funeral?" Shi Jin couldn't hold back and burst into tears. "The doctor said your condition is critical. You might need an amputation," and Ning couldn't help but tear up as well. Faced with the concern of the two beautiful women, Lin Yi could only scratch his head helplessly. Well, the doctor only said it was a possibility. "I'm actually a bit hungry. Can you two go get me something to eat? It's already past 10 p.m. Seeing Lin Yi request food, Shi Jin couldn't hide her delight. Okay. What would Brother Lin like? I'll go buy it for you." Lin Yi said enthusiastically, "Get some spicy soup and barbecue, and 2 bottles of Great Snow beer," and Ning was concerned about Lin Yi's health. She stood up to thwart his unhealthy request. "How can you even think about drinking alcohol right now? Do you want to recover or not?" She reminded Shi Jin, "Just get him something light and bland, not too much meat." After a moment, she reconsidered, thinking it best to go herself. She turned and added, "Never mind, you stay here and keep an eye on him. I'll go." After Ning left, Lin Yi advised Shi Jin, "You should head back first." She pouted, shook her head, and replied, "I don't want to leave. I want to stay with you." Lin Yi knew how to handle beautiful women. He gently placed a hand on Shi Jin's shoulder, affecting a secretive tone. "Work is piling up at the institute while I'm stuck here. You need to go back and help manage things for me, right? We're almost heading back soon anyway." He couldn't afford any mishaps now. Coaxed, Shi Jin stopped insisting. She nodded. "You're right." She stood up and slung her bag over her shoulder. "This field study is nearly finished, but there are still some documents to prepare. I'll head back first then. If you need anything here, make sure to call me." Lin Yi waved goodbye to Shi Jin. "Okay, got it?" The moment Shi Jin left, he quickly answered his phone. The moment he answered, Liang Ruoxu sounded furious enough to jump through the phone. "Are you trying to kill me with anger? You're only replying now." Lin Yi tried to soothe the woman on the other end. "Didn't I already tell you I'm okay? No need to worry." But Liang Ruoxu didn't calm down, sounding even more upset. "Easy for you to say. How could I not worry when something this serious happened?" She paused, then asked softly, "Does the wound still hurt? Will there be any permanent damage? Have you figured out who did it?" Faced with her questions, Lin Yi initially answered nervously, "I ran into a guy here named Sun Manlu. He's the biggest local gang leader." But he quickly regained his composure and calmly explained to Liang Ruoxu, "However, I dealt with him just yesterday. Logically, he shouldn't dare to mess with me again, so there's definitely something fishy about this. Didn't you mention before that this area is the Wong family's turf? So, help me investigate the connection between them." Liang Ruoxu agreed. "Okay, I'll get back to you tomorrow." The door suddenly opened. Ning entered carrying a bag and looked around. "Where's Shi Jin?" Lin Yi quickly hid his phone and replied calmly, "She had something to attend to, so I told her to head back first." And Ning didn't press further. "Here, it's still warm, eat up." Watching her sit down, Lin Yi said, "You should go back too. I'll be fine here by myself." But this beauty didn't obey. "I'm not going back tonight. I'll stay by your bedside." Ning gracefully scooped up some porridge, blew on it gently, smiled, and brought the spoon to Lin Yi's lips. "Eat up." Ning's gesture touched Lin Yi. He thought to himself, "I never expected she'd be the first person to spoon-feed me." "Zhongbei, Wangjiang Villa," a voice asked, "Are you sure Lin Yi was hit?" Two mercenaries bragged about the hit like they'd won an award. "Definitely, but not in a vital area, just the shoulder blade. We can't determine the severity of the injury yet. If necessary, we can go snoop around the hospital." Sun Manlu took a long drag from his cigar and ordered, "No need. You two need to disappear for a while, find a discreet place to hide out. I'll arrange for your departure from China later." Hearing Sun Manlu, they became anxious. "Boss Sun, Are you unhappy with us because we didn't execute the mission perfectly? The sharp sound of two cards hitting the table was heard. Sun Manlu crossed his legs and replied confidently, "Not at all. I'm well aware of his abilities. What you accomplished is commendable enough. Each of these cards holds 1 million yuan. I'll handle your exit arrangements, just wait for my signal." Seeing the money brighten their eyes, and the two mercenaries repeated, "Thank you, boss," they quickly shut the door and left. Sun Manlu turned to his subordinate, "Old Zheng, arrange their exit route, have them leave as soon as possible." Receiving the order, the man stood up straight. "Yes, sir, but what about Lin Yi's side?" Sun Manlu just smiled. "First, check the situation at the hospital, then find someone to infiltrate and handle him. This matter cannot afford any mistakes." Old Zheng quickly obeyed. "Yes, I understand." Seeing his subordinate leave, Sun Manlu just watched his back from afar. Sun Monjo also looked at old Zheng's back and asked, "Brother, are we playing a bit too ruthlessly this time?" But Sun Manlu's intentions had blinded him. He replied, "Little brother, do you know why you haven't been able to rise up after all these years?" He glared at his subordinate. "It's because you're not ruthless enough." Sun Monjo was frightened, his face pale as a sheet. "Do you mean we need to be that heartless? After all, Lin Yi is a well-known businessman. If we really do this, it will create a bad social impact." But Sun Manlu didn't care. He replied, "There's no other way. This is the only path before me. I must do it." He clenched his fist, veins popping, and slammed it on the table. Inside Sun Manlu now, only malice could satisfy him. He raised his fist, vowing to continue on this path. "This is an opportunity, and also a test from the Wong family. I must seize it firmly." The morning of the second day, in the hospital, while Ning was sleeping soundly in a chair, Lin Yi had long been awake. He picked up his phone and texted, "Found it out." Lin Yi gently flicked Ning's forehead, saying, "It's almost time for rounds. Hurry up and see if the doctor has arrived." Ning, like a kitten waking up gradually, yawned softly and nodded. "Okay." Lin Yi continued to focus on his phone while Ning went to find the doctor. He called Liang Ruoxu directly, asking, "What information have you found?" On the other end of the phone, Liang Ruoxu's voice sounded, "Just as you thought." She was fearful of the secrets she was about to reveal to Lin Yi. Sun Manlu is indeed the secret force cultivated by the Wong family, and he has reached sea level. 3 nights ago, Wang Mian arrived in Bingcheng, preparing to fly abroad to negotiate a wood import deal. Hearing the information from Liang Ruoxu, he raised an eyebrow, asking curiously, "Arrived 3 days ago. Doesn't that mean he arrived in Bingcheng the day before Sun Manlu made his move?" "Okay, I understand. You don't need to worry about what happens next. I'll handle it myself." As always, the door opened right when Lin Yi was on the phone. Lin Yi asked, startled, "Didn't you say you were going to buy breakfast? The way you two are dressed really surprises me." Qi Yuluo and Ning Xieqi appeared before Lin Yi in sexy, alluring nurse outfits. Ning Xieqi asked seductively, "Great, we haven't seen each other for so long, yet you recognized us immediately. How are our outfits? Do you find them sexy?" Lin Yi looked at the little fox and teased gently, "I think they should be a bit shorter to be perfect." Ning Xieqi was not outdone, turning around and bending over provocatively. "Wait until your wound heals. I will definitely fulfill your wish." The overly suggestive atmosphere made Qi Yuluo blush and cough, reminding them, "Can you two act normally? Why are you saying such improper things as soon as you meet?" Putting that aside, Ning Xieqi changed her attitude, peeling a tangerine for Lin Yi. "Have you found the person who shot you?" Faced with the question, Lin Yi propped his chin thoughtfully. "There are suspects, but no evidence. I can't act rashly either. But it's very clear the opponent wants me dead here. I guess they will come again." Unlike Ning Xieqi, Qi Yuluo peeled a tangerine and fed it to herself. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, she offered the tangerine and asked, "Do you mean they will find an opportunity to come to the hospital and kill you?" Lin Yi nodded seriously. "Probably. That's also why I didn't want you guys to come. It would alert the enemy." Taking the piece of tangerine, he reminded the two, "Hide well, don't get exposed." Faced with Lin Yi's concern, Ning Xiechi just smiled and ran behind Qi Yulo, saying cheerfully, "Don't worry, we are professionals. Didn't you see we even changed clothes? We've already coordinated with the hospital." Lin Yu doubted their skills. "Is it okay? This makes it easier for other nurses to suspect." Ning Xiechi just brushed it off. Got it. You're so long-winded. Don't underestimate us. We know quite a bit about therapy. We can still handle things flexibly. It's a small matter." Then she smiled. "You rest first. We'll go outside and observe more." At the international hospital, bright moonlight shone on the head of a man on the phone. "Brother Jun, rest assured, I have my own plan. Arrange for backup at 1407. Ga Yadong gave a cunning fox-like smile upon hearing his master's words. "Wait until you're ready, then inform me. I'll have someone cut the cameras on the 14th floor. That way, it will be completely secret." He obeyed. "Roger." Entering the international hospital, Ga Yadong quickly moved to room 1407 and knocked on the door. Upon entering the room, his subordinate quickly stood up. "Brother Ga, you're here." Ga Yadong replied to his subordinate while looking towards door 1408. "How is his condition?" "Do you know anything?" the subordinate quickly answered. "I heard his hand might need to be amputated. Also, I saw the hospital invited specialists to care for him. The situation must be very serious." Ga Yadong was so excited, his face wrinkled into a grin, to the point of amputation. "So yesterday's action can be considered a success? Leave the rest for me to handle." Switching to Lin Yu's room, the computer screen displayed the words "Grand Finale," and Ning stretched like a cat, finally caught up to the ending. "I'm dead tired," Lin Yu teased. "Don't stretch anymore, you'll stretch right out of your clothes." The tease made Ning blush and stop her movement. "The full drip is finished. Let me tell the doctor to give you an injection. You can rest today." Nurse Ning Xiechi walked in to care for Lin Yu, giving him a captivating wink on the way. The wink made Ning suspicious. She propped herself up inquiringly. "Why do I feel there's something not quite right about these two nurses?" Lin Yu looked at Ning sleeping beside him and thought to himself, "I must protect her safety. I can't let her suffer any harm." Suddenly the phone rang loudly. The caller on the other end reported. The cameras suddenly went offline. Something is probably about to happen. Lin Yu was alarmed, quickly turned off the lights in the room, and moved closer to the sleeping Ning on the chair and covered her mouth. Startled, she was about to scream, but Lin Yu quickly signaled her to be quiet. "Don't make a sound. Whatever happens later, stay right there and don't move." He added seriously, "No matter what happens, don't be afraid. Now, close your eyes, face the wall, and don't look back." Ning quickly obeyed Lin Yu, turned towards the wall, and waited. Meanwhile, Lin Yu also returned to his hospital bed. The room door opened, and the killer approached Lin Yu's bed, holding a sharp dagger. He raised the dagger high, his face filled with murderous intent, ready to strike Lin Yu's body. Before the dagger could reach him, Lin Yu opened his eyes, looked at Ga Yadong, and challenged, quite professional, "You must have done this often, haven't you?" Ga Yadong was startled that Lin Yu was awake, deviating from his plan. But acting recklessly, he quickly raised the dagger again, charging at Lin Yu and yelling, "Even if you figured out our plan, it's useless. You must die today." Suddenly, the door swung open. Qi Yulo, dressed as a nurse, pointed a gun at Ga Yadong and ordered, "Drop the knife now." Outnumbered, Ga Yadong lowered the knife, cursing Qi Yulo, "You bastard set me up." But his misfortune was someone else's amusement. Lin Yu sat up, watching Ga Yadong. "That's enough. If I hadn't been prepared, you people would have killed me already. I wouldn't have survived until today." He stepped forward, grabbed Ga Yadong's wrist, swiftly closed the gap, and elbowed him hard in his old face. Picking up the knife Ga Yadong dropped, Lin Yu threatened him back. "Did Sun Nanlu send you?" Ga Yadong clutched his aching cheek, glaring at Lin Yu in pain. "I already told you, this is our line of work. We anticipated this, so your threats don't scare us." Unfazed by Ga Yadong's arrogance, Lin Yu closed in again, grabbed his hair, and pressed the knife near his face. "You'd better cooperate willingly. It'll be better for both of us. If you have a wife and kids, you know the saying, share the fortune, share the trouble." Lin Yu continued, pushing the knife closer. Your accomplice in 1407 has likely been captured by my people. If you don't talk before they do, you surely know the consequences. Ga Yadong stammered fearfully. A phone notification pinged. Qi Yuluo informed Lin Yi, the accomplice next door confessed everything. Seeing the plan worked, Lin Yi showed no mercy. All right, I don't need you anymore. Fearing for his life, Ga Yadong knelt in terror, begging, no, please don't. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything right now. Lin Yi struck Ga Yadong hard on the nape of his neck, knocking him unconscious. With everything handled, he turned to waken Ning. All right, wake up now. Everything's settled, you weren't too scared, were you? A woman's spirit is often delicate and easily frightened, and Ning was no exception. She exclaimed, I was scared half to death. A pang from the wound on his shoulder made him cover it, but he still reassured her, don't worry, the danger is over now. Ning, concerned, quickly got up, touched his wound, and advised, don't move, you might start bleeding. Her gentle care warmed his heart. Lin Yi just smiled. It's fine, it's much better. Hearing this, she questioned, much better. Didn't the doctor say your arm might have to be amputated? Lin Yi playfully pinched her lovely cheek, a smirk playing on his lips. I told the doctor to say that. Otherwise, how could I lure these guys here? This tender moment made Qi Yuluo uncomfortable. She nudged Ga Yadong's body with her foot and asked, you too, let's focus. What's the next step? When it came to business, Lin Yi instantly became serious again. He took off his patient gown and calmly said, Ning Xie has found Sun Manlu's address. I'll head over there now to deal with them. Here at the hospital, let's play along and not tip them off. Qi Yuluo replied, okay, I'll notify the others to assemble. Lin Yi paused, puzzled. What? Assemble what? Qi Yuluo said hesitantly, actually, it wasn't just me and Ning Xie who came this time. Hearing this, Lin Yi exclaimed in shock, you're kidding, making such a big move. He stood there, his toned upper body exposed, asking Qi Yuluo again, did old Sixth arrange this? Qi Yuluo eyed his physique appreciatively and said, yes. Lin Yi quickly put on a shirt, covering his masculine form. I suspect Lu Baikon wants to use this opportunity to advance and weaken the Wang family. He took the phone from Ga Yadong's pocket, glancing at the unconscious man on the floor. He ordered, all right, let's get started. And Ning rushed worriedly to Lin Yi's side, asking, are you leaving now? Not wanting the beautiful woman to worry, Lin Yi gallantly patted Ning's head, just stay in your room tonight, don't go out. I'll have someone protect you. He paused, then added, sleep well, sweet dreams. Watching Lin Yi and Qi Yuluo leave, Ning's heart pounded. She thought uneasily, who is he, really? Why does he seem so far beyond my reach? At Wangzhong Villa, Sun Manlu asked, what's the situation at the hospital? Old Zheng quickly replied, no word back yet. Logically, it should be done by now. Let me send a text to check. Before he could, the phone chimed. A message from Ga Yadong appeared on the screen. Target eliminated. Old Zheng quickly replied, withdraw now. Then he jumped up excitedly, telling Sun Manlu, it's done. They're preparing to leave now. Hearing the news, Sun Manlu beamed, excellent. When he returns, give him 1,000,000 yuan, arrange for him to go abroad, and tell him not to come back for a while. He poured wine, sneering, damn. All that effort, and we finally killed him. Let's drink to that. Sun Monja asked worriedly, brother, no matter how you put it, Lin Yi's a public figure. His death will surely attract social attention. Sun Manlu replied nonchalantly, I've already considered that. I'll find someone to manage it. Reassured, Sun Monja raised his glass. Good then. Brother, let's drink up. We finally got rid of that thorn in our side. As they were celebrating, a voice cut in. Well, what's the happy occasion? Having quite a party, aren't we? Sun Monja was so frightened he dropped his glass. Staring at Lin Yi, he stammered, what? How is this possible? Lin Yi strolled in nonchalantly, hands in his pockets, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Sun Monja screamed as if he'd seen a ghost. Lin Yi, aren't you supposed to be dead? Why are you still alive here? He was surprised by those words, asking, Who told you I was dead, then raised the phone? Was it him? Lin Yi entered the center of the party, laughing heartily. The 3 men you sent have been captured by me, and I sent this message too. Sorry for not telling you, you fell into the trap. Sun Manlu calmly said, Lin Yi, I underestimated you. You really make me look at you in a new light. Lin Yi didn't react much to the compliment. He put his hands in his pockets. You look quite surprised too. But Sun Manlu's attitude remained the same, calm and composed as if he knew the whole plan. Even without those 2 times, do you think I wouldn't dare to touch you? Sun Manlu shouted. Come here. The door opened, and subordinates immediately entered. Not just one door, but other doors also filled with people entering. About 100 people surrounded Lin Yi now, their fierce eyes looking at him like a prize catch, but Lin Yi wasn't worried at all and was even confident. You have quite a crowd. Sun Manlu replied smugly, Of course, I've made so many enemies over the years. How could I have survived until today without preparation? I think no one will leave here alive today. The threat didn't make Lin Yi flinch. He took out his phone and called. They are all gathered. Come in quickly. Don't lose face. Lin Yi's reinforcements rushed in fully armed, led by Qi Yulo. Everyone stood behind Lin Yi, making him the shining star of this deadly party. Sun Manlu trembled with anger, pointing at Lin Yi and saying, This, impossible. You're just the chairman of a company. How could you? Lin Yi wondered. Actually, this is also very strange. Logically, you work for Wang Mian. He should have told you about matters related to me, right? This shocking information surprised him, asking, You even know young Master Wang? Lin Yi continued proudly, It was me who pulled the Wang family down from their peak. The harsh truth made the man tremble. The tiger Sun Manlu from before had turned into a weak kitten, baring his teeth saying, Impossible. Impossible. Young Master Wang said he didn't know you. Lin Yi placed his hand on Sun Manlu's shoulder, trying to persuade him. Based on the Wang family's current capabilities, they can't do anything to me, so they wanted to use your hand to deal with me. Lin Yi revealed the Wang family's scheme. In other words, let the 2 of us fight, so the fisherman can benefit. Although Sun Manlu wavered slightly, he still tried hard to deny it. He pushed Lin Yi's hand away, shouting loudly, Impossible. The Wang family has supported me for so many years, they couldn't possibly discard me so easily. Lin Yi shrugged and said, Whether it's true or not, call Wang Mian, tell him I'm dead, and see how he reacts. Although Sun Manlu insisted, he didn't believe it. His hand still took out the phone to call Wang Mian. After Wang Mian answered, Sun Manlu spoke according to Lin Yi's instruction. Young Master Wang, today I sent people to the hospital again to deal with him. He has been taken care of by me. Hearing this, Wang Mian immediately changed his tune, feigning ignorance and blaming Sun Manlu. What did you do? Do you know who Lin Yi is that you dare to touch him? Sun Manlu and his subordinates couldn't help but be surprised. Sun Manlu asked again in confusion, Young Master Wang, didn't you tell me to deal with Lin Yi? Wang Mian denied it vehemently. Nonsense. Lin Yi and I are from the same organization. How could I ask you to handle him? Then he shifted all the blame onto Sun Manlu. All right, let's not talk anymore. We are all adults. You must learn to take responsibility for your own actions. Wang Mian hung up immediately after speaking. Lin Yi turned his head and said, See, Sun Manlu had seen the true face of the Wang family, so he no longer opposed Lin Yi. He compromised. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Lin Yi asked, Where is Wang Mian now? Sun Manlu filled a glass of wine on the table, answering him without hesitation, in Moko, discussing a wood import business deal. After speaking, Sun Manlu poured all the wine he had just poured over himself. Sun Manlu, covered in wine, looked towards Lin Yi, showing a sad face, pleading, I can see you are a person of loyalty and righteousness. It's just my, Sun Manlu's, bad luck to have relied on the wrong person. But I still have a wife and child. Please let them have a way to live, I beg you. Lin Yi did not disappoint him, replying seriously, Okay. Sun Manlu pointed the gun at his own head and asked Sun Monja for a favor. Monja, help collect my body. Sun Monja frantically reached out towards him, intending to stop him, but it was too late. The gunshot echoed outside the building. A domineering life had withdrawn from the stage of history. It ends here. Sun Monja knelt beside Sun Manlo's body, crying out emotionally, "Brother." Lin Yu looked at Ki Yuluo and ordered her, "Please handle things here for me, stabilize the current situation. Don't let tonight's events leak out." Ki Yuluo asked back, "You want to deceive Wang Mian?" Behind them, Sun Monja was holding her senior brother's body, crying sorrowfully. Lin Yu turned and left, telling the two beside him, "I predict he will send people to eliminate Sun Manlu, so hide these people, interrogate them when you return." Ki Yuluo waved her hand indicating she understood, then asked further, "I understand your meaning. Does the hospital side need some handling? Make people think you're dead?" Lin Yu frowned and replied, "This method won't fool others. Just say I was seriously injured and am in a coma." Ki Yuluo replied, "Okay, I understand." Lin Yu gave final instructions, "I leave matters here to you." Ki Yuluo wondered, "What about you? Are you going somewhere?" Lin Yu radiated intense killing intent, gritting his teeth, "Going to Moko for a trip. If I don't break his legs, my surname isn't Lin," he ordered. "Ki Yuluo, you stay here." "Ning Xie, you come with me?" Ning Xie immediately replied, "Yes." On the main road, Ning Xie was driving Lin Yu to Moko. She asked, "To the airport?" Lin Yu said, "This is the Wang family's territory. Flying isn't safe." Then he told her, "Drive to Blackwater, find a way to slip through, then from there fly to their capital." Ning Xie obeyed. "Okay." Ning Xie stepped on the gas, increasing the car's speed. The car sped like lightning on the highway. In the car, Lin Yu called Zhao. He assigned him a task. "There's an urgent task for you. Call He Yuanyuan and Qian. You guys go to the neighboring country. The Wang family is there discussing business. You must go there now at all costs. You must stop this deal." Zhao heard this and accepted the task. "All right, President Lin, we'll head over now." Ning Xie was surprised by Lin Yu's actions and asked, "Is it necessary to go this far? You're not short of money. It's just one project. You don't need to try so hard, right?" Lin Yu gritted his teeth, radiating killing intent, and replied, "It has nothing to do with money. I just want to slap the Wang family in the face." For hours later, the sky had brightened, sunlight shining everywhere. Ning Xie and Lin Yu had driven to the toll booth. Crossing the highway, Lin Yu checked the time and suggested to Ning Xie, "The river is frozen now, let's just drive across." Ning Xie thought for a moment and replied, "Find a safe route, we'll cross now." A while later, at some coffee shop, Ning Xie sat with her legs crossed, smoking a half-finished cigarette, recounting the situation. According to Sun Manlu, besides Wang Mian, his assistant Lina is also with him. Ning Xie added more information. "She's also not someone to mess with. She's already reached sea level." Lin Yu sat opposite Ning Xie, a very elegant scented candle between them. He showed disdain for Lina. "Sea level? What kind of skills does she have?" Sun Manlu was also sea level, and I eventually defeated him. Ning Xie immediately warned, "You're usually smart but foolish this time." She sipped her coffee and continued, "She was trained by the Wang family, and she's Wang Mian's assistant. How could she be simple? Besides, in your current state, you can't even beat Wang Mian, let alone Lina." Lin Yu rubbed his chin, realizing Ning Che's words were very true. He thought, Ning Xie has a point. Wang Mian plus Lina would indeed be hard for me to handle. Suddenly, an idea struck both of them. Ning Xie and Lin Yu made eye contact and said in unison, "Guns." Lin Yu speculated, "Getting guns here probably isn't too difficult, right?" According to Ning Che's information, although handguns can be traded here, our identities aren't credible enough. We definitely won't be able to buy them. Lin Yu leaned on the table and stood up, offering a quick solution. "That's simple. Just find a slightly larger gun shop. There will always be underground connections like that. As for whether we can convince them, that depends on your abilities." Ning Xie had no objections, quickly ran over, linked arms with him, and replied, "Let's go. We'll head over there now." Not long after, the two arrived at the Erosa Arms store. Lin Yu and Ning Xie opened the door and went inside. Lin Yu asked, "Where is your boss?" Ning Xie examined the shop. An employee saw the customers calling and quickly came out to greet them and answer. He's inside. Lin Yi went towards the back and saw a middle-aged man around 50. He stood before the man and stated his purpose. "Hello, sir. I want to buy a handgun, but we didn't bring identification. We need your help contacting the underground connection." The man cleaning a gun in his hand suddenly stopped upon hearing underground connection. He frowned, glanced at Lin Yi, and said sternly, "I'm very sorry. I don't know any underground connection." "You've asked the wrong person." Lin Yi didn't say much, handing a VIP card towards the man. "There's 50 million in here. Help buy the information you know." The man took the card. Hearing such a large sum made him incredulous. Raising his voice, 50 million. Lin Yi added, "The password is 6 zeros. You can check if you don't believe me." Although very surprised by such a large amount of money, he quickly regained his composure, pointed at Lin Yi, and requested, "I believe in your sincerity, but you are Chinese. Buying things here has restrictions. You must pass a test. Only then will the underground connection agree to sell goods to you." Hearing this, Lin Yi asked, "Is this considered discrimination?" The man adjusted his hat slightly with his hand, smiling cunningly. "Of course not. If it were fellow countrymen or people from the island, we wouldn't sell either." After hearing his explanation, Lin Yi laughed heartily, saying, "I'm willing to hear this." Ning Xie also looked towards him and smiled along. The man added, "If you feel you have the ability to gain their recognition, you can go to the Arrow Bar on Olbat Street. Find a man named Lifei. He has the channels for this." Having grasped the information, Lin Yi thanked the owner. He and Ning Xie turned and left. The man behind them picked up the VIP card, looking it over repeatedly. Following the information received, the two arrived at the Arrow Bar. Inside the bar, the sound of conversation mixed with music made it extremely noisy and lively. Everyone inside was enjoying the bustling atmosphere. A waitress was carrying drinks for customers. The waitress had a well-proportioned figure. She was dressed sensually, her long hair cascading down her back. After serving the drinks, she immediately went to a seat in the corner of the room and reported, "Boss, there are 2 Chinese people looking for you." The two she reported to were Li Fei and Li Dong. Li Fei sipped his drink and ordered, "Bring them here." Lin Yi and Ning Xie were brought before the 2 men. Li Fei asked, "Are you the ones who want to buy the goods?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "That's right." He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Whatever rules you have, just state them directly." Li Dong, lustful upon seeing Ning Xie, exclaimed, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a top-quality beauty." He reached out, intending to grope Ning Xie. Before he could act on his dark intention, Lin Yi quickly drew the knife hidden behind his back. Lin Yi stood protectively in front of Ning Xie, pointing the knife straight at Li Dong's face, glaring threateningly. "If you dare touch her even a little, I'll cut off your hand. If you don't believe me, try it." Li Dong was frightened and didn't dare act recklessly. The surrounding men saw their boss being threatened, stopped drinking, stood up, preparing to fight. The numerous underlings immediately surrounded them, forming a circle. Lin Yi shielded and protected Ning Xie. Li Fei waved his hand, signaling his men to back down. "Don't panic. We're all our own people after all. No need to make such a fuss." Then he turned towards Lin Yi, smiling in praise. "This brother has quite some nerve, huh? Causing trouble with my younger brother on my territory." Lin Yi put the knife away, bluntly saying without deference, "Even if you don't sell, you should know how to maintain politeness. I don't necessarily have to buy things from you." Lin Yi glared, repeating the threat. "But it's still the same words as before. If you dare touch her, I will cut off your hand." Lifei clapped loudly, praising, "Very brave indeed. No wonder you dared to come to my place to buy things." Then he proposed, "Well then, let's test just how big your guts are. If you win, I'll give you the goods for free." Lin Yi accepted the offer, asking, "What's the game?" Lifei took a handgun from his waistband, offered it towards Lin Yi, and said with a smile, "You must have heard of the game of life and death, right? Coincidentally, my younger brother is an expert with guns." Lin Yi replied unflinchingly, "All right." Ning Xie found a nearby chair and sat down. She crossed her legs, touched her chin, looking interested, waiting for the show. Seeing Ning Xie showed no worrying for her friend, Li Dong asked her curiously, "Beauty, it seems you're not worried at all." Ning Xie replied with a confident expression, "When he's by my side, I fear nothing." Hearing those seemingly baseless words, Li Dong laughed heartily, smugly boasting about his own achievements. "In all these years, I've never lost. The number of people who died by my hand is no less than 20. Ning Xie, holding a glass, resting her chin on her hand, kindly reminded, "Then you are even less comparable to him?" "We are not on the same level." Then she wagered herself, "If he loses, tonight I will be yours. I guarantee I will obediently serve you." Li Dong imagined that obedient scene, blushed, laughed and said, "Don't go back on your word." Li Dong reiterated the rules. "I'll explain the rules clearly to you to avoid any misunderstanding later. I will put one bullet into the gun. We take turns shooting ourselves in the head. Whoever survives till the end is the winner." Lin Yi understood clearly and quickly replied, "Okay, let's start." Both loaded a bullet into their guns. Li Dong volunteered, "For fairness, I'll let you shoot first, so you can't say I'm bullying you." Lin Yi raised his gun and asked back, "Are you sure you want me to shoot first?" Li Dong pointed, saying firmly, "I'm the host, you're the guest, otherwise people will say I bully others." Then he pointed to his men behind him, mocking, "If you don't dare, I can tell them to cheer for you, or you can just admit defeat now." Lin Yi said nothing, quickly raising the gun to his own head. Then he pulled the trigger 4 times in a row. It was an extremely reckless act, but no bullet came out in those 4 attempts. This situation left the henchman surprised and stunned. Ning Xie, sitting nearby, smiled smugly, thinking that Lin Yi had used up the 5 empty chambers, leaving the last one with the bullet for Li Dong, ensuring his death. Lin Yi handed the gun towards Li Dong, pretending to be humble. "Just a newcomer, how embarrassing. I got the better end of the deal, the rest is up to you." Li Dong no longer had his previous arrogance. He was scared, hesitated to take the gun, stammering, "I suddenly Li shouted loudly, 'Wait.'" Lin Yi retorted sarcastically, "What's wrong? Don't you dare play anymore." Lifeo went back on his word and forced Lin Yi to play again. "You shot first earlier, so you got lucky. Let's play another round." Hearing his brother, Li Dong also chimed in, pointing at Lin Yi, unreasonably saying, "That's right. My brother is right. You got lucky earlier. Let's compete again." Lin Yi didn't argue, replying, "Fine by me." Li Dong regained his confidence, took the gun, and smiled smugly, "Are you ready?" "This time I shoot first." Lin Yi crossed his arms, calmly, "As long as you're ready, I'll play along." Li Dong released the safety, pointed the gun at his own head, imitated Lin Yi, and fired for consecutive shots. No bullet came out in those 4 shots either. Although he was sweating bullets from fear, he still smiled smugly, thinking he had won. Li Dong pointed the gun towards Lin Yi, seemingly inquiring, "Are you sure you want to continue? If you admit defeat, we can let this go. Leave your woman here. I'll send her back tomorrow morning." Lin Yi immediately snatched the gun from Li Dong's hand. Lin Yi showed no fear, his face stern as he said, "If I dared to play, then of course I'm not afraid of this." After speaking, Lin Yi pulled the trigger without hesitation. Surprisingly, there was no bullet in the gun. Li Dong was also surprised by this, shouting loudly, "No bullet. Impossible. I put the bullet in myself. How can there be no bullet?" Lin Yi waved the gun, sarcastically, "With your meager skills with guns, don't show off in front of me." The henchmen were also bewildered, not understanding what happened. Suddenly, Lin Yi revealed the bullet in his palm, delivering the final line, "Still too green and inexperienced." Li Dong looked at his brother, stammering, "What?" Lifei nodded, conceding, "You play, you pay." He turned around, telling Lin Yi to follow. "I'll take you down to the basement. Pick whatever you want yourself." An hour later, it was already dark. After choosing the guns, Lin Yi and Ning Xie returned to the hotel. In the hotel room, Ning Xie was disassembling and assembling a gun. After checking the gun, she said, "The stuff is good, but a bit outdated." Lin Yu sat at the desk nearby, looking at his phone while replying, "Ning Xie, be content. They don't have much skill. Being able to make these two toys is already pretty good. Lin Yu put his phone down and said, besides, Wang Mian and his people aren't invincible. If I point a gun at him, he'd have to call me daddy too. Ning Xiachi suddenly stood up, walked closer to Lin Yi and said, well, that's true, still much better than the stuff Sun Manli uses. Lin Yi updated on the plan's progress. Everything we need to prepare is ready. Now we just need to see about old QI's side. He looked up and Ning Xiachi was right in front of him, kneeling on the chair, clamping Lin Yi's thighs with her legs. Ning Xiachi sat on Lin Yi, brushed her hair, and said suggestively, everything's taken care of, shouldn't the two of us do something? Lin Yi rubbed his chin, placating Ning Xiachi, don't rush, wait for me to take a shower first. Ning Xiachi couldn't wait and spoke up, no need for a shower, you won't get clean today anyway. Lin Yi couldn't hold back either, the two shared a passionate kiss. Ning Xiachi leaned down, unbuttoning his shirt. Lin Yu reached behind her, unfastening Ning Che's inner wear. The two spent a fiery, passionate night together, the sounds of intimacy echoing throughout the room. The next morning, it seemed like a beautiful day. Someone's voice pleaded, can you let me rest a bit? It was early morning, but Ning Xiachi was already pinning Lin Yi down, making his face darken as he helplessly said, even if you're busy, you should let me eat and drink my fill before working. Ning Xiachi ignored his pleas, licked her lips energetically saying, how can we waste such wonderful morning time? Suddenly, a call came from Che Xiongjiao, reporting the situation. Boss Lin, we've found out where Wang Mian is staying. At the Nikolskaya Hotel, room number 1208, right next to the Kremlin. Despite the call, Ning Xiachi not only didn't stop but became even more intense, making it impossible for Lin Yi to answer properly. Okay, I got it. Lin Yi paused to catch his breath, then continued, how are you handling the timber import matter? Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a few soft moans, making Che Xiongjiao think something was wrong and ask concernedly, Boss Lin, are you all right? Yuan took the phone and continued reporting, we have a meeting scheduled today. Because we offered a very high price, their initial intention has been shaken, and quite strongly it seems. Lin Yu reached his limit, unable to control his voice anymore, trembling as he said, I'm fine, go, just wrap this up quickly, don't waste too much time. Ning Xiachi finished her business, asking satisfied, found Wang Mian's location. Lin Yu told her, get dressed, prepare a bit, then we'll head over. Ning Xiachi replied, yes. As Ning Xiachi stood up to get dressed, Lin Yi unexpectedly struck the back of her neck from behind, knocking her unconscious. Lin Yi helped Ning Xiachi onto the bed, quickly changed his clothes, and left, thinking, sorry. Lin Yi carefully put on a mask so people wouldn't recognize him. Knocking Ning Xiachi out was also for her own good. Lin Yi thought to himself, if you come along, the Wang family will seek revenge on you in the future. Noon at the Koya Hotel, Lena, Wang Mian's secretary, with long purple hair tied in a ponytail, brought water to her boss, calling softly, young master. Wang Mian was discussing business on the phone. I told you, how can there be no news after being gone for so long? Spent half a day and still not dead anyway. No need to worrying about the business here. Okay, after speaking, he forcefully hung up the phone. Wang Mian took the glass of water his secretary offered. He grumbled irritably, that bastard Lin Yi is really lucky he didn't die and was even saved. Although they say his shoulder was injured and he might need an amputation, the outcome isn't too bad. Lena reported the situation and asked for opinions. It seems this Sun Manlu isn't very competent. Such a small matter, and he hasn't finished it in 2 days. After finishing business here, let me go deal with him. Wang Mian sipped his drink and said, with such a major incident, Liang Ruoxu will definitely make a move. If we act again, we'll be exposed. Before they finished discussing, a knock came from outside the door. Hearing the knock, Lena quickly reacted, asking who was outside. Who is it? The person outside explained their reason for being there. Hello miss, there's a small issue with our hotel's paperwork. I came to check it with you. Wang Mian ordered, go out and see what's happening. Lena nodded in obedience. She didn't open the door immediately but looked through the peephole to see if it was someone suspicious. Seeing the back of a young man wearing an apron and carrying alcohol, her suspicion lessened. Lena opened the door and asked, "What's the problem?" The person seized the opportunity. Rushing towards her, it was Lin Yi in disguise. Quick as lightning, he covered her mouth and took out a knife he had prepared. Slash! Lin Yi slit Lena's throat so quickly she couldn't grasp the situation. Lena collapsed, kneeling on the floor, clutching her wound with one hand, only managing to gasp her last words. "Who are you?" Lena was dead. Lin Yi leisurely approached Wang Mian while wiping the weapon. He greeted, "Young Master Wang, aren't you surprised to see me here?" Just hearing the voice, Wang Mian immediately knew who was in front of him. He yelled, "Lin Yi, why are you here?" Lin Yi emanated killing intent, asking Wang Mian back, "Is it strange for me to appear here? In your mind, shouldn't I be lying in a hospital bed? Using someone else to do your dirty work was a nice trick, but the one executing the plan was useless, wasn't he?" Wang Mian laughed angrily, saying, "It's true son Nanlu is from the Wang family, but he's just a dog we raised. If you think that's enough to pin the blame on us and then bite back, you still don't understand the circle of power." Wang Mian took a fighting stance, threatening, "Even if you were lucky enough to kill Lena, I'm confident enough to kill you. Although I'm injured, I still have more than enough strength to fight you." Hearing about fighting, Lin Yi retorted, "Who told you I was going to fight?" Wang Mian didn't understand, asking again, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yi immediately pulled out a gun, aimed it straight at Wang Mian, and taunted, "Tell me, do you think I dare to kill you?" Faced with absolute power, Wang Mian turned pale with fear. He yelled furiously, "You, how dare you? Lin Yi, surely you know who I am. If you dare to shoot, the Wang family will absolutely not let you live in peace." Lin Yi ignored those threats, saying calmly, "Who would know it was me? They can't just take your word for it and confirm I'm the culprit, right? Based on common logic, I'm still recuperating in the hospital. There's no way I could be here. Am I right?" Lin Yi's words left Wang Mian speechless. Suddenly, Wang Mian lunged at Lin Yi. Saying this, Lin Yi didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit Wang Mian, making him scream in pain. Hit by the bullet, Wang Mian collapsed onto the floor, not dead yet, and during the pain, he struggled to say, "Lin Yi, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human." Having finished his business, Lin Yi turned and left. Before leaving, he said, "It's time to settle old and new debts together. I will wait for you to bring out the full power of your Wang family," Lin Yi hummed as he left the scene. Wang Mian's pained cries echoed in the hallway. In the morning at the hospital, the door to the ward opened, and Lin Yi and Ning Xiachi entered the room. Lin Yi looked tired and very sleepy, saying, "Finally back. I can finally get a good sleep tonight." Qi Yuluo worriedly hurried over to Lin Yi, asking him, "How did it go? Did everything go smoothly? Did you expose yourself?" Ning Xiachi looked scornful, pointing at Lin Yi. Exposed, he couldn't hold back at all. Lin Yi remained indifferent to Ning Xiachi's accusation. Qi Yuluo didn't understand Ning Che's meaning and asked again, "What do you mean?" Ning Xiachi recounted unhappily, "He even knocked me out, then without thinking went over and killed Lena, and then broke both of Wang Mian's legs." Qi Yuluo truly didn't expect Lin Yi's actions. "What? You wanted mutual destruction, didn't you want to hide it from the Wang family?" Lin Yi, feeling sleepy, lay down on the hospital bed, reassuring Qi Yuluo, "It doesn't matter whether this is hidden or not. As long as I went there to settle scores, the Wang family would know it was me, so hiding it is meaningless. Then why did you waste so much effort hiding yourself? Even changing stops several times just to get to MSK." Qi Yuluo questioned Lin Yi but still covered him with a blanket. Lin Yi calmly replied to Qi Yuluo, "To create an alibi. That way, the Wang family can only deal with this matter privately, which makes it much easier for me to handle them." Ning Xiachi pouted, "I think you just wanted to kill people to piss off the Wang family." While the three were talking, Liang Ruoxu pushed the door open forcefully and entered, looking extremely panicked, calling his name, "Lin Yi." Qi Yuluo and Ning Xiachi were both startled by the loud noise and turned to look at Liang Ruoxu, Lin Yi didn't understand why Liang Ruoxu was there and asked, "Why did you come here?" Liang Ruoxu walked straight to Lin Yi's bed. "Team leader Qi told me you guys were coming back today." Qi Yuluo and Ning Xiachi knew they shouldn't disturb the two and quietly left. Lin Yi asked, "Why didn't you let me know?" but was immediately cut off by Liang Ruoxu pointing at him. "Cut the chatter. Let me see your wound." Liang Ruoxu had come because of the wound. Lin Yi acted like nothing was wrong, stretching and yawning. "It's fine. No need to look. After a whole day and night of torment, I'm starving. Let me take you out to eat something. The iron pot stewed goose in the northeast is extremely delicious." Liang Ruoxu knew Lin Yi was deliberately avoiding the topic, so without further words, she pulled Lin Yi's shirt aside to look. "Stop beating around the bush. Let me see." Lin Yi's right shoulder was severely injured. Despite being bandaged with many layers, blood still seeped through, creating a red patch that looked extremely painful. Liang Ruoxu hadn't expected the wound to be so severe. Her face turned pale, and she stammered, What happened?" Since he couldn't hide it, he tried to reassure Liang Ruoxu. "I just moved a bit too much, so it bled a little." He called out, "A nurse can handle it, just change the dressing." Liang Ruoxu still couldn't hide her anxiety. Hearing Lin Yi mention needing a nurse, Liang Ruoxu ran out of the room shouting loudly, "Nurse, nurse!" Liang Ruoxu's loud calls startled the nurses outside. Treating Lin Yi's wound required many tools: disinfectant, cotton swabs, bandages, scissors, tweezers. Seeing Lin Yi's wound wasn't light, the nurse encouraged him, "Endure it a bit, it might hurt." Liang Ruoxu stepped aside to give the nurse space. Lin Yi, however, didn't mind and even picked up an apple to eat. "Okay, don't worry, be brave. I'm tough as nails. What's a small injury like this?" The scissors quickly cut through the bandages wrapped around Lin Yi. When the wound was exposed, it was more serious than thought. Liang Ruoxu worriedly asked the nurse, "Wasn't it treated properly? Why is it like this?" Seeing the wound had worsened significantly, the nurse frowned. Perhaps it wasn't treated promptly, so it wasn't handled optimally. "The dressing hasn't been changed for at least 3 days, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this." Lin Yi didn't expect to worry everyone so much, raising his hand to scratch his face, explaining, "I've been on the road these past few days, so I really didn't have time to tend to the wound. I'll help clean the wound, so it will hurt a bit." The nurse used sterilized cotton swabs to wipe the blood from the wound. Lin Yi remained calm and replied, "It's okay, just do it." While wiping, the nurse inadvertently touched the most severe part of the wound. "It hurts." Lin Yi broke out in sweat, his face showing extreme discomfort, tightly gripping the blanket. The nurse also tensed up at Lin Yi's cry of pain. Liang Ruoxu watched Lin Yi in agony, her heart aching as if cut, tears streaming down her face. Though in pain, Lin Yi still tried to hold Liang Ruoxu's hand to comfort her panic. "What are you crying for? It's just a small wound. It won't kill me." The severe wound required quite a lot of cotton and bandages for treatment. The blood-soaked swabs were collected in a small basin. Before leaving, the nurse reminded them, "It's all treated now, let the patient rest well." Liang Ruoxu bowed gratefully. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Liang Ruoxu's mood remained heavy, wiping away her tears. Seeing this, Lin Yi continued to encourage her, "Stop crying. After the food drip is done, I'll take you to eat iron pot stewed goose." Liang Ruoxu couldn't understand this person, always thinking about food even in this state. "You just stay here. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll go buy it for you." Though her words scolded Lin Yi, her actions were to pull the blanket up for him. Faced with such care and concern, Lin Yi couldn't help but kiss Liang Ruoxu's cheek, teasing, "I want to eat you." Hearing this, Liang Ruoxu's face turned red like a tomato, unable to be seduced. Liang Ruoxu quickly pushed Lin Yi away. "Behave yourself. Wait there, I'll call someone to buy it." Lin Yi had a very smug look on his face. Suddenly, a phone rang. It was Liang Ruoxu's phone. Opening the phone, she saw the word Mom displayed. Her mother was video calling her. Liang Ruoxu answered, pointing the camera towards herself and Lin Yi. Shen Shuyi saw Lin Yi and asked, "Are you still in Bingcheng? How is Lin Yi?" Lin Yi happily replied, "Thank you for your concern, Auntie Shen. I just have a minor injury. I'll recover in 10 days to half a month." The other end asked again, "I heard something happened to the Wang family. Was that person named Lena killed by you? Did you cripple Wang Mian's legs, condemning him to be bedridden for the rest of his life?" Liang Ruoxu looked extremely shocked after hearing this, while Lin Yi surprisingly showed no emotion. Shen Shi, on the other end in her office, looked serious. "Rest well, don't worry about other things. The Liang family and old Lu will handle the troublesome procedures afterwards for you." Lin Yi replied over the phone, "Thank you, Auntie Shen. Right. There's one more thing." As he spoke, Lin Hua's expression became unhappy. Recently, the Wang family has been negotiating a timber import deal. I've had someone intercept this business. After disrupting that project, our two companies can operate secretly. By then, I will let everyone know about the Linian Group. Is this okay? Shen Shi was very pleased upon hearing Lin Hua's proposal, even giving a thumbs up. "That sounds good. I'll hang up first." Liang Ruoxu took the phone back from Lin Yi, asking curiously, "Why did you have to disrupt the Wang family's business out of the blue?" Lin Yi calmly replied, "To slap them in the face, and also to give myself an insurance policy." Lin Yi laid back on the pillow. "In this operation, both sides have torn off all pretenses. If something were to happen to me here, then public pressure would turn towards the Wang family. Once the Wang family is put on the defensive, they won't dare to act rashly anymore. I need some rest. I'm too tired, so tired that Lin Yi couldn't keep his eyes open." "You really are amazing, planning every step so carefully." Liang Ruoxu admired Lin Hua's strategic thinking. At the international hospital, Li Jingyan, Wang Mian's mother, anxiously grasped the doctor's arm, pleading, "Doctor, is there really no other way?" But the doctor truly had no way to help, only apologizing. "We've done our best. No one can save his legs." Li Jingtang, Wang Mian's uncle, listening beside them, couldn't contain his anger, clenching his fists. "Brother-in-law, tell me, how should we handle this? We absolutely cannot let this go easily. This is clearly a confrontation with the Wang family. We cannot yield." Wang Tingshan, Wang Mian's father, crossed his arms, his face stern. "I know, but this matter cannot be rushed. Lin Yi daring to do something like this surely isn't just his own idea. Perhaps the Liang family instructed him from behind." The three members of the Wang family stood together discussing their strategy. The two families are already in conflict now. If the Wang family makes a move, the Liang family will definitely help. Wang Tingshan added, "A small Liang family is nothing to worry about. Even if Lu Baikan gets involved in this matter, we can't just let it go like this." Li Jingyan clenched her fists, saying, "Otherwise, the Wang family will truly lose all face in Yanjing." Wang Tingshan replied, "I understand what you mean, but we need to think further ahead on this. This time, I won't give them another chance." Wang Tingshan turned towards where Wang Mian was lying, asking, "How is the business deal over here? Do you need Dad to send someone over to continue negotiations?" Wang Mian frowned. "It's almost settled. The subsequent plans can just proceed as arranged." Wang Tingshan patted his son's shoulder. "This project is an important part of our domestic development plan. We must secure it. Now let's take you to the US. Perhaps there's still hope." Wang Mian was a bit sad. "Dad, don't waste your effort. I know my condition best." Wang Mian looked at his immobile legs, clenching his fists. "Even if I go to the US, there's no hope left." Wang Tingshan asked again, "Are you just going to give up like this?" Wang Mian was determined. "I'm no longer thinking about how to heal these legs. I just want to kill Lin Yu. I don't want him to continue living in this world." Wang Tingshan understood his son's desire and reassured him, "Leave this matter to me. You don't need to think about anything, just focus on recuperating." The phone on the table rang. The caller ID showed Roman Alosov. Wang Tingshan picked up the phone, quietly announcing, "It's a call from England." Wang Mian recognized the name. "Is it the general manager of that company?" "He probably wants to discuss the project with you, Dad. Answer it." Wang Tingshan picked up the phone. "Hello, I am Wang Mian's father." The voice on the phone said, "Mr. Wang, I am Mr. Roman's secretary." Regarding the project we discussed previously, we have decided to suspend it for now. We hope we can still cooperate in the future." These words shocked everyone present in the hospital room. Everyone was stunned, unwilling to believe their ears. Wang Mian sat up abruptly, questioning, "What do you mean? What does suspending the project mean?" The secretary on the phone explained, "We have found a new partner and have already signed a contract, so we can only arrange for another collaboration." Wang Mian shouted angrily, "What did you say? You actually went to cooperate with someone else. What on earth are you doing?" "Because Lingyan Group in Shanghai offered a higher price, our cooperation has to be suspended. We just signed the contract, so we're informing you." Lingyan Group. Hearing Lingyan, Wang Mian gritted his teeth. Wang Mian snatched the phone and threw it to the ground. "Why is it like this? Do you know how much this affects us?" Wang Mian was furious. Li Jingyan quickly tried to calm Wang Mian down. "Son, calm down. Be careful of your leg. Your father will figure out how to handle this." Wang Mian's face was filled with hatred. "Lin Yi, I really underestimated you." At the hospital, Lin Yi stretched lazily and suggested, "Let's go out for a walk, get some fresh air." Liang Ruoxu asked worriedly, "Is the shoulder wound okay now?" Lin Yi reassured confidently, "Don't worry, it won't kill me." The two strolled outside for a walk. Suddenly a UOXU announced, "I've booked the tickets for this afternoon. I'm leaving this afternoon." Lin Yi didn't expect Liang Ruoxu to leave so soon, asking reluctantly, "You just arrived yesterday and you're already leaving?" Liang Ruoxu seemed a bit unhappy and chided, "Do you think I have nothing better to do? There are still many things waiting for me to handle back in Shanghai." Director Lin casually put his arm around Liang Ruoxu's waist, acting coquettishly. "I thought you could stay a few more days to help ease my worries." Ruoxu frowned, pushed Lin Yi away and criticized, "Old habits die hard, still acting improperly even when injured." Liang Ruoxu adjusted Lin Yi's shirt, instructing, "You just stay here and recover well. After handling everything, come back to Shanghai quickly." Lin Yi gently kissed Liang Ruoxu's forehead, drawing admiring glances from people around. He still carefully reminded her, "I know, be careful on your way." In Ward 1408, Lin Yi returned after seeing his girlfriend off. Ning Xiachi sat aside and immediately asked, "Has Liang Ruoxu left?" He answered calmly, "Just left." Ning Xiachi continued while munching on sunflower seeds, "There's news from Boss Liu's side." She recounted, "The Wang family seems to have sent Wang Mian abroad and even found a doctor in the US, but I heard the chances are very slim." Lin Yi was satisfied after hearing this and said, "I am a doctor myself. How could I leave him any chance?" Ning Xiachi added, "But besides that, it seems the Wang family hasn't made any other moves." Ning Che's expression became slightly worried, adding, "I'm a bit confused. Apart from sending Wang Mian away, the Wang family hasn't made any other moves. It's like nothing ever happened." Qi Yuluo crossed her arms and responded to Ning Che's concern. "They aren't fools. They must have guessed how powerful Lin Yi's backing is. Besides, they were wrong first. Could they possibly just let it go quietly?" He propped his chin on his hand, analyzing thoroughly. "Impossible. Not only did I break Wang Mian's leg, I also snatched the Wang family's business. If they don't pursue this, it will definitely become a laughing stock. Anyone could step on them in the future, so no matter what, they will definitely find a way to retaliate." Ning Xiachi worriedly asked further, "But there hasn't been any movement until now. It always makes people feel uneasy." Lin Yi understood what she was worried about and quickly comforted her. "This is the calm before the storm. They also know I have the Liang family and Lu Baikan behind me, and how much influence they have with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology." Lin Yi pointed out to Ning Xiachi, "If they act blindly, the Wang family will surely suffer later, so they must act carefully. I think the Wang family will be quiet for a while, but the longer the quiet period, the more disadvantageous it is for us." Qi Yuluo, standing aside, curiously asked, "Do you have a counter-strategy yet?" Lin Yi answered briefly, "The enemy is in the dark. I am in the light. We can only wait and react." Lin Yi asked Ning Xiachi and Qi Yuluo for help. You to go back and tell boss Liu, I always have a feeling they might be the ones to fire the first shot. Ning Xie quickly stood up and stated, I understand. Although Lin Yu said that, Qi Yuluo had a different opinion. The entire organization holds important positions across the country. If they dare to do that, it's like digging their own grave. Meanwhile, Lin Yu returned to his hospital bed, looked at the two women and requested, You should go back first. Tell old Liu to pay attention, to avoid being caught off guard. Lin Yu thought of something and added, Right, your family's business also needs to be careful. If anything happens, remember to tell me first. Lin Yu confidently pointed a thumb at himself to affirm, I can't guarantee other things, but protecting your family's safety, I can still do that. Ning Xie replied happily, Thank you. Then she left the hospital room with Qi Yuluo at another hospital, and Ning visited her father. Liu Gaigan asked, Daughter, have you visited Lin Yu? Ning's voice was a bit sad. Yes, he will be discharged tomorrow. After a few days he can come back. Liu Gaigan knew her daughter still had feelings, placed a hand on Ning's shoulder, and advised, This kid Lin Yi is truly outstanding, but we must see ourselves clearly. You are not worthy of him, so don't think too much about it. Ning looked sad, trying to answer, I know, Mom, we are just friends. Mrs. Liu loved her daughter, so she didn't forget to remind her. But he saved your father's life, no matter what. You must remember his kindness. Ning obediently agreed. I know. Ngohuo, sitting on the hospital bed, made a suggestion. Daughter, your second uncle came over today, said his unit has a department head. Your ages are quite similar. Dad has seen the photo. He looks pretty good. If you have time, you two should meet. Faced with this situation, she just sighed. I just broke up and Dad is already introducing me to someone new. Really speechless. Liu Gaigan came forward to speak for her husband, and Ngohuo, she's already in her 20s. Mom doesn't have high expectations for her daughter. Can't she find someone else after breaking up? Facing this issue, Ning could only sigh at her parents' urging. At the Agricultural Research Institute, Lin Yi was strolling down the road with Shi Jin, and Ning's car and her blind date, Kui Ming'an, were also parked nearby. As the two got out of the car, Ning saw Lin Yi and was startled, seemingly wanting to avoid him. Ning hurriedly grabbed Kui Minghang's arm and turned to leave, but Shi Jin still saw them no matter how fast she tried to hide. Brother Lin, is that man's sister Ning's no boyfriend? Shi Jin pointed towards Ning and Kui Mingong. Lin Yi said, It's quite normal if he's her boyfriend. But Shi Jin had a hunch. That's not wrong, but I just feel. Shi Jin seemed to have figured it out. No wonder sister Ning hasn't looked for you these past few days. Turns out she has a new boyfriend. Lin Yi walked quickly ahead, turned back to look at Shi Jin. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Hurry inside for the main business first. Lin Yi asked Shi Jin, When does this study session end? Xi Jin recounted, Tomorrow is the last day, but everyone asked me to ask you if you could give them a day off. It was difficult to get a trip here. Everyone wants to take a walk around. Lin Yu raised his hand to touch his shoulder, smiled and said, This isn't a problem. My shoulder is injured. If I return now, I'll definitely be complained about. Resting for 2 more days before returning is also fine. Lin Yi just remembered something important and said, Right, there's an investigation team from Yanjing coming. There's a meeting the day after tomorrow. If you're not busy, come with me to see. Xi Jin replied, Okay, in the room. Lin Yi and Shi Jin met Chen Chai. He struck up a conversation with the director. Dean Chen, our research here is about to end, so I came here to thank you for your help during this time. Lin Yi shook hands with Chen Shai. Chen Shai gestured for Lin Yi. Director Lin, you're too polite. This is what I should do. Come, sit down and have some tea. Chen Shi's hand poured the tea, steam rising gently from the teacup in white wisps. Director Lin, have you and that girl Ning had any conflicts these past few days? Lin Yu picked up the teacup. It's still normal, why do you ask? Chen Shai explained, That child is my comrade's granddaughter, just like my own granddaughter. Starting 2 days ago, there's a boy who comes to pick her up from work every day. I feel things aren't quite right. Lin Yi didn't want to manage trivial matters and said, That's her private business. It's not convenient for me to pry. Chen Shai saw he couldn't ask anything from Lin Yi and gave up, saying, "That's also true. I won't worry about you youngsters' affairs anymore." At this moment, Shi Jin sitting beside expressed her opinion. "Actually, I feel like Sister and Ning likes you, but feels it's impossible between you two, so she hastily found a boyfriend, wanting to use this method to forget you." Lin Yi was unhappy. "You watch too much drama. You can even think of such a script." 11 Jin saw Lin Yi didn't understand and Ning's feelings and criticized, "You don't understand girls at all. I think Sister and Ning thinks that way. If there wasn't some unresolved issue in her heart, she would definitely announce it when getting a new boyfriend." Lin Yi saw Shi Jin was angry and teased a bit. "You should put your thoughts into work. Don't worry too much about other things." Lin Yi nudged Shi Jin. The two were very close. "Brother Lin, stop teasing me. I just feel it's a bit regrettable." "Actually, Sister and Ning likes you." Chen Shai also wanted to play matchmaker. "That's right, I also think Ning cares a lot about you." But Lin Yi wasn't here to talk about Ning, so he became serious. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Quickly report your work to Director Chen." Shi Jin also sat up straight. "I know, Brother Lin." They continued like this until a long time had passed at Ichen International Conference Center. On the way, Shi Jin worried, "Brother Lin, is it appropriate for us to come to a place like this with our status?" Lin Yi immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, their boss invited us here. Otherwise, do you think I'd come to this place just to watch the excitement?" Suddenly Shi Jin turned startled to the left. Lin Yi saw and asked, "What's wrong?" Shi Jin pointed towards Ning and Kui Mingong walking nearby. "Brother Lin, Sister and Ning is here too." Ning lowered her head when she realized she was spotted. Kui Mingong saw this and asked, "What's wrong? Saw someone you know?" Ning immediately changed the subject. "It's nothing. Let's hurry into the hall." Kui Mingong knew about Ning's situation, so he said directly, "The conference won't start for a little while. No need to rush in like that. Since we happened to meet, let's go over there and make things clear with him." And Ning panicked when she saw Kui Mingong pointing towards Lin Yi. "What is there to say to him?" Kui Mingong angrily said loudly, "You are my girlfriend now. I hope he won't appear in front of us anymore." Ning was afraid Lin Yi would hear and deliberately glanced towards Lin Yi, not wanting Lin Yi to misunderstand, and Ning immediately turned her face away, denying, "Who said I'm your girlfriend? We just met. We haven't confirmed our relationship yet." Kui Mingong didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Hearing this, Kui Mingong got angry, putting his hand on his chest. "I pick you up from work every day. Doesn't that count as confirming the relationship?" Ning also retorted, "Of course it doesn't count. Don't make this complicated." Kui Mingong gripped Ning's arm tightly. "Are you playing with me?" Ning tried hard to break free. "What are you doing? Let me go." Their struggle was seen by both Shi Jin and Lin Yi. "Brother Lin, that man is bullying Sister and Ning." Xi Jin anxiously placed her hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, her other hand pointing towards Ning. Lin Yi couldn't watch anymore. He approached and shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" Kui Mingong frowned, pointing at Lin Yi. "This is none of your business. I'm warning you, and Ning is my girlfriend now. Stay away from her from now on. Don't appear in front of me." Ning tried to stop Kui Mingong. "Don't talk nonsense. I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet." Kui Mingong ignored Ning's words, continuing, "Don't be a busybody here. She's my girlfriend now. I can do whatever I want. It has nothing to do with you." Lin Yi couldn't stand it anymore. He directly slapped Kui Mingong to shut him up, and Ning beside him was also surprised. Kui Mingong turned purple with anger, raising his hand to rub the slapped spot and yelled, "How dare you hit me? Believe it or not, I'll call people to deal with you nicely." Lin Yi wasn't the gentle type either, immediately threatening, "Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death." Lin Yi's deathly glare really made Kui Mingong a bit scared. Seeing he couldn't win against Lin Yi, Kui Mingong turned and left, finally not forgetting to curse a little more. "And Ning, you're too much." Xi Jin came beside Ning, comforting her, showing a disgusted face. "Sister and Ning, that man is no good at all. You should change to someone else." Lin Yi closed his eyes and sighed. Lin Yi was dragged into unnecessary trouble, so his mood was bad. He turned and walked away. leaving Shi Jin and Ning standing there. Ning felt extremely guilty, watching Lin Yi's eyes retreating back, thinking to herself, is he disappointed? Xi Jin continuously cared for Ning, asking non-stop, Sister Ning, are you okay? That guy is really no good. He dared to lay a hand on you. What a terrible guy. Ning tiredly advised her, all right, let's not talk about him anymore anyway. There's nothing between us. 11 Jin patted Ning's back and said, Sister Ning, let's go. The conference is about to start. Let's go in first. Unexpectedly, the conference lasted for more than an hour before ending, the large square packed with seats. After the conference ended, the crowd began to thin out. 11 Jin stood up and stretched. Sister Ning, let's go too. I'm leaving tomorrow. Let's go for a walk this afternoon. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Ning's mood improved slightly, and she agreed. Okay, sure. Suddenly, a well-dressed man walked up to Ning and inquired, hello, excuse me, are you Ms. Ning? Ning didn't know this person at all and looked at him doubtfully. This person began to briefly introduce himself to Ning. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Guangliang, Secretary to the President of the Agricultural University. The President is looking for you regarding a matter. Could I trouble you to come to the 4th floor meeting room for a moment? Ning didn't quite understand and wanted to confirm, asking, the President is looking for me? She turned to the beauty beside her and instructed, Shi Jin, wait here for me for a moment. Then she stood up and left. Shi Jin didn't want to bother Ning and obediently replied, okay. Half an hour later, Ning finally came out of the meeting room. Ning looked like she was about to burst into tears, gently raising her hand to wipe tears from her eyes, muttering, that hateful guy. I don't care about him anymore. Why did he arrange a job for me? 11 Jin approached from a distance, unable to resist asking curiously, Sister Ning, what did team leader say to you? Seeing her, Ning asked, where is your Lin Yi? Shi Jin answered honestly, I haven't seen him. Let me call him. The meeting should be over, and we should be preparing to leave. Shi Jin took out her phone to call Lin Yi. As soon as Lin Yi answered, Shi Jin questioned, Brother Lin, where are you? What? You're at the airport. Didn't you say you were leaving tomorrow? Hey, I understand. I'll take care of things here. After hanging up, Shi Jin reported back to Ning, Brother Lin is at the airport. Says he wants to go back to Shanghai, and Ning reacted strongly upon hearing this. Back to Shanghai, aren't you supposed to leave tomorrow? 11 Jin turned her face away, raised her hand to tuck her hair back, and said, perhaps Brother Lin felt awkward and left early, otherwise he would have definitely told me. And Ning hurried off, I have something to do, I have to go first, I can't go shopping with you this afternoon. Xi Jin was slightly taken aback by her sudden rush. In the airport departure hall, Lin Yi was dressed discreetly, blending in with the crowd preparing to depart. The announcement speaker broadcasted, Dear passengers, flight HG1257 from Bingcheng to Shanghai has begun boarding. Please bring your luggage and line up to board the plane. Thank you. Just as the announcement finished, Ning arrived at the airport. She ran over, shouting his name loudly, looking extremely anxious. Lin Yi. All eyes turned towards Lin Yi. He hesitantly pulled his mask up to cover his face. Ning tried to push through the crowd to reach Lin Yi, reproachfully scolding the young man. You idiot. Stop right there. Lin Yi glanced towards her. After a moment, Ning finally threw her arms around Lin Yi, causing the hat he was wearing to fall off. The beautiful woman pouted and scolded. You really are an idiot. Tears seemed about to fall from Ning's eyes. Ning, embarrassed, tried to wipe away her tears, forcing herself to speak calmly. I already don't care about you, so why did you arrange a job for me? Only then did Lin Yi pull down his mask, replying happily, I thought about this a long time ago. Lin Yi hugged Ning in front of everyone, thoughtfully instructing, work hard in the future. The two exchanged a deep, meaningful look. Lin Yi placed one hand on her shoulder, the other stroking Ning's head, firmly instructing, if you encounter difficulties in the future, just call me. No matter where I am, even at the ends of the earth, I will immediately come to your side. Then, Lin Yi gave Ning a light kiss. Although it wasn't a deep kiss like usual, They both closed their eyes, savoring the last moments together. Lin Yu placed his hands on An Ning's arms, reminding her, "The plane is about to take off. I'm leaving now." Seeing the tears glistening on her eyelashes, he teased, "You're already so grown up and still crying. People will laugh at you." An Ning stood rooted to the spot, waving her hand high to say goodbye. Lin Yu walked away pulling his suitcase, then turned back to wave at her. The plane took off, soaring high into the blue sky. Inside the departure hall, An Ning's choked sob echoed. Her hands clenched tightly, praying for Lin Yu's safe journey. Her eyes were filled with tears. Tears still overflowed, her face showing the sense of loss from seeing off the one she loved. After several hours flying through the sky, the plane carrying Lin Yu finally landed at its destination. Lin Yu walked out pulling his suitcase and saw Li Chuhon leaning against a car, waiting for him. Putting down his suitcase, he spread his arms, walked towards Chuhon, and said enthusiastically, "Come on, give me a hug." But her response was not very welcoming. She pushed his shoulder away, asking, "Wait, did you miss me?" But unfortunately, she happened to touch Lin Yu's injured shoulder. Hit where it hurt, he let out a cry, a bead of pain sweat rolling down his cheek. Seeing him cry out like that, Chuan's face turned pale. Pointing at his shoulder, she asked, "Is there something wrong with your shoulder?" "It doesn't feel right," Lin Yu sighed, confessing, "It's true I can't hide anything from you." Lin Yu closed his eyes as if recalling why he got shot and told Chuhon, "There was a small incident." "Got shot? But I'm all right now," Chuhon screamed in fear. "Got shot?" She immediately grabbed his arm, ordering, "Get in the car, let me see." Lin Yu acted like it was no problem, replying, "It's okay, I'm a doctor. I know the situation very well." "There's no problem." Chuhon didn't allow him to refuse and said immediately, "Even so, I have to see." In the car, Chuhon directly and forcefully ripped his shirt open, revealing his muscular build. Lin Yu's shirt was completely removed, revealing a large wound on his shoulder. Chuhon looked at it, a mix of fear and heartache in her expression, saying, "Standard stitching technique, and there are flaws. If it were you, you could have done it with at least 3 fewer stitches." Lin Yu replied to her in a tone both comforting and proud, "But you can't blame others, it's just that my skills are too superb." The car gradually started moving, while inside, Chuhon was helpless against Lin Yu's arrogance. "Yes, wait until we get back. I'll help you rebandage it." In the city, skyscrapers towered. In an apartment in some residential building, Lin Yu was sitting on the sofa letting Chuhon bandage his wound. She asked heartache, "Does it hurt?" He replied, "Doesn't hurt." Then he wrapped an arm around her shoulder, pulling her up. "Come here." She was applying medicine for him and was startled. Lin Yu directly gave her a passionate kiss, her whole body turning towards him, her hands resting on his chest for support. She looked at him charmingly. He held her shoulders and said, "Li Chuhon, you know that having you like this makes me want you no matter how much I already have." She blushed shyly and said, "Careful with the wound." Chuhon adjusted her purple-pink dress, then sat on his lap. The two made love right there on the sofa, she moaned. At Chaeong Group, Ji Kinyan was sitting at her desk, flipping through documents. Seeing Lin Yu walk in, she teased, "Are you asking this pretty lady out for something?" Lin Yu came around behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders to massage them. He said, "Eating, resting. What else do you want to do? What have you been busy with lately?" Enjoying his massage, she closed her eyes and replied, "Under me, I still have my family's company, which qualified to bid for timber materials. Lingyan Group's project this time was secured under my family company's name." Looking at the documents on the desk, Kinyan told him, "I'm processing the copyright transfer procedures to prepare for transferring it under your name. Consider it owned by a subsidiary." Lin Yu now understood. He replied, "So that's what it was. No wonder we secured this project so quickly." Kinyan turned and wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, "There's still over a week until Ningyu's wedding. As her older brother, are you all prepared?" Lin Yu reciprocated by wrapping his arms around her waist, saying, "It's not like I'm the one getting married. What is there to prepare?" Kinyan asked him again, "Shouldn't you give some remarks?" Lin Yu refused, "These flashy things don't suit me. Just let our two mothers do it. I don't like noisy places like this. The two embraced in the middle of the room. Lin Yi still held Qingyan's waist and asked, I was gone for so long, did you miss me? Qingyan kissed his lips, whispering, of course, I missed you. The office door suddenly opened. Lin Yi and Qingyan, embracing, were startled. He Yuan's figure was silhouetted at the door. Qingyan cried out in embarrassment. Seeing Lin Yi, Yuan was startled, scratching her face. Boss, why are you back already? Lin Yi turned around annoyed and asked, I should be asking you. What are you doing here? Qingyan closed her eyes in embarrassment. Yuan turned to look at Qingyan, saying, I arranged to go shopping with my senior sister. Qingyan seemed a bit unhappy, saying, didn't we agree on 2 o'clock? There's still an hour left, Yuan said sheepishly. I came over to freeload lunch. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel exasperated by her words. He sighed, you sure have thick skin. You have a meeting at Lingyan Group this afternoon, don't be late. Yuan pulled Qingyan's hand to leave, saying as she went, got it, boss, it's closing time now anyway. We're leaving. In the meeting room of Lingyan Group, the door was closed. Inside the room, Lin Yi sat at the head of the table. He began by asking, how is the timber import project going? Yuan replied, the total contract amount is 1.36 billion, with a profit of only 1 to 3 million, almost negligible. Zhou Ziqiang added, the selected imported red pine and white pine have started loading onto trucks. They should arrive at our place in half a month. Lin Yi clasped his hands and asked Ziqiang, it's been almost a week since the contract was signed. Have there been any problems in the meantime? Ziqiang held the documents but looked straight at Lin Yi, replying, everything is going very smoothly. After all, cooperating earned them a profit of over 100 million, so they are very cooperative. The person in charge of the project mentioned they want to conduct inspections and observations soon to assess our attitude, possibly wanting long-term cooperation. Lin Yi pointed and ordered, you guys arrange such matters. If there are similar collaborations in the future, we don't need to accept them. Our Huaran group is fine making a small profit. Qian also picked up her documents, pointed, and asked Lin Yi, President Lin, are you free right now? It's almost the end of the year. I've just drafted the company's development plan for the new year and wanted to discuss it with you, see if any changes or adjustments are needed. Lin Yi said coolly, go ahead. She stood up, pointed at the projector screen in front, and said, the photolithography machine project has been approved. Simultaneously, the priority for the chip and mobile phone businesses has also been raised to ensure our position in the industry. Secondly, I plan to establish a laboratory and plan for an Internet of Things ecosystem. Lin Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, elaborate on the Internet of Things. An image appeared on the projector screen. Qian pointed at the screen, explaining, simply put, it will control the chips in household items like computers, air conditioners, washing machines, lights, and so on. Thus, an extremely intelligent and modern living model can be realized. Ziqiang also said, next year, I also plan to expand into the international market, turning Lingyan Group into a world-class company. Lin Yi smiled slightly and posed a question. This plan is theoretically very good, but do you know why I went through so much trouble researching the photolithography machine and the phone's new ecosystem back then? Hearing this, Yuan pondered, then guessed, afraid of others holding us by the throat. Lin Yi said confidently, correct, but for me, making money is important, but my sense of mission is even more important. After saying that, he posed another question to the room. Let me ask you a simple question. What software is needed for graphics? What software is needed for finance? Aren't they all foreign software? If we become dependent, how will Lingyan Group operate? Can any of you three give me an answer? The sudden question left everyone silent. Yuan said, well, then she added hesitantly, something like that probably won't happen. Lin Yi disagreed, immediately retorting, probably won't happen doesn't mean it will not happen. Ziqiang seemed not to understand his point, asking, President Lin, do you mean that next year's development direction will be based on these backward projects as the core of development? Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, not quite the core, but these matters must definitely be paid attention to. A technology company must have the appearance it ought to have. We can't operate on faith. Money still needs to be made. It seemed everyone understood. Chaeyin stood up with her documents, saying, I understand now, President Lin. I'll go back and refine this plan. Zikyong also added, then I'll take this plan back to revise it and report back at the next meeting. Lin Yi then looked towards Yuanyuan, asking, do you have any issues to report? Yuanyuan clasped her hands together and said, my plan for the new year is to get a raise. Lin Yi paid no attention to Yuanyuan's intention and waved his hand, saying, all right, meeting adjourned. His words made Yuanyuan shed a tear of self-pity. Early morning sunlight shone on the building. Ruoxu came to give him water, asking caringly, how's the shoulder wound? Lin Yi took the glass of water and replied, as long as I don't do heavy work and rest for 8 to 10 days, it should be fine. Ruoxu sat down beside him, chiding, from now on, just stay put here in Zhonghai, don't go anywhere. If something happened, you just needed to make a phone call, everything would be resolved in 10 minutes, and so much wouldn't have happened. Lin Yi drank some water and replied, that's not wrong, but if it's something I can handle, I don't need to bother others. Hearing this, Ruoxu got flustered and said, do you see me as an outsider? Lin Yi put his arm around her shoulder, comforting her. No, you're my person. Ruoxu turned her face away sulkily, muttering, stop teasing me anymore. Lin Yi explained, although this happened unexpectedly, it's not like nothing was gained. If they are still part of the organization, they're like a ticking time bomb. Old Liu's side is probably still waiting for an opportunity to overthrow the Wang family. Besides old Liu, for the Liang family, and for me, it's a good thing. Hearing this, she asked, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Could anything suspicious appear within your company or among the people around you? Lin Yi replied, if something had happened, would I still be able to sit here calmly with you? But he touched his chin, worrying, but it's been so many days and there's no movement from the Wang family's side, I'm a little uneasy. Ruoxu raised her hand to voice her opinion. Putting other things aside, there's one point I'm sure of. The Wang family definitely won't let this rest. The longer this drags on, the greater the threat to you will be. Lin Yi didn't hold back his praise. You're smart. So, during this time, don't cause trouble, handle your own affairs well, don't give them any opportunities. Ruoxu kissed him while replying, yes, I know. They shared a passionate kiss. Lin Yi and Kinyan are pushing a shopping cart side by side in the supermarket. Lin Yi, having bought too much, grumbled, why does it feel like we're shopping for disaster supplies? Seeing this, his girlfriend soothed him, mainly because the fridge at home is empty. When you're not home, it's no fun for me to go grocery shopping alone. This is a sense of ritual. It has to be the two of us going together to be meaningful. He chuckled, remarking, a sense of ritual. Someone from a rich family really is different. The two finally reached the basement parking lot. Lin Yi strenuously carried heavy boxes into the trunk of their blue car. Kinyan just stood behind, calmly observing, encouraging him. Mr. Lin, thank you for your hard work. The items were neatly arranged. Lin Yi sighed, sweating. He pushed his hair back, a tired look on his face. Suddenly, he felt something in his body. He lifted his shirt to check his right shoulder, saw the tightly bandaged wound had torn open, staining a large area red with blood. He cursed inwardly. Damn, the wound reopened. Kinyan, approaching the car, noticed Lin Yi seemed strange and asked, what's wrong? He quickly adjusted his clothes to hide his condition, replying, nothing. Let's just drive home. They opened the car doors. On the other side of the door, Kinyan suggested to her boyfriend, yesterday was tiring, so when we get back today, I'll help you wash away the dust. After getting into the car, Lin Yi sent a text message to someone named Shen Chonju. The message content was, call me in half an hour, tell me to come to the institute for overtime. After sending it, when everything was settled, he smiled brightly at Kinyan and said, let's go. She agreed. A moment later, just as the car pulled up in front of their house, a very luxurious villa, Lin Yi's phone rang. He thought to himself, a scientist's rigor must be precise to the second, while answering, what? Is there an unsolvable problem? All right then, I'll head over in a bit. Meanwhile, his girlfriend was watching him intently. As soon as he ended the call, she asked, "Who called?" Lin Yi immediately replied, "Old Shen said there's a small problem with the experiment. Asked me to go over." Qingyan looked worried, questioning, "There are so many people in the lab, couldn't anyone else handle it that they had to call you?" Lin Yi gently stroked her head, coaxing, "There's no other way. The lithography machine and chip project are already on the schedule. And in the lab, besides Old Shen, my skills are the best, so it's normal for them to call me over if a problem occurs." Qingyan relented, saying, "All right, it's just a meal. We can eat anytime. It's okay." He planted a quick kiss on his lover's forehead, sweetly promising, "It should be quick. I'll be back soon. I'll bring the things inside when I get back." Then she got out of the car to let him go, waving goodbye. "Drive carefully." At the provincial hospital, Qiao was tending to Lin Yi's wound. Seeing its severe condition, she asked worriedly, "How did it get like this?" He explained softly to calm her, "Something unexpected happened, but it's not too serious, no need to fuss like this." However, she still carefully advised, "Mr. Lin, you must be especially careful, avoid strenuous exercise or heavy lifting from now on. If this happens again, the wound could get infected." She bandaged him as she spoke. Finished, he stood up, put his shirt back on, and assured her, "I know." He said to her, "Right, get me some phlegm medicine and cotton gauze later. I need to take them with me." After receiving the items, Lin Yi excused himself, "Since I'm acting, I might as well see it through. I'll be going for a bit." At the Research Institute, a strikingly tall building, made even more brilliant by the sunset colors, Lin Yi walked in through the main glass door, saw a female employee with her hair in a high bun still working, holding a pastry for dinner. He asked in surprise, "Still busy this late?" Seeing him, the girl exclaimed, "Boss." Chewing her food, she explained, "There's a bug in the program. I'm still working on it." Meanwhile, he looked left and right as if searching for someone, asking, "Why is it just you here? Where's Old Shen?" The girl replied, "Old Shen went to Yanjing, said he was looking for some old friends to discuss research on the new generation lithography machine. Are you here looking for Old Shen?" "Should I call him?" Lin Yi refused. "No need." Then, he asked, "I'll sleep here tonight. Does Old Shen's office have a bed?" Hearing this, the employee joked, "It's not because you did something shameful and the boss lady found out and kicked you out, is it?" He scratched his neck, looking embarrassed, saying evasively, "It's hard to explain in a few words." Evening came. At Qingyan's luxurious house, in her room, she was calling a friend, sounding sad. Yuan, do you have time? Come have dinner with me." Old Shen called Lin Yi over there for overtime. "I don't feel like cooking anymore." On the other end, Yuan was holding a hot cup of coffee, about to drink, and asked puzzled, "Old Shen went to Yanjing on business. How could he call him for overtime?" Receiving this information, Qingyan exclaimed in alarm, "Old Shen went to Yanjing." Qingyan anxiously called Lin Yi. Hearing him pick up on the other end, she immediately asked, "Is the lab that busy?" He explained the situation, encountered a small bug, still working on it. "Probably won't be back tonight. Don't wait up for me." Then Lin Yi hung up, leaving Qingyan alone with her growing suspicion. She wondered, "Is he cheating on me?" Just then, Yuan rushed over anxiously, calling out, "Senior sister." Qingyan, now teary-eyed, whispered, "Yuan." She stood up abruptly, hugged her younger sister's neck tightly, her voice loud, "I think he has another woman outside. He doesn't love me anymore." Yuan gently comforted her, soothing the situation. "Don't cry, senior sister. I don't think that's the case. Look around at the women in Lingyan. How many can compare to you? How could you possibly find someone else?" She held Qingyan's arm, consoling her, "Senior sister, stop crying. Let's go to the Research Institute and see, find him and make things clear." However, Qingyan immediately refused. "No, I don't dare. It's normal for him to be like this. Once the novelty wears off, he naturally loses interest." Yuan insisted firmly, "All right, regardless of the truth, let's not jump to conclusions so quickly. Let's wait another day to see how things are." She said softly, "I can't go back like this after running out dressed like this. I'll sleep at your place tonight. We can go to work together tomorrow." Kinyan sniffled and said, "Okay." The next day, Yuan was neatly dressed, pacing anxiously back and forth in the office. She crossed her arms, thinking deeply. Although the boss is a bit bad, he was really good to senior sister. How could something like this happen? Midway, a female employee with blonde hair knocked on the door, reporting to her, "President He, Xinhua Airlines sent an airline ticket invoice." Confused, she confirmed, "Is the airline ticket invoice for Boss Lin?" But the employee's answer was different. "It's for President Lin." Hearing this, Yuan snatched the information sheet, shouting, "President Lin's ticket. Does he take a private jet? What ticket?" This slightly stunned the girl. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Ji Kinyan. Yuan answered the call, relaying to her, "Senior sister, I received an invoice for the boss from Bingcheng to Shanghai. The date is December. He came back a day early." Kinyan's face contorted, her voice cold. "I know." Saying that, she angrily kicked the desk hard with the tip of her shoe, causing the items on it to rattle violently. She yelled, "Scumbag, I'm done with this." In the evening, at the villa, Kinyan appeared, storming into the house carrying a pile of products bought from the supermarket. Seeing this, Lin Yi teased, "Did you bring the entire shopping mall home?" She answered curtly, "Exchanging luggage, saw they were nice, so I bought them." He then announced routine news. "Right, I still have some work I need to discuss with them." He massaged his neck as he spoke. Kinyan said resentfully, "Go ahead, I need to try on clothes too." Watching his retreating back, she thought sadly, "It's already past 10 o'clock. What work needs to be handled?" If it were before, he definitely wouldn't be like this. He would definitely stay here and watch me change clothes. Late at night, Lin Yu reached for the round doorknob. He paused, clutching his shoulder and thinking inwardly, "Forget it. If she sees the wound, she probably worrying herself to death. Let's wait a few more days." He had no choice but to knock on the door, calling from outside, "I have some business to attend to in Dong County. Call me if anything happens." Hearing this, she reluctantly advised, "Be safe on the road." Lin Yu sighed, smiling helplessly. "She doesn't sound too happy." "It's understandable. I just got back and I'm leaving again. It's normal for her to be unhappy." The sound of a car starting rumbled outside the window. Kinyan, holding her phone, sat in the bedroom, hugging her knees, looking incredibly lonely. She called her junior, Yuan, "One trip to Kyushu Pavilion. Help me move." Yuan was confused, asking repeatedly, "Move? What on earth happened? Why are you moving?" She stammered, "Lin Yi doesn't want me anymore." The suitcase was already packed in the trunk. As Yuan closed the trunk, she worriedly asked Kinyan, "Senior sister, where do you plan to go now?" "To your uncle and aunt's place," she replied. "If I go back just like this, they'll definitely be very worried. Just take me to any hotel." But to finally set off, driving along the road. After a while, seeing an unfamiliar place, Kinyan asked, "Where is this? Did you leave the city?" Yuan smiled slightly, replying, "I already inquired about the hotel the boss is staying at in Dong County. We're going straight there." Kinyan stopped her immediately. "Listen to me, go back. I really don't want to go looking for him." Yuan didn't yield, shouting, "We have to find him. Why should he get to live so comfortably? Things can't be left unclear." She lowered her voice, determined. "Even if we break up, we have to go there and clarify everything. If we go now, maybe we can catch him red-handed. Damn it, when I see him later, I'm going to slap him." Yuan's attitude saddened Kinyan, who could only remain silent. At the Sihai Hotel in Dong County, a magnificent, white hotel resembling a castle. In the hotel lobby, Yuan strode towards the reception desk with a furious expression, interrogating, "There's a person named Lin Yi staying here, right?" The receptionist politely refused. "I'm very sorry. According to regulations, we cannot disclose guest information." Seeing this, Yuan threw a stack of money in front of the girl, saying forcefully, "This is 3,000 yuan. If you cooperate with me, this is yours." This made the employee's eyes widen. The girl glanced around to see if anyone was watching, then whispered inquiringly, "How do you want me to cooperate?" Yuan requested, "I want his room key card, just for a moment." The receptionist quickly handed over what she wanted, whispering, If anyone asks, absolutely don't sell me out. Yuan assured her, don't worry, I understand this basic principle. Then she reached out and took the card. She and Kinyan approached room 408, where Lin Yi was staying. Yuan stood blocking the front, hands on her hips, looking extremely determined, saying, Senior sister, are you ready? Kinyan, standing behind, grabbed her arm, fearfully trying to stop her. I don't want to go, let's just leave. Yuan whipped around, her voice slightly threatening, asking, We've come all this way. Where would we go now? We must settle the score with him. Let him know we're not easy to bully. Saying that, she used the card to automatically open the room door, saying as she opened it, You're too kind, that's why he bullies you. Today, I must help you get justice. The room door swung open. Yuan observed seriously, while Kinyan cowered behind her. But the scene before them made both girls stare in astonishment. Lin Yi was sitting in the room, grimacing in pain as the doctor beside him disinfected his wound with cotton swabs. Below them, a nurse was assisting the doctor. Seeing the two, he asked confusedly, Why are you two here? Kinyan ignored him, pointing at his shoulder, anxiously asking, What is this? Lin Yi gently rubbed his arm, explaining, When I went to the northeast, I encountered a small accident, but it's all right now. Changing the dressing promptly will be fine. But that didn't satisfy her. Kinyan angrily reprimanded, Stop lying to me. What exactly happened? He finally couldn't hide it anymore, confessing, I went hunting with some leaders from the Agricultural Research Institute and accidentally got hit by a stray bullet. She asked worriedly, It's been so long. Why is the wound still like this? Which hospital performed the surgery? Lin Yi replied, A few days ago, when I went to the supermarket with you, I carried some things and the wound tore open. I went to the hospital for a checkup, and it still hasn't healed. At this point, Kinyan's eyes welled up with tears. Wiping away tears, she asked emotionally, So you've been avoiding me these past few days, so I wouldn't find out? Lin Yi said gently, Of course, it's because I was afraid you'd worry. Suddenly, he asked, But I wonder, what are you two doing running over here in the middle of the night? This made Kinyan turn pale with panic. Yuan quickly jumped in, We had dinner together tonight. We were just chatting idle and suddenly decided to come find you and check on you while we were at it. The nurse took over the remaining tasks from the doctor. Meanwhile, Lin Yi grimaced from the sting and suggested, Find a place to sit down, let me finish applying the medicine. Kinyan still moved closer to him, gently reproaching, You were already injured, yet you still went to the supermarket with me that day. You could have just found an excuse to refuse. He took her hand, coaxing, Didn't you say you needed a sense of ritual? I didn't want to refuse. Yuan waved goodbye, half joking, All right, you to continue your lovey-dovey stuff, I'm leaving. Lin Yi replied irritably, Goodbye, you should have gone home earlier. Don't hang around here causing trouble. Kinyan chased after her, saying, Yuan, wait a moment, I have something to tell you. She sincerely showed remorse, This is my fault. Yuan scratched her head, laughing it off, Luckily I reacted quickly just now, otherwise we'd have been done for. Kinyan pressed into her hand a set of keys, instructing, These are the villa keys, find someone to help me move my things back, okay? Hearing this, Yuan said dejectedly, Senior sister, you change your mind really fast. Then she cheerfully set off, waving goodbye to her. Well, I'm off then? You to remember, a spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. This made Kinyan blush deeply, stammering, You. The next morning, the two had returned home. Kinyan looked a bit tired. She rotated her shoulders, saying, Finally home. The hotel in Dong County really wasn't comfortable. Seeing her boyfriend standing still, she asked, What are you standing there for? Why don't you go to your room? Lin Yi replied, puzzled. Why do I feel like our house doesn't look the same? Was there a burglar? It looks like things inside have been moved. His question hit a nerve with his girlfriend. She was startled and shocked. Kinyan made up a reason to distract him. Yesterday I had some free time, so I rearranged things a bit. I didn't realize there were so many unused things, so I got a vehicle to come and throw them away. Lin Yi was still a bit suspicious, but replied, Is that so? She quickly pushed her boyfriend inside, chattering away. "All right, don't ask any more. Are you thirsty? Let me get you some water, right? I plan to go shopping tomorrow." Lin Yi asked again. "Shopping again? Didn't we go twice before?" She poured a glass of water and placed it on the table for her boyfriend. Sitting beside him as he drank, she explained, "Ningyu is getting married. My aunt and uncle are attending the wedding, so of course, they need to dress nicely. Also, the children at the orphanage need some attention too." Lin Yi, bringing the glass to his lips, said, "Have you bought things for them already? After all, they're attending a wedding. We can't lose face. They need to dress up a bit." Then he put the glass down again, saying, "These few days, you should focus on finishing your work at the company first. After that, we'll go back to Yongqing to buy clothes, buy a house. There are still many things waiting for us." Hearing this, Qingyan replied, "I know, I'll try to finish everything by tomorrow. Then we can leave the day after." Ji Qingyan suddenly remembered something, turned to look at him, and asked, "I heard Yuan say that tomorrow Lingyan Group is having a reception, apparently to entertain partners. Are you going?" Lin Yu scooted closer, put his arm around her shoulder, and replied with a smile, "I remember now, old Che told me about it, but I don't think it's interesting, so I don't want to go." "Do you want to go?" Hearing him say that, she immediately replied, "If you go, I want to go with you. If you don't go, I won't go either. That settles it then." They were perfectly in sync. "Come on, give me a kiss." After saying that, they moved towards each other for a kiss. Cotton balls, bandages, and antiseptic were spread on the table. Qingyan was holding a cotton ball, treating his wound. He turned and said, "Maybe I should do it myself." She replied, "Don't worry about me. I've never done this before. I'll get used to it quickly." The phone on the table suddenly rang loudly. It's unclear what was said on the other end, but Lin Yu spoke loudly in alarm. "Where are you girls?" "I'll head over right now." He quickly put on his shirt and said to her, "I have to go out for a bit." Hearing this, Qingyan asked worriedly, "What happened?" "At the party tonight, two foreigners dared to get handsy with Yuan and Qian. I have to go over there and see what's going on." He said this while hurriedly putting on his vest. Scene changes to the security room. Zhou Zikyong pointed forward, saying, "You two are in charge of this project. I believe your actions damage the company's image. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. As the lawyer for Site Company, I must clarify that just now, Mr. Deng Jia merely wanted to invite this young lady for a drink, but unexpectedly she struck him. Such behavior is truly improper, therefore, we must hold you accountable." The lawyer spoke, gesturing towards his side as he spoke. Beside him was Deng Jia, the vice president of Site Company. Yuan, upon hearing this, flew into a rage, shouting, "You're lying." He straight up grabbed my waist, "And you make it sound so simple. CEO here, I hope you will watch your language. We are merely following legal procedures, not engaging in any unreasonable behavior. You ladies were in the wrong first." The lawyer pushed up his glasses, warning softly. Hearing this, Zikyong pointed his finger at the lawyer's face, saying, "Regarding this matter, our Lingyan Group will absolutely not yield. No matter what, we will see this through to the end." The lawyer put his hands in his pockets, replying smugly, "Very well, we'll see each other in court then. There's no evidence from the scene." The room door suddenly burst open, and Lin Yi, Qingyan, along with the lawyer, walked in. Seeing him arrive, Yuan turned happily and called out, "CEO Lin is here." Ji Qingyan ran over to Yuan, took her hand, and asked, "How are you? Are you hurt?" Yuan quickly replied, "No, I slapped him," and then Brother Zikyong called the police. "CEO Lin, hello, I am Lemontov, CEO of SCO Company. It's a pleasure to meet you." He extended his hand for a handshake while introducing himself. "Let's skip the handshake," Lin Yu replied softly, flatly refusing the handshake. "Generally speaking, when faced with a situation like this, how would you handle it?" He looked at the lawyer beside him and asked. The lawyer heard his question and replied, "According to legal regulations, they would be detained for 72 hours while further evidence is sought before a decision is made." Lin Yu raised his hand, annoyed, replying, "No need for such trouble, let them go. just let them go. Hearing this, the lawyer asked back, puzzled. He thought to himself, after all, you're such a well-known enterprise. It would be very embarrassing. The lawyer held the paper in his hand, turned to look at Roman, and spoke. Hearing this, he replied, your boss is quite sensible, knows how to handle this. Lin Yi took out his phone to call someone, his face scrunched up, saying, is everything ready? You're about to head out. If they're foreigners, deal with them directly, break one leg. No need to show mercy. Hearing him say this, the man was shocked, gritting his teeth, speechless. After hanging up, he quickly put on a smirk and said, everything is settled. You can leave. We won't pursue this matter any further. The man pointed at him, panicked, replying, what did you just say? Break our legs. Lin Yu raised his hands, feigning innocence, replying, not at all, I didn't mention your names. However, I must remind you, security isn't very good at night. Be careful when you go out. Roman's face darkened with anger, shouting accusatorily at him, it's obvious you arranged this. He stepped closer to the man, you'd better keep quiet, or you won't make it out this door. Lin Yi stood menacingly before him, causing the man to back away in fear. Qian stood nearby looking at Lin Yi, her heart filled with admiration. Boss Lin is so manly. Let's go. Don't worry about these people. Someone will come deal with them soon. After speaking to the man, he turned and left. Hearing him, everyone happily exclaimed, yes. A week later, at the Niyongqing orphanage, the car stopped. Lin Yi and his wife got out of the car and heard a woman calling, sister-in-law, brother. It's Guo Ningyu. She ran over to hug Qingyan, saying happily, sister-in-law, I missed you so much. Lin Yi saw the affectionate scene and felt annoyed, shouting, I'm your brother too. Why didn't you hug me first? Sister-in-law bought me dowry gifts, and you bought me nothing. Why should I hug you? As they walked in, she complained about her brother to her sister-in-law. Come in quickly, the food is all ready. An older woman walked up to the group and said. The food was already laid out on the table, looking very appetizing, likely delicious. Mom, are all the necessary wedding items prepared? Lin Yi sat down at the dining table, turned to look at his mother and asked. Everything is ready, just waiting for the wedding. But the girl said there's an outfit that he hasn't been bought yet, said she's waiting for you to go look with her, his mother replied. It's Shu, Guo Ningyu corrected her. Sister-in-law, I plan to wear a shoe when greeting the guests. Will you come with me then? I don't trust our mother's taste. Ningyu turned to suggest this to Qingyan. Hearing this, she immediately agreed to her sister-in-law's request. Okay, just pick a time. I'll go with you. Lin Yi's mother heard her daughter say this and also smiled, saying, daughter-in-law, I'll have to trouble you to go pick out the outfit with her. While they were talking happily, there was suddenly a loud noise. Someone slammed their chopsticks down on a bowl on the table, seeming very annoyed. You've only raised her for how many years, yet you're pushing them to get married every day. It's like you're obsessed. The man who slammed the bowl stood up and spoke loudly. Qingyan saw him leaving and asked, Uncle Zhao, what's wrong? Everyone turned their heads to look after him. Don't mind him, eat some shrimp, it's very fresh. Lin Yi's mother placed shrimp in her daughter-in-law's bowl, saying cheerfully. Ignoring the man, everyone else continued to eat heartily. Wu Feiyu held a glass of water, looked at Ningyu and said, Our dad has been like this these past few days. Even the people at the orphanage got scolded by him. She sighed and replied, I'm not marrying far away. Still in Yongqing. Why is our dad overthinking so much? It'll be fine after some time. Lin Yu said, Right, ignore him, Mom, we'll handle him later. His mother also chimed in to reassure everyone. The shrimp, crab, and seafood on the table were still plentiful. Not much had been eaten. I'm so full, let's go. Come take a walk with me. He put his hand on Fei's shoulder, pointed to the door, and said, Okay, he readily agreed. The two walked out together for a stroll. Feiyu saw the car in front of them and was surprised, stopping in his tracks. Lin Yi, is this car yours? He asked. He immediately replied, Yes, bought it a long time ago, brought it here to be the wedding car. Want to take it for a spin? If you like it, I'll let you have this car. He put his arm around his shoulder, his other hand taking out the key and offering it to him. Nonsense, I drive a truck. How would it look driving this? Hearing this, Feiyu awkwardly refused. How have you been lately? Any news on the important matter of marriage? I met someone recently, but nothing's definite yet. Not in a hurry. The two walked and chatted idle about life. Who is it? What does she do? Hearing his brother had a prospect, Lin Yi asked with a sly look. Feiyu touched his neck, replying shyly, I work at the lumber mill and deliver goods for people. Her family runs a car wash nearby. She came over. Maybe that's how we met. Lin Yi eagerly put his arm around his shoulder and said, That's great. Let's go check it out. Check what out? It's already late, Feiyu replied upon hearing Lin Yi. It's late at night. Who do you want to meet? It's only just past 8 p.m. What's there to be afraid of? Coincidentally, the car is dirty. I'll go get it washed too. Lin Yi pulled Feiyu along, persuading him as they walked. Night enveloped the Xinglong lumber mill, Yongqing City. It was getting dark. The sky was very beautiful. Stars twinkled across the vast expanse. A family of 3 was eating together when the brown-haired woman pointed at the girl opposite her and said, Daughter, I've seen you interacting with that truck driver recently. Are you two hiding something from me? Some Lily heard her mother and replied, What could possibly be going on between us? Mom, what do you think of him? Her mother continued, Choose carefully. Maybe you can find someone who already owns a house. Son Lily sighed, waved her hand, glanced away and replied, Mom, Dad, look at me, in my condition. Would someone with a house even look our way? She suddenly remembered something and said, But I heard he has a younger brother in Shanghai, who's supposedly very rich. Her dad heard this, turned to her mom and said, As her mother, you should keep an eye out. Be careful Lily doesn't get tricked. He put some food in his mouth then continued, If his younger brother is that rich, why does he still have to run errands delivering goods like this? Just be careful, don't get deceived. Lily heard her dad and retorted sharply, Mom, Dad, you don't understand Wu Feiyu, he's not that kind of person. Suddenly, a white car drove up, parking near where the 3 were sitting. The car's headlights shone straight into her face, making her very uncomfortable. She covered her face and complained, Which jerk turned on their high beams like that? Someone opened the car door and got out. It was Lin Yi and Wu Feiyu. Seeing him arrive, she stood up, asking happily, Why are you here? She walked towards him and Lin Yi. He pointed towards Lin Yi and said, My younger brother came back. He insisted on meeting you, and I couldn't stop him, so we both came over. Lin Yi held a gift bag, politely offered it to her, smiling. Hello, sister-in-law. First time meeting. I bought a little something for you. Behind them, Eli's dad looked at the 3 of them with a thoughtful, puzzled expression. Eli's dad thought to himself, That must be worth at least over 5,000 yuan, right? Is his younger brother that rich? Meanwhile, Lily was unwrapping the gift. The gift in her hand seemed very expensive, making her hesitant and awkwardly reply, This is too expensive. Please take it back. We can't accept it. Lin Yi calmly replied, It's not worth much. Just take it. Feiyu added, Accept it. This is my younger brother. I've mentioned him to you before. He opened a company in Shanghai. He's the most promising among us. Hearing this, she gradually relaxed and pointed inside, saying, Younger brother, drive your car inside so I can wash it for you. Hearing her, he waved his hand to refuse. How could I let you wash my car? She quickly replied, You don't need to be so polite. Her father rushed over from somewhere, shouting loudly, making her turn her head in surprise. Daughter, we can't wash this car. He placed his hand on the car roof, touching it gently. It needs to be washed at a professional place. Look at this paint surface. You can tell it's good quality just by looking. Young man, this car of yours isn't cheap. It must be at least tens of millions, right? He said after looking at the car for a long time. Hearing tens of millions also surprised Lily behind him. Her jaw dropped. He winked, put one hand to his wrist, and held up one finger, saying, Add one more digit. 100 million, the father shouted in surprise after hearing him. Lily was also astonished, covering her mouth with her hand, stammering, Very expensive. Lin Yi touched his beloved car, proudly saying, The car itself isn't that valuable, mainly because it's a limited edition. there's only one, so it's a bit expensive. The father put his hand to his neck, replying apologetically, "Such a good car, we can wash. We don't dare wash it for you." Mr. Sun pointed towards the garage, saying, "Please come in, please come in." He quickly replied, "Okay." The second day at the orphanage had passed, time to get up. Kinyan approached, pulled off the blanket covering him, and said loudly, while he was still lying in bed, hugging himself with both arms, saying, "It's still early." She frowned and said, "It's already past 8 o'clock, the meal must be ready by now. There's a lot of work waiting for us today." Lin Yu sat up, taking the shirt she handed him. "Didn't you make plans with Ning to look at dresses and gowns with her?" She waved the shirt in her hand and replied, "Today we're going to look at houses. If there's time in the afternoon, we can go look at clothes then." She turned to leave, then turned back to remind him, "Don't waste any more time. Hurry up." Meanwhile, he was still struggling to put on his vest. Yunchen International Business Office, Yongcheng. In the morning, sunlight illuminated the entire building, looking very pleasant. Both of them walked inside together. She was linking arms with him, pointing and saying, "I looked it up online. I think the location is quite nice. Everything seems okay. Go take a look. If you don't have any objections, we'll finalize it." Suddenly, a voice called out, making both of them look over in surprise. Lin Yu. She was Yongliu, Lin Yu's high school friend. She tucked her hair back, looked at him and said, "I didn't expect to meet you in Yongcheng." He rested his hand on his chin, thinking, recalling old memories, then asked doubtfully, "You're Yongliu?" Kinyan stood there confused and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Lin Yu pointed at the girl in front of him and introduced, "My high school classmate. I really didn't expect to meet here." Hearing this, she turned and whispered to him, "High school classmate, wasn't she your first love?" Lin Yu felt helpless, fanning himself with a fan, explaining, "When I was in school, I didn't care about worldly affairs. I was a good student focused only on studying. How could I do something like that?" Yongliu spoke up, asking, "Are you here to look at houses?" "Yes, we came to look at houses," Lin Yu quickly replied. Yongliu looked at Kinyan in front of her and silently judged, "So he likes this type. Back in school, I wrote you so many love letters, but you didn't even pay attention to me." She crossed her arms, smiled and asked, "You said you stayed in Shanghai after graduation. Why did you come back to Yongcheng to buy a house? Or is the pressure in Shanghai too great?" he asked, confused. "It's just buying one house. What does it have to do with pressure?" Hearing this, she gave a helpless, forced smile, pointed forward and said, "You can look at the units in Phase 3. Yunshang International Area, they are currently laying the foundation. It's an installment plan type, which will be much cheaper than other commercial properties currently on sale. The price is very affordable." Yongliu, do you know these two customers? A man wearing glasses walked over and asked. "He's Zhou Ping, leader of Team 1. Yongliu didn't even look at him, replying, "He and I are high school classmates." Hearing this, he continued, "Since you know each other, you should be in charge of these two customers." She vehemently waved her hand, refusing, "I'm afraid I can't. My boyfriend is coming over soon. I probably won't have time." Just as she finished speaking, the building door opened. A man walked in, raising his hand and saying, "Honey, I'm here." Yongliu immediately ran over, linked arms with him, and smilingly introduced, "Lin Yi, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Du Ning." Hearing this, he didn't know what to say, just silently watched them embrace. She continued pointing towards him, saying, "He's my high school classmate, named Lin Yi. This lady here is his girlfriend. He used to work in Shanghai. I didn't expect to meet him here." Hearing his girlfriend, he also asked curiously, "From Shanghai, but why come to Yongcheng to buy a house?" Hearing her boyfriend ask this, she covered her mouth, pretending to reprimand him, saying, "Why did you ask something that touches a sore spot?" After saying that, she continued to explain based on her own assumptions. Because the pressure in Shanghai is too great, a normal house costs over 1,000,000 yuan. Is that a place ordinary people can afford? Couldn't handle it, so coming back to Yongcheng to buy a house is normal? Lin Yu's face darkened. He glanced away thinking, This woman wasn't like this before. Initially, she was pretending. She looked at Zhou Yuping and suggested, "Team leader, my boyfriend is also preparing to view rooms. Please find someone else to assist them." Zhou Ping quickly replied, "Go ahead and attend to your business. Coincidentally, I'm free. I can serve these to customers." Yongliu turned around, waved goodbye to everyone and left. "We'll be leaving first. As for the price, I'll definitely give you the lowest possible price, rest assured." None of her words received a response. Both Lin Yi and Qingyan didn't care, silently letting it pass. He looked at Zhou Yuping beside him and said, "Take us to Phase 3 to have a look." He immediately smiled broadly, pointing the way. "Okay, this way please." Both followed him to Phase 3. Qingyan turned to ask him, "Aren't we supposed to buy a villa? Why are we looking at these mid-range units?" He looked at her, replying softly, "Recently, my older brother met a girlfriend. I feel she's quite good. They're not young anymore. For things to go smoothly, they need to consider marriage. I want to buy a house as a gift for him." He turned to tell her. Qingyan's face showed clear worrying as she said, "Isn't that inappropriate? You're buying Ningyu a villa but gifting your brother a regular house." He must have already considered this step, so he quickly replied, "He might not even accept a regular house if I buy it for him, let alone a villa. Otherwise, he wouldn't be working as a delivery driver now." Hearing this, she gradually understood, smiled, and replied cheerfully, "What you said makes sense." The three of them arrived at the Phase 3 area, where models of buildings were arranged attractively. Both of them looked at all the buildings here, thinking. Qingyan looked at the models below and replied thoughtfully, "The Phase 3 residential area, whether in terms of design or location, just feels somewhat inadequate." Hearing her words, Lin Yi agreed and added, "The surrounding amenities aren't great either. Let's skip it. We won't look anymore." Zhou Ping saw they intended to leave and asked, "Aren't you two going to look anymore?" He shook his head and replied, "I feel the location isn't excellent, so I won't look anymore." Zhou Ping held a stack of papers, pointed to a spot, and then said, "So, then take a look at Phase 1. These are all medium to large apartments, ranging from 98 square meters to 328 square meters. How large a unit do you want to buy? I can advise you. What do you two think of these units? Do you like any of them? I can provide more details." Zhou Ping advised them very thoroughly. Meanwhile, over here, Yongliu sneered, "You people actually want to see the largest apartments in Phase 1. Lin Yu looked around and said, "Where are your villas? Take us to see them." Hearing this, Zhou Ping's eyes widened in surprise and he asked again, "See the villas?" Both Yongliu and Du Ning over here also heard and looked over in surprise. However, Zhou Yuping still guided the two of them. The villa display area is on the second floor. If you two wish to see them, I can take you there. Qingyan took his arm, and they went together. He turned to the agent and said, "All right, let's go see." The agent was surprised. He had only mentioned it as part of his job, not expecting him to actually agree. As they walked past Yongliu, she arrogantly put her hands on her hips and said, "Lin Yi, we were classmates. Everyone understands these situations. Don't waste our team leader's time anymore. Why would I need to put on a show in front of you? Are you as beautiful as my girlfriend?" Hearing him say that, Qingyan blushed slightly, embarrassed, and smoothed her hair. Yongliu became furious, clenching her fists. Her boyfriend beside her placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her, saying, "All right, no need to argue with him." She watched their retreating backs, gritted her teeth, and said, "Back in school, I didn't realize he could pretend like this. I really misjudged him." Du Ning saw them go up to the second floor and pointed, saying, "So your villas are displayed on the second floor." He suddenly remembered something and turned to say, "Right, when I arrived earlier, I saw a very luxurious car parked out front." Hearing him, she frowned and asked curiously, "Your family has cars too. What kind of car got you so excited?" Du Ning leaned in and said, "All the cars your family owns combined wouldn't even match the price of one of their cars." Hearing this, she replied in surprise, "Then today's customer must be really rich." Footsteps could be heard coming down from the second floor. "Mr. Lin, please watch your step on the stairs. It was Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan coming down. Zhou Ping's attitude was completely different from before, very attentive, taking good care of them. Du Ning looked at them and said, "Weren't you looking at the villas? Why are you down so quickly?" Yong Liu, over here, showed open contempt, smirking as she said, "Our company's villas are very famous in Yongcheng, you know. Even a basic one costs several million yuan. A price like that could probably scare you to death." Zhou Ping took out a blue business card, handed it to him and said, "Mr. Lin, this is my contact information. If you have any needs in the future, just call me directly." Yong Liu and her boyfriend walked over and she spoke up, "Team leader, that's enough. I don't think they'll be coming back anyway." Hearing that, Zhou Ping shouted loudly, "May you apologize to Mr. Lin right now." Being yelled at like that, she became very frightened, her face paling. Zhou Ping continued, "Mr. Lin just spent 78 million to buy one of our villas. Tell me, shouldn't you apologize?" The two of them looked extremely pleased, as if watching a good show. Yong Liu and her boyfriend were utterly astonished, exclaiming loudly, "What did you say?" Team leader, did he buy the largest villa in our Yanshan International Villas? She couldn't believe it, pointed her finger at him and said, Weren't you living in poverty in Shanghai, which is why you came here to buy a house?" "How could you?" Lin Yi, extremely annoyed, retorted, "Who said I was living in poverty in Shanghai?" He sneered and then continued, "I came here to buy a house as a dowry for my younger sister. What does that have to do with being poor?" Zhou Ping pointed at her and said, "Apologize to Mr. Lin right now." She was forced to comply, stammering, "Lin Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't know." He turned away, saying smugly, "Didn't know I had so much money," leaving her speechless, mouth agape. Zhou Ping pointed after their retreating figures and said, "Go see Mr. Lin off immediately. It's lucky you were classmates with him, such a huge resource, and you didn't know how to take advantage." Hearing this, she quickly replied, "Yes, I understand." The building door opened, and a car sped past, startling them and making them step back. It's Lin Yi. Seeing the person in the car surprised them even more, and they shouted. Du Ning pointed after the car and said, "Bought a 78 million house, drives a 100 million car. What on earth does this classmate of yours do for a living to have so much money?" Watching the car drive away, Yong Liu shouted irritably, "If I had known earlier, I would have seduced him myself. You wouldn't have stood a chance." A new day dawned, sunlight shining in the quiet space, making the atmosphere even brighter. Inside the house, a woman's voice called out, "You're back. Are you hungry?" Lin Yi approached and said, "Mom, why did you buy so much meat?" Hearing this, Lin Yi's mother replied, "That girl Ning Yu invited some friends over. She said they're decorating the wedding room. They're busy upstairs." Ji Qingyan, standing nearby, spoke up, "I want to go take a look." Lin Yu tightly grasped Ji Qingyan's hand, took it, and they left together, saying as they walked, "You want to go see the excitement, right? Let's go. I happen to have something interesting to show you." Hearing this, Ji Qingyan had an idea and replied, "Although that house is very good, it's not as good as the villa we bought. After she gets married, let the bridal procession go to that house, decorate the new home. Okay, let's do as you say." Lin Yu replied cheerfully. Lin Yu's mother saw them preparing to leave and asked, "Wait a moment, what did you children buy for Ning Yu?" Ji Qingyan replied, "We bought a villa as a dowry for her." Hearing these words, the mother exclaimed in shock, "What, a villa? Do you to have too much money and don't know what to do with it? Buying her a villa too, that must have cost a lot." Lin Yu came over, put his hand on her shoulder, and said in a low voice, "It wasn't that much, Mom, don't worry about it." Hearing this, Mrs. Queeping replied, "Really? It wasn't much." Lin Yu replied again, "Really? We're going upstairs to check for a bit, then we'll come down for dinner." Inside a room, laughter echoed continuously. A pink-haired girl held a pump, inflating a red balloon in front of her. She turned her head to ask Ning Yu, "You're getting married the day after tomorrow. How do you feel right now?" Hearing this, Ning Yu smiled brightly and replied, "Right now, I'm extremely nervous. Soon, I won't be a single woman anymore. can't casually admire handsome guys on the street. I feel a bit disadvantaged. The door suddenly opened, and Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan entered. Ji Qingyan immediately asked, "Ningyu, how are the preparations going?" Seeing them arrive, Ningyu happily ran over, asking, "Brother, sister-in-law, why are you two here?" Ji Qingyan replied, "Mother Wang said you were decorating the wedding room, so we came to take a look. We went to see a house for you earlier. The bridal procession will be at the new house, so you don't need to decorate here anymore." Hearing that, Ningyu exclaimed in surprise, "What, you really bought a new house for me? You're getting married soon, of course. We have to give you a dowry." As she spoke, she handed the property ownership certificate to Ningyu, Yanshan Villa. The two friends in the room gasped in astonishment, not expecting this surprise gift. Seeing this, Ningyu said, "Brother, this must have cost a lot, right?" Hearing that, Lin Yi replied, "Don't worry about the money. Your sister-in-law picked it out for you. Just pack your bags and go. You know her taste, right? Sister-in-law's taste is better than mine. What are we waiting for? Sisters, let's go decorate the room at the villa." Hearing Ninyu's words, her two friends happily replied, "Okay." Lin Yi looked towards them. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. The person on the other end of the line said, "Boss Lin, the company has finalized the results. To prevent us from pursuing the matter further, those two companies have signed exclusive agency agreements with us." Hearing this, he replied, "What are the specifics?" On the other end, Yele continued, "It means if we want to buy, they must prioritize us. Only if we don't need it can they sell to others. Securing this agreement is equivalent to getting an endless money tree. It holds many benefits for the future." The next day, morning at Ninyu's house, numerous red luxury cars were parked right outside. Inside a car, Kuzia spoke scornfully, "I don't understand this bride's family. Why make him pick up the bride from so far away? If there's traffic, we won't make it to the ceremony on time." Hearing this, Ku Shulan, sitting beside her, replied, "I heard her home was originally in the city, but they ended up switching to a villa, so the journey is a bit far." A villa, just for a wedding? They need to use a villa. I really don't understand what kind of troublesome wife Juana found. After she marries into the family, I'll have to teach her a lesson. Hearing her say that, Ku Shulan added, "Isn't that girl an orphan? Her job isn't normal either. Where did she get the money to rent a villa?" Kuzia replied, "Isn't it obvious? She must have used Juana's money. Honestly, why did he find someone so mismatched in social standing? When we meet her later, we have to tell her the rules of our Ku family, make her understand her place. Don't think marrying into the Ku family means she can just enjoy the good life," Ku Shulan said smugly. The villa appeared in a magnificent setting. Ku Xia, astonished by the sight, exclaimed, "A fancy villa like this must cost over 100,000 to rent for a day. This foolish boy is really making me mad." Ku Shulan pointed in one direction and said worriedly, "Sister, look over there. What on earth? Isn't that girl an orphan? Whose cars are these? So many fancy ones." Kuzia was stunned by the scene before her. Countless, shiny red luxury supercars appeared. Ku Shulan said scornfully, "They must be rented. How outrageous. Does she think our Ku family money grows on trees? Having no money but still putting on airs, just saving face." Ku Xia snapped back angrily. A gleaming gold supercar stopped in a parking spot. The brakes screeched, and a foot stepped out. Juan appeared in a luxurious groom's suit. Holding a bouquet, he smiled and said, "Second brother, Brother Lin, sister-in-law." Ji Qingyan replied, "From today on, you're a family man, but you must treat our Ningyu well." Hearing that, Juana confidently replied, "Definitely, sister-in-law, don't worry." Ji Qingyan smiled brightly and said, "Hurry up and prepare to pick up the bride. Don't waste time." Juana went inside the villa, not forgetting to turn back and reply, "I know, sister-in-law." Wu Feiyu stood next to Lin Yi, their eyes welling up with tears. Seeing this, Ji Qingyan turned back and asked second brother, "Why are you two crying?" While speaking, she handed a handkerchief towards Feiyu. Hearing the question, Feiyu replied, "When the little girl arrived, she was only 1 year old. I watched her grow up day by day. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, she'd become a young woman, ready to be married off. From behind, Chin Hon appeared, put his hands on Feiue's and Lin Yui's shoulders, and said cheerfully, "Second brother, Brother Lin, you two are really, it's just a formality." At this moment, Xue and He's two aunts approached. Kuzia, annoyed, spoke up. "Who is that guy? Why didn't you want to talk to him right after getting out of the car?" Hearing this, Ku Shilan, standing beside her, said, "Looks like Guo Ningyu's older brother." Saying this, both of them aggressively walked over. Kuzia said confidently, "Let's go, let's talk to that guy. Don't think that just because his sister is marrying Zhuani, he can put on airs later." Seeing them approach, Wu Feiyu greeted them. "You two must be relatives from the groom's side." Kuzia replied, "That's right, are you Guo Ningyu's older brother?" Hearing this, Lin Yi, annoyed, asked, "Is there a problem? Spending so much money on a wedding like this, you must be very happy, right? The villa rent, the car rentals, aren't you ashamed using the Qiu family's money? Do you think that because your sister married up into the Ku family, your whole family can leech off them?" Kuzia spoke continuously with contempt. Beside her, Ku Shilan chimed in, "Let me tell you, as long as sensible people like us are here, don't even think about it. We won't let you people get a single penny from the Qiu family." Hearing them talk like this, Chin Hon's face turned pale, thinking to himself, where did these women come from, speaking so harshly? At this moment, Lin Yi spoke up, "Are you ladies saying we used your Qiu family's money to rent the villa and the supercars?" Ku Xie retorted, "What else? Was it your money? Can you even afford it?" Hearing this, Lin Yi became annoyed and replied, "That kid Zhuan is okay, but how does he have foolish relatives like you? This villa was bought entirely with my money as a dowry for my sister, and these cars belong to my friends from Shanghai who are here for the party. It has nothing to do with your Qiu family. Please understand things clearly before you open your mouth." Hearing that, the two women were bewildered. Kuzia shouted loudly, "You! How could you possibly have so much money? Why couldn't I have money? The petty cash of your Qiu family couldn't even buy my car. Are you trying to marry off my sister just for your Qiu family's money?" Lin Yi stood with his arms crossed, speaking defiantly. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, "What is everyone doing?" This made everyone present turn their attention to the voice. "Bingbing, what's going on? He said he bought this villa, and the cars belong to his friends. Is that true?" Ku Shilan asked frantically, pointing directly at him. Hearing this, Bingbing angrily shouted at the two women in front of her, "Of course, it's true. If you didn't buy it, did you?" Bingbing then lowered her head and said, "Brother Lin, I'm truly sorry. Sorry for not explaining clearly to them, which led to this embarrassing situation." Hearing this, he smiled and replied, "It's okay, the wedding is more important. Is everything still going smoothly?" Bingbing heard this and replied, "Everything is very good. The bride pickup ceremony is about to start. Youngest aunt, third aunt, if you two have nothing else to do, please get in the car first. Wait until after it's over, then go back to the hotel," Bingbing turned to say. Hearing this, the two women replied in unison, "Okay." The sound of their footsteps echoed. Ku Shilan said annoyedly, "This time we've seen it clearly. What exactly does Guo Ningyu's brother do to have so much money?" Quzia replied, "How would I know? So what if her maternal family has money? Once she marries into our family, aren't all her things ours, the Qiu family's? Everything must be handed over. It doesn't matter if her maternal family has money or not." Hearing those words, Ku Xia's face filled with calculation as she replied, "You're right. Her things all belong to our Qiu family." Ningyu's dress appeared with a classic beauty. She walked outside with the groom. Ningyu couldn't help but tear up. The sound of footsteps clattered. "Brother," sob sob, she threw herself into his arms, crying uncontrollably. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi said, "Let's go. I'll lead the way for you, so you can marry with pride and honor." Hearing this, Ningyu wiped the lingering tears from the corners of her eyes and replied with a radiant smile, "Okay." At a conference center building, inside the waiting room, Ji Qinyan, standing nearby, said, "Ningyu, you've finished changing. Please head out the door soon." Hearing this, she replied, "I know, sister-in-law." Just then, the sound of the door opening caught Ningyu's attention as she was touching up her makeup. Kuzia and Kushulan entered cheerfully and said, "Ningyu dear, I am Zhuan's youngest aunt, and this is his third aunt." Hearing this, Ningyu smiled brightly and replied, "Youngest aunt, third aunt, hello to you both." Kuzia sat down on a nearby chair. She spoke in a contemptuous tone, "It's fine, no need to stand up. We came over because we want to discuss something with you. From now on, you belong to the QU family. Since you have some time now, I'll tell you about the 3 rules of the QU family." Hearing this, Ningyu's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "The QU family's rules." Seeing this, Quzia smugly continued, "From today, you belong to the QU family. According to the QU family's rules, you must hand over everything you own." "Hand over everything I own?" Ningyu asked with a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Quzia revealed her scheme. She pointed directly at her and said, "It's your dowry. Didn't your brother buy you a villa? After the wedding ceremony ends, it will be transferred to your father-in-law's name, won't it?" Hearing this, Ji Qingyan furiously shouted, "What transfer of ownership?" Quzia continued, "Do you even need to ask? As a daughter-in-law of the QU family, living in our house, receiving our family's affection, transferring the house ownership is perfectly normal." He Yuan, standing nearby, spoke up, "Whether you're having an affair with your own father-in-law is none of our business, but we come from respectable families and don't engage in such things." Hearing those words, she became furious, pointed directly at the speaker, and said angrily, "You little brat. What did you say, so young yet such a venomous tongue? Today, I have to slap your mouth to teach you to be less insolent." Saying this, she raised her hand, preparing to rush towards Yuan. The clacking sound of heels echoed. Ji Qingyan stepped forward and slapped Kuzia straight across the face. Yuan was somewhat surprised by the scene before her. She angrily said, "Let me tell you, ants, don't you dare act high and mighty with us here. Absolutely shameless. Did you think we were easy to bully?" Hearing these words, Quzia burst into tears and shouted loudly, "She hit me. The bride's family hit someone. What bad karma did the QU family create to end up with a daughter-in-law like this? Such misfortune for our family, not even the most basic manners." As she spoke, she held one hand to her cheek, red from the slap. Seeing this, Yuan smugly said, "What was that? We have no manners. If you died because of us, I guarantee I'd send to chrysanthemums so you could depart peacefully." Hearing those words, Quzia gritted her teeth furiously and exclaimed, "How dare you say that? I'm an elder, yet that brat dares to interfere and curse me. What face do I have left to live in this world? Oh God!" Ji Qingyan picked up the scissors from the table, threw them down right where Quzia stood, and said harshly, "Then drop dead. Cut your wrist, go on, don't just talk, your empty threats make us sick." Kuzia seemed struck to the core, only managing to mouth, "You." The door suddenly opened. Leading the way was Xuanhe's father, followed by his nephews, everyone scowling unpleasantly. Kuzia ran over to tattle like a misbehaving child refusing to admit fault. She pointed towards Ji Qingyan's group, holding her slapped cheek, saying, "Second brother, look quickly. Is this the kind of daughter-in-law you brought into the family? Look how she hit me. My face is all swollen. And she cursed me with so many harsh words. What Quzia said was truly awful." Yuan couldn't take it anymore, put her hands on her hips, and retorted, "Then let's just call off the wedding. Do you think Ningyu is scared of you just because she came from an orphanage? You guys are overthinking." Seeing the story was a bit unclear, the boyfriend asked Yuan, "What exactly happened?" Yuan immediately clarified the shamelessness of the 2 ugly women. Just now, these 2 came in wanting Ningyu to transfer the villa's ownership to her father-in-law, saying this is all property of the QU family. After hearing the story, Guzhuan's father angrily turned and scolded, "Did you to say that? The anger from an older brother is like the anger from parents." Kuzia and Kushulan fearfully answered truthfully, "We were just thinking for the QU family, so we came here to make her understand propriety." Thinking their answer would yield sweet results, they instead received 2 slaps to the face. Guxuanhe's father angrily cursed at them, "From now on, The QU family has no relation to you. Get out, he roared angrily with a short command. Get out. Back at the wedding, the MC was still enthusiastically hosting. He pointed to the stage and said, "Let's have a round of applause to welcome the bride and groom into the ceremony hall." The young couple walked arm in arm into the hall amidst the blessings of the guests, their faces filled with happiness. As Lin Yi was applauding the young couple, the secretary standing beside him whispered, "Mr. Lin, the construction in Dong County has started. I need to prepare a news report. Do you have time recently?" Lin Yi turned and asked, "You want to do a promotional piece?" The secretary answered directly, "Yes, for such a big matter, a promotional piece would be good. It can attract more people." Faced with the proposed plan, Lin Yi rested his chin on his hand, thinking, why not give this interview to Yan Su, avoid finding a useless reporter like last time, who didn't ask relevant questions. After carefully arranging the plan in his head, he nodded. "All right, then you represent us in the interview. Remember to clearly explain the situation in Dong County beforehand. I will arrange for media approved by the higher-ups." The secretary smiled. "Yes, then I'll await Mr. Lin's arrangements." The next day, in the luxurious villa, Ji Qingyan and Lin Yi stood together bidding farewell to Lin Yi's parents. "Mother Wang, Uncle Zhao, we are leaving now. The new year is in a few days. We'll come visit you all again then." Ji Qingyan's consideration moved Mother Wang. She took her hand and comforted her, saying, "No need to come this year. Last year you stayed with me. This year go to your family's place. You're the only child in your family. I have a whole bunch here. Missing one doesn't matter. This should be fair." She burst into tears at this immense motherly love, hugging Mother Wang gratefully. "Then we'll be going, Mom. Remember to take good care of yourself." At the international airport, Lin Yi was seriously discussing business with a partner over the phone. "Yan Su, do you have time tonight? Let's go out for a few drinks." From afar came Ji Qingyan's call. "I've finished the check-in procedures." He ignored her call to focus on the business at hand, continuing the conversation. "Our company recently launched a new project. It's almost finished now, looking for someone to do a promotional piece. Can your company take this on?" Receiving the call, Yan Su became excited. She twirled a lock of hair, blushing as she said, "Of course, I'll take on your business." Then she added coyly, "I have a social meeting tonight. I previously invested in a film, so I'm connecting with this person. I'll contact you when I'm done." Seeing Ji Qingyan standing beside him, he quickly replied, "Okay, call back later." Back at their home, while treating Lin Yi's old wound, she frowned at him worriedly, slightly chiding, "I really admire you. Going hunting in the Khingan Mountains in such cold weather, and worse, encountering a stray bullet. I have nothing more to say." He didn't dare tell Ji Qingyan the truth, only managing a slick lie. "Sigh, I also feel quite unlucky to encounter something like this." With skillful dexterity, Lin Yi quickly smiled and changed the subject. 2 days ago, I saw in the news that someone went to Changbai Mountain and encountered a Siberian tiger. I suddenly felt comforted." Hearing Lin Yi speak made Ji Qingyan feel helpless. She held the roll of bandage, saying dejectedly, "People like you, when you have nothing to do, should reflect a bit. What shady things have you done that such an unlikely event would happen to you?" His animal instincts flared up. He grabbed Ji Qingyan's waist, then took the woman's chin in front of him, caressing it and smiling. "Because to meet you, I used up all the luck of my entire life. Not just now, but perhaps for this whole life. I'll have to face bad luck. Women always fall for the sweet words of men, so Ji Qingyan was no exception." She kissed Lin Yi's cheek, saying, "When you're being smooth-tongued, you're quite adorable." After finishing the first date, she waved goodbye to Lin Yi. "You entertain yourself. I have to go back to the company for overtime." After Ji Qingyan left, Lin Yi opened the garden door. He stood by his garden, looking at the house next door, thinking, the Wang family's side seems too quiet. Suddenly the phone rang. He picked it up, immediately speaking excitedly. "Calling me at this hour? Are you wanting to discuss a $100 million business project with me?" On the other end of the line, Yan Su was drunk, speaking coyly with a seductive voice. "Business, host, I drank a bit too much. New Paris Hotel, big, can you come pick me up?" Hearing calls of Yan Su on the other end, Lin Yi worried about her well-being and immediately replied, "Okay, I'll come pick you up right away." At the Paris hotel, due to drinking too much, Yansu's head was spinning. She stood up blushing and apologized. "Everyone, I'm so sorry. My boyfriend is here to pick me up. Please excuse me for today. I'll organize another gathering some other day. We'll meet again then." Before she could leave the table, the beautiful Yansu was stopped by a man with a deep voice. "Wait a moment." The owner of that deep voice was Chen Ke, vice president of Yanjing Romance Film Group. Seeing the drunken Yansu as the easiest opportunity to approach her, he smirked cunningly. "It just started. Why is the leader leaving first? If you leave, this matter will be difficult to discuss further." He continued, "Aren't you currently investing in a new film? We'll talk about the release later. I believe the return rate of the work won't be low." Yansu gently declined Chen Kei's invitation. "I'm truly sorry, Director Chen. My boyfriend is really waiting. Today I can only apologize." Unable to let Yansu escape, he immediately pointed to the wine bottle and challenged Yansu, "Leader, even if you're in a hurry, can't you wait a few minutes? There's still half a bottle of wine on the table. Finishing that before leaving isn't too late." Provoked, Yansu gritted her teeth, grabbed the wine bottle, and chugged it down gulp after gulp as if she had never drunk before. After finishing the bottle of wine, she managed to say, "Mr. Chen, the wine is finished. I'll be leaving now, otherwise my boyfriend will be waiting long." Chen Ke quickly grabbed Yansu's shoulders, his touch making her uncomfortable, refusing to let Yansu go. He continued, "Don't rush. Let me call the waiter to get you a smoothie to sober you up. The film you invested in can be released next year. We'll have to drink a bit then. No need to pretend." These words from Chen Ke made her unable to bear it anymore. She turned and slapped his fat cheek hard, yelling, "What are you doing? I'm not that kind of easy person." Chen Ke was furious, his eyes narrowed, insulting Yansu. "Don't you be ungrateful. You think I wouldn't dare lay a hand on you? Let me tell you, from today on, don't you even dream of." Before he could finish, Chen Ke was kicked and rolled onto the floor like a pig. Lin Yi angrily looked at Chen Ke and shouted, "Who do you dare threaten?" Seeing him appear, Yansu immediately brightened up. "Lin Yi." Chen Ke, as if oblivious to the danger, still viciously cursed Lin Yi while on the ground. You dare hit me? Do you believe I'll call people to stab you to death?" Lin Yi wasn't scared and threatened Chen Ke back. "Go ahead and call them now. Let's see how many people you can call." Another investor saw Chen Ke get hit and ran over to help him up, while also advising him to apologize. "Mr. Chen, don't say any more. You can't mess with this person. Hurry up and apologize to him." The investor whispered into Chen Ke's ear, "He is CEO Lin of the Lingyan Group, worth over 100 billion. You are no match for him." Hearing the net worth of the person standing before him, Chen Ke trembled and said, "Worth over 100 billion. He quickly knelt down to apologize to Lin Yi. "CEO Lin, I was wrong about this. I didn't know she was your girlfriend. I hope you can give me another chance." Then he banged his head hard on the floor and continued, "Wait until her movie is released. We will definitely do our best. I keep my word." Lin Yi couldn't accept this reason for an apology. He said sternly, "Forget you. Even your big boss would have to bow and scrape when meeting me. Why would I need arrangements from you?" Yansu, protected behind Lin Yi, blushed constantly, thinking to herself, "This is true capitalism, crushing you without needing reason." Chen Ke was so scared he hugged Lin Yi's leg and begged, "CEO Lin, we truly know we were wrong. Please give us another chance. We won't dare do this again." Not wanting his leg to be dirty, he kicked Chen Ke's body away forcefully, shouting loudly, "Get lost." Then he hugged the beauty Yansu in his arms, smugly saying, "Let's go," leaving Chen Ke collapsing and crying behind. In the parking garage basement, Yansu said softly, "Sorry, I caused trouble for you." Lin Yi was truly a family man type. He didn't blame her but took care of her. He gave Yansu some medicine and said, "Take this, you'll feel a bit better soon." Yansu winked playfully and said, "It's okay, I mainly wanted to leave earlier so I pretended to be drunk." Faced with this mischievous little fox, Lin Yi just laughed, "Quite cunning, aren't you?" Lin Yi drove the car out of the parking lot and Yensu took the opportunity to ask, "Where do you want to arrange the interview? At Linyan Group or the factory in Dong County?" Lin Yi answered her seriously, "Let's do it at the factory, mainly to promote our industrial park. Also, it's convenient for you to take a look at Dong County to see how drastically Dong County has changed, and also report on the local changes to attract investors." Yensu covered her mouth with her hand, teasing Lin Yi, "I also know a little about the situation in Dong County. The poverty alleviation work is being actively implemented. Chairman Lin's contribution is not small at all." Lin Yi just smiled. "It's a small matter." Then he remembered something and turned to ask Yensu, "I'll give you a phone number later. His name is Cheshionjiao. You can decide the specific time with him." Yensu parted, teasing Lin Yi back, "Just gave you a compliment and you're like this already." Lin Yi continued speaking as he drove around a bend. "That's right. Tomorrow is Christmas. I have a gift I want to give you." Lin Yi handed Yensu a confidential file folder. She took it in surprise. "I get a share too." He just smiled and said, "My greatest virtue is treating people fairly. Doing so much business with me, you certainly deserve a share." Yensu held the file folder and opened it. She read the paper in her hand and exclaimed, "Real estate." Lin Yi continued driving while speaking. "This apartment faces the river. The location and view are very beautiful, but it hasn't been renovated. You can decide whatever renovations you want. If you don't have enough money for renovations, come tell me." Yensu held the documents. Sticking her tongue out playfully like a little vixen at Lin Yi, she said excitedly, "Getting an apartment is this easy. It seems like I've really lucked out." Lin Yi remained seriously focused on driving. "It's okay. It wasn't expensive either." But how could the person next to him be so serious? She took advantage of him driving, wrapped her arms around him and leaned against Lin Yi's chest, saying seductively, "Making you spend so much out of the blue. Should I show some appreciation?" Lin Yi didn't refuse but replied, "I think that's a pretty good suggestion." Lin Yi leaned down and kissed Yensu's lips. "Since you've said it, it would be a real pity not to do it." After the sweet kiss ended, Yensu quickly took off her cumbersome outfit, saying to Lin Yi, "I knew you'd want this anyway, so I'd been prepared for a while." Curious about what novelty this woman would bring him, Lin Yi chuckled softly and asked, "Prepared what?" Yensu, unhurriedly, blushed shyly and said, "See for yourself and you'll know." Lin Yi looked at Yensu and said, "This style is quite new. I've never seen it before." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Yensu smiled smugly. "Didn't you say it already?" "Meeting tonight. Before the gathering I made a special trip to the shopping mall." Lin Yi quickly lowered the car seat as if he had done it countless times. He pushed the little vixen down beneath him, praising, "You're quite understanding." Then the two shared another sweet kiss. Yansu's body felt like an electric current was flowing through it. She opened her mouth and moaned like a kitten. Outside, night had enveloped the city. Only the parked car emitted a strange light and moist sounds. The next day, Ji Qingyan left the house looking refreshed. She smiled at Lin Yi. "Let's go. Take me to the company." The car was driving on the highway. Ji Qingyan realized the road they were taking today was a bit unfamiliar. She asked puzzledly, "Aren't you taking me to the company?" But Lin Yi just smiled and replied, "Going to the airport to do this first." When they arrived at the airport, Ji Qingyan asked again, "Are we here to pick someone up?" Lin Yi turned his back and answered, "Not here to pick someone up." The answer made Ji Qingyan even more curious. "Then what are we doing at the airport?" Lin Yi opened the trunk and said, "Just look at the luggage in the trunk and you'll know." In the trunk were suitcases stacked neatly on top of each other. Realizing it was all her stuff, Ji Qingyan exclaimed, "What? Why did you bring all my things out here?" Lin Yi pulled her waist closer to him, creating a sweet scene. He replied, "You're usually too busy with work, so I'll take you out." Qingyan was surprised, covering her mouth excitedly, "Really?" Then she jumped onto Lin Yi, asking emotionally, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Where are we going?" causing him to startle and lean back slightly to keep his balance. He put a finger to his lips, looking mysterious, and hinted, "It's a secret. I can't tell you yet." In the East Africa region, magnificent ancient buildings seemed concentrated there. Qingyan didn't seem very interested, telling her lover, I thought you were taking me to see the Aurora Borealis area, turns out we came here. Lin Yi, standing behind her, looked back and replied, the Aurora area is too ordinary. How can it be as interesting as this place? She suddenly took his elbow and leaned closer, saying happily, as long as I'm with you, I like going anywhere, which made Lin Yi very happy too. They walked side by side, Lin Yi gallantly pushing their luggage cart. As they walked, Qingyan wondered, Mr. Lin, where are we going first? He quickly replied to his lover, to the hotel first, let's get settled. Hearing this, she winked playfully, I'll listen to you completely. Even though I tend to boss you around at home, outside, you're the boss, I'll listen to you. Lin Yi took the chance to tease Qingyan, will you listen to me at night too? She walked ahead shyly, saying softly, I knew you'd say that. Let's go, let's get settled. Her expression made him chuckle. They arrived at the only 7-star hotel complex in the world. A towering skyscraper made entirely of glass. The glass surface made it even more dazzling under the sun. Qingyan stared, looking very awestruck. Seeing this, Lin Yi asked, slightly impatient, what are you looking at? She shared her thoughts, I think this hotel is quite nice. Then she turned to him, her eyes lighting up, actually, commercial real estate and hotels could be combined. But contrary to her mood, Lin Yi firmly pulled her hand and started walking, saying, let's hurry up, it wasn't easy getting away for a trip, don't talk about work. Making Qingyan awkwardly tell him, don't rush, let me look a bit longer. Lin Yi pinched her cheek teasingly, what's so interesting to look at? If you really have an idea, I'll build one for you when we get back. Qingyan frowned reproachfully, be gentle, you're about to rub all the powder off my face. They entered the main entrance, the automatic doors sliding open to welcome guests. Qingyan whined, let go. Then suddenly, at the same moment, a man dressed entirely in black, looking very mysterious, stepped through the already open door. Lin Yi cautiously glanced at him, but perhaps the other man sensed his gaze and glared back. Their eyes met, radiating intense killing intent. Qingyan, unaware of the situation, innocently remarked, that person is really strange, wearing all that in this heat, isn't he hot? Lin Yi kept watching him, thinking to himself, man in black, but he didn't let his lover know, took her hand, led her into the hotel, and said sweetly, stop worrying about other people's business. Let's go. After entering the room, they placed their luggage bag on the bed. Qingyan grabbed her clothes and announced, I'm going to take a shower first, I'm so sweaty. We can go out together later, okay, Lin Yi agreed, okay, dear. She stepped into the bathroom, the fragrant scent of shower gel filling the room, making her feel very relaxed. In contrast, Lin Yi outside was quite tense. He dialed his phone, suspecting, could it really be him? At the China headquarters organization, Liu Hong was admiring the view through the window, holding a hot cup, when suddenly a phone rang, catching his attention. He answered, smiling cryptically, you Brad actually calling me proactively. The sun must have risen in the west. Lin Yi was currently standing on the balcony to ensure the privacy of the conversation. He immediately got straight to the point. Has the organization had any news about or in base or recently? Liu Hong was surprised and replied, how do you know about this? Did someone tell you? Liu Hong, with a serious expression, recounted some news from the black market. It's about an ore deposit in Persia that was leaked, but the quantity is quite small, possibly usable for jewelry or auction. I've sent Ning Xieqi to investigate the situation, but for now, there's no way to confirm if this information is true or false. Lin Yi probed, this thing can be made into jewelry, right? Liu Hong replied, made into jewelry, it has the effect of extending lifespan. Such things are always in demand among the rich. The auction will take place at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow. If you're needed, I'll let you know later. Lin Yi politely replied, yes, sir, I'll wait for the notification. As soon as the call ended, the image of the suspicious man from earlier appeared in his mind. Lin Yi speculated, it must be him. Immediately after, he dialed Shen Chonju. As soon as the other end picked up, Lin Yi started, Shen Chonju, can you hack the information of the hotel I'm staying at? I need their surveillance camera footage. Tell your people to hurry up. This is very important. The faster the better. After that, he also entered the bathroom. By this time, Kinyan had finished showering, wrapped only in a towel, drying her hair with one hand. Seeing him, she smiled brightly and greeted, "I'm done showering, you go take a bath too." Lin Yu looked his girlfriend up and down, smiling slyly. He lunged forward, pushed her onto the bed, saying, "Not in a hurry." Kinyan, pushed unexpectedly, blushed and stammered, "You," before she could react. He pulled off her towel. Then he leaned over and kissed her neck, making her squirm and cry out, "Stop joking around." At the East Africa shopping mall, Kinyan held her boyfriend's hand, pulling him along, urging, "Hurry up, I can't wait anymore." Lin Yu sighed in confusion. Is shopping at the mall really that appealing? She hugged his arm tightly, saying coaxingly, "I know you hate shopping the most, so you can find a place to sit for a while. I'll call you when I'm done shopping, and you can come pick up the stuff for me." Lin Yu seemed to soften, agreeing and handing his girlfriend his bank card. "All right, then I'll find a coffee shop to sit in for a while. Take the card, swipe it for whatever you like, I'll pay." Kinyan happily took it, smiling brightly and joking, "Then I won't hold back with Mr. Lin." After parting with Kinyan, Lin Yu went to the coffee shop. He chose a corner seat, crossed his legs, and called someone, "Boss Shen, tell your subordinates to try a little harder. Mainly help me find the man dressed in black, wearing a black hat. He's the target I'm looking for." Lin Yu sipped his coffee, hoping silently, "I hope that person is you. I've been looking for you for so long." In a fashion store at the mall, Kinyan was trying on a brown dress. Just then, a customer suddenly walked in, saw her, and was startled, ignoring the staff's greeting, "Welcome." It was Qin Yinyu. Seeing her, she thought in alarm, "Is that her?" Li Zhengshu, the friend accompanying her, saw Yinyu standing still and wondered, "What are you doing?" "Let's go. I heard there are many limited editions today. Let's hurry and see." Yinyu gasped, tiredly replying, "Wait a moment. Let me rest a bit." Meanwhile, Zhengshu had noticed Ji Kinyan. She pointed at her and asked, "You seem to know her, right?" Yinyu nervously introduced, "That girl's name is Ji Kinyan. She's my daughter-in-law." Hearing this, her friend was surprised. The two discussed her while Ji Kinyan was busy trying on clothes. Zhengshu asked, "So why did she come alone? Where's your son?" Yinyu had to admit, "You know the relationship between me and the boy. How would I know about their matters?" Before she could say anything, Zhengshu pulled her friend's hand, saying, "What are you waiting for? Hurry over there and say a few words." Forced towards Ji Kinyan, Yinyu was initially a bit awkward, pretending to cough. She finally managed a natural compliment, "My dear, I think that outfit combination looks very good. You must know a lot about this, right?" Although asked suddenly, Ji Kinyan thought, "Her nose and eyes feel really familiar." She replied to her earlier comment, "I just picked randomly. I don't really understand matching outfits. Your outfit is also very beautiful." Yinyu added friendly, "My dear, seeing as we are both Chinese, meeting here can be considered fate, right?" She continued the conversation, "I just picked out 2 items earlier but didn't know how to style them. Can you help me choose? If you like them, tell me. I'll gift them to you." Then she pointed at the dress she was holding, asking probingly, "And that dress in your hand is quite old. You must really like this dress, right?" Ji Kinyan raised her hand in refusal. No, I've already bought quite a few, auntie." Ji Kinyan assessed the quality. "I do really like this dress, but it's a bit short. My boyfriend won't let me wear it." Hearing this, Yinyu asked curiously, "Short? It almost reaches the knees. Where is it short?" "Your boyfriend is really conservative." Ji Kinyan chuckled beside her lover. "That's what I thought too. But he won't let me wear it. It puts me in a difficult position." Yinyu, unwilling to give up, insisted, "It's okay. Let me buy it for you. Your happiness is what matters. Never mind your boyfriend." Then she asked the staff, "Please wrap this up for me." The girl bowed politely and replied, "Yes, madam," while Ji Kinyan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much, auntie." After buying, the two walked out of the store. Ji Kinyan cheerfully linked arms with Yinyu, saying happily, "Auntie, let me walk around with you, but I can buy the dress myself. I can't use your money." She immediately agreed happily, "All right, let's go look at things together first." Arriving at the jewelry store, Yinyu pointed at a sparkling pink diamond necklace asking Ji Kinyan, "My dear, what do you think of this pink diamond necklace? I feel like it would look good with the dress you're wearing, right?" But she opined, "Not really, the color is a bit pale, nothing outstanding." Then she pointed to another nearby necklace, suggesting, "I think that blue diamond one is prettier, it's also very eye-catching, giving off a bright feeling." Yin admired it while praising, "You're absolutely right, I'll go pay now." After the purchase, she also conveniently invited her daughter-in-law for a meal. It happens to be mealtime. "Let me treat you to a meal," Ji Kinyan politely refused. "Having a meal is no problem, but I'm afraid not today. I bought quite a lot of things so my boyfriend will come pick me up later." Therefore, hearing her words, she exclaimed in alarm, "You came here with your boyfriend?" She replied happily, "Yes, we came together to celebrate Christmas." Ji Kinyan's words calmed her down. Yin exhaled, saying, "If you came with your boyfriend, then I won't take up any more of your time." Saying that, she handed the young woman her business card, saying, "This is my business card, add me as a friend later, okay? We can go shopping again if there's a chance." "I'll be going first." Yin returned to Zhengshu's side. Seeing her friend leave hastily, she whispered, "What's wrong?" Yin replied, "My son said he's coming over soon. It wouldn't be good if we ran into each other." Suddenly a voice came from behind, "Since you're already here, don't leave." It startled her. Turns out Lin Yi had returned. Seeing her boyfriend's attitude, Ji Kinyan reproached, "What did you just say?" He gently coaxed, "When did I say she was a bad person?" Hearing that, she wondered, "Then why didn't you let her leave?" Lin Yi then asked vaguely, "Do you know who she is?" She replied innocently, "Who?" "A strange auntie. Met her for the first time." He chuckled, "Strange auntie." Then he revealed, "She's my mother." This shocked her. She stammered, "She's your mother?" Yin had nothing left to hide, turned around and admitted, "I am indeed Lin Yi's mother. I'm very sorry for meeting you this way." She looked apologetic. "It's because I was too overwhelmed. I didn't expect to meet you here." Ji Kinyan awkwardly stopped her. Don't auntie, why apologize?" Lin Yi immediately teased her, "Hurry up and change how you address her. One auntie, two auntie, it's clearly reminding you." Making her blush and hit him lightly, "Are you looking for trouble?" "I didn't mean it like that." Yin spoke up. "Meeting today. I didn't prepare anything." Suddenly she took out a box containing a pair of beautiful blue diamond earrings. She said, "Please don't mind this, consider it a meeting gift. Next time we meet I'll give you a big red envelope." She politely refused. Don't auntie. Technically speaking, I should be the one preparing a gift." Lin Yi immediately encouraged his girlfriend, "Just accept it." He turned to his mother, inviting her, "Since we've met anyway, let's have a meal together." But she said, "No, I won't disturb you too. I'm still with my friend, you to go eat." When she left, Ji Kinyan immediately asked him for an explanation. "When did you meet her?" "Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Yi recounted, "We met late last year in Yanjing." Then she asked worriedly, "But you don't have contact information, meeting again in Yanjing like that?" He narrated the story. "Back then, her health wasn't good, she couldn't even take care of herself, so she took me to the orphanage. When she came to the orphanage to find me at the agreed time, she saw I was living well here. She felt ashamed and that intention." Ji Kinyan continued, "So all these years, although she missed you very much, she never came to find you." Lin Yi added, "She often came to visit me, just without revealing herself." He recalled, "After I left Zhonghai University, she followed me to Zhonghai. My life was all within her sight, otherwise she couldn't have recognized me at first glance." And Lin Yi affirmed, "A mother's love is truly purer and greater than any other kind of affection." Ji Kinyan immediately agreed, "That's right." Then she said, "Wait for me at the door, I'm going to buy a few more things." He waved his hand, teasing his lover with a slightly red face. "Go on, I'm not choosing." Ji Kinyan sulked playfully, "Who said I was buying for you?" After she went in, he dialed a number to call Shenchonju. Lin Yi inquired, "How's the situation?" The other end replied, "We've found the person you mentioned roughly 3 days ago at the sailing base." Then the other side continued, "But most of the time, They stayed in room 299, times going out can be counted on one hand. Hearing the information he wanted, he quickly thanked, "Thanks, Boss Shen." After hanging up, he thought, although it's not confirmed yet, for safety, I can only treat him as that man in black and observe carefully. I must be more cautious in everything. After a while, Kinyan came out, holding the newly bought bag, saying, "Linyi, I'm done shopping. Let's go." When we came here, I saw a beach over there. Let's go for a walk. He immediately agreed. Okay. He teased again. Is it because you just bought a new dress that you want to go over there? She turned away shyly, denying. No. The two went to the beach, where the water was clear blue, and many people were strolling on the sand. Kinyan changed into her swimsuit and played happily with Linyi. She laughed heartily. Suddenly, a ball came from nowhere, hitting Kinyan squarely from behind, making her cry out. It turned out two men had kicked it. They were laughing mischievously. The blonde man loudly said, "My kick is still more accurate. Hit her, but in one shot." The long-haired man chimed in, "Roman, you're still the best." Roman started joking lewdly. "That girl looks really beautiful, and her figure is hot too." "Indeed, you weren't wrong." The attendant, Aziz, was busy staring. Linyi approached them, asking in a low voice, "Was it you who kicked it over here?" Roman retorted sarcastically, "Your girlfriend is really pretty. I find her very hot. I think you must be very happy." Saying that, he held out a stack of money to him, saying smugly, "Take this money, consider it compensation. If you agree, let us kick a bit more. I can give you more money." However, he didn't expect Linyi to give him a blow right under the chin. His face snapped back, saliva spraying from his mouth. "Here's your money." Roman fell flat on the sand along with his stack of money scattering from the impact of the blow. Seeing his master injured, Aziz approached to ask, "Are you okay?" Roman rubbed the bruised spot, ordering, "Quickly call my bodyguards over here. Don't let them go." Immediately, a group of people arrived noisily. They were all his bodyguards. The leader folded his arms, arrogantly telling Linyi, "Sir, you dared to strike a member of the royal family. We will handle this matter strictly." Yet Linyi showed no fear. Roman also furiously yelled, ordering, "Why waste words? Didn't you see me get hit? Act now." As soon as he finished speaking, he received another heavy punch from Linyi, causing his tooth to fly out as he yelled. Then he fell backward again, to everyone's shock. The furious leader charged forward to fight him. He growled, "Kid, you're dead for sure." But before his fist could reach Linyi, he himself received a direct blow. That guy was knocked straight to the ground. Linyi waved his hand, saying, "You all better stay put. Whoever dares to step up, I'll beat them to death." Witnessing this made the whole group tremble with fear. No one dared to advance. The prince angrily shouted, "What the hell? You take my father's money and perform like this. I will fire you all." Seeing Linyi there, the group couldn't do anything. Stammering this, they scattered in panic, shouting, "We quit, me too." Roman was stunned seeing this scene, stammering, "You guys." Kinyan had come ashore, seeing the situation worsening. She tried to dissuade Linyi. "I'm fine. Let this go." He smiled and said, "I know my limits." Then he turned to the other guy, threatening, "Still, he needs to be taught a lesson." His face became fearsome. He punched his fists together preparing to strike, growling, "You think you're so great, that no one can handle you." Making Roman shrink back in fear, yet he bluffed, "You dare to strike? My father is very close. He'll be here soon." Then he proposed, "I apologize for what happened earlier. If you need money, just name a price. Is 1 million enough?" Linyi decisively slammed Roman down, intimidatingly saying, "How much is this life of yours worth? Is 10 million enough for me to buy it?" He seemed to have reached the peak of fear, trembling all over, but still trying to talk tough. "I am a member of the royal family. You can't do this to me." But this only fueled Lin Yi's anger. He grabbed his neck and lifted him up swiftly. At this moment, he was just like a small captured animal. Roman stammered, "You." Suddenly, a voice from behind intervened, "Stop, or we will open fire." Behind the three of them was a group of men in suits pointing guns at them. In the middle, a man dressed in Central European style approached with an assistant. It was Roman's father, Maktum. Roman, as if striking gold, cried out, "Dad, you're finally here." His father scowled threateningly. "Release him immediately, or I will order them to shoot." Everything fell silent. Both Lin Yi and Qingyan quietly observed the situation. He glanced at his girlfriend, seeing she was also extremely anxious. Assessing the situation, he dropped the guy to the ground with a thud. He gasped for breath, his face ashen, complaining to Maktum, "Dad, absolutely do not let these Chinese people go. I want him jailed, and that girl taken away." The father quickly supported his son, assuring, "I will handle this. I absolutely won't let them go." Then he ordered his subordinates, "Take those two away. I will make them pay a fitting price." Meanwhile, Lin Yi stood behind Qingyan, hugging her protectively. His anger and unspoken resentment were visible. Then he secretly pressed something on his phone, hidden from view. Lin Yi carefully helped his girlfriend into the car, which looked very luxurious and expensive. After settling down, they finally set off. Lin Yi turned to ask Qingyan, "Are you scared?" But she was quite strong, affirming to him, "Although this is the first time, as long as you are here, I won't be scared anymore." The car suddenly braked hard, affecting the two inside, causing them to lose their balance. Qingyan cried out. From the unexpected jolt, Lin Yi immediately lunged to support her. Meanwhile, he turned to look behind. The rear of their car was blocked by two grey cars that had appeared from nowhere. He thought to himself, "Blocked from behind." The men in the car carrying the two got out to check the situation. One urged, "Quickly get out and see what happened." The other cursed, "This hateful guy almost made me crash the car." As soon as he finished speaking, a gun was pressed against his head, making the guy gasp in terror before he could understand anything, a man with a rather thuggish appearance. He had waist-length long hair, brandished a gun, and spoke in a half-joking, half-threatening gangster manner. "Hi, buddies, you better not make any sudden moves, or one shot will send you off." Maktum got out of the car, frowning angrily, and asked, "Who are you?" At this moment, behind him, Roman's face showed surprise mixed with fear. On the ground, a pair of feet in leather shoes was slowly approaching. The owner of those feet stopped in front of Lin Yi and Qingyan. Song Jinmin held the gun up with one hand, the other in his pocket. He looked at Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan and asked, "Brother, are you all right?" Lin Yi, standing next to Ji Qingyan, replied, "I'm fine." Hearing this, Song Jinmin smiled, squinting, and told them, "There's nothing left for you here. Go ahead, have fun." Ji Qingyan looked worried, hand on her chest, glanced at Lin Yi and asked him, "What do we do now?" Lin Yi looked at her, reassuringly said, "Let's just leave here first." As Lin Yi put his arm around Ji Qingyan's waist and they slowly walked away, Song Jinmin faced the father and son, Maktum and Roman. Maktum looked slightly panicked, but still stubbornly pointed at Song Jinmin. He spoke, Who on earth are you people? This is the black market. Are you trying to kidnap us?" As for Roman, he was trembling, hiding behind his father, not daring to speak. After hearing Maktum, Song Jinmin pointed the gun at them. He said, "Do you not know who you've provoked? It seems you really don't know you've courted death." At this moment, Maktum and Roman showed surprised and fearful expressions, backing away. Song Jinmin's gun barrel pointed straight at Roman's head. He trembled in fear, staring straight at the gun barrel, slowly backing up and saying, "I didn't mean to. I didn't know they were your friends." Song Jinmin wore a serious expression, aimed carefully, and fired a shot. Song Jinmin's gun was ready. He shot Roman directly. His face turned deathly pale, managing only to cry out. After the bullet went through his thigh, Roman fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Maktum anxiously rushed to Roman's side, crying out, "Son." At that moment, Song Jinmin turned to leave, glancing back with a cold expression, saying, "Remember this, don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with." Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan were in a yellow taxi. Inside the car, Ji Qingyan looked worried. She held Lin Yi's arm and asked, "Do you know who that guy was?" Lin Yi looked at her, seriously replying, "I don't know anyone here. I'll have to investigate." Then Lin Yi's face became thoughtful. He thought, "The only person I know in this black market is my biological mother, but she wouldn't do something this violent. Could it be that father I've never met, although he arranged for people to protect me? I couldn't trace any part of that process. His influence is too terrifying. Ji Qingyan rested her chin on her hand, closed her eyes, and sighed. She complained, what a buzzkill, to run into something like this. Lin Yu put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her closer, then turned to look at her and said, life can't be too perfect, just like our trip. Ji Qingyan looked at him with a resigned expression. She said, I understand what you mean. Everyone has regrets, but it's precisely these regrets that make us who we are today. The yellow taxi continued driving inside. Lin Yu was comforting Ji Qingyan, saying, it's okay, I have other things planned. Ji Qingyan asked in surprise, other things? A private jet was flying in the sky, passing over a large island area. Ji Qingyan looked out the plane window, asking worriedly, the thing you prepared for me isn't skydiving, is it? Lin Yu sat opposite her, holding a glass of wine, legs crossed, smiling as he looked at her and said, we could arrange for you to try. Ji Qingyan quickly waved her hands, exclaiming fearfully, don't. I think I'd be scared to death. Half an hour later, the plane gradually landed on the private island. A foot stepped off the plane stairs onto the ground. Ji Qingyan pointed at the villa in the distance, excitedly turning around to ask, is that the hotel? Are we staying there tonight? The scenery here is so beautiful. Staying one night must cost quite a bit, right? Lin Yu looked smug, holding up one finger, saying, converted to RMB, it's around 400 million. Ji Qingyan frowned, glancing at Lin Yu and saying, over 400 million for one night. Are you kidding me? You think I'll believe that? Lin Yu turned around, gesturing as if pointing the way, saying arrogantly, of course, one night doesn't cost that much, but I've booked everything on this island, including the island itself, so it's a bit expensive. Ji Qingyan's eyes widened in surprise. She covered her mouth, astonished, as if she couldn't believe what she just heard. She asked again, what did you say? You bought this island? Lin Yu handed the ownership certificate to Ji Qingyan, smiling as he said, from now on, this island is your private property, and the rules here are for you to decide. The red certificate opened, showing the words certifying ownership. Ji Qingyan held the red certificate, looking astonished as if she couldn't believe her eyes, saying loudly, this island is mine. Lin Yu cheerfully replied, that's right, the name of this island is Ji Qingyan. She was silent for a moment, then Qingyan blushed and teared up, saying, you made me cry again. My makeup is going to run. After saying that, she ran into his arms, hugged him, and continued, why didn't you tell me beforehand? Otherwise, I'll be mad at you, Lin Yu replied. This way it's a surprise. What's the point if I told you beforehand? Qingyan looked at the certificate in her hand and said, mainly, if you had told me earlier, I could have given it a better name. Naming it after me right away is a bit tacky. Hearing this, he felt a bit helpless. She stepped forward and kissed Lin Yu on the lips. Ji Qingyan whispered to him, but thank you so much, really. In the garden outside the villa, Lin Yu was sitting on a chair, holding a piece of paper. He was sketching the portrait of the man from before. Then Lin Yu took out his phone and photographed it. He called Ning Xie and said, Ning Xie, help me investigate the person I just sketched. It would be best if you could find any related information about this person. Whether you can find him or not isn't important. Just as he finished the call, Ji Qingyan walked over. Seeing her, he asked, finished looking around inside. Lin Yu stood up and walked towards her as she replied, yeah, the decoration is much nicer than I imagined. Qingyan put her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. The bed is also very comfortable. I've noted down the brand name. We'll change to one like it when we get back. He put his arm around her waist and they walked into the villa together. You stay here, I'll go make dinner. It'll be ready soon. Under the flickering candlelight, Ji Qingyan held a wine glass in one hand, the other hand placed on her chest, shyly saying, Mr. Lin, it's truly an honor to spend Christmas with you. Thank you for everything. I hope I can spend every Christmas with you from now on, experience spring, summer, autumn, and winter together, grow old together. I love you. Lin Yu raised his wine glass and replied, I love you too. They clinked glasses and said in unison, to our love, cheers. In Liang Yuoxu's office, stacks of documents were piled up. A fresh glass of water sat on the desk, while Ruoxu sat focused, approving documents. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She said, "Come in." A female employee entered, saw her still working hard, and said, "Ms. Liang, it's past 9 o'clock already. Don't work so hard, your body won't be able to take it. Tomorrow is Christmas, take a break to relax." Hearing this, Yuoxu closed the documents and replied, "All right, I'll leave the work here for now, I'll look at it tomorrow." Outside on the street, a large Christmas tree was decorated in the middle, surrounded by couples walking hand in hand. Liang Ruoxu was looking at her phone while walking. She saw a message from Lin Yi, announcing to the whole world, "I love you." She was a bit confused and muttered, announcing to the whole world. At this moment, whispers arose around Liang Yuoxu, "Someone is confessing their love." Hearing this, she looked up in the direction everyone was pointing. She saw the building in front displaying the scrolling text, "I love you." Someone exclaimed, "So romantic." Her face gradually turned red. Ruoxu was moved and thought to herself, "So you've always remembered me in your heart." At Mobi, a helicopter was approaching in the sky above. The helicopter door opened, and a group of people stepped out, led by a man with slick-back blonde hair. His name was Schubert, the vice president of the auction house. Schubert went to shake hands with a fat man with green hair who had a cigar in his mouth. The man spoke, "Mr. Schubert, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." The fat man was Sean, head of the Black Gold Company. Sean gestured invitingly and said, "I've prepared wine and cigars, let's go inside quickly." Schubert replied, "All right." At this moment, a bodyguard put out a hand to stop Schubert from proceeding. "Wait a moment." He turned his head back confusedly and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Sean replied, "Mr. Schubert, I sincerely apologize. It's a sensitive time right now, so I have to be careful, can't afford any mistakes." He replied, "I understand your concern." Then he raised his hands to cooperate with the check. Suddenly, the scanner beeped continuously. Sean immediately pointed a gun at Schubert and said, "Mr. Schubert, I want to know what this is about." He replied, "I really don't know anything. We are cooperative partners. How could I do something detrimental to myself?" Hearing this, Sean put the gun back inside his jacket. "If that's the case, then my apologies for the offense. Take Mr. Schubert to change into a new set of clothes." "I want to know what the problem is," the bodyguard replied. "Yes, boss." A few minutes later, the bodyguard brought out a tray with a luxurious watch on it. He spoke, "Boss, the problem is with the watch. There's a tracker embedded inside. The structure is extremely complex. Ordinary equipment would find it difficult to detect." Schubert immediately explained, "Mr. Sean, I can swear to God, this has nothing to do with me. I really don't know why it's like this." He picked up the watch and said, "I know, but I think today's meeting doesn't need to continue anymore. Please leave." Schubert got angry, pointed at Sean and said, "You can't do this." He looked at him and replied, "We will investigate this matter first. If you are truly uninvolved, I will bring the goods to your place as soon as possible." Then he frowned and asked, "Have you had contact with any strangers recently?" Schubert replied, "Strangers? I haven't had contact with any strangers." He remembered Ning Xiachi and exclaimed, "I remember now, I met a girl at the club. Last night, she and I went back to the hotel together, and she's Chinese." Sean repeated, startled, "Chinese?" He grabbed Schubert's collar. Sean said, "I need all the information about her. I hope you can provide it to me." A high-rise hotel. Lin Yu was sleeping while holding Ji Qingyan when his phone rang. He picked up the phone to look. She turned to ask him, "Who's looking for you in the middle of the night?" Lin Yu replied, "Team leader Ning, a superior." He answered the phone and asked, "Ning Xiachi, any information?" She replied, "Based on the sketch you gave me, we found someone. His name is Song Jinmin, died in a plane crash 2 years ago. It's said that before he died, he reached leveler, extremely powerful." Lin Yi, standing on the balcony listening to the phone, exclaimed in astonishment, "Dead? Leveler? But I just met this person yesterday." Ning Xiachi didn't believe it and asked again, How could you meet someone who is already dead? Could it be you met a twin or something? Right, I met Vice President Fusby. He's in charge of this auction. Let's see if I can get some information beforehand. Hearing this, Linyi advised, okay, be careful. If the situation doesn't seem right, call me immediately. He looked at the buildings in front and thought to himself, I thought this was a city of black gold full of rich people. I never expected it to be a city full of crime. On the other side, Lin Yi's mother received a call. The caller was him, and he said to his mother, was the person named Song Jinmin sent here by you, Mom? Tomorrow I have some official business. I don't need you to arrange protection for me. Just help me protect Ji Qingyan. She replied happily, you clever boy, just leave it to Mom. Grass Island Villa. A subordinate handed Sean a picture and said, Boss, we've found information about her, but it's very limited. Her name is Jessica, a Chinese American. Her parents work in China, but specifics are unclear. This is her photo. Judging by her attire, her family's condition isn't bad. He stared at Ning Xie in the picture and said, only this much found in one night. It seems this woman is very likely a member of some organization. Notify Schubert. Tell him to invite this woman over here. I need to deal with her cleanly. That subordinate replied, I'll go right away. As he turned to leave, Sean spoke up, wait a moment. He stood up, adjusted his clothes, and continued, I'll go with you this time. This woman's identity isn't simple, relying solely on you guys. I'm afraid something unexpected might happen. At the shopping mall, Ji Qingyan and Qin Yingyu were strolling arm in arm. She said, Auntie, we've walked quite a bit, haven't we? She replied, yes, it's just lunchtime now. Let's go eat. We can continue strolling this afternoon. She pointed ahead and said, right, I picked out a few outfits here. Can you help me take a look? Okay, let me go see, Ji Qingyan replied. After she left, she stood with her son and said, this auction is jointly organized by the Fusby auction house and a merchant named Sean. He pondered for a moment, then asked, Sean, isn't he the boss of the Black Gold Company? Qin Yingyu explained, I heard he's not exactly clean, but recently he ran into some trouble, so he has to put this all 30 for up for auction. Are you going to the auction tonight? Lin Yu replied, not necessarily. I'm not interested in Persian or besides, I don't have any need for it right now. I just want to gather some related information. She waved goodbye to him. Then you go ahead, you don't need to go shopping with us. Pay attention to safety. Lin Yi, okay. In a luxurious hotel, a female voice rang out, come, 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 hurry inside, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Ning Xie wore a sexy white nightgown. She asked, what do you think? Knowing you were coming, I specially wore this dress. A hand reached out to embrace her waist. It was Lin Yi, and he said, very beautiful, very beautiful. How is the situation over there? Any progress? Ning Xie replied, that lecherous old man is just looking for opportunities to take advantage of me. Couldn't get any information out of him. However, I can guess a little. The items displayed at the auction will likely not be in the night market. They probably won't be transported until right before the auction, Lin Yi said, 70% certain. He hugged her, leaned down to kiss her neck and said, the clue to the Fushubi auction is Sean from the Black Gold Company. She asked doubtfully, is this information accurate? Lin Yu firmly replied, accurate. Perhaps he's selling all his assets to prepare for a comeback. Ning Xie continued, if we can find Sean, there will be a new breakthrough. He's the only one left in the Black Gold Company. If we get him, this organization will no longer pose any threat. This will be greatly beneficial to our intelligence network. As she finished speaking, he replied, that's the main problem. The difficulty is we still don't know where he is. Ning Xie said with some amusement, however, I've placed a tracking device on Schubert. Once we detect any suspicious situation, we can devise an action strategy. Just then, Ning Xie's phone rang. It's Schubert calling. She looked at the phone frowning. It's Schubert. That pervert is calling. Don't make a sound. She signaled him to be quiet, answering the phone with her other hand. Darling, you only remember me now. Yes, I'll be there on time. Lin Yu provocatively whispered. Don't worry, I'll start after you hang up. As soon as the phone call ended, Lin Yi said, "Attack." Ning Xieqi looked at him and said, "That pervert asked me to meet him for dinner at Folly Restaurant in an hour. I need to prepare a bit." Lin Yi said, "Didn't you say he had something to do this afternoon? Why is he asking you out for dinner?" She replied, "He said his schedule was postponed. He has free time and wants to ask me out for dinner." Ning Xieqi sat on the edge of the bed, stood up and said, "I'll take advantage of this opportunity to talk to him. Maybe I'll gain something." Lin Yu raised his hand to look at his watch, then spoke. "I calculated a bit. Excluding the time in bed, there's still half an hour left. How about another round?" Hearing this, she stepped back. "Let's start quickly. Don't waste any more time." He raised his hand, scratched his head, sighed deeply. "Looks like today is going to be a tough battle." Lin Yu pushed her slightly and said, "Didn't you say earlier there's a tracker on Schubert? Can we see his whereabouts?" Ning Che's face flushed red, her whole body tingling, but she still managed to answer Lin Yi. "There's a GPR app on my phone. Open it and you'll see." Lin Yi gripped Ning Che's waist, lifted her onto the table, one hand reaching for the phone nearby. Lin Yi's eyes were fixed on the phone, his lower body still active, not letting Ning Xieqi off. Interrogation: "Where did Schubert ask you to dinner?" Ning Xieqi leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, "I heard Folly Restaurant is a Western restaurant. The food is quite good." The phone displayed Schubert's movements. Lin Yi's expression became serious, carefully examining. "His itinerary yesterday was a bit strange. I have a bad feeling. You need to be careful during dinner later. This meal might not be that simple." Ning Xieqi also became serious about the issue, thinking carefully. "Are you saying that Schubert guy is trying to set me up?" Lin Yi couldn't guarantee it, cautiously said, "I can't be sure yet, but I still feel this meal isn't normal." Lin Yi stroked Ning Che's head. "You have to be careful." Ning Xieqi stood up, got dressed, and put on her shoes. Ning Xieqi put her hands on her hips, adjusting her shoes, asking Lin Yi, "What do we do later?" "Go together. The cameras in the restaurant probably aren't safe either." Lin Yi also got dressed, adjusting his collar. "My identity was already exposed when I arrived, so there's no need to hide anymore, but we still need to disguise ourselves a bit." Ning Xieqi didn't quite understand, asking again, "What kind of disguise?" Lin Yi rubbed two fingers together as some kind of signal. Ning Xieqi understood Lin Yi's intention, couldn't help but laugh. "Although I've never tried it, acting this kind of play isn't too difficult." Lin Yi was helpless, not knowing what else to say. The door opened. Ning Xieqi left to meet Schubert. Before leaving, Ning Xieqi handed Lin Yi a wad of cash, generously instructing, "Take this money. Your performance just now was very good." Lin Yi nodded and took it unexpectedly. "That action was just an act," Ning Xieqi asked. "That should be convincing enough, right?" Lin Yi turned to walk in the opposite direction, reminding her, "Hide your identity well. We'll act separately." Lin Yi and Ning Che's actions were indeed monitored by camera. On the surveillance side, Sean sneered, then spoke, "Mr. Schubert, the girl you know seems to lack feminine virtue. After you left, she actually found another man." Schubert was startled, echoing Sean, "This shameless woman." Schubert adjusted his tie, glanced at Sean, then honestly admitted, "But I don't care anyway. I'm just playing around with her a bit. I can give her to you, but I also hope you can keep your promise. Tell me the location of the shipment. This is my bottom line." Sean seemed to have achieved his goal, smiling wickedly to reassure the other party. "Rest assured, I also hope our cooperation this time will be successful." Schubert closed his laptop. Sean also left, not forgetting to instruct, "They've gone out. They should arrive very soon. I'll go first. I hope you don't make any mistakes." Schubert showed a face of dislike for SEA, and 20 minutes later, Ning Xieqi arrived at the meeting point. She looked around the room to examine it, then asked coquettishly, "Darling, why is there no one else here?" Schubert approached and explained, "Because I wanted to have a private meal with you. I didn't want others to disturb us, so I booked the whole place." Schubert quickly approached Ning Xieqi, his hand on the beauty's waist, enthusiastically declaring his schedule. "Let's eat first. I still have work to do later. After I finish work today, I'll have time to be with you." Ning Xieqi was surprised by the action of Schubert, Schubert gallantly pulled out a chair for Ning Xieqi. Ning Xieqi pretended to be delighted, acting cute with him. You said it. If you don't keep your word, I won't care about you anymore. Schubert chuckled, but then made an excuse to leave. You order. I need to use the restroom for a moment. As soon as he was out of sight, the beauty's expression changed, feeling very suspicious. This lecture Schubert actually wants to go to the restroom now. This doesn't seem right. Ning Xieqi stood up and said to Schubert, Darling, I want to go with you too. Schubert's face paled, and he stammered, Then let's go together. Ning Xieqi took Schubert's arm and went into the restroom. He wondered, Why did you? She smiled and replied, I didn't want to go alone. I wanted to go with you. She grabbed his tie, pulled him closer, and said, Besides, I think the restroom is a very good place. We can get some exercise first, then we can eat more later. Schubert was a little scared. My love, that's not a good idea. I have work to do later, only an hour for dinner. If we exercise first, we probably won't have time to eat then. Ning Xieqi made a seductive gesture and asked, So, do you think the food on the table is tastier, or am I tastier? Schubert's face turned red, but he refused again. No, my love. Although I want to exercise with you, we still have to eat because I have important business later. Schubert continued, We can wait until tonight. I will fulfill your wish then. Ning's expression turned serious as she thought, There's something wrong with this Schubert guy. She turned around sharply and said, Right, I just remembered I also have something to take care of. I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you after all. Let's continue tonight. Just then, a group of people appeared and said, trying to leave. Sean, hands in his pockets, looked at her and said, I'm afraid you can't go. She frowned, thinking, just as Lin Yi predicted. Schubert's face turned pale. He ran out and asked, Why are you following me? Sean replied, If we hadn't acted, she would have escaped. I had no choice, but rest assured, she's under my control now. You are completely safe. Hearing this, she turned her head and asked Schubert, What is the meaning of this? He scoffed and continued, I wanted to ask you that. Why did you put a tracking device on me? Sean smirked sinisterly, pointing, Chinese. I already know your fabricated identity, so I hope you cooperate obediently. Don't resist, it won't end well for you. Schubert, scared, waved his hands. Sean, the rest is between you guys. I have other things to do. I'll leave first. Suddenly, a gun was placed against Schubert's forehead. Ning Xieqi grabbed Schubert tightly by the neck, pointed the gun at his head, and said, You invited me here. How could I let you leave first? He cried out in panic, You actually, she continued her warning, if Schubert dies, you'll never find another beer for what you have. Think carefully before you make a move against me. As she finished speaking, Sean exclaimed, So you really are from the organization. But you'd better not do anything reckless. Do you think you can threaten me using Schubert? I brought all these men to capture you. How could I let you leave so easily? Ning Xieqi smiled. Then how do you know I came here alone? At that moment, a loud explosion occurred at the entrance, sending smoke and fire billowing. A series of explosions followed. Lin Yi jumped into the restaurant and told her, Run now. Ning Xieqi immediately dragged Schubert outside. The three of them got into a car parked outside. Schubert looked extremely distressed, trembling as he questioned them, Who on earth are you? Why did you kidnap me? Let me go. Ning Xieqi couldn't stand the noise and elbowed him in the back of the neck, ordering irritably, Behave. Schubert, who was talking non-stop a moment ago, instantly fell silent, unconscious. Sitting beside him, she praised Lin Yi. You really guessed right. Lin Yi, focusing on driving, assessed the enemy's capability. This old SCAN is really not simple, to cunning. He started to worrying. After this incident, finding him will probably be even harder. The car sped down the road. Lin Yi's face tense. He continued, Sean's thoughts are hard to guess. He doesn't trust anyone and is capable of anything. The information Schubert has is limited. It's best to keep him under control for now. Until this is over, it's better to have him in our hands than let him go. Listening from the back, Ning Xieqi fell into thought. She asked directly, What now? My identity has been exposed. I'm afraid I can't continue investigating this anymore. The car pulled over to the side of the road. Lin Yi, full of concern, turned back to instruct Ning Xie, your identity is blown. It's not safe for you to stay in the black market anymore. You should go back home first. Reluctantly, she asked worriedly, what about you? Lin Yi put on a confident face and gently said, I came here for Christmas, and Christmas isn't over yet, so I definitely can't leave. But I'll probably be back in a few days anyway. There's still business to handle. You don't need to worry about me. After their conversation, Ning Xie got out of the car. She walked up to his car window to give instructions. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll leave that lecture to you. You decide how to handle him. Lin Yu signaled goodbye, confidently reminding the beauty, tell the 2 people in your team to gather at the airport too. They can take my private jet back. She immediately obeyed, yes. After sleeping soundly, Schubert was suddenly woken by cold water splashed on his head, leaving him drenched like a drowned rat. He glared at Lin Yu resentfully and asked loudly, were you sent by that girl? Lin Yu leisurely sat down on a nearby soft chair. His words sounded like praise, but carried a threat. Good memory. But what good does knowing do? Do you think I'll let you off? His eyes fixed intently on the man before him, his posture full of menace. Lin Yi continued grimly, my time is limited. I don't want to hear useless words. I hope you can tell me everything related to the auction. Schubert got goosebumps from this aura, his face turning shades of blue and purple, screaming internally, this guy seems even scarier than Ning Xie. Being in a weak position, he didn't dare hide anything and confessed honestly, I really don't know anything. It was Sean. He approached us, saying the stone mine he had could be made into precious jewelry. He wanted to auction it through us, which is why we collaborated. Lin Yu rubbed his chin, carefully assessing the man, but you haven't even seen the goods yet, so why promote the auction already? Is he really that reliable? This guy immediately explained further, Sean is very well known abroad. According to the plan, after capturing that woman, Sean would tell me where the goods are. But unexpectedly, things went wrong. I also don't know if the auction will be held as planned tonight. After speaking, he took a knife and cut his ropes, then handed him the phone, asking, can you call him to see if there's still a chance? Schubert, like finding a lifeline, chirped while taking the phone and looking for the contact number, obediently replying, okay, I'll call him now. But the other end only had a long dial tone. Schubert was so worried that his forehead was dotted with sweat, his eyes extremely frightened. He tremblingly held the phone out to him, then spoke fearfully, you see, he won't answer my calls. After what just happened, he doesn't trust anyone anymore. Maybe he's already left. Seeing him silent, Schubert carefully asked, I've told you what I know, can I go now? Lin Yu didn't even glance at him, waving his hand dismissively. Go, you're useless now. He bashfully took step by step, staring at Lin Yu out of fear. He quietly reminded, you'd better wise up a bit. The young man's eyes were murderous, the thread flowing gently. When I need you, you must cooperate obediently. Otherwise, I'll send you to meet God. Knowing this young man meant what he said, Schubert bowed repeatedly as if programmed, guaranteeing, I will definitely cooperate. I hope you won't harm my family. Seeing this person completely resigned, Lin Yi's tone was cunning, saying, then it depends on your performance. Go. He immediately rushed out the door, not forgetting to say goodbye. Yes, I'm leaving right now. At the villa where Sean was staying, the early morning sun covered every corner. A subordinate ran up to report, Leader, we've tracked Schubert's movements. The location shows he's at a hotel on a boat. Sean was surprised upon hearing this. That hotel again. His face darkened, seemingly extremely angry, instructing the subordinate, tell the men below to be careful. Those two are not simple. They could easily be detected. He seriously reminded his subordinate, this matter is very important to me. There must be no mistakes. The subordinate respectfully complied. I will inform them. Immediately after, Sean loudly ordered his men, also, gather the people, bring everything. This time, failure is absolutely not an option. I must capture those two. Right at this moment, at the shopping mall, Ji Qingyan, after changing clothes, stepped out looking fresh, asking Lin Yi's opinion. Look at this dress I just bought. Isn't it pretty? He rested his chin on his hand, teasing the beauty. I feel if you stayed in the black market any longer, you'd probably end up wearing a bikini. Kinyan heard this and pouted in rebuttal. It's not that bad, is it? Actually, it looks quite long, not as short as you think. Mrs. Chin Yin-yu standing beside supported Kinyan. I think it's very beautiful too. You're still young, yet your thinking is more old-fashioned than mine. At this moment, Ji Kinyan came over and intimately linked her arm with his, pulling everyone along as she continued. Let's go eat. I've been walking all afternoon and I'm starving. Initially, Auntie said she wanted to take us to the auction tonight to check it out, but it suddenly got postponed. But coincidentally, there's also an opera performance. Do you want to go? But Lin Yi's mind was elsewhere at this moment, his face troubled as he thought to himself, it seems the reason the auction was postponed is due to Sean's disappearance. Mrs. Chin heard her daughter-in-law say this and was also very interested, turning to discuss with the two young people. This opera was composed by Rossini. I heard it's very famous. Kinyan was equally excited, asking everyone's opinion again. Yes, it's his piece. Shall we go together tonight? However, Lin Yu gloomily refused, his voice tired. No, I won't go. The opera is quite loud. I won't be able to sleep. Seemingly anticipating this, the beauty winked, chuckled softly and replied immediately. I knew you'd say that. Then she ran over to hug her mother-in-law's arm, turned her head to say goodbye, adding, then tonight, Auntie and I will go over there. You have fun by yourself. Lin Yu watched the two women leave and could only force a smile helplessly. Below the shopping mall, several cars stopped. A man opened the car door and got out. Sean, are you sure he's upstairs? The other guy immediately confirmed, even reporting in detail. Yes, our people are still keeping watch up there. There are also two women eating with him. Judging by their interactions, they're probably his girlfriend and mother. Hearing this, the guy took a long drag of smoke, his eyes looking up at the upper floors of the mall, muttering, so he came with his family. This guy's got some nerve. Just right, we can use his family, force him to tell us everything. Then, Sean pointed forward, ordering loudly, quick, go inside, clear out everyone inside the hall. Dozens of men shouted in unison, yes sir. On this side, the three were in the restaurant. Ji Kinyan carefully wiped her mouth. She looked doubtfully at the people gradually moving, asking puzzledly, what's going on? Don't tell me these people also want to listen to the opera. Why are they all leaving one after another? Chin Yin-yu also said, it's a bit strange, it's still early. Lin Yu seemed to sense something. He stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with tension, and said, something's not right, let's get out of here too. But before they could move, a large group of men in black suits entered from the door. The three inside froze. Sean's voice rang out. Mr. Lin, he looked at him smugly, then continued, we meet again. Behind him were several menacing thugs ready to act, but Lin Yu wasn't particularly afraid. He clapped his hands, even praising the opponent. This guy is something else, right, to actually find me all the way here. Seeing this young man showing no fear, Sean's hoarse voice spoke again. Are you allowed to follow me? But I'm not allowed to follow you. He pointed at Lin Yu and said contemptuously, you are very smart, very capable, but you still can't match me. Lin Yu turned to look at Chin Yin-yu and Kinyan, saying, this is between us, let them go. Would Sean easily let these people go, waving his hand back and forth? No. I understand Chinese culture very well. Even though I have the upper hand, I cannot be complacent. These two are my leverage. How can I possibly let them go easily? Lin Yu immediately replied, I underestimated you a bit. Sean stated, you need to understand my current situation. When you decided to mess with me, you should have known that I wouldn't. Before he could finish, Chin Yin-yu spoke from behind. Sean? Sean sounded annoyed and surprised, asking, you even know my name? Chin Yin-yu confidently replied, not only do I know your name, but I also know about your black gold company. Then she raised her voice in warning. I don't want to see you intending to harm my son. Take your men and leave quickly. Sean wasn't intimidated by Chin Yin-yu's authoritative tone, saying mockingly, excuse me, sister, although you know my name, you don't understand me yet. He continued, I can't let your son off so easily. At the same time, a hand landed on his shoulder. Song Jinmin said, "Madam doesn't understand you, so do I have this qualification." Immediately, 3 of Sean's bodyguards cocked their guns, aiming straight at Song Jinmin. Turning around and seeing it was Jinmin, Sean stammered, "Song Jinmin." "So it turned out to be you." He turned back and shouted at his men, "Put down all your guns for me." Jinmin took his hand off his shoulder, joking, "Do you still recognize me? Then I guess my life wasn't entirely useless." Then he turned to Qin Yingyu, "Madam, please take this young lady away first. The concert is about to start." With Song Jinmin here, Qin Yingyu wasn't worried, saying, "Okay." Sean, seeing he'd been played like this, turned purple with anger, pointed and said, "What exactly is your relationship? Why do you have to interfere in this? Do you have any connection with their organization? What you're doing is against the group's rules." Song Jinmin had sided with Lin Yi, looked at Sean and said, "Logically, yes, but the person standing before you is our boss's son. Do you think I should interfere or not?" Sean yelled in disbelief, "He's your boss's son." Song Jinmin, undeterred by their numbers, directly grabbed Sean's collar, pushed his face against the wall, and said menacingly, "Do you want to jump down yourself, or do you need me to personally do it?" Sean was a bit scared but still tried to explain, "Many of my subordinates died at his hands, so I just wanted revenge. But I had no idea he was your big boss's son. I hope you can give me a chance to live." Lin Yi thought with a serious face, "The father I've never met can make Sean this afraid." Then he added, "It's not hard to stay alive as long as you cooperate obediently." Sean was released, immediately clasped his hands and begged Lin Yi, "How do you want me to cooperate?" Lin Yi said, "Where are the goods you wanted to deliver to Fushubi right now? I need the specific location." Sean took off the ring on his index finger, looked at it and said, "I hid it in the balance room of the Burj Khalifa." He handed the ring to Lin Yi, instructing, "Take this to the parking lot, find a security guard, he will take you to where the goods are kept." Lin Yi exclaimed, "So it was hidden here?" Sean continued, scratching his face, "I put the goods where the auction took place, so until now it hasn't been touched by anyone. There's a saying in China, the most dangerous place is the safest place, so no one would suspect." Lin Yi clenched the ring, praising, "This old guy is truly a worthy opponent. Thank you for your honesty. I'll be going now." Seeing Lin Yi leave, Sean called out fearfully, "Didn't you say you'd spare me?" Lin Yi looked back at him, replying, "I will definitely spare you, but whether that person spares you or not, I can't control." Song Jinmin couldn't help commenting on his actions. "This shameless demeanor is exactly like your father's." Lin Yi walked out safely and saw Qingyan worriedly run up to ask, "Are you hurt?" Lin Yi reached out and patted her head, comforting, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Don't I look perfectly fine right now? Weren't you going to the concert? Why haven't you gone yet?" She replied, "How could I be in the mood for a concert while you were still inside? What just happened scared me to death." He casually replied, "Just a big thug with a bunch of kids. What's there to be afraid of?" Qin Yingyu also put her hand on Qingyan's shoulder, comforting, "Everything's resolved. Let's go to the concert. The boy still has things to do. You don't need to worry." Hearing Lin Yi's mother say this, Qingyan could only reply, "Okay." She followed Qin Yingyu but still felt uneasy, turning her head to remind Lin Yi, "Then we'll go to the concert. Don't do anything dangerous." Lin Yi watched the two walk ahead, replying, "Just go, don't worry."